8 years ago, the ancient city of Thunder underwent a startling transformation overnight. The young lord, Qin Ming, was taken as a servant by the Qingyun Sect, while 200,000 citizens were forced into servitude in the Great Qing Mountains. 8 years later, with the awakening of the Shura and the refining of spirit into martial prowess, the defiant youth rises against the heavens. Grant me a blade to pierce the firmament. Grant me a sword to point towards the celestial expanse. The golden dragon is not a mere creature of the pond. When faced with storms, it transforms into a dragon. As the titles of Shura Child, Immortal King, and Thunder Battle Sovereign were conferred upon Qin Ming, this proud youth treaded upon heavens. Chapter 01. Qin Ming. On what ground should I step down? This election by the Martial Sect Pavilion is open to all ordinary disciples of the Qingyun Sect, including me, Qin Ming. Qin Ming stood defiantly on the high platform, facing the stunning yet aloof female elder. However, his steadfastness was met with her indifferent gaze and the scattered scoffs from the audience below. "Do not embarrass yourself, step down," the female elder commanded for the third time, her voice icy. "I, Qin Ming, accept the first round of assessment. Elder Chuhua, if you please." Qin Ming remained unyielding, undeterred by the glances of others. "Unappreciative fool." The female elder snorted coldly, raising her hand as an overwhelming martial aura enveloped Qin Ming, akin to a massive boulder plummeting from the heavens, crashing heavily upon him. Qin Ming stifled a grunt, resolutely enduring the pressure, standing firm in the center of the high platform. He glanced towards the incense altar. If he could withstand the onslaught for half a stick of incense, he would pass the first round of assessment and proceed to the subsequent challenge, vying for one of the 30 coveted spots in the Martial Sect Pavilion. With a stoic expression, the female elder intensified her power, her released aura compounding until it bore down with a weight of 300 pounds. Qin Ming gritted his teeth, resolutely resisting, remaining utterly unmoved. In that moment, the derisive laughter from the audience gradually transformed into astonishment. Could he truly withstand this? The female elder regarded Qin Ming with indifference, her aura intensifying as if boulders were relentlessly crashing down upon him. 300 pounds? 400? 500? 600? Qin Ming stood firm, stubbornly enduring, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the elder before him. Yet, when the weight of 800 pounds enveloped him, his body began to tremble, his eyes reddening, and a trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "What is fate?" "This is your fate," the female elder scoffed, preparing to bring this farce to a close. "My fate is not for you to dictate." A vibrant surge of energy erupted from within Qin Ming, stirring the dust at his feet. His legs quivered, his body shook, and with the force of the energy, arcs of electricity suddenly erupted across his form. External manifestation of spiritual power? The audience gasped in unison, countless young men and women covering their mouths in astonishment. External manifestation of spiritual power, refining spirit into martial prowess. Has he truly broken through to the spirit refinement realm? Lightning? His spiritual energy can coalesce into lightning? What a remarkable young man. His talent is indeed extraordinary. In the distance, elite disciples were visibly moved, their expressions filled with disbelief. It was utterly incredible. Yet, observing Qin Ming's steadfast determination, they could only shake their heads in regret. Why endure this suffering? You are fully aware that you cannot pass this test, nor should you subject yourself to such humiliation. This is fate, your fate. The youthful audience below subtly shook their heads, for today's examination was a competition for the ordinary disciples of the sect to vie for a coveted place in the Martial Sect Pavilion. This venue was a treasure trove of the Qingyun Sect, housing an extensive array of martial arts techniques. Typically, access was granted solely to elite disciples, yet every 6 months, it opened its doors to ordinary disciples, presenting them with a rare opportunity that thousands clamored to seize. Such a precious chance was highly sought after. How could it possibly be bestowed upon the son of a sinner? Despite your exceptional talents, surpassing the majority, what difference does it make? You bear the stigma of being a sinner's offspring, destined to endure suffering rather than to cultivate your skills. The female elder surveyed Qin Ming with a gaze that mingled pity with a chilling detachment. "I shall ask you once more. Will you concede?" "Not a chance. If I can endure for half a stick of incense, I shall pass the test. Upon passing, I will advance to the next stage." Qin Ming defiantly bore the weight of the pressure she exerted, electric arcs dancing wildly across his body. He cast a glance at the incense altar at the center of the arena. Time was drawing near. However, the elder suddenly clenched her elevated right hand, and a palpable wave of energy surged forth, a formidable force crashing down upon Qin Ming like a small mountain. Biafich. Blood spurted from his clenched teeth as he collapsed heavily to the ground, his face flushed and his internal energy roiling. Not past, the elder pronounced from her lofty position, sealing Qin Ming's fate. You, he gasped, struggling for breath, sprawled on the ground. According to the examination rules, the elder serving as the examiner was required to unleash her aura to suppress the challenger. Typically, a mere 20% of her power sufficed to assess the potential and willpower of the contestant. The challenger merely needs to endure the duration of half a stick of incense and exhibit commendable performance to be deemed successful. Yet, in an instant, she undeniably unleashed a formidable aura, radiating with 70 to 80% of her power. How can a martial artist of the Earth martial realm dare to bully one of the spirit martial realm? The path of martial arts is delineated into various realms: spirit martial realm, profound martial realm, earth martial realm, sacred martial realm, heavenly martial realm, radiant martial realm, and immortal martial realm, among others. Before ascending to the spirit martial realm, one must undergo a protracted period of spiritual refinement. Only upon the successful completion of this process can one truly solidify their spirit body and enter the spirit martial realm. Each realm is distinguished by a chasm that is insurmountable. For children under the age of 15, withstanding merely 20% of an earth martial realm expert's aura for half a stick of incense is already a formidable challenge. Yet, the elder woman brazenly launched an assault, clearly denying Qin Ming any opportunity. Resign yourself to fate. That which does not belong to you should not be seized, and places you ought not to tread are best left untouched. Should you fail this first round, there shall be no chance for a second. Depart now and return to your quarters, where you shall serve as a mere servant, the elder declared before turning to leave. A gasp echoed through the crowd as Qin Ming sprang into action, his tightly clenched right fist aimed at the elder. Round 2. Receive my punch. To the astonishment of all, arcs of electricity converged upon his fist, radiating an intense brilliancy and accomplishment far beyond that of a newly ascended spirit martial practitioner. Oomph. The elder pivoted sharply, brushing past Qin Ming, her palm crashing into his abdomen with formidable force. Qin Ming coughed blood as he was sent hurtling backward, tumbling down from the high platform and rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Could it be the second layer of spirit martial? Many discerned Qin Ming's formidable prowess. The ability to condense spiritual energy to such an extent was certainly beyond what the first layer could achieve. This lad was indeed a genius, having arrived at this level through his own exploration. In that moment, they even pondered how powerful Qin Ming could become if he were not the son of a sinner and could receive earnest cultivation from the Qingyun Sect. Alas, he was born under an unfortunate star. Qin Ming struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of collapse, with a searing pain in his abdomen as if a fierce fire were raging within him. The crowd parted, no one stepping forward to offer assistance. Instead, a few arrogant youths exaggeratedly scrutinized Qin Ming. "Oh dear, the young Lord Qin Ming has just put on a splendid show for us. Come. Everyone applaud. The performance was exceptional. Look at you, acting so tough, daring to ambush an elder. Let this be a lesson. Let your pride and arrogance be your downfall. Aren't you the one who boasts? Aren't you the one who is invincible? How come you can hardly stand now? Do you need me to lend you a hand? You've come to be a hostage, obediently atone for your parents' sins and for the 20,000 souls of Thunder Ancient City." Qin Ming suddenly lifted his head, his reddened eyes sweeping over them. The disciples shivered internally, promptly silencing themselves and averting their gazes. They had often clashed with Qin Ming, mostly ending up with bruises, leaving them with lingering psychological scars. The elder descended from the testing platform, facing Qin Ming, her cold voice as frigid as her icy countenance. "Return to the warehouse and perform your duties as a servant. The Qingyun Sect will never nurture you. Do not dare to participate in any tests again." Qin Ming paused for a moment, brushed off the dust from his attire, and surprisingly smiled, nonchalantly, though his bloodied visage was quite alarming. "One day, I shall earn my rightful place within the Qingyun Sect, not inferior to yours. Let's wait and see." The woman grasped Qin Ming's shoulder. "If you were truly wise, you would recognize reality and humbly atone for your parents' sins." Qin Ming shrugged off her hand and strode away. His bloodied appearance was indeed daunting, causing the crowd to part in fear. Yet after only a few steps, he encountered a group of elegantly dressed young men and women approaching him. At the forefront was a handsome yet arrogant youth named Zhao Lai, who held considerable status among the ordinary disciples and was the favored disciple of the elder woman. His standing was not due to exceptional merit, but rather because his elder sister was a close confidant of the elder. This year, the selection for the martial sect was overseen by this very elder, ensuring that Zhao Lai would undoubtedly pass the test and gain entry into the martial sect. "Isn't this our Qin Ming, the young lord? Have you come to partake in the test as well?" Zhao Lai stood before Qin Ming, feigning concern as he scrutinized him, though his eyes betrayed a deeper mockery. Having been bested by Qin Ming on numerous occasions in the past, today marked a turning point in their destinies. "I am on the verge of entering the martial sect pavilion to embrace the formidable legacy of martial arts, destined to become the esteemed disciple of an elder, with a future brimming with promise. And what of you? You shall remain ensconced in your warehouse, continuing your servitude." Qin Ming, disinterested, strode forward without a word. Zhao Lai reached out to obstruct him. "Qin Ming, the young lord, are you feeling unwell? Why is it that I feel so elated?" Qin Ming abruptly turned, raising his hand as if to strike, his visage smeared with blood, presenting a particularly fearsome sight. Zhao Lai's expression shifted, and before the gathered crowd, he instinctively retreated 2 steps in alarm. Yet, Qin Ming's raised hand merely wiped the blood from his mouth as he offered a scornful smirk. "Esteemed disciple, don't soil yourself. In fear, step aside." The elder woman observed this exchange, her brow furrowed in evident disapproval of Zhao Lai's conduct. Zhao Lai, acutely aware of her discontent, felt his face flush with embarrassment, nearly compelled to pursue Qin Ming for a confrontation. However, he was discreetly restrained by those beside him. The test was paramount, and with thousands watching, he resolved to deal with Qin Ming at a later time. As Zhao Lai gazed at Qin Ming's departing figure, a surge of resentment welled within him. This was a crucial moment for him to shine, and yet he had been publicly humiliated. Qin Ming, I shall settle the score with you soon." Qin Ming exited the testing ground, making his way toward the Qingyun Sect's warehouse. Along the path, throngs of disciples from Qingyun Sect engaged in jovial conversation, the atmosphere light and vibrant. Observing Qin Ming's bloodied and staggering demeanor had become a familiar sight. Some chose to disregard him. Others expressed sympathy, while a few merely shook their heads. There are those who mock from afar, urging you to obediently play the role of your servant, as befits a sinner such as yourself. Yet, you insist on stirring up trouble time and again. It is indeed a miracle that someone with your disposition has managed to survive to this day. One cannot help but wonder how your father came to name you Qin Ming. Such a name truly reflects your fate. Chapter 02. The Cycle of Life and Death. Qin Ming had long since acclimatized to the gazes of the Qingyun Sect disciples, whether filled with sympathy or laced with mockery. He accepted it all with equanimity. Having resided there for 8 years, he remained an outsider, never truly integrating into the community, which seemed disinclined to embrace him. Dragging his weary, pain-ridden body, he returned to the storage warehouse of the Qingyun Sect. This had been his abode for the past 8 years. Situated on a low hill near the main peak of the sect, the warehouse was expansive, once overseen by 5 individuals. Now only 2 remained to tend to it. One was the resilient Qin Ming, and the other an elderly man, resigned to despair. They belonged to the lowest strata of the Qingyun Sect, having relied on each other for many years. Upon entering the warehouse, Qin Ming rubbed his face vigorously before the iron door, revealing a faint smile, as was his custom. "Old man, I have returned." He pushed open the iron door and snapped his fingers, acting as though nothing had transpired. The elderly man, his hair as white as snow, sat silently beneath an ancient tree in the distance, beside a solitary grave. Every day, he would occupy that spot, quietly reminiscing about the departed. One was enveloped in solitude and melancholy, while the other embodied stubborn resilience. 2 entirely distinct personalities cohabiting harmoniously for many years, a peculiar circumstance indeed. Humming a light melody, Qin Ming changed into a clean set of clothes within the warehouse. There was no sense of regret, no feeling of defeat, nor any bitterness towards anyone. Rather than merely a routine acceptance, he endeavored to maintain an optimistic outlook, a brand of optimism cultivated through resilience and perseverance. This had been his way for 8 long years. Meanwhile, the old man sat quietly by the solitary grave, seemingly oblivious to Qin Ming's injuries. His focus solely on the grave and the magnolia blossoms swaying gently beside it. Each day unfolds in a monotonous rhythm. Apart from the simple task of organizing the warehouse and partaking in some sustenance, I find myself seated beside that grave. Today, I shall delay my meal and indulge in practice for a while. Qin Ming greets the moment, settling upon a stone bench, sitting in stillness akin to a clock, his breath steady as he absorbs the subtle vitality of the universe, nurturing his wounded body. At this juncture, he is not wielding martial techniques, but rather engaging in a remarkable method of breath absorption known as the life-gathering art. Typically, martial artists devote their lives to harnessing the energy of the cosmos, condensing it into spiritual power within their beings, which manifests in formidable combat prowess through specific martial arts. It is commonly accepted that the energy of the universe exists in a wild state or pristine condition. However, what Qin Ming captures now is not mere energy, but the essence of life itself. This extraordinary and rare method of breath absorption originates from the elderly figure in the distance. Since Qin Ming was confined within the Qingyun Sect as an ordinary disciple and assigned to the warehouse as a servant, the old man has been present. It seems no one knows the origins of this old man, nor do they care about his existence. His temperament is eccentric, rarely engaging in conversation with Qin Ming, let alone with others. Yet, on a fateful rainy night 5 years ago, when Qin Ming returned, bloodied and battered, the old man unexpectedly imparted a set of incantations that Qin Ming etched into his memory. The vitality is ethereal, drifting between heaven and earth, without beginning or end. The northern dipper harnesses the breath, transforming the 4 seasons and circulating through the 8 directions. As heaven and earth intersect, all things are born and transformed. There is a beginning and an end, a perpetual cycle. The 4 seasons bring forth life, while day and night give rise to existence. Essence manifests as substance, and the wandering soul serves as the whip. Investigate its origins, observe its movement. Should one comprehend the ebb and flow, they can skillfully strategize, fostering prosperity while averting decline. For 3 long years, Qin Ming diligently explored and researched, ultimately achieving a profound understanding and mastery of a remarkable technique of breath absorption. This extraordinary method allowed him to heal his injuries in the shortest possible time, enabling him to endure the relentless persecution and oppression from the Qingyun Sect with unwavering tenacity. The origins of this technique remained shrouded in mystery. The old man had not disclosed it, nor had Qin Ming inquired further. After a day of rest, Qin Ming had restored much of his vitality and significantly alleviated his pain. The miraculous effects of the life force technique were evident. As evening approached and the light began to fade, Qin Ming ceased his cultivation, heading to the storage room to prepare a simple meal, which he arranged on a modest wooden table outside. "Old man, it's time to eat," he called out. The dishes consisted of ordinary wild vegetables, each quite similar. Yet Qin Ming had managed to present them in a slightly varied manner, laying out 4 different plates. The elder glanced at the spread before him. Perhaps it was the appealing colors, or perhaps the hunger from a day without food that prompted him to dust himself off and sit down to enjoy the meal in a leisurely manner. Without uttering a word, "Please enjoy your meal. I shall practice a little longer," Qin Ming said, hastily shoveling a couple of bites before returning to his seated meditation on the stone bench, absorbing the vital energy of life. He was determined to resolve his injuries swiftly, leaving no room for potential complications. The old man sampled each dish in turn, finding them rather delightful, and soon all 4 plates were positioned before him as he savored his meal with an unusual appetite. "Young Master Qin?" A fair and delicate young woman gently rapped on the iron gate as she stepped inside. "Kai," Qin Ming greeted with a light smile. "It has been months since we last met. You have grown even more beautiful. Months have passed, and you have once again found trouble, causing no end of worry," she replied. "Senior sister Yu Qing asked me to bring you some medicine." The young girl gently swayed the small bamboo basket in her hands, casually greeting the elderly gentleman, though he paid her no mind, engrossed in his meal. Undeterred, she swiftly approached Qin Ming, her steps light and graceful. "Let me see how your injuries are faring." "It's nothing, much improved, no need to worry," he replied. "Honestly, why do you put yourself through this? You know they won't let you pass," she admonished, placing the small basket beside him. Her appearance was enchanting, fresh and radiant, resembling a delicate lotus blossom, exuding vitality and cheerfulness. Yet, the pallor of Qin Ming's face cast a shadow of concern upon her features, prompting her to reproach his recklessness. "The opportunity is right there. How can you know unless you try? What you perceive as an opportunity is nothing of the sort. Why can't you see?" With the grand elder pressing down, "The other elders will be reluctant to stir trouble. I understand your anxiousness for your family, your desire to gain status to improve their situation, but the harder you push, the more they suppress you. Can we not lower our stance just a little?" Kai felt a pang of sympathy for Qin Ming's wan complexion. Lower my stance to become a dog? To wag my tail in supplication? To beg for alms? Qin Ming cannot do that. Kai pouted, her lips a rosy hue, refraining from further remarks. She had already offered her counsel countless times before. Even senior sister Yu Qing had intervened, yet to no avail. She opened the bamboo basket, revealing 2 bottles of medicine for clearing blockages and regulating energy, along with some exquisite pastries. She whispered, "Guess who made these? Please convey my gratitude to Yu Qing. No need to worry about me. Have I not managed well all these years?" Qin Ming picked up a pastry, savoring its taste while nodding in approval. "This is the handiwork of Yu Qing. It's quite delightful. Is this what you call living well? I feel a pang of sympathy for my own disheveled state. Every few days, it's a brawl. Either you leave others battered and bruised, or you find yourself in a similar plight. They clearly seek to provoke. If you can avoid them, why not do so? The weak meet untimely ends, while the strong struggle to survive. I aspire to be strong, an everlasting champion." "Who said that?" "My father." A shadow flickered across Qin Ming's countenance. Yet he soon embraced a sense of relief and took another bite of the delicacy. Kai hesitantly opened her mouth, glancing cautiously at Qin Ming's expression. "Do you harbor hatred towards them? I mean, others say they are actually." "Hatred? Why would I harbor such feelings? They will not abandon me, nor will they forsake my family." "I apologize," I spoke out of turn. Kai realized she had touched upon Qin Ming's painful past. "I am fine, do not worry. By the way, senior sister Yu Qing asked me to remind you that your sudden public display of strength after months of silence will attract considerable attention, and it may incite further attempts to suppress you. Be prepared mentally." Have I ever feared that? After 8 long years, I have finally broken through to the spirit martial realm. This is merely the beginning. I will grow stronger and earn the genuine respect of the Qingyun Sect's higher-ups. One day, I shall rescue my family and the 20,000 citizens. Though Qin Ming spoke casually, a resolute determination, known only to him, resonated in his tone. "Do not rush. You have endured for 8 years already. What is a little longer matter? If you truly feel that someone is trying to harm you during this time, seek refuge with senior sister Yu Qing. While we may be unable to save the Thunder Ancient City, we can certainly ensure your safety." Bang! The iron gate of the warehouse courtyard was forcefully thrown open, and Zhao Lai swaggered in, accompanied by his lackeys. "Zhao Lai, what brings you here?" Kai exclaimed, startled. Zhao Lai was not surprised to see Kai. "Isn't this junior sister Kai? It's been so long that I scarcely recognized you. I am asking you a question. What are you doing here? Do I need to report to you wherever I go?" Zhao Lai retorted. "You are not welcome here. Leave." Kai was fully aware of their intentions. "Is this your home?" Zhao Lai smirked wickedly, while his followers laughed rudely. "You." Qin Ming remained seated on the stone bench, undisturbed, indulging in his snacks. "There's no need to get angry over a few worthless individuals." "Criminal Qin Ming. What did you just say? Dare to repeat that?" Zhao Lai approached them. "You've said this countless times over the years. Have you become addicted to hearing yourself?" Kai quickly cautioned, "Qin Ming, he is not the Zhao Lai he once was. I am not the person I used to be either." Qin Ming had endured for over 2 months, continuously breaking through. Although he had faced humiliation from Elder Chuhua today, his strength was no longer that of the former spirit refinement realm. "Is that so?" Zhao Lai signaled his lackeys to shut the iron gate. Sneering as he stood before Qin Ming, his gaze cast downwards. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, glancing at him before standing up from the stone bench, towering over Zhao Lai, and returning the condescending gaze. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Lai's earlier bravado dissipated instantly as he seethed with anger. "Qin Ming, I fail to comprehend the source of your superiority complex as a mere criminal. Speak only if you have something to say. Otherwise, be gone. I challenge you." Zhao Lai, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, sought only to unleash his pin-up fury upon Qin Ming. With renewed determination, he summoned flames that surged from his hands, blazing fiercely. His spiritual energy manifested. He had reached the spirit martial realm. After 2 months apart, how many levels had he ascended? Qin Ming cast a sidelong glance at the flames in Zhao Lai's grasp, revealing no surprise. Spirit martial, the 3rd level. With pride swelling in his chest, Zhao Lai reveled in the fact that his prolonged absence was due to being personally mentored by Elder Chu Hua, an opportunity secured by his sister. Under Elder Chu Hua's diligent guidance, he had advanced 2 levels, transitioning from the initial stages of the spirit martial realm to the 3rd level. His entourage beamed with pride on his behalf. "Listen well, Qin Ming. Our senior brother Zhao Lai has passed today's assessment, achieving the highest score, and Elder Chu Hua has graciously bestowed upon him a spirit pearl grass. Do you know what spirit pearl grass is? It is a mid-grade spiritual herb. In 10 days, our senior brother Zhao Lai will enter the martial sect hall to receive an even more formidable martial inheritance. He may not only become a direct disciple, but could also evolve into a golden feather disciple. And you? You shall remain here, toiling in obscurity. Huh. From this day forth, you can only stand behind our senior brother Zhao Lai and gaze at his retreating figure. Huh. Qin Ming's expression finally flickered with a hint of emotion. Spirit progress. His gaze shifted to the embroidered pouch at Zhao Lai's waist. Chapter 03, Spirit Progress. I hear you are quite proud of having navigated your way into the spirit martial realm on your own. Today, I wish to make it abundantly clear that you and I exist on entirely different planes. You and I are not of the same essence. Zhao Lai's spirit surged as he sprinted forward, leaping into the air with a fluid grace, executing a breathtaking 720-degree somersault that placed him directly behind Qin Ming. With a cold smirk gracing his lips, he unleashed a devastating punch aimed at the nape of Qin Ming's neck. The searing flames enveloped his right fist, a manifestation of his fervent desire not only to conquer Qin Ming, but to administer a thorough beating. This moment had been long awaited. Excellent. Magnificent. Finish him off. His followers erupted in fervent cheers, their excitement palpable. Zhao Lai, you have gone too far, Kai exclaimed as she hurried to intervene. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Qin Ming pivoted sharply, his clenched right fist suddenly unfurling, lightning crackling, and dancing wildly within his palm, radiating an intense brilliance. With a deafening impact, Qin Ming's outstretched palm astonishingly intercepted Zhao Lai's fiery punch, a chaotic clash of thunder and flame, neither yielding an inch. Qin Ming remained steadfast, his feet firmly anchored to the stone bench. Zhao Lai stood in shock, disbelief washing over him. How could this be possible? He had been confident in his ambush. After all, he was at the third tier of spirit martial arts, while Qin Ming was merely at the second. Kai's mouth fell agape, equally astonished. Third tier? How could I have been unaware? With an iron grip, Qin Ming forcefully clutched Zhao Lai's fiery fist, as if it were a vice crushing his fingers. You. Zhao Lai suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. In a swift motion, Qin Ming winked, a smirk playing on his lips, drawing upon his inner strength. In an instant, he stomped down and leapt, seizing Zhao Lai's fist and swinging his entire body around, hurling him towards the ground. The resounding crash echoed through the warehouse courtyard as Zhao Lai collided with the earth, his arm twisting painfully under Qin Ming's grip, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated throughout the space. My hand, senior apprentice. Wretch, release him. The lackeys, seized by panic, swarmed forward. I regret to inform you, I too am at the third level of spirit martial. You are quite correct, indeed. You and I do not reside on the same plane. Qin Ming, brandishing Zhao Lai, slammed him about the courtyard with resounding thuds, running and thrashing as if wielding a sack, albeit one whose cries of agony were exceedingly wretched, the scene all the more outlandish. Qin Ming possessed extraordinary strength, his explosive force even more astonishing. Before the throng of lackeys could descend upon him, Qin Ming, pivoting in place thrice, abruptly released his grip, hurtling Zhao Lai towards the iron gates of the warehouse. With a deafening crash, Zhao Lai left a trail of blood as he collapsed to the ground. The spectacle caused even Kai to cover her mouth in astonishment. Criminal Qin Ming, you have stirred up trouble. As the cohort of lackeys advanced, hurling curses, Qin Ming, his brow furrowed in defiance, roared, "Begone!" The 5 men and women, startled, froze in their tracks. Zhao Lai, struggling to rise, was about to erupt in fury when he perceived Qin Ming striding rapidly towards him. Qin Ming, stay away. Stay away. We are civilized men. Let us reason, not resort to violence. Stay away. Did you not hear me? Stay away. Qin Ming stood before him, twisting his neck, shaking his shoulders, his joints cracking audibly. Does it hurt? It hurts. It truly hurts. Please, no more. We have known each other for many years. It is not necessary. Truly, it is not necessary. Zhao Lai was both terrified and bewildered. How could this be? What was happening? How had Qin Ming reached the third level of spirit martial? What is contained within? Is it spirit progress? Bestow it upon me. Qin Ming snatched the embroidered pouch from Zhao Lai's waist. Zhao Lai nearly leapt up in astonishment. Very well, thank you. Qin Ming, holding the embroidered pouch, retrieved a vividly green spiritual herb that shimmered with luminescence. Indeed, it was a mid-grade spiritual essence, the Lingzhu grass. Although he had never utilized such a treasure, he was acutely aware of its significance and value. Zhao Lai struggled to distance himself from Qin Ming, feeling on the verge of collapse. After exhausting every effort to ascend to the third level of spiritual martial arts, how could Qin Ming achieve such a feat? His entourage gathered around to support him. Senior brother, this is peculiar. How could he possibly advance so swiftly? Their disbelief in Qin Ming's prowess was palpable. Kai, you must be scheming. Zhao Lai redirected his ire towards Kai. The Grand Elder had previously decreed that no one from the Qingyun Sect was permitted to privately provide Qin Ming with spiritual essences or martial techniques, nor offer him guidance in martial arts. Such was the punishment that Qin Ming deserved. Yet, with his sudden leap to the third level of spiritual martial arts, there was certainly something amiss. Kai Yi, with an imperious toss of her head, replied, "So what if I am? And what if I'm not? Look at you, relying on your sister to attain the third level of spiritual martial arts. With your talents, you would achieve nothing even if you entered the martial sect. Do not think that having a flamboyant sister grants you the right to be arrogant before others. Your sister does not even hold a significant standing in the Qingyun Sect. Very well, just you wait." Zhao Lai departed with his entourage, casting a resentful glance back at the embroidered pouch in Qin Ming's hand, his heart aching with regret. "Do visit often, but do not forget to bring gifts." Qin Ming waved him off, bidding him farewell. "Do not be so arrogant. You shall come to regret this. Hee. This fool just gifted me a spirit progress." Qin Ming chuckled as he settled onto a stone bench, examining the spirit progress. Phrases like "wait for me," "I will ruin you," and "do you submit?" had long since worn out their welcome during the past 8 years. "I heard you, Qin Ming." Zhao Lai nearly charged back. "I said that for you to hear." Just as Zhao Lai was about to explode, he was swiftly restrained by his disciples and led away. This weirdo had actually reached the third level of spirit martial realm. It was best to retreat. "Young Master Qin, have you truly reached the third level of spirit martial realm?" Kai could hardly believe it. Just 2 months prior, Qin Ming was unable to manifest his spiritual power. How had he suddenly attained the third level? Although Qin Ming had been elusive and strange these past months, such rapid advancement seemed implausible. "I broke through 5 days ago to the third level. How did you manage that?" "I stumbled into the breakthrough." "I don't believe it," she replied skeptically, gazing at Qin Ming with a mixture of emotions. It was quite remarkable. Those who had oppressed him for 8 years were ultimately overturned by his resolve. With no external aid and lacking guidance from elders, he had relied solely on his own exploration and effort. Achieving the refining spirit stage and advancing to the spirit martial stage was already astonishing. Now, he had reached the third level of spirit martial realm. Even she felt that something was amiss. To elevate 3 levels in 2 months is not exaggerated, is it? After all, it's merely the early stage of the spirit martial realm. How can that not be exaggerated? "I took 2 months to reach the third level of the early spirit martial realm, but that was under the direct tutelage of an elder, with martial arts techniques to assist me. Don't feel inferior, your beauty is enough." Kai stuck out her tongue. "You're quite the charmer with your words. How can the efficacy of Lingzhu grass be maximized? Simply consuming it will suffice." Elder Chu Hua has displayed remarkable generosity by presenting Zhao Lai with a medium-grade Ling Tsue. Ling Tsue is categorized into inferior, medium, and superior grades. Typically, ordinary disciples receive a few inferior-grade Ling Tsue each month, though someone of Qin Ming's servant status is not entitled to such benefits. Medium-grade Ling Tsue is reserved for direct disciples, while even elite disciples seldom possess several superior-grade Ling Tsue. The Qingyun Sect strictly adheres to a resource allocation system based on the disciples' ranks. "Then I shall not hold back," Qin Ming mused, having never experienced medium-grade Ling Tsue before. He eagerly anticipated its effects. "Now that you are at the spiritual martial realm, you will require Ling Tsue more and more as you advance. Shall we procure some for you?" "No need. I shall find my own way." Previously, Yue Qing had privately given him numerous items, but once discovered, they were both punished. Henceforth, he would only accept ordinary potions and food from her, shunning anything too precious to avoid causing her further trouble. Zhao Lai's sister, Zhao Min, has now reached the 6th layer of spiritual martial realm. Be cautious and avoid her if possible. "I shall take my leave now. The pastries are best enjoyed warm." Kai bid farewell to Qin Ming, offering a nod to the elder. The elder, having nearly finished his meal, returned quietly to his position beside the solitary grave. Qin Ming gathered some pastries and placed them on the stone table for the old man. He then resumed his seated position on the stone bench, consuming the Lingzhu grass to begin refining its pure spiritual energy. Does he lack martial arts techniques? In truth, he possesses them, having clandestinely learned them without anyone's knowledge. Is he devoid of guidance? He is gifted, exploring and experimenting independently. Unable to practice in the training grounds, he challenges everyone he can find within the Qingyun Sect. What does he possess? Talent and perseverance. It is precisely through self-directed learning and unwavering determination that Qin Ming has successfully attained the spirit refinement realm and ascended into the martial spirit realm. However, he himself senses that his rapid advancement and strength within the martial spirit realm is somewhat unusual, appearing to be more effortless than that of others. 2 months. And yet he has reached the 3rd tier? It seems exaggerated. After much contemplation, he recalled the life-generating technique. After 3 years of research and 2 years of profound understanding, although it consumed a considerable amount of his energy and time, the benefits have proven to be immense. The life force emanating from the heavens and earth seems to be subtly transforming him, facilitating a delicate metamorphosis in his physique at this crucial juncture of his youth. This is merely Qin Ming's conjecture, and when he inquired with the elder, he was met with silence. The spiritual energy within the spirit pearl grass is indeed abundant, comparable to that of hundreds of inferior spirit essences. Qin Ming labored until the depths of the night to completely refine it into the spiritual energy within his body. The unique medicinal properties of the spirit pearl grass are also nurturing his injured physique, aiding in his recovery. Just 5 days ago, he broke through to the 3rd tier of the martial spirit realm, and the infusion of a single spirit pearl grass has remarkably stabilized him at this level, allowing him to distinctly feel the surge of spiritual energy within. Truly, spiritual herbs are invaluable. When might he acquire another? Elder Chu Hua likely intended to use the spirit pearl grass to assist Zhao Lai in stabilizing his realm, facilitating his breakthrough to the 4th tier in the martial sect pavilion. This would not only enhance her own reputation but also help her avoid accusations of favoritism in selecting an unworthy successor. Alas, it has now fortuitously benefited Qin Ming. Stretching his stiff body beneath the starry sky, with moonlight shimmering like water, he can faintly hear the sounds of martial training from afar within the Qingyun Sect. Yet the secluded storage room remains a sanctuary of tranquility. The elderly man continued to sit silently beside the solitary grave, which bore a headstone devoid of inscriptions. "Old sir, why not retire to the inner room for some rest? You might catch a chill." The old man's eyelids fluttered, as if he had returned from his reverie to the present moment. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at Qin Ming, his gaze tonight seemingly imbued with a novel depth. No longer as vacant or numbed as usual. "Shall I fetch you a blanket?" Just as Qin Ming was about to depart, a voice, indifferent yet slightly hoarse, drifted through the air. The connection between yin and yang, the essence traverses realms, life and vitality transform. "What?" Qin Ming turned back. The old man, with his back to him, murmured softly. "Vital energy enters the body, spiraling upward, ascending like a ram's horn. The life and vitality technique." Qin Ming's spirit surged. Could this be another part of the technique? Dai Ju Lu Yi, left 3, right 7, 2 and 4 for shoulders, 6 and 8 for feet, with 5 at the center. Yang occupies the 4 directions, while Yin returns to the 4 corners, the central 5 mediates between them. It corresponds to the northern dipper above and governs the 8 directions below. The ebb and flow of transformation lies within. The life and vitality technique? The second segment. Qin Ming was elated, caught off guard, and invigorated by the revelation. After 5 long years, he had finally encountered the second segment of the life and vitality technique. He bowed deeply to the old man in gratitude and promptly returned to the stone bench, fervently repeating the words to etch them into his memory. Could this segment pertain to the circulation of vital energy within the body? The first segment had merely instructed him on how to absorb the life force from the universe and infuse it into his being, without further elaboration. Qin Ming had been pondering whether life energy could circulate through the meridians like spiritual energy, and now he finally possessed a method. Chapter 04. Self-reflection. Seated on a stone bench, Qin Ming immersed himself in the study of the life and death technique throughout the night. Rather than feeling fatigued, he found himself invigorated and filled with vitality. This technique allows one to absorb the life force from the universe, aiding in the recovery of injuries and replenishing his energy. In the past, when he dedicated 3 years to mastering the first segment of this technique, progress was slow due to his youth and limited knowledge, as well as his unfamiliarity with this method of cultivation, which required extensive self-exploration. However, his current endeavor with the second segment proved significantly more manageable, yielding insights within a single night. Qin Ming was confident that he could thoroughly comprehend the technique within 6 months, or perhaps even less, seamlessly integrating the first and second segments. The elderly man had unknowingly returned to the warehouse to rest, leaving only Qin Ming and the solitary grave in the courtyard. In good spirits, Qin Ming cast aside the gloom that had lingered after Elder Chu Hua's rejection. He prepared a hearty breakfast for the elder before stuffing a bun into his mouth and retreating to a corner of the yard for his daily exercises. With a powerful grip, he lifted a 2-meter-high stone jar, holding it steadily aloft, his muscles taut and perfectly defined. This jar served as a container for miscellaneous goods. Each morning, his task involved delivering supplies to various locations within the Qingyun Sect. Initially, he had transported goods using a wooden cart, making countless trips back and forth. Later, he transitioned to a wooden barrel over 1 meter in height, which he carried on his back. 2 years ago, he upgraded to the stone jar. placing all the items for delivery inside and lifting it to complete his errands. The stone jar was adorned with iron spikes, weighing a total of 300 pounds. When laden with daily deliveries, it would reach at least 500 pounds, and at its heaviest, it could soar to 700 or 800 pounds. Qin Ming, bare-chested, strode through the courtyard, hoisting the stone jar high. His robust muscles, explosive strength, and enduring perseverance were forged through relentless daily training. Transforming challenges into experiences was a mantra Qin Ming recited to himself each day. "Qin Ming, are you there?" A sharp voice pierced the air from outside. As a plump man with a fair complexion stood at the iron gate, exuding arrogance while tilting his head and casting sidelong glances. His name was Zhang Dong, one of the overseers of Qingyun Sect, responsible for managing half of the sect's servants and orchestrating their daily tasks. Qin Ming paid him no heed, continuing his exercise with the stone jar. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you," Zhang Dong yelled at the top of his lungs. With a resounding thud, Qin Ming dropped the stone jar heavily to the ground, causing the entire warehouse courtyard to tremble. Zhang Dong flinched, his voice abruptly stifled. Akin to a duck whose neck had been grasped, rooted to the spot at the iron gate, too intimidated to step forward. Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Zhang Dong, intimidated by the several hundred-pound stone jar, felt a surge of apprehension. Yet his expression remained defiant as he brandished a list in his hand. "This is the cargo for today. It's usually posted on the door. Why the sudden desire to come see me?" "Hey, you little criminal. I came in here because I respect you," Zhang Dong stammered, his bravado faltering under Qin Ming's intense gaze, his words devolving into mumbled protests. He truly dared not flaunt himself before Qin Ming, for fear of repercussions. He had endured numerous beatings in the past, as this brash young man possessed no concept of social hierarchy. "Give it to me," Qin Ming declared, striding forward to receive the list, casting a swift glance over it. "So many locations?" Zhang Dong scoffed. "Aren't you at the spirit martial realm? You dared to assault Elder Chu Hua, so what? A few more deliveries to challenge you. There were certain places that should not be my responsibility. What should be delivered and what should not, I shall determine. The capable must bear more burdens. From today onward, your delivery points will triple." Qin Ming shot him a cold glance, shaking the list in his hand. "What do you intend to do? If you dare strike me again, I shall ensure all deliveries for Qingyun Sect fall upon you. You won't survive the workload. Look, what are you staring at? Look again." Zhang Dong, terrified, stumbled backward as Qin Ming advanced. Years ago, when Qin Ming was merely 10, he relentlessly pursued Zhang Dong across the mountains, beating him mercilessly. A tradition that persisted with at least 2 beatings each year. The more Zhang Dong punished him, the fiercer the retaliation became. This young man was made of steel, unafraid of consequences. Remarkably, Qin Ming had yet to strike him this year, leaving Zhang Dong with a lingering dread. "I'm merely picking up something, fear not." Qin Ming retrieved a stone from the ground and casually tossed it into the stone basin. Zhang Dong, flustered and vexed, urged, "Hurry up and tidy yourself. Get those deliveries out. I warn you, even if you become a Xuanwu realm master in the future, you will still be a servant, required to deliver daily." Zhang Dong, do not be excessively arrogant. You will forever be a steward. I may not always remain a servant. Qin Ming filled a bucket with well water, entered the warehouse, cleaned himself up, and donned a fresh, tidy outfit. Though he is merely a servant, he is also a young master, the heir of the Thunder Ancient City. His attire may not be extravagant, yet it is clean. His hardships may not be numerous, yet a smile suffices. Regardless of whether others regard him with disdain, it is imperative that he first holds himself in esteem and respects his own worth. This embodies a philosophy of life, as well as Qin Ming's approach to martial arts. Outside, Zhang Dong rolls his eyes in disdain, mocking, "What are you pretending for? You'll forever remain a servant." Qin Ming meticulously transferred each item listed on the inventory into the stone vat. However, upon glancing back at Zhang Dong, who was gazing at him with a derisive tilt of his head, he furrowed his brow for a moment, then proceeded into the warehouse, discreetly stowing away a few additional items before exiting. The stone vat brimmed with various goods, collectively weighing at least 800 pounds. With a firm grip, Qin Ming lifted it, letting out a subdued shout as the vat effortlessly soared into a stable position atop his hands. Zhang Dong gasped in astonishment, inwardly cursing him as a freak. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. If you're late, you'll have to crawl back." As Qin Ming exited the warehouse with the stone vat held aloft, the weight posed a considerable challenge, yet he persevered daily, striving to maintain a steady gait and steady breath. Zhang Dong, filled with envy, scoffed, "Look at you, so impressive. What good is mere strength? For a true warrior, martial techniques and realms are paramount. Alas, they shall never be your companions in this lifetime. You may at best tread the spirit martial realm, but do not dare to dream of ascending any further. Suddenly, the stone vat tilted dangerously in Qin Ming's grasp, threatening to crash down upon Zhang Dong. In a panic, Zhang Dong yelped, scrambling away in haste. Qin Ming effortlessly corrected the vat's position and strode past him with purposeful steps. You scoundrel! Zhang Dong gritted his teeth in frustration. The Qingyun Sect, nestled deep within the Yulua forest, boasts a lineage that has endured for a millennium. Its vast territory encompasses over 30 formidable mountains, home to 8,000 disciples and countless strong practitioners, rendering it a renowned sect both near and far. A hallowed sanctuary in the hearts of martial artists within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Every 2 years, Qingyun Sect publicly recruits disciples, drawing thousands to gather at its foot, each parent eager to secure a place for their child to study martial arts and cultivate spiritual energy. Achieving the spirit refinement realm and advancing to the spirit martial realm would be a source of immense pride for their families. Should one be fortunate enough to become an elite disciple or even a direct apprentice of an esteemed elder, it would be akin to their ancestral graves exuding smoke in celebration. As Qin Ming hoisted a stone jar, he strode confidently within the confines of Qingyun Sect, each step causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. This scene was undoubtedly the most striking during the early morning hours at Qingyun Sect. Though many disciples had grown accustomed to his presence, he invariably attracted attention upon arrival. He appeared robust and imposing, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. Resembling a youth of 17 or 18, despite being merely 15 years old. The rigorous training over 8 years within Qingyun Sect had rendered him more mature, both in mind and appearance. Qin Ming, congratulations on entering the spirit martial realm, someone greeted him on the way, offering a friendly smile that bore traces of admiration or perhaps sympathy. Greetings, senior brother. Qin Ming would always reciprocate the friendly gestures of these disciples. Let us arrange a sparring session soon, called out another disciple from a distance. Absolutely, I shall remember that, Qin Ming replied with a smile. Certainly. There are those who hold Qin Ming in high regard, while others harbor disdain for him. As disciples traverse the path, some scoff, others engage in hushed discussions, and many simply disregard him entirely. Qin Ming, clutching a list and a stone jar, steadily ascends the steep stone steps, delivering goods from the foot of the mountain to the summit, including various courtyards, kitchens, and personal training grounds, all the while collecting and used materials. He diligently carries out his duties while simultaneously honing his strength. After delivering over a dozen items without incident, he encountered a harsh reprimand upon reaching the martial arts arena at the mountain's peak. What I requested was an iron rod, a 100-pound iron rod. What am I to make of these 2 wooden sticks? A robust disciple shattered one of the thick wooden sticks and hurled it at Qin Ming. The expansive training ground fell silent, with many disciples engaged in morning exercises casting their gazes toward the commotion. This grand martial arts arena serves as a central training facility for the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, equipped with specially crafted stone platforms and specific training apparatus. It is a place for practice, sparring, and observing elite disciples in combat to glean experience and techniques. Each arena can accommodate up to 1,000 individuals, making it a crucial venue for the sect's training activities, of which there are 15 in total. Qin Ming set down the stone jar and produced his list. 10th Martial Arts Arena, 2 wooden sticks. Nonsense. I explicitly stated to Zhang Dong last night that I require a 100-pound iron rod. You must be Qin Ming, right? I've heard you showcased your spirit martial realm prowess yesterday. Huh, is that so impressive? Dare to substitute materials? Believe me, I can have you confined for 10 days with a single word. Laughter trickled in from the sidelines. What's the big deal? I'll exchange it for you when I return. Qin Ming lifted the stone jar and turned to leave. When? I'm in urgent need. In your next life. Are you tired of living? The disciple, irritated, was pulled away by others. You're already 20. Why argue with a child? Qin Ming, disinterested in such trivialities, continued his delivery with the stone jar. Before long, he arrived at another mountain, one that had not previously been within his delivery range, as it was inhabited solely by female disciples. Isn't that Qin Ming? It seems so. What brings him here? I heard he has reached the spirit martial realm. This lad is quite talented. He is actually not bad, just a bit too fiery. He won't bow his head. It's quite pitiable that he, a young lord, has fallen to such a state. Numerous female disciples traversed the area, yet none sought to trouble him. Qin Ming ascended to the halfway point of the mountain, the designated delivery location. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. Oh, a hot spring area? This place boasted numerous independent hot springs, rumored to arise from deep within the earth and rich in water elemental energy, making it a favored spot for many disciples to cultivate. Who are you? A female disciple approached Qin Ming, possibly just finishing her training. Her long hair damp and cascading down, her attire scant, revealing glimpses of her form. She glanced at the 2-meter stone jar Qin Ming held aloft, somewhat astonished, but quickly recognized him. What brings you here? It requires 30 sticks. Qin Ming was genuinely unaware that this was a hot spring area. He opened his mouth, but fell silent. The list absurdly specified 30 wooden sticks. 30 sticks of what? It was nothing. I sent it to the wrong place. Qin Ming understood that it must be that rogue Zhang Dong playing tricks on him. Why was there a man here? A few female disciples approached, each pausing in turn. Their hair damp and their clothing scant, evoking a myriad of thoughts. Wishing to avoid trouble, Qin Ming raised the stone jar and prepared to leave when a female disciple scolded sharply, "This mountain prohibits male disciples from entering during the early morning and evening hours. Do you not understand the rules?" Previously, another female disciple had gently advised, "Do not make it difficult for him. He may have simply wandered into the wrong area. Who knows? Perhaps he harbors ulterior motives." One female disciple chuckled. "Though young, he appears quite robust." Frustrated, Qin Ming hastily departed from the mountain, discarding the list of goods at the foot of the mountain. "Regardless, I have delivered them. It is their refusal to allow entry that necessitates this. Whoever desires them may come and take them." Such tactics were truly base. Qin Ming opened the list to scrutinize the next delivery location. And aside from a few seemingly normal entries, there was also Ninth Mountain. Wasn't the Ninth Mountain the Medicinal Mountain? The Medicinal Mountain was a forbidden ground for the Qingyun Sect, and no disciple was permitted to tread there unaccompanied. Those who dared would face severe repercussions. Zhang Dong was indeed ruthless, instructing him to deliver goods to the Medicinal Mountain. If he went, he might be beaten away. If he did not, he could seize the opportunity to report to the overseer, potentially leading to a punishment for Qin Ming. Resolutely, Qin Ming discarded the list and prepared to leave, dismissing any thoughts of punishment. "I shall not serve you." However, after taking a few steps, he paused on the path, a thought flickering in his mind as he glanced back at the list. Chapter 05. The Medicinal Mountain. The Medicinal Mountain stands as one of the many forbidden domains of the Qingyun Sect, its towering presence reaching heights that pierce the heavens, perpetually shrouded in a veil of mist that obscures its true visage from the outside world. This place is infused with a rich spiritual essence, truly deserving of its reputation as a treasure trove. From the mountainside to the summit, it is said that there exist numerous medicinal gardens, both grand and modest in scale, alongside some concealed and extraordinary plots nurturing even rarer herbs. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Qin Ming gazes upward at the majestic Medicinal Mountain. The thick mist envelopes him, not merely laden with moisture, but saturated with spiritual energy. He inhales deeply, the cool, refreshing air revitalizing him. The spiritual essence here is exponentially more potent than that found in his secluded warehouse. To cultivate in such an environment would be a profound joy. Carefully stowing the delivery list close to him, Qin Ming gingerly ascends the mountain, cradling a stone jar. In the past, he would have never dared to venture here. Yet this time, he embraces the risk. The abundance of spiritual energy within the Medicinal Mountain fosters not only the growth of myriad spiritual herbs but also cultivates trees of exceptional stature, their roots and stems intertwining like serpents emerging from the earth. Many branches droop towards the ground, blurring the line between branch and sapling. This place resembles a completely enclosed realm, where newcomers are easily disoriented. For the vast majority of disciples within the Qingyun Sect, the Medicinal Mountain remains an enigma, as few have dared to tread its grounds. Qin Ming, however, is determined this time, boldly traversing the dense, humid old forest, greedily inhaling the spiritual aura while keenly observing his surroundings, hopeful to unearth a spiritual herb or fruit. His status as a servant occasionally proves advantageous. Should he be discovered, he can simply claim to be delivering goods. The deeper he ventures into the mountain, the more he is enamored with this place. It is nothing short of a celestial paradise. If I could cultivate here for a month, enduring a year's confinement would be worth it. Oh, is that truly a spirit herb? A glimmer of excitement ignited in Qin Ming's eyes as he unexpectedly spotted a vibrant green sprout nestled among the tangled tree roots, partially concealed by withered leaves, with only a few delicate leaves peeking out. Had it not been for Qin Ming's keen eyesight, he might have easily overlooked it. It was a low-grade spirit herb. Carefully setting down the stone jar, he gently unearthed it, ensuring the area was clear of onlookers, and hastily popped it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing without hesitation. A refreshing wave of spiritual energy surged from his mouth, radiating throughout his entire being. He was uncertain of the herb's identity, but it imparted a singular sensation of invigoration. Qin Ming felt revitalized. While steadily holding the stone jar, he meticulously scanned his surroundings. Before long, he was fortunate enough to spot another spirit herb, cleverly camouflaged within a chaotic heap of grass. With newfound courage, he ventured further up the mountain for a little over an hour, discovering no less than 5 spirit herbs in total, though all were low-grade. Their presence filled Qin Ming with immense delight. The rich aroma of the herbs wafted through the air. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, quickening his pace, only to be met with a sudden clarity as a vast medicinal garden unfolded before him. A thin mist enveloped the area, obscuring his view. Yet the fragrance of herbs and the pulsating spiritual energy overwhelmed his senses, compelling him to take a deep breath. "Who goes there?" A sharp voice called out from the side. Startled, Qin Ming hastily set down the stone jar and called out, "I am Qin Ming, a lowly disciple, here to deliver goods as per the request of Steward Zhangdong." A handsome young disciple emerged from the nearby grove, his brows furrowed and his gaze unfriendly. "Nonsense. When has the medicinal garden requested goods from your warehouse? Here is the list, please take a look." "I am merely carrying out orders," Qin Ming replied. Extending the list forward, the disciple merely cast a glance, refraining from a response, and coldly approached Qin Ming. "He instructed you to deliver, and yet you comply. Quite audacious of you. Have you forgotten the rules of the Qingyun Sect? Delivering goods may incur punishment, and failing to deliver will also lead to penalties. This is the arrangement of the overseer, and I am powerless to alter it." He chuckled. "A mere overseer dares to manipulate the medicine garden? Is he oblivious to his own mortality, or are you simply reckless?" The youth circled around Qin Ming, his gaze icy. "I am merely here to deliver goods." The list was pinned by Zhang Dong. "Senior brother, you may investigate." "Who is your senior brother?" "If he is not, then he is not. The items are in the stone vat. Shall I retrieve them for you?" "Wait, are you of the spirit martial realm? How could a servant possibly be of the spirit martial realm?" The disciple suddenly grew vigilant. Such a statement is rather dismissive. A servant may indeed be of the spirit martial realm, for servants are also disciples of the Qingyun Sect. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from within the medicine garden. "What is happening?" "Sister Lingxue, a servant has intruded upon the medicine garden." The disciple's demeanor shifted to one of respect. "A servant?" A female disciple emerged from the mist, her features obscured, yet her tall and graceful figure clad in a flowing white dress was evident. "Lingxue, the favored disciple of the mountain guardian elder." Qin Ming recalled the name. To be chosen as a direct disciple by the mountain guardian elder was an honor envied by many. "You are Qin Ming?" the woman inquired, her tone cool and indifferent. "That is I," Qin Ming responded, somewhat astonished that she recognized him. "Come, this is not a place for you." The female disciple turned and walked into the mist, offering no further inquiries nor imposing difficulties upon Qin Ming. "Thank you, sister." Qin Ming lifted the stone jar, pondering to himself, is it truly this simple to negotiate? He hesitated, wondering if they would indeed let him depart so easily. The young man appeared somewhat displeased. Ling Shue's voice floated through the air. "There is no need to make things difficult for a servant. Search him. If he possesses no concealed spirit herbs, then there is no need for punishment. Observe how enlightened your senior sister is. Why trouble a mere servant?" Qin Ming chuckled lightly. The young man scrutinized Qin Ming for a moment before reluctantly searching him, not sparing even the stone jar. "Be on your way, and do not return," he commanded. "Might I trouble you, senior brother, to escort me out? I seem to have lost my way." "Huh, you wish for me to accompany you? Surely you jest." The young man turned and returned to the medicinal garden. "Then I shall find my own way," Qin Ming called out deliberately, shouldering the stone jar as he ventured into the dense forest. He did not exit immediately, but continued to meander through the thicket, seeking spirit herbs while also hoping to encounter mid-grade spirit herbs or other treasures. His audacity was remarkable. The Medicine Mountain was the true treasure trove of the Qingyun Sect. With approximately 70% of the spirit herbs and medicinal materials used by disciples and elders sourced from this very place. Due to its uniquely favorable environment and abundant spiritual energy, not all herbs are cultivated within the garden. Some rare spirit herbs thrive in secluded spots such as cliffs, riverbanks, or beside waterfalls, areas often cordoned off and not always under vigilant watch. Certain special locations might even yield precious herbs that sprout unnoticed. Therefore, the disciples entrusted with guarding the Medicine Mountain must regularly patrol its various locales to seek out any overlooked spirit herbs. After wandering for half an hour, Qin Ming stumbled upon 2 low-grade spirit herbs, hastily stuffing them into his mouth and swallowing them whole. He was now engaging in a perilous venture, taking substantial risks. Though appearing relaxed on the surface, his heart raced as he pondered whether he could find a precious spirit herb that had stolen growth. "Who are you?" A patrolling disciple discovered Qin Ming. "I am here to deliver goods. I have met senior sister Lingxue. She instructed me to leave." but I seem to have lost my way. Qin Ming did not evade or hesitate, but instead approached quickly. Senior Sisterling Xue? That disciple regarded him with suspicion. I encountered her by the medicinal herb garden. The disciple approached, personally inspecting his stone jar, searching his person, and reviewing the list. Follow this path downward and refrain from wandering aimlessly. Should I encounter you again, I shall not be lenient. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Ming hurriedly departed, vanishing into the mist. However, after distancing himself from the disciple, he slowed his pace and wandered about, muttering to himself about spirit herbs. After an hour spent, his gains were meager, having only spotted a low-grade spirit herb, yet he encountered 3 patrolling disciples, one of whom nearly dragged him to see the elder. Qin Ming did not dare linger any longer, yet his determination remained strong, gritting his teeth and wandering anew. This time, fortune smiled upon him. Near the base of the mountain, there stood a cliff approximately 40 to 50 meters high, adorned with various dark green vines. In a secluded corner, among the twisted rocks, he noticed a blood-red fruit, obscured by mist and vines, visible only from a specific angle. At last, he had made a discovery. Ensuring the area was deserted, Qin Ming set down his stone jar, retrieving a rope from within. He secured one end and cautiously began his descent. The cliff was slick with moisture, and the vines were laden with sharp thorns. Qin Ming swiftly ascended to that location, but suddenly, a robust python sprang forth from the dense vines beside him, its gaping maw poised to engulf Qin Ming's head. The creature, a deep emerald green, had been concealed within the foliage, catching him off guard. His heart raced as he instinctively swung a powerful fist, striking the serpent's head with a force equivalent to 300 or 400 pounds. The great python let out a hissing cry before plummeting over the cliff. However, before Qin Ming could catch his breath, rustling sounds began to emanate from the vines below. As one after another, robust pythons stirred awake, their tongues flicking out as they emerged to fix their gaze upon him. Indeed, this place was a treasure trove. Rather than succumbing to fear, Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement. It was said that precious wild spiritual herbs are often guarded by wild beasts. The greater the number and strength of the guardians, the more valuable the herb. The vines on the cliff face quivered extensively, revealing not only the pythons, but also several venomous snakes. Could it be the snake heart fruit? Qin Ming's heart leaped in joy at the thought of encountering a mid-grade spiritual fruit. This was truly fortuitous, a worthy risk to undertake. However, this particular snake heart fruit appeared rather large. He had previously seen an elite disciple flaunt one no larger than an egg. Yet this one was at least the size of his fist. Was it truly wild? It certainly seemed so. Qin Ming surveyed the surroundings. If the fruit had been cultivated, there would typically be some form of identification, yet none was present. The pythons and venomous snakes began to stir restlessly, revealing themselves in swarms as they lunged towards Qin Ming. The commotion had attracted the attention of patrolling disciples nearby, their hurried footsteps echoing as they approached. With no time to ponder further, Qin Ming carefully assessed his position, climbed the cliff using the rope, and deftly organized himself. Why are you still here? A sharp voice echoed from the front. It belonged to a disciple of Qin Ming whom he had encountered before. Senior brother, please let me go. I truly am lost. Qin Ming lamented with a distressed expression. Are you genuinely lost, or merely pretending? Let me see if you have concealed anything on your person. The disciple approached, inspecting Qin Ming once more. Do I possess such audacity? The Medicine Mountain is a forbidden area. I am well aware of the rules. I believe I recognize you now. You are that Qin Ming, rumored to have reached the spirit martial realm? The third layer, no less. How did you achieve this? It was a rather muddled breakthrough. Qin Ming replied. The disciple appeared skeptical, yet he understood that extracting personal secrets from Qin Ming would be futile. Leave quickly. I will remind you once more. Do not approach the Medicine Mountain. Should I see you here again, I shall not be so lenient. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Ming expressed his gratitude, lifting the stone jar as he departed. After exiting the Medicine Mountain, he stealthily circled around the base, locating the position of the serpent heart fruit, marking it discreetly for a future visit. Not too shabby. I have made a discovery. Qin Ming felt elated as he carried the stone jar back, contemplating his return that evening to collect it. However, before he could venture too far from the Medicine Mountain, a slight movement of his brow prompted him to pause, glancing back towards the nearby grove. Since you are here, do not hide. Reveal yourself. No wonder they call you the little beast. Your senses are remarkably keen, able to detect my sister's fragrance from such a distance. A graceful figure emerged, gliding through the lush greenery, stepping into the warm embrace of the sunlight. She is a captivating and enchanting woman, possessing an irresistible allure and charm. At the tender age of 16 or 17, when youth should radiate vibrancy, She instead embodies a myriad of enchanting qualities, delicate and graceful, as if she were the very essence of spring water transformed. Her exquisite figure, accentuated by the flowing red gown, reveals her graceful curves and the fair, supple skin that glimmers with an enticing sheen, provoking endless reverie. Zhao Min, the renowned beauty of the Qingyun Sect, sister of Zhao Lai, possesses a beguiling charm that ignites the desires of many men. It is said that the young master of the Qingyun Sect is entangled in flirtation with her. Chapter 06. Zhao Min isn't that Zhao Min, the eldest sister? It has been quite some time since we last met, and it appears she has chosen to wear even less. Qin Ming feigned a smile, while his eyes remained cold. Rather than being mesmerized, he felt a sense of aversion. In his eyes, she was nothing but vulgarity incarnate. Little one, where are you so recklessly gazing? With so little fabric, are you not inviting the gaze of others? If I do not steal a few glances, it would be a disservice to your intentions. Qin Ming set down the stone jar, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah, you self-important little creature. Dressed so flamboyantly today, yet you come here instead of pursuing the young master? Let us be clear, I have no interest in your lascivious charms. His words dripped with sharpness and disdain. Zhao Min's expression turned momentarily cold, only to be replaced by a smile as she stepped out of the thicket. With such a stubborn disposition, it is truly a testament to your ancestors' virtue that you have survived this long. No need for your concern. Where is that foolish brother of yours? Why not have him come out as well? Qin Ming, what right do you have to be so arrogant? Zhao Lai emerged from the thicket behind Zhao Min, snickering disdainfully. Initially, he had intended to accompany his sister to confront Qin Ming the previous night. However, unforeseen circumstances had delayed their plans until now. Indeed, the aura of the third tier of spiritual martial arts is quite remarkable. It is no wonder that you have been so subdued these past few months. It appears you were secretly advancing in the confines of a warehouse. Zhao Min, with her supple figure, moved gracefully, yet her expressions and words dripped with mockery. After enduring humiliation for months and striving to attain the third tier of spiritual martial arts, you are still effortlessly surpassed by my brother, leaving you to face public disgrace as you depart in a fluster. My brother not only passed the assessment, but also received special recognition for his outstanding performance. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be staggering. Zhang Dong was undoubtedly instigated by you, wasn't he? Qin Ming showed no fear, nor did he exhibit any inclination to flee. Instead, he faced them both with calm resolve. You are fortunate today. You managed to enter the hot spring area without being expelled, and you navigated the medicine mountain without being detained. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by your cunning. You are skilled in manipulation, but this is the extent of your capabilities. Now, tell me, how shall we proceed today? Are you not afraid? Zhao Min's enchanting form resembled a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Each smile and frown exuded allure. At such a young age, her beauty is already remarkable, and one can only imagine the havoc she may wreak in the future. He feigned bravado, yet his heart trembled with trepidation. Qin Ming, do not stubbornly resist. Today, you shall not escape unscathed. Kneel and apologize to me. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, you might suffer less. Zhao Lai was determined to vent his frustrations today. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to concentrate on comprehending martial arts within the martial sect pavilion. Rest assured, even if I were to pay my respects at your grave, I would not kneel. Trust me, you will kneel. Zhao Lai glared fiercely at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, I actually hold a degree of admiration for you. Since yesterday, many of my direct disciples have taken an interest in you. Is that so? I am honored. We bear no deep-seated animosity towards each other. I do not wish to escalate matters too severely. I have a solution that benefits us both. Care to listen? Sister. Zhao Lai frowned deeply. Zhao Min smiled enchantingly, her allure undeniable. Return the spirit pearl grass to Zhao Lai, bow an apology, and I shall forego your kneeling. It can't be that simple. What else is there? You must cripple your left hand, making it appear as an accident. Zhao Min's smile deepened. Yet her words finally revealed a hint of malice. Previously, she had not regarded Qin Ming highly, but his sudden revelation of the spirit martial realm had astonished many. And it seemed he had truly achieved this without any assistance from Yu Qing, relying solely on his own merit. Qin Ming had once again demonstrated his talent to the Qingyun Sect, reportedly garnering the attention of numerous elders and direct disciples. Zhao Lai chuckled. This was the sister who cherished him. Crippling Qin Ming's hand would stifle his growth far more effectively than simply beating him up. I have already consumed the spirit pearl grass. Qin Ming knew Zhao Min would not relent. She was inherently a woman of malice. So there is nothing to discuss then? We have nothing to negotiate. Qin Ming, do not be obstinate. You are well aware of our sibling status. Even if we were to cripple both your arms, the worst that would happen is we might face some reprimand. no one would dare to take action against us. Enough of the trivialities. However you wish to play. I shall oblige. Zhao Min chuckled lightly, her delicate form quivering with mirth. What gives you such confidence? You, a mere trifling in the realm of spirit martial. Dare to challenge me? Do you truly believe I am akin to those ordinary disciples you know? At that moment, several disciples ambled along the nearby path, engaged in lively conversation, seemingly discussing some matter of interest. Upon noticing the scene before them, they were taken aback but exhibited no intention of causing trouble. They swiftly turned and departed. Cease this idle chatter and resolve it swiftly, Zhao Lai urged, his voice tinged with urgency. Zhao Min whistled a clear, melodic note. Her crimson lips alluring, her smile beguiling. Today, I shall certainly render your left hand useless. Will it be by your own doing? Or shall I assist you in this endeavor? My left hand is here. If you possess the capability, come forth and incapacitate it yourself. If not, then be gone. Qin Ming extended his left hand, his right hand concealed behind his back. You are utterly oblivious to the consequences. Sister, teach him a lesson. Zhao Lai was incensed. This individual was insufferably arrogant. He yearned to witness Qin Ming on his knees, begging for mercy. Did he truly believe that having ascended to the spirit martial realm granted him the right to be haughty? His unorthodox methods were nothing but a jest when juxtaposed with the true essence of spirit martial. Zhao Min gracefully advanced towards Qin Ming. Her fair fingers moving as if spun from gossamer, flames, like ethereal sprites, emerged in swirling arcs between her hands, dancing joyously. Fire Serpent Palm, an intermediate-level martial art of the spiritual grade. Zhao Lai had demonstrated this technique the previous day, yet the scale, temperature, and manifestation of the flames were vastly inferior to those conjured by Zhao Min, a formidable presence of the sixth layer of spirit martial. You still have an opportunity to reconsider. Zhao Min's smile was enchanting, alluring in its charm, yet her hands suddenly clenched, dancing with a ferocity as flames surged with an unrestrained spirit, replaced by an explosive aura, akin to two serpentine flames entwining between her palms. If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you to the end. Qin Ming sensed the impending danger, his outstretched left hand slowly forming a fist, knuckles whitening, veins visibly pulsing along his forearm. Zhao Lai shouted from the sidelines, Sister, be careful. Qin Ming possesses immense strength. You truly are a barbarian, foolishly attempting to oppose me with sheer brute force? Lacking martial arts, merely possessing a level of cultivation, how pitiable you are. Sister, teach him a lesson. Let him witness the true prowess of a spirit martial realm expert, and feel the might of a direct disciple. Zhao Min, disdainful of Qin Ming's obstinacy, flicked her hands, intensifying the flames as she moved gracefully like a startled swan, charging towards him. Alas, today, the sinner Qin Ming was destined to become the crippled Qin Ming. Her body was supple, her steps even softer, resembling a darting fire serpent, weaving with agility. She was cautious, preparing a decisive strike, denying Qin Ming any chance for retaliation. She had long heard of Qin Ming's astonishing brute force, recalling how, 2 years prior, during his spirit refinement phase, he had soundly defeated a disciple of the first level of the spirit martial realm. Cripple him, Zhao Lai shouted, cheering her on. Qin Ming remained motionless, his gaze piercing, akin to the keen eyes of eagles. Fixating on Zhao Min moments later, Zhao Min suddenly leaped from the left, launching her attack with lethal intent, showing no mercy whatsoever. Qin Ming smirked coldly, his right hand, concealed behind him, surged forth explosively, a throwing knife darting forth like lightning, dazzlingly bright, striking towards Zhao Min with speed and ferocity. Qin Ming's explosive power was formidable. This long-prepared strike could unleash a force of at least 600 or 700 pounds. Oh, Zhao Min reacted swiftly, executing an aerial flip to evade the flying dagger. Clad in red, like a blazing phoenix, she soared through the air. However, the dagger did not pursue in a straight line. Instead, it curved with cunning precision, spinning rapidly as if it were a miniature meat grinder, delivering a potent shattering force. In an instant, it grazed Zhao Min's side. With a ripping sound, her fiery red gown was torn apart, exposing her fair skin from her side to her waist, revealing a vivid corset beneath. The dagger sped past, leaving behind a crimson gash on her side. Ah! Zhao Min gasped, the sudden pain and the exposure causing her to falter, momentarily disrupting her offensive. Sister, your skin is quite fair. Qin Ming's expression was icy as he leaped into action, his tightly clenched left fist resembling a wildly thrashing hammer, striking Zhao Min squarely on the head. He did not hold back. This ruthless woman aimed to incapacitate him, leaving no room for hesitation. With a resounding thud, Zhao Min was caught off guard, sent sprawling several meters away, struggling to regain her footing. Her gown billowed, the sight of her porcelain skin and graceful figure igniting fervor. Though the wound on her side was not severe, blood flowed incessantly. Her head buzzed, dizziness overwhelming her, leaving her unsteady on her feet. One punch. Just one punch. Zhao Lai felt a chill run through him. How could this madman have injured my sister? Impossible. Fool. Even without martial arts, I can still deal with you. Qin Ming charged toward Zhao Min, his momentum akin to a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, fierce and relentless. His realm is insufficient, yet he compensates with sheer force. His strength may falter, but he seeks to mend it with experience. His piercing crimson eyes betray no fear, only an unwavering resolve. Sister, be cautious. Zhao Lai cried out. Zhao Min shook her head vigorously, hastily covering her torn garment. You know not your place. I shall cripple both your hands. Anger surged within her. She had never before endured such humiliation. Let us see. Qin Ming's fighting spirit sword. His presence akin to a surging tide as he charged forth, wild and unrestrained, like a frenzied leopard. His fists fell upon Zhao Min like a torrential downpour. No martial arts? Yet my spiritual energy can manifest. Electric sparks danced across his body, converging relentlessly towards his hands, and with each fierce assault, a terrifying force erupted forth. This savage onslaught immediately forced Zhao Min to retreat in disarray, her vibrant crimson attire once again torn apart by the electric fury. Qin Ming, do you dare strike a woman? The explosive scene left Zhao Lai's scalp tingling. This boy grew more reckless with age. You bully the weak. Amidst his frenzied assault, a resounding slap connected with Zhao Min's delicate face, the sound echoing through the surroundings, nearly sending her flying. Die! Zhao Min shrieked in fury. Heedless as she unleashed her fiery serpent palm, flames surging like a venomous snake emerging from its lair. Shattering Qin Ming's fierce offensive and striking the blade's ferocity, forced Zhao Min to stagger backwards until she collided with a tree. Zhao Lai found it utterly inconceivable. His sister was a formidable warrior at the 6th level of the spirit martial realm. Although it was not uncommon for practitioners within the Qingyun Sect, a prestigious sect, to challenge those of higher realms, the sudden eruption of madness, differences in experience, and the disparity in martial techniques could lead to unexpected outcomes. Yet, Zhao Min stood 3 realms above Qin Ming. Sister, are you all right? Zhao Lai hurriedly supported Zhao Min, who glared furiously at Qin Ming. Her attire was tattered, rendering her quite alluring, yet her disheveled appearance was indeed pitiful. A flying dagger had pierced her left shoulder, the force of its spin nearly dislocating it, causing excruciating pain and leaving her pallid. She had overestimated Qin Ming, and to her shock, she had sustained severe injury. If Zhao Lai struggled to accept this, it was even more difficult for her. Chapter 07. The indomitable force leaning against the stone vat. Qin Ming's injuries were more severe, and he gasped for breath. The wound on his chest, inflicted by the fire serpent palm, emitted the scent of charred flesh, and it felt as though his ribs had cracked. Yet, he did not cry out in pain or show weakness, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sister Zhao Min, please refrain from such loud exclamations. It may lead to misunderstandings. You lunatic! You scoundrel! You wretched fiend! Zhao Min screamed in humiliation and fury, preparing to launch another attack, only to be reminded of her shoulder's injury, which drained the color from her face. If you can incapacitate me, then spare the chatter. If not, begone. Qin Ming spat a mouthful of blood, retrieving a flying dagger from his waist. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he gathered his strength, adopting an unusual stance, channeling all his power into his right hand. This was his life-saving dagger technique, one he would not have revealed so readily were it not for Zhao Min's overwhelming superiority in realm. He knows how to wield a flying dagger? Zhao Min did not hide her grievances towards Zhao Lai, acknowledging that such flying knife techniques could not be mastered in merely 2 or 3 years. The skill was exceptionally intricate, and combined with his strength, it was formidable. It did not appear to be a mere casual practice, but rather a refined martial art. However, it seemed that the Qingyun Sect did not possess any martial arts pertaining to flying knives. Zhao Lai felt both perplexed and alarmed, recognizing the unusual nature of the flying knife. Hey, Sister Zhao Min, you're showing a bit too much. Qin Ming whistled. Shameless. Zhao Min hastily adjusted her skirt, while Qin Ming, with a focused gaze, seized the moment to prepare to unleash his flying knife. At that instant, a rushing wind announced the arrival of a young man bearing an iron sword, charging towards them. The sword gleamed a striking gold, emanating a fierce sword aura and an intimidating brilliance from afar. Jin Chengmu? Damn it, how did he get here? Zhao Min's expression shifted slightly as she quickly tightened her tattered clothing and fled into the dense forest, casting an irritated glance at Qin Ming before departing. Sister, wait for me. Zhao Lai also recognized the newcomer and hurriedly fled, disregarding Qin Ming entirely. With a slight frown, Qin Ming retracted his flying knife. Moments later, a young man clad in black stood before Qin Ming, extraordinarily handsome, embodying a rugged masculinity rather than a delicate beauty. His features were sharply defined, and his penetrating gaze exuded an unintentional sense of pressure. His black attire could not conceal his remarkable poise. The most striking detail was the golden feathers embroidered on either side of his collar, a distinctive insignia signifying his noble status as a disciple of the Golden Feather. The Qingyun Sect had a strict hierarchy, categorizing its members into ordinary disciples, personally taught disciples of elders, and the esteemed Golden Feather disciples. The ordinary disciples are classified into 3 tiers: lower, middle, and upper. Among the more than 8,000 disciples of the Qingyun Sect, the overwhelming majority are ordinary disciples. Only 600 are direct disciples of the elders, while the Jinling disciples number a mere 30, with only 5 in their teenage years. The individual before us is a Jinling disciple, one of the 5 prodigious talents of the new generation, Qingmu. His extraordinary talent has led him to create numerous miracles within the Qingyun Sect, and the golden sword he wields was forged by the sect's leader himself, emanating a formidable sword aura. Qin Ming, in contrast, is an ordinary disciple, categorized as a lower tier 1, and is also a penalized subordinate, belonging to the lowest echelon. In comparison to the individual before him, one is an eagle soaring in the heavens, while the other is a sparrow confined to the ground. What has transpired? Chengmu's tone is devoid of warmth. He had come to the medicinal mountain to procure some spiritual herbs, but upon hearing the sounds of a skirmish, he had arrived to find the scene in disarray, with flames flickering on the ground, indicating that a fierce battle had recently occurred. Qin Ming is gravely injured. Yet Chengmu shows no inclination to offer assistance. Instead, he gazes at Qin Ming with a menacing expression. "There's no need for your concern," Qin Ming replies, suppressing his agony and weakness, turning to leave. "Stop," Chengmu commands sharply. Qin Ming clutches his chest wound, turning his back to Chengmu. "Speak. I have warned you more than once. The more domineering you are, the harsher the punishment you shall receive. Never entertain the notion of leaving the Qingyun Sect. It would be wise for you to obediently fulfill your role as a servant, harboring reverence for all, bowing when possible, and bending rather than standing tall. Only then may you have a chance at redemption. If you wish to return to your Thunder ancient city sooner, you would do well to heed my words. Your goodwill is duly noted." Without a backward glance, Qin Ming departed from the mountaintop, oblivious to the implications of his actions. "It is of no concern to you. Do not presume that entering the spirit martial realm guarantees recognition. Your parents are deemed sinners of the Qingyun Sect, and their transgression shall burden you for a lifetime. Lacking the guidance of martial arts to channel your spiritual energy, you shall find it impossible to advance further in the spirit martial realm. I firmly predict that you will stagnate at the 6th level of the spirit martial realm." Chengmu scoffed. He was a revered disciple of the Golden Feather, admired and envied by all. It was inconceivable that he would pay attention to a lowly disciple like Qin Ming. Yet, an unusual connection linked them. Yu Qing, one of the 5 new Golden Feather disciples of the Qingyun Sect, possessed an unparalleled beauty, recognized talent by all sects, and an ethereal aura that made her the goddess in the hearts of all disciples. Chengmu harbored deep affection for Yu Qing and fervently pursued her. Yet her heart was never his to claim. Qin Ming chose to disregard him, dragging his weariness and injuries as he left the mountaintop. A serene smile graced his face, though it bore a tinge of sorrow. Over the past 8 years, he had faced countless such skirmishes. He understood that as his strength grew, so too would the threats and schemes against him. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, refusing to lower his head and live subserviently. As long as he breathed, he would stand tall, and as long as he stood, he would assert his stance. By midday, a gentle rain began to fall. Qin Ming returned to the storeroom to prepare lunch, greeted the elder, and took some food before retreating to a secluded spot on the mountainside behind the storeroom. There, among the jagged rocks and twisted ancient trees, few would notice this hidden refuge, and even fewer would venture near. It was precisely in this place that Qin Ming established his private training ground. Here, he bore no smile, only a solemn demeanor. From noon until the depths of night, Qin Ming absorbed the essence of life from the universe, rejuvenating his spirit and mending his wounds. Perhaps due to his initiation into the 2nd phase of the life-generating technique, the speed of his recovery was markedly accelerated. The 6th heaven of spirit martial was indeed beyond my current capabilities. Power, I crave power. Gently caressing the scar from the palm imprint on his chest, he recognized that complete healing would require more time. His strength remained insufficient. He must grow stronger, ever stronger. After enduring numerous hardships over the years, he had finally ascended to the long-coveted spirit martial realm, and it was time to strive for further breakthroughs with even greater determination. Upper-tier disciple. Directly transmitted disciple. Golden feather disciple. Qin Ming silently recited the ranks of disciples within the Qingyun Sect. Each rank conferred different privileges, varying treatment, and distinct influence. To become a golden feather disciple would elevate him to a status akin to that of a half-elder. Previously, as a mere spirit-refining disciple, he could not afford to aspire to such a position. Now, having finally broken into the spirit martial realm, his foremost goal was to shed his lowly disciple status. Only by elevating his standing could he access more martial techniques, thereby accelerating his growth and potentially securing greater benefits for the people of Thunder Ancient City. For myself, for my family, for Thunder Ancient City. Qin Ming leapt into the air, his heart tranquil and focused. He slowly spread his feet apart, his hands bending and stretching, initiating a marvelous stance. Who said he could not wield martial arts? This was the opening stance of the Diamond Strength Technique, a martial art mastered by Defiant, a directly transmitted disciple of the Qingyun Sect. According to the stringent regulations of the Qingyun Sect, the martial arts techniques must not be imparted privately. Any disciple borrowing martial arts text from the Wuzong Pavilion is required to register and specify a return date, and elders must also clearly document their teachings to disciples. Qin Ming had never consulted martial arts literature. His knowledge was acquired through the perilous endeavor of clandestine learning, seizing opportunities to deliver goods. He meticulously observed Defiant's every battle and trial, etching the details in his memory, studying the superficial to grasp the profound. Through years of arduous training, he continuously refined his skills, ultimately achieving a profound integration that birthed this unique variant of the Vajra technique. This martial art is classified as a superior spiritual technique, capable of amplifying one's explosive power by as much as fivefold, exhibiting formidable might. However, it demands an exceptionally rigorous physical constitution. One must first forge their body into a resilient fortress of steel and bone to wield it effectively, lest they risk self-injury. In truth, Qin Ming had clandestinely mastered numerous martial arts, such as the wind-splitting sword of his direct disciple, Sima Yao, the azure cloud spear of his disciple, Wei Qi Bin, and the six harmonies palm of another disciple, Lang Ming. Ultimately, he resolved to devote himself entirely to mastering the Vajra technique. His physique was inherently unique, and after years of tempering through the life and death decision, his physical condition far surpassed that of others, enabling him to easily control this technique that others dared not attempt. The Vajra technique comprises 5 stages of power, and Qin Ming had independently developed the first 3 stages, while the latter 2 remained elusive due to their profound complexity. Nevertheless, the first 3 stages were sufficient for him to unleash his strength fully. In the first stage, Vajra subdues the tiger. Qin Ming executed a misstep and surged forward with agility and swiftness, weaving through the forest with grace, his explosive fist striking against a massive tree ahead. Crack! The ancient tree, wide enough for 2 to embrace, trembled violently, and a dark, gaping hole was created, pierced directly by Qin Ming's Vajra technique. Qin Ming's formidable punch can reach an astounding force of 600 pounds, a strike that undoubtedly surpasses 1,000 pounds. With a misstep, he deftly maneuvered, stirring up clouds of dust and swirling with the fallen leaves, unleashing a howling gale. Bang! The resounding roar reverberated through the secluded mountainside as Qin Ming poured forth his strength, immersing himself in the arduous practice of martial arts. Towering trees and peculiar stones became his targets, many of the colossal boulders having been born here by his own effort. Deprived of the privilege to train in the martial arts arena, he fashioned a training ground of his own. In the second stage, he unleashed the Vajra hold the tower. In the third stage, he executed Vajra shake the mountain. As Qin Ming surged forward, his body trembled, his strength tripling, and with a thunderous crash, he shattered a boulder the height of 2 men. Dust billowed, and stones erupted in chaos, trembling incessantly in the darkness. Each stage amplified his strength, imposing a formidable burden upon his physique. By the time he reached the third stage, veins bulged across his body, and his skin flushed with crimson. Qin Ming had mastered the initial 3 stages of the Vajra strength to an exceptional degree. Yet he yearned for greater heights. He aspired to fuse his lightning power into the technique, further augmenting its might. Crack! Thunderous sounds echoed, interspersed with the sharp, piercing crackle of gathered electricity. In the dense forest, Qin Ming sweated profusely, reveling in his exertions, diligently delving into the essence of his martial path. No one came to guide him, nor was there anyone to assist him. Everything was a solitary exploration. He practiced tirelessly until the stroke of midnight. Reclining upon the cold stone, gazing at the dimly lit night sky, while a gentle rain pattered down, quietly soothing the tumultuous heat coursing through his veins. He typically practiced the formidable golden body technique for no more than 2 hours. Today, however, he remarkably extended his efforts by an additional half-hour. The intense energy coursing through him rendered his body heated, emanating steam, and his blood felt as if it were boiling. As he gazed into the dim sky, two figures seemed to materialize, smiling down at him. Qin Ming smiled in return, yet tears welled at the corners of his eyes as he murmured softly, "Father, Mother, I miss you. Where are you?" Chapter 08. A mysterious visit. He was once the young lord of Thunder City, with both parents serving as honorary elders of the Qingyun Sect, enjoying a life of privilege from a tender age. His parents showered him with affection, the townspeople cherished him, and he had a sweet-natured younger sister, leading a life of happiness. During those times, his parents often took him to the Qingyun Sect, where elders would affectionately pinch his cheeks, calling him adorable, while others boisterously declared him as their future disciple, sealing the promise with a hearty pat on the chest. Qin Ming was filled with yearning for that place and an insatiable thirst for martial prowess. However, a sudden upheaval shattered everything. An unforeseen calamity left his once blissful life in tatters. His parents vanished without a trace, their fates unknown, while the wrath of the Qingyun Sect descended upon Thunder City. As the young lord, Qin Ming was forcibly captured and taken to the Qingyun Sect, subjected to the trials of servitude, effectively becoming a hostage. His family and over 200,000 citizens were all escorted to the depths of the Great Qing Mountains spirit stone mines. At that time, he was merely 7 years old, anxiously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, enduring the relentless mockery in a state of despair. 8 years have swiftly passed, during which Qin Ming has shed his youthful innocence and resolutely persevered to this day, from a state of despair to one of unwavering resilience. His journey has been fraught with challenges and hardships. Throughout these years, he has gained profound insights into numerous individuals and circumstances, once naively questioning the heavens about their injustices. He has now come to comprehend the most stark and brutal truth of existence, the survival of the fittest, where the weak are devoured by the strong. The echoes of his father's words resonate within him. The weak do not die peacefully, and the strong do not live easily. Thus, he has steadfastly held his head high, confronting mockery and humiliation, and has continuously sought to cultivate his own philosophy of life and martial arts. Qin Ming understands that no one will come to his aid. Only he can justify his own existence. He has vowed to become a disciple of the Golden Feather Sect, to carve out his rightful place here, to earn the qualification to confront that elder, and to rescue the tormented Thunder Ancient City. After enduring another year, he plans to learn other martial arts. And in a year's time, he intends to ascend to the 9th heaven of spirit martial arts. Qin Ming has set ambitious targets for himself, believing that the faster he enhances his strength, the more he will be valued. Late into the night, he returned to the warehouse. Having practiced the life-death technique for a while before his return, feeling refreshed. His clothing was tattered and stained with blood, his body drenched from the rain, revealing the strong contours of his muscles. Hungry, he contemplated preparing a meal, but upon entering the courtyard, he halted abruptly. Who was that? Standing at the warehouse door was a figure, not the old man, but rather a tall young woman, illuminated by flickering flames inside, her perfectly proportioned silhouette barely discernible. Zhao Min. It didn't seem likely. Qin Ming remained vigilant, wondering if Zhao Min had come seeking vengeance with others. On this rainy night, it seems that there is no more time to wait. Inside the iron door of the warehouse, a young girl stands with her back to Qin Ming, softly uttering something. The Lord's injuries have worsened, and it is feared he cannot hold on much longer. He instructed me to ensure that you return. Various factions are watching closely. The Shura Hall requires someone to take charge. Only you can uphold the Shura Hall, and only you can earn the loyalty of the thousands of blood disciples. She appears to be speaking to herself, or perhaps pleading with someone. Suddenly, a crack. Qin Ming accidentally stepped on a branch, the faint sound instantly capturing the attention of the young girl within the warehouse. She cast a fleeting glance, seemingly indifferent, whether out of coldness or disregard. However, Qin Ming's current appearance was too striking. She looked back toward the courtyard. Clutching 3 flying knives, electric sparks danced around him, the brilliant light flashing intensely, illuminating his chiseled, cold features. He furrowed his brow, wary of the girl and the surroundings, as he stepped into the warehouse. Miss, you've wandered into the wrong place. Men's quarters are not to be entered casually. Shall we step outside to converse? The girl's expression turned frosty, just as she was about to act. A hoarse voice echoed from within the warehouse. Do not cause trouble here. The hour is late, and I wish to rest. Please leave. Ancestor. The girl spoke urgently. Yet, no further words emerged from the warehouse. For the sake of the Lord, for the Shura Hall, I implore you to reconsider. She bowed respectfully and retreated from the warehouse. Qin Ming finally discerned the girl's features, cloaked in a black robe, revealing only her exquisite visage, clearly visible in the flickering light of the warehouse. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her eyes resembled autumn waters. Her delicate nose was perfectly sculpted, and her lips glistened with a vibrant hue. Truly, she possessed a beauty capable of captivating nations, ethereal and dreamlike, breathtaking enough to leave even Qin Ming momentarily astonished. Such an extraordinary beauty was indeed a rarity. While Qin Ming was enchanted by her appearance, he could ascertain that this maiden was certainly not from the Qingyun Sect. She regarded Qin Ming as if he were merely a wisp of air, gliding past him and departing the courtyard, as light as a fleeting shadow, vanishing silently into the darkness. What fortune had he encountered today, surrounded by such beauty? After a moment of reflection, he glanced back at the warehouse, not overly concerned. For as long as she was not there to seek vengeance, there was no need for him to pay her any mind. Old man, haven't you eaten all day? Qin Ming lifted the stove lid, discovering that the meal he had prepared that morning remained untouched, cold and stagnant. The elder reclined in a corner of the warehouse, caught between sleep and wakefulness, the flickering candlelight casting shadows upon his aged visage. Shall I heat it up? Would you care to join me? There's meat tonight. Qin Ming unfastened a wild chicken from his waist, an unintentional catch during his training on the back mountain. He did not inquire about the maiden's identity or her purpose for being there. He shared an unspoken understanding with the elder. You do not ask, and I shall not pry, a dynamic that had persisted for 8 years. The old man merely raised his eyelids without uttering a word. After taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, Qin Ming ignited the stove, prepared a few vegetables, and simmered the wild chicken. A fragrant steam enveloped the modest warehouse. Delicious. Old man, come have some. Consider it a late-night snack. Qin Ming called out to the elder, who continued to ignore him, remaining reclined. I'll eat first, and save you some. Qin Ming, feeling genuinely hungry, began to feast upon the meal. After a brief moment of eating, the old man propped himself up and entered the warehouse. Qin Ming shrugged and continued his meal. Old man, I plan to head out shortly, so please don't rush to close the door, he said, preparing to venture out late at night to pick the elusive snake heart fruit before anyone from Medicine Mountain could snatch it away. Before long, the old man mysteriously produced a large, dark jar and settled down at the wooden table. Bring me 2 bowls, he instructed. Wine? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. But he fetched 2 bowls and also grabbed a plate of pickled vegetables. These were not gourmet ingredients, merely the leftover vegetable scraps from his usual cooking, washed and soaked in a salt jar. Sometimes, when he was too exhausted or busy, he would nibble on these pickled greens while munching on steamed buns to satisfy his hunger. The old man uncorked the jar, and the rich aroma of the wine filled the warehouse. He poured himself a bowl and then filled one for Qin Ming. Feeling down, old man? Qin Ming inquired, observing the clear and fragrant liquid in his bowl, increasingly curious about the evening's unusual atmosphere. The old man raised the porcelain bowl and downed its contents in one go, tilting his head back and exhaling deeply before refilling his bowl. Qin Ming took a cautious sip, and instantly, the intense spiciness flooded his mouth, cascading down his throat and igniting a fiery sensation within. This wine packs a punch, he thought, grimacing as he quickly reached for the pickled vegetables to temper the overwhelming heat. The old man filled Qin Ming's bowl again, then tilted his head back to drink another entire bowl. Having known the old man for 8 years, Qin Ming had never witnessed him like this before. Could it be related to the young girl from earlier? He glanced at the wine in the bowl, gritted his teeth, and tilted his head back to gulp it down. A wave of warmth surged within him, enveloping his entire being in a fiery haze. Yet, upon closer inspection, the flavor of the wine was quite agreeable. The old man filled Qin Ming's bowl once more. You should eat some vegetables. Here is a chicken leg. Qin Ming pushed the dish of vegetables towards the elder. The two, an old man and a young boy, partook in their modest meal, with the elder remaining largely silent while Qin Ming spoke occasionally. The young girl from earlier had not wandered far. Initially intending to leave, she halted at the entrance of the warehouse, where the shadows reflected in the windows caught her attention after Qin Ming called out, "Old man." Who was that boy? 2 figures emerged before her. A man and a woman, both middle-aged and exuding an aura of formidable strength. The incessant drizzle of cold rain failed to dampen their garments. Before the droplets could touch them, they dissipated in an invisible aura. The expressions beneath their cloaks were filled with astonishment. How could that boy share a table with him? Partake in his drink? They could scarcely believe their eyes. The old man was a figure shrouded in a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood. Notorious and feared, who would dare sit beside him? Only someone of the spirit-martial third heaven could contend, yet his prowess appeared too feeble. The girl regarded Qin Ming as merely a small servant, yet how could an ordinary servant dare to address him so intimately? What right did he have to share a drink with him? Could it be that this boy held another identity? But how could he possess such weak abilities? The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. No one, including the sect leader of the Qingyun Sect, knows his true identity. This lad likely remains oblivious, perceiving him merely as an ordinary old man. He has been missing for a decade, and the world has presumed him dead. Had it not been for the Master's arrangement, we would remain oblivious to his survival. The woman directed her gaze toward the nameless solitary grave nestled in the corner of the courtyard, reflecting on the legends, and with a soft sigh. She mused that nothing in this world could be more desolate. The middle-aged man remarked, "The Azura Palace requires his return. He must bear this responsibility." The woman scoffed. "If he adamantly refuses to return, what can you do? Forcefully take him away? You are well aware of his temperament and strength. Should he be displeased, he could easily obliterate us with a mere flick of his hand." The young girl whispered, "Let us wait a little longer. I believe he still harbors feelings for the Azura Palace. Miss, we are taking a considerable risk by being here. We cannot linger. If we are discovered by the Qingyun Sect, he shall not keep us waiting for too long." Chapter 09. The Azura Blade. After consuming 6 bowls of potent liquor, Qin Ming could no longer withstand the effects. His head throbbed painfully as he drowsily leaned against a pile of grass, soon succumbing to slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to return to his childhood, to the distant Thunder ancient city. He beheld his mother, his father, and his sister, along with many familiar relatives. The Lord's mansion was filled with laughter and joy, a picture of blissful happiness. Qin Ming, filled with excitement, dashed inside, yearning to embrace his beloved family members, yet despite their proximity, they appeared oblivious to his presence. He shouted and waved before them, but his kin remained unmoved. In a daze, silence enveloped them. They all gazed upward at the sky, expressionless, their eyes hollow. Rain began to fall, lightly drizzling upon them, chilling to the bone, sending shivers coursing through their bodies. Suddenly, the scene fragmented, resembling a shattered mirror, its shards cascading chaotically. As everyone faded into the chilling rain, the downpour intensified, enveloping the world in darkness. The ancient city vanished, along with loved ones. Qin Ming found himself standing on a desolate battlefield of carnage. Endless beings engaged in frenzied combat, the cries of battle resonating through the air, while various mysterious beasts roared amidst blood and flames. An overwhelming fire from the heavens, coupled with a tempest that pierced the skies, shrouded this realm. The earth crumbled. The sky collapsed, as if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. Amidst the vast expanse, a brilliant crimson light severed the darkness, tearing through the heavens as if akin to the radiant sun. This brilliant light pierced the battlefield, exuding an unparalleled aura of death, invoking wails from all beings and instilling dread in the hearts of warriors. Qin Ming wandered dazedly across the battlefield, seemingly in pursuit of that magnificent, resplendent light, when suddenly it halted, locking onto him from afar, an inexorable aura of slaughter surging skyward, sweeping towards Qin Ming. Startled, he jolted upright. A dream. A nightmare. Qin Ming was drenched in cold sweat, the effects of alcohol dissipating rapidly. He gasped for breath, struggling to swallow. How could he have such a dream? It had been years since he last dreamt. Wiping away the cold sweat, he felt parched and, rubbing his aching head, he rose to fetch water from the yard. In the cool courtyard, an old man sat beneath a gnarled tree, deftly turning a small, pitch-black knife in his hand, forged from an unknown material. Resembling either dark iron or obsidian, entirely black, yet radiating a chilling aura. Qin Ming was drawn to the black blade, shaking his head vigorously, thinking he might still be dreaming. "Old man," Qin Ming called out a couple of times. The old man paid no heed, slowly lifting the dark blade. As Qin Ming observed, an inexplicable chill surged through him to the core. In a daze, he felt as though he had returned to a dream, engulfed by endless bloodshed, and sensed that the dark blade was fixated upon him. Indeed, the sensation of being targeted was unmistakable. Cautiously, Qin Ming shifted his position. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted. The dark blade seemed to possess an eerie sentience, instilling a profound dread, yet in the old man's gnarled hand, it appeared docile, like a well-trained pet, gracefully twisting with the movement of his fingers. The effects of the alcohol had completely dissipated, and he regarded the old man and the ebony knife with utmost caution. In the past, he had witnessed the old man wielding throwing knives, casually using metal scraps as projectiles, demonstrating his skills in the courtyard. After 2 days of observation, Qin Ming had practiced diligently for 3 years, crafting 9 throwing knives for self-defense. During his encounter with Zhao Min, it was the surprise attack with the throwing knives that had given him the upper hand. Catching Zhao Min off guard, the knife was named Azura. The old man spread his withered right hand, the dark blade hovering in his palm, its tip pointing downward, emanating a sinister chill that distorted the surrounding space. This knife, Qin Ming's hair stood on end, instinctively retreating 2 steps, gazing at the dark blade with uncertainty. Suddenly, the old man's right hand trembled, and in an instant, the dark blade emitted a resonant clang, vibrating violently. A terrifying aura of slaughter surged through the warehouse courtyard, pervading the heavens and earth. At that moment, the elders of the Qingyun Sect, stationed atop 30 high mountains, collectively opened their eyes, sensing a wave of murderous intent that sent shivers down their spines. Qin Ming, gripped by fear, stumbled backward. Yet the dark blade swiftly found its way to his brow, moving with a speed akin to the fleeting light, its trajectory nearly impossible to discern. It neither retreats nor advances, lightly touching the skin between Qin Ming's brows. The sharp tip of the blade is intensely frigid, as though it seeks to encase Qin Ming's very soul in ice. Elder, you. Qin Ming dares not move, beads of sweat adorning his forehead as he acutely senses the looming threat of death, akin to being embraced by the specter of mortality, chills coursing through his body. Breath constricted. Do not recklessly employ power before reaching the Xuanwu realm. The elder's right hand thrusts through the air, the dark blade piercing into Qin Ming's brow with a soft hiss. In that fleeting moment, Qin Ming feels as if he has plunged into an icy abyss. The bone-chilling cold radiating throughout his being, every cell seemingly exhaling frost, his breath on the verge of freezing. His consciousness spins wildly, caught between agony and a stupor, as Qin Ming struggles to sit upon the ground. Just as he attempts to utter a word, black mist begins to rise from his body, swirling violently before engulfing him entirely. In a daze, he sees the elder approaching with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze resembling an endless chasm, poised to consume him. Am I dreaming again? Qin Ming murmurs softly, gradually reclining upon the ground. Everything feels surreal, an illusion both terrifying and ephemeral. A dream? It must be a dream. When Qin Ming finally opens his eyes again, it is already the following morning. He finds himself truly lying in the courtyard, the warm sunlight cascading over him, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. How did I end up here? Qin Ming stretches vigorously, feeling light and unburdened, the icy discomfort nowhere to be found. I was dreaming. The effects of the alcohol were indeed potent. I must drink less in the future. Qin Ming rises with a spring, engaging in his usual exercises. He throws several powerful punches into the air, conjuring arcs of electricity as he combines them with the strength of the diamond fist in a display of his preliminary techniques. As he continued to strike, Qin Ming suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently on the erratic arcs of electricity dancing around his right arm. Today, the arcs seemed significantly more abundant, yet their manifestation felt unusually cumbersome. What could be the reason? Had he perhaps indulged in one too many drinks last night? Qin Ming circulated his meridians, dispersing the electric arcs, and unleashed several more punches. However, this time, he was truly taken aback. Have I broken through? To the fourth heavenly layer of spiritual martial arts? How is that possible? Qin Ming was astonished, bewildered by his unexpected advancement to the fourth heavenly layer. But soon, another quandary arose. Not only had his realm ascended, but his meridians had also expanded, and within the depths of his dantian, there now lingered an object, a small, pitch-black dagger, enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, hovering silently above the tranquil sea of qi. What was happening? Had I not merely dreamed it last night? Qin Ming meticulously examined the situation. Indeed, his realm had genuinely elevated. Yet, due to the inexplicable nature of this elevation, the spiritual energy within his meridians remained stagnant at the third heavenly layer, desperately in need of replenishment. There was truly a small, black dagger residing in his sea of qi, identical to the one the old man had gifted him in yesterday's dream. Not a dream? It is not a dream. This enigmatic black dagger was bestowed upon me by the old man. Old man, thank you, Qin Ming exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he dashed back to the warehouse to express his gratitude. However, to his surprise, the warehouse was empty. The old man was nowhere to be found. Returning to the courtyard, he discovered that the elder was also absent. For the past 8 years, the old man had either been daydreaming beneath the tree, reminiscing at the graveside of the departed, or taking refuge in the warehouse for slumber, never once straying beyond its confines. How peculiar! Where could the old man have gone? Suddenly, Qin Ming was beset by an unsettling premonition. He meticulously scoured both the warehouse and the courtyard, as well as the surrounding hills, yet he found no trace of the old man. Had he departed? Surely not without a word of farewell. Nevertheless, the old gentleman had indeed been peculiar the previous day. Could it be related to the girl from yesterday? Upon returning to the warehouse, Qin Ming approached the old man's bed. A tattered cotton blanket and a few mended garments constituted the entirety of the old man's possessions, all left behind. What was this? As Qin Ming's hand rested upon the worn clothing, he sensed something within. Slowly, he lifted the fabric to reveal a note, inscribed with a single word, fate. Beneath the note lay a sword manual and an ancient sword. A palpable aura of antiquity and grandeur emanated from them, as if the sword manual and the sword itself were imbued with a genuine sword intent, infusing the surrounding air with a sharp, chilling essence. Had the old man truly departed? Qin Ming stood in a daze, clutching the note, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of loss, as though something precious had slipped away. He had been accompanied by the old man for 8 years, and it was this companionship that had transformed the humble warehouse into a home. Regardless of the hardships endured, he always felt he could return to his sanctuary. He realized the old man was extraordinary, yet he had never anticipated his swift departure. Fate. My fate. Whose fate? Why had the old man deliberately left this word behind? With care, Qin Ming tucked the note away close to his heart and grasped the sword manual. The Great Yin Sword Classic. Without excessive preamble, he opened to the first technique, the heavy sword of mountains and rivers. A single strike capable of severing mountains and rivers. The succinct description of the sword technique accompanied by concise illustrations of the meridians. Qin Ming furrowed his brows as he perused the text. The characters and the meridian diagrams were undeniably intricate yet obscured, requiring intense concentration and tranquility to discern even the faintest details. This was merely the first form. Upon turning to the second, Qin Ming found it utterly indecipherable, unable to make out the name of the technique, which, though present, eluded his perception entirely, imparting an uncanny sense of resistance. Given his current realm and mental acuity, he barely qualified to study the first form. What level of martial arts was this? Qin Ming gazed at the sword manual in his hands, astonished by its enigmatic and extraordinary nature. He had long yearned for martial arts and anticipated the possession of his own weapon, yet as he clutched the sword manual and the ancient sword, memories of last night's inebriation dampened his spirits. Qin Ming. A shrill voice suddenly pierced the air from outside. He hastily concealed the sword manual and the ancient sword deep within the storage. Qin Ming, where have you disappeared to? Zhang Dong rudely shoved open the iron door, brandishing a list in his hand, and shouted, I affixed this to you before dawn, and now it's already noon. Aren't you going to deliver it? Do you still wish to keep your position? I shall attend to it immediately, Qin Ming replied succinctly as he organized himself and stepped outside to collect the list. Zhang Dong continued to berate him from the side of the iron door. Don't think that just because you've reached the spirit martial realm, you can disregard the rules. No matter how strong you become, you're still a servant under my authority. For today, I shall overlook it, but if you fail to deliver on time again, I will report you to the overseer and see how you fare. Chapter 10. The accompanying servant Qin Ming hoisted the heavy stone urn, delivering goods all around. This time, Zhang Dong dared not make any arbitrary arrangements. Having been late with the deliveries, he could not escape the scornful ridicule of the esteemed disciples. However, Qin Ming paid it no heed, hastily placing down the goods and departing, eager to return to his cultivation. In the span of a single night, he ascended to the fourth realm, experiencing a notable enhancement in his vitality and spirit, alongside substantial growth in his strength. Yet, this was not a conventional breakthrough. His realm remained somewhat unstable, and the spiritual energy within his meridians was insufficient. The optimal method for recuperation was, of course, to consume some spiritual herbs or fruits. Thus, seizing the opportunity of delivering the goods, Qin Ming ventured once more to the vicinity of the medicinal mountain, hoping to ascertain whether the serpent heart fruit still resided there. The mountain's cliffs were adorned with thick, verdant vines, tangled in chaos, concealing numerous venomous snakes and large pythons within their embrace. Their numbers were indeterminate, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the vines and the serpents without careful scrutiny. The serpent heart fruit was hidden in a remarkably covert location. Had it not been for yesterday's serendipity, he might not have discovered it at all. He resolved to return tonight to harvest it, confident that the serpent heart fruit remained. He prepared to depart, knowing he could not linger here for long. At that moment, the Shura blade within his dantian suddenly quivered, and a dense, dark mist enveloped the air above his chi, as if it were on guard against something. Qin Ming swiftly concealed himself amidst the chaotic thicket. What was happening? Was there someone nearby? The tremors of the Shura blade intensified, and the encroaching darkness continued to shroud the space above his chi. Wait, what was that? Qin Ming gazed in astonishment at the vines on the stone wall. At the location where the serpent heart fruit grew, a small golden snake cautiously emerged, flicking its forked tongue, its tiny eyes darting around before locking onto Qin Ming's hiding spot. A spiritual creature? Qin Ming was taken aback. Indeed, there was a spiritual creature. No wonder so many snakes and pythons encircled the serpent heart fruit without consuming it directly. It turned out that a spiritual creature was guarding it. Was this serpent heart fruit not native to the medicinal mountain, but rather its possession? The golden serpent slowly coiled around the heart of the serpent fruit, fixating its gaze upon Qin Ming, as if proclaiming ownership. I had a feeling that a mid-grade spiritual fruit could not be obtained so easily. Qin Ming hesitated. Should he venture out tonight? If it were merely ordinary snakes, he could easily deal with them and depart unnoticed. However, that golden little serpent was clearly a spirit creature, and given his current strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to handle. If a stalemate ensued, he could very well find himself besieged by the disciples of the medicinal mountain. Perhaps it would be wise to wait. He would return once he had grown stronger. Suppressing his yearning for the heart of the serpent fruit, Qin Ming departed from the medicinal mountain and returned to the warehouse to engage in steady cultivation. His meridians were depleted of spiritual energy, compelling him to gradually absorb it from the surroundings. This minor setback did not dampen Qin Ming's spirits, at the very least. He could ascertain that the heart of the serpent fruit did not belong to the medicinal mountain, but rather to that spirit creature, alleviating any concerns about potential troubles from the medicinal mountain later on. Before him lay the Defiant sword classic and the ancient Defiant sword, the martial arts he had long anticipated, the weapon he had yearned for. Qin Ming lifted the ancient sword, angling it towards the vast sky. Under the blazing sun, its cold gleam radiated brilliantly, dazzlingly red. His heart surged with excitement. Unable to contain his elation, with a clear cry, he wielded the sword in a dance, unleashing a flurry of sword blossoms. This ancient sword appeared to be forged from a complete divine metal, with no seams, exuding a sense of unity. It was straight and imposing, both archaic and sharp, emanating sword energy wherever it was placed. Once he began to whirl the sword blossoms, the sharp sword aura swept across the courtyard, leaving faint scratches on stones and trees alike. A divine weapon. Qin Ming gripped it tightly, reveling in the fervor of the dance. Yet, before long, the sword's body grew colder and heavier, and his right hand and arm felt numb and swollen. He was confident in his stamina and strength, yet he could wield it only for a brief moment. The sword classic, ancient sword, azure blade. These are not tools I can wield casually at present. Yet, Qin Ming, far from feeling disheartened, found his spirits invigorated, expressing gratitude for the generous gift bestowed upon him by the elder. Such a grand present indeed left him feeling undeserving. The mountain river heavy sword, a single stroke that cleaves through mountains and rivers. Qin Ming set aside the Defiant ancient sword and began to concentrate on comprehending the sword scripture. The scripture resisted his understanding. To decipher the characters and grasp the flow of diagrams, an extraordinary level of focus was required. Any stray thought would cause the words to blur and the diagrams to distort, leading to a flawed comprehension. Although Qin Ming had never encountered authentic martial arts, he understood that any negligence in martial training could lead to dire consequences. A single misinterpreted character or an unclear meridian could result in severe repercussions. If ordinary martial arts demanded such caution, the Defiant sword scripture, a mystical form of martial practice, warranted even greater diligence. Qin Ming isolated himself within the warehouse, unwilling to be disturbed by anyone. He meticulously examined each word and studied each meridian. The mountain river heavy sword was merely the first stance, yet it contained hundreds of annotated characters and intricate meridian flows. From noon to afternoon, and then into the deep of night, Qin Ming remained wholly absorbed in his study. The toll on his mental energy was substantial, necessitating a continuous absorption of life essence through the Sheng Ju to restore his condition and ensure his ongoing research. For 5 consecutive days, Qin Ming delivered goods in the morning, continued to enhance his physical fitness, and devoted his afternoons and evenings to the arduous study of the mountain river heavy sword. The more he delved into it, the more astonished he became. The profundity of the sword's momentum left him in awe, and the power he could unleash grew increasingly formidable. He meticulously crafted a handwritten copy of the first stance and entrusted it to Kai, instructing her to pass it on to Yu Qing, with strict admonitions to incinerate it after perusal. Such an extraordinary sword manual should not be hoarded by a single individual. What brings you here? Upon returning to the warehouse after his delivery, Qin Ming discovered Zhang Dong standing before the iron gate, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards with a sideways glance. An ever-irritating sight. Zhang Dong jangled the heavy lock on the gate. Is this warehouse your family s? Locking the door after a delivery? If you have something to say, speak. If not, be on your way. You. Qin Ming's eyes turned icy. I have yet to settle the matter concerning Zhao Min with you. Do not provoke me unnecessarily. Zhang Dong stammered. What matter regarding Zhao Min? I do not comprehend. Leave at once. Qin Ming advanced towards the iron gate, holding a stone jar. You dare. Zhang Dong wished to adopt a commanding demeanor, yet his attempt faltered, lacking conviction. I am here to assign you a task. Hurry and prepare for departure. Where to? To the training ground. The disciples from Yaoshan are going out to gather herbs today, and the sect has arranged for some esteemed disciples to provide protection. Am I to protect the Yaoshan disciples while they gather herbs? Have you lost your senses? Zhang Dong mocked. Just you? You are unworthy. I heard they are in need of logistic servants, so I specifically recommended you. What trickery are you up to now? Qin Ming glared at him, his fists clenched tightly. You are a rare talent among the many servants of our Qingyun Sect, strong, bold, and a practitioner of the spirit martial realm. Who else could I recommend? Zhang Dong took a swift step back, distancing himself by over 10 meters, fearful that Qin Ming's fist might land upon his face. You have half an hour to prepare. Go to my place to collect your tools. In the realm of Yaoshan, it is customary for disciples to embark on expeditions into the depths of the enchanting Yunluo forest, seeking precious herbs to enrich the repository of spiritual grasses and fruits. The disciples of Yaoshan are generally formidable, capable of confronting the perils that lie beyond. However, to ensure their safety, Qingyun Sect routinely assigns numerous elite disciples, occasionally even including esteemed direct disciples to lead the teams. It has never been heard of a servant accompanying these outings. Qin Ming equipped himself with the ancient Defiant sword, meticulously wrapped in 3 layers of animal hide to conceal its formidable aura. He discreetly secured 9 short blades at his waist, and once all preparations were complete, he proceeded to collect tools from Zhang Dong. He lifted a robust iron bucket, standing over 2 meters tall, filled with an array of tools and ample provisions, weighing a total of 700 jin. With the bucket firmly balanced on his back, he strode confidently towards the 10th martial arts arena. Upon arrival, he found the arena bustling with over 100 disciples, among whom were more than 20 from Yaoshan. Clad in silver-white robes adorned with intricate azure herbal patterns on their chests, they epitomized nobility and status. Within Qingyun Sect, few dared to provoke the disciples of Yaoshan, who, in their quest to maintain an air of mystery, seldom engaged with outsiders. The 70 to 80 elite disciples present were tasked with their protection, most being around 20 years of age and possessing cultivation levels exceeding the 6th heavenly layer of spiritual martial arts. As Qin Ming ascended the stone steps, he halted upon entering the arena. Zhao Min, what was she doing among the protective contingent? Standing amidst the lively crowd, Zhao Min exuded an alluring charm, her light laughter captivating the attention of many. A gentle breeze tousled her silky hair, playfully lifting the hem of her long skirt to reveal her graceful, elongated legs. Numerous disciples surrounded her, vying for her attention, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Even many from the Medicine Mountain could scarcely contain their excitement as they gathered around her, engaging in light-hearted banter. Oh, is that not Qin Ming? Zhao Min remarked, her eyes wide with surprise as she observed the approaching figure. Qin Ming? Many disciples turned to look in that direction. A fair-skinned disciple from the Medicine Mountain chuckled softly. Qin Ming has come to serve as our attendant. Attendant? What does that entail? Zhao Min elegantly stepped out of the crowd. Her enchanting beauty and alluring demeanor captivated all, causing hearts to flutter. With her voluptuous figure, curvaceous and taut, she was undeniably a sight to behold. Many male disciples, unable to avert their gazes, swallowed hard at the sight of her. Previously, we carried our own tools and provisions, but with Qin Ming accompanying us this time, we can offload our burdens onto him. Zhang Dong, the overseer, recommended him, stating that a remarkable individual has emerged among the servants of our Qingyun Sect, one endowed with strength, courage, and a mastery of spiritual martial arts. Oh, I see. Then we shall not be polite. Zhao Min approached Qin Ming, casually tossing her small bundle into the iron barrel. This will lighten our load. Come now. Let us place our items inside. Many disciples followed suit, discarding their burdens and unnecessary belongings into the barrel, which, originally weighing 700 pounds, soon swelled to over 1,000. Qin Ming stood motionless, fully aware that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by Zhang Dong, instigated by that wretched Zhao Min, who seemed intent on leading him into peril within the depths of the forest. Chapter 11. The night assault. A jovial procession of over 100 individuals departed from Qingyun Sect, cheerfully venturing into the profound depths of the Yunluo forest. Towering ancient trees loomed over the landscape, their gnarled branches sprawling chaotically, while venomous serpents lay in ambush and wild beasts roamed, creating an atmosphere thick with peril. The venerable forest exuded a sense of antiquity. The team trudged through the aged woods, surrounded by a carpet of thick, decaying leaves, with drooping branches and disordered corners, where the occasional remnants of wild beasts could still be discerned. Qin Ming, burdened by an iron barrel weighing 1,000 pounds, brought up the rear, ever vigilant in the damp, dense wilderness. While the others may have had numerous encounters with forest in the past, This marked Qin Ming's first departure from Qingyun Sect in 8 years, leaving him entirely oblivious to the conditions beyond. A black bear ambled past the ancient woodland. Casting a cold glance at their party, its jaws parting in a low growl. An invisible wave of power rippled through the air, causing the loose stones on the ground to rise and swirl around it in a dense cloud. The herbal gathering team paid the bear no heed. With over 100 members, they felt no fear. Yet, Qin Ming dared not be complacent. He subtly tightened his grip on the flying dagger at his waist. His senses heightened in anticipation. The bear made no move to attack, instead watching them from a distance as it lumbered back into the depths of the forest. The mountainous path undulated, with roots intertwining in a tangled web. The other disciples navigated with ease, occasionally leaping into the treetops to display their prowess to the female disciples, or chasing after ethereal beasts to showcase their formidable strength. Qin Ming, encumbered by his heavy load, took each step with caution. However, he felt neither regret nor irritation. He walked steadily, breathing evenly, his back straight, treating the arduous journey as a form of training. After 3 consecutive days of travel, the herbal gathering team ventured deeper into the ancient woods, eventually reaching the summit of a towering mountain that rose 1,000 meters high. The peak is remarkable, resembling a soaring black eagle, and we regard it as a symbol of this mountainous region, where we shall reconvene in half a month's time. The servant Qin Ming distributed the tools from the iron bucket among the various groups, instructing them to remain here and not to wander aimlessly, lest they meet with peril. This ancient forest is fraught with danger. Everyone must exercise caution and avoid provoking the spirits and beasts. Remember, we shall gather again in half a month. Do not delay excessively. The team will be divided into 15 groups, each comprising 1 or 2 disciples from the medicinal mountain paired with 4 or 5 guardians, organized according to their respective strengths. The herb gathering teams will disperse into different mountainous areas in search of spiritual herbs. Qin Ming set down the iron bucket and removed all the tools and provisions within. Servant Qin Ming, stay obediently at the mountain summit and refrain from wandering. He was cautioned. Zhao Min winked at Qin Ming, her crimson lips ablaze with allure. Don't stray. I have no desire to be responsible for your demise. A disciple from the medicinal mountain coldly reminded him. Let us embark, and may each group achieve great success. The crowd collectively shouted, shouldering their burdens as they departed from the summit, leaving Qin Ming alone. Standing atop the peak, Qin Ming gazed out over the vast expanse of the forest, where waves of trees undulated in the breeze, revealing a panorama of majestic peaks and ridges, with wisps of white mist swirling and shifting shape in the gentle wind. The breathtaking scenery was grand and imposing, evoking a profound sense of boundlessness as he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh, invigorating air that filled him with serenity. Yet, this pristine forest, beneath its superficial beauty, harbors myriad dangers. The depths of the mountains teem with lurking beasts and malevolent spirits, enacting the cruel law of the jungle. For Qin Ming, however, the gravest peril did not lie within the forest, but rather in Zhao Min. The scoundrel led him to the herbal gathering team, undoubtedly with ill intentions. He stood expressionless for a moment before making his way to the precipice known as Eagle's Beak, slowly rolling his shoulders and stretching his limbs, aligning himself along the treacherous curve of the cliff, hanging just beneath Eagle's Beak. Before long, a group of herbal gatherers returned to the summit. Little servant, your sister has come to see you, Zhao Min said with a radiant smile, her graceful steps enchanting. The skin exposed by her short attire glistened with youthful vitality, reminiscent of a delicate swan's neck, snowy white and exquisitely smooth, as vibrant as a blooming flower. Wherever she went, she captivated those around her, leaving the wild flowers of the forest in the shadows. A robust male disciple followed closely behind her, declaring, I'll take care of him first. I hear he is quite tough. I relish the sound of tough, one screaming in agony. The disciples of the medicinal mountain laughed heartily. Let me see some blood first. I always offer blood to the mountain during my herb gathering. Previously, I used the blood of spirits. This time, I shall test the effects of human blood. Do keep your voices down. You might startle our little servant. Where's Qin Ming? Atop the mountain, there was only a solitary iron bucket. Qin Ming was nowhere to be seen. He hasn't fled, has he? Zhao Min's expression shifted slightly, signaling her companions to disperse and search. They scoured the summit thoroughly, but found no trace of Qin Ming. Reluctantly, they searched once more, yet still found nothing. What a cunning lad. He may have slipped away with another group. Zhao Min understood that Qin Ming would not sit idly by, but she had not anticipated such a swift reaction. He had retreated from the very start. What should they do now? A disciple, wielding a silver spear, approached the edge of the Eagle Beak cliff, peering cautiously over the precipice before hastily retreating. A fall from such heights would spell doom. Zhao Min's tone was laced with malice. Qin Ming must perish. He cannot be allowed to return to the Qingyun Sect. A disciple from Yaoshan offered reassurance. Do not be anxious, Miss Zhao. Since we have pledged our cooperation, we shall not renege on our word. He is merely a lowly servant. No matter how exceptional he may seem, his life holds no significance to me. Moreover, he will meet his end within the forest, leaving no trace behind. Who could possibly discern the manner of his demise? Let us pursue him now. Qin Ming cannot have ventured far. I appreciate the efforts of all my esteemed brothers and sisters. The rewards I promised will only increase in abundance. Ah, Miss Zhao, you are too kind. It is our honor to serve you. Onward. Qin Ming is unfamiliar with this terrain and cannot escape for long. Zhao Min harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Ming, having plotted his downfall ever since the day he inflicted grievous injuries upon her. The more she pondered, the greater her hatred grew, and the more determined she became to eliminate him. Finally, she had persuaded the disciples of Yaoshan to recruit Qin Ming into the herb-gathering team. Far removed from the Qingyun Sect, this opportunity was rare, and she could not allow him to slip away. Beneath the Eagle Beak Cliff, Qin Ming hung securely, eavesdropping on their conversation with increasing coldness in his gaze. He had initially believed Zhao Min sought only to humiliate him, not realizing she intended to take his life. As midnight fell, the dense, dark jungle came alive with the sounds of lurking beasts and the eerie howls of spirits, an atmosphere thick with peril. Towering ancient trees loomed ominously in the night, resembling grotesque giants, instilling a sense of dread. From the day until now, Zhao Min and her companions have searched tirelessly, yet they have failed to locate Qin Ming. The higher the martial realm, the more acute one's spiritual awareness becomes. With the combined strength of the five of them, it should have been a trivial task to find Qin Ming. At most, they would have experienced a slight delay. However, they have not even caught a glimpse of him. This is unexpected, for Qin Ming possesses limited strength and lacks experience, making it implausible for him to evade their pursuit. Given his capabilities, he would only be able to flee upon encountering a spirit beast, thus making him relatively easy to detect. Perhaps he has already been devoured by a spirit beast as a mere snack. Their expressions darkened. A mere servant has managed to elude their tracking for an entire day, leaving them feeling quite embarrassed. Each of them wished to impress Zhao Min, yet the current situation has left everyone feeling rather awkward. Qin Ming cannot hide for long, especially not at night. Zhao Min, with a stern expression, walked at the forefront, determined to locate Qin Ming before nightfall. The longer they delayed, the further and more concealed he might become, complicating future attempts to find him. That little rascal certainly knows how to conceal himself. The youth carrying the silver spear brought up the rear when suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Wait, he exclaimed. What is it? The other four immediately became alert, listening intently to the surrounding sounds. Do you think Qin Ming never actually left the mountaintop? We scoured the summit thoroughly and swept through the forest on our descent. He cannot possibly be there. What I mean is, could he be hiding beneath the Eagle's Beak Cliff? Before the silver spear youth could finish his sentence, he abruptly turned, his sharp gaze fixated on the darkness. In that very instant, 3 beams of light cleaved the night, whirling with intense velocity, accompanied by a howling gale, descending upon them. A reckless gambit. The silver-speared youth exclaimed with a frosty tone. He twirled his spear, its tip grazing the ground, and launched a fierce counterattack. Flames ignited, blazing fiercely as the spear's tip darted with cunning and speed, deflecting the 3 beams of light. However, clang. As the silver spear struck the first beam of light, a deafening clang erupted. The beam was a throwing knife, possessing formidable power. It instantly disrupted his spearmanship, nearly causing him to stumble. The remaining 2 throwing knives continued unabated, striking his body with resounding thuds. The throwing knives were exceptionally potent. One pierced his abdomen, and the other pierced his shoulder, causing blood to splatter. Arg! The silver-speared youth shrieked in agony, staggering backward from the force of the throwing knives. Who goes there? Zhao Min and the others exclaimed, their expressions changing drastically. A figure suddenly emerged from the darkness ahead, sprinting with haste, appearing before the silver-speared youth in a flash. He unleashed a flurry of punches, the force of which generated a fierce wind. Save me! The silver-speared youth cried out. His face contorted in terror as he spat blood. Crack! A forceful blow landed squarely on his chest, unleashing over 1,000 pounds of explosive power, instantly shattering his sternum and sending him flying. With his sternum shattered and piercing his heart, the silver-speared disciple coughed up blood as he was sent hurtling through the air. The others' countenances underwent a drastic transformation. The 2 disciples closest to him reacted swiftly, shouting, "Stop him!" One brandished his blades, slashing fiercely. the edges of the blades emitting a dazzling golden light, creating countless shadows as they moved. Blade art, shadow sever. The other thrust out both palms, surges of vigorous battle energy erupting and stirring up dust across the ground. Earth's fury. Amidst frantic shadows, a figure soared into the air, leaping 3 meters high. As it ascended into the treetops, it swiftly hurled 3 flying daggers, their speed akin to thunder, with a glimmering brilliance. The daggers did not travel in a linear path. Instead, they were launched with an astonishing arc, spinning rapidly, targeting 2 disciples with lethal precision. In the enveloping darkness, visibility was obscured, yet they sensed the impending danger and swiftly evaded to the side. The figure descended from the sky, its body plummeting forcefully, akin to a spring compressed to its utmost limit, releasing its energy in an instant, charging towards the retreating dual-blade disciple. With a fierce cry, the disciple retaliated, lunging forward with ferocity. As the figure dashed forward, it adeptly flipped in midair, evading the dual blades while pressing its right palm into the ground, its body horizontal. With immense force surging through its legs, it unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning, striking fiercely at the disciple's abdomen. So swift, the dual-blade disciple's expression shifted as the sudden flash of lightning disrupted his vision. He hastily attempted to dodge. However, he could evade the first kick, but not the second. The figure followed up with a third and fourth kick, each landing with a resounding thud upon him. The force was overwhelmingly violent, equivalent to 1,000 pounds. The disciple, caught off guard by such formidable strength, let out a scream as he was propelled away, curling up and gasping for breath. The earth trembled in response. The other disciple, his palms moving with urgency, channeled his formidable energy, the winds howling and sand swirling in a fierce display. Upon landing, the figure rose resolutely, ready to confront the two. Just before their collision, it propelled itself skyward, its feet whirling rapidly, a combination of lightning and brute strength clashing head-on with the earth's fury. The lightning was obliterated. Before the martial techniques of the Sixth Heaven realm, these electrical discharges paled in comparison. However, the figure's attack centered on the brute force and explosive power of its feet, which hammered onto the disciple's hands like iron mallets, pulverizing the earth and tearing the skin from his hands. The figure somersaulted in the air, delivering a kick to his face. The disciple dodged clumsily, narrowly avoiding the blow, but the figure followed up with a swift rush upon landing, slamming both palms into his chest. The onslaught was fierce and the power overwhelming. The disciple coughed up blood, sent flying through the air, tumbling 7 or 8 times in the woods before collapsing in the undergrowth, unable to recover for a long while. Chapter 12. Life and Death Pursuit. The series of savage assaults was as decisive and swift as a gale sweeping away fallen leaves, appearing without warning and ending in a flash. Xiao Qin, a disciple of the Medicine Mountain, shielded Zhao Min, retreating more than 10 steps to a safe distance. He brandished a golden-laid bronze sword, its blade radiating a cold light, and his aura turned exceedingly sharp. With 3 disciples dead and 2 wounded, a faint scent of blood permeated the forest. The 2 severely injured disciples lay groaning on the ground, struggling to rise, but they collapsed after a few attempts, their injuries too grievous. The figure slowly rose from the darkness, its cold gaze like a blade, filled with murderous intent, arcs of electricity dancing around it, revealing its appearance. Qin Ming? It's you. Zhao Min exclaimed in disbelief, her shock palpable. She had personally experienced Qin Ming's strength, which was indeed savage, like a maddened beast. But his true power was not much different from her own. How could he have transformed so completely tonight? Her frigid gaze instilled trepidation, chilling her to the core. You're not a third-level spirit marshal. The Medicine Mountain disciple was equally astounded. The series of relentless attacks were precise, ruthless, and fluid, akin to a meticulously rehearsed performance. Executed seamlessly, the swift slaughter was completed in an instant, every movement exuding a fierce determination. Qin Ming stood motionless in the shadows for a moment, then slowly retreated, gathering the scattered throwing knives. I'll indulge you in whatever game you desire. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you. Arrogant. What makes you think you're worthy to challenge me? The Medicine Mountain disciple's expression darkened, his aura intensifying. The golden-veined bronze sword vibrated subtly, emitting a melodious chime. Sword energy permeated the forest, and an oppressive killing intent filled the air. Qin Ming, how dare you? You dare to slaughter fellow disciples. The Azure Cloud sect will never forgive you. Zhao Min suddenly realized, we haven't even done anything to you yet, and you dare to attack us? Spare me your repulsive facade. Don't think that a handsome face entitles you to do as you please. If you want my life, Qin Ming, you're not qualified. Don't waste words on him. Kill him, kill him. The dual-blade disciple struggled to raise his head, his once handsome face contorted with pain and rage, glaring viciously at Qin Ming in the darkness. "You're courting death. Don't blame us. Xiao Chun, don't let him escape," Zhao Min urged the Medicine Mountain disciple. The strength and ruthlessness Qin Ming displayed filling her with a profound sense of dread. "Xiao Chun, kill him. What are you waiting for?" The dual blade disciple leaped up, desperate to distance himself from Qin Ming. Qin Ming erupted into action, charging directly towards the dual blade disciple. The disciple wielding dual blades was suddenly jolted, disregarding his pain and appearance, as he scrambled towards the disciple from Yaoshan, Xiao Chun, shouting fervently, "Kill him! Kill him! How dare you act so brazenly before me?" Xiao Chun decisively intercepted, moving with the grace of a dragon, his speed astonishingly swift, and he managed to reach the side of the dual blade disciple first. With a single thrust of his sword, 5 shadowy sword strikes instantly emerged, their fierce momentum locking onto Qin Ming's heart, shoulder, brow, abdomen, and throat. Each transformation intricate and perilous, rendering it impossible to discern the genuine blade from the deceptive gleam. Unflinching, Qin Ming met the onslaught head-on, in a split second. He grasped the Defiant ancient sword, a surge of overwhelming power coursing through him, akin to the might of mountains and rivers. With a stunning strike, the sword's aura surged, sending a chilling wave that enveloped all present, as if their very flesh were being sliced, raising the hairs on their bodies. With a splash, Qin Ming and Xiao Chen brushed past each other, blood erupting in a crimson spray. Xiao Chen struck Qin Ming 3 times, each cut perilous. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's ancient sword grazed Xiao Chen's neck, his assault relentless and unwavering, as he charged forward with unyielding intent. His target, the dual blade disciple. In a frantic dash, the dual blade disciple glanced back in terror, and in that fleeting the other disciple recoiled, his body trembling, gazing at Qin Ming as if he were a maddened beast. Qin Ming stood beside the corpse of the dual sword disciple, his face ashen. Blood stained his garments, his chest, shoulders, and abdomen pierced by grievous sword wounds. Yet his countenance and demeanor were even more terrifying. "Xiao Chun! Xiao Chun!" Zhao Min shrieked, rousing Xiao Chun from his stupor. She conjured flames in her hands, poised tensely. "Qin Ming, no one can save you today." Xiao Chun, incensed and radiating murderous intent, charged at Qin Ming, abandoning all restraint. Qin Ming, clutching the most severe wound on his chest, retreated deliberately, then wordlessly turned and vanished into the night. "Pursue him. Do not let him escape." Zhao Min commanded the remaining disciple. The stout disciple glanced at the gruesome fate of his 2 comrades, gritted his teeth, and scrambled to give chase. "Fear him not. He is gravely wounded and cannot flee far. Qin Ming only succeeded through a surprise attack. His strength is far inferior to ours. Surround him and slay him outright." Zhao Min and the others followed swiftly, their voices rising in exhortation, determined to maintain their resolve. Qin Ming, his lips pressed into a thin line, clutched his bleeding wounds and bolted through the darkened forest. His injuries appeared dire, yet Qin Ming possessed a remarkable tolerance for pain. The suffering he had endured over the past 8 years was immense, far exceeding this present agony. These wounds were of little consequence. Zhao Min and her companions pursued him relentlessly, only to concede, with mounting frustration, that they had lost him once more. "Execrable! Execrable! Execrable!" Xiao Chun roared in fury, utterly unable to comprehend how Qin Ming had eluded them. What is Qin Ming's true strength, after all? The robust disciple questioned Zhao Min. His realm may not be high, yet he possessed an astonishing brute force, which he could harness to its utmost potential. Indeed, his prowess could not be appraised merely by his realm. Zhao Min was reluctant to acknowledge this fact, but she found herself compelled to accept reality. Qin Ming had truly astonished her tonight. Brute force? He possessed more than just raw strength. His swordsmanship was more exquisite than my own. Xiao Chun was now reflecting on that sword strike from the previous night, which had instilled a sense of threat within him. Moreover, he harbored doubts about the fleeting confrontation that had transpired. He vaguely recalled using the genuine bronze sword to deflect Qin Ming's blade before launching a surprise attack, which should have resulted in his immediate defeat. However, it seemed that Qin Ming's sword was unaffected, piercing directly towards him. The genuine bronze sword was a precious weapon, capable of effortlessly severing iron and stone. Had it truly encountered Qin Ming's blade, it ought to have cleaved it in two. But, had I misremembered? Did I not actually strike his sword? Zhao Min resolutely shook her head. Impossible. I am well aware of Qin Ming's capabilities. He could not possess such martial arts. Xiao Chun remarked, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. We must locate Qin Ming. He cannot be allowed to escape again. He has been pierced by my sword. His blood vessels ruptured. His injuries will only worsen, and he cannot have gone far. Deep within the dense forest, Qin Ming sat in a concealed cave, absorbing the life essence of the ancient mountains and forests. The vitality here was remarkably more abundant than that within the Qingyun Sect. After a night of recuperation, his injuries had largely stabilized. By midday, the wounds bore no scars, and by afternoon, he was fully healed. The brilliance of the Shengxing Ju lay precisely in this. It was more effective than certain miraculous elixirs. Over the years, it had undoubtedly saved Qin Ming countless times. Xiaoqian, in the realm of Ling Wu's seven heavens, Qin Ming silently reflected on the perilous battle of the previous night. His current strength was woefully inadequate to confront the challenges of the seventh heaven. Even the fifth heaven posed a formidable obstacle. The transition from the third to the fourth heaven was a significant threshold, as was the leap from the sixth to the seventh heaven, each crossing resulting in a qualitative enhancement of power. Given the gravity of the situation, retreat was not an option for Qin Ming. It was a matter of life or death, with no room for compromise. Previously, while at the Qingyun Sect, he had hesitations. But now, ensconced deep within the forest, amidst a deadly pursuit, the mantra was clear. If you cannot vanquish me, then I shall be your doom. It was merely a contest of ruthlessness, a test of who could be more ferocious. Before nightfall, Qin Ming set forth once again, the ancient Dian sword slung across his back, venturing into the shadowy depths of the forest in search of Zhao Min. His power was no match for that of his adversaries. Thus, he could only rely on the cover of night to launch a surprise attack. Progressing cautiously, he remained vigilant and refrained from recklessness, actively avoiding any encounters with spirit beasts. Fortuitously, he did not encounter any particularly formidable spirit beasts. Otherwise, given his current abilities, he might not have had the chance to escape. As luck would have it, after a short distance, he stumbled upon a cluster of spirit herbs, 3 lower-grade spirit herbs nestled within a thicket of dense underbrush. These herbs could aid Qin Ming in replenishing his spiritual energy. Suddenly, he halted, straining to listen. The sounds he heard did not resemble a clash between warriors. Rather, it seemed a group of martial artists was engaged in a fierce struggle against spirit beasts. The commotion emanated from deeper within the forest. Following the sounds, he stealthily advanced. Ahead lay a dense thicket, where the flicker of shadowy figures could be discerned, accompanied by the echoes of monstrous roars, an exhilarating cacophony that hinted at the intensity of the battle. Qin Ming sprang onto a large tree, deftly maneuvering through the branches to approach with caution. In the heart of the forest lies a clearing, approximately 5 zhang in diameter, where 5 individuals, armed with weapons, are fiercely assaulting a colossal beast. This creature resembles a ferocious tiger, yet its size surpasses that of a black bear. Its lustrous black fur and blood-red eyes exude a menacing aura, while its gaping maw reveals rows of jagged teeth, 2 of which are elongated fangs, nearly half a meter long and exquisitely sharp. This is a saber-toothed beast. The Qingyun Sect harbors such a spirit beast, renowned for its ferocity and inherent brutality, rivaling the prowess of advanced martial artists. Its claws and fangs serve as formidable weapons, as it whirls in a tempest of black wind, stirring up sand and debris. Qin Ming observes intently. The 5 combatants appear to be ordinary mercenaries, clad in simple attire, evidently accustomed to traversing the wilderness. Their attacks are imbued with a primal ferocity, and they exhibit remarkable synergy, skillfully maneuvering with poise and experience. In the ruins, 3 bloodied figures lie motionless, having succumbed to the lethal claws of the saber-toothed beast. The battle is not merely intense, it is perilous in the extreme. The beast, driven to madness, thrashes amidst the debris, its furious roars echoing through the air. The mercenaries seem on the brink of yielding. 4 of them dart and leap, striving to restrain the rampaging beast with all their might. A robust young man, clad in black, assumes the role of the primary attacker. Wielding a 2-meter-long battle blade, he unleashes a series of wild, sweeping strikes. With a decisive slash, several beams of light cleave into the beast's flesh, eliciting a painful roar as the creature recoils. Seizing the moment, the muscular warrior charges forward, his battle blade radiating an overwhelming force as he delivers a fierce blow aimed at the beast's head. A deafening roar erupts. The saber-toothed beast roared, its claw striking against the battle blade, sending sparks flying and creating a deafening sound. The man was ruthlessly thrown back. Yet the beast's claws were also bloodied from the impact. "Friend, have you had enough? Lend a hand." The man, landing on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, suddenly called out to Qin Ming's hiding spot. Chapter 13. 1,000-year-old Moss Qin Ming, with an impassive expression, remained concealed, taking his time to observe the unfolding battle. Although he had never interacted with mercenaries before, he understood that these individuals were hardened warriors, accustomed to the brink of death. Assisting them was a trivial matter, yet the risk of being betrayed lingered. Regret would be futile if things went awry. The fierce combat escalated, growing increasingly perilous. The saber-toothed beast, covered in wounds, had succumbed to madness, leaving the 5 mercenaries with no option to retreat. Suddenly, Qin Ming noticed a cave not far away, seemingly harboring some treasures that exuded a rich aura of life. Practicing the life infusion technique, he was acutely sensitive to this life energy, which appeared to be the source of the ongoing conflict. In a sudden turn of events, the man in black was violently struck by the beast's claw, sending him flying. His back a gruesome sight, torn open with 3 horrifying wounds. Roar! The saber-toothed beast bellowed, its voice reverberating through the dense forest, a deafening sound surging with dark energy, hurling the 4 mercenaries that were about to pounce in all directions. It lunged towards the man in black, its powerful claws smashing the ground, scattering debris and shaking the earth with brutal ferocity. Don't! The 4 mercenaries cried out in alarm. Friend, hurry to our aid. A generous reward awaits. Quickly! The man in black, struggling to rise despite the excruciating pain, forced himself to take a breath, wielding his heavy blade as he charged at the saber-toothed beast. Roar! The saber-toothed beast charged forward, its massive form rising imposingly, enveloped in a fierce, swirling darkness. Its powerful claws struck down towards the man clad in black. Get out of the way. Move. The 4 mercenaries cried out in alarm, recognizing that he could not withstand the beast's might. With a fierce grimace, the man in black stomped his foot, halting abruptly as he spun in place, wildly wielding his battle blade, slashing upwards into the void. In a moment of peril, as life hung in the balance, Qin Ming suddenly surged forth, directly confronting the saber-toothed beast. His muscles tensed, a searing energy coursing through every cell, an immense force converging in his right arm. Diamond-shattering mountain, Qin Ming shouted, as half of his body collided solidly with the beast's abdomen, unleashing an unparalleled force. His strike alone bore the weight of at least 700 pounds, while the explosive power of diamond-shattering mountain was nearly 3-fold that. Bang! Crack! The saber-toothed beast reeled as if struck by lightning, its mighty body losing balance instantly, several ribs shattering beneath the impact. At that very moment, the man in black seized the opportunity, wielding his heavy blade in a sweeping arc, severing the beast's claws. Follow me, Qin Ming urged, suppressing the surge of blood within him as he pressed forward. Before the saber-toothed beast could land, he grasped the ancient sword of Defiant, its blade singing through the air as he aimed for the beast's throat, where a deep wound lay exposed. With a swift thrust, the ancient sword pierced the injury with precision, and as Qin Ming brought down his heavy blade, he widened the gash to 1/2 meter in length. Excellent! The man in black exclaimed with elation, swinging his heavy blade once more to strike the beast's head. Roar! The saber-toothed beast emitted a mournful cry, a torrent of ominous black energy surging around it, a tempest of wind and waves that forcefully repelled both Qin Ming and the man in black. Its grievous injuries ultimately subdued its rage, and it ceased its assault, preparing to flee. Nowhere to go. The man in black and the 4 mercenaries encircled it, mustering their last reserves of ferocity for a final, all-out offensive. Before long, the saber-toothed beast let out a mournful cry as its massive form collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless. The 5 were wounded all over, panting heavily. The female mercenary seemed unable to stand, leaning against a tree trunk, head bowed. Friend, thanks. The man in black paused for a moment, then proactively thanked Qin Ming. Although Qin Ming had only acted twice, his timing had been impeccable, his 2 assists turning the tide. You're welcome. What's inside? Qin Ming gestured to the cave. The man in black's eyes shifted slightly, not expecting Qin Ming to have noticed the situation inside the cave. He had originally intended to offer some money to send Qin Ming away. The other 4 mercenaries slowly raised their heads, looking at Qin Ming, their weary eyes gradually becoming wary. Don't be nervous. I won't take advantage of your misfortune. Whatever's inside, I want 1/5. I'll go in and take a look myself. Inside, there's a millennium pine moss. The man in black was unsure of Qin Ming's strength and identity, but judging from the explosive force with which he had knocked back the saber-toothed beast, his strength should be considerable, and he was a ruthless character. The sword in his hand also appeared to be no ordinary weapon. The 5 of them were now seriously injured, and if they fell out, it was uncertain who would live and who would die. Tell me more. Qin Ming hadn't heard of it. The man in black pointed to the low mountain in front of them. This low mountain is actually the root of a 1,000-year-old tree. The trunk is gone, and the old roots remain buried in the low mountain. Upon the roots of an ancient tree thrives a rare treasure known as moss, formed by the essence of a millennium-old tree. This moss possesses remarkable healing properties and is undoubtedly among the finest of mid-tier spiritual treasures. They have observed this place for an extended period and are well acquainted with its circumstances. Previously, 5 saber-toothed beasts guarded the cave, but over the past month, they lured each one outside and hunted them down. Initially, it was believed that only one remained, easily dealt with. Yet this particular saber-toothed beast proved significantly stronger than the others. I require but a fifth of it. Qin Ming ventured into the cave, followed closely by 5 mercenaries. The air inside was remarkably fresh, invigorating the spirit with each deep breath. The low mountain indeed harbored the roots of an ancient tree, with various gnarled roots intertwining densely. At the innermost part of the cave, where several old roots entwined, a palm-sized patch of moss thrived, exuding a rich vitality. Qin Ming did not take much, only a fifth of the moss. The man in black cautioned, "Be careful not to consume too much. Take merely a small amount each day, fully refining it before partaking again. Otherwise, it may petrify your body, causing a tree to sprout from within. I assure you, such occurrences have transpired. Thank you for the warning. I take my leave. Friend, may I inquire your name?" "Qin Ming. Are you alone? The forest is perilous. Would you consider joining us?" "I appreciate the kind offer, but I have matters to attend to." "You wouldn't happen to be a disciple of Qingyun Sect, would you?" One mercenary suddenly recalled an encounter from 2 days prior with a group of mercenaries, who had warned them that disciples from Qingyun Sect would soon be in this mountainous region to gather herbs, advising them to steer clear and avoid unnecessary trouble. Qin Ming nodded and departed. The man in black had completely abandoned the notion of reclaiming the ancient moss, truly wary of provoking the Qingyun Sect. Judging by this person's prowess, he was likely a distinguished disciple. Perhaps there were other disciples nearby foraging for herbs as well. With this thought, they hurriedly left. They no longer dared to rob Qin Ming, fearing he might summon others to retaliate against them. The Millennium Moss was indeed a rare treasure, coveted even by the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. As twilight descended, Qin Ming sought a secluded spot to conceal himself, retrieving the ancient moss from his pack for a closer inspection. It bore a striking resemblance to ordinary moss, yet he could perceive an intense vitality emanating from it, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. This Millennium Spirit herb should possess not only restorative properties, but perhaps many other miraculous effects. He hoped it would not disappoint him. Qin Ming was in urgent need of solidifying his cultivation at the 4th level of spirit martial arts, and this presented an opportune moment. He carefully cut a small piece and placed it in his mouth, savoring the rich, cool essence that filled his mouth and spread throughout his body, permeating his organs and muscles. Would overindulgence lead to petrification? He was unperturbed. He possessed the Shengsheng decision. Yin and yang interconnected, essence and spirit transposed. Life transformed the energy. DEGLY, left 3 right 7, 2 4 as shoulders, 6 8 as feet, 5 residing in the center. The yang occupies the 4 cardinal points, while yin returns to the 4 corners, the center housing 5, mediating between yin and yang, responding to the northern dipper above, ruling over the 8 directions below. Qin Ming silently recited the 2nd segment of the Shengsheng Decisions mantra, refining the hard-won Millennium Moss. This method would not only avert petrification, but should also prove more effective than direct absorption. Indeed, these erratic streams of vital essence gradually succumbed to control, flowing through Qin Ming's entire being under his guidance, swiftly refining and nourishing his organs, as if every cell radiated vitality. A small patch of moss was quickly refined, and Qin Ming unhesitatingly consumed the remainder, utilizing the life-generating art to separate and direct it. Unbeknownst to him, his skin began to exude a dark impurity, increasing in quantity until it enveloped his body, resembling a black, viscous fluid tinged with hints of dark red. Rather than feeling perplexed, Qin Ming felt a surge of delight. He recalled the first time he practiced the life-generating art, when his body experienced a similar transformation, akin to a thorough cleansing and rebirth. Each subsequent permeation brought forth similar occurrences, as his body underwent continuous evolution. The formidable strength that Qin Ming possessed was largely attributable to the marrow-cleansing effects of the life-generating art. Without it, achieving an explosive force of 600 to 700 pounds through mere training would have been implausible, let alone enduring the backlash from thrice the might of the diamond fist. However, as he progressed, the appearance of the dark viscous substance diminished, and after completing the first stage of cultivation, such phenomena ceased. To his astonishment, the second stage of the life-generating art produced a comparable effect, with the dark red within the impurities indicating a deeper level of cleansing. The following morning, Qin Ming emerged from his secluded cave, invigorated and smiling, his fatigue and injuries completely dissipated. His senses felt acutely heightened. and his entire being was imbued with an indescribable lightness. Clenching his fists, he admired the perfect musculature that adorned his arms, sensing an augmentation of his power. Uncertain whether it is the ancient moss that possesses such remarkable effects or the synergy with the life-giving herb, the outcome has been unexpectedly splendid. Qin Ming arrived at a nearby lake, meticulously cleaned himself, changed his attire, and ventured deeper into the forest in search of Zhao Min. From Zhao Min's scheme to eliminate him during the herb-gathering expedition, it is evident that this woman harbors a deeply malevolent heart. Initially, there was no such profound animosity, yet she is intent on taking a life. If he does not resolve this matter, upon returning to the Qingyun Sect, he will undoubtedly face endless calamities. Chapter 14, Blood Blossoms. 1. In the dim and damp forest, Qin Ming cautiously sought his way, striving to remain in concealed areas. His familiarity with the surrounding woods and mountains was far inferior to that of Qiao Chun, a disciple of the Herb Mountain, and they would no longer be as careless as before. One could only speculate on what schemes they might concoct to ensnare him, and a moment's inattention could lead him into a trap. However, the forest was fraught with peril. Despite his utmost vigilance, Qin Ming encountered several ambushes from spirit beasts. On one occasion, while evading the prowling white cloud leopard, a black eagle suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing through the tangled branches and lunging at him, its dark talons nearly sinking into his neck. After 2 days and nights of relentless searching, he had yet to uncover any trace of Zhao Min and her group, though he did encounter several herb-gathering teams. To avoid complications, he kept his distance. The herb-gathering expedition would last only about half a month, and time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. Should Zhao Min rally other gathering parties to join forces against him, his chances of survival would diminish even further. At noon on the 3rd day, Qin Ming fortuitously unearthed a wild ginseng, as thick as a radish. Under the sunlight, its intricate patterns were distinctly visible. It appeared to be a spiritual essence. Although it might not reach the mid-grade tier, it was undoubtedly a rare variety among the lower grades. Suddenly, peculiar sounds echoed from the damp forest ahead, and Qin Ming hastily concealed the wild ginseng, his gaze fixed in astonishment. To his dismay, a swarm of crimson-eyed venomous spiders emerged. Each spider was as large as a calf, an alarming sight indeed. Cloaked in a glossy black sheen, their blood-red eyes shone ominously in the dim underbrush, making them exceedingly conspicuous. Their 8 legs resembled sturdy spears, robust and menacing. While 1 or 2 crimson-eyed spiders might not inspire fear, a multitude, at least 30 to 50, searching for sustenance was truly daunting. This place seemed to be their territory. Qin Ming endeavored to suppress any sound, retreating stealthily. Fortunately, the spiders remained oblivious to his presence, lazily meandering about. Where could Zhao Min have hidden? Perhaps she sought out another medicinal gathering group? With utmost caution, Qin Ming navigated through the forest, pausing intermittently to attune himself to his surroundings. Suddenly, a faint metallic scent of blood wafted toward him from a certain direction. Who could it be? He concealed himself among the treetops, furrowing his brow as he peered ahead. Beneath an ancient, towering tree sat a man, drenched in blood, his head tilted back in terror, his hollow eyes staring blankly into the distance. It was one of the robust disciples from Qiao Chun's medicinal gathering group. What had transpired? Qin Ming first surveyed the vicinity to ensure it was safe before cautiously approaching. Indeed, it is that male disciple who perished not long ago, his body still oozing with blood. The surrounding woodland bears clear signs of a struggle, yet the area is confined, suggesting that the conflict concluded swiftly. How could he have met his demise here? Was it at the hands of Qiao Chun, or? Qin Ming's attention was suddenly drawn to some bloodstains ahead. Extending deeper into the thicket, he gripped the ancient Dian sword tightly and cautiously approached. The blood flowed intermittently, leading him forward. Upon passing a trickling stream, he stumbled upon numerous disordered footprints. At that moment, Qin Ming heard a piercing scream, accompanied by a brazen, mocking laughter. His brow furrowed as he followed the trail of blood. Ahead lay a tranquil valley, adorned with a multitude of wildflowers, exuding a fragrant splendor, and a few elegant saplings graced the landscape, creating an idyllic setting. However, the events unfolding within were nothing short of atrocious. A band of mercenaries had captured Zhao Min and Qiao Chun. Qiao Chun lay amidst a pool of blood, a burly man pressing his foot upon him, gleefully toying with a golden bronze sword. What a fine sword! Ha, splendid indeed. No wonder he is a disciple of Qingyun Sect, carrying treasures with him. This sword is worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. I can give you the bronze sword. Just let me go. Release us. Qiao Chun, battered and wounded, writhed in agony. Oh, changing your tune, are we? You were quite defiant a moment ago, and now you've softened so swiftly? The imposing man kicked Qiao Chun aside. Curling in pain, Xiao Chun implored, I am a senior disciple of the Medicine Mountain of Qingyun Sect, destined to become an inner disciple. If you kill me, Qingyun Sect will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Spare me, and I shall pretend this never occurred. The bronze sword is yours. Having released you, you immediately sought retribution. I've encountered your kind numerous times. Don't be naive. Since we dared to make a move, we never intended to let you escape. The burly man chuckled as he approached the flower bushes. No, please, don't come any closer. Zhao Min, severely wounded, lay there feebly. 7 mercenaries surrounded Zhao Min, their mouths watering, their lustful gazes raking over her figure. This chick is so fair and tender. She's exquisite. I can hardly restrain myself. A disciple nurtured by the Azure Cloud sect is indeed different, with delicate skin and flesh. Haha. A woman of such captivating beauty would undoubtedly be a top courtesan in a brothel, worth at least 100 taels of gold. I'm truly fortunate today. Even death would be worthwhile. They had never before seen such a beautiful woman, with her enchanting and exquisite features, shapely and slender legs, and delicate snow-white waist. Every part of her was so flawless. They were like a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing a piece of meat, constantly swallowing their saliva. Zhao Min was in despair, hating her beauty for the first time in her life. She had joined the herb-gathering expedition solely to kill Qin Ming and vent her resentment, never expecting to encounter such a situation. Had she known, she would never have left the Azure Cloud sect. Qin Ming, concealed in the tree canopy, clearly witnessed everything that transpired in the valley. Logically, he should have felt a sense of satisfaction, but instead, he felt a wave of revulsion. Was he to stand idly by and watch Zhao Min be violated and killed? Qin Ming gritted his teeth, struggling internally. He lowered his eyelids, then suddenly looked up, a fierce glint in his eyes. He turned and disappeared into the forest. Please, I beg you, let me go. I can give you many treasures. Indeed, I swear. Zhao Min implored desperately, unable to fathom the ordeal that awaited her. Wait. Xiao Chen suddenly struggled to rise. What's wrong? There is no need for you to risk harming the people of Qingyun Sect. I can offer you gold, an abundance of gold. With this gold, you can indulge in any pleasures you desire in the city. Spare us the foolishness. Do not treat us as fools. Xiao Chen shouted anxiously. I can provide you with spiritual herbs. Do you still possess spiritual herbs? The other mercenaries turned to look at Xiao Chen. I do not have any at present, but I can procure some. I am a disciple of Yao Shan, and we possess unique methods for locating spiritual herbs. I can lead you in search of them. And I assure you that we will discover numerous inferior spiritual herbs, with the possibility of finding some medium-grade ones as well. Truly, I guarantee it. The other mercenaries exchanged glances, intrigued by this promising idea. Very well. For now, you have preserved your life. The robust man waved his hand decisively, sealing Xiao Chen's fate. He breathed a sigh of relief, yet his heart simmered with silent indignation as a distinguished disciple of Yu Shan. He was reduced to pleading with a lowly mercenary to spare his life. What of my junior sister? Her? Huh. Even if you present me with superior spiritual herbs, I would not trade. The robust man grinned widely. The other mercenaries chuckled, relishing the thought. Such a delectable opportunity might never come again in their lifetimes. Keep a close watch on that boy. Do not allow him to play tricks. The robust man could no longer restrain himself and leaned toward Zhao Min. Zhao Min, in despair, closed her eyes and let tears flow. In that moment, memories of Qin Ming inexplicably surged within her. Why have I come here? It is all because of Qin Ming. Hatred. She harbored an intense hatred for Qin Ming. Had it not been for him, I, Zhao Min, would not have fallen to such a state. Xiao Chen averted his gaze, realizing he must prioritize his own survival. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the forest outside the valley. Xiao Chen turned back, and Zhao Min opened her tear-filled eyes. Before long, a figure emerged from the dense woods, panting as it gazed into the valley. Qin Ming? Xiao Chen could hardly believe his own eyes. Qin Ming? Zhao Min stared in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. The newcomer was indeed Qin Ming, who, with gritted teeth and resolute determination, charged into the valley. He is your comrade. The burly man's expression darkened. Their plans had been interrupted time and again. Another fool rushing to his demise. Forget about him. Boss, we'll handle this. 2 mercenaries brandished their blades, preparing to confront him. Did he really think he could play the hero? Such naivety. The other mercenaries scoffed, dismissing him. Just one man. What heroics could he possibly achieve? Yet, their expressions soon froze in shock. Barely had Qin Ming burst forth from the forest when a rustling sound followed, and a horde of red-eyed venomous spiders surged forth. Their 8 black legs moving with astonishing speed, screeching as they pursued Qin Ming. Then came 1, 2, 10, 20. A dense swarm of over 40 red-eyed venomous spiders erupted from the thicket, each the size of a calf, their glossy carapaces glinting ominously in the sunlight. With robust claws forged like steel, bearing their fangs as they relentlessly pursued, Qin Ming furiously dashed into the valley, clutching the leg of a red-eyed venomous spider. He had slain one, inciting the fury of the spider horde, leading them on a wild chase. He could not bear to watch Zhao Min being humiliated. This was not merely a matter of hatred, but a question of humanity. Chapter 15, Blood Blossoms 2, The Red-Eyed Venomous Spider? The mercenaries stood in stunned silence, then suddenly snapped to attention, cursing vehemently as they hastily grasped their weapons. Qin Ming darted into the valley, swiftly seizing Qiao Chun and retreating to the innermost part of the gorge, grinning at the mercenaries. Gentlemen, do relish the feast of the venomous spiders. I will cleave you in two. A robust man bellowed, swinging his blade toward Qin Ming. Brother, ignore him. Fight your way out. We must escape. The other mercenaries yelled in panic as the red-eyed spiders surged into their midst. You wretch, I shall remember you. The burly man glared furiously at Qin Ming before charging into the throng of red-eyed spiders, commanding his comrades, take that woman and let us break through. One mercenary hoisted Zhao Min onto his shoulder, blending into the ranks of his fellows. Qin Ming, save me, save me. If I die, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Zhao Min struggled, screaming in desperation. Silence. A mercenary struck her, rendering her unconscious. Kill. 8 mercenaries shouted in unison, joining forces to assault the red-eyed spiders. Qin Ming. Yu Qiaochun could hardly believe that Qin Ming had come to his aid. The number of red-eyed spiders was overwhelming, their massive forms enhanced by their exaggerated 3-meter-long spiny legs, as they suddenly poured into the valley, occupying half the space. Sensing the abundance of food, they became ferocious, exhaling poisonous fumes and brandishing their spiny legs as they lunged at the mercenaries. The burly man led the charge, his ferocious blade cleaving through the air, slicing a red-eyed spider in half. The remaining 7 followed closely, forming a pointed wedge as they boldly collided with the swarm of spiders. They had fought together innumerable times, their synergy impeccable. Don't die just yet. Qin Ming cast aside Qiao Chun and plunged into the fray. Before the crimson-eyed venomous spiders could encircle the mercenaries, he surged ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He launched 3 flying daggers aimed at the last 3 mercenaries. You little brat, are you tired of living? They roared in fury, swiftly dodging the daggers. Yet, the blades curved, striking from the side, puncturing their leather armor and embedding deep within their flesh. The force of the strike sent them staggering, their cries of anguish piercing the air. Qin Ming charged forward, the Deyin ancient sword radiating a fierce light, compelling the 3 to retreat. These mercenaries were formidable and reckless. Qin Ming, wishing to avoid a direct confrontation, dashed into the circle after forcing them back. The mercenary carrying Zhao Min had concealed himself in the rear. Sensing something amiss behind him, he abruptly turned, only to behold Qin Ming barreling towards him. Like a frenzied tiger, Qin Ming collided with him, unleashing a tremendous force akin to 2,000 pounds. Crack! Half of the mercenary's body seemed to shatter as he was propelled into the air by the impact. Zhao Min, perched upon his shoulder, was flung away, landing securely in Qin Ming's grasp. The robust man was in the midst of a fierce assault when the mercenary crashed into him from behind, catching him off guard. Stumbling, he nearly fell to the ground, just as a venomous spider sank its fangs into his shoulder and another crimson-eyed spider lunged forward, its claws and fangs mercilessly ready to attack. Brother! The mercenary team was thrown into disarray, the encircling crimson-eyed spiders swiftly overwhelming them. Qin Ming carried Zhao Min as he charged forward, while the 3 injured mercenaries, driven mad with rage, rushed at him, demanding to know where he intended to flee. Fearless and undaunted, Qin Ming maneuvered with agility, narrowly escaping their encirclement. You little rascal, I won't let this go. The mercenaries roared, but their focus shifted as they struggled to fend off the relentless red-eyed venom spiders. With one arm bearing Zhao Min and the other wielding his sword, Qin Ming unleashed a barrage of fierce sword energy, poised to break free. Suddenly, another red-eyed venom spider lunged at him, its spear-like legs tearing into his back, leaving him bleeding profusely and nearly puncturing his body. Qin Ming stifled a groan, almost losing his grip on Zhao Min. In the next moment, 5 red-eyed venom spiders closed in. The valley erupted into chaos, as the formidable men and other mercenaries were engulfed by the spiders. Yet, they were no ordinary mercenaries. Their combat prowess was exceptional, allowing them to withstand the initial onslaught. Bloodied but unyielding, they regrouped and even began to counterattack. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Qin Ming successfully broke free from the encirclement, only to realize that Xiao Chun was no longer present. Had he fled? Qin Ming scoffed and continued to carry Zhao Min out of the valley. Only 3 red-eyed venom spiders relentlessly pursued them, while the remaining spiders continued to engage the mercenaries in fierce combat. Not long after plunging into the dense forest, Qin Ming spotted Xiao Chun, who was escaping with the gleaming bronze sword in hand. Panting heavily, Xiao Chun exclaimed, "You're both alive. That's wonderful. I was just about to seek help." "Is that so?" Qin Ming replied with a smirk, darting past Xiao Chun as the 3 red-eyed venom spiders remained in hot pursuit. Their injuries were severe, and they dared not provoke the menacing spiders. After traversing 2 mountains, they finally managed to shake off the red-eyed venomous spider. Utterly exhausted, they leaned against several large trees. Gasping for breath, having narrowly escaped death, they felt drained of all strength. It took them a considerable time to regain their composure. Zhao Min regained consciousness, albeit in a state of frailty, casting a gaze laden with complexity towards Qin Ming. Xiao Chun, panting heavily, also directed his eyes at Qin Ming. He had never anticipated that Qin Ming would come to their rescue. Yet, why? This was decidedly unusual. Qin Ming met their intricate gazes. "Have you forgotten me?" "Why?" Zhao Min inquired. "What do you mean by why? Why save us? Shouldn't you express your gratitude? What is your true intention?" Zhao Min harbored doubts about Qin Ming's motives, convinced that he could not merely wish to save her out of sheer goodwill. "What do you want?" Xiao Chen echoed her skepticism, as the entire situation seemed decidedly peculiar. Qin Ming regarded them silently for a moment, then shook his head, tearing off a strip of cloth to wipe the blood from the Defiant ancient sword. "I have no ulterior motive. I simply wish to save you. It is as straightforward as that. I cannot believe it. What do you truly desire? Speak." Zhao Min suddenly pondered whether Qin Ming might be leveraging this act of rescue as a form of coercion. Would he rather save them from perishing in the valley only to later threaten them for something? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Recalling her humiliating experiences in the valley, if Qin Ming were to relay the events of the valley back to the Qingyun Sect, would she not become a subject of ridicule? What transpired today must remain confidential. Upon our return to the Qingyun Sect, I shall provide you with 3 mid-grade spiritual herbs, and from henceforth, you shall keep your silence. Xiao Chen also wished to prevent his own ordeal from reaching the Qingyun Sect, well aware of how poorly he had conducted himself at that time. If the embellished words of Qin Ming were to spread, the opportunity for oneself to become a direct disciple of Yao Shan would be lost. Zhao Min and Xiao Chen's thoughts were surprisingly in accord after narrowly escaping danger. They became more concerned about their reputations and firmly believed that Qin Ming's assistance was not well-intentioned. Qin Ming wielded the ancient Defiant sword, stating, "I truly believe you should at least express your gratitude. There is no need for pretense between us. Your rescue of others is merely a means of coercion." Zhao Min, leaning against an old tree, rose to her feet. "You are mistaken." "Mistaken? Spare me your rhetoric. State your desires now, and we shall consider it settled. My rescue of you is purely out of humanity." Suddenly, the Defiant sword pressed against Zhao Min's throat. Qin Ming's gaze turning icy. "To kill you would eliminate future troubles." With a swift motion, the sword grazed Zhao Min's throat, sending a spray of crimson into the air. Creating a hauntingly beautiful arc, Zhao Min clutched her throat, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she gazed at Qin Ming. At least death comes with dignity. Qin Ming cast a cold glance before turning to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stared blankly at Zhao Min, a wave of dread washing over him. As he struggled to rise, What are you planning to do?" "To do what you most desire." Qin Ming approached Xiao Chun. He sank heavily to the ground, his gaze vacant, mouth opening in a silent plea. A stunning beauty met her demise in the forest. "What do you wish for?" "I can grant it to you. I truly can." "Qin Ming, there is no need for this. I bear you no ill will. It is Zhao Min, that vile woman, who seeks to harm you. She deserves her fate. She is as venomous as a serpent, and I was merely incited. Do not approach. Do not come closer. I am a disciple of Yu Shan. You cannot kill me." Xiao Chen was genuinely panicked, retreating against the ancient tree while tremblingly pointing his bronze sword at Qin Ming. He never anticipated that Qin Ming's act of saving lives was, in fact, a prelude to taking one. The swiftness and decisiveness with which he dispatched Zhao Min was astonishing. Is this all a disciple of Yao Shan amounts to? Qin Ming swung his sword towards Xiao Chen's throat. "I possess high-quality spiritual herbs. I can trade my life for them." Qin Ming remained unmoved, his hand rising and the blade descending. Xiao Chen screamed, "You cannot. You must not." A sudden splatter of blood silenced him. Chapter 16. Martial Arts. Purple lightning serpent Qin Ming departed the scene with the golden-hued bronze sword in hand. not hurrying back to Eagle Mountain, but continuing to search the forest for spiritual herbs and engage in battles with spiritual beasts. With 10 days remaining until the gathering, he was determined not to squander this rare opportunity. Having neutralized Zhao Min's threat, he felt liberated from further concerns. Over the following days, his endeavors bore fruit. He discovered 4 low-grade spiritual herbs and 3 low-grade spiritual fruits, and he engaged in combat with several spiritual beasts. Qin Ming diligently consolidated his cultivation at the 4th level of spiritual martial arts, striving for ample room for advancement. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous adventurous mercenary teams, each time choosing to retreat before any confrontation. However, today, upon spotting a mercenary group, he did not shy away but rather approached them slowly. By a stream, a cluster of mercenaries had just surrounded and slain a steel-skinned wild bull, fervently dividing the valuable horns and hide, which could fetch a handsome price in the city. Each of them bore bulging satchels, suggesting a bountiful harvest. Qin Ming's attention was drawn to a middle-aged man, whose entire being was enveloped in erratic electric arcs, radiating an intense light that illuminated his chiseled, resilient face, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. His right arm was ensnared by a robust lightning serpent. Not a genuine spirit creature, but a vivid manifestation of condensed lightning, alive and thrumming, with its head raised as if it were howling at the heavens. This scene was both magnificent and breathtaking, leaving Qin Ming awestruck, a flicker of yearning igniting within his heart. It was this very man who had repelled the iron-skinned bull with a single strike. In that fleeting moment, his entire form blazed with electric brilliance, the radiance blinding. As the lightning serpent detached from his arm and coiled around the bull, unleashing a thunderous roar that erupted into a fierce tempest. The purple lightning serpent, a testament to a superior spirit-level martial art, wielded immense power, justifying the expenditure of a fortune. The man raised his arm skyward, electric arcs swirling chaotically, while the serpent shrieked ferociously. He had executed this technique multiple times, each instance resulting in a decisive victory, astonishing in its effectiveness. Such formidable martial arts could only be mastered by their elder brother. A fiery woman exclaimed with admiration. A man, cleaning the bull's sharp horns by the stream, grinned and remarked, "Our harvest this time is commendable. We shall return and convert it into gold, procuring a suitable weapon for our elder brother." The middle-aged man dismissed the lightning serpent, stating, "Weapons are unnecessary. We should seek martial arts that suit you better. The stronger the martial art, the greater the power, enabling us to venture further in the future. Let us strive for every brother to cultivate to superior spirit-level martial arts within 3 years." "We shall heed our elder brother's counsel," the other mercenaries replied, laughter ringing out in agreement. "Who goes there? Step forward." The man's gaze suddenly turned icy as he directed his attention towards the concealed whereabouts of Qin Ming. "Is someone there?" The other mercenaries immediately grasped their weapons, their expressions frigid and prepared for confrontation. Qin Ming remained hidden in the woods, refraining from revealing himself. "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely passed through and was drawn by the sound. The road is broad, and we can each go our separate ways, please. There is no rush. I possess a splendid sword, and hope to exchange it for your Xidian Quanxia martial arts." The superior grade spiritual martial arts, particularly of the lightning variety, were perfectly suited for Qin Ming. The Qingyun Sect prohibited him from cultivating martial arts, and this restriction would likely persist for an extended duration. "If you refuse, I shall make the exchange myself." He happened to hold Xiao Chen's genuine bronze sword. "A sword? Show it to us." The middle-aged man signaled his comrades to remain alert, scanning the surrounding thicket for any lurking threats. After a brief pause, Qin Ming donned a bark mask and emerged from the forest, holding aloft the genuine bronze sword. The sword quivered slightly, producing a melodious chime, its surface shimmering with light, the genuine unmistakably striking and clearly not an ordinary item. The mercenary's eyes brightened at the sight of the fine weapon. "Let us examine it." The woman, whose weapon was also a sword, could not tear her gaze from the bronze sword. Qin Ming retreated into the forest, suggesting, "Let us change the venue for our transaction, just ahead." "Brother, could this be a trap?" The other mercenaries questioned cautiously. "Everyone, spread out and proceed to investigate." The middle-aged man followed suit, exercising caution. Qin Ming arrived at the edge of a nearby cliff, overlooking the rushing river below. Should danger arise, he would leap without hesitation. He held profound reservations about these mercenaries and dared not place his trust in them. A middle-aged man and a woman emerged from the dense forest, arriving at the edge of a cliff while the others remained vigilant within the woods. "Where did this sword come from? Why the need for a swap?" "I found it. A few days prior, I witnessed a group of mercenaries pursuing a few individuals, seemingly intent on seizing this very sword. Unfortunately for them, They encountered a swarm of red-eyed venomous spiders, and I seized the opportunity to claim it for myself. Qin Ming was unperturbed by the prospect of being investigated later. He would simply assert that he had found it along the way, having no knowledge that it belonged to Qiao Chun. The demise of Qiao Chun and his companions was due to that band of mercenaries, and had no bearing on him. Let me take a look. The middle-aged man sensed that this youth's aura was not particularly strong. His choice of location reflected caution, causing him to gradually lower his guard. Qin Ming casually tossed a stone into the air, and the bronze sword vibrated effortlessly, slicing through it with a smooth, even cut. One hand wielded martial arts, while the other grasped a weapon. The woman's eyes betrayed an undeniable longing as she subtly nudged the man. Brother, since you have thoroughly researched the purple lightning mad serpent, why not? The man hesitated. Although he had indeed mastered the purple lightning mad serpent, selling it elsewhere could yield a handsome profit. My martial arts are of superior spiritual grade. Do you believe your sword is worthy of such an exchange? Whether to trade is entirely up to you. Its worth is also a matter of your discretion. Qin Ming stepped back, positioning himself at the cliff's edge. You ventured alone into the Yunluo forest? That is none of your concern. What is your name? That is also irrelevant. I am merely here to negotiate with you. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before inquiring of the woman beside him. Do you truly desire it? Indeed. A middle-aged man produced an ancient technique of the purple lightning serpent, which was a tattered sheepskin scroll, and hurled it towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming picked it up and casually flipped through its contents before tossing the golden Lin bronze sword back. The woman caught it midair, her excitement palpable as she brandished it with glee, a smile lighting up her face. This bronze sword likely possessed a unique origin. I advise caution in its use lest you attract unwanted attention. Farewell, everyone. Without hesitation, Qin Ming leaped off the cliff, plummeting over 30 meters, suspended in midair before crashing into the water below with a tremendous splash. This lad is quite clever. The woman approached the edge of the cliff, pondering for a moment whether to retrieve the technique. In the deep of night, Qin Ming took refuge in a secluded cave, igniting a fire and examining the scroll. Thunder and lightning techniques are exceedingly rare, especially of the high-grade spirit level, and he never anticipated he would have the chance to acquire one. This marked the first instance he delved into a martial art outside the Grand Yin Sword Classic. Compared to the profound complexities of the Da Yin Sword Classic, the purple lightning serpent appeared far more suited to Qin Ming's current stage. However, as he continued to study, he sensed something amiss. The purple lightning serpent comprised a total of 7 major techniques, seemingly impressive at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, the first 5 segments, followed by the 6th, were merely methods for channeling, transforming, condensing, and releasing lightning, lacking any substantial offensive capability. Am I being deceived? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, meticulously reviewing the content. Indeed. The first 6 segments were entirely focused on the manipulation of lightning, devoid of offensive power. The 7th segment, titled Lightning Serpent's Howl, prompted him to hastily flip to the final page, furrowing his brow in deep concentration as he scrutinized it closely. After a considerable time, Qin Ming felt a sense of clarity wash over him, and he exhaled deeply, finally comprehending that although the martial technique appeared to consist of numerous moves, it essentially revolved around a singular segment, the 7th segment. The essence of the purple lightning serpent lies within this segment. The first 6 segments represent not only the methods of harnessing lightning, but also the steps necessary to execute the 7th segment. To unleash Thunder Serpent's Howl, one must thoroughly study and seamlessly perform the first 6 segments, layering and merging them to form the Thunder Serpent. Once the Thunder Serpent takes shape, it will unleash an overwhelming force of transformative power. Generally speaking, high-grade spiritual martial techniques possess considerable lethality in each segment, with each succeeding segment exhibiting greater strength and unique characteristics. However, the Purple Lightning Serpent is a wild and unconventional martial art, aptly named for its pursuit of sustained suppression followed by instantaneous release. Upon grasping the situation, a smile graced Qin Ming's face. Truly, the Purple Lightning Serpent did not disappoint him. For 3 consecutive days, Qin Ming concealed himself within the cave, diligently studying the Purple Lightning Serpent. The first 6 segments appeared simple, yet mastering them comprehensively proved to be quite the challenge. Especially when it came to condensing them into the Thunder Serpent, it was imperative to proficiently execute the intricate moves of the first 6 segments in quick succession within mere seconds. Otherwise, the Thunder Serpent would not materialize, rendering its formidable power unattainable. The greater the complexity, the more challenging it became. Qin Ming eagerly anticipated the day he would perfect his skills and yearned for the might of Thunder Serpent's Howl. On the 4th day, having organized his martial techniques and shouldered the great Yin ancient sword, He returned to the designated meeting point at Eagle Mountain, awaiting the return of his fellow disciples from Medicine Mountain. Chapter 17. The Killer, one who kills constantly. Not long after Qin Ming returned to Eagle Mountain, the herbal gathering teams gradually returned, their harvest appearing quite promising. With smiles adorning each face, the disciples tasked with guarding the area had also managed to reap some benefits, acquiring a few low-grade spiritual herbs. No one paid Qin Ming any mind, and he, too, chose to disregard them, sitting beside an iron bucket, munching on his rations while admiring the breathtaking scenery of the Yuluo forest. That evening, of the 15 herbal gathering teams, 11 had returned, leaving 4 still unaccounted for, including Qiao Chun and Zhao Min, who would never return. The endeavor of gathering herbs was fraught with peril, and every disciple was mentally prepared for the risks involved. Among the 11 returning teams, there were casualties. 9 disciples had perished in the forest, their bodies unrecoverable. Zhao Min had yet to return. Which group was she with? I recall she was with Qiao Chun. How fortunate our senior brother Qiao Chun is, collecting herbs while accompanied by a beauty. I suspect he is deliberately delaying his return. Every moment spent together counts. Haha. Let us wait a little longer. They should be back soon. As night fell, bonfires were lit atop the mountain, and the disciples of Yu Shan gathered to recount their daily harvests. They had embarked on this mission with specific objectives. Each was expected to return with at least 10 mid-grade spiritual herbs, preferably uprooted with their soil intact, alongside a minimum of 100 low-grade spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Failure to meet these requirements would result in punishment upon their return, while exceeding the targets would garner special rewards. The guarding disciples clustered together, sharing laughter and enjoying a delectable dinner. A female disciple, with a cheerful demeanor, beckoned to Qin Ming, saying, "Hey, Qin Ming, come over and join us." Qin Ming, half asleep and half awake, opened his eyes slightly, shook his head, and continued to feel drowsy. "We are quite curious about how you broke through to the spiritual martial realm. Come and share your experience with us. We shall reward you with a piece of meat." A male disciple shouted at Qin Ming, "Are you truly at the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm? Would you be interested in a friendly spar? I promise not to use excessive force. Come on, take a seat. I find this fellow quite intriguing." A young city lord who has served as a servant for 8 years. What remarkable patience. Do you think he is genuinely carefree, or does he harbor dark thoughts, secretly yearning for revenge? It is hard to say. "Hey, Qin Ming, come here. I have a question for you. Do you harbor resentment towards the Qingyun Sect?" The group of disciples grew increasingly interested and beckoned Qin Ming over. Qin Ming curled the corners of his mouth into a silent smile, stood up to adjust his clothing, and while everyone assumed he would join them, he directly descended from the mountaintop to rest in another location. The following day, a herbal gathering team returned, yet they still awaited the return of Qiao Chun's team and 2 other groups. Some disciples began to feel uneasy. Some stayed behind to continue waiting, while others ventured into the nearby mountainous area to search. After 2 days and nights of relentless searching, they indeed discovered several corpses. Remnants of the guardian disciples from one of the smaller teams, their bodies reduced to mere fragments, unrecognizable from their original forms. However, the other herbal gathering team and Qiao Chun's group had still not been found, not even a corpse. Could it be that they had met with misfortune? They were compelled to think the worst. Had they encountered a mercenary group and been robbed and killed? Or perhaps they had fallen victim to spirit beasts. Under normal circumstances, mercenary groups would not dare to provoke the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, but exceptions cannot be ruled out. Should one be unfortunate enough to encounter a formidable spirit creature, the risk of demise looms large. In the past, such incidents were not uncommon during the herb-gathering expeditions. However, in recent years, the frequent intimidation by the elders has significantly diminished their occurrence. The tragic loss of 3 groups this time has left the disciples in a state of unease, particularly with the inclusion of Zhao Min, a distinguished direct disciple. They dared not abandon the search lightly and dispersed to continue their efforts for 2 more days. Ultimately, they uncovered the remains of another herb-gathering team, the cause of death indiscernible, whether it was the work of spirit creatures or mercenaries. Eventually, they discovered the body of the double-blade disciple from Qiao Chun's group. 3 days later, the herb-gathering team returned to Qingyun Sect, bearing not only a bounty of spiritual herbs, but also the grim news of Zhao Min and others' untimely deaths. No one cast suspicion upon Qin Ming, for outsiders were oblivious to the enmity between Zhao Min and him, and even less aware of his prowess. Upon his return to Qingyun Sect, Qin Ming's first act was to approach the cliff beside Yu Shan, seeking the elusive snake heart fruit. The sheer cliff was draped in lush green vines, concealing many venomous snakes and colossal pythons. The snake heart fruit remained hidden in a secluded nook, The azure blade within his chi stirred once more, releasing a nebulous black mist that enveloped the air above the chi, silently spreading as if to alert Qin Ming. Qin Ming suddenly found himself puzzled. Why did the azure blade evoke a sense of caution towards the golden snake? Such a reaction had not manifested during encounters with other formidable spirit creatures in the forest. The golden snake reappeared, coiling around the snake heartfruit, its forked tongue flickering crimson as it faced Qin Ming. He stared at it momentarily before abruptly summoning 2 flying daggers, launching them with a flick of his wrist towards the golden serpent. The daggers, imbued with formidable force, spun rapidly, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. The golden serpent opened its mouth, unleashing 2 beams of radiant light that precisely intercepted an incoming flying dagger, producing 2 crisp sounds as the blade was shattered into countless tiny fragments that scattered through the air. Hiss! The golden serpent shimmered with an aura of light, its forked tongue flicking menacingly at Qin Ming, seemingly enraged. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as he launched another flying dagger, this time exerting all his strength, propelling it forward in a swift, straight trajectory, as rapid as thunder. The golden serpent screeched, releasing a blinding beam of light to intercept once more, shattering the dagger anew. However, this time, the dagger visibly advanced a short distance against the golden light before being destroyed. Qin Ming calculated his next move. He was no match for the serpent at present and resolved to return another day. He retreated into the dense forest, navigating the rugged path back to the warehouse. There, he first cleared the weeds and fallen leaves from the solitary grave in the courtyard and watered the magnolia flowers nearby. He then concealed himself in the back mountain, commencing his in-depth study of the purple lightning-frenzied serpent. Possessing a keen intellect, Qin Ming had managed to grasp the first 3 stages of the Vajra strength through his own exploration. Although the purple lightning-frenzied serpent was intricate, it posed no challenge for him. As night fell, engrossed in his research, a sudden commotion erupted from the warehouse. Zhao Lai stormed in, furious, vociferously calling out Qin Ming's name. "Get out here. Qin Ming, come out this instant." As he shouted, he wreaked havoc among the items in the warehouse, resembling a frenzied wild dog, creating a cacophony of noise. "Qin Ming, come out, or I will set your warehouse ablaze. Get out. I command you to come forth." Zhao Lai's hands were engulfed in flames, his voice hoarse and laced with fury, his eyes bloodshot and his expression fierce. "What do you want with me?" Qin Ming pushed open the iron door, frowning as he surveyed the disarrayed courtyard. "Qin Ming, where's my sister?" Zhao Lai shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "She is dead. How did she die? Was it you?" Zhao Lai's emotions spiraled out of control as he shouted recklessly. "Mind your words. It was you. It must be you. My sister wouldn't kill you. The one who died in the forest must be you. How did you return? Answer me. How did you come back? Where's my sister?" Qin Ming chuckled ironically. "Is it justifiable to kill me? Should I be the one to die? You deserve to die. You should be dead. Now, tell me, what transpired in the forest?" Zhao Lai's eyes turned crimson. When he heard the news of his sister's death, he nearly shattered. With his mediocre talent, his current standing was entirely due to his sister's efforts. She was his pillar of support. The sudden news of her demise was utterly incomprehensible. His sister had joined the herbal gathering expedition to vent her frustrations, seeking an opportunity to kill Qin Ming, or at the very least, to incapacitate him. Yet, it was Qin Ming who returned, while his sister met an inexplicable end. No one suspected Qin Ming's involvement, but Zhao Lai was certain that the matter was connected to him. "You should be grateful you weren't part of the herbal gathering team," Qin Ming scoffed. "You siblings are cut from the same cloth. It was you. It truly was you. Speak. What happened? Tell me. Did my sister truly die, you bastard?" Zhao Lai, consumed by madness, lunged at Qin Ming. Qin Ming seized his neck, lifting him high into the air. "You ought to thank me. Had it not been for me, your sister would have met a far grimmer fate." Zhao Lai struggled violently. "What did you do to my sister? She is dead." Qin Ming grasped him and flung him away, sneering. "If your sister were to return alive and I were to die in the forest, would you not celebrate with a drink?" His gaze was icy. Zhao Lai struggled to rise, exclaiming, "Qin Ming, you shall not die a good death. My sister is the most cherished disciple of Elder Chu Hua. You have slain her, and Elder Chu Hua will not let you off easily. Do not slander me. I have not confessed to murder. Moreover, why would I wish to harm your sister?" Qin Ming retorted. "You know in your heart." "Huh, not quite. My sister, Yoshan Qiaochen, along with the other 3 disciples, they must have all perished at your hands. Qin Ming, you will meet a terrible fate. We shall see." Zhao Lai departed in indignation. Qin Ming extended his hand to stop him, saying, "Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. A killer shall always be pursued by those who seek vengeance. Take heed. Step aside. I will avenge my sister. Zhao Lai pushed past Qin Ming, glancing back with a gaze filled with resentment. Chapter 18. The Golden Chain and Stone on a Moonless Night 10 days later. Qin Ming sat cross-legged atop a towering boulder, his body crackling with erratic electricity, blinding arcs illuminating the dark old forest. His brow was furrowed, his aura escalating. With fluid motions, his hands formed various gestures, channeling his inner energy into a tempest of lightning that enveloped him in layers. The terrifying arcs grew increasingly ferocious, nearly overwhelming Qin Ming entirely. Purple lightning, frenzied serpent. 7th segment, lightning serpent's howl. Suddenly, Qin Ming uttered a low growl, and the surging lightning was unleashed in an instant, darting chaotically around his body. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a robust lightning serpent, entwining itself around him. The serpent's head reared high, a sight both striking and terrifying. The lightning snake appeared almost lifelike, radiating a blinding crimson brilliance. It writhed around Qin Ming, its head emitting a fierce and piercing shriek that was awe-inspiring. The purple lightning frenzy, solid yet unbroken. In the 7th segment, he achieved completion. Qin Ming's eyes widened, a flash of brilliance igniting within. The lightning serpent screeched violently, breaking free from his body, dancing wildly as if it were a powerful thunderbolt, charging forth with astonishing light and force, crashing into the ancient tree ahead. The lightning serpent writhed with ferocity, its might overwhelming. As it thunderously shattered the trunk of the tree, rampaging unchecked, and in an instant, it obliterated 5 tree trunks, cleaving them in 2. Debris mixed with arcs of lightning erupted, smashing the colossal stone behind the 5th tree into fragments. With a creaking sound, boom, the crowns of the 5 trees plummeted, branches flying wildly, and shards of stone scattered across the ground. The forest fell into a brief stillness, the intense light giving way to profound darkness. Qin Ming sat cross-legged upon a boulder, his breath slightly ragged, a sensation of exhaustion washing over him. He remained still for a moment, a subtle smile gradually curving at the corners of his mouth. At last, he had achieved completion, from concentration to manifestation. It took merely 5 seconds, having the time it took to successfully unleash the lightning serpent for the first time, while greatly amplifying its power. With the accumulation of 6 segments, a qualitative transformation occurred in the 7th segment. The magnitude of power generated by this transformation was truly astonishing, exemplifying the most breathtaking aspect of the purple lightning frenzy. In just 10 days, Qin Ming not only perfected the purple lightning frenzy, but also thoroughly integrated the mountains and rivers great sword from the great sword canon. Apart from his morning deliveries, he tirelessly practiced day and night. With the nurturing of life and vitality, he could maintain boundless energy, accomplishing in a single day what others would require 2. Mastery of the purple lightning serpent and mountain river heavy sword techniques not only significantly enhanced Qin Ming's prowess, but also seamlessly elevated his realm to the 5th heaven of spirit martial arts. This ascent was not a forced breakthrough, but a natural progression. The following afternoon, Qin Ming, equipped with 20 freshly honed flying daggers and the ancient Deyin sword upon his back, arrived at a secluded cliffside beside the Medicine Mountain. He sought a concealed spot, whistling towards the precipice and tossing pebbles into the verdant vines. One after another, large venomous serpents were roused, sluggishly slithering beneath the dense foliage. The Azura blade within his energy sea responded once more. Before long, a small golden snake emerged, glaring with discontent. What again? Come down. Qin Ming beckoned to the golden serpent. The snake, coiled around the serpent heart fruit, regarded him coldly. Come down, he insisted, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent forth a flying dagger. Hiss! The golden serpent unleashed a beam of golden light, shattering the dagger. Come down. Qin Ming hurled 2 more daggers, tracing intricate arcs as they shot forth with a fierce wind. The golden serpent tightened its grip on the serpent heart fruit, repeatedly emitting golden light to precisely obliterate the daggers. As the daggers disintegrated into a flurry of shards that scattered in all directions, Qin Ming taunted softly. Dare you descend? Without hesitation, he continued to launch flying daggers. The small golden serpent, enraged, thought, this insufferable human, when will it end? What does he take me for? Come down. In a short span, Qin Ming had thrown 15 daggers. During this time, several disciples passed by, prompting him to quiet momentarily. The small serpent also fell silent. But once the disciples had moved along, Qin Ming resumed his provocations against the golden serpent. The little golden serpent could no longer contain itself. The provocations had become intolerable. Witnessing Qin Ming lift a colossal stone weighing several hundred pounds, the golden serpent emitted a piercing hiss, prompting the massive python and venomous snakes hidden within the verdant vines to emerge en masse, surging down the cliff and into the dense forest, all converging towards Qin Ming. With a swift stroke of his sword, he dispatched them all in the blink of an eye. These formidable serpents posed no threat to him. Just as he finished his assault, he flung 5 throwing knives towards the little golden serpent perched on the cliff. The golden serpent had reached its limit. Had it possessed the ability to speak, it would have unleashed a torrent of curses. It coiled around the serpent heart and dragged it into a nearby small cave. Launching itself from the precipice at a height of 50 meters like a streak of lightning aimed at Qin Ming, repeatedly opening its mouth mid-air, unleashing a barrage of golden light to strike him. Qin Ming deftly retreated, executing a somersault before springing back up and slashing his sword at the golden serpent. Though the serpent had expended much of its spiritual energy retaliating against the flying knives, it remained ferocious, launching relentless and rapid attacks. Qin Ming led the golden serpent further away from the medicinal mountain, steering it towards a nearby ravine, where he felt his momentum surge, raising his sword in determination. Mountain River Heavy Sword. A fierce and chilling force emanated from him, creating a formidable aura of swordplay that resonated with power. The little golden serpent, caught off guard, plummeted midair. Qin Ming's sword cleaved through the serpent, severing it in two. With the demise of the golden serpent, the cliff no longer posed a threat, rendering the remaining venomous snakes inconsequential. Thus, he could confidently venture into the medicinal mountain to harvest the serpent heart. Concealed within the ravine, he remained, nurturing his breath while awaiting the onset of night. As midnight approached and silence enveloped the world, he opened his eyes and boldly plunged into the darkness. In the Qingyun Sect, none dared to covet the treasures of Medicine Mountain. It was both a land of riches and a forbidden zone. Anyone who ventured within would face severe repercussions. Thus, apart from the routine patrolling disciples, the defenses were not particularly stringent, which conveniently facilitated Qin Ming's intentions. He shrouded half of his face in black cloth and stealthily entered the mountain, slinking through the dense ancient forest until he reached the spot where he had discovered the serpent's heart fruit that very day. Tying one end of a rope to a tree root and securing the other around his waist, he gauged the distance and leaped down, landing directly at the site of the serpent's heart fruit. Before the remaining venomous serpents could react, he swiftly grasped the fruit and uprooted it, escaping along the rope. However, within his Dantian's Qi, the Azura blade unexpectedly began to tremble once more, shrouded in an ominous black mist, and this time the vibrations seemed more pronounced. What could be the cause? Was there a lurking threat nearby? Qin Ming dared not act rashly and concealed himself within the treetops, furrowing his brow in observation. After a prolonged silence, he discerned no sign of danger, not even a hint of movement. Oddly enough, could the Azura blade be wary of the serpent's heart fruit? No. A mid-grade spiritual fruit should not elicit such a response. It had remained unperturbed in the presence of ancient moss or formidable spiritual beasts. What, then, was it vigilant against? Wait. The Azura blade's caution was not directed at the serpent's heart fruit or the small golden snake. It was warning him about the mountain itself. Was there something within Medicine Mountain that was drawing its attention? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Ming quietly retreated into the dense shadows of the forest, ascending the steep slope towards the peak of Medicine Mountain. Ascending the tranquil heights of the Medicine Mountain, Qin Ming found the atmosphere remarkably serene, with few patrolling disciples and a generally low alertness among them. He deftly evaded 3 patrolling disciples and reached a height of several hundred meters, where a significant area of the mountain lay shrouded in mist, suffused with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, dotted with numerous gardens of rare plants. The black blade seemed to have quieted, leaving him to wonder if it had guided him here to pilfer spiritual herbs. Standing silently outside the fence of one such garden, illuminated by the bright moonlight that pierced the fog, he beheld a scene of ethereal whiteness, with faint outlines of the garden's intricate layout becoming discernible. The garden, though not vast, was meticulously organized into various squares, each cultivating an array of spiritual herbs. Shimmering with iridescent hues and vibrant colors, at least 100 meticulously tended specimens graced this space. In the garden stood a stone cottage, home to the guardian of this sacred ground. Each garden was watched over by a lone disciple, whose status and identity were undoubtedly significant. Cautious not to intrude, Qin Ming refrained from entering. Every herb was meticulously documented, and the repercussions of harvesting them would be dire. The stone cottage within the garden remained eerily quiet, with its occupants seemingly oblivious to the possibility of an outsider appreciating the garden. As Qin Ming meandered through the Medicine Mountain, he lost track of how far he had ascended or where he had wandered, for the black blade had fallen silent, no longer offering guidance. Just as he prepared to depart, he stumbled upon a curious sight. What could this be? Standing before a peculiar garden devoid of spiritual herbs or a stone cottage, he noted its emptiness, the walls constructed from dark, lacquered stones, presenting a strikingly unique appearance. In the center of the courtyard stood a towering stone, 10 meters high, ensnared by numerous robust golden chains, the other ends of which were anchored to the stone walls surrounding the yard. Within the ethereal mist that enveloped the medicinal mountain, this scene appeared remarkably bizarre. Over 30 chains shimmered with golden light, dispelling the surrounding darkness and fog. The stone silhouette was irregular, resembling a gnarled tree or a figure howling at the heavens. What could this be? Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly, his fingertips brushing against the golden chains. Buzzing. The black blade within his dantian trembled once more, stirring a vast, dense fog that spread across the expanse of his dantian's qi. Suddenly, the stone began to move. Indeed, it stirred in a peculiar manner, as if struggling against its bonds. From the depths of the earth's silence, a pair of eyes abruptly opened. Akin to a slumbering spirit awakened from its rest. The buzzing intensified, and the stone's struggles became increasingly pronounced, as if it sought to free itself from the chains. Clatter. The golden chains radiated brilliance, tautly binding the stone, causing the surrounding walls to visibly tremble as a surge of potent energy coursed through the chains into the stone. Gradually, the stone fell silent, ensconced in the mist, no longer exhibiting any movement. The more Qin Ming observed, the more peculiar it seemed, and he was inclined to reach out once more to touch the golden chains. However, at that moment, several patrolling disciples heard the commotion and hurried over, compelling him to retreat. Chapter 19. Roar. After departing from the medicinal mountain, the Azura blade became tranquil again, yet the enormous stone left Qin Ming feeling unsettled, as he could not fathom its connection to the Azura blade. Was the blade wary of it, or did it, in turn, draw the blade's attention? Henceforth, it would be prudent to avoid frequent visits, lest the secrets of the Azura blade be revealed. Upon returning to the storage room, Qin Ming retrieved the snake heart fruit. Smiling as he examined it, the serpent's heart fruit was considerably larger than any he had previously encountered, its crimson surface glistening invitingly, exuding a subtle, ethereal fragrance. Held before the candlelight, the juices within could be faintly discerned, circulating in a mesmerizing dance. While typical serpent's heart fruits were classified as mid-grade spiritual fruits, this particular specimen possessed at least twice the potency, ideal for solidifying his fifth-level realm. Contentedly, Qin Ming settled into a meditative posture within the warehouse and commenced the refining process. The rich medicinal essence permeated his entire being, soothing each individual cell. Mid-grade spiritual fruits not only possessed abundant spiritual energy, but also harbored a plethora of wondrous effects. The night was tranquil, with most disciples already fast asleep, while a select few diligently trained in the mountains or at the martial arts arena. Qin Ming was completely absorbed in the refinement, guiding the pure spiritual energy to nourish his meridians and skeletal structure. Suddenly, a violent tremor swept across the 30-odd peaks of the Qingyun Sect. As if an earthquake had struck, the mountains swayed, the earth undulated, and thousands of buildings felt the distinct reverberations, jolting countless disciples awake from their slumber. "What's happening?" they mumbled, groggily opening their eyes. Immediately following, another tremor struck. Before they could comprehend the situation, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the vast territory of the Qingyun Sect. Resembling the howls of a demon or the cries of a prisoner, laden with a profound resentment, casting an indescribable sense of dread upon the dark midnight. Thousands of disciples were now fully awake, rushing out of their dwellings, searching for the source of the sound. Deep within the medicine mountain, deafening rumbles reverberated, the earth fracturing as grotesque fissures spread rampantly, rocks flying, and dust billowing. Many ancient trees were uprooted. A baleful aura surged skyward, shattering the mist above the medicine mountain, piercing directly into the firmament. Tumultuous storm clouds roiled overhead, churning violently, as the malevolent energy carved a massive vortex within them. The night was pierced by golden chains, soaring upwards like a multitude of golden dragons, twisting and turning in the celestial expanse, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. These chains clashed against the dark clouds above, ensnaring a malevolent energy. A hoarse roar echoed from the depths of this sinister force, as though something were struggling within. The sound was terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. The golden light of the chains surged forth, illuminating the heavens and casting glimmers upon the mountains. All the disciples focused their gazes upon the medicinal mountain, staring in a daze at the ominous energy and the fierce golden chains. What was happening? What sort of creature was that? At the peak of the mountain stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, dancing wildly in the wind. His eyes burned with intensity as he extended his arms wide, embracing the firmament. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies, the mist enveloping the mountain began to churn violently, reminiscent of a great tidal wave. He summoned all the spiritual energy of the mountain, channeling it into waves that surged towards the stone medicinal garden deep within. All this energy converged into the golden chains. As the chains writhed in the air, their brilliance intensified, tightly entwining with the malevolent energy, forcefully dragging it back toward the medicinal mountain. A tremendous roar echoed as the mountain trembled, the golden light dissipated, and everything returned to tranquility. Numerous elders appeared, gazing solemnly at the mountain. How could this be possible? Who had awakened it? Qin Ming stood atop the warehouse roof, his brow furrowed in deep concern. At the moment of the roar, the Shura blade within his dantian also trembled, as if responding to something. The golden chains. Could it be from the stone garden within the medicinal mountain? That night, the elders and disciples of Qingyun Sect found themselves unable to sleep, the sudden upheaval leaving many in a state of unease. Qin Ming too lay awake, staring into the night, his brow tightly knitted. Before dawn, a stern edict from the sovereign reverberated throughout the Qingyun Sect, forbidding any discussions regarding the events of the previous night on Yaoshan. Should anyone be found in violation, they would face no leniency. Despite the incident being highly sensational, it seemingly dissipated by the following day. No one dared defy the sovereign's command, and all understood the gravity of the situation, refraining from reckless speculation. In the days that followed, apart from the numerous elders making frequent trips to Yaoshan, the Qingyun Sect maintained its usual facade, showing no signs of abnormality. Qin Ming sensed that he might have landed himself in trouble, and diligently focused on his deliveries and cultivation, deliberately steering clear of Yaoshan. The efficacy of the snake heart fruit was indeed potent, requiring 3 full days to completely absorb, and his 5th-tier cultivation gradually stabilized. Except for the deliveries in the morning, he confined himself within the storeroom, diligently practicing the mountain river-heavy sword and the purple lightning serpent, occasionally pondering the second segment of the life and death decision, leading a busy yet fulfilling life. However, during the stillness of the night, Qin Ming could feel the peculiar resonance of the Shura blade, along with an ethereal summons emanating from the direction of Yaoshan. Who was imprisoned there? A human or a demon? Why was it calling upon the Shura blade? This blade was a gift from the elder. Qin Ming endeavored to quell his thoughts, yet his curiosity lingered. 5 days after the incident at Yaoshan, astonishing news swept through the Qingyun Sect. The esteemed disciple, Yu Qing, had officially ascended to the Xuanwu realm. This pride of the Qingyun Sect lived up to expectations. Achieving this remarkable feat at the tender age of 16, her talent and strength rivaling the prodigies of the Jinping imperial city and various prestigious families. This unexpected tidings finally dispelled the lingering gloom enveloping the Qingyun Sect for 5 days, shifting the focus of the disciples at a most opportune moment. The esteemed leader of the Qingyun Sect has issued a grand decree to celebrate Yu Qing's ascension to the Xuanwu realm, rewarding the entire sect. Each direct disciple shall receive 2 mid-grade spiritual herbs. Upper-grade disciples will receive 1 mid-grade spiritual herb, and other ordinary disciples will be granted 1 low-grade spiritual herb. This widespread benefaction has invigorated countless disciples. The sect leader also personally hosted a tea gathering atop Qingyun Peak, inviting numerous elders and the 5 newly inducted Golden Feather disciples, including Yu Qing. The atmosphere was one of high distinction. As the night deepened, the sky adorned with countless stars, the revelry within Qingyun Sect remained vibrant. Elder Mubai, where is Yu Qing? The tea gathering had just concluded when the Golden Feather disciple, Jingjian Mucheng, approached Yu Qing's elder with a respectful bow. Ah, it is you. Mucheng. Yu Qing has grown weary and returned early. Elder Mubai chuckled lightly. May I pay her a visit? I wish to extend my congratulations personally. Perhaps another day. She truly needed rest, having left before the gathering concluded. This, very well, please convey my heartfelt congratulations to her. I am genuinely pleased for her. Your master just mentioned you to me. Within 6 months, you too shall ascend to the Xuanwu realm. Keep striving, you are not far behind Yu Qing. Within 3 months, I shall undoubtedly catch up to Yu Qing. Elder Mubai nodded encouragingly, offering a few words of motivation. Elder Mubai, why are you hesitating? This is not the Mucheng I know. Mucheng hesitated. Is it true that Yu Qing has truly returned to rest? Elder Mubai chuckled softly. Yu Qing is devoted to the martial path, always wishing to remain undisturbed. You should understand her well. Oh. Mucheng nodded and took his leave in silence. Just as he departed, an elder approached. Brother Mubai, why did Yu Qing leave so early? I had not yet had the chance to extend my congratulations. Yu Qing dislikes such social gatherings and has gone back to rest, Mubai replied. Her achievements today are largely due to your guidance as her master. Even the sect leader, typically averse to drinking, raised a toast in your honor 3 times. It is all due to Yu Qing's diligence. Her innate talent has always been extraordinary, and she has worked tirelessly. I merely offered some appropriate guidance. The elder chuckled, gesturing towards the direction from which Mu Cheng had departed, and quietly inquired, "Does Yu Qing truly not harbor feelings for him? I always thought they made quite the pair." Mu Bai smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not meddle in our disciples' romantic affairs. Everything unfolds in due course. Ha, all in due course." Meanwhile, in the secluded forest behind the warehouse, Qin Ming sat cross-legged upon a stone, engaged in meditation and cultivation. His body was enveloped in arcs of electricity. A colossal lightning serpent coiled around him, its head raised proudly upon his shoulder, resembling a genuine spirit beast silently guarding him. The blinding arcs and the exaggerated lightning serpent stood out vividly against the dim and chaotic backdrop of the mountain. He was endeavoring to compress the time required to execute the lightning serpent howl to 3 seconds. While the reduction from 5 seconds to 3 may seem merely a 2-second difference, the actual execution proved immensely challenging, demanding not only proficiency, but also sufficient skill and fresh insights. Suddenly, Qin Ming furrowed his brow, seemingly stirred, emerging from his meditation to gaze towards the dense forest ahead, as the lightning serpent instinctively unfurled. In the tranquil woods, an ethereal beauty stood gracefully, her presence an enigma. Quietly observing Qin Ming on the stone platform, the maiden was strikingly elegant, her features exquisite, with eyes sparkling like jewels and delicate brows framing her refined nose. Truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. The cool moonlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting beams of luminescence across the glade. This scene was as serene as a painted scroll, with the maiden resembling a celestial fairy. Upon noticing Qin Ming open his eyes, a playful smile danced at the corners of her lips. "Have I disturbed you? Would you prefer I return another day?" Chapter 20. The martial arts arena. Qin Ming responded with a light-hearted chuckle. "Did not the sect leader host a tea gathering for you at the Qingyun main peak? Has it concluded so swiftly? At this moment, it should indeed be over." The maiden's garments fluttered as she approached Qin Ming, her steps as light as a whisper, and took her seat beside him on the stone platform. She sat in tranquil poise, gazing at the myriad stars above, embodying grace akin to a blooming tulip, exuding a fragrant allure. Yu Qing, the pride of Qingyun Sect and one of the 5 esteemed disciples, was also an object of admiration for countless sect members. Typically, she would don a veil to obscure her breathtaking beauty and seldom reveal a smile. Yet tonight, she had removed her veil, unveiling her true visage, skin as delicate as jade, eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, a perfectly sculpted nose, luscious red lips, and teeth as radiant as pearls. She was a celestial beauty, captivating enough to leave one breathless, as if a heavenly goddess had descended to the mortal realm. Qin Ming admired Yu Qing's flawless profile and expressed his joy. "Congratulations on your advancement to the Xuanwu realm. Are you pleased?" Yu Qing lightly drummed her fingers, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "I felt quite elated upon my initial breakthrough, but gradually, a sense of calm has settled within me. In truth, there is little to take pride in. We warriors are akin to the myriad stars in the vast firmament, each striving to shine brightly. Each star that perceives itself as radiant will eventually discover an even more luminous counterpart. It is precisely for this reason that the world becomes ever more worthy of anticipation. Does it not?" Yue Qing smiled softly, illuminating the dark night, and it was only in Qin Ming's presence that she felt such ease and casualness. "Thank you for the martial arts techniques you sent. Otherwise, I would not have ascended to the Xuanwu realm so swiftly. The techniques require a high level of mastery. I have only imparted the first form to you. Now that you have entered the Xuanwu realm, you may practice the second form," Qin Ming declared as he produced the Dian Sword Codex. "I have not truly practiced the first form. Rather, I have gleaned new insights from it. Why not practice? It resists me. What? It is merely a thin sheet of paper, yet there is an odd sensation within its words, as if it is resisting me." Qin Ming was taken aback. "Resisting? Is the profound nature of the Dian Sword Codex not in the physical scroll, but rather in the words contained within? Where did you acquire it?" "This martial art should be of earthly grade, perhaps even higher," Yue Qing replied, having not practiced but studied it meticulously. "It was a gift from the old man. He bestowed it upon me before his departure." "Where did the old man go? I wish to know as well." "He left without a word." Qin Ming shrugged. "Since it was a gift from the old man, it belongs solely to you." Yue Qing pushed the sword manual back to Qin Ming, stating that the techniques within were profound and unique, distinctly different from the orthodox swordsmanship of the Qingyun Sect. "Once you master it in the future, it may provide me with some inspiration." "All right," Qin Ming replied. "I just saw you practicing martial arts." In truth, Yue Qing had been observing Qin Ming for some time. The tumultuous lightning, the robust thunder serpents, and the intense radiance formed a breathtaking tableau. She could hardly believe it was Qin Ming. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming confessed, "I killed Zhao Min and Qiao Chen." Was that during the recent herb gathering? Yue Qing remained remarkably calm. Qin Ming briefly recounted the events that transpired in the forest. I exchanged Xiao Chen's Jinwen bronze sword for a set of martial techniques. The Jinwen bronze sword was one of the treasures of Yaoshan, and if those mercenaries boasted about it, Yaoshan might very well trace it back to you. Do not worry. I will simply claim I found it. I am tough as nails, unafraid of anyone. Yue Qing chuckled softly and shook her head. Would you care to know what was discussed at today's tea gathering? What could there possibly be aside from some words of encouragement? Qin Ming reclined against the stone. The sect master inquired what gift I desired, and I requested the release of your servant status, elevating you to a senior disciple. Really? Qin Ming sat up abruptly. The sect master neither agreed nor refused. It appeared he needed to deliberate carefully. As the matter involved the Grand Elder, the sect master had to consider his reputation. Yue Qing had been striving to break through to the Xuanwu realm with the hope of aiding Qin Ming in shedding his servant status. When the sect master asked her what she wanted during the tea gathering, she had spoken without much thought. To her surprise, the sect master hesitated, and the other elders remained silent. Certainly, it is not the sect leader who punishes Qin Ming, but rather the Grand Elder. The leader's hesitation and the silence of the other elders indicate that the Grand Elder remains deeply troubled by past events and is unwilling to let go. 8 years have passed. 8 years, and yet you cannot grant him respite? Yue Qing is perplexed. What transgression could warrant such prolonged torment? Enslaving Thunder Ancient City for 8 long years? She initially believed that upon attaining the Xuanwu realm, she could assist Qin Ming in improving his circumstances. However, it now appears that the situation is far more complex than she had envisioned. The following morning, Qin Ming, as usual, carried a stone jar to deliver goods. With the most urgent request coming from the 10th martial arena, which required robust iron chains. The 15 martial arenas of the Qingyun Sect are perched atop 15 majestic mountains, each arena spanning over 300 meters, constructed from solid, refined stone. They are equipped with a myriad of training apparatus, serving as venues for the disciples of the Qingyun Sect to practice and spar. Naturally, these arenas are exclusively accessible to the elite disciples and direct disciples, while intermediate disciples may only observe, and lowly disciples are forbidden from approaching. The Qingyun Sect's stringent hierarchical system permeates every aspect of its operations. While it may seem harsh, it is, in fact, designed to motivate disciples to strive for excellence. To gain access to greater resources and better treatment, one must rely on their own capabilities. Though Qin Ming is classified as a lowly disciple, his status as a servant allows him the opportunity to roam among the various martial arenas while delivering goods. Within the expansive arena, hundreds of disciples are engaged in rigorous training, with fireballs exploding, earth surging, sharp ice needles soaring through the air, and fierce sword lights clashing against wild blades. A vibrant display of diverse spiritual energies and martial techniques, all in fervent action. Enthralled, hundreds of disciples encircled the platform, their cheers resonating through the air. Hurry up, what's taking you so long? As Qin Ming arrived at the summit, a bellowing voice accosted him. If you're in such haste, fetch it yourself. I'm merely delivering items according to the list, Qin Ming retorted, his expression impassive. He cast off the stone vat, the resounding crash immediately drawing a multitude of gazes. Dare you talk back? A strapping youth strode forth, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Ming. Remember your place. You're a menial, tasked with deliveries, not physical training. Should I witness you lugging stone vats around again, I'll personally crush you. How officious, Qin Ming muttered, extracting a thick chain from the vat and dragging it toward the training grounds. I'm not in the mood today, so you'd best not provoke me. The youth, known as Pang Hu, an elite disciple of considerable repute within the Azure Cloud sect, planted his foot upon the chain. Having just suffered a humiliating defeat in the arena, he sought to vent his frustrations upon Qin Ming. Release your foot. Qin Ming, no stranger to such provocations, turned to regard him with a frigid stare. I hear you're at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm? Bold of you to defy an elite disciple. Boy, you've got a death wish. Pang Hu scoffed. How dare a lowly underling like you challenge me? A lowly underling like me has already reached the spirit martial realm. You, an elite disciple, are only at the 5th level. How pathetic, Qin Ming retorted without reservation. He swung his arm, ensnaring the chain, and with a forceful tug, wrenched it from beneath Pang Hu's foot. Huh, you were arrogant before, but now you're even more so. Despite your attainment of the spirit martial 3rd heaven, you remain inconsequential without martial techniques, a mere cipher. It appears a thrashing is in order to curb your insolence. As it stands, you seem destined for a life of subjugation. With a resounding clang, Pang Hu unsheathed his blade, directing a forceful, swift strike toward Qin Ming, the wind audibly whistling in its wake. Pang Hu, Your actions are reprehensible. A maiden's voice echoed from afar, disapproving of the spectacle. Peng Hu, as a superior disciple, demeaning yourself by bullying a mere servant? Have you no sense of honor? Other disciples voiced their discontent, yet none intervened physically. Qin Ming's countenance hardened. With a lithe movement, he evaded the steel blade and, in a swift instant, delivered a resounding slap to Peng Hu's face. The impact was akin to a hammer blow, the crisp sound echoing as Peng Hu's head snapped back. A mixture of blood and shattered teeth expelled from his mouth, his steps faltering in a staggered retreat. Peng Hu retreated a full 10 paces, the right side of his face visibly swelling. Nearby disciples audibly inhaled, acknowledging the brutal force of the blow. You little cur, I shall tear you asunder. Peng Hu roared, his face flushed with rage, eyes bloodshot. He shook his head violently, brandishing his blade as he lunged toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming gripped the hefty chain, brandishing it wildly. The thick, tens of meters long chain, weighing 300 pounds, was wielded with surprising ease, the spectacle eliciting gasps of astonishment. Sizzle. Arcs of electricity coursed through Qin Ming's body, surging down his arm and into the chain. You wretch. I will. Before Peng Hu could advance, the chain descended like a whip, striking his back with a sickening thud. Flesh tore, blood splattered, and before the disbelieving eyes of the onlookers, the thick chain sent Peng Hu tumbling down the mountainside, rolling along the gravel path. Chapter 21. Thunderbird Mu Zixio Rattle. The formidable chains fell heavily to the ground, their crisp clattering slowly drawing the attention of the onlookers. A hush descended upon the surroundings, with many disciples on the martial arts stage pausing their sparring to gaze in this direction. How could a 300-pound chain be wielded like mere twine? The explosive force exhibited had evidently pushed back those at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. Truly astonishing. Such audacity is remarkable. This madman has become increasingly formidable. True to form, he exudes an innate ferocity, never yielding an inch. I find it perplexing how he has managed to survive thus far with such a stubborn disposition. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished countless times. Has he not endured his share of beatings? Countless times he has been left bloodied, yet his resilience is unparalleled. He persists, never bowing in submission. Though he is ostensibly a servant, he has somehow elevated himself to the status of a master, truly a remarkable talent. In truth, he is a master by birthright. This is merely a testament to his attitude towards life. It is a pity. Had he not been a criminal, he might have genuinely become a direct disciple. However, no elder would take him as a direct disciple, given his grievances against the Qingyun Sect. In my view, this young man is a potential threat. One must be cautious not to allow him to rise, for it could lead to chaos. The surrounding disciples were unfazed. They had often witnessed Qin Ming engaging in fierce battles with lower-tier disciples, and now, having reached the spirit martial realm, he began to challenge those of higher standing. This was to be expected, though the ferocity of his attacks remained strikingly unchanged. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Ming dragged both chains to the martial arena and, lifting a stone jar, departed from the scene. The disciples both on and off the stage chose to disregard him, treating the spectacle as mere entertainment, and resumed their individual cultivation. At that moment, Qin Ming suddenly noticed a handsome youth approaching from the opposite end of the training ground. Ah, he has arrived. The other disciples also took note. Look, quickly gaze upon him. It is Mu Zixio. Mu Zixio has emerged from seclusion. Oh my Mu Zixio, I adore you. Indeed, it is Mu Zixio, who has been in isolation for 3 months, finally making his appearance. Has he perhaps ascended to the 7th layer of spiritual martial arts? At merely 15 years old, achieving the 7th layer is a talent that incites envy and jealousy. The newcomer became the center of attention, eliciting shrieks from infatuated girls, as both men and women gathered around, transforming the atmosphere of the training ground into a fervent and electrifying spectacle. Qin Ming set down the stone jar, casting his gaze in that direction. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful young man, his face adorned with a mischievous smile, with 2 prominent brows that seemed to ripple with gentleness, as though perpetually graced by mirth. His fair complexion accentuated the soft blush of his lips, while his exquisite features and perfect facial structure captivated all. When he smiled, 2 charming canine teeth peeked out, adding a hint of rebelliousness to his radiant charm. Mu Zixio, nicknamed the Thunderbird, he is one of the direct disciples of the Qingyun Sect, selected at the tender age of 10 by the Grand Elder for intensive training, ranking among the most gifted of his generation. His spiritual power manifests in the form of lightning, mirroring that of Qin Ming, and he practices the martial art True Thunder Judgment, personally chosen for him by the Grand Elder, a superior grade spiritual technique of formidable prowess. Greetings, fellow disciples. It has been a long time. Mu Zixio, a strikingly handsome figure, greeted his numerous disciples with warmth, particularly the female disciples, whose presence always deepened the smile on his face. "Senior brother, have you reached the 7th level of Lingwu?" inquired a voluptuous female disciple who leaned beside him, her eyes brimming with admiration. Having just broken through 10 days prior, she had stayed by her mentor's side to absorb his teachings, only emerging now. Mu Zixio nodded in acknowledgement, eliciting a chorus of gasps and accolades from the crowd. However, some stood at a distance, their expressions twisted with jealousy. At just 15, reaching the 7th level of Lingwu, he truly lived up to the reputation of a direct disciple. "It's been a while since I've engaged in combat. Who among you is interested in sparring with me today?" After a round of pleasantries, Mu Zixio ascended the arena, challenging everyone present. Numerous disciples at the 7th level of Lingwu, and even some at the 8th level, were eager to participate, albeit they were a few years his senior. Just as they were about to take action, Mu Zixio added, "If no one at the 7th level dares to challenge me, those at the 8th level are welcome as well." This remark clearly belittled the other 7th level disciples. A few frowned, yet none dared to voice a challenge. Mu Zixio's martial techniques far surpassed theirs. Despite being newly initiated into the 7th level of Lingwu, his true combat prowess was likely superior. In the background, Qin Ming observed silently. Thunderbird Mu Zixio was the one he longed to challenge, a desire that had lingered for quite some time, as both their spiritual energies manifested as lightning. Moreover, Mu Zixio had been practicing high-grade lightning martial arts from the outset. Regrettably, the disparity between them had always been too vast. Qin Ming had previously lacked the qualifications to issue a challenge. "Mu Zixio, I come to challenge you." A distinguished disciple, well-versed in the art of flowing cloud swordsmanship, ascended the stage to issue a challenge. Sharing the same cultivation level of the 7th layer of spirit martial arts and boasting his own high-ranking status, he exuded an air of confidence. With swift strides, he surged forward, his form reminiscent of a gliding dragon, the sword in his grasp shimmering like a stream of light, his offensive strategy remarkably sharp. "Huh, what a welcome sight. My true thunder judgment has reached its 4th stage. Let us see how many stages you can compel me to employ." Mu Zixio's figure flickered momentarily, leaving a faint afterimage in his wake. With a claw-like hand, he lunged toward the disciple's shoulder, his speed so extraordinary that it dazzled the onlookers. The disciple's expression shifted slightly. He deftly evaded, twisting his body as a distorted, water-like blade of light shot forth, akin to a whip of iron aimed directly at Mu Zixio's throat. The attack was cunning and fluid, prompting gasps of astonishment from the audience, not anticipating such fierceness from the onset. Even before the sword's tip reached him, Mu Zixio sensed the imminent danger, feeling as though the blade's edge was already pressing against his throat. Yet, instead of retreating, a cold smile graced his lips. He clapped his hands together with tremendous force, the sound echoing sharply as his palms firmly grasped the long sword. "This is not good." The disciple quickly attempted to withdraw. However, the first stage of true thunder judgment came into play, unleashing a blinding display of lightning. Mu Zixio's hands erupted with a deafening clangor, the fierce bolts of electricity exploding outward, illuminating the arena with dazzling brilliance. With a sharp crack, the lightning shattered the long sword, the electric surge striking the disciple's right hand and propelling him violently backward. The disciple let out a harrowing scream, his vision obscured, ears ringing with a deafening roar, and his right arm numbed, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Mu Zixio launched himself forward with a powerful lunge, soaring into the air as he brought both feet crashing down upon the chest of his opponent. A blinding flash of electric energy coalesced around his feet, striking like a tempestuous storm. The resounding thuds echoed through the air as he delivered 5 swift blows, sending his adversary hurtling backwards, tumbling over 10 meters and rendered incapable of further combat. The battle was decisively concluded in mere 2 moves, executed with elegance and poise. "Mu Zixio, I adore you." A female disciple cried out in exhilaration. "Incredible! Truly deserving of being a direct disciple. His manipulation of spiritual energy flows effortlessly, devoid of any hindrance." This exemplifies the disparity in skill. Thunder and lightning possess an inherent advantage. Their blinding radiance disrupts vision, while the deafening roar obliterates hearing. Enhanced power can even induce paralysis, impairing the sense of touch, rendering one's sensory perceptions vulnerable in a single ambush. Yet, the thrill was not satiated. "Who else wishes to challenge me?" Mu Zixio proclaimed, standing confidently at the center of the stage, basking in the adoration and cheers of the audience. He relished the spotlight, and indeed, he had the merit to command it. "I shall." A disciple, approximately 20 years of age, ascended the stage, wielding a hefty 2-meter-long broadsword, as he strode boldly towards the center. Liang Zheng, huh? Excellent. Mu Zixio acknowledged, fixing his gaze on the challenger before him. This disciple was unconventional. His talent was not particularly exceptional, yet his combat prowess was formidable, earning him a reputation as a fierce warrior among the disciples of Qingyun Sect. Liang Zheng, show him. Let him experience the might of ordinary disciples. Frenzied blade, Liang Zheng. Haha, this is getting exciting. Liang Zheng had spent a year cultivating at the 7th level of spirit martial arts and was rumored to be on the cusp of a breakthrough to the 8th level. Do not underestimate him, Mu Zixio. The disciples observing the match erupted in cheers, celebrating the duel between the two combatants. From a distance, Qin Ming watched intently, not in a hurry to depart. He admired Mu Zixio's true thunder judgment, a martial technique that had evoked his envy countless times. The arena was filled with a crescendo of shouts as Liang Zheng, like a ferocious tiger, charged at Mu Zixio first. A fierce gale surged around him, stirring up dust and debris, creating an astonishing spectacle. With a wild cry, Liang Zheng leaped into the air, wielding his blade with both hands, channeling the tempest into a fierce downward strike aimed at Mu Zixio. The raw ferocity of his assault stirred the onlookers into a frenzy of excitement, their voices rising in fervent encouragement. Yet, instead of retreating, Mu Zixio advanced, leaping into the air and unleashing a powerful punch toward the wild blade. Bolts of lightning crackled around him, swiftly converging into a formidable thunder fist, which he wielded with unwavering confidence. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Could one truly condense lightning into a fist? He had attempted this feat countless times, and though he had made significant efforts, he had never succeeded. This required not only exquisite control, but also a unique guiding technique. A thunderous roar resonated in the air as both Mu Zixio and Liang Zheng were forced to retreat simultaneously, landing 5 steps back. Evenly matched. Well done, Liang Zheng. Magnificent. Mu Zixio, show him no mercy. The intensity of their exchange captivated the surrounding disciples, who were equally enthralled. There was something intriguing about it. Mu Zixio shrugged his shoulders and laughed heartily as he charged toward Liang Zheng once more. Unfazed, Liang Zheng clenched his teeth and prepared for another assault. Dust and stones swirled as thunderous clashes echoed, with dazzling lightning illuminating the scene, as the two engaged in a fierce and relentless battle on the arena floor. Chapter 22. The challenged Qin Ming stood atop the stone basin, observing Mu Zixio's combat style. With a thunderous roar, Mu Zixio forcibly withstood Liang Zheng's massive blade, while simultaneously, a surge of lightning erupted from his body, launching towards Liang Zheng like a barrage of silver needles, eliciting gasps from the audience. Liang Zheng let out a pained cry, staggering back several paces, his body marred with wounds and tingling sensations. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Zixio relentlessly unleashed a flurry of lightning punches, ultimately disrupting Liang Zheng's offensive maneuvers. The atmosphere in the training ground was electric, with the crowd fervently cheering. Qin Ming clenched his fist in admiration for Mu Zixio's prowess in battle. Martial arts may be static, yet their application is dynamic. The same technique can yield varying degrees of power in different hands. Judging by the fluidity with which Mu Zixio executed the true thunder judgment, he undoubtedly deserved the title of a direct disciple, indicating that the elder had invested considerable effort into his training. However, at that moment, Liang Zheng unexpectedly countered in the face of adversity, his blade striking Mu Zixio with astonishing force. The spectators gasped, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Mu Zixio narrowly dodged, yet the blade still tore through his shirt, leaving a crimson wound on his chest. Though not severe, it bled profusely. Mu Zixio himself was momentarily stunned, having been so confident of victory. How could he have stumbled at such a crucial moment? The vivid wound stood out starkly against his fair skin. He extended a finger to dab at the blood, bringing it to his lips and gently sucking, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I concede, Liang Zheng declared nonchalantly as he sheathed his blade, fully aware of the disparity in their abilities. Concede? I have yet to satiate my thirst for excitement, having merely glimpsed the initial thrill. Mu Zixio's expression shifted dramatically as he charged toward Liang Zheng. Liang Zheng furrowed his brow but did not retreat. Instead, he inhaled deeply and wielded his heavy blade with fierce determination. Liang Zheng was in peril. Qin Ming muttered to himself. Hey, what are you staring at? A cold reprimand suddenly echoed from behind. Qin Ming turned to see a group of young disciples ascending the steps. These individuals had just arrived, eager to witness the spectacle. But upon reaching the summit, they found Qin Ming engrossed in the riveting duel atop the training stage. Are you still watching? The leader of the group shouted arrogantly. These were mid-tier disciples who had previously bullied Qin Ming. Am I a nuisance to you? Qin Ming shot them a glance. Ah, you have grown quite bold. Is reaching the third level of spirit martial merely a source of pride? My audacity has always been considerable. Tormenting you has posed no challenge. Qin Ming scoffed, recalling how, 2 years prior, he had not yet entered the spirit martial realm, yet had effortlessly overpowered these disciples, who were then at the first level, leaving them too intimidated to show their faces for over 6 months. However, 2 years had passed, and these disciples had gradually ascended to the third level of spirit martial. This realization ignited a spark of fury within the five. Back when we were at the first level, we were inexperienced. Now, our martial skills have matured. We are no longer the same as before. We have been waiting for this moment, and you have delivered yourself right into our grasp. Recalling the humiliation of their past, the five immediately spread out, encircling Qin Ming, intent on publicly shaming him. Beside them stood a striking young maiden who scoffed, "Do not overestimate yourselves. Just moments ago, Pang, who was struck down by Qin Ming with but 2 punches, rolling down the very path you came from." She cast a disdainful glance at them. "Is it truly you? Go play elsewhere. Are you jesting?" The 5 individuals furrowed their brows. Their previously soaring spirits dampened considerably. "Am I jesting with you? Do you even possess the worth?" The young lady, possessing a certain charm, dismissed them with indifference, her gaze returning to the intense battles unfolding in the arena. "Do not disgrace yourselves here. Leave." The others chided, engrossed in the fierce combat in the arena, entirely unconcerned with the scene unfolding before them. The 5 disciples exchanged glances. Bewildered, had Qin Ming truly driven Pang Hu away? If memory serves, Pang Hu was at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Noticing their retreat, Qin Ming paid them no heed, continuing to observe the arena. The battle within the arena had grown perilous. Liang Zheng repeatedly conceded, unable to endure any longer. Yet Mu Zixio remained relentless, persistently pushing Liang Zheng back. A thunderous roar echoed as fierce lightning sent Liang Zheng staggering more than 10 steps, teetering on the edge of the arena. "You dare to harm me." Mu Zixio's heart harbored a cold sneer as his left fist struck violently, disrupting Liang Zheng, while his right palm thrust forcefully toward Liang Zheng's face, targeting his eyes directly. Liang Zheng braced himself. A gasp arose from the crowd below. Liang Zheng's pupils dilated in alarm. He sought to evade, but it was already too late. A crackling sound erupted as Mu Zixio's right palm unleashed a surge of lightning, blindingly bright, with arcs of electricity that seared Liang Zheng's vision. With a pain scream, Liang Zheng found himself unable to see anything. Mu Zixio's tightly clenched palm crashed squarely against his face, propelling him backward, lifting him off the ground, and sending him hurtling toward the crowd below. Liang Zheng clutched his eyes in agony, blood seeping through his fingers. The surrounding disciples hurried to support him, dragging him away from the stage while casting resentful glances at Mu Zixio. Wasn't he this supposed to be a friendly spar? Why resort to such brutality? Yet, there were others who cheered loudly. Impressive. Mu Zixio has triumphed. The final strike was breathtaking, a masterful blend of deception and reality, sealing the fate of the match. Standing at the edge of the stage, Mu Zixio cast a cold glance at the wailing Liang Zheng and scoffed. "Injured me? Unaware of your own mortality." He regained his composure, ready to bask in the adulation of the crowd, when he unexpectedly spotted Qin Ming standing atop a stone basin in the distance. He raised an eyebrow in surprise but quickly donned a smile. How did this fellow end up here?" As one of the direct disciples of the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect, Mu Zixio held significant influence and was particularly attentive to Qin Ming, the individual pointed out for punishment by the Grand Elder. "Isn't that the young master of Shaoqing?" Mu Zixio approached Qin Ming with a smirk, having heard rumors of his silent advancement to the 3rd tier of the spirit martial realm. "Greetings, young Master Mu." "Farewell, young Master Mu," Qin Ming said, intending to leave, as lower-ranking disciples were forbidden from appearing in the martial arts arena, especially given his role as a servant. "Oh, don't go. The esteemed disciple is addressing you," the servant taunted the 5 disciples who had just suffered defeat, emphasizing the word servant with malice. "Step aside." The 5 grinned wickedly. "Not a chance." Bang! With a decisive thrust of his palm, Qin Ming struck the chest of the disciple before him, delivering a concentrated burst of power. Despite the smile lingering on the disciple's face, his body was propelled backwards, tumbling down the steep steps and rolling several hundred meters down to the foot of the mountain, where he lay still. The smiles of the other 4 disciples froze in disbelief as they turned to gaze back, swallowing hard. A question sprang to their minds. Is he still alive? Nearby, many disciples gaped in astonishment, thinking him akin to a porcupine. Anyone who dared to touch would surely get pricked. Recently, they had grown complacent, even finding the leisure to spectate at the martial arena. Mu Zixio, with a smile, inquired of Qin Ming as he descended from the platform. and the disciples between them instinctively parted to create a path. Here to deliver goods? Qin Ming sighed, realizing he could not escape. Do not be so tense. I shall not hold it against you for sneaking a peek at the matches. I hear you have reached the 3rd tier of spirit martial arts. I am genuinely happy for you. You needn't concern yourself with me. I am curious how you achieved it. As I have heard, you neither practiced martial techniques nor used spirit herbs. It shouldn't concern you, right? Qin Ming was well aware of Mu Zixu's character. He was clearly looking to stir trouble. What manner of speech is this, you uncouth individual? The 4 disciples could not restrain their urge to insult further. But a mere glance from Qin Ming silenced them. The other disciples in the arena sensed impending trouble. Mu Zixu's sudden interest in Qin Ming could only bode ill. With a warm smile, radiating charm, he said, "Our esteemed Qin Ming has yet to grace the martial platform, has he? Come, step up and experience it for yourself. Fear not. Should anything occur, I shall bear the consequences, and no one shall punish you. No need for that. We shall converse another day. I have goods to deliver." Qin Ming lifted the stone jar, preparing to depart. Mu Zixu's attendant, grinning broadly, interjected, "I advise you to stay and engage for a moment." Qin Ming chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for a distinguished disciple like young Master Mu to entangle himself with someone merely delivering goods. There is no need to be so tense. I truly harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to spar, to experience firsthand the extent of your prowess at the 3rd layer of spirit martial arts. Although we are of the same age, both 15, my cultivation level surpasses yours slightly. If you do not mind, I could offer you some guidance. What do you say? Such an opportunity is rare. Mu Zixu gazed at Qin Ming with a broad smile. Yet the implication was evident to all present. Mu Zixu intended to use the guise of sparring to teach Qin Ming a lesson. A disciple of the 7th layer of spirit martial arts challenging someone of the 3rd layer, who lacks any combat skills, was clearly an act of bullying. Although Qin Ming possessed formidable strength, facing someone of the 4th layer would likely be his limit. The recent defeat of Peng, who was swift and decisive, primarily due to his severe injuries and carelessness. The other disciples awaited Qin Ming's response. Some could no longer bear the sight. Mu Zixu, do not overstep your bounds. You are of the 7th layer, while he is merely at the 3rd layer and has yet to practice martial arts. Mu Zixu shot a cold glance toward the crowd. What are you insinuating? Do not attempt to sow discord between me and Lord Qin Ming. Our interaction is merely a standard exchange of sparring and instruction. What instruction? The man cursed silently but chose to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 23. Unqualified. Qin Ming understood that Mu Zixu would not easily allow him to depart. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment. Do you truly wish to offer me guidance, young Master Mu? As fellow disciples, we ought to support one another. I possess the intent. Yet I wonder if you will grant me this opportunity. I am not in the best form today. Thus, let us arrange this. 1 month hence, I shall return here to challenge you. Challenge? You wish to challenge me? Mu Zixu exclaimed, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Within the span of a single incense stick. If I am still standing, you shall present me with 3 spirit pearl herbs. What do you say? The surrounding disciples gazed at Qin Ming in astonishment, convinced they had misheard him. Could you repeat that? Mu Zixu exaggeratedly leaned in, eager for clarification. 1 month from now, I shall be here to challenge you, Mu Zixu. If I remain standing after an incense stick burns, consider it a victory for me, and you will bestow upon me 3 spirit pearl herbs. Qin Ming reiterated, each word crystal clear. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Had he lost his senses? To challenge Mu Zixu? Just him? What did a month signify? Did he truly believe he could surpass Mu Zixu in such a short time? It seemed he was courting disaster. By then, Mu Zixu might have firmly solidified his mastery of the 7th level of spiritual martial arts, his strength surpassing what it was now. Not to mention, within the span of an incense stick, a single strike could send Qin Ming tumbling from the stage. Was this a desperate ploy to stall for time? Many disciples were left speechless. How could one's growth rate possibly exceed that of Mu Zixu? Mu Zixu was momentarily taken aback before erupting in laughter. Are you truly certain of this? I am indeed certain, Qin Ming replied resolutely. I harbor this determination and hope that senior brother Mu will grant me this opportunity. Given his current strength, it was indeed a challenge to triumph over someone at the 7th level of spiritual martial arts. However, enduring for the duration of an incense stick should pose no insurmountable obstacle. In the past, I often fantasized about challenging Mu Zixu and experiencing the formidable power of the truth under judgment. This seems to be an opportunity. But what if you lose? Do as you wish. Qin Ming replied nonchalantly. Is that truly what you said? Indeed, I did. Let everyone bear witness. 1 month from now, in this very place, Mu Zixu shall accept Qin Ming's challenge. Mu Zixu spread his arms wide, gesturing to the crowd. No one responded. their expressions a mix of disbelief and silence. Qin Ming, you truly do not recognize the peril you are in. While you may boast against lesser disciples or contend with those of moderate rank, you should not dare to provoke a direct disciple. Mu Zixio made it abundantly clear he intended to intimidate you, and yet you willingly approached him. Is it pride that drives you, or a lack of foresight? We shall meet again in a month. With that, Qin Ming hoisted the stone jar and prepared to leave. Mu Zixio chuckled, saying, if you are unprepared a month from now, I can wait another month. If necessary, I shall continue to wait. A scattered laughter echoed around. A month is ample time. Suddenly, a cool, clear voice resonated from the eastern side of the arena, melodious and light, yet imbued with an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. The voice was soft, yet distinctly reached every ear in the crowd. All eyes turned towards the source, and gasps of astonishment erupted. Yu Qing? It is indeed Yu Qing. How did she come to the arena? A stunning young woman, adorned with a purple veil that concealed her extraordinary beauty, entered the arena, her graceful demeanor akin to a celestial being stepping out of a painting. She was none other than Yu Qing, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Accompanying her was the charming Kai Yi, whose sharp gaze scrutinized the throngs of people with a hint of disdain. The entire arena was captivated, with the male disciples filled with admiration and the female disciples envious. Her beauty emanated an ethereal and pure aura, making it difficult for anyone to harbor impure thoughts. The vast training ground fell into silence, as the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway leading to Qin Ming and Mu Zixio. They seldom had the opportunity to behold the exalted Yue Qing, and today was indeed fortunate, as they found themselves in her presence. Mu Zixio was internally astonished and politely inclined his head. Miss Yue Qing, congratulations on your emergence and advancement into the Xuanwu realm. He considered himself quite exceptional, yet in the presence of Yue Qing, he felt vastly inferior. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his admiration for her. Only such a remarkable woman was worthy of his deference. However, Yue Qing paid no heed to his courtesy, nor did she spare him a glance as she walked past him directly to Qin Ming's side. Kai discreetly winked. Young Master Qin, I have good news. Yue Qing unabashedly stood beside Qin Ming and announced to Mu Zixio, in 1 month, at the training ground, I shall officiate the contest for 3 spirit progresses. A collective gasp echoed throughout the arena as they regarded Yue Qing in disbelief, subsequently turning their attention to Qin Ming. It was well known among the Qingyun Sect that Yue Qing took great care of Qin Ming, yet her bold endorsement on his behalf was nothing short of astonishing, especially during this unusual period following her ascension to the Xuanwu realm and her position as the foremost disciple of the Golden Feather. They could not articulate whether they felt shock or envy. One thing was certain, the upcoming contest in a month would be extraordinary. The seldom seen Yue Qing was to personally officiate the event, marking a historic first that would undoubtedly attract a multitude of disciples to witness the spectacle. Some individuals remained perplexed, questioning whether Yue Qing genuinely supports Qin Ming or harbors intentions to undermine him. Is this not akin to pushing Qin Ming into a fiery abyss? Mu Zixio cast a deep gaze at both Qin Ming and Yue Qing, his smile unwavering, as Yue Qing herself offers her endorsement. The forthcoming competition shall undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. I, Mu Zixio, shall strive with utmost dedication to present a flawless confrontation for all to witness. Beneath the veneer of courteous dialogue lay an undercurrent of fierce determination. How could a mere disciple of the 3rd heaven withstand the full might of a 7th heaven disciple? Mu Zixio was not merely a wandering mercenary nor an ordinary disciple. He was a direct disciple of the esteemed Grand Elder of Qingyun Sect. After Qin Ming and his companions departed, numerous disciples congregated at the steps, gazing enviously at the retreating figures of Qin Ming and Yue Qing. How fortunate this lad was to earn the favor of Yue Qing. Among the ranks of Qingyun Sect, Qin Ming seemed to be the sole male disciple privileged enough to approach her. Amidst their envy lingered a sense of regret. The status of a servant curtailed all possibilities. Had the sect master reached a verdict? Qin Ming himself was taken aback by Yue Qing's presence here. She spoke softly. Your status as a servant remains unchanged. Yet I shall grant you an opportunity to enter the martial sect pavilion. Qin Ming remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. As anticipated, the sect master would not allow my missteps with the Grand Elder to alter my standing. This morning, the sect master conferred privately with my master, conveying that, in essence, no one would revoke your servant status in the near future. The pardon of a servant status is a straightforward matter. Any elder possesses such authority. However, as you were apprehended under the direct orders of the Grand Elder, and given the complications surrounding Thunder Ancient City, the situation becomes considerably intricate. No one would offend the Grand Elder on your behalf, including the sect master. Qin Ming fell into silence for a moment. I am not particularly concerned about my status as a servant. What truly weighs on my mind is the Grand Elder's attitude towards Thunder Ancient City. Yueqing recognized that Qin Ming was troubled, not because she failed to help him shed his servant identity, but due to the Grand Elder's unwavering stance regarding him and Thunder Ancient City. This meant that Qin Ming's journey to rescue Thunder Ancient City was still fraught with challenges. Sai offered comfort. The sect master has granted you entry into the Martial Sect Pavilion. This is an honor and fulfills one of your aspirations, so cheer up. Yueqing added, the sect master also conveyed a message to my master, which I believe was intended for you. What did he say? Qin Ming steadied his emotions, realizing that there was no need to feel distressed over matters that were expected. You do not possess the qualifications for him to intervene in the Thunder Ancient City affair. Yueqing paused before softly speaking. While this may sound harsh, there is an underlying sense of expectation and encouragement. Implicitly, it suggests that you must present yourself in a manner that commands his respect, providing him with a compelling reason to release you from your servitude. If you can achieve the remarkable, he will give it serious consideration. Sai linked her arm with Qin Ming's and playfully tilted her head. Both my master and I have great faith in you, so smile a little. Unable to restrain himself, Qin Ming chuckled. There is no need to worry about me. I shall live even better. Chapter 24. Midnight summons upon returning to the warehouse. Qin Ming refrained from practicing today. He sat beneath the ancient tree in the courtyard, contemplating the challenge that awaited him in a month's time. He acknowledged that Mu Zixio was exceptionally strong, far surpassing the ordinary practitioners of the seventh heaven. As a disciple of the Grand Elder, Mu Zixio harbored a fierce determination, perhaps intending to incapacitate him on the martial stage. Qin Ming had stabilized his realm at the fifth heaven, and with a month of diligent cultivation, he believed he could reach the pinnacle of that stage. If he exerted himself fully, he might engage Mu Zixio in combat. Uncertain of victory, but confident he would not be defeated. However, the crux of the matter was that Qin Ming did not wish to employ the Deyin sword classic within the Qingyun Sect, at least not for the moment. Without the ancient Deyin sword and the corresponding techniques, how could he ensure he stood victorious in the end? The thought of the King Kong technique came to Qin Ming's mind once more. His greatest advantage lay in his physical constitution, which bestowed upon him considerable strength. The King Kong technique was reputed to amplify one's power to its utmost potential, potentially increasing it fivefold. With the Shengxing Ju to refine his physique and the King Kong technique to enhance his explosive force, he anticipated a remarkable transformation within a month. Enough to make Mu Zixio bleed. Tomorrow, he would visit the Martial Sect Pavilion. If he found no more suitable martial arts, he would choose the King Kong technique. Returning to the warehouse, he settled in for a restful sleep, filled not with anxiety or worry, but with fervor and anticipation for the confrontation a month hence. In the stillness of the night, a profound tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Yet, from the depths of the medicinal mountain, a hoarse roar erupted once again, echoing like thunder, startling the quiet of the Qingyun Sect and awakening thousands of disciples. This roar was not as frenzied as the last, nor did it provoke violent tremors. Yet it remained spine-chilling, as if a terrifying demon were imprisoned within, poised to break free from its chains at any moment. The disciples of Qingyun Sect, suppressing their curiosity, remained hidden within their respective quarters, refraining from discussions. The depths of the medicinal mountain echoed with the clinking of chains, a sharp and resounding sound that reverberated throughout the sect, adding an eerie ambience. Qin Ming stood in the courtyard, gazing into the depths of the mountain under the shroud of night. The roars were deep and hoarse, indistinguishable whether they were the cries of a person or the struggles of a spirit demon, lingering in the silence of the night. A strange sense of summons stirred within Qin Ming. The repeated roars seemed to convey an unspoken message. The Shura blade trembled incessantly, as if in response. What, indeed, was imprisoned there? If it were a terrifying entity, why did Qingyun Sect not eradicate it directly? Qin Ming found himself perplexed, pondering deeply as he left the warehouse in the dead of night and approached the foot of the medicinal mountain. Suddenly, the roars intensified, shaking the entire mountain as if it were trembling. The cacophony of sounds became deafening, transforming the mystical and enchanting mountain into a scene of horror. The relentless clinking of chains seemed to struggle against something powerful. In Qin Ming's dantian, the Shura blade quaked violently, shrouded in mist. The turbulence of his energy seemed visibly swaying, causing his blood to surge. The sensation of being summoned grew increasingly potent, as if a force were surging from the mountainside hundreds of meters high, rushing towards him. Human? Demon? What exactly was it? Qin Ming, filled with uncertainty, slowly retreated, brow furrowed as he scrutinized the mountainside. There, a vast expanse of golden light flickered, and faint shadows of chains danced within the mist. Who was there? a singular beauty. Akin to a startled swan, gracefully glided in like a fleeting shadow, draped in garments whiter than snow, enveloped in a shroud of mist, rendering her visage indiscernible, yet emanating an aura of refreshing chill. Curiosity beckoned me to draw closer. Qin Ming cast one last glance at the mountainside before turning away. "Are you Qin Ming?" The woman's voice was cool and ethereal. Qin Ming turned back, gazing at the woman, partially obscured by the night. "This is not a place for you. Depart at once." The woman did not press him further, gesturing for him to leave hastily. "You are Ling Shui, the esteemed disciple of Yaoshan, are you not?" A flicker of recognition dawned upon Qin Ming. He recalled having encountered her during his prior venture into the medicinal mountain. Just as he was about to depart, several disciples of Yaoshan emerged from the nearby ancient woods, bowing to the woman. "Senior Sister Ling Shui, has anyone passed by recently?" "None," she replied. The disciples resumed their posts, steeling themselves, forbidding anyone from approaching Yaoshan. Understood. The Yaoshan disciples dispersed accordingly. Ever since the strange occurrences at the mountain, their demeanor had shifted. The once carefree disciples now stood vigilant, rotating shifts day and night, strictly prohibiting any trespassing. As Ling Shui prepared to ascend the mountain, an oddity transpired. The roar ceased, and the clanking of chains fell silent. She cast a curious glance towards the direction where Qin Ming had departed, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. The Wuzong Pavilion, a significant hall of the Qingyun Sect, housed nearly all martial arts techniques of the sect, boasting an impressive collection of over 300 styles, ranging from low-grade spiritual to mid-grade earthly levels. This revered sanctuary held a place of esteem in the hearts of all disciples. However, entry was typically reserved for direct disciples and those of the golden feather status. Ordinary disciples were permitted only to access basic martial arts during their initial training and were strictly prohibited from stepping foot within. Do you desire to acquire new martial arts? Ordinary disciples must demonstrate exceptional performance and talent to convince the Qingyun Sect of their potential for cultivation. Other opportunities arise only during the biannual public selections. Nestled atop the main peak of Qingyun, over 1,000 meters above the ground, this place is shrouded in mist, adorned with ancient trees, and boasts an exquisitely serene environment. The next day, Qin Ming arrived early. The news of his duel with Mu Zixio had already stirred considerable excitement, not solely due to Qin Ming or Mu Zixio, but rather because of the involvement of Yue Qing, which added an element of anticipation to the confrontation. The tale of Yue Qing securing an opportunity for Qin Ming to enter the martial arts pavilion had also spread. Yet few believed that acquiring a martial technique would suffice for Qin Ming to triumph over Mu Zixio. Much of the discourse revolved around why Yue Qing was so attentive to Qin Ming, the elder guardian of the martial arts pavilion. Despite his advanced age and silvery hair, retained a vibrant spirit. He smiled and nodded, acknowledging, "You must be Qin Ming. Greetings, elder. Please register here. After you select your martial technique, you will also need to register upon your exit. You may ascend to the 3rd floor at most, where you can stay for half a day, but you may only choose one set. I offer you a piece of advice, as this is your first formal endeavor into martial techniques. It would be prudent to select a low-grade spiritual level to develop your own understanding. In the future, you may return to choose a medium or high-grade spiritual level. Do not presume that your talent allows you to directly opt for a high-grade spiritual level, as this could lead to counterproductive results." "I understand." Qin Ming expressed his gratitude to the elder guardian. "Proceed inside, and please refrain from fighting," the elder guardian advised with a smile and a nod. Qin Ming entered the martial arts pavilion, where the 1st floor was remarkably spacious, adorned with exquisitely crafted bookshelves, each housing a detailed introduction to various martial arts techniques. This level bore a somewhat frigid atmosphere, with only a few disciples selecting martial arts and others seated, engrossed in their perusal. Only the direct disciples had the privilege to come and go freely in this space, yet not all of them were exceptionally gifted. Some were merely well-connected, like Zhao Lai. Additionally, there were those who were the offspring of affluent merchants, sent here with substantial financial backing, hoping to achieve greatness. Though their innate talent may be lacking, their connections were strong, and with ample resources and careful guidance, their accomplishments, while perhaps not stellar, would not be abysmal either. The 2nd level housed a greater number of disciples, around a dozen or 20, who were meticulously selecting martial arts or engaging in hushed discussions. Qin Ming, however, did not linger on the first 2 floors and proceeded directly to the 3rd level, which was dedicated to superior spiritual grade martial arts. Given the rarity of earth grade techniques, superior spiritual grade ones were already considered exceptionally precious, even in a grand sect like Qingyun Sect. The total was a mere 60, each stored independently. A disciple raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at the unfamiliar face of Qin Ming. Yet, Realization dawned quickly. He must be the servant Qin Ming, whose reputation had surged after yesterday's events. Some disciples continued to focus on their martial arts, while others curiously scrutinized Qin Ming. Unfazed by the attention, Qin Ming meticulously searched the shelves on the third floor and soon discovered the Vajra technique. With anticipation swelling within him, he settled into a corner and diligently began to study it. First, let us ascertain whether it aligns with our expectations. If it fails to meet our goals, alternative options remain. The initial 3 segments of the Vajra skill that he previously cultivated were derived from his own exploration, thus differing somewhat from the orthodox form. Time passed, and soon there was a stir on the 3rd level, heralded by the arrival of a uniquely charismatic youth. Lean and tall, with sharply defined features. He was not conventionally handsome, yet his long, flowing hair and unruly demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance. His elongated eyes conveyed an inexplicable sense of danger. The youth meandered through the 3rd level before striding directly toward Qin Ming. Many spectators brightened at the prospect of a spectacle. Qin Ming was deeply engrossed in the intricacies of the Vajra skill's initial segments, utterly captivated, at times furrowing his brow in contemplation, and at others nodding in sudden realization. The meticulous descriptions were like a revelation to him, rectifying numerous rigid errors, igniting an undeniable desire to commence practice immediately. "Are you Qin Ming?" the youth inquired thrice, finally drawing Qin Ming's attention away from the Vajra skill to himself. "Tai Shanha?" Qin Ming recognized the formidable youth at a glance. Chapter 25, The Vajra Hunyuan Path. Tai Shanha, known as the Iron Madman of the Qingyun Sect, is widely regarded as one of the most likely candidates to become a direct disciple of Jin Ling. However, it is deemed impossible for him to achieve this status, as he is not considered a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect, but rather an honorary one. Hailing from the esteemed Tai family of the eastern coastal region, the Tai family is a rather unique lineage, and there are whispers among the populace that they do not cohabit but rather exist in a wild state. Children born into this family are cast out at the age of 10 to pursue their education and survive independently. They only return to the family abode during significant life events such as marriage and procreation, or during the triennial family gathering, which is the sole occasion that brings them together. Despite their wild nature, the members of the Tai family exhibit a remarkable sense of unity. Should one of their own perish in the outside world, they will relentlessly seek the truth. If the death is deemed natural, they will not pursue the matter further. However, if foul play is suspected, countless vengeful souls will unleash an unending reprisal. The precise identity of Tai Shanha remains a mystery, yet it is highly probable that he is a direct descendant of the Tai lineage. At the tender age of 10, he arrived at the Qingyun Sect, exhibiting an eccentric and independent character, showing little regard for social interactions. Nevertheless, his prodigious talent is undeniable, having recently ascended to the 9th level of the spiritual martial realm. Few would dare provoke someone of his caliber. Qin Ming is not well acquainted with Tai Shanha, let alone engage in conversation, and he is perplexed as to why Tai Shanha would suddenly seek him out, instead of looking down from a position of superiority. Tai Shanha boldly takes a seat across from Qin Ming, their eyes locking as he scrutinizes him with his sharp, elongated gaze. The onlooking disciples murmur among themselves, speculating on the enigmatic and aloof Tai Shanha's sudden interest in Qin Ming. Could it be that he finds Qin Ming displeasing and intends to teach him a lesson? Tai Shanha regards Qin Ming and inquires, "You are not at the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm, are you? Can you truly perceive the strength of others?" Qin Ming is taken aback. Is this merely a conjecture, or does Tai Shanha possess genuine insight? Tai Shanha continues, "Do you intend to select the diamond fist technique? What is the strength of your punch? 800 pounds. More than 800? These direct disciples were slightly taken aback. This young man exhibited an extraordinary talent, almost a natural advantage. If he were to master the diamond fist technique, it would be remarkable. However, Tai Shanha appeared somewhat disappointed. Within the Qingyun Sect, there was only one disciple who had attained the diamond fist, and that was his direct disciple, Defiant. Currently, Defiant possessed a punch strength of 1,500 pounds. Qin Ming remained indifferent, perplexed as to why Tai Shanha sought him out. "Is there something you require of me?" Qin Ming inquired directly, his attention still on the diamond fist technique. "I wish to test your strength." "Now?" "In the future." With that, Tai Shanha stood and departed. The other disciples exchanged glances, surprised that it had ended so abruptly. They had anticipated a more thrilling spectacle. Some disciples began to feel uneasy, pondering whether Tai Shanha had taken an interest in Qin Ming and was perhaps beginning to regard him favorably. With such a formidable figure backing him, who would dare provoke Qin Ming? Qin Ming shrugged, believing this to be a challenge. Yet he remained unfazed and continued to peruse the diamond fist technique. As the other disciples realized there was no excitement to be had, they gradually dispersed. Qin Ming dedicated a full hour to studying the diamond fist, and the insights he gained were profound. He recognized the flaws in the rudimentary training of the first 3 stages and felt equipped to refine them. The 4th and 5th stages of the diamond fist did not disappoint him. They indeed allowed the human body to unleash its strength to the utmost, enhancing it 4 to 5 times. However, upon reaching the end, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be several pages missing, as if they had been torn away long ago. "Senior brother, is there a 6th segment to the diamond fist?" Qin Ming inquired, turning to a quiet disciple nearby. This disciple did not exhibit any aversion towards Qin Ming and responded amicably. Originally, the diamond fist comprised 6 segments. It is said that the 6th segment could amplify one's strength by 8 to even 10-fold, but it imposes a greater burden on the body. Long ago, there were incidents where several disciples suffered catastrophic injuries due to it. Consequently, the sect removed the 6th segment from the diamond fist, forbidding disciples from practicing it. Qin Ming nodded in realization, astonished that the diamond fist could potentially yield 10-fold strength and unimaginable force. The disciple closed his martial arts manual and gestured toward it, saying, "The true diamond fist is contained within these pages. Wasn't the 6th segment abolished? Is there still a remnant?" Qin Ming asked. "It is not merely a remnant. It is the authentic diamond fist, also known as the diamond primordial path, which harmonizes internal and external cultivation to unleash the body's maximum potential. It is a foundational martial art of the Earth Grade. The diamond fist is merely an external manifestation derived from it." "Is that so?" Qin Ming remarked, intrigued, for it was the first time he had heard such information. "Senior brother, how can one access the 4th level? Earth-grade martial arts are not accessible to everyone. They demand stringent requirements regarding talent and strength. Generally, one must attain the Xuanwu realm before attempting to cultivate it. Otherwise, it could exceed your physical limits, leading to the debilitating collapse of your meridians or, in severe cases, paralysis or even death. Once you advance to the Xuanwu realm and contribute to the Qingyun Sect, someone will guide you to the 4th level. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." "You're welcome." The quiet disciple smiled and nodded, returning to his martial arts study. Qin Ming donned the Vajra technique and wandered among the various bookshelves. Lightning-type martial arts were inherently rare, and after scouring the 3rd level, he managed to find only 5 volumes, among which was the True Thunder Judgment cultivated by Mu Zixio. Leaning against a nearby shelf, Qin Ming began to peruse it, intending to study it further to better contend with Mu Zixio. Before long, someone arrived on the 3rd level to remind Qin Ming. "Where are you, Qin Ming? Your time is running out." The direct disciples were permitted to come and go freely from the martial sect pavilion, unlike the ordinary disciples. Qin Ming departed from the martial sect pavilion with the Vajra technique in hand and proceeded to sign out with the elder outside. "Let me see what you've chosen," the elder said as he took the martial art from Qin Ming. Each time a disciple checked out a martial art, the elder meticulously inspected it to ensure that nothing was missing before it was lent out. This way, when it was returned, any missing pages would indicate tampering by the disciple. The elder gazed at Qin Ming in astonishment. "The Vajra technique? Are you certain you wish to select this?" Qin Ming completed his signature with resolve. "I am certain. I recall having advised you that when formally comprehending martial arts for the first time, it is best to start with low-grade spiritual techniques. Low-grade spiritual techniques are not necessarily weak. They are simple and comprehensible, thus easier to master. The efficacy of martial arts lies not in their strength, but in their suitability for oneself. Moreover, each set of martial arts borrowed has a 3-month period. Are you sure you can fully grasp it within that time?" Just as a reminder, the martial arts in the martial sect pavilion are not permitted to be copied or transcribed privately. "Rest assured, elder, I understand your intent." The elder was left speechless, pondering how this child could be so stubborn and dismissive of advice. The diamond strength demands an exceptionally rigorous physical constitution. It is not merely a matter of possessing great strength to master it. The emphasis lies heavily on one's physical condition, for the force exerted is formidable, and the countershock can be equally potent. A frail constitution may very well lead to the impairment of one's meridians. Have you truly contemplated your decision to pursue the diamond strength? Having confirmed his resolve, the elder let out a sigh and made a note for Qin Ming, as his role was merely to advise. Since the young man was determined, he would acquiesce to his choice. With the diamond strength in tow, Qin Ming departed, a smile adorning his face, eager for a vigorous training session ahead. However, upon entering the woods, a sudden whistle pierced the air, accompanied by a sly voice calling out, "Hey, young Master Qin, over here. It's me, not a villain." Qin Ming turned to see a rotund figure peeking from behind a sturdy old tree, grinning and beckoning him closer. "Come here, I have something to discuss. It's either you come over, or we forego the conversation." Recognizing the plump individual, Qin Ming noted that he was also a direct disciple. However, he epitomized the typical connections-based disciple, possessing mediocre talent but abundant resources and connections, receiving direct tutelage from the elders. Thus, his abilities were somewhat respectable. Don't be so nervous. How could I possibly harm you? The rotund man glanced around to ensure they were alone, cleared his throat, adjusted his robe, and stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor. His name was Qingyun Sect. Hailing from the Qingyun family of the Northern Domain's Super Merchant Association. This family primarily dealt in the crystal industry, owning extensive crystal mines nestled within the mountains, boasting a substantial fortune and an expansive network. Yet, in recent years, the family's interests appeared to have shifted, showing not only a fascination with crystals, but also with individuals. Have you sought me for a purpose? Observing Qingyun Sect's exaggerated physique, Qin Ming was inwardly admiring. He was a rotund fellow, round from head to toe. Even his head was round, devoid of hair, beard, or eyebrows, a smooth assemblage of fleshly spheres of varying sizes, a veritable humanoid creature. He had encountered him on numerous occasions in the past, but mostly from a distance. This was the first time they were face-to-face at close quarters. He was corpulent, yet his corpulence possessed a sense of stratification. He was rounded, yet his roundness had an artistic quality. For a person to grow to such a form was quite an accomplishment. There's some good news. Qingyun Sect grinned, his eyes narrowing until his features vanished, transforming his face into a large, white steamed bun. Qin Ming, refraining from mocking his physique, attempted to maintain a solemn expression, but his lips twitched, forming a slight curve. Tell me about it. Qingyun Sect strode briskly to Qin Ming, his flesh undulating rhythmically. Lowering his voice, he whispered, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall divulge a little secret. Mu Zixia was taken away by the Grand Elder yesterday afternoon, supposedly to be personally tutored for a month. Oh? Qin Ming understood immediately. Taking Mu Zixia away at this time was naturally for the martial arts competition a month hence. You must prepare yourself. Once Mu Zixia's true thunder judgment reaches mastery, you will be in peril. Lightning-based martial techniques possess the greatest destructive power. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to withstand him for even the duration of an incense stick. In Qingyun Sect's heart, he believed it to be impossible. Qin Ming gazed at him. Why are you telling me this? Qingyun Sect, with his chubby and fair hands, playfully patted Qin Ming's arm, a grin illuminating his face in a comical manner. Would you like to be friends? He asked. Qin Ming acknowledged the goodwill, returning the gesture by tapping his arm. Noting the pleasant texture. Don't leave just yet. Let's chat a little more. Qingyun Sect intercepted Qin Ming, pointing toward the nearby woods. Let us converse in there for a bit. I assure you, on my family's honor, it's nothing sinister. Is your family known for integrity in business? Such a claim is dubious. Honesty is paramount in trade. Come on, let us go. Qingyun Sect insisted, pulling Qin Ming toward a secluded spot within the dense forest. His reputation within the Qingyun Sect was quite respectable, though often perceived as a smiling tiger. He had never been known to harbor malice beneath his cheerful facade. In their previous encounters, he had always greeted Qin Ming from afar with a smile and a nod. Young Master Qin, your journey over these past 8 years has not been an easy one. From a 7-year-old child, you have stood your ground, never bowing to anyone, fiercely battling against the forces of evil and forging your own name through sheer will and strength. Your prowess in the spirit martial realm is truly astonishing. Wait, don't go. Qin Ming gazed at him, perplexed. What is it that you want to say? Well, it's a bit awkward to mention. If it's awkward, then perhaps you should refrain from saying anything. Farewell. Hey, don't leave yet. All right, I'll spill it. Just listen. I'm all ears. I admire you. I see great potential in you. I appreciate your spirit, and I wish to invest in you. Qingyun Sect declared, his body jiggling like a large water balloon, rippling with enthusiasm. Invest in me? Qin Ming responded, intrigued. Yes, I intend to invest in you. Qingyun Sect gazed at him with a grave expression, yet his demeanor was ill-suited for such seriousness, lending an air of amusement instead. In recent years, the Qingyun family has embarked on an initiative to invest in warriors, seeking out exceptional young individuals hailing from humble backgrounds across various prominent sections. Upon entering into loyalty agreements, the Qingyun family provides these individuals with abundant resources to expedite their growth, as well as a reliable support system. Once these young talents reach a certain level of mastery, they transition into serving the Qingyun family as guards or retainers. Their commitment may last for several years, decades, or even a lifetime of allegiance to the Qingyun family. This strategy represents a necessary transformation for the Qingyun clan. As their commercial ventures expand, they attract increasing scrutiny. To safeguard their assets, they must possess formidable strength. Initially, The Huyan family sought to hire renowned warriors at exorbitant prices, but those individuals lacked genuine cohesion with the family and may have ulterior motives. Consequently, a proposal arose within the family to replicate the successful model of investing in crystal mines for the purpose of investing in warriors. They carefully selected outstanding young warriors from various regions, offering them generous incentives while closely monitoring their moral character throughout their development. Ultimately, based on a comprehensive assessment, they would be assigned appropriate positions within the family. This model, implemented over a century ago, has successfully cultivated a substantial number of loyal guardians for the Huyan family. The Huyan family, having tasted the fruits of their endeavors, gradually began to amplify their investments in this domain. They no longer confined themselves to selecting from various sects, but also sought out promising children from impoverished regions. By leveraging their connections and financial resources, they facilitated these children's admission into prestigious sects for training. Huyan Zhuozhua, wishing to carve a novel path distinct from that of his forebears, resolved to establish an innovative investment approach. Consequently, he personally arrived at the Qingyun Sect, taking up residence there for an extended period, observing the disciples within the sect. He then discreetly entered into agreements, bestowing substantial treasures with the intention of eventually bringing them into the Huyan family. The Qingyun Sect turned a blind eye to such matters, permitting Huyan Zhuozhua's actions as long as they did not escalate into excessive disturbances. After all, the Huyan family contributed an astonishing quantity of spiritual treasures to the Qingyun Sect each year, even having gifted a sizable crystal mine at one point. Furthermore, some disciples of the Qingyun Sect would eventually leave the sect to venture into the outside world, and aligning themselves with the closely knit Huyan family was undoubtedly more favorable than seeking opportunities elsewhere. Huyan Zhuozhua understood the balance required. He would never invest in the elite disciples, nor could he, and he refrained from investing in direct disciples as well. Instead, he focused on those of superior caliber. Though young, his discerning eye had allowed him to unearth genuine talent over the years, which he has been diligently nurturing. Qin Ming, considered an eccentric within the Qingyun Sect, had caught Huyan Zhuozhua's attention for quite some time. However, given the complications surrounding Qin Ming, he had refrained from approaching him after weighing the pros and cons. Now, however, with Qin Ming having entered the spirit martial realm and garnered the admiration of Yue Qing, he naturally piqued Huyan Zhuozhua's interest. Undoubtedly, the crux of the matter lies in the relationship between Qin Ming and Yu Qing. If I could cultivate a friendship with them, my family would undoubtedly be pleased. Qin Ming chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You have approached the wrong person. I am not a suitable investment for you, nor do I require your investment. Do not be in such haste to depart. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation. I do not wish for you to serve as a mere bodyguard in my household. I aspire for a genuine friendship, one that is profound and fulfilling. I am a source of trouble. Associating with me would not bode well for you. Do you truly believe I am the type to shy away from challenges? You underestimate me, Huyan Zhuozhua. What is your true motivation? Is it solely because I have reached the spirit martial realm that you believe my potential for advancement is greater? The essence of investment lies in foresight and intuition. This is where Huyan Zhuozhua's confidence resides. I dare to take risks, equipped with the conviction to do so. As long as I sense that you possess promise and can yield future returns, I am willing to invest in you. Moreover, it is imperative that this investment occurs before you achieve success. That is the true mark of sincerity. Otherwise, if I were to invest only after your triumph or imminent success, what significance would that hold? The impact would be entirely different. Qin Ming patted Huyan Zhuozhua's plump shoulder and smiled. I comprehend your perspective. Should I indeed find success, your investment would yield profits. If not, you would incur no significant loss. I have come here with genuine intent. I sincerely wish to befriend you. However, I must earnestly advise you that I am not worthy of such consideration. That is all. Farewell. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Do not leave just yet. Why are you so eager to go? I have made my decision about you. I am determined to befriend you, and I shall persist. From this moment onwards, feel free to express your desires and needs. I shall strive to assist you in any way I can. A simple nod will suffice. Once you do so, we shall be like family. Should you ever find yourself in distress, merely call out, and our people shall arrive without delay. Huyan Zhuozhua has clandestinely recruited numerous individuals into the Qingyun Sect and has done so with remarkable success. As Qin Ming waved his hand, preparing to depart, he suddenly paused. Huyan Zhuozhua recognized the opportunity and approached with a cheerful demeanor. A nod, perhaps? Do you truly wish to assist me? Absolutely, he replied. I wish to return home for a visit. Can you help with that? Qin Ming had resided in the Qingyun Sect for 8 long years without once returning home. Well, that is not entirely impossible. Huyan Zhuozhua hesitated, his excitement palpable. It is a pleasure to meet you. Farewell for now. Qin Ming waved as he departed. Do consider it. I await your response at any time. Huyan Zhuozhua had merely come to strengthen their bond today. Matters of investment must unfold gradually, adhering to his own procedures and observational protocols. The news regarding the formidable Vajra strength that Qin Ming had acquired quickly spread, eventually reaching Mu Zixu's ears. Upon hearing it, he shook his head with a smile, perceiving Qin Ming's naivety. Did he truly believe that sheer brute force would suffice to cultivate the Vajra strength? The Qingyun Sect is home to countless individuals of great strength, yet only Di Yun has successfully mastered it. The Vajra strength is not only intricate, but also exceedingly challenging to cultivate, demanding exceptional physical constitution. A moment's carelessness could lead to a catastrophic rupture of one's meridians due to a sudden surge in power. Not only did Mu Zixu take it lightly, but others also shook their heads upon receiving the news, murmuring about how, if Yue Qing truly cared for Qin Ming, she ought to offer some guidance instead of allowing him to indulge in reckless behavior. To say nothing of challenging Mu Zixu with the formidable Vajra technique. If he could manage not to exhaust himself within this month, it would be a cause for gratitude. Qin Ming paid no heed to the gossip around him. Apart from delivering goods punctually each day, he devoted all his remaining time to mastering the Vajra technique. He had already perfected the first 3 stages and now needed only to refine them slightly according to established martial practices. His current focus was on the 4th and 5th stages, which were the most challenging and formidable. With the assistance of the Shengxing Ju, Qin Ming was filled with confidence. The initial 10 days passed smoothly, with the Vajra technique as the foundation and the Shengxing Ju as a supplementary aid. Qin Ming practiced tirelessly day and night, and he could distinctly feel his strength augmenting, becoming increasingly enamored with the explosive power granted by the Vajra technique. However, after 10 days, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the Qingyun Sect. Each midnight, roars erupted from the Medicine Mountain, echoing for an extended duration. The unsettling roars caused unease among many, and the disciples wondered why the elders failed to take action. If there were indeed a monster, why not eliminate it directly? Troubled by the roars, Qin Ming felt an escalating sense of summons, a growing agitation, as if something were indeed calling to him. Was it? Unable to wait any longer? Chapter 27. Visitors from the Python King's mansion in the dead of night. Qin Ming found himself once more at the foot of the Medicine Mountain, where the previously suppressed roars erupted again, resonating from deep within the mountain. From afar, golden light flickered and mist swirled, and he could vaguely hear the thunderous sound of the ground fracturing. Qin Ming took a few tentative steps forward, and the roars intensified suddenly, causing the entire Medicine Mountain to tremble. What lies imprisoned within? Qin Ming began to feel a sense of unease. Who would dare approach such a monstrous entity? Could its beckoning be an attempt to seize the Azura blade? It was you again. Ling Shui emerged, her tone devoid of courtesy. What is contained within? Qin Ming inquired. Do not ask what should remain unspoken. Step back. How could the esteemed Qingyun Sect fail to contain it? Why allow it to roar unchecked? Step back. It has disturbed my slumber. You ought to manage it, Qin Ming insisted, gesturing towards the Medicine Mountain before turning to leave. Ling Shui was at a loss for words. Yet another peculiar event transpired. As soon as Qin Ming departed, the roaring abruptly ceased. The following morning, after delivering goods, Qin Ming returned to the vicinity of the Medicine Mountain, carrying a stone jar. Upon his arrival, the roar erupted once more from within the mountain. Though less intense than before, it still roused the surrounding peaks and startled over 1,000 disciples. Many began to feel anxious. It had always occurred in the dead of night, so what was different today? After awakening the mountain, Qin Ming turned to leave, and once he was gone, silence descended once more. For several consecutive days, Qin Ming would sporadically wander near the Medicine Mountain, each time eliciting the roar anew. He was conveying a message: do not continuously summon me, I shall not enter. Additionally, he aimed to provoke the elders of the Qingyun Sect, urging them to resolve this troublesome matter promptly. Yet, outsiders remained oblivious, and even the many elders pondered whether they were indeed unable to contain it. Should they consider taking extraordinary measures? Today, a special troop arrived at the foot of the Qingyun Sect. 8 men and women rode upon 8 magnificent black tiger steeds, halting before the sect and gazing up at the imposing mountain, where the robust characters spelling Qingyun Sect loomed prominently. The Qingyun Sect, a place I visit for the very first time. At the forefront stands a young man adorned in resplendent garments, exuding an air of nobility. However, his dragon robe is dramatically opened at the sides, lending him a somewhat wild demeanor. He possesses a towering physique, a bronze complexion, and his facial features are distinctly defined and profound, with a subtle smirk gracing the corner of his lips. The Qingyun Sect is one of the 8 sects of the northern region. Though understated, it has flourished for centuries. boasting a rich heritage. To his left, an elderly man with graying hair is impeccably groomed, dressed in luxurious attire that shows no signs of wear from a long journey. Even the edges of his garments are pristine. His complexion is fair and unblemished, betraying no hint of age, and he carries an air of competence. I have come for Yue Qing, and I hope she will not disappoint me. The young man spurs his steed onward. At the foot of the main gate, disciples of the sect have already taken notice of their arrival and approach with a stern command. Halt. Dismount. This is the Qingyun Sect. Undeterred, the young man rides forward atop his black tiger steed, which tosses its head in proud defiance, showing no inclination to stop. The entourage follows closely behind, equally haughty, disregarding the disciples' warnings. Just as the Qingyun disciples are about to draw their swords in protest, one of the senior disciples suddenly recognizes the unique embroidery on the cloaks. The Dragon King's manner? The young man reveals a gold medallion at his waist, stating, "Notify your sect master. Chao Wujing of the Dragon King's manor requests an audience." The accompanying elder smiles faintly from the cold mountain of the Dragon King's manor. "We seek an audience with the sect master of Qingyun." At the peak of Qingyun, in the Qishao Hall, the sect master and several elders await their arrival. "Brother, it has been a long time." The silver-haired man chuckled softly and bowed respectfully to the esteemed leader of the Qingyun Sect seated at the head of the hall. The leader's expression was somewhat frosty. He first glanced at Chao Wujing before speaking in a detached manner. "Junior brother Lingshan, I trust you have been well." "Thanks to Brother Meng's concern, I am quite well," the man replied, taking a seat beside the young master of the Wang residence. He then nodded in acknowledgement to several elders of the Qingyun Sect across from him. "It has been over a decade since I last returned to the Qingyun Sect. Esteemed companions, do you still remember me, Lingshan?" A female elder replied coolly, one of the 7 heroes of the Wang residence, Luyang Wolf Baishan. The man smiled lightly. "I am referring to my identity as a member of the Qingyun Sect." A slightly plump elder blew gently at the tea leaves in his cup and took a sip. "From the day you left the Qingyun Sect, you ceased to be one of us, regardless of whether the Qingyun Sect acknowledges me or not. I have always regarded it as my home and considered all of you as my brethren. Is that so?" The plump elder's gaze sharpened. 20 years have passed. Yet no matter where I go, I always remember my roots in the Qingyun Sect. This is my first home. "Enough," the plump elder interjected, his teacup shattering with a crash in his hand, scalding water splattering across the table. "When you harmed the elders of the Qingyun Sect and attacked our spirit stone mine, did you still remember your ties to the sect? That was a matter from over a decade ago. Did I not apologize afterwards? Is your so-called apology merely the return of severed heads?" The plump elder rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Lingshan. "Everyone expresses their remorse in different ways. Were it not for our shared brotherhood, you might not have even seen the heads returned." The final words of Baishan were spoken in a low voice, subtly concealed within his gentle laughter. "You." The elders of the Qingyun Sect rose to their feet. "Sit down." The sect leader, exuding authority without anger, addressed Baishan. "You ceased to be a disciple of the Qingyun Sect after that incident over a decade ago. Today, I come to meet you not as a member of our sect, but in recognition of your status as a representative of the Mang Wang mansion, alongside your companion, the young noble, Chao Wujing. My visit today is also on behalf of the Mang Wang mansion." Baishan lightly tapped his fingers on the table and called towards the door. "A distinguished guest has arrived. Do you not know to serve tea? Are you disciples unaware of etiquette?" The disciples outside remained indifferent until a slightly plump elder cleared his throat, prompting a few disciples to enter with tea, placing it beside Baishan and the young prince, Chao Wujing. Baishan lifted his teacup, savoring a sip while closing his eyes in contemplation. "The water of the Qingyun Sect, the tea of the Qingyun Sect. Nearly 20 years have passed since I last tasted it." Young Master Chao Wujing merely tapped his teacup, not lifting it. He seemed unfazed by the tense atmosphere in the main hall, as if it bore no relevance to him. His gaze occasionally drifted outside, where several disciples of the Qingyun Sect stood. After finishing his tea, Baishan leisurely remarked, "I have come today to extend my congratulations on behalf of the Mang Wang mansion, having heard that you have nurtured a prodigious heir named Yue Qing. At just 16 years of age, she has already reached the Xuanwu realm." "You are quite well informed," scoffed the female elder. Baishan set down his teacup and smiled at the sect leader. "Will Yue Qing be attending the 8 sects tea party? Does the matter of the 8 sects tea party concern your Mang Wang mansion? In the northern realm, 5 kings reign supreme, and 8 sects stand tall, forming what many consider the dominion of the world, a sacred land of martial arts revered by countless warriors. Among these esteemed sects lies the Qingyun Sect, one of the 8, holding a position of great prestige. Every 2 years, the 8 sects convene for a tea gathering, where their leaders and elders meet, and disciples engage in friendly competitions. This event, steeped in centuries-old tradition, serves as a declaration of their sovereign status in the Northern Realm. Over time, the tea gathering has evolved into a significant assembly, with the competitions among disciples taking on a profound significance, becoming a platform for each sect to showcase their emerging talents. At each gathering, the top 5 contestants are selected, not only receiving prizes but also being bestowed with titles. To earn a title at the 8 sects tea gathering is to gain renown throughout the Northern Realm. Each sect brings forth its most exceptional disciples, striving for commendable rankings while also observing the talents within rival sections. The performance of these disciples indirectly reflects the potential of their sects, as the emergence of a genius undoubtedly influences their sect's strength in the future. With an unwavering smile, Longshan remarked, "For 3 consecutive tea gatherings, not a single disciple from the Qingyun Sect has placed in the top 5. And even fewer have made it into the top 10. Is the Qingyun Sect beginning to decline? Has it lost the capacity to nurture talent? Or have the other 7 sects grown increasingly formidable? You, residing in the Python King's mansion, continue to keep an eye on the Qingyun Sect, displaying a keen interest. Yet, these few gatherings alone cannot diminish the Qingyun Sect's standing. While their position remains intact, their prestige has undoubtedly taken a hit. However, this time there is finally hope. Given Yueqing's talent, advancing to the top 5 should pose no challenge. I have come on behalf of the Python King's estate to extend my congratulations in advance." The leader of Qingyun Sect and several elders exchanged skeptical glances, questioning the nature of such early congratulations. When did the Python King's estate become so concerned with Qingyun Sect? Previously, misunderstandings had marred the relationship between the Python King's estate and Qingyun Sect, which had not been handled well. The Python King personally arranged for my visit, intending to ease tensions. What are your thoughts, brother? The leader of Qingyun Sect did not respond, but instead contemplated the motive behind Longshan's visit. In his youth, he had a good rapport with Longshan, however. After Longshan departed Qingyun Sect 2 decades ago to forge his own path, his temperament had grown increasingly peculiar, leading to a gradual estrangement. It was not until over a decade ago, when Longshan joined the Python King's estate, that he demonstrated his loyalty by threatening Qingyun Sect. Over the years, Longshan's strength has surged, elevating his status within the Python King's estate to one of the 7 champions, becoming a trusted confidant of the Python King, renowned throughout the northern domain. Yet, Longshan has never returned to Qingyun Sect to offer an apology, nor has he made any effort to mend the relationship between Qingyun Sect and the Python King's estate. Why the sudden desire for reconciliation today? Or is it merely to accompany the young master of the estate? Longshan waited calmly before speaking. The young master has always harbored admiration for Qingyun Sect. This is his first visit. Could you arrange for someone to show him around? The leader of Qingyun Sect gestured to summon a disciple from outside. We shall see you shortly. Chao Wujing rose and bowed, subtly exchanging glances with Longshan before exiting the main hall. Chapter 28. The proposal. A middle-aged disciple was about to make arrangements when a handsome young man hurriedly stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Allow me to take charge." "And you are?" Chao Wujing replied with an aloof demeanor, casting a glance at him. "I am Zhao Lai, a direct disciple." Zhao Lai responded with a beaming smile, although he was not truly a direct disciple, especially after the unexpected demise of his sister, Zhao Min. Elder Chu Hua was even less likely to accept him as a direct disciple thereafter. "A direct disciple? Your abilities seem rather mediocre," Chao Wujing scoffed. "How could I possibly compare to young Master Wujing?" Zhao Lai's remark drew discontent from many disciples of the Qingyun Sect. However, Chao Wujing seemed quite pleased, saying, "Show me around. Let me see the sights of your Qingyun Sect." "Young Master Wujing, please." Zhao Lai replied cheerfully, gesturing for him to lead the way. The middle-aged disciple in charge, noticing that Chao Wujing had specifically named Zhao Lai, felt it inappropriate to change personnel. He shot Zhao Lai a warning glance, signaling him to provide a good reception and not let anyone look down upon the Qingyun Sect. Inside the main hall, the sect leader of Qingyun Sect maintained a stoic expression. "There are no others here. Speak plainly. There is no need for pretense between us. I would like to reminisce with you, senior brother." "Spare me." "Haha. Very well. We can save that for later. Let us discuss the matter at hand. I come today at the behest of the Python King, hoping to facilitate a wonderful union. Do tell." Young Master Wujing is the youngest son of the Python King and his most cherished child. At the age of 16, he has already reached the 8th level of the spirit martial realm. Such talent is indeed commendable, and with the resources of the Python King's estate backing him, his future accomplishments are boundless. Young Master Wujing possesses an extraordinary demeanor, fierce courage, and a proud spirit, having shown the potential of a conqueror and the capability to lead an army from a young age, earning the Python King's high hopes. Cold Mountain spoke leisurely, generously bestowing his compliments, his gaze fixed intently upon the face of the leader of the Qingyun Sect, scrutinizing him closely. The young master Wujing, a prodigious talent, was already well known. The leader of the Qingyun Sect exchanged a few casual pleasantries. At the tender age of 16, young master Wujing remained unbetrothed, a matter that caused no small amount of concern for the Serpent King. It was not for lack of trying to find a suitable match. Rather, young master Wujing held exceedingly high standards, finding ordinary women utterly unworthy. The expressions of the leader of the Qingyun Sect and several elders shifted noticeably. What did this mean? Was he here to propose a marriage? Cold Mountain chuckled softly. As a devoted servant of the Serpent King's estate and a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, I genuinely hope for a cordial relationship between our two parties. I have simply awaited the right opportunity. Recently, I learned of a remarkable female disciple from the Qingyun Sect, whose beauty is matched only by her extraordinary talent, having ascended to the Xuanwu realm at the age of 16. I personally introduced her to the Serpent King, who surprisingly agreed. My purpose in bringing young Master Wujing here is to facilitate their first meeting. Cold Mountain, do not overstep your bounds, exclaimed the slightly portly elder, unable to contain himself. Chao Wujing marrying Yueqing, to hand over the Qingyun Sect's unparalleled talent to the Serpent King's estate, while simultaneously attempting to win over the sect through this marriage alliance. How clever of the Serpent King's estate. Do not be hasty. Allow me to finish, Cold Mountain interjected. What young Master Wujing desires has never been beyond his reach. If he truly finds favor with Yueqing, the Serpent King will undoubtedly lend his full support. At that point, how could the Qingyun Sect refuse? I urge you all to consider this. The relationship between the Serpent King's estate and the Qingyun Sect has historically been fraught, yet we have not yet reached the point of open hostility. This is precisely the opportunity at hand. If we reject this proposal, it could lead to a complete and irrevocable rift between our two factions. If you agree, not only can we enhance our relationship, but we may also share resources and forge an alliance. The stakes involved in this matter should be clear to you. Lung Shan spoke candidly, sparing no one's feelings. The elders in the main hall chuckled, and the leader of the Qingyun Sect smiled as well, though their smiles were laced with a chilling undertone. Are you threatening the Qingyun Sect? Ha! The Wang of Python has no such standing, and you, Lung Shan. Even less so. Lung Shan traced the rim of his teacup with his fingertip and, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a wave of energy that reverberated as it slammed the hall doors shut. The illumination in the main hall dimmed, casting each individual into shadow and creating a stifling atmosphere. Several elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. What does this mean? Senior brother, esteemed elders, I, Lung Shan, have emerged from the Qingyun Sect and have always regarded this place as my home. I am well aware of many matters within the household. I am quite knowledgeable. What are you trying to imply? The leader of the Qingyun Sect's brows knitted together in concern. For instance, certain unspeakable secrets that, if delved into deeply, could bring calamity upon the Qingyun Sect. Do not beat around the bush, speak plainly, the slightly plump elder retorted sharply. Lung Shan chuckled softly. If I am not mistaken, there is a person imprisoned in Yaoshan who should not be confined by the Qingyun Sect. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The eyes of the Qingyun Sect members sharpened, glaring at Lung Shan like blades. Several elders slowly rose, their fists clenched, an aura of murderous intent permeating the air. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. We do not require your assistance. Are you truly certain? I have heard that the Qingyun Sect has been quite unsettled of late. How do you know this? That is of little consequence. What matters is this situation. Years ago, when the newly appointed leader of the Qingyun Sect inadvertently took the life of a man, he presumed him to be an ordinary individual. Little did he know. The name that escaped the man's lips sent shivers down the spines of all the elders in the Qingyun Sect. Enough, the sect leader admonished. You have destroyed his physical form, yet you dare not obliterate his soul. For should he perish and his spirit extinguish, it would undoubtedly alarm his kin. But to let him depart? You lack the courage. There is no alternative. Seal him. Suppress him. Utilizing the essence of Yaoshan, we shall confine him within the 8 trigrams of the universe formation, and with the might of Yaoshan, we shall gather the soul-locking chain. You have expended all efforts to shroud his aura. Either you silence yourself, or I shall shatter your mouth. The slightly plump elder could no longer contain his fury. All these years, you believed his soul had succumbed to slumber, posing no further threat. Yet, unexpectedly, it has awakened. It has come back to life. Lung Shan chuckled, but his expression grew suddenly grave. If I were to disseminate this news, what fate would befall the Qingyun Sect? You tell me, would it be reduced to ruins overnight? Or would you find yourselves begging for mercy? What punishment do you think his kin would bestow upon the Qingyun Sect? What do you truly desire? The leader of the Qingyun Sect interjected, striving to quell the elder's rage. It is simple. The Wong of Python Manor shall assist you in concealing this secret. In exchange, Yueqing shall wed into the Wong of Python Manor, forging an alliance between the Qingyun Sect and the Wong of Python Manor. On the day of the grand wedding, the Wong of Python Manor will join forces with the Qingyun Sect, ensuring the eternal suppression of that soul, forever safeguarding this secret. I have long heard tales of the Qingyun Sect's stunning mountains and beautiful waters, renowned for its enchanting elegance in the northern domains. Today, witnessing it firsthand, I realize that the most exquisite scenery lies not in the landscape, but in the people amidst the mountains and waters. I find myself reluctant to depart. Chao Wujing traversed the winding paths of the Qingyun Sect, captivated by the ebb and flow of the male and female disciples. To his surprise, he discovered an abundance of exceptionally beautiful women in this place. Young Master Wujing, is there a significant matter that brings you here in person? Zhao Lai deliberately lagged a few steps behind. I have visited nearly all of the 8 sects of the northern region, yet I have never set foot in the Qingyun Sect. This time, I merely accompanied Lung Shan for a visit. He attends to his affairs while I indulge in the exquisite scenery. How long do you intend to stay, young Master Wujing? That depends on the circumstances. Zhao Lai, noticing the absence of others, chuckled softly. The Qingyun Sect boasts several enchanting female disciples. I wonder if young Master Wujing would be interested in meeting them? Care to introduce them? There are 3 universally acknowledged female immortals under 20 at the Qingyun Sect. One is the disciple of Jinling, Yueqing. Another is the personal disciple of Yaoshan, Lingxue, and the last is the direct disciple Ning Rongrong. Each possesses her own charm, and they rank among the top 3. Oh. Chao Wujing regarded Zhao Lai intently, contemplating his intentions. I wonder if young Master Wujing would be inclined to meet these 3 stunning beauties? Zhao Lai, who had been contemplating revenge against Qin Ming, suddenly conceived a bold idea upon hearing that the young master of the Mang Wang mansion had arrived. If it is convenient, may I? Miss Lingxue resides in Yaoshan and seldom ventures out. Moreover, due to recent events, Yaoshan is under strict lockdown, making our entrance difficult. As for Ning Rongrong, she is quite mysterious, often accompanying the elders on their expeditions, and she happens to be away from the Qingyun Sect at the moment. Shall we first visit Yueqing? That suits me perfectly. I appreciate your assistance. Chao Wujing found it peculiar that this young man seemed to know he was seeking Yueqing. Was it mere coincidence? Zhao Lai enthusiastically led the way, guiding Chao Wujing to Yueqing's secluded training courtyard. Yueqing held a prestigious position within the Qingyun Sect, and to safeguard her uninterrupted cultivation, the sect leader had decreed that no other disciples were permitted to disturb her. This was Zhao Lai's first visit as well. With Chao Wujing's status, they successfully passed the scrutiny of the outer disciples and arrived at the courtyard, only to find it devoid of any presence. Zhao Lai, aware that Yueqing was not there, awkwardly explained, young Master Wujing should understand that a woman of Yueqing's caliber attracts many suitors. Chao Wujing's expression tightened slightly. Are you implying that Yueqing has someone she favors? Given Yueqing's integrity and lofty self-regard, it seemed implausible that she would have a male companion. However, Zhao Lai continued, she does have a close male friend, a fellow disciple. I believe she has gone to see him. At first glance, Zhao Lai's words appeared innocuous, but upon reflection, they felt increasingly disconcerting. A close male friend? Not in her own courtyard, but visiting another? Was it truly as simple as that? Was this still in line with her principles? Chao Wujing grasped the underlying implications. Zhao Lai was hinting at something more, suggesting that Yueqing likely had a romantic interest. He scoffed inwardly, yet maintained a facade of calm amusement. The disciple who enjoys a close relationship with Yueqing must be quite a remarkable figure. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to meet him? Zhao Lai hesitated deliberately. That disciple has a rather eccentric personality and often acts contrary to convention. I fear he may inadvertently offend young Master Wujing. Not at all. Lead the way, Chao Wujing replied, his impatience now palpable. Daring to covet my future wife. You must be quite impatient with life. I am indeed curious to discover what manner of person you are. The guards beside Chao Wujing instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. The man who could earn the admiration of the talented heir of the Qingyun Sect must possess extraordinary strength and excellence. Could he perhaps be a descendant of the sect's leader? Ladies and gentlemen, please. Zhao Lai led the way, guiding them toward Qin Ming's warehouse. He not only knew that Yueqing was not in his courtyard, but also that she was in Qin Ming's warehouse. For the past few days, at noon, Yueqing had been spending time in Qin Ming's warehouse, seemingly mentoring him. If a fiery young man like Chao Wujing were to be drawn there, he would undoubtedly be captivated by Yueqing's beauty, leading to inevitable flirtation and provoking Qin Ming's ire. At that point, let us see how Qin Ming meets his demise. Chapter 29. The dual beauties Yueqing had not engaged in closed-door cultivation for 5 days, having been granted a holiday by her master. Aside from her training time, she spent most of her days with Qin Ming, not merely indulging in leisure, but actively assisting him in his cultivation. She harbored concerns that Qin Ming might struggle to master the diamond strength, particularly the 5th stage, Diamond Limitless, while achieving an explosive power exceeding 5 times. It also generated a backlash force of several thousand pounds, potentially harming both others and himself. Historically, many disciples who prided themselves on their robust physiques had attempted to cultivate diamond strength, only to suffer injuries or worse. For decades, only her direct disciple, Defiant, had successfully mastered it, leaving others hesitant to approach diamond strength. Fortunately, Qin Ming's recent performance had been remarkable, gradually easing her worries and astonishing her with his physique. Not only could he handle 5 times the explosive power, but it appeared that even 6 times was within his grasp. Kai occasionally came to observe, astonished by Qin Ming's exaggerated performance. Is this the place? Chao Wujing arrived at the foot of the hill, gazing up at the 100-meter-high mound. In comparison to the towering mountains that soared over 1,000 meters beside it, this modest hill appeared almost like a mere dirt mound, exceedingly inconspicuous. If one did not scrutinize closely, one might mistake it for being part of the neighboring peaks. To possess a mountain peak within the Qingyun Sect, this disciple must hold some status, Chao Wujing mused. Is this the place, young Master Wujing? Zhao Lai sneered inwardly, though he maintained a courteous facade as he ascended the mountain path. What is the identity of this disciple? Is he a disciple of the Golden Feather within the Qingyun Sect? Chao Wujing began to regard this unseen adversary with newfound seriousness. He is merely a servant. A servant? A menial worker. Are you jesting with me? Chao Wujing seldom indulged in humor and had little patience for it. How could I dare? The summit is not a separate residence, but a storeroom. This disciple has been a servant since he was 7, laboring for a full 8 years. Will Yueqing be here? Chao Wujing frowned deeply upon hearing this. An inferior individual? One could tell at a glance. Indeed, his name is Qin Ming. In the courtyard, Qin Ming had just completed the 5th stage of the diamond strength technique, shattering a massive stone into countless fragments, sending debris scattering and dust swirling. He stood at the edge of the ruins, his body ablaze with heat, his skin flushed as if cooked, emanating an astonishing warmth and enveloped in a sheen of sweat. He gasped for breath, his robust, perfectly sculpted muscles rhythmically undulating with the fierce rise and fall of his chest. Though merely 15, he exuded a virile beauty akin to that of a 20-year-old. How does it feel? Does the feeling of weakness still linger? Yueqing gently wiped the sweat from Qin Ming's brow with a silk scarf. It's better this time. At least he isn't sitting on the ground. Qin Ming braced himself, his head spinning and his consciousness somewhat foggy. The power of the 5th segment is formidable. In a fleeting moment of eruption, it can unleash a staggering force of 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Yet that instantaneous bloom extracts strength from every part of the body, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of weakness. With half a month remaining until the competition, there is no need for haste. Yueqing had previously estimated that it would be commendable for Qin Ming to master the 5th segment within 10 days before the competition, but to her astonishment, he achieved it 18 days in advance and is gradually adapting. Qin Ming took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The power can indeed grow stronger. You have already performed admirably. Suddenly, Yueqing made a soft sound, as if sensing the approach of someone. Who could it be at this hour? She keenly detected the presence of many individuals outside the door, their auras quite potent. Her gaze turned icy as she donned a veil and positioned herself in front of Qin Ming. Zhao Lai arrived at the iron gate, pausing momentarily with a cold smirk before forcefully pushing it open. He immediately spotted Qin Ming, flushed and gasping for breath, and noticed Yueqing quietly standing beside him. Chao Wujing cast a glance at the practicing Qin Ming, but his eyes settled entirely upon Yueqing. Is it her? Is she the disciple of Qingyun Sect, Yueqing? The woman who may one day become my wife. Veiled and graceful, with a figure that flows like water, her eyes reminiscent of autumn's depths. From this angle, it appeared as though a faint luminescence enveloped her, exuding an ethereal and exalted quality. Though the true appearance remained obscured, the innate grace and demeanor of the individual captivated Chao Wujing's attention instantaneously, causing his heart to leap and a smile to grace his lips. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. However, what was the situation with that man, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, devoid of any semblance of decorum? A delicate maiden, alone in the company of such a man. Was that not excessively indiscreet? Miss Yueqing, at last we meet. Chao Wujing beamed as he stepped into the warehouse courtyard. Clearing his throat, he prepared to present his pleasantries. Yet Yue Qing spoke with an indifferent tone. No visitors today. You may all leave. You may not know me yet. Allow me to introduce myself. No need. Please leave. Yue Qing coldly dismissed the guests, recognizing them as outsiders but showing no concern. Had it been anyone else, such a rejection would have incited Qiao Wujing's ire. However, he was in an unusually good mood today, responding with a smile. Miss Yue Qing, I assure you I am not a villain. I merely wish to make a friend. Zhao Lai, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, interjected, Miss Yue Qing. This esteemed guest hails from the Mangwang Mansion. The Mangwang Mansion? Yue Qing mused, perplexed not by the visitor's identity, but rather by the audacity of those from the Mangwang Mansion, who prided themselves on their superiority and harbored grievances against the Qingyun Sect. What brought them here? And why specifically to this warehouse? A guard beside Qiao Wujing haughtily proclaimed, This is young Master Wujing from the Mangwang Mansion. With a chuckle, Qiao Wujing nodded, anticipating that Yue Qing would exhibit some astonishment upon learning of his lineage, or at least regard him with a different perspective. Yet, to his dismay, Yue Qing showed no sign of acknowledgement whatsoever. No visitors today. Please leave, Yue Qing reiterated for the third time. Zhao Lai cautioned. Young Master Wu Jiang is a distinguished guest of our Qingyun Sect. As a disciple of the Golden Feather, Miss Yue Qing embodies the image of our sect. Shouldn't we exhibit a modicum of courtesy? However, the initial encounter left much to be desired in terms of familiarity. Qiao Wujiang maintained his rare composure, a smile gracing his lips, while his gaze shifted to Qin Ming, who stood behind Yue Qing, bending slightly yet raising his head, arching an eyebrow in curiosity. Qin Ming adjusted his breath, gradually rising to meet Qiao Wujiang's gaze. In a deliberate manner, Qiao Wujiang inquired, And who might this be? Is it customary to appear before guests in such a state of undress? How could Miss Yue Qing associate with such a crude individual? I shall reiterate. Please take your leave. You are not welcome here, Yue Qing declared, activating her martial arts, an ethereal wave emanating from her, creating a semi-transparent ripple, a hallmark of the Xuanwu realm, the spirit power shield. The first layer of the Xuanwu realm manifests a singular transparent ripple, with each subsequent level adding another, culminating in 9 layers at the pinnacle. Qiao Wujiang disregarded her display and turned his attention back to Qin Ming. I am addressing you. Are you deaf? Zhao Lai stifled a laugh, thinking, just as I had anticipated. Such an arrogant and noble young master like Qiao Wujiang, encountering a breathtaking beauty like Yue Qing, combined with the unyielding demeanor of Qin Ming, was bound to stir up trouble. Qin Ming, incensed yet amused, retorted, This is my home. Whether I wear clothes or not is of no concern to you. If you disapprove, you are free to leave. I did not invite you. Impudent. Qiao Wujiang's guards collectively rebuked. What are you to dare to challenge our young master? Zhao Lai stepped back, urging, Come on, let the conflict ensue. Strike him down. Qiao Wujiang scoffed. This is rather amusing. Miss Yue Qing, is he your pet? Your power is quite formidable, isn't it? Qin Ming tilted his head, revealing a peculiar smile. It is remarkable how one can interpret coherent speech as the language of dogs. Young Master Wujiang, have you ever pondered what species you truly belong to? Clang. The guards of the Python King's residence drew their swords, pointing them at Qin Ming. Yue Qing, with an indifferent tone, positioned herself before Qin Ming to confront Qiao Wujiang. Young Master Wujiang, I implore you to show some respect. This is my final request. Please leave this place. Qiao Wujiang feigned ignorance, dismissing Qin Ming entirely, and continued to smile invitingly. I have traveled a great distance to pay a visit, and my sole purpose is to meet Miss Yue Qing. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to admire the exquisite scenery of Qingyun Sect together. Zhao Lai, stoking the flames, provoked further. Servant Qin Ming, quickly retreat. Do not disturb the refined interests of young Master Wujiang and Miss Yue Qing. Qin Ming chuckled coldly. A thick skin can be quite advantageous. I hope you all possess it. Qiao Wujiang gestured to his entourage. Someone, please manage the dog that Miss Yue Qing keeps. At once, the guards responded in unison. But just as they were about to step forward, the iron gate behind them swung open, allowing a frigid aura to permeate the courtyard. Who dares to act recklessly within Qingyun Sect? Qiao Wujiang turned with a cold expression, ready to scold. But upon seeing the intruder, he was rendered speechless. A breathtakingly beautiful woman entered the courtyard, exuding an icy presence, ethereal and otherworldly. She resembled a pristine lotus, untouched by the dust of the world. Though she wore a pale veil, her exquisite beauty was still discernible, delicate and refined, utterly transcendent, devoid of any earthly triviality. Her long, flowing hair cascaded over a snow-white gown, shimmering with a lustrous sheen, captivating all who beheld her. The woman exudes a dignified nobility, her demeanor cold yet undeniably elegant. Previously, in the courtyard, Yue stood alone in her brilliance. Now, two beauties vie for attention, rendering all else dim by comparison. Chao Wujiang was momentarily stunned, his guards equally astonished, their aura diminished. If Yueqing's beauty resembled a tulip flourishing in a celestial grove, then the woman before them was akin to a snow lotus nestled within an icy peak, each possessing a distinct charm that captivates the mortal realm. Ling Shui? Zhao Lai gazed incredulously at the newcomer, convinced he must have mistaken her identity. The direct disciple of Yaoshan, Ling Shui? What could possibly bring her here? Yueqing, Ling Shui, and Ning Rongrong, all three enchanting yet enigmatic figures rarely gracing the world with their presence. Among them, Yuqing and Ling Shui are often compared, not only for their stunning beauty and poise, but also for their comparable talents and standings. Although Ling Shui is not a disciple of the Golden Feather, her status as a Yaoshan disciple, being the sole prodigy recognized by the elders over the years, places her on par with Yueqing. If Zhao Lai found this perplexing, so too did Qin Ming and Yueqing. They too wondered at her presence here. Chapter 30, Invitation. Is she truly Ling Shui? Chao Wujiang slowly shook his head, overwhelmed with admiration for the remarkable beauty residing within the Qingyun Sect. It is not to say that other realms lack women of comparable beauty, but rather that their unique aura is what ensnares the heart. Ling Shui paid them no mind and walked past, gently nodding toward Qin Ming in the courtyard. May I have a moment of your time? Qin Ming regarded Ling Shui, shrugged, and met Yueqing's gaze, expressing his innocence in the matter. Chao Wujiang suddenly found himself puzzled. Could it be that this Qin Ming is merely a servant? How could a mere servant attract the attention of two such extraordinary beauties from the Qingyun Sect? He cast a frosty glance at Zhao Lai, contemplating whether this rascal was attempting to deceive him. The other guards shot him skeptical looks. Could he truly be a mere servant? If a servant could attain such heights, there would be no equal in the realm. Zhao Lai felt utterly innocent. Yuqing's presence was justifiable, but what was Ling Shui doing here? It made no sense at all. Please leave, Yuqing reiterated. Ling Shui glanced back at Chao Wujiang and the others before striding towards the warehouse. Qin Ming, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Let us converse inside. She would visit another day. Chao Wujiang, not insisting further, smiled and nodded, leading his entourage away from the warehouse. However, as he was about to close the iron door, he kicked Zhao Lai in the waist, causing him to cry out in pain and tumble down the mountain path. How dare you mock young Master Wujiang? Are you seeking a premature end? The guards growled, harboring grave doubts that Qin Ming was merely a servant. They suspected that he had a conflict with this fellow and had purposefully lured them here to exact punishment upon Qin Ming. Young Master Wujiang, I would never deceive you. Qin Ming is indeed a servant, and I am as perplexed as you about Ling Shui's presence here, Zhao Lai grunted, clutching his waist and struggling to his feet, dust-covered and disheveled. I ask you, why did you approach me? Chao Wujiang inquired coldly, walking past him and fixing him with a piercing gaze. Zhao Lai's eyes darted away. Chao Wujiang shoved his face aside with force. Keep your distance. Were it not for the Qingyun Sect, you would be dead by now. The guards comprehended the situation. This fellow was employing them for his own ends. Inside the warehouse, Ling Shui cast a fleeting glance at Qin Ming's bare torso, turning her back to him. Put on your clothes first. Qin Ming donned a clean garment, puzzled, and inquired, what matter compels senior sister Ling Shui to come in person? Why venture to the Medicine Mountain? Out of curiosity, wandering anywhere should not contravene the sect's regulations. If it were a matter of accountability, it would not be me summoned here. Tell me, why the Medicine Mountain? He disrupts my slumber. Who? You ought to consult your master. How could the Medicine Mountain, a realm of ethereal spirits, become a prison, ensnaring some monstrous entity? You have visited the Medicine Mountain at least 6 times, and each visit has heightened the cacophony within. Upon your departure, the tumult ceases. Ling Shui exuded an aura of frigid composure, likely a result of her martial training, with an ever-present chill enveloping her. She gazed intently into Qin Ming's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. Qin Ming chuckled lightly. It seems it recognizes its own wrongdoing. A mere glare should suffice to pacify it. Accompany me to the Medicine Mountain. Why? You are well aware. You have targeted the wrong individual. I am merely a servant delivering goods, lacking the capacity to influence the secrets of your Medicine Mountain, nor do I wish to entangle myself in its affairs. Come with me. Regardless of the outcome, I shall grant you 2 medium-grade spiritual herbs. Outcome? What outcome? It cannot awaken without reason. All of this is intricately linked to you. Ling Shui had not previously contemplated the connection between these events and Qin Ming. Her acquaintance with him stemmed solely from Yuqing's inexplicable concern for him, which piqued her curiosity. Yet, Qin Ming's repeated visits to the Medicine Mountain, each time accompanied by the same occurrences, inevitably aroused her suspicions. You have truly mistaken the individual involved. How could the matters concerning Yaoshan possibly pertain to me? Qin Ming shook his head, uncertain of what lay within, and even more uncertain whether it posed a threat or offered safety. Venturing forth blindly was out of the question. Moreover, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, and the elder of Yaoshan were to discover the secret of the Shura blade, the consequences would be catastrophic. I offer you 3 assurances. First, I shall divulge this to no one. Second, I shall not endanger your safety. And third, throughout this entire process, no third party shall witness your presence. Just because I happen to wander around you, Sean, you presume I am connected to the creatures within? If there were indeed a connection, it would have manifested 8 years ago. I would not have had to endure 8 arduous years at Qingyun Sect. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not see you out. Qin Ming raised his hand, smiling as he bid farewell. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Please, do take your leave. Either accompany me back to Yaoshan, or I shall arrange for someone to escort you there. The choice is yours, one or the other. Miss Ling Shui, as a revered direct disciple of Yu Shan, it seems somewhat unreasonable for you to bully a mere servant like me. This evening, at the stroke of midnight, at the eastern entrance of Yaoshan. Kindly wait patiently. Qin Ming smiled, his demeanor resolute. A threat? He was unfazed. The Python King's manor is aware of Yaoshan's secrets and seeks to leverage this knowledge to coerce an alliance with Qingyun Sect. That is of no concern to me. Qin Ming shrugged. The fate of Qingyun Sect truly has no bearing on me. The nature of the alliance is through marriage, with the parties involved being Chao Wujing and Yueqing. I wish to resolve the troubles of Yaoshan, and you do not desire for Yueqing to wed into the Python King's manor. Our objectives align. Ling Shui uttered a parting remark and departed the warehouse. As she stepped into the courtyard, she slightly nodded towards Yueqing. Sister Yueqing, congratulations on your advancement to the Xuanwu realm. Sister Xiaoling Shui is concerned. Yueqing nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly after, Qin Ming emerged from the warehouse, his brow furrowed as he gazed in the direction where Ling Shui had departed. What has transpired? Yueqing understood that Ling Shui would not visit without cause, nor would she depart from Yaoshan lightly. Qin Ming shook his head, stating, I will resolve this on my own. If it becomes unmanageable, I may require your assistance. Is it that grave? Qin Ming remained silent for a moment before replying. If I continue to deliver goods tomorrow, consider it as if nothing has occurred. If I do not appear, it is likely that I have been detained at Yaoshan. In the dead of night, the echoes of a hoarse roar resounded from Yaoshan once more, a rumbling that reverberated through the mountains. One could faintly hear the clanking of chains, reminiscent of some terrifying behemoth struggling deep within the earth, striving to break free from its bindings and shatter the towering peaks. The atmosphere was charged with an unmistakable sense of brutality. Gazing into the distance at Yaoshan, one could see flashes of golden light, blooming in clusters, strikingly visible against the darkness, accompanied by the tumultuous rise of spiritual energy, akin to a surging river tide, at times chaotic, at times coalescing into whirlpools. The turmoil there was beyond our expectations. My personal visit was warranted. Lungshan stood atop the mountain, facing the brisk night wind, contemplating the direction of Yaoshan. What truly lies within? Chao Wujin stood nearby. Even from a distance, he could sense the ferocity emanating from the depths of Yaoshan. Yet, he remained unaware of the actual circumstances inside, only knowing that after a lengthy discussion with his father, Lungshan appeared exceedingly pleased. Having been entrusted with the full responsibility of forging an alliance with Qingyun Sect, an entity capable of granting us dominion over the Qingyun Sect, Cold Mountain wore a broad smile. For he had not anticipated that after so many years, that lingering spirit would awaken with such astonishing power. This fortuitous event presented him with an opportunity to seize control of the Qingyun Sect. Should he succeed in this endeavor, his standing within the Python King's mansion would undoubtedly soar, potentially elevating him to the pinnacle among the 7 heroes. The Qingyun Sect was formidable, bolstered by alliances with the other sections. Who in this realm would dare to instill fear? There are always greater beings beyond human comprehension, and mountains that overshadow our own. Indeed, the heavens extend far beyond our sight. What does it signify? The young master will naturally comprehend as he matures. For now, it suffices to understand that the treasures of the Medicine Mountain can grant him the most exquisite women of the Qingyun Sect. What if I desire to? Would the Qingyun Sect acquiesce? A smile danced upon Chao Wujing's lips as he reminisced about the 2 enchanting beauties he had encountered earlier that day. He was captivated by Yueqing and equally drawn to Ling Shui. If compelled to choose, his subconscious leaned towards Yueqing. However, how splendid it would be to possess both. As for Qin Ming, he had conducted his inquiries and found him to be merely a servant, an arrogant one at that, of no consequence. Cold Mountain replied with a chuckle. We hold the initiative. Everything is negotiable. Chao Wujing returned the smile, saying, I must express my gratitude to Uncle Ling. I shall never forget your kindness. Chapter 31. Midnight at the Medicine Mountain. To the east of the Medicine Mountain lies a rugged and secluded stony ridge. It was here, at the stroke of midnight, that Qin Ming arrived, stepping into the darkness of the Medicine Mountain. Ling Xue was aware of his arrival. Upon meeting, she spoke little and guided him into the mountain, leading along a narrow path toward the mountainside, some 500 meters away. Familiar with the patrol arrangements of the Medicine Mountain, she deftly evaded all potential encounters. As they ventured into the Medicine Mountain, the roaring ceased, enveloping the entire area in an unusual tranquility, devoid even of the faintest insect chirp. Ling Xue cast a glance back at him. Qin Ming remained silent, acutely aware of a powerful summons, as well as the restless agitation of the Shura blade within his dantian. Having arrived, he felt no hesitation. He was eager to uncover the true nature of this enigmatic place. Ling Xue guided him to the mountainside, a locale that once boasted ancient, enchanting forests, now transformed into a gaping chasm hundreds of meters deep. The pit was riddled with grotesque fissures, its depths unfathomable, strewn with debris and decayed trees. A scene of utter devastation. A colossal, bizarre stone jutted into the pit, reflecting a ghastly white light under the moon's gaze. Surrounding it was a tumultuous surge of energy, warping the very fabric of space, emanating an overwhelming force. Thick, golden chains were coiled around the giant stone, rendering its silhouette reminiscent of a struggling figure. One end of the chain was entwined around the stone, while the other was firmly embedded deep within the earth, glimmering with resplendent majesty. The elders had just departed but could return at any moment. What would you do? This was Ling Xue's first venture into danger, yet it was worth a try. Did you truly not inform your master? I sought you out in a personal capacity. Are you certain I can resolve this? Uncertain, but it is worth attempting. For the sake of Yu Qing, you had best hope for some measure of success. Just as Qin Ming prepared to step forward, he hesitated and took a step back. I have one condition. Regardless of what transpires, ensure I am returned to the warehouse, and no one must touch me. You can trust me. What choice do I have but to trust? Qin Ming took a deep breath and cautiously stepped into the ruins. The colossal stone remained eerily silent. As if it sensed the arrival of Qin Ming, its surrounding aura noticeably dissipating. Ling Xue furrowed her brows, observing both the stone and Qin Ming. Could it truly be effective? Was its sudden awakening genuinely connected to Qin Ming? He approached slowly, and to claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood. Ling Xue, equally tense, kept a watchful eye, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of abnormality. As Qin Ming drew nearer, the stone's emanating energy weakened, receding like a tide. By the time he stood before the stone, gazing up at it, the aura had entirely vanished. Aside from its peculiar appearance and the chains that adorned it, there seemed to be no other irregularities. Previously, only a mere 10 meters of the stone was visible above ground, yet now it was deeply embedded in the pit, revealing an impressive 30 to 50 meters. In this moment, not only had the stone fallen silent, but even the Shura blade was still. The moonlight cascaded down, shrouded in ethereal mist, enveloping the scene in a deathly quiet. Qin Ming circled the stone slowly, while Ling Xue stood at the edge of the pit, poised and vigilant. After a short while, Qin Ming turned his gaze toward her, his brow furrowed in concern. Ling Xue's heart tightened, and she inquired, "What is it? What should I do?" Ling Xue fell silent. What could be sealed within? It poses no threat to you. You possess quite the sense of humor. Qin Ming cautiously lifted his hand, reaching toward the stone. A low hum resonated. The depths of the pit trembled violently, as though something were striking with great force. The chains immediately tightened, their golden light intensifying. Ling Xue secretly gripped her ice sword, her gaze filled with tension. However, the impact occurred only once, followed by an unsettling stillness. Qin Ming remained alert for a moment, placing both hands on the stone, concentrating to feel its essence. However, apart from the cold and smooth surface of the monolith, there was no other sensation. Lying atop it for a moment, there was still no response. It was strange. I was summoned here in such a hurry, yet nothing was happening. Ling Xue also found it peculiar. Have you discovered anything? Qin Ming departed from the stone, reaching out to knock on it, but still, there was no sound. Try again, urged Ling Xue. How should I try? Should I uproot it? Qin Ming shrugged after giving it a couple of pushes and stepped away from the deep pit, stating, I've done my best. Did you feel nothing at all? What kind of sensation are you seeking? The moment Qin Ming spoke, it felt odd. Could it be that I misunderstood? Ling Xue murmured to herself. I shall take my leave, as if I had never come. By the way, what was that about the marriage alliance you mentioned during the day? Chao Wujian intends to marry Yue Qing, but the sect has yet to reach a decision. What is the sect's stance? There is a saying that one cannot act freely. When marriage matters escalate to a larger context, they can no longer be dictated by personal will. The envoy sent by the Python King's manor is named Lung Shan. He was once a junior disciple of the sect leader and later defected to the Python King's manor, willing to kill the elders of the Qingyun Sect to gain the trust of the Python King. He knows the secrets of Yaoshan and is aware of the threat this secret poses to the Qingyun Sect. Before Ling Shui could finish her sentence, a thunderous rumble erupted from the deep pit, kicking up a cloud of dust that swirled and spread outward. The two recoiled in panic, one drawing a sword, the other clenching a fist, bracing themselves. However, Qin Ming opened his mouth, staring intently at the pit. Ling Shui's delicate face, veiled in silk, slightly shifted. As she gazed incredulously at the deep pit, the colossal boulder, towering between 30 to 50 meters, unexpectedly shattered, collapsing entirely. Fragments of various sizes scattered into the deep pit, while the chains entwined above clattered down, their golden luster dimmed. The two individuals stood momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. What has transpired? Has the formation been breached? There were no prior indications. Qin Ming hastily examined his body, finding no abnormalities. Ling Shui remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings, yet detected no issues, her brows furrowing as she gazed at Qin Ming. "Don't look at me. I know nothing," he replied. The sudden disturbance roused nearby individuals, and numerous figures darted through the darkness, hastening toward the scene. "Remember, I have never been here. Keep that in mind." Qin Ming urged Ling Shui repeatedly as he dashed into the shadows. A throng of disciples emerged from the nearby woods, their expressions reflecting shock upon witnessing the situation in the pit. 3 elders hurriedly arrived, and upon observing the scene, their faces paled. What has occurred? The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, vigorously shaking their heads. "Ling Shui, you were the first to arrive. Did you witness anything?" A middle-aged disciple inquired of her. Ling Shui shook her head. "I have just arrived as well." The 3 elders were not from the Medicine Mountain. They had come to assist in suppressing the boulder. After anxiously assessing the situation, their expressions grew graver. The 8 trigrams Qingyun formation had faltered, and the soul lock chain had also ceased to function, indicating that the entity previously contained within was no longer present. Where could it have gone? How could it simply vanish? "Ling Shui, swiftly summon your master," one elder commanded urgently. Atop Medicine Mountain, Elder Yaoshan sat with a stern countenance, his brow furrowed in concentration, his consciousness like a tide enveloping the majestic mountain, attuned to the vast spiritual energy radiating from its surface. His breath intertwined with the intricate formation of the Bagua Qian, inseparable from one another. At the very moment the formation collapsed and the colossal stones crumbled, he was already awakened, swiftly summoning the boundless spiritual energy to capture the lingering souls. The spiritual essence from the mountains surged forth, tumultuous like a raging river. Yet, there was not a trace of residual souls to be found in Yaoshan, as if they had vanished entirely. Ling Shui ascended to the mountain peak to pay her respects to her revered master. "Master, the lingering souls have shifted." The elder of Yaoshan, his hair as white as snow, opened his weathered eyes. "Where?" Ling Shui bowed her head. "Please allow your disciple to keep this secret." "On what grounds?" The elder's gaze was piercing. "At present, I remain uncertain of the events that transpired. I request 1 year to observe. Should anything unusual arise, I shall promptly inform you." "Master, preposterous. This matter pertains to the rise and fall of the Qingyun Sect. It cannot be treated lightly. You once imparted to me, Master, that the matter of soul preservation bears immense significance. The Qingyun Sect may endure for a time, but not for eternity. This unforeseen incident could herald catastrophe. Yet it may also present an opportunity for resolution. I implore you to grant me 1 year, after which I will provide you with an account, regardless of the outcome. I will abide by your judgment." "Where is it?" The elder's eyes seemed to pierce through her very being. There was no escape. They were safely relocated. "Who was responsible?" "Please allow your disciple to maintain confidentiality," Ling Shui replied resolutely. The elder of Yaoshan slowly rose, casting a cold glance at Ling Shui before moving to the precipice of the mountain, overlooking the ruins at the waist. "You should be acutely aware of the gravity of this situation. Master, you understand your disciple. I shall provide you with an account." Qin Ming returned to the warehouse, hurriedly adopting a meditative posture to calm his mind, meticulously examining his body and scrutinizing the Shura blade. Could that strange entity have infiltrated my being? However, after repeated inspections, he found no peculiarities. The more he investigated, the more unease enveloped him. How curious. It summoned me repeatedly, yet upon my arrival, there was no sign of activity. As I prepared to depart, it inexplicably collapsed. What exactly is being suppressed within? It is neither human nor demon. Could it be a soul? Qin Ming spent the night in restless vigilance, checking his body time and again until dawn broke. No abnormalities were found in his body, nor was the Shura blade compromised. Could it be that the entity within seized the opportunity to escape to another location? Chapter 32. Indifference. The following day, the leader of the Qingyun Sect summoned Lung Shan and Chao Wujia to the main hall atop the primary peak. Have you deliberated thoroughly, senior brother? Lung Shan inquired, seated with a smile, casting glances at the elder members present. I wish to hear your thoughts once more. After signaling for tea to be served, the leader of the Qingyun Sect dismissed all attendants. A deeper smile graced Lung Shan's face as he leisurely sipped his tea. Exchanging a knowing glance with Chao Wujia that spoke of anticipated outcomes. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Young Master Wujia met Yuqing yesterday, and it was love at first sight. Their compatibility in status and talent is remarkable, and mutual affection blooms between them. I wish to seize this opportunity to arrange their union, thereby facilitating this beautiful affair. What kind of dowry does the Python King's residence intend to offer? The leader of the Qingyun Sect inquired, gently sipping from his teacup. Chao Wujing could hardly contain his excitement as he cleared his throat twice and sat upright. As long as the sect leader presents a proposal, we at the Python King Manor will certainly strive to meet your expectations and welcome you, Qing, with great fanfare into our abode. Lung Shan replied. A union between our factions means we will become in-laws. Your affairs will intertwine with ours, and we shall advance and retreat together, collaborating for mutual development. This sounded promising, yet it seemed we currently faced no pressing issues. The leader of Qingyun Sect glanced at the other elders. The elders exchanged opinions, deliberately stating, what troubles warrant us marrying off our daughters for survival? It appears there are none. Senior brother, there are no outsiders present. I shall speak candidly about the matter concerning Yao Shan. The slightly plump elder feigned surprise. What about Yao Shan? Lung Shan surveyed them, his smile unwavering. The circumstances surrounding the previous leader of Qingyun Sect. Our former leader was a person of integrity, never engaging in any unethical conduct. Lung Shan's smile gradually faded, and Chao Wujing sensed the shift in atmosphere. The leader of Qingyun Sect replied coolly, I hold young Master Wujing in high regard. Yet matters of union must be approached with caution. Senior brother, must we lay everything bare? Until the threat from Yao Shan is resolved, Qingyun Sect may face peril at any moment. The slightly plump elder interjected, I truly do not comprehend what threat Yao Shan poses. Senior brother, do not take unnecessary risks. If this information reaches outsiders. The female elder scoffed, subtly reminding them, your grievances with Qingyun Sect do not justify fabricating unfounded accusations. Should outsiders doubt not only your words, but also your character, it could prove detrimental. Are you truly confident in concealing the secrets of Yao Shan? Cold Mountain's demeanor grew frigid as he finally comprehended that the Qingyun Sect had unequivocally chosen to disregard the secret of Yao Shan. I truly fail to grasp the nature of this secret. If you are perplexed by the strange sounds from last night, I can assure you that it was merely an elder from Yao Shan injuring himself while practicing. It is nothing of great significance. Chao Wujing spoke solemnly, Sect Masterly. Do not just about the survival of Qingyun Sect. Cold Mountain gestured for Chao Wujing to remain patient. Dare you take me to Yao Shan for a closer look? Certainly. The sect master of Qingyun rose personally, accompanied by several elders as they departed the main hall. The group swiftly arrived at Yao Shan, reaching the spot that had previously been suppressed. The deep pit had been filled, and the chains and boulders were no longer present. Cold Mountain furrowed his brow. Walking around several times, yet he found no traces of the Bagua Qian formation. It appeared to have vanished entirely. Had it been relocated elsewhere? Impossible. The Qingyun Sect relied solely on the spiritual energy of Yao Shan to sustain the formation, and redeploying it elsewhere would require immense resources and manpower. Such an endeavor could not be executed quietly. Could it be that they had exterminated it directly? That too seemed implausible. The Qingyun Sect could not bear such a burden of responsibility. Otherwise, they would have executed it outright years ago, rather than allowing the remnants of a spirit to linger. The female elder reminded him once more, no one will believe the slander of a traitor against their own sect. Be cautious of your actions. Young Master Wujing. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. The sect master of Qingyun departed abruptly, seemingly devoid of any interest in further pleasantries. He arranged for a few disciples to see them off. The elders cast scornful glances at them before departing in succession. In a short while, only a few middle-aged disciples remained, their expressions grim as they stood guard. Uncle Cold, what is happening? Chao Wujing's expression darkened. How could the Qingyun Sect have altered its stance overnight? It appeared they were quite confident, unperturbed by the threats from the Python King's manor. Let us return, he said. This secret cannot be unraveled through mere trickery. Something significant must have transpired. Lung Shan had arranged for spies within the Qingyun Sect, instructing them to conduct a discreet investigation. Are we leaving just like this? Chao Wujing has yet to secure the marriage contract, nor has he broached the matter of Ling Shui. We shall return, trust me. Lung Shan reassured him, maintaining a composed demeanor as they departed. Atop Yaoshan Mountain, the leader of the Qingyun Sect stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the retreating figures of Long Shan and his companions. His expression was far from the ease he had displayed moments earlier. Elder Yashan approached slowly, saying, "Do not worry, the remnants of the soul have been relocated. I shall inform you once I have managed the situation. Thank you for your efforts." The leader of the Qingyun Sect replied with marked courtesy. Among all in the sect, he reserved such politeness for this one elder, the only individual in whom he placed absolute trust. Given the elder's assurance, he had no choice but to believe in his capabilities. "Leave the matter of the soul remnants to me. You must contend with the Python King's manner. They will not relent easily." The Qingyun Sect had not yet fallen to the point of being at the mercy of others. Before long, the day of the competition between Qin Ming and Mu Zixio arrived. Most disciples of the Qingyun Sect had forgotten their agreement regarding the contest. Each disciple was engrossed in their own cultivation and affairs, who would remember such things daily. However, prompted by the reminders of the diligent, the 10th training ground was soon filled with disciples, many rushing to join the gathering. Let the betting begin. A little wager for amusement, just for entertainment's sake. With Mu Zixio favored to win at even odds and Qin Ming boasting a 10-to-1 payout if he perseveres until the end, I, as the bookmaker, invite all to place their bets with confidence. Huyin Zhuozhua sauntered through the crowd, exuberantly calling out his odds. His rotund and ample figure, adorned in a splendid robe, resembled a delightful skewer of meat garnished with scallions and red peppers, evoking laughter and light-hearted jest from the onlookers. Trailing behind him were several male and female disciples, recruited by him, who held up placards and carried notebooks and bags, enthusiastically explaining the rules to the throngs of eager bettors, clearly well practiced in their roles. Many disciples, primarily of the upper echelon, casually tossed in a few gold coins or some spiritual herbs, relishing the opportunity to partake in this low-stakes gamble that promised fun. Having canvassed the area, Huyin Zhuozhua noted that not a single individual had wagered on Qin Ming's victory. All bets were placed on Mu Zixio. Despite Qin Ming's raw strength and his recent endeavors in cultivating the Vidra strength, the prospect of mastering it within a mere month was utterly implausible. Merely surviving its backlash would be a testament to his merit. Who is Mu Zixio? An elite of the upper circles. Who is Qin Ming? A madman of the lower strata. The outcome is all too clear to discern. "I wager on Qin Ming," exclaimed a striking young woman as she approached Huyin Zhuozhua. "Kai Yi, is that you? You've come in person." Huyin Zhuozhua's round visage instantly transformed into a beaming countenance, as if he could barely contain his delight. The disciples accompanying him promptly displayed their respect with courteous bows. However, Kai Yi, upon glancing at the odds displayed in their hands, was displeased. "Why is our Qin Ming's odds at 10-to-1? Ah, the voice of the masses. I have set the odds based on the feedback from the scene." Not with the intention of belittling young Master Qin Ming. Huyin Zhuozhua's innocent smile is disarming, making it impossible to remain angry. It elicits laughter instead. "I wager 3 spirit pearl grasses. If Qin Ming manages to endure until the end, will you truly compensate me with 30? Of course, of course." Huyin Zhuozhua gestured for those nearby to take note. "Let us wait and see." Kai Yi snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. Hey, Miss Kai, what about the spirit pearl grass?" The disciple preparing to collect the wager was momentarily taken aback. "You must provide a guarantee for your bet first. Our Qin Ming will undoubtedly last until the end. I am certain of my victory. Just prepare 30 spirit pearl grasses for me when the time comes." I won't need to wager anything further. Huyin Zhuozhua's expression soured. "Is this merely a game? I am sparing you the trouble. Just make a note of it. And I will retrieve the spirit pearl grass from you later." Kai Yi called to her companions, leaving with a cheerful laugh. "Young master, did you notice?" The disciple behind Huyin Zhuozhua chuckled helplessly. Take note. This is of no consequence." Huyin Zhuozhua dared not offend this young lady. He merely sought to please her. A female disciple quietly remarked, "Young master, did you observe? Kai Yi consistently refers to him as our Qin Ming. She has always addressed him this way. Her tone is so sweet. Mind your own business. Continue placing your bets." Huyin Zhuozhua jovially wandered about, occasionally praising the disciples passing by. Suddenly, a stir arose in the training arena as thousands of disciples turned their gazes toward the eastern entrance, where Yuqing emerged and ascended to the eastern edge of the training platform. Her ethereal beauty, serene elegance, and statuesque figure are utterly impeccable. She is not merely the object of admiration for countless male disciples of the Qingyun Sect, but also their pride. It is the extraordinary talent of Yuqing that has brought honor to the entire new generation of the sect. The disciples are abuzz with excitement. Most are not merely spectators, but have come specifically to see Yue Qing. It is indeed a rare occasion to behold her, with many disciples encountering her for the first time. Sai and her companions gather around Yue Qing, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. At that moment, a voice exclaims, "Look, Taishan has arrived." It is said that on the day Qin Ming visited the Wuzong Pavilion, Taishan sought him out for an undisclosed matter. Clad in black, Taishan stands apart with an air of distinction. His slender eyes are particularly piercing, and his cold, handsome visage betrays not a hint of a smile. He embodies the essence of a sharp sword, unafraid to reveal his brilliance, instilling a sense of trepidation in those nearby. Rarely does he appear in public, so his presence here today is quite astonishing. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The 10th martial arts arena is rife with commotion as several illustrious inner disciples and some exceptional elite students make their entrance. Look over there. Han Qinya has also arrived. His aura is formidable. It is said his illusionary sword has reached perfection. Is that Ding Dian? What brings him here? It has been quite some time since I last saw him. What is happening today? So many prominent figures have gathered. The crowd is astonished, never anticipating that a mere challenge could draw such an assembly, all for the sake of Yue Qing. Ling Shui? Has the Ling Shui from Yaoshan truly arrived? I can't be mistaken. How beautiful she is. It is indeed Ling Shui. A chorus of astonished gasps emanated from the western entrance as the ethereal Lin Shui, clad in garments of purest white, gracefully entered the training arena. A faint chill enveloped her, casting a coolness that many nearby could perceive. This marked Lin Shui's inaugural visit to the arena, as well as her first opportunity to witness the contests among her fellow disciples. Chapter 33. A spark ignites veiled by a delicate mask that concealed her breathtaking celestial beauty. Lin Shui cast a serene glance over the arena before ascending to a vantage point in the corner. She offered a subtle nod to Yu Qing upon the combat platform, acknowledging her presence without acknowledging the myriad astonished gazes and whispers that surrounded her. She stood there in quietude, reminiscent of a blossoming snow lotus, exuding not only an aura of frost, but also an air of purity and ethereal grace. The dual beauty of Yu Qing and Lin Shui was a rare spectacle to behold. Today was indeed a feast for the eyes. Yu Qing had come on behalf of Qin Ming, but what could possibly draw Lin Shui here? Why concern oneself with such matters? There were battles to witness and beauties to admire. It was a day of sheer delight. The commotion sparked by Lin Shui's arrival lingered for quite some time, only to be reignited by the entrance of another notable figure, Mu Cheng, a disciple of the Golden Feather Sect, renowned as the Golden Sword Mu Cheng. What brought him here? Was Qin Ming's challenge truly worthy of his attention? Ding Dian, the direct disciple, possessed a robust physique and an unappealing visage. Yet his presence exuded a wild ferocity akin to that of a standing beast. He cast a cold glance towards Mu Cheng, who had just entered the 10th training arena, a dismissive snort escaping his lips. What care would he have for Qin Ming's duel? He was merely here to witness the manner of Qin Ming's demise. Han Qinya approached Ding Dian with a smile, embodying the grace of a refined gentleman, exuding an alluring charm that captivated many. His mastery of the elusive phantom sword was unparalleled, making him a formidable presence among the elite disciples. Mu Cheng, strikingly handsome with profound eyes and a distinguished demeanor, commanded significant respect within the ranks of Qingyun Sect. The name Mu Cheng carried immense weight. He was a paragon of genius, a rare talent among many. His status as a disciple of the Golden Feather was his highest accolade. Both male and female disciples regarded him with reverence. When one's talent and accomplishments far exceed those of others, envy dissipates, leaving only admiration and respect. Mu Cheng, unperturbed by the commotion in the martial arena, stood stoically in a corner, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Occasionally, his gaze would soften as it drifted toward Yue Qing. Naturally aloof, he seldom engaged with others. Among the hundreds or even thousands of disciples present, none dared approach him, and a pathway seemed to open before him, leading to the arena, facilitating his observation of the contest. The atmosphere remained fervent, as the presence of Mu Cheng, Taishan He, Yue Qing, Ling Shui, and Ding Dian added a palpable anticipation to the day's events, elevating the significance of the gathering. Such a convergence of illustrious figures was a rare occurrence. Shortly thereafter, Mu Zixio arrived at the martial arena, flanked by a throng of disciples, instantly becoming the center of attention. Many elite disciples furrowed their brows, keenly observing him. Having discerned that Mu Zixio was personally tutored by the Great Elder, a luminary ranked among the top 5 strongest individuals in the Azure Cloud sect, envy and resentment burgeoned among the disciples. Despite having numerous direct disciples, the Great Elder rarely dedicated extensive time to personally groom them. However, he had unprecedentedly secluded himself with Mu Zixio for a month, arousing both admiration and jealousy. Had it not been for this challenge, would the Great Elder have deigned to personally instruct him? Mu Zixio had undoubtedly profited immensely. A radiant smile graced Mu Zixio's countenance as he ascended the martial arts stage amidst a cacophony of adulation and screams. He reveled in such spectacles, relishing the atmosphere. His growth during the past month had been palpable. Not only had he attained the pinnacle of the seventh heaven realm, but he had also fully comprehended the true thunder judgment, in addition to other delightful gains. He understood the Great Elder's intentions, having invested such significant effort in nurturing him. He would anticipate commensurate returns. What should transpire today? Cripple Qin Ming, utterly obliterate his martial path, and see how he continues to act with such insolence. Mu Zixio's aura suggests he is at the apex of the seventh heaven realm. With the Great Elder's personal tutelage, reaching the seventh heaven realm is only to be expected. I suspect he may have received other boons as well. Mu Zixio's imposing arrival signals impending peril for Qin Ming today. Qin Ming possesses brute strength, but it will prove futile against Mu Zixio's lightning-based martial techniques. Qin Ming's realm is simply too low. Many disciples recognized Mu Zixio's transformation, igniting another wave of envious and resentful murmurs. Mu Zixio's spirits soared upon sighting Yu Qing, Mu Cheng, Tai Shanhe, and others. Such a spectacle and assemblage of spectators were befitting of his grand entrance. His smile deepened upon beholding Ling Shui, for whom he harbored deep affection. Where's Qin Ming? Mu Zixio focused his mind, preparing for a splendid unveiling. However, where is he? It seems that Qin Ming is absent. Why has he arrived yet? Could it be that he is frightened? The disparity in realms is vast, and his arrival could very well lead to his demise. Surely, he is not contemplating surrender. Would Mu Zixio spare him? An hour and a half passed, and the disciples in the martial arena had yet to catch a glimpse of Qin Ming. Even Mu Zixio grew weary of standing on the stage, pondering whether this young man was too intimidated to appear. Kai was puzzled as well, logically. Qin Ming was not the type to shy away. Why had he not shown up yet? Senior sister, what is happening? Should I go look for young Master Qin? Let us wait a little longer. He will come. Shortly thereafter, as the arena began to stir with growing discontent, someone shouted, "He is here." At last, Qin Ming appeared on the stone steps. But what had he been doing? Had he forgotten? He was indeed aware of the competition today and had prepared for it. Yet in the throes of his training, he had lost track of time. Upon opening his eyes, it was already noon. He hastily grabbed 2 dry buns and some pickles and hurried here. By the time he reached the mountaintop, he had managed to finish the buns with the pickles. Spotting a small waterfall nearby, he turned to drink some cool water and splash his face. This scene was witnessed by the disciples at the summit, their expressions filled with disbelief. What was this fellow thinking? Did he not realize that today could determine his life or death? Could he not be more mindful? Are you all right? Kai Yi was the first to approach, concerned that Qin Ming might be under psychological pressure. I'm fine. I simply lost track of time. Qin Ming smiled faintly as he navigated through the crowd and ascended the martial stage, nodding at Yu Qing before meeting Mu Zixio's gaze. You've been waiting long, he remarked. Are you toying with me? Mu Zixio retorted, a cold smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He placed great importance on his reputation. Today was meant to be his moment in the spotlight, yet he had been made to wait for an hour and a half by Qin Ming, rendering him a fool standing idly on the stage. It seems we never agreed on a specific time, did we? If you're eager to show off, you can hardly blame me, Qin Ming replied, twisting his neck and loosening his shoulders, preparing his muscles for the impending confrontation. Should you dare to disregard my patience? Do not expect me to be merciful. Mu Zixio's expression darkened, astonished that a mere ordinary disciple would dare to confront a direct disciple so audaciously. Qin Ming clenched his fists, adopting the initial stance of the diamond fist technique, inviting Mu Zixio to begin. Be cautious of my fists. They may not necessarily injure you, but they will not merely tickle. At that moment, a gasp erupted from the crowd. The 5th level of spirit martial? Someone exclaimed. Isn't Qin Ming at the 3rd level? The speaker was Ding Dian, a direct disciple, who had been scrutinizing Qin Ming closely. The more he observed, the more he sensed something awry, until Qin Ming's aura surged, awakening his realization that this was not the presence of a 3rd level practitioner. It was unmistakably that of the 5th level, likely already stabilized. A month ago, Qin Ming had been at the 3rd level. A breakthrough to the 4th level in such a short span would have been considered the utmost limit. So how could he have attained the 5th level? The 5th level? Is it true? The martial arena erupted in waves of astonishment. You've reached the 5th level of spirit martial? Mu Zixio's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, meticulously observing Qin Ming. Just recently broken through, Qin Ming affirmed. Well, this is starting to look promising, Mu Zixio conceded. Mu Zixio quickly regained his composure, finding the situation rather intriguing. If Qin Ming were merely at the third or fourth layer of the heavens, there would be little motivation to engage in a struggle. However, now he had finally piqued Mu Zixio's interest. Although the realm of the fifth layer seemed laughable in the face of the seventh, at least there was something to contend with. Kai stood ready, her incense burning steadily. Are you prepared? When shall we commence? Let us begin now. Mu Zixio approached Qin Ming, having waited for an hour. Growing weary of the delay, he decided to forego further pleasantries and initiated the confrontation. I am at your service, he declared. Qin Ming assumed the stance of the Vajra technique. I've heard you practice the Vajra technique. To what stage have you advanced? Mu Zixio responded with a cold smirk, advancing slowly and casually, his profound gaze fixated on Qin Ming, his aura becoming increasingly concentrated, and his battle intent soaring. As if in his world, only Qin Ming existed. The impending clash cast a tense atmosphere over the training ground. Chapter 34. The purple lightning serpent. As Mu Zixio took a dozen steps forward, several disciples furrowed their brows, their attention drawn to his peculiar gait. His aura was undeniably fierce, yet it seemed to dissipate into an ethereal quality. Qin Ming stood ready, his repressed energy rising as he too noted the oddity in Mu Zixio's steps. Is this a martial art technique? Kai ignited the incense altar and gestured, commence. A cold smile crept across Mu Zixio's lips as he suddenly leaned forward mid-stride, as if about to stumble, only to spring forth like an iron arrow released from a fully drawn bow, hurtling towards Qin Ming with an intensity that reached its zenith, conjuring 3 successive afterimages. The audience gasped. Not only was Qin Ming momentarily dazed, but over 1,000 disciples felt an uncanny distortion in their perception. Mu Zixio swiftly appeared beside Qin Ming, his trajectory astonishing. With a powerful thrust of his palms, he unleashed a dazzling display of lightning. The electric energy converged in his hands, and before it could even make contact with Qin Ming, it erupted in a spectacular explosion, sending arcs of lightning darting chaotically, blinding flashes illuminating the surroundings, and a deafening roar resonating throughout the arena. This singular strike severely impaired Qin Ming's vision and hearing. Yet, Qin Ming remained composed amidst the chaos. He leaned back forcefully, executing a wide, agile maneuver that allowed him to evade by more than 10 meters. Mu Zixio, fully focused on his target, pursued him with the swiftness of a raging wind, matching his movements step for step. His palms continued to unleash successive strikes, with dazzling lightning erupting from his hands. The booming sounds and blinding light reverberating across the training ground, causing many disciples to cover their ears and shut their eyes, their faces contorted in anguish. The battle commenced with fervor, igniting the entire arena. Lightning needles, thousandfold edge, Mu Zixio shouted, leaping into the air, his body crackling with erratic bolts of lightning that detached from him like a swarm of fine needles, sharp and piercing, their brilliance blinding as they targeted Qin Ming. In a flurry of motion, Qin Ming twisted mid-air, channeling power through his feet, elbows, and torso simultaneously, as if releasing a compressed spring. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he propelled himself upward, soaring 5 meters high, executing an exaggerated flip while retreating sharply, narrowly dodging all the lightning needles. Hundreds of electric sparks missed their mark, crashing against the training platform, sending shards of stone flying and dust billowing into the air. As Qin Ming landed steadily, before he could rise, Mu Zixio burst through the dust, closing in on him with incredible speed and agility, akin to a venomous serpent in swift motion, instilling a sense of unease among the watching disciples. How long could he evade? Thunderous fist. As Mu Zixio brushed past Qin Ming, he forcefully swung his tightly clenched right fist, an imposing aura emanating from him. In an instant, the electric energy converged around his fist, forming a gauntlet that enveloped his striking hand. The crackling lightning danced wildly, and the blinding radiance rendered the surroundings nearly indistinguishable, overwhelming the enemy's vision with an intense glare, making resistance nearly impossible. Qin Ming furrowed his brows, instinctively closing his eyes and tensing every muscle in his body, preparing to withstand the thunderous punch rather than hastily countering the imminent strike. At the last moment, Mu Zixio altered the trajectory of his heavy punch, shifting from a direct assault to a devastating blow aimed at Qin Ming's abdomen. This was a tactical maneuver. By feigning a frontal attack and unleashing a brilliant flash to disorient his opponent, he compelled Qin Ming to react instinctively, raising his fists to guard his face while inadvertently neglecting other vulnerable areas. At that critical juncture, a change in punch trajectory would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow. This effect was precisely what Mu Zixio sought, a product of experience honed through relentless combat. With a thunderous impact, the electrifying blow struck Qin Ming's abdomen, the furious lightning effortlessly shredding through fabric and flesh. He was propelled off the ground, tumbling helplessly. his chest heaving with the tumult of blood, and he chuckled softly and launched another attack, showing no intention of granting Qin Ming a moment's respite. His aim was to secure victory through absolute dominance and comprehensive suppression, leaving Qin Ming utterly defenseless. How ruthless! Was he truly intent on incapacitating Qin Ming? To strike so directly was rather blatant. Qin Ming, with his tough skin and resilient physique, could take a beating, and laughter ensued. This was quite thrilling. Qin Ming had indeed surprised me. Gasps of astonishment and expressions of concern filled the air. "Senior sister, I'm anxious," Kai said, anxiously sweating for Qin Ming. Yet, Yu Qing remained calm, believing that this was merely the beginning and that Qin Ming would not fall so swiftly. "Is that the Shattered Star Step?" Someone in the audience noted Mu Zixio's remarkable speed. The Shattered Star Step? No wonder. Ding Jian and the others furrowed their brows. Was this the special training bestowed upon Mu Zixio by the elder? He had actually imparted the advanced martial technique, Shattered Star Step. This particular martial art was not found in the Martial Sect Pavilion. It resided in the elder's private study and was typically only taught to disciples he deemed trustworthy and competent. The Shattered Star Step was exceedingly profound and intricate. Unsuitable for solitary practice, any misstep could lead to the crippling of one's legs, necessitating rigorous training under the elder's guidance for successful mastery. Mu Zixio was destined to win. With the ethereal Shattered Star Step paired with the overwhelming True Thunder Judgment, he stood invincible. Qin Ming's attempts to counter with the Diamond Force were utterly futile, leaving him without any opportunity to retaliate. A middle-aged disciple present made this assessment. Taizhan He's expression darkened. He felt a deep aversion to such tactics. After all, Qin Ming was merely a novice in martial arts, at the 5th level of cultivation. Yet they sought to subdue him with martial techniques? This contest was fundamentally unfair. At this moment, Mu Zixio unleashed a series of devastating strikes, causing Qin Ming to spit blood and tumble to the edge of the martial arts arena, struggling to rise, nearly unable to stand. The one-sided battle left no room for suspense, disappointing many disciples who had harbored expectations. Ultimately, Qin Ming was but a servant, capable only of stirring minor disturbances within the lower circles. Before the esteemed direct disciples, he was utterly powerless. "It seems you are only worthy of me displaying the thunderous heavy fist." Mu Zixio moved with an ethereal grace, swiftly changing positions as he charged towards Qin Ming, his entire being radiating blinding arcs of lightning that interfered with Qin Ming's vision, leaving behind a series of seemingly real, yet illusory afterimages. "Young Master Qin, get up," Kai called out anxiously. "Mu Zixio, deliver a punch that sends him off the stage. Do not let this lowly servant taint our noble arena." Another voice screamed. "Curse you, keep your mouth clean." Someone nearby retorted angrily. Qin Ming spat out blood, performing a swift leap akin to a carp breaking the surface. His body suddenly ablaze with dense electric arcs. He faced Mu Zixio, executing a sequence of solid, fluid gestures that triggered a remarkable surge in the quantity of lightning enveloping him, multiplying almost exponentially. Huh, what is this? Martial arts? Within a mere 3 seconds, all 6 segments of the purple lightning serpent were completed, executed with fluidity and precision. The number of electric arcs surrounding Qin Ming surged to its zenith, almost rivaling the 7th-layered Mu Zixio. Still silent and grim, he erupted in an instant, akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain, lunging towards Mu Zixio. The tempestuous thunder surged, coalescing into a formidable lightning serpent that coiled around Qin Ming's entire being. Its tongue arched high, emitting a piercing scream that resonated like the roar of a true beast. A lightning serpent? What manner of sorcery is this? A martial art? I have never encountered such a technique. The audience erupted in astonishment, gasps echoing throughout the venue, as many esteemed disciples lost their composure. Wasn't Qin Ming cultivating the indomitable Vajra strength? From whence does this unfamiliar thunderous martial art emerge? As they beheld the fierce and menacing lightning serpent, and felt the blinding and tumultuous energy surging forth, the faces of the disciples were etched with disbelief. What? Even Mu Zixio was momentarily taken aback, his stellar step and offensive maneuvers momentarily faltering. The lightning serpent roared. Qin Ming's gaze was like a blazing torch, locking onto Mu Zixio, seizing the fleeting moment of his astonishment to launch a precise and ferocious assault. The robust lightning serpent swept across his entire form, surging forth with unbridled intensity, its violent undulations and erratic arcs of electricity radiating brilliance and thunder, as though a genuine spirit beast had erupted from Qin Ming's being. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, embodying a striking juxtaposition of savagery and elegance. Mu Zixio, jolted back to reality, instinctively evaded. However, the speed of thunder-based martial arts often proves overwhelming. In a flash, the thundering serpent collided with his shoulder, Despite the two of them being separated by two realms of power, the purple lightning serpent represented a qualitative transformation in martial arts. Its instantaneous eruption was unparalleled in might. And amidst the shrill cacophony of thunder, it violently struck Mu Zixio, leaving his shoulder bloodied and his body nearly out of control, staggering backward. The indomitable Vajra strength. Third segment, Vajra shakes the mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming charged towards Mu Zixio, channeling all his strength into his right shoulder. With a forceful and precise execution of the Vajra shakes the mountain, he collided solidly with Mu Zixio. How much strength did he possess? With a full-powered punch, he could muster a staggering 900 pounds. The perfected technique of Vajra shakes the mountain could amplify his instantaneous striking power by more than threefold, rendering this assault nearly 3,000 pounds in force. Mu Zixio felt as though he had been struck by lightning, faintly hearing the cracks forming in the bones of his chest. His body, akin to a kite severed from its string, tumbled backward towards the center of the training ground, retreating a full 20 to 30 meters. "It's my turn," Qin Ming shouted, stomping forward with wild abandon. Although his footwork lacked elegance, it was imbued with a primal speed, propelling him in a straight sprint without hesitation. Before Mu Zixio had even touched the ground, Qin Ming lunged forward, fiercely grasping Mu Zixio's ankle. A roar resonated in his throat as he exerted his full force, spinning Mu Zixio in midair for 3 complete revolutions before slamming him down to the earth. A chorus of gasps erupted from the female disciples, unable to bear witness to the explosive scene. Yet, in a moment of peril, just as Mu Zixio's head was about to meet the ground, he instinctively countered, driving his arms into the earth while a sudden outburst of anger erupted from beneath the martial arts stage, as several disciples exhibited heightened emotions. It appeared that this martial technique had been cultivated for quite some time. Qin Ming was certainly doomed. Even if Mu Zixio failed to kill him, the sect's regulations would ensure his disgraceful demise. Truly reckless, daring to brazenly employ a stolen martial art in the public arena. More and more disciples began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, shouting with fervor. The Qingyun Sect strictly prohibited the unauthorized transmission and private study of martial arts. A profound taboo. Once discovered, one would be stripped of all learned skills and expelled from the sect. Being the son of a convict, Qin Ming's theft of martial arts was undoubtedly a crime upon a crime. "What are you shouting about?" Kai Yi, displeased, stood at the edge of the stage, reprimanding the crowd. "What is this frenzy? Are you all eager to witness another's downfall? What kind of virtue is this? Is this martial art from the Qingyun Sect? Open your eyes and see clearly. Is it from the Qingyun Sect? It is not Qingyun's martial art. So on what grounds can you claim that Qin Ming has stolen it? Does the world of martial arts belong solely to the Qingyun Sect? Have you no shame?" Her sharp rebuke resonated throughout the venue, leaving many feeling embarrassed and silenced. Where did Qin Ming even acquire this martial art? He had never left the Qingyun Sect. Some voiced their discontent, pointing at Qin Ming and shouting. Kai Yi's temper flared. "Don't come out here flaunting your intellect. I feel embarrassed for you." 2 months prior, Qin Ming had been taken by Yao Shan to gather herbs, and in the forest he stumbled upon a martial art called Purple Lightning Wild Serpent. You can say what you will, but I assert it is true. What? Are you dissatisfied? For 8 years, the Qingyun Sect has refused to grant Qin Ming any martial arts, yet they also do not permit him to utilize what he finds outside. Qin Ming is merely a servant, not a slave of the Qingyun Sect. Who dares to say that Qin Ming cannot practice the martial art he discovered? Who dares? Even if an elder were to arrive, he would lack the audacity to utter a refusal. With a single phrase, she unleashed a torrent of invective, chastising not only the numerous gloating disciples, but also ensnaring the elders in her ire. Sai, hands on her hips and her fair visage flushed with indignation, spoke without sparing any feelings, yet not a soul dared to contradict her. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect had been suppressing Qin Ming, withholding martial arts from him for 8 long years, but just because they refused to provide it did not imply he could not seek it elsewhere. Such opportunities are personal. Sai's close companions joined in the denunciation, their youthful voices unrestrained and heedless of decorum, yet the fervor of their words silenced any dissent. "Qin Ming, do you dare to harm me?" Mu Zixio glared at his bloodied right shoulder, feeling a searing pain in his chest, fury igniting within him, twisting his handsome features into a snarl. He paid no heed to the chaos around him, fixated solely on the battle before him. Regardless of what martial art Qin Ming practiced, he was merely at the 5th layer of cultivation. How could he possibly injure me? In front of all the disciples, no less. Qin Ming, undisturbed by the surrounding tumult, remained silent as he unleashed his 7-section force of the purple lightning serpent once more. The lightning serpent manifested, coiling around him, radiating electric brilliance, its aura formidable, as if a genuine thunder serpent had locked its gaze upon Mu Zixio. The disciples observed with perplexed expressions, the fearsome visage of the lightning serpent instilling a silent dread in those nearby, as if they could sense the latent power it harbored. Could this truly be a fortuitous acquisition? It seemed hard to believe. Yet, it appeared the Qingyun Sect indeed lacked such martial arts. I had intended merely to spar with you today, yet you insist on escalating this to a life-and-death struggle. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Mu Zixio deliberately raised his voice for all to hear, ensuring that if he were to incapacitate Qin Ming, the blame would not rest upon him, but rather, it would be deemed a consequence of Qin Ming's own actions. Qin Ming, lacking the luxury of engaging in idle banter, felt his muscles tense in anticipation as he surged forward to confront Mu Zixio, launching a fierce assault. There was no need for words between them. He sought to immerse himself wholly in the throes of battle. The thunder serpent emitted a piercing shriek, leading the charge as it detached from Qin Ming's form. Thick as an arm and over a meter in length, it twisted and writhed with remarkable speed, resembling a bolt of lightning cleaving through the sky, aimed directly at Mu Zixio. This time, however, Mu Zixio was prepared. He conjured 3 illusory figures, narrowly evading the thunder serpent while simultaneously propelling himself forward with unrelenting speed. Utilizing the fractured star step, he left behind an ethereal trail as he executed a powerful strike aimed squarely at Qin Ming's face. In a display of agility, Qin Ming flipped backward, twisting his torso as he unleashed a forceful kick towards Mu Zixio, akin to 2 rigid iron whips slicing through the air with ferocity. Mu Zixio deftly evaded, his fractured star step ensuring his position remained unassailable. Yet, Qin Ming's body, having landed from his acrobatic maneuver, darted forth like a ferocious tiger, his fist swinging with devastating force. Seizing upon this fleeting opportunity, he unleashed a tempest of powerful strikes, pitting brute strength against Mu Zixio's finesse. Although he did not inflict serious harm upon Mu Zixio, he momentarily disrupted his rhythm, compelling him to retreat and evade. The atmosphere in the arena, once peculiar, abruptly rekindled with fervor. This vigorous and fiery assault provided a striking visual impact, invigorating the competitive spirit of the event. Not only did the male disciples watch with fervent excitement, but even the female disciples found their gazes captivated by the unfolding spectacle. What was initially anticipated to be a solo performance by Mu Zixio had transformed into a gripping and exhilarating clash, showcasing an extraordinary display of skill. In the eyes of many orthodox disciples, Qin Ming's unconventional fighting style was hardly worthy of respect. Yet today, he transformed this wild approach into a refined method. Moving with a fluid grace, his attacks fierce and seasoned, reminiscent of relentless ocean waves. Coupled with the might of his golden Buddha power, each punch, each strike, each offensive maneuver carried the force of a rushing gale, leaving onlookers both astonished and apprehensive. Qin Ming's body became a veritable arsenal. Elbows, legs, fists, claws, shoulders, all were expertly harnessed, showcasing the full potency of the golden Buddha power. Even many self-proclaimed elite fighters among the upper disciples and direct prot-gs found themselves silently applauding. In terms of combat, they had no choice but to commend his prowess. Master Qin, Master Qin, Kai shouted enthusiastically, clapping fervently until her delicate hands turned crimson. Her companions joined in the chorus of cheers for Qin Ming. Only Yu Qing remained composed throughout, intently focused on the fierce battle unfolding on stage. Qin Ming was nearing his limits. It was time for Mu Zixio to counterattack. Han Chenye observed the martial arts arena meticulously, her gaze unwavering from the clash between Qin Ming and Mu Zixio, silently assessing the situation. While Qin Ming's offensive appeared spectacular, it was incredibly taxing on his stamina. And Mu Zixio, leveraging the advantage of his shattering star steps, deftly evaded Qin Ming's lethal blows. In comparison, the energy Qin Ming expended did not equate to his gains. If this continued, he would soon exhaust his strength, effectively digging his own grave. Mu Zixio was poised to retaliate. Ling Shui and several other direct disciples murmured softly, acknowledging the brilliance of the fight, yet they were more concerned with the outcome. Enough. It's my turn. Mu Zixio seized the opportunity to break free from Qin Ming, creating a distance of 10 meters between them. His disheveled hair and tattered clothing gave him a wretched appearance, yet his aura remained fiercely imposing. Once more, he unleashed a surge of lightning, bending forward as his right palm struck the ground with tremendous force. True thunder judgment, 4th layer of thunder prison, Mu Zixio bellowed, as the lightning coursing through him abruptly retracted, only to explode from his right palm in the next instant. This time, it was not merely a blinding light and deafening sound, but an indiscriminate release of vast amounts of electricity. Hundreds, if not thousands, of bolts of lightning erupted from the center of his grounded palm, radiating outward in all directions. It resembled a blooming lotus of lightning, sweeping across a radius of 7 to 8 meters, each bolt as thick as a thumb and brimming with terrifying power. Just as Qin Ming charged forward, he was violently struck by this sudden and ferocious wave of lightning, which tore through his garments and lacerated his flesh. His body was sent flying backward, landing on his back, a testament to the sheer intensity of the assault, leaving a gruesome scene of flesh and blood. The battle had taken a dramatic turn. Hiss! Many disciples gasped in shock. This was the true might of true thunder judgment. Frightening. Mu Zixio, with his cultivation at the 7th layer of spirit martial, demonstrated a level of left in place. Mu Zixio gasped heavily. To unleash the thunder hell effect to its maximum potential, he had expended a substantial amount of spiritual energy, resulting in a degree of dizziness. However, observing Qin Ming hurtling backward to the ground, he felt a surge of elation. Contending with me? You are far from my equal. Qin Ming lay prostrate, his dilapidated garments soaked in blood, appearing as if he were on the verge of death. Young Master Qin, how fares thee? Sai could not resist rushing forward, only to be restrained by Yue Qing. A number of disciples covered their mouths, their hearts filled with pity. However, Qin Ming merely lay still for a few seconds, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. To the astonishment of all present, he effortlessly sat up. His breathing was somewhat disordered, yet he did not appear to be grievously wounded. Many disciples nearest to the dueling arena displayed expressions of astonishment, for from their vantage point, Qin Ming's injuries did not seem as severe as they had imagined. By all accounts, the multitude of lightning strikes should have been sufficient to inflict bone-deep injuries, rendering him incapable of further combat. Yet, Qin Ming did not seem to be seriously injured, merely suffering from superficial wounds, at least in appearance. Chapter 36. Renown spreads through azure clouds after a brief respite. Qin Ming rose to his feet amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd. He shrugged his shoulders, stretched his body, and once more adopted the starting stance of the Vajra force, beckoning Mu Zixio with a flex of his fingers. Without uttering a word, he issued another challenge. His physical constitution, having undergone multiple transformations through the everlasting Genesis art, was far more resilient than that of ordinary individuals, particularly after the second stage of the everlasting Genesis art, which had rendered his body at least 10 times more robust than that of a common person. Mu Zixio could scarcely believe his eyes. He's standing again? He's actually standing again. Many exchanged bewildered glances, questioning, is he merely putting on a brave face? Can he truly still fight? Their expressions were peculiar as they gazed at Qin Ming, whose silent and relentless charge exuded an inexplicable pressure. Covered in wounds and blood, many female disciples dared not to look for long. Well, quite impressive. Today has truly opened my eyes. Mu Zixio spat out a mouthful of blood, taking a deep breath to calm the turbulent energy within him. The crowd alternated their glances between Qin Ming and Mu Zixio, sensing that a shift was imminent. With half the time remaining, Mu Zixio, hurry up and fight. Why the delay? A spectator shouted from the sidelines, but Mu Zixio's reddened eyes fixed on the crowd, causing the disciple who had shouted to shrink back, too intimidated to speak further. Yet, while he hesitated, others were undeterred. A brother of the 7th layer of spirit martial cannot defeat a junior of the 5th layer. Mu Zixio, you truly bring disgrace to your master. The assembly gasped in shock, wondering who had the audacity to speak so boldly. Turning toward the voice, they fell silent in unison. Who could it be? Iron Mountain River. Do not be so arrogant. Once I defeat Qin Ming, I shall challenge you another day, Mu Zixio retorted coldly. Let us see if you can defeat Qin Ming first. Time is running short. Faster than you anticipate. I senti it. Enough of this. Mu Zixio charged at Qin Ming once more, this time without employing the star-shattering steps. Surging forward in a direct assault, his momentum soaring. Arcs of thunder roared with unparalleled ferocity. This was his most formidable martial technique, the final segment of true thunder judgment. Mu Zixio, spurred by the intensity of the moment, resolved to strike decisively and bring Qin Ming to his knees. The audience fell into a hushed silence, with only Kai anxiously urging Qin Ming, do not confront it head-on, evade. Time was of the essence. He could delay until the very last moment. And he must prevail. The fact that I can unleash the 5th segment is a testament to your prowess. This battle will culminate here. Mu Zixio swung his right arm with tremendous force, channeling lightning that blazed with unparalleled brilliance, akin to the sun at its zenith, enveloping a significant portion of the training platform in blinding light, rendering visibility nearly impossible. One could only imagine the precarious situation Qin Ming found himself in. Escape? It appeared futile. The disciples held their breath, intent on discerning the outcome of the clash, yet all was obscured. Qin Ming displayed no intent to evade. His expression was grave and resolute. eyes closed as he began to summon the fifth segment of the Vajra technique, the boundless Vajra. His skin flushed crimson, his blood surged with heat, and his garments and hair danced as if stirred by an invisible wind. With a powerful punch unleashed, he met the impending force head-on, amplifying his strength sixfold, yielding an explosive power nearing 5,000 pounds. At that moment, Mu Zixio's offensive reached its zenith, the lightning coalescing into a massive orb, and then it erupted. A clash of titans, a struggle for life and death. True thunder roar versus boundless Vajra. Crack! A deafening explosion resonated like thunder from the heavens, reverberating across the platform, leaving many in the audience with a persistent ringing in their ears, robbed of their hearing. In the midst of the blinding radiance, Mu Zixio grinned malevolently, intent on incapacitating Qin Ming. Yet, to his astonishment, Qin Ming's formidable punch shattered the surging tide of lightning, piercing through it entirely and collided squarely with Mu Zixio's fist. In that instant, as the thunderous roars reverberated throughout the arena, the sound of fracturing bones and the ensuing agonizing screams were mercilessly drowned out. Qin Ming was jolted back by the explosive roar of true thunder, retreating more than 10 steps to barely regain his footing. His right fist and arm were streaked with blood, wounds sustained from piercing through the lightning, though the injuries were not severe. The seemingly formidable roar of true thunder had been shattered by his Vajra force, now dissipating into chaotic, scattered arcs of electricity. He retreated on his feet, whereas Mu Zixio was sent tumbling, rolling over 20 meters before collapsing on the ground. Writhing in agony, his right arm was grotesquely contorted, its shape disturbingly irregular. A hush fell over the entire arena, as no one had clearly witnessed what had transpired in that fleeting moment. Had Qin Ming emerged victorious? Had he truly defeated Mu Zixio? Had he, with the strength of a 5th-level spirit marshal, vanquished a 7th-level direct disciple? Defeating an ordinary disciple might have been barely acceptable, but Mu Zixio was a direct disciple, and the Great Elder's direct disciple at that. Could such an unbelievable event truly be unfolding before their eyes? My hand, my hand. Mu Zixio writhed on the ground, his screams turning hoarse, causing many female disciples to avert their gaze from the dueling platform. Senior Brother Mu. Several disciples jolted awake, rushing onto the platform in a flurry, frantically helping Mu Zixio to his feet. His face was ashen, his brow slick with sweat, and he gasped for air, screaming in disbelief, lacking even the strength to curse Qin Ming. His hand was broken in a horrifying manner, the wound a gruesome sight. Qin Ming swayed unsteadily for a moment before collapsing onto the cold stone surface of the dueling platform, utterly drained. The arena remained enveloped in silence, with thousands of disciples casting bewildered glances at him, momentarily forgetting to cheer, unsure of how to express their encouragement. Ling Shui, Ding Dian, Han Xinya, and others stood in hushed contemplation. Qin Ming, you have caused trouble. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, several disciples left the martial arts arena in haste, carrying Mu Zixio, hoping to save his hand before it was too late. However, Yu Qing suddenly obstructed their path, coldly asserting, "A bet must be honored." What does that mean? The disciples looked toward Yu Qing in confusion. 3 spirit pearl herbs. We will provide them. No. Her voice rose sharply, infused with an icy authority that brooked no dissent. This scene caused many to pale, their astonishment eclipsing even their earlier reactions to Qin Ming unleashing the Thunder Serpent. What was happening? Was Yu Qing truly exhibiting such resolve? Yu Qing, do not overstep your bounds. Mu Zixio's face was ashen, sweat beading upon his brow from the pain. 3 spirit pearl herbs. A bet must be honored. Without this measure of integrity, what does it mean to be a direct disciple? Yu Qing stood firm, showing no inclination to relent. Mu Zixio's intent for today's contest was to eliminate Qin Ming, perhaps even to kill him. And he had no intention of showing mercy to such an adversary. We will provide them. One disciple nearly shouted in desperation. If you cannot understand reason, then bring them. Now, Kai Yi, accompanying Yu Qing, spoke with even less courtesy. You came to compete. You should have brought the spirit pearl herbs in advance. This is basic respect. Did you not consider the possibility of defeat? Go and fetch them. Mu Zixio, his complexion pale, urged the disciples beside him. The disciple hurriedly departed. Yet the journey from the martial arts arena to Mu Zixio's residence would require at least the duration of an incense stick. Not to mention that Mu Zixio could not possibly possess 3 spirit pearl herbs, necessitating a trip to other locations. Without half an hour, it would be impossible to return. Yu Qing stood there like an iceberg, coldly rooted at the edge of the arena. This not only incited anger in Mu Zixio and the others, but also cast a heavy pressure over the entire assembly. The golden sword Mu Qing gazed intently at the resolute Yu Qing, then cast a deep glance at Qin Ming, an icy glint flashing in his eyes before he silently withdrew. Qin Ming, how intriguing. Ding Dian and Han Xinya exchanged silent smiles, and in the midst of the stillness, they too exited the martial arts arena. Clap, clap, clap. Tai Shanha applauded thrice before leaving the arena. Qingyun stood amidst the crowd, her eyes gleaming as she regarded Qin Ming. What was once mere curiosity now transformed into contemplation of alliance. Ling Shui had already departed, unnoticed by anyone. The direct disciples left one after another, each bearing a semblance of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the other disciples lingered, animatedly discussing the events, the atmosphere gradually becoming fervent. Yu Qing instructed Kai Yi, assist Qin Ming back. Kai Yi briskly approached Qin Ming, unreservedly offering her support. Can you still walk? Qin Ming paused for a moment before rising to his feet. The crowd instinctively parted to form a path, watching him depart the arena. The outcome of today's battle was beyond anyone's expectations. How could a fifth layer defeat a seventh layer? Especially considering that Qin Ming was self-taught, while Mu Zixu had been personally trained by an elder. They should not have been on the same level. Some individuals pondered over Qin Ming's martial arts techniques. One set was discovered 2 months prior, while another was retrieved from the Wuzong Pavilion a month ago, both of which he effortlessly mastered. This young man is truly a prodigy. Regardless, after today, Qin Ming's name shall no longer be confined to the lower circles, earning him the respect of many direct disciples. Chapter 37. The Awakening of the Remnant Soul. How did you achieve this? Kai Yi, though filled with excitement, was no less astonished than the others. She recognized Qin Ming's exceptional talent and understood that he could rise to prominence when presented with an opportunity. However, she never anticipated his strength to be so formidable, bordering on the extraordinary. Previously, it was expected that Qin Ming would fight valiantly to the end, yet that would have been his limit. To her surprise, he had incapacitated Mu Zixu. How is this possible? How could a fifth tier defeat a seventh tier? Perhaps it was largely due to technique and Mu Zixu's carelessness. Kai Yi beamed. It's the first time I've seen you so battered. It pains my heart. These are merely superficial wounds, nothing to my bones, he replied. What kind of explosive power do you possess? Approximately 5,000 pounds, he estimated. Kai Yi understood now, no wonder. Make sure to rest well. I shall procure some spirit pearl grass from Qingyun for you. Hee, I wagered 3 stocks with him at a 10-1 odds, and he owes me 30. So much. Can he provide that? Qin Ming laughed. Kai Yi winked playfully. He certainly won't give it willingly. Whatever he offers will have to suffice. You keep it. Those 3 stocks will be enough for me. Don't forget, I am still a servant and cannot accept martial techniques or spirit herbs. I merely stated that the wager was placed in your name. Qin Ming did not overly concern himself with the triumph of the day. Upon returning to the warehouse, he once again entered seclusion to cultivate the life-engendering technique, absorbing the vital energies of existence. He had fundamentally grasped the second stage of this technique, and his recovery rate had accelerated several-fold. The numerous wounds upon his body healed at a visibly rapid pace, nourished by the life essence. Yueqing truly awaited the arrival of the spiritual pearl grass sent by Mu Zixu before allowing him to depart. This display of authority moved many. By the time Mu Zixu exited the training grounds, he was nearly in a state of unconsciousness, his arm barely intact. While this incident might incite discontent among the faction of the Grand Elder, within the Qingyun Sect, none dared to provoke Yueqing. On the following morning, that scoundrel Zhang Dong sent over a list, deliberately inflating the quantities. After a night of recuperation, Qin Ming had recovered significantly and was now lifting stone jars to deliver goods. Externally, no signs of injury remained. His complexion was quite favorable, and his demeanor remained composed, as if nothing had transpired the previous day. While he maintained his tranquility, the disciples along the way were far from calm. Was this lad truly indestructible? After suffering such injuries yesterday, he was now vibrant and full of life? It seemed that the 8 years of torment had not been in vain. This fellow truly possessed remarkable resilience. Despite the ongoing ridicule from many disciples, it was evident that their mockery had diminished. When deliveries were delayed, no one dared to voice their complaints. Fear had silenced them. This lad was unafraid of punishment, unfazed by beatings, and undeterred by trouble. With his robust constitution and newfound strength, he had become even more fearless. Qin Ming remained serene, finding no cause for pride. What he valued were the insights gained from yesterday's battle and the deficiencies within his martial arts. These were the true treasures. 5 days later, Qin Ming's realm experienced another breakthrough, ascending to the 6th level of spirit martial. The 3 spirit pearl grasses brought by Yu Qing, along with the 5 forcibly obtained from Qingyun, proved invaluable. For this advancement, he had consumed a total of 6, leaving 2 remaining, perfectly suited for consolidating his newfound strength. Qin Ming exhibited no signs of complacency, dedicating himself to relentless practice day and night. Such an intense regimen might overwhelm others. Yet Qin Ming possessed the life source technique, which allowed the celestial energies to continuously converge around him, ensuring he remained invigorated and capable of alleviating fatigue, thus always maintaining his optimal condition. After 8 years, he had finally awaited this opportunity. To squander it would be a disservice to himself, and even more so to the long-suffering Thunder Ancient City that had awaited his return. However, in the stillness of the night, Qin Ming occasionally found his thoughts wandering. Why had no one from home come to see him this year? In the past, visitors would arrive thrice annually, yet now, more than half the year had passed without a single visit. Was something amiss? When would he be able to return and see his family? To witness the plight of the suffering citizens? In the deep of night, as Qin Ming sat in meditation, solidifying his 6th-level realm, a faint, raspy voice emerged from the void. "Senior, save me." The voice echoed hollowly, imbued with a sense of fragility, drifting softly through the air. Startled, Qin Ming scanned his surroundings, questioning the origin of the sound. His gaze instinctively darted towards the innermost recesses of the storage room, a darkened space cluttered with debris, which felt somewhat eerie in the quiet of the night. "Senior, I am from the Dongwang battle clan. Save me, save me." The hoarse voice came in intermittent whispers, ethereal and elusive, as if emanating from the depths of the storage room or perhaps from a shadowy realm beyond. "Who are you? Where are you?" Qin Ming furrowed his brows, feigning composure. "Forgive me, the Shura blade. I meant no offense. I am too weak. Save me. Take me back to the Eastern Huang Heavenly Court." Qin Ming, in a state of panic, immediately focused his mind to probe his Dantian's qi. Although his spirit martial realm was not yet capable of internal observation of the meridians, he could sense abnormalities within his Dantian. The Shura blade? Residing within the Shura blade? The Eastern Huang war clan? What is the connection? Qin Ming, suppressing his emotions and preparing to inquire further, suddenly heard the voice grow weak again. "No, no. Your realm. Why, you are not him." Qin Ming was bewildered and uncertain of the voice's intentions. He forced himself to remain calm and said, "The person you refer to as him must be my master. Where is he? Let me see him." The voice responded immediately, "He has left for a matter. Bring me to him, and I shall reward you handsomely." "Who are you? Why are you in my body?" Qin Ming was now certain that this voice belonged to the entity that had sprung from the stone, and it had indeed hidden within him. The voice suddenly fell silent, and the Shura blade was quiet as well. "What are you doing? Please, step out of my body first. The person you seek is not here." Qin Ming felt uneasy. Having an unusual presence within him made anyone feel uncomfortable. The voice remained silent for a long while. At the age of 15, with a spirit martial level of the 6th tier, how do you possess the qualifications to be his disciple with such mediocre talent? Where did you obtain the Shura blade? And who are you? The voice remained feeble. Yet it no longer held the initial reverence. It gradually turned stern. "What disciple does he take? And does he still require your counsel? Who is he? To which faction does he belong? What deeds has he accomplished? What is his current age? Do you know?" The voice persisted with its inquiries. "I do not know." Qin Ming flatly rejected. "You do not know? How could you possess the Shura blade?" "I not only possess the Shura blade, but I also have the Great Yin sword cannon and the ancient Yin sword. I have plenty of treasures." "Who exactly are you? What does it matter to you who I am? If you are unconvinced, you can eliminate me." Qin Ming feigned arrogance, though in truth, his heart raced with anxiety. This strange entity appeared to have a rather irritable temperament. After a prolonged silence, the voice suddenly emitted a weak but furious roar. The Shura blade trembled violently, a black mist enveloping the air, swirling with immense spiritual energy that sent Qin Ming's blood surging. He was filled with hatred, a deep-seated loathing. He sensed the aura of the Shura blade, believing that the legendary figure was nearby. Considering the relatively amicable relations between their clans, he strained every effort to summon aid, willing to struggle at any cost. Ultimately, in his desperate bid to escape the Bagua Qiankuan formation, he had exhausted his remaining strength and was now gravely weakened. He had hoped that upon leaving, he could seek the assistance of the Shura blade's master, returning to the warrior clan and ascending to the heavenly realm. Yet, after all his endeavors, he found himself with nothing to show for it. Qin Ming suppressed the turmoil within him, allowing the voice to vent its frustrations. "Who are you, truly? And you, who might you be?" The tone was icy, laced with profound hostility. Having expended every last ounce of his strength and hope, he was met only with an individual of mediocre talent, his murderous intent ignited. "I have told you, yet you refuse to believe me. Now, perhaps you should reveal who you are." "Young one, mind your tone," came the cold voice. "Old fool, be aware of your circumstances," Qin Ming retorted without hesitation. "You insolent creature, cease your arrogance before me. You intruded upon my body without my consent, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Had I been my former self, you would already be dead. This statement implies that if I were truly formidable, you would indeed be dead by now. Presumptuous and ignorant junior, do you deem yourself worthy to converse with me? Unworthy, you say? Kindly take your leave. Go hide wherever you wish. But do not cling to me. The voices escalated, each one louder than the last, each exchange growing more impolite. It is your privilege to have me residing within your body. If you cannot bear it, then depart. Or shall I seek out the elders of the Qingyun Sect and request their assistance in expelling you? Qin Ming had a faint understanding. This entity might be quite feeble, posing little threat. Otherwise, it would not be so provoked without any inclination to resist. The voice fell into a prolonged silence, then spoke with a melancholic whisper. As a proud descendant of the war clan, how have I fallen to such depths? Am I destined for death and obliteration, never to return to the heavenly realm? After a considerable pause, Qin Ming finally inquired, where is the heavenly realm? Initially a question of concern, the voice responded with sorrow, revealing itself to be a mere uncultured commoner unaware of the heavenly realm. Do I still hold any hope of returning? Regardless of your belief. The Azura blade and the Great Yin ancient sword were bestowed upon me by an elder. I know not of his identity or origin, nor his connection to you. I simply accompanied him for 8 years, and these were the gifts he left me before his departure. Qin Ming felt it necessary to remind it. What if it succumbed to despair and resorted to a mutual destruction? Yet, the voice offered no further response, submerged within the Shura blade. Perhaps in contemplation or perhaps too feeble to engage. Qin Ming called out for a considerable time, but the voice remained unresponsive. What should he do? Allow it to remain hidden within the Shura blade? Or should he seek an audience with Elder Yaoshan? After much deliberation, Qin Ming temporarily opted for acceptance. There was little choice. After all, he could hardly approach Elder Yaoshan and disclose that something was concealed within his Shura blade. Chapter 38. The 8 Sects Tea Gathering the following morning. After delivering his cargo, Qin Ming returned to the warehouse, carrying a stone jar, only to find Yu Qing standing beneath the old tree in the courtyard, quietly gazing at the unmarked solitary grave. Yu Qing exuded a gentle and serene beauty, standing gracefully. From any angle, she appeared enchanting, like a fairy from a painting. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing smoothly over her purple gown, which hugged her flawless figure perfectly. Whose resting place lay within this grave? Yu Qing recalled the elderly man's solitary and desolate figure, who, day and night, in both fair and foul weather, would sit here, keeping vigil for the departed while tending to the magnolia flowers at the grave's edge. His forlorn expression and lonely gaze tugged at the heartstrings. She had once inquired of her master regarding the identity of the old man and his origins. To her surprise, her master was unaware of the elderly presence and had even ventured to investigate from a distance, later remarking that he was merely an ordinary old man, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, not resembling a martial artist at all. An elderly loner, disregarded by anyone from the Qingyun Sect. Yet Yu Qing understood in her heart that this old man's identity was far from simple. The old gentleman had never spoken of the person resting within the grave. Qin Ming arrived at the warehouse, gently placing down the stone jar before drawing a bucket of water from the well to cleanse himself of the sweat that clung to him. Did he not utter a word before his departure? He left behind the sword cannon, the ancient sword, and a note bearing but a single character, fate. As Qin Ming scooped water to wash himself in the warehouse, he did not shy away from Yu Qing's presence. Fate. Yu Qing gazed at the solitary grave, softly speaking to herself. Was she speaking of you, of him, or of destiny? I have a premonition that I shall encounter the old man again in the future. Qin Ming poured the cool water over his head, shaking it off refreshingly, and with a smile, he remarked, when that day arrives, I will strive to present a different Qin Ming to the old man. I believe in you. Yu Qing, with her enchanting beauty concealed beneath a violet veil, smiled radiantly, illuminating the entire warehouse courtyard. I have delightful news for you. Qin Ming spoke with joy in the warehouse. I relish good news. Your practice of the purple lightning serpent has been officially recognized, establishing this martial art as solely yours, not belonging to the Qingyun Sect's martial resources. The elders debated this matter for 5 days. Initially, they intended to punish you, suspecting that it had been secretly given to you by another, but ultimately, they found no evidence. Then, does this mean I can frequently exchange martial arts from outside in the future? You, my friend, already possess an abundance of martial arts. During the spirit martial period, you do not require such excess. Qin Ming swiftly completed his cleansing, donned fresh attire, and stepped outside, stretching his limbs while grasping the ancient Defiant sword, ready for training. Care to spar with me? Not today. I have come to bid farewell. Where are you headed? Qin Ming inquired, perplexed. After a 3-month retreat, I will embark on an expedition with my master, which may require an extended absence. Where shall I venture for this endeavor? Qin Ming felt a surge of joy for Yu Qing. Given her current realm, it is indeed essential for her to traverse the outside world, confronting dangers and trials. With Elder Mu by accompanying her, her safety is assured. My master is still deliberating. According to the original plan, I was to participate in the 8 sects tea gathering before venturing forth. However, the plan has now changed. The 8 sects tea gathering? Qin Ming recalled that it is a grand assembly held every 2 years by the 8 sects of the northern region. The leaders of the sects convene, while their disciples engage in martial contests, a tradition that has persisted for centuries. It is said that on the day of the tea gathering, the entire expanse of the northern region will be captivated. As the sovereign of the northern region, any significant decision made by the 8 sects will directly influence the political landscape for the next 2 years, garnering the utmost attention even from the 5 kings. For the common populace, their primary interest lies in the martial contests. The standards of these contests essentially reflect the might of the new generation in the northern region, and the top 5 contenders are bestowed with esteemed titles, a mark of unparalleled honor. Why is participation no longer an option? Given your prowess, securing a place in the top 5 would pose no challenge. My master has his considerations, having conferred with the sect leader. Previously, he aspired to bring her to the 8 sects tea gathering to garner glory for the Qingyun Sect. However, the proposal from the Mangwang Manor has disrupted those plans. It is not that Elder Mu Bai fears them, but rather he is apprehensive that the Mangwang Manor might resort to underhanded tactics during the gathering. While overt threats can be evaded, covert attacks are much more insidious. The Qingyun Sect has placed immense hopes on Yu Qing. We cannot jeopardize her future for the sake of a mere tea gathering. Yu Qing suddenly inquired, "Do you wish to participate?" Me? The disciples attending the 8 sects tea gathering are predominantly at the 9th level of spirit martial realm, along with figures from the Xuanwu realm. I still have much ground to cover. You have 3 months. There is still an opportunity. 3 months to ascend from the 6th level to the 9th level of spirit martial realm? I shake my head, not for lack of confidence, but because breaking through to the later stages of the spirit martial realm is exceedingly arduous. While I might progress from the 3rd level to the 6th level within 3 months, transitioning from the 6th to the 9th level is far less certain. Each sect will bring 10 disciples to the 8 sects tea gathering, each of whom must be under 18 years of age. Apart from myself, 4 spots for the Golden Feather disciples have been preordained, and the 6 slots for direct disciples remain unconfirmed, with only 30 candidates listed. You wouldn't be recommending me, would you? Qin Ming glanced at Yu Qing. Yu Qing chuckled softly. You guessed correctly. My recommendation, coupled with your recent victory over Mu Zixio, has prompted many elders to deliberate seriously. They have decided to observe you for a while and have provisionally designated you as the 31st candidate. Are you jesting? I speak earnestly. You should strive for this position. For your own sake and for those who care about you. Had Qin Ming merely drawn with Mu Zixio, Yu Qing would not have put forth a recommendation. After all, the 8 sects tea gathering is comprised of the elite from each sect. While it may seem like a competition, it is steeped in peril. Being too weak would not only invite ridicule, but could also pose a threat to one's very life. Yet, Qin Ming proved himself on the training ground, exhibiting remarkable talent and combat prowess. Given 3 more months, he could potentially ascend to the 7th or even 8th level. By that time, he would possess the strength to compete at the 8 clans tea gathering. Should Qin Ming achieve a notable rank, even if it is merely a commendable performance at the tea gathering, it would significantly elevate his status within the Qingyun Sect, allowing him to escape the identity of a servant. The higher Qin Ming's standing within the Qingyun Sect, the sooner he could rescue the people of the Thunder Ancient City. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Understanding Yu Qing's intentions warmed his heart. Thank you. Not yet, she replied. You are merely the 31st candidate, an alternate among the alternates. So, I have only 3 months, 2.5 months until the slots are officially determined, followed by half a month of intensive training. Who else is on the candidate list? Yu Qing produced a parchment scroll, inscribed with elegant characters. Taishan, Ling Xue, Ding Dian. These direct disciples are all on the candidate list. This list will not be made public, but Taishan and the others are aware of their candidacy. I shall give it a try. Qin Ming had thoroughly comprehended the second segment of the life-death decision, and his physical constitution had undergone a profound transformation. Moreover, his 3 months could equate to 9 months of training. I have already persuaded my master. He will do his utmost to support you. Yet the crucial part rests upon your own efforts. Each participant represents the image of the Qingyun Sect. It cannot be treated lightly. Yu Qing sincerely hopes that Qin Ming can succeed, yet when reflecting on figures such as Taishan, Ling Xue, and Ding Dian, the disparity between Qin Ming and them appears insurmountable. Moreover, the faction led by the Grand Elder will ardently oppose him, and during this period, they will not show him any leniency. Chapter 39. The Grand-Scale Hunting Expedition. A few days later, Qin Ming was diligently practicing his swordsmanship in the nearby ancient forest when he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices from the other side of the mountain. As if a multitude had gathered, he sheathed the Defiant ancient sword, wrapped it tightly in animal hide, and ascended to the mountain's peak to gaze downwards. At the foot of the mountain stood a large public notice board, surrounded by hundreds of disciples who were animatedly discussing its contents, with many more hurrying from distant places. This was the second hunting festival of the year, an event I have long anticipated. Where will it take place this time? It will be in the main sacrificial mountain range, over 400 kilometers from Qingyun Sect, deep within the Yunluo forest. It is said that the number of spiritual demons there is exceedingly high, and the terrain is intricate, featuring numerous rivers and waterfalls, as well as hidden ravines, making it significantly more perilous than the first hunting festival of the year. Each year, the second hunting festival proves to be far more hazardous than the first. The greater the danger, the more abundant the opportunities. The main sacrificial mountain range is vast, not only teeming with spiritual demons, but also rife with active mercenaries and mountain bandits. What is the minimum qualification to register for this hunting festival? It is stated clearly, from the 6th layer to the 9th layer of spiritual martial arts, limited to under 1,000 participants. Hundreds of disciples congregated before the notice board, engaging in lively discourse. The hunting festival is a trial organized by the Qingyun Sect for the younger generation of disciples, held twice annually. Each event takes place in a different region, with varying eligibility requirements and durations. This particular grand hunting event, limited to 1,000 participants and above the 6th heavenly layer, is a significant undertaking. Qin Ming blended into the crowd, peering through the gaps to observe the map and regulations displayed on the announcement board. Previously, he lacked the qualification to participate in the hunting festival, primarily due to his insufficient strength. He was hardly capable of competing, merely a spectator who would gaze longingly at the hunting announcements before returning to his menial tasks. The main ancestral mountain? A sudden realization struck Qin Ming as he pressed forward, his gaze moving along the delineated trial area towards the right side of the map. In the corner, he spotted a familiar symbol, the majestic Qing Mountain, the crystal mining area guarded by the Thunder Ancient City. Qin Ming silently calculated the distance from the trial area to the majestic Qing Mountain, his eyes gleaming with the germination of a bold and adventurous thought. Ah, Qin Ming. A disciple recognized him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you interested in participating in the hunting festival? His inquiry drew the attention of other disciples nearby. You truly qualify to join. Why not give it a try? Minimum requirement is the 6th heavenly layer, they remarked, noting Qin Ming's insufficient realm. Insufficient realm? But sufficient strength is what matters, he retorted. He had incapacitated Mu Zixio with a single blow. Who would dare to question his qualifications? That was merely Mu Zixio's carelessness. If they were to compete again, it would take no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before Qin Ming would undoubtedly be on the ground. Many around him expressed keen interest, eagerly urging him to register. Qin Ming smiled faintly, saying, I would indeed like to participate, but alas, I lack the qualifications. What do you mean you lack qualifications? Just sign up and give it a try. Qin Ming deliberately shook his head, replying, in terms of strength, I fear no one. Even if Mu Zixio were to stand before me, I could still defeat him. However, I am but a servant, and the hunting tournament would never accept someone like me. Oh, how arrogant. I must relay your words to Mu Zixio, haha. One person exclaimed, do you truly wish to participate? My friends and I can assist you. Do you have the courage to join? Some were excitedly encouraging Qin Ming, while others offered kind reminders. Qin Ming, be prudent. Your victory over Mu Zixio would indeed be a matter of luck. I dare. Qin Ming retorted with a smile, shaking his head as he left behind a provocative remark and pushed through the crowd. Has this lad been intoxicated by victory? Surely he cannot believe he can best someone of the 7th layer. Quickly, they spread the word to Mu Zixio, chuckling at the prospect of the ensuing commotion. You all thrive on chaos. Qin Ming just demonstrated a clear show of weakness. The area before the announcement board remained lively, with an ever-growing crowd gathering. Yet, after Qin Ming's departure, many disciples deliberately embellished his words, eager to escalate the situation. Upon returning to the warehouse, Qin Ming began preparations, rummaging through scrap iron to craft flying daggers. The message had been sent. It would undoubtedly provoke Mu Zixio and his faction of elders. Before long, his name would grace the participant list of the hunting tournament. The hunting tournament. Dakingshan, I am returning home. As dusk fell, Sai hurriedly approached. pushing the door open and immediately reprimanding, "Master Qin, have you issued a challenge to Muzishio? Do you realize that your words will incite the wrath of many within the Grand Elder's faction? I have heard they are already taking steps to assist you in signing up. Such efficiency, splendid indeed." A smile appeared on Qin Ming's face. "Splendid? What are you planning?" The hunting tournament is a brutal affair, often resulting in numerous casualties. Even those at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm could perish in the forest. Their intention to involve you is merely a guise to conspire against you. Sai felt anxious for Qin Ming. Senior sister Yue Qing had recently entered seclusion and had repeatedly instructed her to keep a close watch on him. Yet, just a few days had passed, and Qin Ming had stirred up such a significant incident. "Prepare a map for me, from the main Altar Mountain range to the Great Green Mountain, as well as a map of the Great Green Mountain mining area." Sai's expression changed slightly. "You intend to return to the mining area?" "Indeed, I wish to return." Qin Ming's heart surged with excitement. 8 years, a full 8 years. At long last, I have the opportunity to return home. My family, my aunt, uncles, sister, grandfather. I am coming back. Have you missed me? Wait. Sai interposed herself before Qin Ming, her expression fraught with concern. "You wish to go home?" "I long for home," Qin Ming replied, a broad smile gracing his face, though his eyes glistened with warmth. For 8 years, only his sister and Uncle Shura had come to visit him. The others had no chance to see him, nor did he have the opportunity to meet them. 8 years had passed, and Qin Ming was on the verge of forgetting their faces. "No, you cannot return. I must go back." Qin Ming's demeanor was resolute. Previously, his strength had been insufficient, and he lacked the qualification to leave the Qingyun Sect. Now, however, he had finally seized an opportunity, and no one could thwart his return home. Kai Yi's expression turned grave. "You cannot go back. If you are discovered and captured, the Grand Elder and the others will show no mercy, and your family will be implicated. I merely wish to return for a glance, even from afar. Rest assured, I understand the stakes." "Absolutely not. I will not permit your return." Kai Yi stubbornly blocked Qin Ming's path, her lips pressed tightly together. Participating in the hunting tournament was perilous enough. The thought of him attempting to return home was utterly unacceptable. Qin Ming gazed into Kai Yi's eyes and suddenly inquired, "Are you concerned for my well-being? Or is there something else?" "Of course I care about you," Kai Yi replied, her gaze faltering for a moment before meeting his again. "Has something happened in the Great Qing Mountains?" Qin Ming perceptibly noticed the unease reflected in her eyes. "Nothing has occurred, but your participation in the hunting tournament is exceedingly dangerous. The disciples of the Grand Elder will not spare you. To put it bluntly, you are willingly placing your neck under their blade. First, answer me this. Why hasn't my sister come to see me this year?" A sense of unease welled up within Qin Ming. In previous years, his sister would visit him twice annually, a privilege extended by the Qingyun Sect. Yet now, with most of the year gone, he had yet to catch a glimpse of her. "There have been delays in the past. Do not worry about them." Qin Ming suddenly seized Kai Yi's arm. "Tell me, what has happened?" "Young Master Qin, you are hurting me," Kai Yi protested, struggling with a hint of grievance. "What is wrong? Please tell me," Qin Ming once again inquired, gazing intently into Kai Yi's eyes. "What could possibly go awry? You tend to overthink." Qin Ming fell silent, continuing to observe Kai Yi. Under his penetrating gaze, Kai Yi felt increasingly uneasy, stammering slightly and biting her crimson lip. "In truth, nothing of great consequence has transpired. Merely a minor mishap." "Speak." Kai Yi opened her mouth, but remained silent. "Do tell." Left with no alternative, she finally divulged, more than 3 months ago. Tu Wei entered seclusion to achieve a breakthrough, striving for the 8th level of Earth Martial Realm. This was initially a closely guarded secret, yet somehow, the head of the Qingyun Sect at the mine became aware of it, sending individuals to interfere and incite turmoil. Tu Wei nearly lost his life, resulting in a significant conflict. Even the miners went on strike. And then, Qin Ming's heart tightened. Tu Wei nearly perished? 8 years prior. During the night of catastrophe in the Thunder Ancient City, the city lord's residents saw guardians flee or fall, leaving only a handful behind, who, amidst blood and fire, vowed never to betray their cause. Tu Wei was among them. Over the years, they had stood by the city lord's house through thick and thin, unwavering. For 8 years, more than 200,000 citizens and the Qin family of the city lord's residence had been trapped deep within the Great Green Mountains crystal mines. Toiling under the strict supervision of teams arranged by the Qingyun Sect, Tu Wei had formed a guard unit to protect the orphans of the Qin family and uphold the rights of the city's laborers. It could be said that Tu Wei was the sole guardian force for the Qin family at present. He persevered until the end, preserving his life and successfully breaking through to the 8th level of Earth Martial Realm. You need not worry about him. The first course of action upon Tu Wei's release was to confront the person in charge, which unfortunately led to a conflict resulting in Tu Wei incapacitating said individual. What transpired thereafter? The Qingyun Sect dispatched personnel to investigate, concluding that the fault lay with the responsible party, thus sparing Tu Wei from punishment. They subsequently brought the individual back to the Qingyun Sect. However, to everyone's astonishment, the sect later sent an elder to oversee the situation. You may be familiar with this elder, Lung Zhibai, a figure characterized by a rather dark disposition. As for the rest, you may contemplate it. Kai felt utterly helpless. Matters concerning minds were entirely foreign to disciples like them, who were cloistered in their training. The Qingyun Sect is universally acknowledged as a sacred realm for martial cultivation, with over 8,000 disciples devoted solely to their practice, indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet, even such a vast sect incurs astronomical expenses for daily operations and cultivation materials. Consequently, there exists an abundance of spirit stone mines, along with a regular deployment of elite disciples for various missions. This scenario is not unique to the Qingyun Sect. Each sect possesses substantial affiliated industries. The existence of these mines and enterprises is undoubtedly justified. Lung Zhibai, the trusted confidant of the Grand Elder, Qin Ming clenched his fists, pondering whether a spirit stone mine warranted the presence of an elder for oversight. It was evident that Lung Zhibai's intentions were to suppress Tu Wei, who was on the verge of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Chapter 40. The Fifth Martial Arts Arena. The events unfolding in the Great Qing Mountains further solidified Qin Ming's resolve to return home. Kai tried desperately to dissuade him for 2 days, but ultimately relented. After reiterating her concerns for Qin Ming's safety, she bestowed upon him a detailed map. 2 days hence, the roster for this year's second hunting expedition was officially unveiled. And at the very bottom of the list, the name Qin Ming stood out conspicuously. It was evident to the discerning that this was a manipulation orchestrated by Mu Zixio's faction. Given Qin Ming's cultivation at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm, alongside his status as a lower-ranked disciple and servant, it was inconceivable for him to qualify for participation otherwise. At this juncture, one could only pity Qin Ming. He had unwittingly provoked Mu Zixio after besting him. Mu Zixio wielded considerable influence within the Qingyun Sect, with numerous allies among his fellow disciples. Now, they had forcibly drawn him into the hunting circle, intending to designate him as their primary target. On the day following the public announcement of the participants, Qin Ming arrived at the 5th Martial Arts Arena, the designated gathering place for the hunting expedition. The arena was already teeming with several hundred disciples, predominantly around the age of 20, all possessing cultivation levels above the 6th tier of the spirit martial realm, with some even at the 9th tier. A portion of these disciples had participated in numerous expeditions, exuding composure and confidence, while others, attending for the first time, were nervously seeking advice from their more seasoned counterparts. Although the hunting expedition posed significant dangers, it equally promised opportunities. For instance, one might stumble upon precious spiritual herbs or fruits deep within the mountains, capture spirit beast cubs, or even discover unique treasures. In comparison to the regimented training within the Qingyun Sect, many ambitious and spirited disciples preferred to join forces for the hunting expeditions. Consequently, each event attracted approximately 1,000 participants, resulting in a grand scale. Many disciples even formed fixed teams, regularly participating in each hunting expedition and sharing the spoils equitably. In the square, novice disciples participating for the first time tended to cluster together, some aligning themselves with renowned elite teams, while others sought to recruit companions to bolster their ranks. As Qin Ming approached the martial arts arena, several individuals gathered around him, eager to entice him. "Hey there. How many times have you participated in the hunting expedition? Are you interested in joining our team?" One inquired. "Friend, we are a newly formed squad and require someone as robust and spirited as you. What do you say? Will you consider it?" Another asked. "Which level have you reached in your spiritual cultivation? Would you contemplate?" "Oh, you seem somewhat familiar. Are you Qin Ming?" Recognition dawned upon one of them. And as soon as Qin Ming opened his mouth to respond, 7 or 8 individuals turned away and dispersed, leaving him standing there. Those who had intended to approach him also retreated upon realizing his identity. In their eyes, Qin Ming possessed strength and vigor, but he was also a source of trouble. They feared he might attract a beating on the very first day. They were there to seek adventure and experience, not to court death. The fewer complications, the better. Qin Ming was indifferent, having never intended to join any team. The martial arts arena buzzed with excitement, filled with clusters of disciples fervently discussing the imminent hunting expedition. Some were eager to take risks, while others rallied one another to strive for superior spiritual treasures. There were also teams strategizing to collaborate in the pursuit of formidable spiritual beasts. Yet amidst the throng, Qin Ming unexpectedly spotted some notable figures, the direct disciples Ding Dian, Taishanhe, and Di Yun. He even caught sight of the rarely seen direct disciple of Yao Shan, Ling Shui. What were they doing here? Were they also participating in the hunting expedition? Qin Ming felt a peculiar sense of curiosity. These individuals should not be lacking in spiritual herbs or opportunities for training. Upon further reflection, could it be that they were preparing for the Eight Sects tea gathering? Perhaps these candidates aimed to utilize the perilous environment of the forest to challenge their limits, experience crises, and enhance their combat prowess? Qin Ming took note of them. And they, too, acknowledged his presence. Di Yun, that is Qin Ming, a female disciple, alerted Di Yun. Slowly turning, Di Yun directed his sharp gaze towards Qin Ming. Even from a considerable distance, one could sense his formidable presence. Qin Ming met Di Yun's gaze with composure. Over the years, he had been observing Di Yun's cultivation. And through relentless exploration, he had mastered the first 3 stages of the diamond strength, ultimately advancing into the spiritual martial realm. Di Yun maintained eye contact for a moment before striding toward Qin Ming. He was robust and powerful, moving with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, his keen eyes sparkling. Dressed casually, his muscular physique radiated strength without an ounce of bulk. His proportions impeccable, and he was undeniably handsome. He was a direct disciple who had perfected the diamond strength to its zenith, exhibiting astonishing explosive power. Having gained renown in the Qingyun Sect for 3 to 5 years, in light of his status as a direct disciple, he was likely to cultivate the earth-level martial art, the diamond mixed origin path, with a future brimming with promise. Was Di Yun approaching Qin Ming for a contest? This was the first encounter with him. Oh, Qin Ming was about to face Di Yun? I have eagerly anticipated this moment for quite some time. I have always been intrigued by Di Yun's reaction to the knowledge of Qin Ming's cultivation and diamond strength. Indeed, a splendid performance is about to unfold. Ding Dian, Han Xinya, and other direct disciples also turned their attention here, keenly observing the unfolding scene. Di Yun is a formidable warrior at the 8th level of the spirit martial realm, known for his vigorous and unyielding approach, making him a rare opponent willing to engage in combat. You are Qin Ming. Di Yun halted 3 steps away from Qin Ming, scrutinizing him. Senior brother Di Yun. Qin Ming greeted with a respectful fist salute, maintaining an air of dignity. What is the power of your punch? Perhaps around 900 pounds now? With his recent elevation in cultivation and a refined physique, Qin Ming's punching strength had surpassed 1,000 pounds. Have you comprehended the diamond fist technique in just a month? Di Yun, having previously observed his senior brother's training, had been emulating him and had some insights, which facilitated his swift progress. Di Yun surprisingly nodded gently. You possess remarkable talent. Shall we spar another day? If you are interested, I am always ready to oblige, senior brother, Qin Ming replied with a smile, extending his hand. The two struck palms in midair, the crisp sound resonating throughout the training ground. This scene left many spectators, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. Was it really over just like that? When did Di Yun become so amiable? At that moment, a large group, numbering over 100, approached the training ground. They were clad in the attire of various different squads, yet all bore the common affiliation with the Elder's faction. The Elder wielded immense influence within the Qingyun Sect, backed by 7 or 8 staunch supporters among the Elders. Within the advancing ranks were several direct disciples, loyal to the Elder or his devoted allies. Upon arriving at the training ground, these disciples quickly spotted Qin Ming, each revealing a peculiar smile. The atmosphere grew somewhat subdued, with many gazes subtly drifting in their direction. Anticipating the situation, Qin Ming adeptly turned and made his way to the corner of the training ground, preferring to avoid confrontation for the time being. The hunting tournament lasts for 30 days, and he intends to first visit his family in the Great Qing Mountains before returning to engage with them leisurely. Are you Qin Ming? Halt. I am addressing you. Do not feign deafness. I am aware you can hear me. A few young men and women stepped forward from the group, approaching Qin Ming. Is there something you need? Qin Ming, with a sense of resignation, turned to face them. A tall and slender disciple moved closer, poking at his bundle. What do you have inside? None of your concern. The tall disciple prodded the bundle again. Are you truly going to participate in the hunting tournament? Qin Ming shot him a glance and chuckled lightly. Is it not obvious? The disciples circled around Qin Ming, taunting him with scornful remarks. You possess quite the audacity. If asked to join, you simply comply. If commanded to perish, why do you not obediently heed? A sneer followed. Open your eyes, little one, and observe the martial arena. Which disciple is not at the 6th level of spiritual martial arts? A mere servant, refusing to humbly deliver goods, insisting on mingling with the elite disciples. Are you thick-skinned or merely overreaching? Do not presume that defeating Mu Zixio grants you the right to challenge the 7th level. He was careless that day. When he recovers, perhaps you too might have another go? Scram. Go back whence you came. The hunting expedition is a game for the brave. What business do you, a mere servant, have in this affair? Qin Ming shook his head with a smile. Is this truly entertaining? I find it quite amusing. Do you not feel the same? Enough with the nonsense. Return to where you belong. With that air of self-importance. Do you genuinely believe you can still play the role of your little city lord? You should be grateful we have not sought you out in these 8 years. This group of disciples intentionally sought to humiliate Qin Ming, intending to leave him in a state of embarrassment. If you choose to depart, it would signify submission. And you shall never hold your head high again in the Qingyun Sect. Yet, Qin Ming remained composed and dignified. The hunting expedition is about to commence. Engaging in combat within the forest is far more preferable than exchanging barbs here. Combat. You dare to challenge me. A tall, slender youth was about to advance towards Qin Ming when a dark, polished battle blade suddenly interposed itself between them. Who the hell? The disciples were about to unleash their fury when their expressions shifted, and they fell silent in unison. Tai Shanha, with disheveled hair and eyes as sharp as daggers. Tai Shanha exuded an overwhelming presence as he approached, wielding the battle blade. He struck the face of the tall youth with the blade's flat edge, producing a sharp sound. Step back. Tai Shanha, what do you intend to do? The disciples' bravado waned, and none dared to resist, retreating step by step. The countenance of the hundreds from the Grand Elder's faction changed, their brows furrowing as they observed. Others exchanged glances, taken aback by Tai Shanha's sudden intervention. Among the new generation of the Qingyun Sect, Tai Shanha was undeniably a peer to the Jinling disciples in terms of talent and strength. Yet he was even more audacious, with a deeper background. Tai Shanha positioned himself in front of Qin Ming. The blade's edge poised against the throat of the skilled disciple. One must possess self-awareness. Had you been granted the same resources as Qin Ming 8 years ago, you would not even possess the qualifications to serve him after those 8 years. Spare us your petty demeanor. If you have the capability, kill him now. If not, get lost. Chapter 41. Homecoming. Tai Shanha's sudden action gradually silenced the training grounds. He had always been unconventional, doing as he pleased, and was known as the most individualistic and haughty disciple in the Azure Cloud sect. Yet, there was no record of him ever standing up for anyone, as if he held no one in esteem. Today marked a rare exception. Tai Shanha, it would behoove you not to meddle in this matter. A stern-looking youth emerged from the 100-strong contingent. He was Xiangtian, a personal disciple of the Grand Elder and Mu Zixio's senior brother. Also one of the 30 candidates for the upcoming 8 Sects Tea Party. Your petty affairs are beneath my concern. I am merely cautioning you against actions that inspire disgust. Tai Shanha sheathed his blade, his words blunt. Xiangtian glared at Tai Shanha, a dark aura rising around his fists. However, after a moment of confrontation, he restrained his energy and beckoned the other disciples to return. There's no need to antagonize Tai Shanha now. There will be ample opportunities in the forest. We shall see. The disciples sneered and retreated into the ranks. Tai Shanha turned to Qin Ming. Care to team up? This offer astonished the nearby disciples once more. What stroke of luck had befallen Qin Ming to pique Tai Shanha's interest? If Tai Shanha were to safeguard him throughout the hunt, it would be difficult for Xiangtian and his cohorts to find an opportunity to strike. Qin Ming was also puzzled as to why Tai Shanha would assist him, but faced with the invitation, he politely declined. I am fraught with troubles. I would rather not involve you. Are you certain? Tai Shanha inquired, gazing at him. Certain. Qin Ming nodded with a smile. His intention was to reclaim the Great Green Mountain covertly, and he couldn't let others know. Be careful then. Tai Shanha didn't press further, and walked away with his war blade on his back. Oh, you. What a golden opportunity, wasted just like that. Some individuals shook their heads and sighed, lamenting that Tai Shanha, a rare ally, was not being appreciated. Before long, the disciples participating in the expedition had largely gathered, numbering over 900. A bustling throng convened in the training grounds. Among them were more than 10 direct disciples, including Tai Shanha and Ling Shui, who stood out conspicuously in the crowd, eliciting both admiration and reverence from their peers. By noon, 5 elders arrived at the training grounds, accompanied by over 50 middle-aged disciples. During the ensuing operation, the 5 elders would strategically position themselves at the periphery and the center of the main sacrificial mountain range, while the middle-aged disciples roamed the forest. Their sole responsibility was to manage unforeseen events, without interfering in the trials faced by the younger disciples. Commence. The elders offered no superfluous words. They had already briefed the disciples on necessary precautions and preparations. The nearly 1,000-strong contingent set forth in a grand procession, departing from the main gate of Qingyun Sect and delving into the vast, ancient woods. Along the way, they encountered several mercenary groups, Some hastily retreated, unwilling to provoke the disciples of Qingyun Sect. Others flashed mischievous smiles at the beautiful female disciples before disappearing into the dense thickets, while a few leisurely trailed behind, only to be driven off by the middle-aged disciples after following for several kilometers. These mercenary bands were reckless, daring to provoke and engage in any endeavor. In comparison to the spiritual beasts lurking within the forest, these individuals posed a greater threat. Qin Ming was embarking on his second departure from Qingyun Sect, carrying with him a modicum of experience. He walked at the rear, deliberately avoiding He Xiangtian and others, while attentively observing the path. 3 days later, the party arrived at the edge of the main sacrificial mountain range. Thousands of disciples dispersed slightly, surveying the surrounding terrain, determined to firmly imprint the environment in their memories, lest they forget the location and fail to regroup in 30 days. Qin Ming blended discreetly into the crowd. From time to time, He Xiangtian and others cast glances his way, their eyes glinting with malevolence. Their numbers were formidable, with over 100 individuals likely to be divided into 10 action teams. Dealing with Qin Ming would be a trivial task. An elder noticed the situation, casting a sympathetic glance at Qin Ming. However, he refrained from intervening in matters between disciples, especially when it involved the Grand Elder. Qin Ming roamed about, observing the geographical features. The terrain here was striking, dominated by vibrant red fir trees stretching for miles. It was precisely this distinctiveness that made it an ideal gathering spot. If, after 30 days, one were truly unable to find the way back, ascending the nearest peak would offer a view of this fiery forest, provided it wasn't too distant. At noon, 5 elders called for all disciples to assemble. Remember this environment, remember this location. In 30 days, we regroup right here. Plan your time wisely. We will not wait beyond the appointed hour. Understand clearly, this is a forest, not Qingyun Sect. Your life and death rest solely in your hands. Do you comprehend? With the elder's command, the ranks dispersed, rushing into the dense woods in different directions. Qin Ming merged with the main contingent, advancing alongside them. He Xiangtian did not pursue him immediately, but maintained a distant watch. They could not act openly. They needed to find a secluded spot, conducting their deeds unnoticed. Even if outsiders suspected their involvement, there would be no evidence. As Qin Ming evaded the crowd and vanished into the old forest, He Xiangtian commanded, "Search. Whoever captures Qin Ming first shall be rewarded with 2 spirit pearl grasses." 10 teams erupted in cheers, akin to a pack of wolves plunging into the woods. They relished the thrill of the hunt and the chase, viewing Qin Ming as their primary quarry. However, Qin Ming was far more elusive than they anticipated, swiftly shaking off all disciples and seeking an uninhabited place to retrieve the map given to him by Kai Yi. The Great Green Mountain lies here, and I am here. Having confirmed his location, Qin Ming immediately set off, heading straight towards the Great Green Mountain. Home. I must return home. He aimed to break free from this designated trial area before the 5 elders and those middle-aged disciples could take their positions. Sister, uncle, family, I have returned. I am coming back. 8 years, 8 years, 8 years. I have grown. I am back. The excitement coursing through Qin Ming was something only he could comprehend. After 8 years, would his family still recognize him? A smile graced his face, while his eyes grew warm with emotion. He raced along the rugged mountain path, nimbly navigating through sturdy branches, feeling as though he possessed boundless strength. Home. A simple thought, an unwavering belief. He even envisioned the moment he would reunite with his loved ones. Yet he harbored a tinge of fear at the thought of witnessing the suffering of the townsfolk. Anticipation, emotion, unease, tension, a myriad of feelings intertwined. And never before had Qin Ming's heart been so tumultuously chaotic. A majestic black-winged leopard fixated on Qin Ming from a distance, launching itself from the depths of the forest with a savage roar that reverberated through the ancient woods. Though Qin Ming initially intended to elude it, the relentless pursuit of the leopard, with its formidable size and wild fervor, left him with no time to spare. Suddenly, he pivoted, unleashing 2 flying daggers that cut through the air with razor-sharp precision, whirling with fierce momentum. The leopard, agile and quick, attempted to evade, yet the daggers found their mark, striking its body with a series of dull thuds, causing blood to spatter. The force of the daggers was immense, piercing clean through, and their momentum carried them deeply into a nearby ancient tree. With a powerful leap, Qin Ming charged forward, emitting a low growl as electric energy coalesced in his right fist. With a resounding crash, his formidable punch collided with the leopard's jaw, unleashing a thunderous force that rent flesh and bone, driving deep into its mouth. The leopard let out a piteous cry, propelled backward before it hit the ground. It scrambled to its feet, issuing a few low growls at Qin Ming before retreating in a hasty, cowardly flight. This creature was a spirit beast, and capturing it would yield a handsome reward for its valuable pelt. However, Qin Ming had no inclination for hunting. He sheathed his daggers and pressed onward toward the Great Green Mountain. He aimed to cover 50 kilometers before nightfall. Yet the rugged terrain of the mountainous path and the dense, damp forest proved more challenging than he had anticipated. Towering ancient trees, some reaching heights of several dozen meters, with their sprawling branches littering the ground like miniature mountains, obstructed his way. He frequently lost his sense of direction, needing to pause intermittently after traversing short distances. To his surprise, he soon encountered another spirit beast, sensing its fierce aura from afar, prompting him to decisively steer clear of it. Soon after, just as he was about to ascend to the treetop to ascertain his direction, a sudden cacophony of chattering erupted from the forest ahead. A dense throng of sounds echoed, and he could faintly discern a flurry of white figures hastening towards him. Qin Ming focused intently. Was it a troop of monkeys? A large group of white-furred monkeys flitted through the branches, agile and raucous, their eyes a startling crimson, baring their teeth in shrill cries. Many forest birds were startled into flight, creating chaos all around. Danger! Retreat! As night fell, Qin Ming stood atop the mountain, gnawing on his provisions while gazing towards the distant Qing Mountain. The journey home proved more arduous than he had anticipated. He had aimed to cover 50 kilometers before dusk, yet he had barely managed 30. The nocturnal spirits were far more numerous than during the day, the haunting roars reverberating through the profound darkness. He had to suppress his urgent desire to return home. It was better to proceed cautiously, for haste could lead to peril. He certainly did not wish to stand before his loved ones, drenched in blood. Chapter 42. Ruthless Action in the Dead of Night. Qin Ming was jolted awake by a burst of laughter. A group of men and women strolled past the foot of the mountain, their carefree banter disregarding the inherent dangers of the forest at night. Could it be them? Concealed at the mountain's peak. Qin Ming recognized the identity of this group as they traversed an open area, illuminated by the faint moonlight. It was indeed the very same group that had dared to provoke him at the 5th martial arena. Astonishingly, their numbers totaled 15, each possessing considerable strength. No wonder they were so audacious. Qin Ming quietly concealed himself, striving to remain undetected. He was not yet capable of confronting such a multitude. Wait! One of the male disciples in the group suddenly raised his hand. What was amiss? The remaining individuals stood in a vigilant square formation, their smiles concealing sharp gazes. Qin Ming was nearby. A male disciple, with a smirk that danced between amusement and malice, surveyed the surroundings. He was the very disciple who had brazenly provoked Qin Ming at the 5th martial arena and audaciously touched Qin Ming's belongings. However, his touch was not casual. He had surreptitiously applied a special fragrance beneath Qin Ming's pack. This fragrance, colorless and odorless, eluded the senses of ordinary individuals. Yet he was capable of detecting its essence from several miles away. Under his leadership, the 15-member squad had followed the trail of the scent to this very location. Yet, the fragrance had diminished significantly over the span of 3 to 4 days since its application, allowing him only to ascertain a general vicinity. They had located him. The disciples revealed sinister smiles, their brows furrowing as they gazed into the dense forest, with some casting glances toward the nearby mountains. Can you confirm? A female disciple queried, wielding an iron whip as she stepped forward. Confirmed. The male disciple, surnamed Chun and named Jian, possessed a cultivation level of the 7th heaven of spirit martial realm. Categorizing him as a superior disciple. Form groups of 3 and search the area. Qin Ming must be close by. He might even be asleep. Let us not rush to kill him. Such an intriguing affair should be savored together. We will search this way. You may proceed as you wish. Qin Ming, dear, your sister is coming. The 15 individuals split into 5 groups, tightening their grips on their weapons, and dispersed with wicked smiles. 2 of the groups heading directly toward the mountain where Qin Ming lay in concealment. Atop the mountain, Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly, drawing 3 flying knives from his waist, preparing to strike. He was bewildered by how he could have been discovered, but there was no time for contemplation. He had to rush out, for if he were to fall into the hands of this group, they would undoubtedly take his life. Just then, a sudden scream echoed from the group heading west. They found it so quickly? The other 4 groups swiftly turned around and dashed towards the sound. Yet, when the 15-member team regrouped, every face had turned pale. Before them, in the dark forest, pairs of glimmering green eyes shone ominously, surrounded by shadowy figures that coldly observed them. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the atmosphere was suffocating. Spirits of the ethereal realm? They cautiously began to retreat, But the eyes in the darkness did not dissipate. Instead, they pressed closer. With the feeble, scattered moonlight, they finally discerned the nature of their adversaries. A pack of wolves. Ethereal spirits, gale wolves. Hundreds of gale wolves, robust in stature, their claws gleaming with a chilling light, their bodies covered in coarse black fur. Baring their fangs and dripping with saliva as they advanced step by step, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. The 15-member team swallowed hard, their breaths quickening involuntarily. Hundreds of ethereal spirits. What an unfortunate encounter. Ignite the martial arts. Deter them. The leading male disciple softly commanded, the first to display his martial prowess. A frigid white mist emanated from his entire body, silently spreading, causing the leaves and branches beneath him to frost over. He crossed his arms before him, crystallizing fine ice in his palms. The others suppressed their fear and successively showcased their own martial arts. They were all above the 6th level of spiritual martial arts, their strength far surpassing that of the Gale Wolves. The Storm Wolves did not immediately launch an attack. They seemed to harbor some reservations. The atmosphere was tense and stifling. Do not panic. Whatever you do, do not panic. Stand together and meet their gaze. The leading disciple continually urged, for although they were stronger than the pack, the wolves numbered over 100, all ferocious spirit beasts. Should a confrontation ensue, it could very well result in mutual destruction or even the annihilation of their entire force. Slowly, the alpha wolf emerged from the throng, its size surpassing that of a bison, its body a mass of powerful muscles, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. It was imposing and menacing, its mouth filled with sharp fangs, and its claws as large as fans, crushing branches beneath its weight as it approached them. Heed my command. Do not move a muscle, ordered the foremost male disciple, a practitioner of the 9th heaven of spirit martial arts, standing resolutely in front of the alpha wolf. The alpha emitted a deep growl, as if conveying a command. The surrounding wolves responded with low growls, bowing their heads with fierce expressions, glaring at them with malevolence. What does this mean? What do they intend to do? One female disciple inquired, her grip tightening around her longbow, from which an arrow composed of condensed spirit energy blazed fiercely. Beside her, another disciple gritted his teeth. How should I know? If it comes to it, we shall fight. Are we, the esteemed disciples of Qingyun Sect, to fear a mere pack of beasts? The fangs and claws of wolves are valuable. If a battle were to break out, who would be afraid? Before Chen Jian could finish his sentence, the alpha wolf let out a piercing howl, and the 100-strong pack surged forward like a volley of arrows, rushing towards them. Attack! The 15 disciples paled in unison, shrieking as they charged towards the wolves. A fierce battle unfolded in the depths of the forest, where 15 disciples, each an elite warrior, displayed formidable strength and seamless coordination. Undeterred, they charged directly into the heart of the wolf pack. Although each wolf was slightly weaker individually, their overwhelming numbers and ferocious nature rendered them a relentless force. The air crackled with spiritual energy as martial techniques were unleashed, quickly plunging the scene into chaos. Blood splattered, and the cacophony of roars filled the air, invigorating the charging dire wolves, whose assaults grew increasingly savage. Having participated in 3 previous hunting tournaments, the disciples possessed considerable experience and fought with determination, confident in their ability to repel the wolves. However, the tide of battle shifted abruptly. Help me! A disciple suddenly cried out as he was tackled by a massive wolf, immediately joined by 3 or 5 others. His scream morphed into a chilling silence. Beasts, get away from me! Another disciple rushed to the rescue, summoning a torrent of water to push forward. Yet, in his fervor, he overlooked the flanking dire wolves that lunged at him with fierce howls and powerful claws. The sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, their savage and chaotic charge intensifying the disorder. In the blink of an eye, 5 warriors fell in battle. Standing atop a hill, Qin Ming observed the unfolding chaos with cold detachment. Retreat. Gather together and fall back. Regroup and fight our way out. The leader of the disciples shouted anxiously, urging the others to assemble. The wolf pack, however, was relentless, their frenzied attacks creating a harrowing spectacle. A relentless pursuit lasted for an entire hour, traversing over 10 miles of mountainous terrain, attracting several nearby groups. Yet, upon witnessing such a scene, they promptly retreated, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves. Ultimately, among the 10 disciples, only 5 survived, narrowly escaping the clutches of the ravenous wolves. They were battered and bruised, having survived a harrowing ordeal, their hearts racing with terror. Gasping for breath, how many of us are left? A male disciple, his face smeared with blood, stammered. 5, just 5 of us, came the somber reply. Nearby, another disciple slumped against an ancient tree, gazing up at the dense canopy, as sporadic beams of moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating his terrified visage. 10 are dead. A female disciple struggled to comprehend the grim reality. What had begun as an exhilarating chase had swiftly turned them into the hunted, resulting in the loss of 10 brothers. How would they ever explain this upon their return? What of the forthcoming hunting gala? We must find a safe place to hide, Qingyun gasped, leaning weakly against the old tree, prioritizing their injuries. What about Qin Ming? The female disciple raised her head. Forget it. Let the other groups handle it. Just as Qingyun attempted to rise, his expression suddenly shifted. What's wrong? The other 4 disciples immediately became alert. Had the wolves caught up with them? Qingyun strained to catch a scent, his demeanor fluctuating. He detected a peculiar fragrance, one that was hauntingly familiar. What is happening? Qin Ming. What? It seemed Qin Ming was nearby. Wasn't he? The female disciple's mouth opened in shock, but no sound escaped. Emerging from the dimly lit woods was a tall, slender youth, brandishing a gleaming sword in his hand. Qin Ming. Dismay was evident on the faces of the 5 disciples. What was he doing here? Had he been trailing them all along? Qin Ming halted a short distance away, his countenance devoid of emotion, yet his aura grew increasingly frigid. We weren't seeking you out, yet you've delivered yourself to us, the female disciple uttered, her grip tightening on the iron whip, though her voice lacked conviction. After a moment's pause, Qin Ming advanced toward them, his gaze glacial. What do you intend to do? I caution you against recklessness. Qin Ming, I implore you to depart. There is no animosity between us, and it would be wise to refrain from exploiting this situation. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need to exacerbate matters. Please leave. I have no desire to repeat myself. What are you doing? Halt. I command you to halt. The 5 exclaimed in alarm, retreating hastily. Qin Ming's pace quickened, the keen blade in his hand unleashing a biting sword energy as he struck mercilessly at Qingyun. Ah! A harrowing scream echoed through the ancient forest, rousing the birds before dawn and shattering the tranquility of the woods. Chapter 43. Great Qing Mountain. As daybreak arrived, Qin Ming pressed onward, evading every spirit beast and hunting party he could, as well as the occasional mercenary band. He was striving to make haste while acclimating to the forest's environment. 2 days later, he traversed the region of the main Sacrifice Mountain range, plunging into the denser, more perilous depths of the forest, making his way toward Great Qing Mountain. The deeper he ventured, the more frequent the dangers became, and he encountered some peculiar spirit beasts. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a mystical white deer vanishing into the thicket. He witnessed giants, towering over 10 meters in height, rampaging through the ancient mountains. He even observed more than 10 black apes engaging in lunar cultivation late at night, and beheld strange beasts conjuring rain in the rivers. Qin Ming persevered in the face of danger, adapting to the harsh realities of survival within the forest. On the 8th day of the grand hunting festival, he finally arrived at the majestic Deqing Mountain. This range, situated in the northeastern part of the Yunluo forest, is also a significant mining area, stretching over 20 to 30 kilometers. It encompasses 5 large mines that annually provide the Qingyun Sect with an astonishing quantity of crystal stones. A portion of these resources is utilized for the cultivation of the sect's disciples, while another part is exchanged for other precious spiritual herbs or medicinal pills from the outside world. As Qin Ming approached Deqing Mountain, he could sense the bustling atmosphere of the mining district from a distance. Over 200,000 laborers toiled day and night, supplying abundant resources to the Qingyun Sect. All of them hailed from the Thunder Ancient City, once leading lives of comfort and prosperity, enjoying tranquility and peace. However, due to a calamity years ago, they had been reduced to mere mine slaves, laboring tirelessly in this isolated mining region. 8 years had passed. 8 long years. Standing atop the mountain, Qin Ming gazed silently into the distance, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear at the prospect of drawing closer, reluctant, and even afraid to witness the grim realities unfolding below. What had truly transpired 8 years ago? Even now, Qin Ming remained uncertain. The gifts sent by the Thunder Ancient City to the Qingyun Sect had been seized, inciting the wrath and punishment of the sect's Grand Elder. This was the initial explanation given to him by Tu Wei, yet upon reflection, it seemed far too simplistic. Qin Ming ascended a nearby peak, concealing himself among the treetops, awaiting the arrival of nightfall while remaining vigilant against the potential dangers lurking nearby. The dense forests surrounding the mining area were rife with spiritual beasts and numerous mercenaries, all coveting the precious crystals within. Occasionally, they would force their way into the mines to plunder or ambush convoys transporting the crystals away. Within the vast expanse of the Great Qing Mountain lies a dedicated guard, comprised partly of disciples from the Qingyun Sect and partly of warriors selected from among the townsfolk by Tu Wei to form his own protective brigade. The status of Tu Wei's guards is rather lowly, burdened with the arduous task of safeguarding the suffering populace while simultaneously patrolling the vicinity, ever vigilant against the threats posed by spiritual demons and bandits. In the dead of night, Qin Ming meticulously calculated the timing of his departure from the towering heights, cautiously approaching the mining area. Although he had never set foot in this place before, the map provided by Kai meticulously delineated the layout of the mine. To the east, a lavish estate stood, serving as the residence of the presiding elder and the primary warehouse for the crystal mine. Heavily guarded with no fewer than 100 disciples from the Qingyun Sect, alongside formidable spiritual demons transferred from the sect. The destination Qin Ming aimed for was a modest courtyard adjacent to the estate, marked on the map as the dwelling for his Qin family. Kai Yi's map was exceptionally detailed and thoughtfully crafted, explicitly outlining the patrol routes and timings of the guarding forces. With utmost caution, Qin Ming infiltrated the mining area, skillfully evading detection as he neared the courtyard beside the estate. What he encountered was even more rudimentary than he had imagined. Structures assembled from stone and wood, huddled closely together in an eerie silence, devoid of light. It was uncertain whether the inhabitants were merely asleep or if the place was entirely abandoned. Scaling the wall, he slipped into the shadows, gazing upon the pitch-black courtyard, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Reflecting upon the grandiose and majestic Lord's mansion of yore, he contrasted it with the current state of this dilapidated courtyard, feeling a profound sense of desolation. Though he was aware that his family had endured hardships over the years, standing here brought an ache to his heart. Where was his uncle? Where was his aunt? Was his sister present? Are there other cousins and relatives to awaken? Qin Ming tightened and then relaxed his hands repeatedly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, as if someone were approaching. Have they returned? Qin Ming hastily adjusted his attire, striving to compose himself and present a smile. Bang! The courtyard gate was rudely flung open, and a group of individuals brandishing torches entered the yard. Qin, wake up! How dare you be lazy and sleep before midnight? The young master has summoned you to accompany him for drinks. Be quick about it. A man shouted, followed by others who pounded the walls and rattled their weapons. They were clad in fine embroidered robes, adorned with the insignia of the Qingyun Sect. Their demeanor brazen and domineering. Candles flickered to life in the stone houses, and drowsy individuals began to open their doors. Each stone dwelling, though modest in size, housed over a dozen residents, all women ranging from children to the elderly, who looked on with a mix of fear and anger at the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. It was already the early hours. Why must they still entertain? An elderly woman leaned on her cane and stepped forward, glaring at them in indignation. You wretched old hag. Why do you meddle? Hurry up. Where's Qin Ming? The young master is asking for her, the man sneered. I refuse. Qin Ming is already asleep. Refuse? That can be easily resolved. As per the usual arrangement, all miners at the 5 major mines will work an extra hour tomorrow, receiving 1 less bottle of water and a smaller ration of food. Oh, and by the way, there have been disturbances in the east. Some mercenaries are causing trouble. Would you like us to send your guards over to investigate? You, shameless. The elderly woman coughed violently, her cane striking the ground with force. The other women, though outraged, had grown numb to the oppression, none daring to resist. Aunt, I shall go. A slender girl emerged from behind the woman, her complexion pallid and weary, a clear indication of her exhaustion. She endeavored to muster a smile, attempting to reassure her family members. Aunt, is she truly an aunt? Qin Ming gazed in disbelief at the weathered elder, tears welling at the corners of his eyes as his chin quivered. This elder is an aunt. She appears to be no more than 50. In his memories, she exuded grace and elegance, her beauty unparalleled. How could it be? How could she have changed so? The young girl donned her attire, offering a reassuring smile to those around her before departing the small courtyard alongside a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. The onlookers were filled with concern, yet powerless to resist. They could only watch helplessly as Qin Ming was taken away. The woman clutched her cane, gently tapping it against the ground. Go inform the guards. That scoundrel from the Qingyun Sect has ulterior motives. The girl was Qin Ming's younger sister, Qin Ming, just 2 years his junior. She had blossomed into a graceful and enchanting young woman, radiating charm. Yet, the toll of prolonged hardship had dulled her complexion and diminished her vitality. She was ushered into a lavish estate nearby, her hands instinctively clenching within her sleeves, her eyes filled with anxiety and vigilance. Deep within the estate, in a vast courtyard, a scene of opulence unfolded. The sound of a guqin resonated, vibrant and clear. A group of dancers twirled gracefully, their movements alluring and light. Each woman wore revealing attire. adorned with sheer white bodices and trousers, draped with delicate red veils that accentuated their flawless figures. Numerous disciples of the Qingyun Sect surrounded the courtyard, unabashedly admiring the dancers' enchanting forms. Though their movements were as ethereal as willows swaying in the breeze, their faces bore no expression, their eyes reflecting profound fatigue. In the courtyard, a spacious table and lounge chairs were arranged, where a youthful lad, not yet 20, reclined languidly, a finely crafted wine jug in hand, swaying tipsily. Surrounding him were several charming maidens, kneeling and fanning him gently, while attending to his legs with delicate massages. With half-closed eyes, he reveled in the enchanting scene before him. "Young master, Qin Ming has arrived," announced a group of disciples from the Qingyun Sect as they brought Qin Ming into the courtyard, lingering to indulge in the sight of the swaying dancers. "Xiao Inger, go wash up and change your clothes first," he said with a jovial smile, beckoning her with a gesture. "What do you want me for?" Each time Qin Ming witnessed the scene in the courtyard, her heart brimmed with indignation. These women had once been servants of the Qin family, responsible solely for daily living. Yet now they had been reduced to dancers, engaging in disgraceful acts. "What do you mean? What do I want? You are a maid of the manor, and I am the master of the estate. When I call for you, you must come, and whatever I command, you must obey. Lung Yuliang, we of the Qin family are hired workers of the estate, not your slaves. Take that complaint to the Grand Elder. Shouting at me is futile. I care not for the misdeeds of your Qin family, nor for your status. All I know is, you must heed my words now." Staggering slightly, Long Yuliang rose to his feet and ambled toward Qin Ming, his gaze lingering on her. Noting her unadorned appearance that belied her beauty, she was a blossoming flower, and, he chuckled inwardly, she was beginning to mature. "I have a penchant for such unripe, yet tantalizing fruit. What do you intend to do?" The musicians and dancers halted, forming a barrier in front of Qin Ming to shield their mistress. Chapter 44. Humiliation. May I not engage in a conversation with my dear Ingo? Who do you think you are? Step aside. Cold Yuliang rudely shoved them aside. "Young master, the young lady is still quite young." A maid was about to speak when Cold Yuliang struck her with a resounding slap. "Have I granted you permission to speak?" The other dancers were preparing to resist, but disciples from the Qingyun Sect, both inside and outside the courtyard, converged. "Do you wish to rebel? Consider not only yourselves, but also the slaves in the mine." This statement struck at their vulnerabilities, and they all lowered their heads, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. The Qin family already owed a debt to the people of Leiting ancient city, and they could not bear to inflict further suffering over trivial matters. Qin Ming had risked entering the estate, observing silently, his hands clenched tightly, suppressing his indignation. Tu Wei had never informed him that members of the Qin family were reduced to servitude in the estate, enduring such humiliation. His sister had never mentioned that she served as a maid here. This so-called young master was merely a direct disciple of the Qingyun Sect, the grandson of the cruel elder, Cold Jibai, who had recently been assigned to this location. With limited talent and weak abilities, he was of little consequence in the Qingyun Sect, yet he had come here to wield power. "Step aside." Cold Yuliang scoffed disdainfully. The women remained unmoved. But it was Qin Ming herself who pushed past them. "Allow them to return and rest. I will stay." "Mississippi." They grasped Qin Ming's hands, shaking their heads repeatedly. "He dares not harm me. You are all weary. Please return. Bring them all away." Lung Yuliang retreated to the soft couch, languidly reclining. "Xiaoinger, come and massage my legs." Qin Ming dismissed the women of the Qin family, remaining behind. "Did you not hear? Come here and knead my legs." Comfortable on the soft couch, Lung Yuliang relaxed. Qin Ming, enduring her humiliation, approached hesitantly. "First, pour me a cup of wine." Lung Yuliang passed her the wine jug. Just as Qin Ming reached for it, he abruptly seized her hand. "What are you doing?" Startled, Qin Ming withdrew as if shocked, causing the delicate porcelain wine jug to shatter on the ground. Lung Yuliang raised an eyebrow, glancing at her, and picked up a shard from the floor. "Do you know how much this wine jug is worth?" "At least 10 medium-grade spirit stones." "Nonsense. I will determine its value. Will you compensate? If not, what do you intend to do?" "The usual arrangement. Starting today, 1 hour of processing per day from 5 mining areas, for a duration of 30 days. I will compensate." Tears welled in Qin Ming's eyes. "Compensate? Huh. Can you afford it? The entire annual salary of your Qin family wouldn't amount to a single medium-grade spirit stone. How will you make amends?" Lung Yuliang reached out again, attempting to grasp Qin Ming's hand. "Get away, you scoundrel." Qin Ming retreated in alarm. "I am a scoundrel indeed." "Huh, what will you do about it?" 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Can you afford that?" "I can." "Can you? Where would those spirit stones come from? Are the Qin family hiding them? What exactly do you want?" Lung Yuliang slowly propped himself up. What do I want? Are you still oblivious? Do not come any closer. Rest assured, I shall not devour you just yet. Allow me 2 more years of nurturing, and then we shall see. Come, let me embrace you for the moment. Qin Ming, unable to bear the sight from afar, summoned his energy and prepared to rush forward. Suddenly, a resounding commotion erupted at the front gate of the manor, as a throng of individuals made their way towards the small courtyard. Young master, Tu Wei has burst in with his men. A disciple of the Qingyun Sect hurriedly reported. Their arrival was indeed swift. Calmly, Lung Yuliang reclined back onto the soft couch. He had teased Qin Ming on numerous occasions, and each time, Tu Wei had come to the rescue. He had grown accustomed to it. Tu Wei, accompanied by his escort team, stormed in fiercely, closely followed by the Qin family maidservants who had just departed, all appearing quite anxious. Lung Yuliang frequently harassed Qin Ming, always choosing the dead of night for his misdeeds. Yet she was merely 13 years of age, such a beast he was. Uncle Wei, Qin Ming cried as she leaped into Tu Wei's embrace. It's all right. It's all right. Do not fear, miss. I am here. Tu Wei shielded Qin Ming protectively, his eyes ablaze with fury, should any harm befall her. He would find it impossible to face the Qin family again. Captain Tu Wei, what brings you here? With the recent unrest surrounding the mine, it would be prudent for you to be patrolling and guarding, Long Yuliang remarked, unperturbed by Tu Wei, as he knew the latter could not dare take any action against him. I need not your directives on where I should be. I warn you, do not provoke the women of the Qin family again. What? Do the women of the Qin family now belong to you, Tu Wei? Are you not afraid that your master might rise from the grave? Before Lung Yuliang could finish his taunt, Tu Wei stepped forward, his violent aura sweeping through the courtyard like a tempest, sending the table, along with Lung Yuliang and his soft couch, hurtling into the air. Do you seek rebellion? Staggering to his feet, Lung Yuliang rebuked Tu Wei with vehement indignation. The disciples of the Azure Cloud sect surged into the courtyard from beyond, confronting the guard in a tense standoff. Come on then, damn it. I've had enough. A throng of Qin family guards, resembling frenzied wolves, their eyes bloodshot with rage. The Azure Cloud sect disciples held their ground, neither advancing nor retreating. Tu Wei admonished Lung Yuliang. Behave yourself. If you dare harass Qin Ming again, I'll wring your neck. You dare? I'm standing right here. Do you have the audacity to do it now? Lung Yuliang scoffed at Tu Wei, fueled by the potency of the liquor. A lackey of the Qin family. You really think you're something? Huh? Bah. Uncle Wei, please, let's just endure this, Qin Ming pleaded, clutching Tu Wei's arm. Be careful. Tu Wei cautioned, gesturing towards Lung Yuliang before leading his squad away. Had he lacked such forbearance, he would have met his demise countless times over. He was acutely aware that Lung Zhibai's intention in bringing this profligate grandson was to humiliate the Qin family and instigate trouble. Don't leave just yet, Lung Yuliang commanded. Settling himself languidly upon the divan, he gestured towards the shattered wine jug. This jug is a precious item I brought from the Azure Cloud sect, worth at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Tell me, how will you compensate me? Don't push your luck, a guard exclaimed, unable to stomach the insolence of this scoundrel. Lung Yuliang tilted his head back, casting them a defiant gaze that dared them to challenge him. Who broke it? Tu Wei inquired impassively. Why, your young mistress, of course. Who witnessed it? I did, is that a problem? Yes, it is. Tu Wei shielded Qin Ming as he departed, the guards' eyes ablaze with fury. Yet they dared not give vent to their emotions. They have endured numerous hardships. Each time the escort team is dispatched, the cost is borne by over 200,000 citizens. Gradually, they prefer to suffer in silence rather than provoke the individuals from the Qingyun Sect. As long as the Qingyun Sect does not go too far, it is better to endure and let bygones be bygones. I may reside here for 3 to 5 years. So let us take our time, Cold Yuliang called out deliberately in a loud voice. Tu Wei escorted Qin Ming and the others back to the courtyard, where their waiting aunt and relatives hurriedly came out to greet them. The aunt embraced Qin Ming, offering gentle comfort. The other women exchanged a few words of solace before quietly heading to their rooms. There were no tears, no sorrow, rather. They were enveloped in a sense of numbness and helplessness. Tomorrow morning, they must return to work, rising before dawn to seize the precious moments of rest. Who is there? Come out. Tu Wei suddenly sensed a figure lurking in the shadows of the corner, his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating an aura of menace. Is someone there? The escort team rushed in, causing the women in the courtyard to huddle together in apprehension. Come out. Tu Wei barked coldly. From the shadows, Qin Ming wiped away the mist from his eyes and stepped forward slowly. Who are you? Who allowed you to intrude? The escort team members drew their swords, surrounding him. Another one from the Qingyun Sect? Is this never-ending? Wait. Tu Wei suddenly halted, staring in disbelief. Young master? How are you here? Young master? Everyone turned their gaze towards Tu Wei. Brother, Qin Ming gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, unable to trust her own eyes. Though Qin Ming had wiped away the traces of tears, his lips quivered uncontrollably, and fresh tears rolled down his cheeks. He forced a smile, saying, "I have returned. Young master, it truly is you." Tu Wei awoke with a start, urgently whispering, "Surround the courtyard. Permit no outsiders to approach." The guards stood in stunned silence, gazing at Qin Ming until Tu Wei issued a second command, prompting them to hurriedly disperse. "Young master? The young master has returned. How could he have come back?" "Mingu?" Auntie called out tremulously, hesitant to acknowledge him. "Brother!" Qin Ming exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Qin Ming, tears cascading down her cheeks as she embraced him tightly, fearing it might all be a dream. Chapter 45. The Disappeared Treasure. Young master, let us converse in the room. Others must remain discreet. Tu Wei urged Qin Ming to retreat indoors. The proximity to the estate posed a risk. Should anyone within discover his presence, it would spell trouble. The Qingyun Sect would never allow Qin Ming to return. He must have employed some means to escape. The relatives of the Qin family and the maidservants were filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, struggling to believe their own eyes. The young master has returned? Is this truly him? He has grown so much. Minger, allow Annie to have a good look at you. You've grown so tall. The elderly woman, named Li Lingdai, was Qin Ming's maternal aunt. After enduring a tragic accident that claimed her husband and children years ago, she had lived in the Lord's manor, treating Qin Ming as her own son. Once graceful and dignified, she was now adorned with a crown of white hair. In merely 8 short years, time had aged her considerably. Qin Ming could hardly believe his eyes, and tears welled up in his gaze. "Annie, what has happened to you?" "I am well, very well, and in good health," Li Lingdai replied, tightly grasping Qin Ming's hand while gently caressing his cheek. "Let me see you, let me truly see you." After the upheaval in her husband's family, she took refuge in the Lord's manor, treating it as her own home and regarding the Qin family as her kin. However, one fateful night transformed everything. Her sister and brother-in-law's fates became uncertain. The Qin family endured immense suffering, and over 200,000 citizens experienced profound anguish. She witnessed it all, feeling a mix of sorrow, grief, and helplessness. At times, she even pondered whether her misfortune had summoned such calamity upon the Lord's manor. "Brother, I miss you," she whispered, clutching Qin Ming tightly, fearing this was all but a dream. "Young master, how have you returned?" Tu Wei inquired with concern. Should their discovery occur, the Qingyun Sect would not show mercy towards Qin Ming. "I participated in the hunting tournament of the Qingyun Sect, far from the main altar mountain, hundreds of kilometers away. I seized the opportunity while they were distracted to return for a brief visit before heading back." "You took part in the hunting tournament?" Tu Wei recalled that such endeavors required at least a 6th level of spiritual martial arts. "I have reached the 6th level of spiritual martial arts." "What?" Everyone was taken aback. Tu Wei, startled, hurried to examine Qin Ming. "The 6th level of spiritual martial arts? When we last met, you were not even in the spiritual realm." Both Li Lingdai and Qin Ming were astonished. They knew the Qingyun Sect would never grant Qin Ming martial arts training, nor allow him to cultivate, and he had not been in the spiritual realm just a year ago. How could he have suddenly attained the 6th level? "You didn't practice any forbidden techniques to force a breakthrough, did you?" Li Lingdai, though also a martial artist, had been rendered incapable. "Aunt, rest assured, I would never jeopardize my future. Truly, the 6th level. Young master, what exceptional talent. Heaven has not forsaken the Qin family." Tu Wei was both astonished and delighted, her breath steady and her meridians flowing smoothly, unlike the hollow facade of someone who had forcibly enhanced their capabilities through dubious means. Li Lingdai sighed in relief, inquiring, "How did you manage that?" Qin Ming briefly recounted his breakthrough in the acquisition of martial arts techniques, deliberately omitting the perilous aspects and focusing solely on the positive outcomes. The others listened with palpable excitement. Qin Ming clung to Qin Ming, unwilling to part for even a moment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, Qin Ming found it difficult to share in their joy. Their accounts diverged significantly from what he had been led to believe. Tu Wei visited him annually, always assuring him that the family was thriving, that the Qin clan members were receiving special care and engaged in light work at the mine. Today, however, he learned that they were serving as maids and servants within the estate, enduring the humiliations inflicted by the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Tu Wei shook her head, lamenting, "It is all my fault. Having chased away the wolf, the tiger has now come." It had not been this dire before. The women merely attended to simple maintenance of the estate, while the men primarily served in the guard. However, after Leng Zhibai came with his grandson, Leng Yuliang, the latter began to abuse his power, creating difficulties for the women by reassigning their roles, turning them into dancers and handmaidens. Any sign of dissent resulted in Qingyun Sect disciples being dispatched to harass others at the mine. Brother, do not worry, we can endure. Lang Yuliang would not dare to go too far. Qin Ming reassured Qin Ming, not wanting him to fret over their plight. Not too far? Qin Ming seethed at the memories of the events that transpired in the courtyard. He prided himself on his emotional control. Yet he found it increasingly challenging to maintain his composure. Li Lingdai grasped Qin Ming's hand, gently patting him. We are merely atoning for our past. Enduring a little hardship is inconsequential. It has been 8 years. Have we not persevered? After a long-awaited return, instead of dwelling on sorrowful matters, let us speak of your experiences at the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, young master, share the joyous tales. The maidens wiped away their tears, forcing smiles upon their faces. Qin Ming, striving to maintain his composure, managed to smile as he recounted his adventures at the sect, choosing only to share the most delightful anecdotes. Aunt Li Lingdai beamed with happiness, a rare occurrence in the past 8 years. Yet, as laughter filled the air, her eyes often glistened with unshed tears. Qin Ming was even more elated. Casting aside her worries and fatigue, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Ming, eager to absorb every word he spoke. They introduced Qin Ming to their relatives in the room, as well as those outside, whose appearances had changed so much that they were nearly unrecognizable. Some were former maids from the Lord's manor, and the trials of the past 8 years had fostered an unbreakable bond among them, with each providing support and encouragement, never abandoning or harming one another. This small courtyard served solely as the residence for the womenfolk, while the male members of the Qin family resided in a larger compound with two-way, situated quite a distance away. Two-way had arranged for 2 guards to deliver a message, specifically instructing them to bring only a few individuals, ensuring discretion. Soon after, several elderly relatives hurriedly arrived, their eyes filled with tears as they beheld Qin Ming, unable to contain their emotions. However, many of their loved ones from memories were absent, having succumbed to the hardships of the past 8 years. The few who did arrive were aged, hesitant to reveal their identities. This evening, the courtyard had never been so lively, nor had it ever radiated such warmth and emotion. In the dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight danced, as family members encircled Qin Ming, showering him with boundless affection and concern. As Qin Ming gazed upon his family before him, a smile graced his lips. Yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. Each face had aged, a stark contrast to the vivid memories he held, rendering them both unfamiliar and familiar. Brother, are you truly leaving at dawn? Qin Ming clutched Qin Ming's hand, reluctant to let go. I shall return soon, I promise, Qin Ming replied, forcing a smile. Please, do not take unnecessary risks in the future. We are all well, and you need not worry. Aunt Li Lingdai spoke these words, yet her grip on Qin Ming tightened, her eyes unwilling to part from him. In the dim light before dawn, Qin Ming and Two-Wei stood in a corner of a mining site, observing the bustling figures in the distance. Qin Ming remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Two-Wei let out a quiet sigh. The crystal mine in the Great Qing Mountains can be worked for no more than 6 months. After that, we must relocate to the distant East Valley Stone Forest. That will be an entirely new mining area, with conditions far harsher than here. No one wishes to go to the East Valley Stone Forest. Within 6 months, I will surely establish myself in the Qingyun Sect. Young master, with your dedication, you can refine your spirit into martial prowess and ascend to the 6th level of spirit martial arts within half a year, proving your exceptional talent. If you depart from the Qingyun Sect for another sect, they will undoubtedly nurture you with care, providing superior resources and martial techniques. Heed my advice. Once you leave the Qingyun Sect, do not return. Distance yourself from here and the burdens that bind you. Qin Ming shook his head resolutely. I shall go nowhere but remain in the Qingyun Sect. With his parents gone, he embodied the hope of the Qin family and the Lord of Thunder Ancient City. It was his duty to safeguard his people and protect his kin, remaining within the Qingyun Sect. One merely needs to contend with the Grand Elder for a chance to rescue the ancient City of Thunder. However, departing from the Qingyun Sect necessitates opposing the entire sect to save one's kin from peril. Who could possibly assist him in opposing the Qingyun Sect? It seems implausible. The more conspicuous one becomes, the more the Grand Elder will seek to suppress them. Having painstakingly reached the spirit martial realm, I sincerely wish not to witness your ruin. Two-Wei gazed at the resolute Qin Ming, his heart aching with compassion. I will take care of myself. Uncle Wei, there is one matter I find perplexing. What exactly was included in the tributes that Thunder City presented to the Qingyun Sect back in the day? Simply due to the tributes being seized. Does the Grand Elder intend to punish the entire city? The Qingyun Sect stands as a superpower in the northern domain, its influence reverberating throughout the Yunluo forest. The 5 ancient cities surrounding the forest are, in fact, under its dominion, with their lords serving as nominal elders of the Qingyun Sect, annually dispatching substantial tributes. Thunder City, being one of these ancient cities, is expected to present its tributes at a fixed time each year. However, 8 years ago, during the designated tribute delivery, his parents had appointed 300 formidable warriors to personally escort the offerings, only to be ambushed deep within the Yuluo forest. The tributes vanished entirely, along with his parents and the 300 warriors, leaving behind a blood-soaked and devastated battlefield. According to the customary protocol for lost tributes, the Qingyun Sect should have conducted a thorough investigation into the perpetrators and offered solace to Thunder City. Yet, the Qingyun Sect's response was one of fury, with the Grand Elder himself descending upon Thunder City to issue a brutal decree of punishment. Two-Way pondered for a moment. I am not well acquainted with the particulars, but I recall that just days before the incident, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect visited the City Lord's manor to discuss a matter with the City Lord. In the following days, the City Lord personally departed with a group, seemingly to retrieve something. I suspect that this enigmatic object was concealed among the tributes of that year. Subsequently, the tributes were mysteriously stolen, and both the City Lord and his lady, along with the 300 martial warriors tasked with escorting them, vanished without a trace. It is highly probable that the Grand Elder harbors suspicions regarding the City Lord's involvement in the theft of this mysterious item and doubts their survival, which has incited his fury, an unrelenting wrath that has endured for 8 long years, using the tribulations of the Qin family and the Thunder Ancient City to draw them out. Chapter 46. Decapitation, a unique treasure? Qin Ming had contemplated numerous possibilities, including this one. Yet what sort of treasure could incite such dire consequences? The City Lord is not the type to disregard the fate of Thunder Ancient City for the sake of a treasure. I fear they may indeed have met with misfortune. Qin Ming's expression darkened. I shall uncover the truth. The Grand Elder holds a position of great authority within the Qingyun Sect, second only to the sect leader. If he is truly determined to deal with you, you may find yourself in grave danger. Young master, I sincerely hope you reconsider your association with the Qingyun Sect. There are 30 elders within the sect. It is not solely up to the Grand Elder. He may suppress me, but should he seek to end my life, the other elders will not acquiesce to his desires. Grant me some time. I shall demonstrate my potential to all the elders of the Qingyun Sect, and I am confident that someone will rise in my defense. Qin Ming's resolve to participate in the 8 sects tea gathering strengthened, not only to attend but to exert every effort to secure a distinguished position. Uncle Wei, promise me something, will you? Of course, young master. Regardless of the circumstances, protect my family and the citizens here. Within 6 months, I shall return with the decree of amnesty, and then we shall return home together. Qin Ming's gaze radiated determination, his soft words resembling a solemn vow. 6 months? 6 months. I will undoubtedly return. Young master, heed my advice. Depart now, truly. Promise me. Two-Way sighed lightly, nodding in assurance. Rest assured. Young master, I shall safeguard everyone here. Such incidents as last night shall not recur. Where is Elder Lung Ji by now? He is at the 3rd mining area, where there has been a situation. He won't be back for a day or 2. I must return. Before I leave, I will personally handle Lung Yuliang. Ensure you have alibis in place, so you are not implicated later. When Qin Ming returned to the small courtyard, dawn had just begun to break. Everyone had already gone to the manor to labor, feigning normalcy to avoid arousing suspicion. In the manor, Lung Yuliang, having indulged in excessive drinking the night prior, only stumbled out of bed by noon. To his surprise, he found Qin Ming tidying up the room. Showing, why did you come in alone today? Aren't you afraid I might harm you? He chuckled. Will you treat my family kindly? Qin Ming suddenly inquired, raising her head. Lung Yuliang, momentarily dazed, slowly regained his senses. That depends on your actions. Do I still need to compensate for 10 mid-grade spirit stones? What do you think? Lung Yuliang's eyes glinted with a sudden warmth. In the evening, 10 miles west of the manor, I ventured alone to the back mountain, wishing for no one to witness my presence. After leaving a cautionary remark, Qin Ming hastily exited the room. Ah, how amusing. Cold Yuliang chuckled to himself. What could this mean? Has the little girl finally come to her senses? It seems his threats over the past few days have borne fruit. The young maiden could no longer endure. Swiftly, Cold Yuliang rose from his seat, indulged in a refreshing bath, and donned a clean outfit. However, in his trepidation, he discreetly brought along 2 disciples of the Qingyun Sect, cautiously evading other guards as they slipped away toward the remote mountain. The path was arduous, and by the time he reached the back mountain, dusk had settled in. He instructed the 2 guards to remain at the foot of the mountain, dispersing to conceal themselves, while he eagerly ventured deeper into the woods. Little Ingo, this young master has arrived. Where are you? Do not be shy. I merely wish to discuss life and aspirations. As cold Yu Liang meandered through the thicket, he searched for Qin Ming with a mischievous air, savoring the thrill of the chase. Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from behind, accompanied by a piercing scream that reverberated through the lush forest. Who could it be? Cold Yu Liang's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he peered in the direction of the noise, which seemed to emanate from a disciple's hiding place. Almost immediately, sounds of a fierce struggle erupted from another direction, only to fade away shortly thereafter. A sense of alarm gripped Cold Yu Liang. Could this be a trap? He called out the names of the two disciples, but the silence that followed was deafening. Wretched fool, dare to toy with me? Let us see how I shall deal with you. Cold Yu Liang hurriedly fled, but suddenly a dark shadow flashed through the dense forest ahead, disappearing in an instant with remarkable speed. Infuriating. Who is it? Show yourself. Do not lurk in the shadows. Is it two-way? Come out. Do you dare to kill me? My grandfather is Leng Zhibai, an elder of the Qingyun Sect, my very own grandfather. In this vast expanse of 1,000 kilometers, no one dares to provoke the Qingyun Sect. Come out, I say. Cold Yu Liang gasped nervously, instinctively reaching for his sword, only to realize that his precious blade was left behind in his room. The more he shouted, the more anxious he became, fear consuming him. Stop shouting. There is no one here. A voice suddenly emerged from behind. Who? Cold Yu Liang turned abruptly, spotting a youth stepping out from the thicket. Who are you? A member of the Qin family. I have never seen you before. As soon as Cold Yu Liang spoke, he felt a strange familiarity with the figure before him. I know you. Qin Ming, wielding a sword, approached Cold Yu Liang with determination. If you recognize me, then heed my warning, do not act recklessly. Cold Yu Liang intentionally raised his voice. Do not shout, your companion is already dead. Qin Ming advanced step by step towards Cold Yu Liang, showing no signs of halting, forcing Cold Yu Liang to retreat in panic. What do you want? Your life. Wait, you look familiar. It seems we have met before. You are that criminal, Qin Ming. How did you end up here? Cold Yu Liang recalled hearing just a few days prior of him having incapacitated Mu Zixio in the martial arts arena. Guess what? Did you abscond? Such audacity. Cold Jade was in a hurry to shut his mouth for fear of angering this madman. Qin Ming suddenly smiled softly. Are you afraid? Anything you desire, I can provide. However you wish me to assist, I am at your service. Seeing Qin Ming smile, Cold Jade realized there was room for compromise. This madman shouldn't dare to kill him. The consequences would be too severe for him to bear. I desire. Desire what? Speak up. I desire your wretched life. Qin Ming suddenly lunged toward Cold Jade. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Ah! A terrified scream echoed through the dense forest, particularly shrill under the night sky. No one frequented the mountain forest nearby. Even a patrol team was absent, having been reassigned elsewhere by two-way. Late at night, Qin Ming stood on a distant mountain, gazing at the vast mining area gradually quieting down in the night. His eyes were misty, and his fingers pierced his palm, drawing blood. 6 months. Just give me another 6 months. I will return. I certainly will. Certainly. In a small courtyard within the mining area, Qin Ming, Li Lingdai, and other loved ones stood in the darkness, gazing in the direction of Qin Ming's departure. With hands clasped, they silently prayed, "Live well." 3 days after Qin Ming's departure, the manor confirmed Cold Jade's disappearance. Cold Zhibai rushed back from the mine and personally investigated, but to no avail. Not only had Cold Jade vanished, but 2 Azure Cloud Sect disciples had also disappeared. Oddly, the other Azure Cloud Sect disciples in the manor were unaware of their whereabouts or when they had left. They searched every corner of the manor but found no trace of Cold Jade, as if he had vanished into thin air. Cold Zhibai harbored grave suspicions that Tu Wei and his associates had harmed Leng Yuliang. However, in the past 2 days, most of Tu Wei's group had been patrolling the mining area, leaving behind individuals who were not even above the 6th layer of Spirit Marshal. It was implausible that they could have harmed Leng Yuliang, let alone orchestrate his silent disappearance from the heavily guarded estate. Cold Zhibai expanded the search radius, determined to find him alive or, if fate decreed, to recover his remains. It was 2 days later that they discovered Leng Yuliang's lifeless body in the woods outside the mining area. The scene suggested a brutal ambush by mercenaries, followed by a savage feeding by spirit beasts, a sight too horrific to behold. Yet, Cold Zhibai could not accept such a straightforward explanation. He knew his grandson well. Timid and averse to trouble, it was inconceivable that he would venture out of the mining area and into the depths of the wilderness without cause, essentially seeking his own demise. Chapter 47. Borrowing a sword, Qin Ming retraced his steps back to the main sacrificial mountain grove. This return was significantly swifter than his initial journey, yet as he neared the grove, he encountered an unusual sight. As dusk approached, Qin Ming bathed beneath a waterfall in a valley. having caught a spiritual trout and was preparing to start a fire to grill his catch when a figure abruptly stumbled into the valley. The individual staggered, clad in tattered clothing, with dark, heavy shackles adorning his body, reminiscent of a prisoner. He swayed unsteadily, exuding an air of weakness and fatigue. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, slowly rising and resting his hand upon the flying dagger at his waist, remaining vigilant. The intruder, disheveled and filthy, appeared oblivious to another's presence in the valley. He lingered at the entrance for a moment before beginning to retreat. However, at that very moment, shouts echoed from the elder forest outside the valley, as if a group was rushing towards them. The man's hair hung loosely, nearly obscuring his face. His expression was indiscernible, yet Qin Ming could sense the turmoil within him. The sound grew increasingly closer, and the man gritted his teeth, prepared to flee. Qin Ming suddenly pointed towards the depths of the valley, urging, "Hide there." The man glanced inside, then looked back at Qin Ming, remaining silent as he stumbled into the innermost part of the valley, where a thick patch of vines concealed a hidden nook. Qin Ming, as if nothing had transpired, sat upon a stone, roasting his spirit trout. Before long, a group of men clad in black attire surged into the valley, their presence formidable, akin to unsheathed swords, exuding a palpable sharpness that could be felt from a distance. They swiftly spotted Qin Ming by the lakeside, grilling fish, and collectively frowned, refraining from rashly advancing. Qin Ming's heart raced, yet he feigned calmness, lifting his gaze to meet theirs. This group donned identical garments, wielded matching curved blades, and each wore a white jade mask, which bore 2 narrow slits, rendering them eerily enigmatic. "Has someone been here recently?" one inquired, his voice deep and resonant, the eyes behind the mask coldly fixated on Qin Ming. Qin Ming assessed him, then surveyed the surroundings, continuing to flip the fish in his hands. "Are you speaking to me? Is there anyone else here?" The black-clad figure's tone turned slightly frigid. "If you wish for fish, I can offer some. If you seek trouble, I shall entertain you." Qin Ming remained composed, attempting to assert a semblance of dominance. If he succeeded in intimidating them, it would be a boon. If not, he could simply dive into the adjacent lake. Though the lake appeared modest, a passage beneath its surface extended to the raging river beyond. He had long familiarized himself with the terrain. Otherwise, he would not dare to indulge in a meal and rest in such a location. "Ha, an arrogant lad," one of them scoffed. A group of individuals sneered. Yet none dared to venture into the valley, harboring a sense of unease. This was the heart of the Yunluo forest, rife with peril, where solitary survival proved arduous. Remarkably, the youth before them appeared well-groomed and tidy, as if he had just emerged from a bath, leisurely roasting fish. He was either truly fearless or perhaps had companions who had yet to return. The forest often hosted formidable figures accompanied by their disciples, engaged in rigorous training. With their own missions at hand, they sought to avoid unnecessary trouble and soon departed. Meanwhile, Qin Ming continued to roast his fish, at ease and unperturbed, while the hidden figure in the valley took his time emerging. As dusk descended and the earlier group failed to return, Qin Ming finally exhaled in relief, and the figure gradually approached. "Care for a bite?" Qin Ming offered, separating the golden-hued spirit trout, placing half on a nearby leaf and keeping half for himself. The stranger lingered for a while, only drawing closer as Qin Ming neared the end of his meal. He observed Qin Ming with keen interest, swallowing greedily, perhaps genuinely famished, and soon finished his portion. Qin Ming extended the remaining piece to him, who accepted it without hesitation, devouring it ravenously. Qin Ming refrained from inquiries. Rescuing him was a mere act of kindness, yet it did not compel him to involve himself further. The attire of the departing group suggested they hailed from a particular faction, making involvement even less prudent. As night deepened, the stranger did not leave. Curling up behind some vines, he was gaunt, his clothing tattered like rags, heavy shackles clamped around his wrists, ankles, and waist, leaving gruesome marks upon his skin. His hair hung disheveled, his face smeared with blood, rendering his true visage unrecognizable. In the darkness, he gazed vacantly at the weeds before him, his body frail and emaciated, oblivious to whether he felt cold or pain, occasionally shivering. Qin Ming did not urge him to leave. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture near the waterfall, absorbing the life essence of the universe, adjusting his energy and spirit. The night passed without incident, each remaining undisturbed, and the group did not return. On the following morning, Qin Ming approached the edge of the verdant vines, frowning as he observed the slumbering figure within. The boy appeared youthful, not yet of age. Yet his body was marred with wounds, as if he had endured considerable torment. Qin Ming retrieved 2 spiritual herbs and a clean set of clothing from his bundle, placing them beside the boy. Awakening from his dreams, the youth was neither alarmed nor disordered. "I mean no harm. This is a gift for you." Qin Ming indicated the herbs and clothing on the ground, stepping back 2 paces as he exited the valley. The boy stared blankly at the offerings, his expression slightly dazed. As Qin Ming departed the valley, he stealthily navigated through the damp and dense forest, continuing on his journey. His strength was notably feeble. With a single misstep, he could find himself in dire straits. Thus, he endeavored to avoid all dangers and refrain from provoking spiritual entities, prioritizing a return to the main sacrificial mountain, which offered a relatively greater safety. However, around noon, Qin Ming paused by a stream, glancing back at the forest, where a figure stumbled after him. It was the boy from the previous night. Qin Ming exhaled, expressing his reluctance. "I am sorry. I can only assist you to a limited extent. My strength is merely at the spiritual martial realm, and I carry my own troubles. Following me may not be beneficial for you." The boy stood in the dim shadow of the trees, silent and with his head bowed, his unkempt hair framing his face, exuding a chilling aura that felt distinctly unsettling. "Farewell, until we meet again." Just as Qin Ming was about to turn away, a thought struck him. He unsheathed the Defiant ancient sword and approached the youth. "Allow me to see if I can unlock your shackles." The boy raised his hands, the chains appearing exceedingly heavy, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Qin Ming tested the sword's position several times, then executed a diagonal cut. The sound of clashing metal rang out, sparks flying, yet the shackles remained unscathed, merely bearing a faint mark. Qin Ming was astounded. What material were these shackles made of? The Defiant ancient sword could slice through iron like mud, its sharpness unparalleled, and with his considerable strength, how could he not sever them? The boy's vacant eyes flickered, fixated on the minuscule mark. "Let me try again." Qin Ming led him aside, placing the shackles upon a moss-covered stone. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a moment, and raised the ancient sword high, its blade vibrating with a chilling aura, a heavy sword intent silently permeating the air. With a resounding clang, Qin Ming struck down, the echo reverberating through the ancient woods, leaving a mark yet again, but the shackles showed no sign of breaking, merely quivering slightly. "I shall try again." Qin Ming unleashed 5 strikes in rapid succession, although he did not break the chains. He had grasped their hardness and understood their nature. He loosened his shoulders, casting aside his reservations, his gaze sharpening as he summoned the weight of the mountains and rivers for a decisive blow, holding nothing back. With a clang and a shower of sparks, the shackles bore only a shallow mark, no different from before. How extraordinarily hard. It was merely a device to restrain a child. Was it truly necessary? These were not chains. They could easily serve as defensive weapons. Qin Ming lightly tapped the shackles, finding no peculiarities, yet they remained unbreakable. He attempted the mountain river heavy sword 3 more times, each effort yielding no success, only leaving his hands numb and aching. The youth lowered his head, his vacant gaze fixed upon the marks upon the shackles. "I truly apologize." Qin Ming shrugged. There was something strange about the individual, the shackles, and the entire situation. Nevertheless, he resolved to do his utmost, acknowledging his own limitations. The boy parted his lips, his voice a mere whisper. "What?" "The sword." The youth lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through disheveled strands of hair, fixating on the Defiant ancient sword that Qin Ming was sheathing. "My sword?" "The sword. Lend it to me." The boy raised his withered right hand. "That is simply impossible." Qin Ming declined. The Defiant ancient sword was his most treasured possession, a gift from the elder, and he could not entrust it to a stranger. The youth grasped Qin Ming's arm with surprising strength, his hand dry and yellowing, his eyes flickering behind his unkempt hair. "Lend it to me. For a moment." Chapter 48. Severing the seal. "What do you intend to use it for?" Qin Ming pushed his hand away. "Lend it to me." The boy's voice was frail and indistinct. Qin Ming, unable to resist, hesitated, just for a moment. The youth took the Defiant ancient sword, examining it meticulously. The blade was smooth and ancient, with no marks from the shackles. His gaze shimmered, a fleeting spark of clarity breaking through his emptiness, as his fingertips grazed the ancient sword, causing it to vibrate lightly and emit a clear, ringing sound. "What do you plan to do?" "This chain is..." Before Qin Ming could finish his inquiry, the boy abruptly turned and retreated into the dense forest, vanishing from sight. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, nearly uttering a curse, before hastily pursuing the figure ahead. "Stop! Are you borrowing it or stealing it?" The youth, however, moved with remarkable speed and vanished in the blink of an eye. Where had he gone? Qin Ming felt a pang of frustration as he searched anxiously. Suddenly, from the depths of the dense forest, a surge of overwhelming sword energy erupted, soaring into the heavens. A brilliant light illuminated the world, resembling a hurricane unleashed into the sky, howling through the woods. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, as if a colossal force had detonated. The tempest of sword energy resembled a destructive whirlwind, with waves of force ravaging the area, obliterating vast stretches of ancient woods. Startled, Qin Ming instinctively recoiled, maintaining a safe distance from the oncoming waves of energy. What was happening? Was this the might of the Great Yin ancient sword? Or perhaps... Clang! The Great Yin ancient sword unexpectedly descended from the sky, embedding itself into a stone before him, quivering slightly, its blinding radiance piercing the air, and its chilling sword energy enveloping its body. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming remained vigilant towards the ancient sword and the surrounding forest. The sword trembled for what felt like an eternity before regaining its composure, dispersing its sharp energy. Yet, the mysterious figure never reappeared. Qin Ming sheathed the ancient sword and cautiously advanced, only to discover a clearing of several dozen meters amidst the forest, with dust and debris swirling about, obscuring his vision. No matter, I must retreat. This energy is far too potent. It could attract nearby formidable beings, and lingering here is unwise. Resolutely, Qin Ming withdrew and continued to sprint towards the main sacrificial mountain. He chose to regard the bizarre encounter as a mere figment of his imagination, as it held no relevance to him. After traversing over a dozen towering mountains and evading numerous dangers, narrowly escaping encirclement by a group of mercenaries, he finally returned to the vicinity of the main sacrificial mountain by the afternoon of the second day. Qin Ming? What brings you here? A middle-aged disciple on patrol unexpectedly encountered him, pondering how he had returned from that direction. No, it should be the question of how Qin Ming was still alive. The hunting festival had commenced for half a month, and given the relentless pursuit from Xiangtian and his companions, Qin Ming should have perished by now. Yet, as Qin Ming approached, he appeared not only in good spirits, but also impeccably attired. I had taken refuge for a while. Qin Ming greeted him and then departed. The disciple suddenly realized that he had hidden away, a clever fellow, choosing to evade the spotlight and wear down the patience of Xiangtian and his cohort before making his move. However, this lad truly possessed audacity, daring to venture outside the sacred mountain thicket. The Qingyun Sect had designated the sacred mountain thicket as a hunting ground, permitting nearly 1,000 disciples to roam freely. Because they had previously cleared the area, relocating the particularly formidable spirit beasts that resided there, thus controlling the danger to a manageable level. Beyond the sacred mountain thicket lay a wilderness in its purest form, fraught with peril over tenfold that of the interior. It was indeed astonishing that a mere junior disciple could remain unscathed for more than 10 days. On the afternoon of Qin Ming's safe return to the sacred mountain thicket, a masked, cloaked group finally located their target in the distant forest, the fleeing youth. Yet, rather than elation, they were engulfed by terror and despair. In the chaotic thicket ahead, a disheveled boy stood with his head bowed, hands drooping, appearing exceedingly frail, barely able to stand. However, the cloaked figures before him recoiled in horror. As if confronted by a monstrous entity, their faces drained of color, shrieking in terror. Where are your shackles? Where's your seal? No, no, no. Who has unleashed your seal? It is impossible. No, no. The youth slowly lifted his gaze, and beneath his disheveled hair, his eyes glowed a crimson hue, as red as blood. Your eyes, your power. No. The cloaked figures retreated in terror, their expressions exaggerated, as if they had encountered some horrific monster. Whoosh. The youth vanished, only to reappear abruptly in the very center of the cloaked assembly. In that moment, the crowd was struck with horror, their screams filled with despair. Yet there was no resistance, no escape, only sheer terror. 4. There was no escape. The altar of the mountain is currently bustling with activity. After more than 10 days of adaptation and exploration, the frenzied hunting by nearly 1,000 disciples has awakened many spiritual beings in this realm, leading to fierce battles with the mercenaries operating within. Each hunting festival is a savage affair, a game for the brave, where the disciples of the Qingyun Sect unleash their full potential, honing their combat skills. This authentic bloodshed starkly contrasts with the duels in the sect's training grounds, offering a greater opportunity for power enhancement and the awakening of latent potential. This is also the primary reason why the Qingyun Sect organizes 2 hunting expeditions each year. A moonlight grass? Qin Ming carefully ascended the cliff in the dead of night, gingerly plucking a delicate, white jade-like herb that swayed gracefully in the moonlight, translucent and shimmering. Though it is a lower-grade spiritual herb, it belongs to a particularly rare category within that grade, proving highly effective for treating internal injuries. Fortune smiles upon him. Qin Ming carefully stowed it away in his pack and continued his search for spiritual herbs and fruits. He temporarily wished to avoid provoking other disciples, as well as the mercenaries. His sole desire was to acquire more spiritual herbs and fruits. If he could gather a few medium-grade spiritual herbs, This hunting expedition would be deemed perfect. As for He Xiangtian and his entourage, Qin Ming did not truly regard them with concern. It was a rare opportunity to venture out, and gathering herbs took precedence. He could not afford to squander time on them. Over the next 5 days, Qin Ming encountered several disciples undergoing trials, all of whom took the initiative to steer clear of him, wary of any spies from He Xiangtian's faction. When confronted by demon beasts, he would assess the situation. If he could fight, he would, and if not, he would retreat. Remarkably, after 4 days, he had yet to encounter He Xiangtian's group and had made commendable gains, 1 medium-grade spiritual herb and several low-grade ones, all of which he consumed and refined with satisfactory results. However, to discover more medium-grade spiritual herbs, one required fortuitous circumstances and must venture into the most perilous areas of the forest. Resolutely, on the 5th day, Qin Ming delved deeper into the woods. In the afternoon, as the sun began its descent, the forest darkened gradually. As he walked, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of ferocity lurking within the dense thickets ahead. He sprinted to a nearby hilltop, concealing himself to observe. A magnificent and imposing spiritual beast approached, seemingly in search of something. This creature resembled a lion but possessed a scaled tail, adorned with purple fur that shimmered with ethereal light, akin to a king surveying its territory. The purple jade lion. Qin Ming was taken aback and hurriedly concealed himself. The strength of this spiritual beast was likely on par with a high-level Xuanwu realm warrior. He wished to avoid such a formidable creature and swiftly retreated in the opposite direction. Yet, before long, he caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance wafting from the nearby woods. The aroma was exceptionally rich. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply, feeling as though a surge of spiritual energy permeated his very being, bringing an indescribable sense of euphoria. Is there a treasure? How fortunate! In the dense, ancient forest ahead, numerous venerable trees stand tall, their gnarled branches intertwining in the air, creating a chaotic yet dense canopy that obscures the sunlight, as if constructing a vast, enclosed space. Though twilight has not yet fully descended, the surroundings are already steeped in dimness. However, within the shadowy depths, a flicker of violet luminescence beckons. Gathering his courage, Qin Ming approaches. Enclosed by the venerable trees, a small, verdant sapling stands, its entire form resembling exquisite jade, akin to beautiful porcelain, radiating a soft green glow that pierces the darkness. The little tree sways gently, as if dancing joyfully, despite having only a few scattered leaves, crowned by a singular purple spirit fruit. At first glance, the spirit fruit resembles a cluster of grapes, 5 diminutive fruits nestled together, remarkably delicate and small. A wave of enchanting fragrance and purple light emanates from it, flowing through the ancient and shadowy woodland. What a precious treasure! Qin Ming's spirit soared. Emboldened by the prospect of adventure, he boldly drew nearer. Strangely, there seemed to be no spirit beasts in sight. How could this be? Was the purple jade lion guarding it? Had it ventured out for a hunt? What a serendipitous opportunity! Qin Ming's mind raced, and with a swift leap, he surged forward, moving at lightning speed to seize the spirit fruit, even plucking a few leaves. Were it not for the surge of anxiety within him, he would have truly desired to uproot the entire tree. Suddenly, a sharp command sliced through the darkness. Stop! Put that down! You rascal! What are you doing? A series of furious voices echoed, igniting a spark of alarm within Qin Ming. Were there guardians present? Had he stirred trouble? Qin Ming? A woman clad in white appeared before him, revealing herself as Ling Shui, a direct disciple of the renowned Yao Shan. Qin Ming? How dare you seize what belongs to us? Such audacity! 5 disciples of Yao Shan emerged, vehemently rebuking Qin Ming. Your belongings? What nonsense! I was the one who spotted it first, Qin Ming retorted, recognizing the intruders and feeling a sense of assurance, as long as they were not other mountain bandits or mercenaries. Hand over the purple jade spiritual ginseng, and we shall consider this matter as though it never occurred. Ling Shui, breathtakingly beautiful in her snow-white gown, with skin as pale as snow, resembled a celestial being from a frozen realm, her beauty rendering one breathless. Yet, her demeanor was exceedingly frigid, an unsettling chill that was difficult to endure. She too was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Qin Ming, but the purple jade spiritual ginseng was of paramount importance to her and must be acquired. What nonsense! First come, first served. Qin Ming tucked away the spiritual fruit. The purple jade lion was lured out through our arduous efforts. We sacrificed 5 mid-grade spiritual herbs for it. You need to relinquish it at once. One disciple exclaimed in anger. They had toiled for 3 days and nights to divert the purple jade lion, nearly facing discovery several times. Today, they had finally managed to lure it away using 5 mid-grade spiritual herbs. They had intended to harvest the spiritual fruit once the lion had wandered far, but unexpectedly, Qin Ming had appeared along the way. "We do not wish to quarrel with you. The purple jade lion has not strayed far yet," another disciple remarked, frequently glancing back in apprehension, fearful that the lion might return. They were woefully inadequate in facing such a formidable creature. Qin Ming was at a loss for words. "Dear brothers and sisters of Yaoshan, you guard your mountain daily, surrounded by countless spiritual fruits and herbs. Why must you contend with me, a mere ordinary disciple? The purple jade spiritual ginseng is a superior spiritual fruit. Each of them is invaluable." Ling Shui's expression was both indifferent and solemn. 5. Qin Ming felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This plant bore 5 small fruits, 5 exquisite spirit fruits. Just as he hesitated over whether to share them, he immediately clenched his fists upon hearing the words, chuckling, "I shall take them." The disciples of Yushan, upon seeing Qin Ming's expression, instantly discerned his intentions and collectively reprimanded him. "Hand them over. How about this? We are all fellow disciples. Let us not ruin our camaraderie. I, Qin Ming, am not a miser. I propose we split them. 3 for me, 2 for you. What say you?" "Shameless." The retort was harsh. "We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such hostility. I can keep 2 and give you 3. "Impossible. You shan't keep even 1. They belong to us. Are you being unreasonable? This is the Yunluo forest, not Qingyun Sect. Your status as Yaoshan disciples holds no sway here, and you cannot impose your will as you please." Qin Ming surveyed each individual, adopting a posture of challenge. "If I take a step back and you ignore it, then we shall resort to conflict. You cannot defeat us. The team from the Spirit Martial 5th layer is hardly formidable. Qin Ming, do not escalate matters. We of Yaoshan are not to be trifled with. Do not force us to take severe measures. Do not think that defeating Mu Zixio grants you the right to be arrogant." The 5 Yaoshan disciples surrounded Qin Ming, activating their spirit techniques, preparing for battle. Were they truly prepared to fight? Qin Ming was unfazed by this group. He tucked the purple jade spirit ginseng into his bosom. A vibrant crimson energy surged forth from his entire being, dispersing the dust and withered leaves beneath him. With his right arm raised, the energy intensified, enveloping him rapidly, transforming into blinding lightning that darted across his body, growing fiercer, nearly engulfing him entirely. With a resounding crack, an electric resonance reverberated through the confined space. A surge of lightning congregated upon his right arm, coalescing into a formidable serpent of pure energy. The resplendent viper coiled tightly around his limb, its head merging seamlessly with his fist, imbued with a lifelike quality. A palpable hiss emanated from the spectral serpent, its malevolent gaze fixed upon the adversary before him. A 6th-level spirit martial? A hint of surprise flickered across Ling Shui's countenance. The aura was unmistakably that of a 6th-level practitioner. When had he achieved such a breakthrough? 6th level, is it? No wonder he dares to act so presumptuously before us. However, you remain unqualified to challenge the sanctity of the Medicine Mountain, Qin Ming. I offer you one final chance. Surrender the violet jade spirit ginseng. A disciple brandished an iron staff, directing it accusingly at Qin Ming. Let us not resort to such uncouth pronouncements, nor overestimate your own significance, Qin Ming retorted, clenching his fist. The electric serpent crackled with untamed energy, brimming with latent, devastating power. His stance was resolute. Engage me in combat. As you wish. I shall indulge you. Insolent fool. The male disciple subtly flexed his wrist, causing an extraordinary golden radiance to surge into the iron staff. The once ebony weapon erupted in a dazzling display of golden light, trembling delicately as if dormant. Mystical weapon had been roused from its slumber, exuding an aura of formidable power. Its gleaming point was aimed directly at Qin Ming. The contending auras of the 2 combatants converged, and at the moment of their intersection, both surged forward. Seal demon pestle, subdue. The male disciple bellowed, his momentum intensifying exponentially. The golden iron staff descended with unadorned force, a display of raw, unbridled power. The golden light intensified, blazing with fervent energy, akin to a colossal, gilded mountain plummeting from the heavens, radiating an astonishing gravitational force. The very ground beneath their feet crumbled into dust, the earth itself seemingly succumbing to the immense pressure. Qin Ming was completely enveloped in golden light, momentarily ensnared as if caught in a formidable predicament, governed by overwhelming gravity. Yet, he remained undaunted, impervious to its influence. Instead, his body crackled with electric energy, surging with vigor as he raised his fists toward the heavens. The lightning serpent, in a fit of fury, struck with ferocity, its mouth agape, revealing its fangs, as if emitting a genuine, piercing hiss. Clang! A resounding echo reverberated, reminiscent of a powerful steel impact. The golden staff descended with the force of a collapsing mountain, shattering the lightning serpent on the spot, its might astonishing. However, the serpent retaliated with equal ferocity, mitigating the staff's devastating blow, unleashing a tempest of lightning that illuminated the entire expanse. The brilliance compelled all onlookers to instinctively shut their eyes. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the explosion's radiance, Qin Ming dashed forth, sidestepping the staff to launch a surprise assault, aiming a punch at the male disciple's face. "You lunatic!" the male disciple exclaimed, barely evading as Qin Ming's fist grazed his nose, the force of the punch almost palpable, instilling a genuine sense of dread. Though his strike missed, Qin Ming did not relent. Upon landing, he sprang into action once more, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. "Stop!" The other 4 disciples, filled with ire, charged towards Qin Ming. This boy indeed possessed a fierce tenacity, daring to engage the disciples of Yaoshan in battle. At that moment, however, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant forest, akin to a bolt of lightning striking clear skies, deafening in its intensity. The entire woodland fell eerily silent, the lion's roar echoing hauntingly. "The purple jade lion has returned?" The onlookers gasped in alarm. "Remain calm, do not move." Qin Ming managed to forcefully push away the male disciple while turning to dash into the dense thicket. "Scoundrel! Don't let him escape, pursue him." The Yaoshan disciples hastily followed in hot pursuit. The purple jade lion had not ventured far. Upon hearing a sound, it dashed back with fervor. Upon witnessing the vanished purple jade's spiritual ginseng, it emitted a furious roar, its entire purple fur bristling with rage. Sensing the lingering aura in the woods, it madly pursued the source. "Qin Ming, relinquish the purple jade spiritual ginseng, or else the mountain of medicine will not rest until it finds you." The disciples of the mountain of medicine relentlessly chased from behind. "What I seize first is mine." Like a swift cheetah, Qin Ming darted through the tangled forest with agility and speed. "You scoundrels! You must have been tracking us these past days, seizing the opportunity to rob us." "Tracking you? You lot are nothing but a bunch of misfits. Why would I bother? You vile creatures, the mountain of medicine will not let this go." "Can you truly represent the mountain of medicine? Do not be so presumptuous. Surrender the purple jade spiritual ginseng, or we shall not hold back." "Have you ever been courteous? Even if I were to toss the purple jade spiritual ginseng to the lion, I would never hand it over to you." Qin Ming, resolute in his stance, had already offered to leave 2 for them and keep 3 for himself, yet they still dared to threaten him. "Then do not expect to receive even 1. As they pursued and fled, a sudden tempest arose, trees swayed violently, and leaves swirled chaotically in the air. A wave of terrifying malice surged forth, akin to a raging tsunami, engulfing them all. The purple jade lion was upon them, its thunderous roar echoing as if it would shatter their very skulls. "It's coming." The disciples of the mountain of medicine were enveloped in dread, abandoning the chase for Qin Ming and fleeing in a frenzy. "What are you all doing following me? Scatter! Scatter!" Qin Ming shouted. "No way. Survival is paramount. Run in different directions, or we shall all perish. Hand over the purple jade spiritual ginseng." They suddenly remembered. However, a roar from the purple jade lion erupted behind them, echoing like thunder in their ears, sending chills down their spines. They ceased their entanglement and scattered in all directions, repeatedly shouting, "Gather at the old place! Gather at the old place!" "Qin Ming, this matter is far from over with you." As Qin Ming galloped through the dense old forest, just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, he caught sight of a figure pursuing him. To his astonishment, it was Ling Shui. He was at a loss for words. "Sister, we are fleeing for our lives. Why are you still following me? Who is your sister? Hand over the purple jade spirit ginseng." Ling Shui's frosty demeanor was unmistakable. Chapter 50. Life and death escape. Miss Ling Shui, let us each take a step back. I only need 2, and I will give you 3 in return. Qin Ming attempted to ease the situation, only to receive a frigid response. "No way." Qin Ming's irritation flared. "You unreasonable woman." Ling Shui's delicate brows furrowed. "What did you say? You must have heard me." "You." Ling Shui surged forward like a released arrow, drawing her ancient sword. The sound reverberated through the old forest, and a chilling sword chi emanated from the blade, slicing through the air as she aimed it at Qin Ming, causing the temperature of the forest to plummet. Qin Ming narrowly dodged, exclaiming in alarm, "Crazy woman! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Are you not afraid the purple jade lion will catch up?" As if on cue, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the forest, the purple jade lion charging towards them. "Foolish woman!" Qin Ming fumed, turning to flee. "Don't follow me. Not a chance. Hand over the purple jade spirit ginseng." Ling Shui sheathed her ancient sword and continued her pursuit. The fierce sword chi was easily detectable by the purple jade lion. "Don't follow me, let's split up." Ling Shui pursued relentlessly, determined to acquire the purple jade spirit ginseng. It was not merely about 5 superior spirit fruits, The synergistic effects of consuming them together would produce results second only to the finest spirit fruits. A rare treasure transcending the ordinary. Were it any other item, she might have yielded it to Qin Ming. But these 5 spirit fruits were essential for her to shatter the barriers and ascend to the Xuanwu realm. The Xuanwu realm. She had longed for this moment for far too long. Your perfume is overpowering. Do not follow me. Qin Ming shouted anxiously ahead. Ling Shui, her delicate visage clouded with frost, retorted, perfume? This is my natural scent. A unique, refreshing fragrance. You've caused me great distress. Noticing her unwavering pursuit, Qin Ming suddenly plucked a purple jade spirit ginseng and hurled it forcefully into the adjacent thicket. Coincidentally, a wild boar was fleeing in panic nearby. Upon seeing the object thrown by Qin Ming, it instinctively roared, but as the spirit ginseng struck the ground, the rich medicinal aroma captivated its attention, and it opened its mouth to devour it. What a treasure! A gust of chilling air surged forth, instantly encasing the creature in ice. The poor little boar could only watch helplessly as the coveted prize was snatched away. Ling Shui retrieved the spirit fruit and caught up to Qin Ming once more. This is a superior spirit fruit, and you simply discarded it? Qin Ming turned his head in astonishment. What? You picked it up? Foolish woman. I used it to lure the purple jade lion. If you continue to speak carelessly, I shall show you no mercy. Ling Shui, why must you persist in opposing me? I am but a destitute youth, struggling to find some spirit herbs and fruits, while you guard the entire spirit mountain without a care in the world. Why must you compete with me? Qin Ming was perplexed. Considering they had a modicum of rapport, why had she suddenly become so unreasonable? As Qin Ming's words hung in the air, a fierce wave of malevolent energy surged forth from the depths of the ancient forest behind them, crashing like a torrent. The formidable trees swayed violently, on the verge of snapping. Both Qin Ming and Ling Shui were engulfed, overwhelmed by the intensity of the onslaught. They were hurled through the air, blood spewing from their mouths, their internal energies roiling dangerously, nearly leading them to unconsciousness. The pursuer was closing in. Qin Ming struggled to rise, his expression grave. In the dimness ahead, a majestic lion, its entire form aglow with a deep purple light, approached with deliberate slowness. Its presence had locked onto them, and its deep violet, slit-like eyes glinted with malice. Ling Shui, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and her complexion pale, managed to gather herself, but running was no longer an option. The proximity of the purple jade lion spelled doom. The atmosphere seemed to solidify, the regal beast appearing more like a harbinger of death than a mere predator. Qin Ming surveyed their surroundings, straining to listen, when a thought struck him. If memory served him correctly, there was a cliff nearby, beneath which flowed a mighty river. Gradually, a plan began to form in his mind as he remained vigilant of the approaching lion. Ling Shui, hand me the purple jade spirit ginseng you hold, he whispered. Ling Shui shot him a frosty glare. Even at this dire moment, he sought to claim her possession? Foolish woman. Hurry, repeat that. She retorted, her temper flaring. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yet survival was paramount. You die, I die, or do we all perish? Do you have a plan? The purple jade lion coveted the spirit fruit. Whoever possessed, it would be its target. Give me the spirit fruit, and I will devise a way to divert its attention. You must flee in the opposite direction, as far as you can, and do not look back. Ling Shui gazed at Qin Ming with a mix of incredulity and suspicion. Quick, give it to me. It's coming. Qin Ming's forehead glistened with sweat as he whispered anxiously. What if I give you everything? Can you distract it? At least one of us must survive. Ling Shui hesitated. The Ziyu Link Eye could no longer be contained. Stop pondering. I will lure the Ziyu lion away with the Link Eye, discarding it midway. I will find a way to escape. If you are confident your speed surpasses mine, then you take the task of diverting it. With a determined bite of her lip, Ling Shui tossed the Ziyu Lingua to Qin Ming. Take care. Wait. What is it? Do not look back. Just keep running, as far as you can. Qin Ming deliberately adopted a serious tone to warn her. Ling Shui cast a deep glance at him before turning to retreat. As the Ziyu lion was about to pursue her, Qin Ming shouted loudly, leading it in the opposite direction while sprinting wildly. The Ziyu lion, intent on reclaiming the Ziyu Link Eye, abandoned Ling Shui and chased after Qin Ming, gritting his teeth. Qin Ming accelerated to his utmost speed, yet he underestimated the swiftness of the Ziyu lion. With a fearsome roar, the beast swiftly caught up to him, bellowing with rage. Its fur bristling, an overwhelming purple energy engulfing Qin Ming. A sense of sovereign power surged through him, instilling sheer terror. Ling Shui had not ventured far when she instinctively turned back upon hearing the roar, witnessing the Ziyu lion shatter tree roots as it surged upward, ferociously lunging forward. The formidable purple energy charged ahead, causing the ancient trees to tremble violently, an awe-inspiring spectacle. We're doomed. A chill gripped Ling Xue's heart as she envisioned Qin Ming being torn apart by the Ziyu lion. How could you possibly outrun the Ziyu lion, ignorant of the peril? Ling Xue's eyes glimmered with cold resolve as she gritted her teeth and charged back with her sword. Deep within the surging purple mist, the purple jade lion lunged at Qin Ming, its vicious fangs magnified in the line of sight. In a moment of peril, one would expect to flee in terror. Yet Qin Ming astonishingly halted, neither dodging nor evading, his bright eyes locking onto the purple jade lion. An immense surge of energy coursed through him, his spirit tautly coiled. Just as the lion seemed poised to pounce, he erupted into action, bending low and propelling himself with astounding force, soaring out from beneath the beast. With a resounding thud, the purple jade lion missed its target, crashing into an ancient tree that trembled violently, nearly uprooted by the impact. Qin Ming stood in place, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Had he truly evaded it? The incredulity washed over him. The purple jade lion shook its head vigorously, turning to fix its gaze on Qin Ming once more, its purple vertical pupils brimming with murderous intent. Qin Ming took 2 steps back before turning to flee. The lion roared, charging at full speed in pursuit. After sprinting a dozen paces, Qin Ming concentrated his strength into his legs, leaping into the air. The rock beneath him shattered underfoot, and with an explosive force, he was propelled approximately 5 meters, landing amidst the canopy of a great tree. However, before he could fully regain his balance, the surging purple energy of the lion engulfed him like a torrent, forcefully hurling him away. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming had already prepared himself, leveraging the momentum to roll forward with all his might. His gaze fixed ahead, he sensed the proximity of the cliff, mere meters away. However, just as he safely landed and prepared to sprint, a sharp rebuke echoed from behind. Ling Xue lunged forth, her sword radiating a chilling aura akin to a startled phoenix. In an instant, she aimed for the eyes of the purple jade lion with lethal intent, as if determined to secure victory in one decisive blow. The purple jade lion was indeed taken aback, oblivious to the presence of another. Yet, it remained unfazed. A mere human posed no threat to its might. Suddenly, a torrent of fierce purple energy surged from its body, akin to a tumultuous sea, effortlessly dispersing the cold blade and ruthlessly sending Ling Xue flying. How had she returned? Qin Ming found himself abruptly halted, glancing back in astonishment. Thud! As Ling Xue landed, she was again struck by the purple energy, cascading blood in a tragic display. She endured the excruciating pain and retreated at full speed. However, the purple jade lion forsook Qin Ming and fixated on her instead. With a thunderous roar, it leaped into the air, its massive claws whirling menacingly as they descended upon Ling Xue, overwhelming her with a fresh wave of purple energy. She was sent reeling, bloodied, though her strength far surpassed that of Qin Ming. Yet, in the face of peril, she lacked his reckless audacity and found herself ensnared. As she touched down, her vital energy surged tumultuously, and there was no escape. She could only watch helplessly as the formidable claws descended from above. In a moment of dire urgency, Qin Ming gritted his teeth and dashed forward, leaping into the air to embrace Ling Xue before the claws could strike her, diverting their trajectory. Thud! The claws failed to claim both lives but tore 3 deep gashes into Qin Ming's back, almost exposing bone. Chapter 51. The 7th Layer of Spirit and Martial Arts. Qin Ming stifled a groan of pain. Yet, in the face of life and death, he could think of nothing else. Upon landing, he surged forward, clutching Ling Xue tightly as they plunged into the nearby forest. The purple jade lion was truly incensed, having failed to capture its quarry time and again. It roared to the heavens, purple mist billowing forth, swirling violently to form the silhouette of a majestic lion. Its immense and formidable presence surged forth, akin to a colossal beast, as it stormed through the ancient forest, leaving a trail of awe in its wake. Let go of me. Ling Xue momentarily regained her senses, only to find herself ensconced tightly in Qin Ming's embrace, their chests pressed together, her crimson lips nearly grazing his neck. Her expression hardened, and she began to struggle fiercely. Silence! Qin Ming growled, gritting his teeth as he charged forward, the pain from his back wound intensifying, blood flowing freely. Release me. Ling Xue's complexion grew even colder, nearly driven to draw her sword against him. Immaculately pure and fiercely self-respecting, she had never engaged in such intimate contact with a male disciple, let alone be held so possessively by Qin Ming. Their bodies were pressed together with no space between them. She could even feel the intensity of his heartbeat and the warmth of his breath. To her dismay, his hands gripped her side and thigh firmly. Be quiet. Who permitted your return? You. Ling Xue's face paled with anger. Even her typically aloof and composed demeanor could not suppress the urge to slap him. Hold on tight. Qin Ming suddenly shouted, bursting forth from the forest with great strides. What lay ahead? A cliff, a rushing river. He clutched Ling Shui even tighter and leaped toward the torrent below. The surging phantom of the lion swept past them in midair, leaving them unharmed. The cliff loomed 100 meters high, and Ling Shui gasped, her body weightless as she instinctively clung to Qin Ming, only to be overtaken by indignation and push against him with all her strength. Qin Ming paid no heed to her protests, gripping her tightly as if to prevent her from breaking apart. "You scoundrel! Scoundrel!" Ling Shui winced in pain. The tighter his embrace became as she struggled. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming suddenly pressed her head down against his neck. Ling Shui momentarily lost her focus, becoming somewhat dazed, her exquisite visage nestled against Qin Ming's. The veil lost somewhere, her rosy lips pressed deeply against his neck. She felt a flicker of anger rising within her, poised to unleash her sword qi, when suddenly a thunderous crash erupted as they plummeted into the surging river. The force of the impact was immense, for they fell from nearly 200 meters, as if they had struck solid stone, pain radiating through their bodies before being engulfed by the monstrous waves, losing all control amidst the tumultuous waters. The purple jade lion paced atop the cliff, growling in frustration. Moments later, it leaped directly off the precipice, diving into the roaring river below. Its formidable strength rendered it unafraid of such heights. However, the relentless current swiftly washed away any trace of Qin Ming and Ling Shui. On the riverbank 1,000 meters away, Qin Ming struggled to emerge from the torrent, gasping heavily, gritting his teeth as he plunged into the dense forest. He had adjusted his posture for the anticipated impact when leaping from the cliff, and due to his unique constitution, despite the severity of his injuries, he managed to endure. Ling Shui, however, was not as fortunate. After a brief struggle in the raging waters, she succumbed to unconsciousness from choking. Qin Ming carried her to safety within the forest, evading the hunting spirit beasts, and found a concealed, secure cave. After swiftly camouflaging their hiding place, he kindled a fire within the cave, only then allowing himself a moment to exhale deeply, collapsing in exhaustion. How perilous! The pain coursed through him, the wound on his back still bleeding, yet thankfully, the purple jade spirit ginseng remained in his possession. Lying prostrate near the bonfire, Ling Shui remained in a state of unconsciousness. Her alabaster gown clung to her form, delineating her flawless silhouette and voluptuous curves. Her skin, as white as snow and as smooth as silk, was visible even through her soaked undergarments, rendering her state as alluring as if she were unclad. Matted strands of her long hair adhered to her exquisite face, its tenderness accentuated by the flickering firelight. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, his mind too preoccupied to revel in the captivating scene before him. The situation had escalated beyond his initial expectations. He had initially planned to make a clean escape, absconding with the purple jade spirit ginseng. Even if Ling Shui were to locate him in the future, he could have feigned that he had relinquished it to the purple jade lion. However, Ling Shui's perspicacity would likely lead her to discern his ruse. Moreover, the gravity of the situation transcended the mere loss of the purple jade spirit ginseng. Ling Shui's purity was now at stake. Ling Shui, renowned for her pristine virtue and aloof self-regard, had spent years dwelling on the medicinal mountain, shrouded in an aura of mystique and sanctity. Ordinary disciples had never even glimpsed her countenance, let alone. Upon awakening, Ling Shui would undoubtedly be enraged upon seeing her disheveled state and realizing that he had carried her to this place, having beheld her in such a vulnerable condition. How could she possibly tolerate her sacred body being exposed to a mere servant? She might even suspect that he had taken advantage of her unconsciousness. What a predicament! Qin Ming lamented with a wry smile. He retrieved a garment from his knapsack, dried it by the fire, and draped it over Ling Shui before tiptoeing out of the cavern. Beneath the canopy of a star-studded night, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon, Qin Ming sat outside the grotto, absorbing the vital essence of the cosmos. He circulated the everlasting vitality incantation to mend the wounds on his back and rejuvenate his weary spirit. Inside the cavern, tranquility reigned, punctuated only by the occasional crackling of the burning wood. Ling Shui slowly opened her eyes just before dawn, finding that the fire beside her had dwindled to a few charred logs, flickering with a faint glow. She lingered in a daze for a moment, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Her body was damp, her garments clinging uncomfortably to her skin, chilling her to the bone. Clutching the icy sword beside her, she sat up, the clothing Qin Ming had draped over her slipping away, revealing the outline of her figure beneath the wet fabric. Qin Ming. Ling Shui recalled the events of the previous evening with clarity. Observing the cave's surroundings, she could surmise what transpired after her unconsciousness. Gripping her collar tightly with her left hand, her gaze grew increasingly frigid, though tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Outside the cave, Qin Ming heard stirring within and quietly rose to venture into the dense forest. Awakening signified safety. It was time for him to depart. What lay ahead was beyond his anticipation. By the time Ling Shui exited the cave, Qin Ming had already distanced himself, seeking refuge in the nearby mountains. The purple jade spirit ginseng exuded a potent fragrance. He needed to hasten the process of refining and absorbing it, for such a treasure could not be retained for long. 5 superior grade spiritual fruits. A full 5. No wonder many disciples risked their safety to participate in the trials, though perilous. The rewards could rival years of cultivation in the Qingyun Sect. This was a treacherous endeavor, a game for the brave. Qin Ming did not find a suitable and secure location until the afternoon, whereupon he prepared his concealment and commenced his cultivation. Placing a purple jade spirit ginseng in his mouth, he gently bit into it, releasing a rich, fragrant juice that filled his mouth. An indescribable sensation of coolness surged through his brain, cascading throughout his body, causing every pore to unfurl in that moment, prompting an involuntary shiver. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, quickly steadying his breath and focusing intently on refining the essence. Truly, it was a superior spirit fruit. The energy was immense, overwhelming. It felt akin to suddenly swallowing an iceberg. His spiritual power erupted uncontrollably, manifesting in fierce flashes of lightning. Qin Ming diligently refined and guided the energy. 1, 2, 3. Torrents of formidable energy flowed into his body, while the unique and miraculous effects of the ginseng nourished him, expanding his meridians. This was a superior spiritual medicine. It was worth dozens of times more than medium-grade spirit medicine, not only for its rich and pure energy, but also for its myriad wondrous effects. After consuming 3 purple jade spirit ginsengs, Qin Ming was enveloped in an intoxicating sensation of transcendence, as if immersed in an endless spiritual spring, with every cell radiating spiritual energy and every pore erupting with electric brilliance. His spiritual power surged like a tempest, wildly expanding his meridians, continuously flooding into his dantian, creating tumultuous waves of energy. The 3 purple jade spirit ginsengs had propelled Qin Ming to the very threshold of a new realm. Having advanced to the 6th level of spiritual martial arts less than a month ago, he once again felt the barrier of the 6th level. The miraculous superior spirit fruit, the formidable purple jade spirit ginseng. Qin Ming swallowed 2 more purple jade spirit ginsengs in one breath, focusing his mind on refining them, forcefully attempting to break through the barrier of the 6th level. Initially, the process was smooth. In the depths of the night, he truly sensed an opportunity to ascend to the 7th level. As Qin Ming was about to launch an assault with elation, a peculiar phenomenon transpired. The spiritual energy throughout his body surged with increasing intensity, threatening to spiral out of control. The energies of the 3 previously refined purple jade spiritual ginsengs began to stir restlessly within his dantian, unleashing tumultuous waves. Qin Ming groaned, blood trickling from his orifices. His expression contorted in agony. The violent eruption of spiritual energy threatened to tear him asunder, while lightning crackled fiercely across his skin, filling the cave with a dense network of arcs that shattered rocks, stirred up dust, and triggered subtle tremors. Astonishing waves of energy emanated from his body, impacting the cave and radiating outwards. While a single purple jade spiritual ginseng is a superior spiritual fruit, consuming 5 simultaneously does not equate to 5 superior fruits. Instead, it rivals the potency of a supreme grade spiritual fruit, a qualitative transformation, a treasure meant for ascending to the Xuanwu realm. Qin Ming, unaware of this, used it to charge into the 7th heaven, an endeavor for which the energy was far too abundant, beyond his capacity to control. The violent surge threatened not only to tear his body apart, but also to overwhelm his consciousness. Qin Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, knowing that unconsciousness would spell his doom, as the unleashed spiritual energy would undoubtedly obliterate him. Agonized roars echoed through the valley, punctuated by the crackle of lightning. What to do? What to do? Qin Ming struggled to persevere, desperately seeking a solution. In that critical moment, the azure blade within his energy sea suddenly unleashed its might, spinning wildly to create a vortex that devoured the spiritual energy within his dantian. Like a dragon drawing water, it guided the turbulent energy towards itself, forcibly stabilizing the situation within his dantian. Consequently, the spiritual energy throughout his body found an outlet, surging into the energy sea in rapid succession. Saved at last, Qin Ming felt a whirlwind of consciousness as he tilted his head and collapsed in the cave. Chapter 52. The Earth Trembles. The following morning, Qin Ming awoke to find himself at the 7th level of the spirit martial realm, his vitality and spirit remarkably invigorated, and his divine awareness considerably expanded. Upon meticulous examination, he discovered no lingering side effects. Reflecting on his breakthrough the previous day, he felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, the Azura blade safeguarded his dantian, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The 7th level of Spirit Martial. Qin Ming clenched his fists, sparks of electricity crackling and flickering with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed broken through, and his foundation remained steadfast, exhibiting no discernible fluctuations. The remarkable effects of 5 superior spirit fruits had played a significant role. Transitioning from the 6th to the 7th level is a formidable hurdle within the spirit martial realm, typically requiring over a year of diligent cultivation for ordinary disciples. This time, fortune smiled upon him. In the afternoon, Qin Ming focused intently on a silver-armored back lizard during his training, launching an ardent assault. With his newfound strength bolstering his confidence, he was eager to test the limits of his 7th level prowess against this spirit beast. The clash between man and beast was fierce, escalating from the dense forest into a valley, and then into a nearby stream, where they battled fiercely for nearly half an hour. Utilizing the Great Qing ancient sword, the Vajra strike, and the purple lightning serpent, Qin Ming exhausted all his skills, ultimately managing to subdue the creature. Spirit beasts are far more ferocious than martial artists. When driven to madness, their destructive power is astonishing. Sitting by the stream, Qin Ming gasped for breath, calming the surging blood within him. Though his appearance was disheveled, a smile graced his face, for he felt he had reached his pinnacle state, and he was quite satisfied. The 7th heaven indeed offers a significant enhancement in combat prowess compared to the 6th, and once fully stabilized, it is anticipated to yield even greater growth. Qin Ming paused for a moment before rising to approach the silver-armored back lizard. This particular spirit beast possesses several unique bones along its back, reputed to be harder than steel. He deftly sliced through its scales and peeled back its flesh, effortlessly extracting 5 remarkable bones, each approximately the size of a fist. If crafted into bone knives or daggers, their effectiveness would undoubtedly be remarkable. He resolved to hunt a few more spirit beasts for further experimentation. After cleaning the Defiant ancient sword, Qin Ming departed with the bones in hand. The most effective method to enhance one's combat abilities is through relentless battle, accumulating experience amidst the dance of life and death, and awakening potential in the face of peril. Unlike the other orthodox disciples, he had no guidance or assistance, and could only forge his own martial path and philosophy. However, as he ventured into the dense forest, he unexpectedly encountered a hunting party. Qin Ming was taken aback, and the hunting team appeared equally surprised. Just as both sides were about to evade each other, they halted in unison. Qin Ming? Ha, Qin Ming. The hunting party was not only surprised, but also delighted. Qin Ming's gaze grew slightly frosty. This was a hunting team affiliated with the Great Elderess faction, a small squad of 8. Just a few days prior, he had wondered why he had not encountered them, and today, they finally crossed paths. I thought you had been hunted down by another group. It seems you're still alive. A slightly plump disciple stepped forward from the team, scrutinizing the bloodied Qin Ming with an increasingly radiant smile. This fellow truly possesses a strong will to survive, managing to endure until now. Qin Ming had just engaged in a fierce battle with the silver-armored back lizard, bearing numerous injuries and appearing quite disheveled. The other disciples approached him with smiles, exclaiming, "I must express my admiration. You have remarkably survived for half a month in the hunting tournament. Tell me, comrades, how did you manage to survive? What did you eat? What did you drink? And did you even sleep?" Ha ha. Qin Ming retreated slowly until he reached the edge of the stream. He had just dealt with the silverback lizard, sustaining grievous injuries and expending a great deal of energy. These 8 individuals appeared formidable, especially the corpulent leader, whom he recalled standing beside Xiangtian at the martial arts arena. Why the silence? Have you been living in constant trepidation these past few days, plagued by sleeplessness and a lack of appetite? I assure you, from this day forward, you need no longer cower in hiding, for you are about to meet your demise. Haha. The slightly plump disciple was elated, having managed to corner Qin Ming, claiming his head would not only earn him a spirit herb reward from Xiangtian, but might also garner favor from his master. What is that? A silverback lizard? One of the disciples noticed the silverback lizard's corpse by the stream, appearing to have died recently. So, you came here to scavenge for easy gains? Pathetic wretch. Reduced to the state of a beggar. Such is his fate. A servant within the sect, a beggar outside. Despite his mediocre strength, he carries himself with unwarranted arrogance. Qin Ming, how do you wish to die? Standing or kneeling? Standing might be more arduous, while kneeling would grant you a swift end. Come now, tell us how you wish to die. We are quite accommodating. The hunting squad dispersed, closing in. Their hunts these past few days had been arduous and tense. Finally encountering something amusing, they all contemplated how to savor the moment. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tang Baonan. Just as I was about to speak, a slightly plump disciple, with a playful demeanor, tapped his chest. Suddenly, Qin Ming turned and dashed across the stream, disappearing into the dense forest ahead. The expressions of the onlookers froze in disbelief. He fled? How dare he escape? Oh, this is quite amusing. Pursue him. The slightly plump disciple remained calm and nonchalant, casually waving his hand. The entire group sprang into action, letting out cries as they set off in pursuit. Though severely injured, Qin Ming was not as feeble as they had imagined. He bent low and surged forward, nimbly maneuvering through the disordered trees and shrubs, swiftly evading the pursuing team. Tang Baonan and the others were taken aback. Despite his grave injuries, he was darting away like a rabbit. How could they let their prey escape? Tang Baonan shouted, rallying the team to accelerate their chase. Unfazed, Qin Ming chose the most chaotic parts of the forest to navigate through. Once he created some distance, he would pause momentarily, employing the technique of life absorption to draw in the vital energies of the universe, gradually healing his wounds and replenishing his stamina. Whenever he sensed movement behind him, he would continue his retreat. Running intermittently and recovering, he unwittingly evaded them for nearly 2 hours. Although he spent most of that time fleeing, his vitality slowly began to restore. Frustration finally set in for Tang Baonan and his companions. Pursuing a fifth heaven figure like Qin Ming, who appeared half dead, for 2 hours felt humiliating. The key was that Qin Ming kept appearing just ahead of them, flickering in and out of visibility. Just as they seemed on the verge of catching him, he would vanish, making it seem as though he was toying with them. At last, at noon, under Tang Baonan's command, the 8-member team divided into 4 groups, proceeding separately while maintaining a safe distance to avoid unforeseen encounters. However, Qin Ming has now substantially recovered, and the roles of prey and hunter are about to be reversed. Where has that wretched fellow run off to now? Once I catch him, I'll break his legs first. It seems he's running faster and with more glee. A man and a woman, muttering curses, scrambled up a small hill, peering around. He was just ahead, yet vanished in the blink of an eye. Continue the chase. I want to see how long he can run. The male disciple tugged at his collar, gritting his teeth as he started running. Just as he was about to leap off the hilltop, a figure suddenly soared into the air before him, like a hunting falcon taking flight. 2 throwing knives were flung out, aimed at him and the female disciple behind him, respectively. Qin Ming? Their expressions changed, and they dodged to retreat. However, the throwing knives whistled and swirled, not attacking in a straight line. Instead, they struck their sides with resounding thuds, causing blood to splatter and screams to echo through the mountain stream. Qin Ming landed and, with a swift movement, appeared before the male disciple, his fist slamming into the man's throat. With a crushing blow of several thousand pounds of force, his throat was instantly shattered. A distinct fist mark protruded from the back of his neck, and the male disciple's scream was abruptly cut short. His body, propelled backward, lifted off the ground, tumbling down the hilltop, decisive and efficient in his execution. The male disciple lay twitching in agony in the grass at the foot of the hill, soon falling still. Qin Ming cast a cold glare at the female disciple, his eyes filled with chilling intent. The female disciple shuddered, forgetting the sharp pain in her side wound and the urge to scream or resist. She stood frozen on the hilltop. Qin Ming paused for a moment, then turned to leave. The female disciple suddenly snapped awake, screaming, Qin Ming is here. He's here. Thud. A sudden burst of crimson erupted on the female disciple's chest. Struck by the immense force, she staggered backward, casting an incredulous glance downward. A bloody cavity had materialized where her heart should have been. She opened her mouth, attempting to speak, but instead of words, blood gurgled forth. Her consciousness spiraled as she collapsed heavily to her knees. Without a backward glance, Qin Ming departed. Who was the prey, and who the hunter? Before long, Tang Baonan and the others converged at the sight, their faces grim as they surveyed the 2 corpses atop the mountain. Did Qin Ming do this? A disciple at the 6th level of heaven and another at the 7th, dispatched without any evident struggle. It suggested they were eliminated with only a few moves. You want to play games with me? Huh, we'll play to the bitter end. Search. Tang Baonan's face was devoid of mirth. On a distant peak, Qin Ming stood atop an ancient tree, his hand gripping a throwing knife, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Tang Baonan's head. Just then, a violent tremor reverberated throughout the mountains. They distinctly felt the ground and mountainside shake, followed by a muffled, resounding blast from afar, echoing through the mountains for an extended duration. They all turned to look into the distance as a thick cloud of smoke billowed skyward, surging and churning like a volcanic eruption, accompanied by fierce winds that radiated in all directions. Birds scattered in terror, their frantic chirping filling the sky. Qin Ming sheathed his throwing knife, gazing in astonishment. This didn't seem like a battle. What had occurred? Chapter 53. The underground cavern deep within the forest. A colossal mountain, nearly 1,000 meters high, suddenly collapsed, enveloping the area in swirling dust and howling winds, sweeping away the birds and beasts in the vicinity. The thunderous roar and tremors drew the attention of numerous disciples from the Qingyun Sect and various mercenary groups. Before long, figures began to emerge from the nearby woods, curiously observing the scene. As the dust settled, they beheld the shattered remains of the mountain, half of its structure having collapsed. The eastern face transformed entirely into a pile of rubble, mingled with decaying trees and underbrush that rolled into the surrounding lowlands. Strangely, amidst the ruins at the mountain's base, there appeared a conspicuous opening, measuring over 10 meters in width and 2 to 3 meters in height. It seemed as though a cavern had formed underground, leading to the mountain's demise. Yet, despite the mountain's towering height and the vast area of collapse, the stones scattered about did not appear as monumental as one might expect. This suggested that the majority of the rock had sunk into the earth. How expansive could the subterranean space possibly be? Such a bizarre phenomenon deterred many from approaching, leaving them to gaze from afar. As time passed, more and more individuals congregated, dispersing throughout the surrounding woodland and atop the mountain, engaged in animated discussions as they peered toward the peculiar opening. It appeared as though there was light emanating from within the cavern. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that something was truly shimmering inside. Could it be some kind of treasure? The sudden collapse of the mountain was indeed perplexing. Let us not rush in. I suspect foul play may have led to this mountain's downfall, one voice cautioned. By midday, the forest was thronged with thousands of onlookers. With mercenaries and disciples of the Qingyun Sect no longer at odds, all fixated on the enigmatic entrance. Qin Ming arrived early, seeking a distant mountain where he could meditate atop its peak and cultivate the art of life and death. Cloaked in a dark mantle and adorned with a mask, he rested the ancient Defiant sword upon his legs, its aura sharp and formidable, exuding an intimidating presence that rendered him a figure of menace. Thus, few dared to approach him, particularly the disciples of Qingyun Sect, who were cautious of provoking a loose cultivator in such a precarious situation. As the crowd grew, so did the number of restless souls. Waves of mercenaries began to converge at the cave's entrance. They thrived in a perilous existence, undeterred by danger, driven solely by the allure of profit. In contrast, the Qingyun Sect disciples remained relatively composed, observing the unfolding events. What a rich fragrance wafts through the air. Surely there must be women within, one might jest. But no, it is the scent of herbs. The aroma is a lang of various essences, hinting at a plethora of medicinal plants. Who shall venture in first to scout the path? Just as the mercenary groups hesitantly prepared to explore, the alluring fragrance attracted nearby spirit beasts. A formidable horde of wild mountain porcupines surged forth, small in stature, yet radiating an astonishing force. Their quills stood erect like inverted steel needles, and their sharp teeth could pierce iron. Ignoring both the Qingyun disciples and the mercenaries, they rushed into the cave, quickly fading into silence. Before long, a pack of swift wind wolves appeared, their fierce presence instilling trepidation among the onlookers. A majestic tiger, adorned with wings, emerged from the dense woods, exuding an imposing aura and fierce determination. 7 towering black apes leaped through the thicket, disregarding the surrounding crowd as they boldly charged into the cave, leaving a resounding commotion in their wake. This is merely the beginning. As an increasing number of spirit creatures converge from all directions, seemingly drawn by the enticing fragrance emanating from within. What are we waiting for? Charge! A mercenary team fervently shouted as they plunged into the cavern, followed by others who no longer hesitated, rushing in one after another. Do not act impulsively. Let us wait a moment. What if there is danger inside? Many within the Qingyun Sect urged restraint. A direct disciple reassured his companions. Let the spirit creatures and mercenaries pave the way for us. We are not in haste. We shall wait until the situation is clearer before taking action. The elders must be on their way here. The disciples of Qingyun Sect refrained from rushing recklessly into the depths. As noble members of a prestigious sect, they could not afford to take such frivolous risks. If there were indeed treasures within, they could simply reap the rewards from a safe distance. What if peril awaited them inside? Should they follow the mercenaries to their doom? The cavern appeared to be quite deep. Those who had entered, along with the spirit creatures, numbered over 1,000. Yet the sounds that emerged were muffled and chaotic, indistinct even to those standing afar, as if the multitude of beings and creatures had vanished into thin air. Just as the disciples of Qingyun Sect anxiously observed, Qin Ming had recovered from his injuries and approached the entrance of the cavern with an ancient sword in hand. Furrowing his brow as he peered inside, a faint, Ethereal glow emanated from within, seemingly rising from the depths, accompanied by a rich, alluring fragrance that enveloped him, invigorating his entire being, akin to savoring a spirit fruit. However, intertwined with the fragrance was a hint of blood and various unpleasant odors. It was evident that conflict had erupted among the mercenaries and spirit creatures that had ventured in. As Qin Ming observed, a youth carrying an iron sword approached, his expression cold and scrutinizing. He exuded an aura of formidable intensity, his sharpness palpable, while the black warblade behind him emitted a subtle, melodic hum, as if imbued with a life of its own. Iron Shanha. Though he did not recognize Qin Ming, he cast a cursory glance at the ancient sword in his hand, remarking, "A fine sword indeed." Before long, another youth arrived, strikingly beautiful, akin to a delicate maiden, with skin as pale and smooth as snow, and features exquisitely refined. His lips were a vibrant red, his teeth gleaming white, and even the corners of his eyes seemed artfully accentuated. Tall and slender, he donned an opulent brocade robe, exuding luxury. At first glance, one might mistake him for a high-bred young lady, yet his eyes were sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a hawk searching for prey, radiating both brilliance and danger. The direct disciple, Han Qinya. Both individuals were unique in their ways, lacking any combat team, instead opting for solitary cultivation. However, their renown within the Qingyun Sect was so profound that their presence drew the attention of disciples from afar, some of whom began to cautiously emerge from the dense forest, inching closer to the pile of stones and ruins. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the woods behind them as a dozen fire cloud bears came barreling forth, their bodies engulfed in fierce flames, resembling monstrous fiends emerging from the abyss. The nearby disciples, startled, retreated in fear. Qin Ming glanced at the fire cloud bears and stepped aside to allow an opening. Boom, boom. The robust fire cloud bears shook the ground with their massive forms, trailing scorching flames as they plunged into the cavern. Shortly after their entrance, Qin Ming followed suit, the first to venture inside. Iron Shanha and Han Qinya exchanged raised brows, seemingly prepared to be the first to enter, yet they found this peculiar individual more resolute than themselves. With a shared glance, they surged in one after the other. The cavern was a rugged and winding passage, a crude tunnel formed by a haphazard accumulation of massive rocks, poised to collapse at any moment. The tunnel descended further, and with each step deeper into the bowels of the earth, the flickering shadows grew more pronounced, and the cacophony of sounds intensified, roars, screams, and jubilant cheers, all blending together in a chaotic celebration. The aroma of medicinal herbs intensified, mingling with the more pungent scent of blood. Just as Qin Ming prepared to quicken his pace, a group of mercenaries suddenly emerged from the steep incline ahead, their faces alight with unrestrained elation as they surged forward, jostling around their leader. This figure clutched a bundle tightly in his arms, from which a faint glow emanated. "Make way! Clear the path!" The mercenaries bellowed in a frenzied uproar, their emotions running high. Qin Ming stepped aside, and so did Tai Shanha and Han Qinya, allowing them to pass. However, it wasn't too long before another wave of mercenaries burst forth behind them, shouting and clamoring, "Stop! Leave the treasure behind! No way!" The front line of mercenaries shouted back angrily, desperately pushing their way out. Yet, as they advanced, the passage narrowed, slowing their escape, and the pursuers quickly caught up. A fierce brawl erupted between the two groups in the cramped corridor, resembling a frenzy of wild beasts, fighting with savage ferocity. Amidst their grappling and pushing, casualties mounted, and by the time they burst forth from the cave, only 6 remained. With a sudden rip, the bundle clutched by the leader was flung open, revealing a massive stone, the size of an ox's head, shimmering with a soft luminescence, embedded with numerous gems. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably crystal, a pure and precious manifestation of spiritual energy, comparable to the most exquisite spiritual herbs and fruits, a truly invaluable treasure. Within the crystal mine, the average rock layer may contain but a single minuscule gem. Yet upon this particular stone, there are at least a dozen visible, and this is merely the surface. How many might lie hidden within? It is no wonder that the two factions of mercenaries are engaged in a frenzied battle. Is there crystal deep within the cavern? Is there a crystal mine below? The disciples of Qingyun Sect were electrified with excitement. Who cared for danger now, as they rushed headlong into the abyss? Qin Ming, Tai Shanha, and Han Qinya had already descended to the deepest recesses, where a vast subterranean cavern unfolded before them. Even with the mountains having collapsed and buried many areas, one could still sense its former grandeur. The interior shimmered with an array of colors, the light emanating from an astonishing multitude of crystals, alongside countless glowing spiritual herbs and fruits. rendering this place a veritable paradise beyond the mortal realm. Could there be a ley line of the earth below? Such a spectacular sight could only arise from the passage of a spiritual vein. Tai Shanhe was utterly astonished. The cavern was in chaos, various spiritual creatures vying for treasures. Their roars echoing in wild abandon, blood splattering everywhere, with even members of the same species turning upon one another. The mercenaries, too, were blinded by greed, their eyes aflame with the desire to claim riches. Qin Ming refrained from rash actions. The tumultuous scene posed greater danger, as those in possession of treasures could easily become targets for other creatures and mercenaries alike. He prudently took refuge in a nearby concealed spot, furrowing his brow as he observed the unfolding events. Tai Shanhe and Han Qinya dispersed to different areas, also choosing to bide their time and carefully search for suitable treasures. Securing a treasure here was trivial. The true skill lay in surviving to carry it away. Soon, disciples of Qingyun Sect continued to pour into the vast cavern, all rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight before them. Not everyone possesses the calmness of Qin Ming and his companions. The vast majority fervently plunges into the battlefield, vying for the coveted spiritual herbs and crystal stones. The scene grows increasingly chaotic, the slaughter spiraling into a frenzy of brutality. At this very moment, in the deepest recesses of the subterranean cavern, a gaunt and tattered youth awakens from meditation, his blood-red eyes fluttering open. Before him lies a scattering of various spiritual fruits, alongside some sizable spiritual stones, all among the most precious treasures of the cavern, from which he has siphoned their essence, leaving only their husks behind. He spreads his hands wide, his emaciated muscles gradually regaining vitality, revealing tendrils of blood coursing through his flesh. Power is awakening. Chapter 54. The Great Melee. The Underground Cavern, once a land of treasures, vibrant and brimming with spiritual energy, has transformed into a brutal battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries deafening, mingled with the chilling wails of the fallen. Countless spiritual herbs and fruits have been stained crimson with blood, trampled and shattered by the chaos of spiritual beasts. The overwhelming energy saturates the air, causing the very mountains to tremble as massive boulders plummet, further exacerbating the disorder. Disciples of the Qingyun Sect, mercenary groups, and hordes of spiritual beasts engage in a relentless struggle, all driven mad in their pursuit of spiritual treasures. Even among the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, fierce conflicts erupt over the claim to a single prize. The situation has spiraled out of control, all blinded by greed for the treasures. Tai Shanhe and Han Qinya have both identified their desired targets and have plunged into the fray. Qin Ming, too, has spotted something of interest in a remote corner. Obscured by dust and rubble, its faint glow barely discernible amidst the turmoil, unnoticed by the chaos. He deftly avoids all others and the spiritual beasts, traversing the battlefield in the shadows, clearing away heavy boulders, only to discover a cluster of spiritual herbs. A vast expanse of spiritual grass grew amidst the rocky terrain, resembling weeds sprouting from the earth. At the center of this verdant thicket lay a protruding stone, irregular and seemingly haphazard, akin to a pot lid resting upon the ground. Adorned with numerous spiritual stones, upon a casual count, there were 16, with the promise of many more within. Exquisite. Qin Ming, filled with delight, unfurled his beast-hide satchel, harvesting all the spiritual grass and using his ancient sword to cleave the stone from its roots, securing it within his pack. Suddenly, a formidable iron-backed song bear appeared beside him, exuding a powerful and ferocious aura. Its robust claws swiped downwards. Reacting swiftly, Qin Ming leaned back and executed a somersault, finding himself directly beneath the bear's abdomen, launching himself upward with tremendous force. With the second segment of the diamond strength technique, he unleashed a devastating blow. The impact resonated, surging into the bear's abdomen, violently disrupting its insides. The massive creature was forcefully propelled into the air, soaring 5 meters off the ground while letting out a grotesque howl as it tumbled sideways, creating a thunderous roar and stirring a fierce gust of wind. Nearby, 2 mercenaries, who had been stealthily approaching to seize an opportunity, were taken aback by the spectacle, gasping in shock. Qin Ming casually flicked his hand and hoisted his satchel. "Is there an issue? Please continue with your business. We shall explore other locales." The 2 mercenaries promptly turned and departed with remarkable efficiency. Not far off, 2 gale wolves fixated on Qin Ming, growling menacingly as they lunged towards him. Undeterred, he met their charge head-on, dispatching them with ease, his momentum unbroken as he plunged into the fray. Having secured his treasures, it was time to address other pressing matters, such as, "Tang Baonan, steady yourself. Do not allow anyone to approach. I shall be there shortly." "Haha, I am nearly there. Keep a vigilant watch. Tang Baonan concealed himself among the stone piles in the corner, vigorously wielding his axe against a stubborn boulder, his face flushed with exhilaration. The stone was remarkably hard. Firmly rooted in the earth, its surface adorned with glistening crystals. One crystal alone was the size of a thumb, undoubtedly a high-quality gem, which explained his uncontrollable excitement. Hurry! Baoga, quickly! The 5 disciples stood guard around him, trembling with anticipation, their hearts racing at the prospect of abundant spirit stones. They urged him on while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on the chaotic throng of mercenaries and spirit creatures before them. A pack of ferocious wolves lunged at them. But the 5 of them retaliated fiercely, driving the beasts back. Almost immediately, 2 azure wind bulls attempted to approach, only to be repelled by their relentless assault. Crack! At last, Tang Baonan succeeded in cleaving the massive stone, uprooting it with a triumphant laugh as he raised the stone high above his head. Ha ha, it's mine. Baoga, let's retreat. We need to get out of here. The 5 disciples turned to gaze back, equally thrilled at the sight of the numerous spirit stones. Enough for them all. Let us go, cover me. Tang Baonan hastily set the stone down, wiping his mouth as he prepared to charge out. Just then, a dark figure suddenly burst through the tumultuous fray, twisting and turning before landing behind them. In an instant, it sprang up, the force of its sword like thunder, unleashing a chilling wave of sword energy aimed directly at Tang Baonan. The 5 disciples gasped in shock. Who was this? How had they slipped in unnoticed? Get lost. Tang Baonan, though somewhat stout, reacted with surprising agility, bending to evade the lethal sword strike. Yet, the shadow pressed on relentlessly, a flurry of sword shadows enveloping Tang Baonan, forcing him to retreat in disarray. With a startled cry, the crystal-laden stone slipped from his grasp and went flying. The shadow was none other than Qin Ming, who intercepted the stone, pivoted in place, and flung it away with a deft motion. The 5 disciples, intent on their pursuit, charged into the fray without a moment's hesitation, shouting fervently, "That's ours. That belongs to us." As Tang Baonan attempted to rise, Qin Ming's mountain river heavy sword descended upon him with ferocity. A force reminiscent of mountains and rivers bore down upon Tang Baonan, overwhelming him with an insurmountable pressure. All! Tang Baonan bellowed in rage, his entire being igniting with a verdant aura. A dense, emerald energy enveloped him, rapidly coalescing into a tangled mass of vines that bound him tightly. With a resounding thud, the Defiant ancient sword cleaved through the vines, tearing into Tang Baonan's chest and leaving a trail of crimson blood in its wake. Pain surged through him, tightening his entire body as the green energy continued to boil within him. The manifested vines proliferated, splitting into dozens of tendrils that lashed out like iron whips, striking towards Qin Ming. Such extraordinary martial prowess and astonishing reflexes showcased the formidable might of a cultivator at the 8th layer of spirit martial arts. Qin Ming was compelled to retreat, narrowly evading the onslaught of vines. "You dare to harm me, you wretched fool!" Tang Baonan gasped, a mix of astonishment, fury, pain, and dread coursing through him. He rose defiantly, roaring like an enraged azure bear, as the vines danced chaotically around him, the wind howling in response, creating a scene of sheer spectacle. Yet, Qin Ming surged back into the fray, and before Tang Baonan could retaliate, he collided forcefully with the mass of green vines. With a low growl, he unleashed a raw surge of power, akin to a colossal force shaking the mountains. With a crack, the air filled with flailing vines, and Tang Baonan was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a pile of stones. His chest, already torn by the ancient sword, was once again struck at the same point by the overwhelming force, as if his heart were shattered, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. With relentless determination, Qin Ming advanced, intent on eliminating Tang Baonan. Halt! 5 disciples, returning with stones, witnessed the scene and erupted in vehement protest, launching a furious counterattack. Swiftly pivoting, Qin Ming confronted the 5, his movements akin to a nimble hare as he evaded their advances. He targeted the disciple bearing the stone, who retreated in alarm, encumbered by his precious burden. The remaining 4 were taken aback by Qin Ming's astonishing velocity. Propelling himself skyward, Qin Ming unleashed a series of forceful stomps, sending both the disciple and the stone hurtling through the air. Executing a mid-air somersault, he intercepted the massive rock, retreating into the chaotic fray. His rapid, decisive assault, characterized by its precision and ruthlessness, resembled the work of a seasoned assassin. Tang Baonan disentangled himself from the vines, revealing a mangled chest oozing blood. He trembled, realizing how close he had come to death. His face contorted in fury, he roared, "Get them! Suddenly, several ferocious beasts emerged, drawn by the scent of blood. Tang Baonan and his companions paled, bracing for a desperate battle. Filthy creatures, get away from us. Brother Bao, fall back. We'll handle this. The 5 disciples, fueled by resentment, unsheathed their swords and charged at the beasts. Attack. Fight to the death. Tang Baonan, clutching his chest, retreated to the rear. In a fierce struggle, the 5 disciples managed to repel the beasts, their collective strength evident in their 6th and 7th stage cultivation levels. However, before they could catch their breath, Qin Ming returned. Vaulting over the retreating beasts, his sword aimed at the disciples. Damn you! Do you even know who we are? What have we ever done to you? They focus their attention on us. How unscrupulous. I am Tang Baonan, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. They shouted incessantly, yet Qin Ming offered no chance. Brandishing his sword to strike fiercely, employing the formidable dark energy technique. In an instant, he severely wounded the 5 disciples and advanced directly before Tang Baonan. Brother Bao? They exclaimed in astonishment. This man is like a wild beast. At that moment, Tang Baonan's eyes suddenly lit up, and in a frenzy, he broke free from Qin Ming's grasp and plunged into the fray, shouting, Xiang Tian, save me. He, Xiang Tian, was leading his team through the encirclement, appearing to reap abundant rewards. Their group boasted at least 50 members, united in a powerful formation, rampaging across the battlefield, capturing spirit demons and plundering mercenaries alike. Upon seeing Tang Baonan, the team immediately parted to usher him to the center. What happened to you? Xiang Tian gazed in astonishment at the bloodied Tang Baonan, questioning who could inflict such injuries upon him. That scoundrel. Tang Baonan was about to point out Qin Ming, but he had vanished. Chapter 55. Unyielding resolve first. Tend to your wounds. We shall soon break through. Xiang Tian had no time to engage in lengthy discussions with him, urgently calling upon the disciples to seize a few more mercenary teams. Robbing was far more convenient and expedient than personally excavating treasures. They had already acquired 8 stones embedded with crystal, along with a plethora of precious spiritual herbs and fruits. Capturing a few more mercenary groups would ensure their bountiful return. Yet, Tang Baonan could not swallow this indignity, craning his neck in search of that villain. No time to dawdle. Let's go. I will share some spoils with you. Xiang Tian, overwhelmed by the allure of the abundant treasures, was already fervently urging his brothers. Let us exert ourselves. Find the prey. Seize it. Seize it. The 50 disciples shouted with fervor, their eyes keenly scanning their surroundings. Numerous mercenary teams took advantage of the chaos to retreat, fearful of being plundered. Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out from atop a high stone, proclaiming, there are treasures here. Great treasures. Premium crystal stones. Who desires them? The scene was rife with confusion. Ordinary voices went unnoticed, yet the words treasures and premium crystal stones were irresistibly alluring, instantly capturing the attention of many disciples and mercenaries nearby. It's him. It's him. Tang Baonan's eyes reddened as he spotted Qin Ming standing on the elevated platform, triumphantly brandishing the massive stone he had seized from Tang Baonan. He angled the section embedded with premium crystal stones towards the crowd. The glimmering crystals sparkled in the dim light, captivating the hearts of the surrounding hundreds, and swiftly attracting the attention of many spirit beasts. That belongs to me. Tang Baonan growled through clenched teeth. Premium crystal stones? Seize them. He directed his disciples. We are over 50 strong. Do we fear you? However, Qin Ming made a startling move, shaking the massive stone in his hand and calling out loudly. Do you want it? There is more over there. He pointed towards Xiang Tian and his group, many of whom were holding stones or spirit fruits that glowed enticingly in the darkness. Qin Ming raised the massive stone high and hurled it towards Xiang Tian's direction, shouting, Seize it. Whoever grabs it, it's theirs. You seek death. Xiang Tian and his companions were incensed, but the next moment, their faces turned pale. Qin Ming closely followed Shura, leaping into action with a vigorous stride, the Defiant ancient sword trembling violently, casting a myriad of sword shadows as he charged headlong towards several disciples ahead. With unwavering resolve and unyielding courage, he pressed on fearlessly. The mercenaries and spirit demons surged forth from all directions, akin to a ravenous pack of wolves suddenly encountering a feast, particularly those mercenaries who had been previously robbed. Their teeth gritted as they lunged forward. Xiang Tian's team was formidable, and none dared to attack, yet should a leader emerge to rally them, there would be no hesitation, simply seize the opportunity. The crux of the matter was that their treasures were plentiful and dazzling, shimmering in the darkness. Qin Ming, with commanding presence, led the charge, weaving through the fray with reckless abandon. He was not there to pilfer, but to create chaos. The area descended into utter turmoil. Spirit demons and mercenaries joining the fray like hungry tigers pouncing on prey, even many disciples of the Qingyun Sect stealthily infiltrating the chaos. The pandemonium was palpable, and in the murky darkness, fear was a foreign concept. It was a free-for-all. Tang Baonan was nearly driven to madness, exclaiming in exasperation, "Is this never-ending? You've taken what you wanted, and now you're addicted." He Xiang Tian seethed with fury, questioning the origin of this scoundrel. "Do I have a vendetta against you?" Amidst the confusion, Qin Ming surged to the center, his rudimentary mask appearing particularly menacing in the dim light, his body drenched in blood, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Like a demon unleashed from the depths of hell. With a piercing howl, he launched a frontal assault, the mountain river heavy, sword emanating an overwhelming might. The fierce, sword energy boiling over, saturating the atmosphere with its formidable presence. He Xingtian's expression shifted slightly, sensing the formidable sword intent. He could not discern the origins or strength of his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to retreat to the side, yet he had forgotten that Tang Baonan was behind him, and even more so, he had overlooked Tang Baonan's severe injuries. Tang Baonan's face paled drastically as the chilling sword aura rapidly expanded within his line of sight. It was over, he thought, his heart sinking. With a swift motion, Qin Ming brushed past Tang Baonan, a spray of blood erupting as their paths crossed, severing life from body. Tang Baonan staggered for a moment before collapsing onto his back. "Baonan!" He Xingtian exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at Tang Baonan on the ground. Was he dead? A sharp intake of breath echoed around him as many disciples gasped in disbelief. Tang Baonan had actually perished. Yet, there was no time for lamentation. Surrounded by spirit demons and mercenaries, they hastily composed themselves and prepared to fight. Qin Ming's gaze was frigid as he peered through his mask at He Xingtian. "Who are you?" He Xingtian's countenance darkened. He had come to realize that this man was clearly intent on targeting Tang Baonan, with the singular aim of killing him. Such ruthlessness, willing to employ any means necessary to eliminate Baonan. "Brother Tian, are you all right?" Three disciples anxiously positioned themselves to protect He Xingtian, confronting Qin Ming. However, Qin Ming refrained from further attack, leaping into the chaotic fray, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. "Damn it! Do not let me discover your identity." He Xingtian ground his teeth in frustration. Taishan was close by, coldly observing the unfolding events without interference, only harboring suspicion. Who could this man be? The situation grew increasingly chaotic. Those mercenaries who had been robbed by He Xingtian retaliated viciously, not only seeking to reclaim their treasures, but also beginning to take lives. Qin Ming did not linger, skillfully evading all skirmishes as he charged towards the exit. Just as he was about to depart, an unexpected yet vivid sensation washed over him. He felt the piercing gaze of eyes lurking deep within the cavern. He turned to gaze back, and in the profound darkness, a ragged youth stood, seemingly watching him. The dim light obscured the figuresque features, and as Qin Ming prepared to scrutinize further, the shadow vanished into thin air. The chaos within the subterranean cavern intensified, and the ferocity of the battle began to disrupt the stability of the space. A cacophony of falling debris reverberated through the air as the mountain trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. "Retreat! It's going to cave in," shouted a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, urging his comrades to flee swiftly. Those who had acquired treasures began to withdraw, yet many others, driven by greed or desperation, frantically scavenged through the remnants, heedless of the looming danger. When the guardians of the sect hurried to the scene, the cavern finally succumbed to collapse. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending a billowing cloud of dust spewing forth from the entrance. The massive stones surrounding the mouth of the cave trembled chaotically before soon burying it completely. Although most managed to escape, hundreds of disciples and numerous mercenaries and spirit beasts were entombed within. "Elders, beneath lies a cavern filled with numerous spirit stones and herbs," reported one disciple to the elders. The 5 elders, in unison with the middle-aged disciples, began to seal off the ruins and urgently commanded the disciples to return to the Qingyun Sect to summon powerful reinforcements, eager to excavate the treasures that still lay hidden within. Meanwhile, Qin Ming distanced himself from the throng, seeking a secure location to split the stones. In a short span of time, he successfully extracted 37 crystal stones, 31 inferior spirit stones, 5 medium-grade spirit stones, and amidst them, a superior spirit stone was discovered. Although there were no superior-grade spiritual herbs, 10 medium-grade ones were found. This was a delightful surprise. Qin Ming's exhilaration lingered, as this hunting expedition proved to be truly thrilling. Reflecting on his previous endeavors at Qingyun Sect, where he had to exert immense effort for a mere snake heart fruit, he now realized that risks often yield rewards, which was immensely uplifting. Of course, This was contingent upon possessing sufficient strength. Only with formidable power could one seize opportunities when they arise. With 10 days remaining, he resolved to continue his training. Qin Ming organized the spiritual herbs and stones and ventured into the dense mountains, focusing on his cultivation, now opting to challenge various ferocious spirit beasts rather than searching for herbs. With the support of the spiritual herbs and stones, he could indulge freely in his training. His goal was to reach the pinnacle of the 7th level of spirit martial arts by the conclusion of the hunting expedition. While it may seem impossible to others, he believed he could utilize these 10 days as if they were an entire month. Chapter 56. Immortality. 10 days later, the hunting expedition officially concluded, and disciples gradually returned to the designated assembly point. Initially, there were over 900 participants, yet by evening, only more than 600 had gathered, with 280 disciples unaccounted for. Most of these had perished in the battles within the subterranean caverns. The area had since been taken over by Qingyun Sect, which cleared out numerous spiritual herbs and crystals. Despite the heavy losses, the majority of the disciples felt a sense of excitement, as many had made significant gains within the caverns, with some achievements evoking envy among their peers. He Xiangtian wore a somber expression, seated in a corner with his team. They had initially anticipated the greatest haul that day, yet a chaotic turn of events resulted in the loss of over 10 disciples, leaving them with only a meager share of the treasures they had acquired. Each member was left empty-handed, and he Xiangtian's frustration simmered within him. For the past 10 days, they had concealed themselves in the forest to recuperate from their injuries, devoid of the inclination to continue hunting. The root of their misfortune lay with that assassin. Who was he? And why did he seek to kill Tang Baonan? The more he Xiangtian pondered, the more bewildered and stifled he felt. What had he done to deserve this? We depart tomorrow. The 5 elders chose not to rush away, opting instead to wait for another night. Although they often proclaimed that there would be no extensions to the hunting missions, when the time came to conclude, they endeavored to wait a little longer. After all, they were all disciples of the Qingyun Sect, and one could not simply cast them aside. Throughout the night, disciples gradually returned, most appearing quite disheveled. Upon seeing the elders still present, they bowed deeply in gratitude. It was a 3-day journey back to the Qingyun Sect, and should they attempt to return alone, they might encounter various dangers. What of Qin Ming? Has he perished? Suddenly inquired one disciple beside He Xiangtian. Qin Ming? He Xiangtian lifted his darkened gaze, nearly having forgotten about that lad. Did any of you capture Qin Ming? A disciple ventured nearby and inquired among the disciples of the Grand Elder's faction, only to receive negative responses. Some scoffed. Perhaps he met his end long ago. With his meager strength and alone, it would be miraculous if he survived. I saw Qin Ming 10 days ago. He was in quite a sorry state, remarked a member of Tang Baonan's team. Their small team originally comprised 8 members, but now only 4 remain, and even their leader, Tang Baonan, has perished within the depths of the cave, leaving them in despair, unaware of who was responsible for his demise. Why did they fail to apprehend the culprit? He Xiangtian furrowed his brows. They had encountered him, yet he managed to escape. The others were reluctant to discuss the events of that day, as it would bring them shame. Someone remarked, Qin Ming has yet to return. Perhaps he has already met his end in the jaws of some beast. Their thoughts were consumed by anger over the cave incident, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the masked scoundrel. On the following morning, those who were meant to return had gathered. Let us depart, commanded the elders. After tallying the numbers, they found 683 present, with 235 disciples missing. An elder had specifically sought out the shadow of Qin Ming, only to shake his head in disappointment. It appeared he had been dealt with by He Xiangtian and his group. Alas, why had the Grand Elder, who had refrained from executing Qin Ming for 8 years, now tacitly permitted his disciples to take lethal action? Was it due to a perceived lack of utility, or had Qin Ming's displayed talents provoked the Grand Elder's ire? Poor child, unfortunate Qin family. Ling Shui silently gazed back at the dense forest, pondering his absence. Where could he be? Senior sister Ling Shui, we must return, urged the disciples of Yaoshan. Ling Shui, lost in thought for a moment, turned and rejoined the group, seemingly oblivious to the absence of Qin Ming. Could it be that he had succumbed to the perils of the forest? Alas, poor soul, devoid of fortune, born into the Lord's residence, draped in finery and basking in wealth. He faced the tragic fate of losing his family at such a tender age, relegated to servitude at Qingyun Sect. After enduring hardship, he had finally achieved the realm of spirit martial, only to meet his end within the forest. The character is said to bring misfortune. Anyone bearing it in their name is destined for a short life. It serves them right, who invited them to partake in perilous ventures, fully aware that danger lurked. For 8 long years, they have skirted death on numerous occasions, and now it seems he has truly met his end. The other disciples noted Qin Ming's absence, some expressing regret, while others scoffed. Such is the varied tapestry of life. They speculated that perhaps he Xiangtian and others had conspired against Qin Ming, yet none were foolish enough to voice their thoughts. After all, he was merely a lowly servant, irrelevant to their lives, just fodder for idle conversation. Onward, commanded the elders once more, and the procession set forth, a grand expedition in motion. The disciples engaged in lively discourse along the journey, some celebrating their successful hunt, others rejoicing in their considerable gains, while a few exchanged experiences and promised to return. Ling Shui glanced back several times, yet saw no trace of Qin Ming. Gradually, the other disciples forgot about him. If he were dead, they felt no sorrow. Instead, they were intrigued by how Qingyun Sect would address the plight of the 200,000 enslaved souls in Deqingshan. The reason those individuals had remained compliant as slaves was partly due to a young lord being held captive, unable to resist. With the young lord's demise, would those 200,000 remain docile? Alas, if Qin Ming truly perished, many would feel the repercussions. An elder mused softly that while Qin Ming lived, no one cared. But should he actually be dead, it would be a difficult matter to explain to the sect leader and Elder Mu Bai, among others. On the evening of the second day, fierce combat erupted in the dense forest ahead, the roars of beastly creatures resounding thunderously. A throng of disciples gazed expectantly, wondering if the mercenary groups were hunting the ferocious beasts. During the hunting expedition, they were generally reluctant to encounter such mercenaries, yet now, emboldened, they eagerly peered towards the commotion. The elder at the forefront raised his hand, signaling the group to halt, casting a watchful eye ahead, wishing to avoid trouble. Before long, a resounding crash echoed as a formidable iron-skinned bull hurtled towards the front of the group, its massive form crashing through the sturdy trees, creating a cacophony of sound, causing the trees to sway and their leaves to scatter, a thrilling spectacle. Many female disciples gasped, exclaiming in awe at the sheer savagery of the scene. In close pursuit, a figure lunged forward, swinging a fist towards the bull. The creature staggered, emitting a chilling wail of fear as it fled in panic. The assailant executed a mid-air somersault, delivering a powerful strike, the force of his rotating fist cutting through the air with a fierce gust. However, a fleeting glance at the surging crowd momentarily distracted him, causing his momentum to falter. He narrowly missed the bull, his punch instead shattering a nearby boulder. The man stared in astonishment at the assembled group, who returned his gaze with equal bewilderment. "Why have you only just arrived?" he queried. "Qin Ming?" Many in the crowd exclaimed, astonished at his presence. The iron-skinned bull, having narrowly escaped death, bellowed in distress as it dashed into the thicket. "Stop it! That could be our dinner," Qin Ming shouted. A long knife ascended towards the heavens, its blade radiating an icy, piercing aura as it descended upon the iron-skinned bull. With a swift slice, blood erupted forth as the blade effortlessly cleaved through the bull's formidable armor. The creature let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. A single strike had secured the kill. The chaos subsided, yet the atmosphere remained peculiarly tense. Taishan stepped away from the group, brandishing a great blade. "Dinner is on me tonight." Qin Ming brushed off the dust and debris from his clothes, surveying the quiet assembly. "Aren't you supposed to return?" he inquired, astonished at their presence. "Is that really you, Qin Ming?" someone exclaimed. "I was deep within the main sacrificial mountain a few days ago and couldn't make it to the gathering. I presumed you wouldn't wait for me, so I returned to Qingyun Sect on my own. Why are you all slower than I am?" He had no intention of rejoining the group, opting instead to embark on a journey of self-discovery through the wilderness, wishing to prolong his time among the mountains and forests. Moreover, he harbored a lingering apprehension about encountering Ling Shui, a disciple from Yaoshan, uncertain of how to face her. A few members of the group chuckled softly. "This kid truly has a resilient fate. He just won't die, haha." "Regroup," a senior elder commanded sharply. "Understood." Qin Ming noted the peculiar expressions on many disciples' faces but dismissed them, muttering to himself, "I won't die, and that will infuriate you." Chapter 57. The reappearance of the remnants of souls, the ancient kings. As dusk approached, the team sought a suitable location to set up camp. A single iron-skinned barbarian bull was evidently insufficient to feed over 600 individuals, leading the more seasoned disciples to venture out in groups to hunt, returning with spirit beasts to roast over a fire. Clusters of more than 10 scattered throughout the ancient forest, bustling with energy. "Qin Ming, how have you survived these past few days?" Some disciples gathered around Qin Ming's campfire, sharing the roasted bull meat, eagerly observing him. He appeared to be thriving, his attire neat and clean, hair meticulously arranged, and his complexion vibrant, better off than they were. "Should I be dead?" Qin Ming joked. "Not at all. We are merely curious. Strive to live, for my life is resilient. death rarely claims me. It has been 8 years, and have I not thrived? I sense I could endure another 8. The crowd chuckled kindly. Taishan casually selected a piece of beef from the grill, remarking, "Your vitality has intensified. Are you particularly attuned to the essence of realms?" Qin Ming tossed a log into the flames. "I have seen you before." Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, meeting Taishan's gaze as he tilted his head in response. The other disciples by the bonfire exchanged curious glances, noting Taishan's evident intrigue towards Qin Ming. Taishan unfastened a wineskin from his waist, taking a swig before offering it to Qin Ming. "How did you achieve this?" "My life is resilient. I have encountered several fortuitous events." Qin Ming accepted the wineskin, taking a sip without elaboration. There was an inherent danger in this man, an inscrutable air that made his thoughts elusive. Just then, Ling Xue arrived with the disciples from Yaoshan. Ling Xue? The nearby disciples rose, captivated by the ethereal yet frigid presence of the woman, reminiscent of a snow lotus. "Where's the Ziyu Linkan?" Ling Xue's gaze was as icy as her demeanor. "I discarded all 5. Otherwise, do you think I would have survived? Prove it to us." The Yushan disciples expressed their skepticism towards Qin Ming. After 3 arduous days of searching for Ling Xue, they were nearly driven to madness. Yet Ling Xue had divulged nothing of the day's events, merely stating that Qin Ming had taken the Ziyu Linkan. Qin Ming shrugged. "How can I prove it? Shall we retrieve the Ziyu lion and inquire? What is your attitude?" "We are demanding the Ziyu Linkan from you, not inquiring about what transpired." The disciples of Yushan were infuriated, for while the other disciples of Qingyun Sect held them in high regard, this particular individual consistently displayed blatant disrespect. "Is the purple jade spiritual ginseng truly yours? We toiled for 2 days, sacrificing numerous spiritual herbs and fruits to lure away the purple jade lion. So, I extend my gratitude to you for your efforts." Qin Ming replied with a smile and a nod. "Qin Ming, do not overstep your bounds. If Yaoshan truly decided to execute you, no one could intervene." Gradually, many nearby disciples began to gather, curious about the unfolding situation. Is Qin Ming clashing with the Yaoshan disciples again? This lad is rather intriguing, unyielding and forthright, showing no signs of hesitation. Qin Ming pressed his lips together and replied, "I have no desire to create trouble. However, the purple jade spiritual ginseng is indeed in my possession. Hand it over." The Yushan disciples' spirits lifted with urgency. Qin Ming pointed at Taishan He with a grin. "I sold it to him for a high price." Taishan He continued to enjoy his meal of barbarian beef, disregarding the Yaoshan disciple entirely, not even casting a glance at Ling Xue. "You dare to mock us?" The Yaoshan disciple retorted coldly, while others hesitated to confront this fierce individual. "What? Are you bold enough to shout at me but too timid to inquire of him? Do not make your fear of the strong so apparent. Allow me to assist you with your inquiry, Taishan He. They are asking if you have consumed the purple jade spiritual ginseng." Qin Ming deliberately provoked Taishan He. This prompted laughter and exasperation among the onlookers. Truly, he was audacious. Not content with merely teasing the Yaoshan disciples, but also daring to jest at Taishan He's expense. Strangely, Taishan He did not retaliate, seemingly unfazed. "Qin Ming, do not take advantage of the situation. Yaoshan is not a force you can trifle with at this moment." The Yaoshan disciple gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing they could deal with him were it not for the many witnesses present. "I said I'm not here, yet you refuse to believe me. Hand over your burdens. We shall search." "This is unacceptable. Produce them." Qin Ming chuckled lightly. "Do not be too demanding. Although I, Qin Ming, am but a servant of modest stature, I am not one to be bullied by anyone." Ling Xue glanced at Qin Ming and suddenly turned to leave. "Let us go. The spiritual ginseng is not with him." "What?" The other disciples of Yaoshan were puzzled. "Why are we leaving? That was the purple jade spirit ginseng, and its disappearance is far too mysterious." Qin Ming picked up a large bone and smiled. "Fellow disciples of Yushan, top-grade beef shank, 1 pound of meat for 1 spirit herb. Care to indulge? Who would covet your meat?" The Yaoshan disciples, suppressing their anger, departed. Qin Ming's smile widened as he continued to eat, though his gaze drifted toward the shadows of the trees to his right, where a group was gathered. He Xiantian's team. "Brother Tian, shall we deal with him?" Someone asked with a sullen expression. "We'll deal with him upon our return to Qingyun Sect." He Xiantian was not foolish enough to publicly eliminate Qin Ming, especially with Taishan seated beside him. Given their apparent rapport, it seemed Taishan would not idly stand by as they harassed Qin Ming. As the hunting festival concluded, over 600 disciples returned safely to Qingyun Sect. This hunting expedition had incurred significant losses. However, many disciples had reaped substantial rewards, gathering various spirit stones and herbs that evoked envy. All these spoils belonged to the individual disciples, as Qingyun Sect would not lay claim to a single herb or stone. This is precisely what makes hunting expeditions so alluring. Opportunities and resources are earned solely through one's own merit. Upon returning to the Qingyun Sect, Qin Ming sought out Kai, presenting her and Yu Qing with mid-grade and upper-grade spirit stones. During the past 10 days of cultivation, he had solely utilized low-grade spirit herbs and stones, reserving the precious treasures for a future need. However, he had not ventured far when Kai, with a beaming smile, hurried after him, insisting on returning the items to him. As direct disciples, both she and Yu Qing held esteemed positions within the sect, allowing them the privilege to acquire spirit treasures and fruits at will. In contrast, Qin Ming's possessions were earned through his own sacrifices, rendering them too valuable to accept without reservation. In the stillness of the night, Qin Ming thoroughly cleansed himself and prepared to practice the Shengxing Ju. The voice that had long been absent resurfaced. The power you desire, I can help you attain. Do you know what I am thinking? Qin Ming had awaited this voice and was relieved to hear it once more. I am aware of what you are enduring. Seated cross-legged beneath the ancient tree, Qin Ming attuned himself to the sensations within his Dantian's Qi Si. I believe you possess some background, but I remain skeptical of your ability to assist me. Let us cease the concealment. Let us speak plainly. I shall no longer compel you to depart from my body, nor shall I surrender you to the Qingyun Sect. You may remain within, recovering at your own pace. When you feel ready to leave, I will escort you outside the sect. I do not seek any future recompense. Consider this an act of friendship. He sensed the lone spirit's apprehension towards the Shura blade, and it became clear that the spirit's past was likely extraordinary. He endeavored to offer reassurance while maintaining his own strength. I cannot grant you immediate power, but I can provide guidance, imparting stronger martial techniques and abilities. What do you wish to obtain from me? Qin Ming inquired, perplexed by the solitary spirit's apparent determination to remain within his corporeal form. Take me back to the clan. I sincerely apologize, but I do not wish to involve you in the grievances between you and the Qingyun Sect. You desire its destruction, do you not? Qin Ming leaned against the ancient tree, chuckling softly. I do not harbor the deep-seated grudges you assume. Your current strength does not allow you to reach Dongwang. I can aid in your growth, help you become stronger. Once you attain a certain level of prowess, remember to take me back. It is as simple as that. I truly wish to avoid complications. You may seek assistance elsewhere. Qin Ming believed in his ability to grow stronger and journey further without the potential entanglements of a scheme that could lead to unforeseen peril. You possess ambition and desire, yet lack resources and allies. Your journey will be limited. Qin Ming sought to extricate himself from the conversation. How about this? You reside quietly within my body until the old man returns, and I shall hand you over to him. What do you think? He will not return. He will return. You do not understand him, nor his background. Not only will he not return, but perhaps. The solitary spirit hesitated, then said, I possess a secret that can expedite your growth. I truly do not require it. The spirit continued. Engrossed in its own thoughts, there exists a vanished ancient kingdom beneath the depths of the sea, 1,000 miles away at the Watcher's coast. I possess the key to unlock it. Within lies the sealed ancient power of the primordial kings, a force that has been dormant for millennia. Chapter 58, Collaboration: The Power of the Primordial Kings? Intrigued by the notion of a lost ancient kingdom and the secrets sealed for millennia, Qin Ming felt a surge of curiosity. Could he truly unlock these mysteries and assist in the acquisition of royal legacies? He momentarily quelled the fervor within, pondering the enormity of the revelation. Why extend such an offer to him? Simply because he could guide her back to her clan? The more powerful she became and the faster she progressed, the shorter the time frame for their return. He feared he might not endure for many more years the remnants of a soul whispered weakly, their voice dissipating within the depths of his essence. Did Qin Ming believe? No, he did not. Yet, the matters concerning the watchful coast might indeed hold a kernel of truth. What he feared most was the potential malice harbored by the lingering spirit. Should he venture forth? It warranted contemplation, but certainly not at this moment. With his prowess at the 7th tier of spiritual martial arts, he could still navigate around the vicinity of the Qingyun Sect. But facing the treacherous world beyond posed a grave risk, especially in realms brimming with enticing enigmas. Should he find himself ensnared, he might very well be at the mercy of a wandering soul. As Qin Ming quietly deliberated, he suddenly noticed an ethereal figure standing by the iron gate. Clad in flowing white garments, an aura of chill surrounded her, casting a captivating beauty under the moonlight. Sister Lingxue? In the dead of night, did she not fear being misunderstood? Lingxue lingered in the shadows, her exquisite visage concealed behind a veil, yet her enchanting beauty was undeniable. Even her elongated silhouette, shrouded by a long dress, could not obscure her flawless contours. Where is the purple jade spiritual ginseng? She inquired. It is gone, Qin Ming replied, his wariness piqued. Surely, she was not here to settle scores with him? 5 purple jade spiritual ginsengs were tantamount to supreme spiritual fruits. Could she not manage them? Unless someone was aiding her, I do not comprehend your intent, she responded. Qin Ming pondered this carefully. Were her words laden with ulterior meaning? Only by consuming the purple jade spirit ginseng could one potentially ascend to the 7th heaven. Yet, if you are unable to harness the potency of the purple jade spirit ginseng, who is aiding you? Qin Ming was at a loss for words. How could everyone discern the elevation of my realm? What are you insinuating? Ling Shui pressed on with pointed inquiries. Is the remnant soul sealed within the Medicine Mountains Qingyun array residing within your body? In that moment, Qin Ming distinctly sensed a pair of eyes slowly opening within his Dantian's energy sea. I may have come into contact with that stone, but it does not imply a connection to me, nor do I know the whereabouts of the remnant soul. You want to direct the question to your elders at Medicine Mountain. Qin Ming resolutely denied any association. Qin Ming, you can indeed place your trust in me. Naturally. I trust my senior sister, I trust Medicine Mountain, and I trust the esteemed Qingyun Sect. Qin Ming scoffed lightly. Ling Shui regarded Qin Ming in silence thereafter. Qin Ming raised his hands. Do you have any further matters to discuss, senior sister? Should you sense any abnormalities within your body, seek me out at Medicine Mountain. It is far more perilous than you might imagine. Do not reach any agreements with it, for you cannot control it. Ling Shui tossed a jade token to Qin Ming, inscribed with delicate characters spelling Shui. Qin Ming caught the token, feeling its cool and smooth surface. Thank you. I shall remember this. Let us consider the events in the cave as though they never transpired. Should I hear any rumors, I will not let it slide. Ling Shui's tone turned slightly frigid as she departed the warehouse. Rest assured, I have seen nothing. Suddenly, Ling Shui halted her steps, casting a cold glance back at him. Qin Ming promptly fell silent, realizing he had misspoken. After Ling Shui's departure, the pair of eyes within his Dantian slowly closed again, and no further words were exchanged. Leaning against the old tree, Qin Ming gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. The power of the kings, the vanished ancient nation, the temptation re-emerged. Yet it was firmly suppressed by Qin Ming. His most urgent desire was to rescue his loved ones and save the over 200,000 suffering citizens. There was but one solution, the Bazong tea gathering. How could he participate? How could he secure a place? Who could assist him? Yu Qing and Elder Mu Bai could only offer limited help, unable to provide absolute certainty. Qin Ming had to devise another plan himself. The following day, Qin Ming received a delivery list and, bearing a stone jar, went about his deliveries. At the 9th Martial Arena, he encountered Hu Yin Zhuozhua. This large, jovial figure watched the splendid performances in the arena with a broad smile, particularly paying attention to several promising young disciples. In his hand, he held a notebook meticulously detailing over 300 names, those he deemed to possess potential. However, he would not simply claim anyone he favored. He adhered to his own process. First cultivating personal relationships to garner goodwill, then quietly observing, diligently recording, and ultimately offering assistance when the time was ripe. Hu Yin Zhuozhua was not only selecting suitable guardians for his family, but was also assembling his own team. Thus, he valued not only talent and potential, but also character and perseverance. Generally, he would scrutinize candidates for 2 to 3 years before making a final decision, wholeheartedly pursuing those deemed appropriate, while treating the unsuitable merely as potential friends. Young Master Qin? Upon spotting Qin Ming, Hu Yin Zhuozhua greeted him with a warm smile. I was just about to look for you. Did you participate in the hunting competition? Qin Ming walked past Hu Yin Zhuozhua and proposed, shall we find a place to talk? Of course, certainly, came the reply. Hu Yin Zhuozhua was preparing to converse with Qin Ming. After triumphing over Mu Zixio in the martial arts arena that day, and subsequently returning alive from the hunting tournament, the momentum that Qin Ming had instilled in him, akin to a falcon spreading its wings, piqued his interest even further. Qin Ming set down the stone urn and ventured into the woods at the foot of the mountain. Hu Yin Zhuozhua approached with a few of his companions, who wisely remained outside to keep watch. You traverse various martial arts arenas daily. Are you in search of a target? Aren't you afraid of inciting trouble with the Qingyun Sect? Qin Ming inquired, observing Hu Yin Zhuozhua's approach. Not at all. I am someone who enjoys making friends. Hu Yin Zhuozhua replied with a broad grin, his features nearly disappearing in his jovial expression. Qin Ming scrutinized him closely. What is your standing within the Hu Yin family? Hu Yin Zhuozhua, astute as ever, narrowed his eyes into slits, his smile radiating innocence and amiability. I can engage in conversation. I have an idea, though I wonder if it may pique your interest. Speak, young Master Qin. As long as it pertains to friendship, I am intrigued. I was just contemplating forming a trustworthy friendship with you. Qin Ming had gathered information from Kai Yi regarding Hu Yin Zhuozhua's unique status, strongly suggesting he was a direct descendant of the Hu Yin lineage. Although the specifics of his rank were unclear, that direct lineage was sufficient for Qin Ming. Is there something troubling you, young Master Qin? Huyan Zhuozhuo suddenly grew wary, having observed Qin Ming for some time. This young man possessed an unyielding temperament, akin to one who, once struck down, would rise again. His resilience was formidable, and his demeanor even more so. It was perplexing why he appeared inclined to sell himself now. Were it not for extraordinary circumstances, Qin Ming would not have made such a decision. Am I worthy of your friendship? Of course. It is my honor. Huyan Zhuozhuo acknowledged that Qin Ming holds considerable value, particularly at this juncture. I shall forge this friendship with you, and in return, I ask that you assist me with a task. In Qin Ming's words, the notion of friendship essentially implies a willingness to serve. The extent and manner of this service depend on Huyan Zhuozhuo's own judgment. Qin Ming cannot place all his hopes on the master of Yueqing. He requires external impetus. With Huyan Zhuozhuo being the optimal choice, it would be my privilege to assist young Master Qin. Huyan Zhuozhuo smiled warmly and spoke courteously. Yet his true intentions were never reflected on his face. He treated everyone with politeness, regardless of the circumstances. Help me secure a spot at the 8 Clans tea gathering, Qin Ming stated plainly. Huyan Zhuozhuo regarded him intently, a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes betrayed a shift. Young Master Qin, are you serious? Chapter 59, The Dungeon. You help me secure a spot, and I shall consider you a friend. Huyan Zhuozhuo responded with utmost tact. The 8 clans of the northern domain hold the 8 clans tea gathering in high regard, consistently bringing their most exceptional disciples. And incidents of casualties frequently occur during the competition. Young Master Qin, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. It is simply that your current realm, I am presently at the 7th level of the spirit martial realm. Grant me another month and a half, and I shall strive to ascend to the 8th level. You are at the 7th level? Huyan Zhuozhuo was momentarily taken aback. Qin Ming unleashed a surge of lightning, elevating his aura to its zenith. The 7th level, I have already reached the pinnacle. Huyan Zhuozhuo's gaze shifted once more, subtly gleaming with an inner light. If memory served him correctly, it had only been a mere 6 months since Qin Ming transitioned from the Jin realm to the Lingwu realm. Yet he had astonishingly ascended to the 7th heaven. The advancement in realms, particularly from the 6th to the 7th heaven, was notoriously slow and arduous. Not long ago, merely a month and a half prior, Qin Ming had been at the 5th heaven. How had he achieved this? Huyan Zhuozhuo recognized Qin Ming's exceptional talent and indomitable spirit. Yet to reach the 7th heaven in such a brief span seemed rather extraordinary. I shall ascend to the 8th heaven in a month and a half. Assist me in securing a spot at the 8 clans tea gathering. Huyan Zhuozhuo quickly regained his composure, refraining from an immediate response. The remarkable talent and rapid progression of Qin Ming had indeed astonished him, yet he felt ill-equipped to procure a place at the tea gathering. After all, the Huyan family was not sufficiently powerful to present a weaker participant at the 8 clans tea gathering without incurring embarrassment. Qin Ming did not press him, patiently awaiting his decision. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Huyan Zhuozhuo chuckled lightly. Young Master Qin, I genuinely wish to assist you, but, well, you may not fully grasp the nature of the 8 clans tea gathering. It is a competition among the most formidable individuals of the new generation, predominantly comprising prodigies of the 9th heaven, alongside exceptional talents like Yueqing. It is not that I doubt your abilities, but I do not seek to participate merely for the experience of the 8 clans tea gathering. I aim to secure a position to exchange for my standing within the Qingyun Sect. Qin Ming was not fighting for his own sake, but for the 20,000 citizens of Thunder Ancient City. Previously lacking the strength to contend, he now possessed it, and he was determined to strive for that chance. Huyan Zhuozhuo, perceptive and astute, began to grasp the essence of Qin Ming's intentions. May I audaciously inquire whether you harbor any disdain for the Qingyun Sect? I am not a mad dog, prone to indiscriminate biting. Huyan Zhuozhuo found this remark rather gratifying, a smile unconsciously deepening upon his countenance. The Huyan clan harbored no desire to offend the entirety of the Qingyun Sect. However, offending a mere elder was a consideration worth entertaining, albeit contingent upon further negotiation. I am inclined to assist you, yet persuading the sect leader necessitates the involvement of my family. How might I summon their presence? Surely, mere verbal assurances will not suffice. I shall strive for a commendable ranking, and should I succeed, we shall be allies. If I falter, I, Qin Ming, shall offer my service to the Huyan clan. Qin Ming hoisted the stone jar and departed from the dense forest. Huyan Zhuozhuo remained stationary, engulfed in contemplation. Were it anyone else, he might dismiss the statement as mere jest. Yet, Qin Ming's character was exceedingly endearing to him, and his remarkable talent to ascend to the 7th tier within 6 months warranted serious consideration. Investment. What is risk but a gamble? It relies upon discernment and foresight. Young master, several attendants ventured into the grove. Huyin Zhuozhua, rarely suppressing his mirth, narrowed his eyes, which glimmered with keen insight. His attendants, perplexed, noted that in many years of companionship, they had never witnessed such a demeanor from him. After a considerable pause, Huyin Zhuozhua lifted his head. Restoring his smile, "Summon my father." Qin Ming held faith that Huyin Zhuozhua would deliberate earnestly. For the Huyin clan, this endeavor resembled a grand gamble, wagering on their ability to secure a ranking at the 8 sects tea gathering. Should they attain their objective, their status would invariably transform. The first to shift would be the identity of a servant. Once liberated from servitude, one would no longer be subject to control, akin to gaining one's freedom. A promising free agent, endowed with the distinguished lineage of the young master of Thunder Ancient City, undoubtedly, the Huyuan family would be quite satisfied with this transaction. With the cooperation of the Huyuan family, it would be far easier for Qin Ming to assist his own clan. This was a decision that Qin Ming had pondered deeply throughout the night, involving a series of intricate plans for the future. Once the Huyuan family acquiesced to his proposal, they would inevitably remain closely tied to Qin Ming for an extended period, working on his behalf, while simultaneously realizing their own greater interests. However, the pivotal condition was that Qin Ming must secure a noteworthy position at the 8 Sect Tea Conference, a matter of utmost importance. The 8 heavens. In a mere month and a half, he resolved to ascend to the 8 heavens. From that day forth, he adopted an unprecedentedly low profile, disregarding any external provocations and remaining indifferent to all forms of humiliation. Each morning was devoted to deliveries, while the remainder of his time was wholly dedicated to cultivation. The disciples of the Grand Elders faction sought to create trouble but found no opportunity to act. They intended for He Xiangtian to take the lead. Yet He Xiangtian was whisked away by the elder for intensive training. Qin Ming gradually entered a state of focused cultivation. However, it wasn't long before that group of disciples devised a new method to deal with Qin Ming. "Qin Ming," Zhang Dong exclaimed, pushing open the iron door of the warehouse, brandishing a delivery list. "Hurry up with the deliveries." Qin Ming was seated on a stone bench, immersed in his cultivation of the life-death technique, regulating his breath. "Qin Ming, are you deaf?" Zhang Dong shouted hoarsely, yet he dared not step into the warehouse. This lunatic had grown increasingly arrogant, having even defeated Mu Zixio. Had it not been for the arrangements made by the disciples of the Grand Elders faction today, he would have preferred to avoid this place altogether. Qin Ming continued his practice, showing no inclination to respond. Zhang Dong held the list in his hand. "From today onwards, your delivery quantity will increase 5-fold, including in the morning, afternoon, and evening. The supervisor has spoken. As a servant, you must fulfill your duties. Do you hear me? This is the list. I have placed it here for you. If you do not finish before nightfall, there will be no mercy." As he spoke, Qin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, causing Zhang Dong to halt mid-sentence, feigning calmness. "Hurry and make the deliveries. Stop dawdling." "Zhang Dong." Qin Ming gazed at him impassively. "What do you want? Behave yourself. Do not act impulsively. Go back and treat yourself to something good." "What?" Qin Ming ignored him, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation, disregarding the list. As evening approached, Zhang Dong stormed into the warehouse, fuming. "Qin Ming, you have truly crossed the line. Why haven't you made the deliveries? Why?" Qin Ming glanced at the sky, stretched his neck, and moved his body, rising from the stone bench. "What are you doing?" Zhang Dong felt a sense of foreboding. Was this fellow about to attack him? Qin Ming stepped closer to Zhang Dong. "Have you had enough to eat? What business is that of yours? It seems we haven't exerted ourselves in over 6 months." Zhang Dong backed away, clutching the iron door. "What do you mean? What are you planning?" "Qin Ming, don't come any closer. I warn you." Qin Ming that night, Zhang Dong vanished. On the first day, had it not been for the timely intervention of others, it could have cost him his life. Zhang Dong, consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance against Qin Ming, vanished into the night. The other overseers scoured the mountains and discovered him in a deep well, ensnared by ropes amidst a multitude of venomous snakes. When he was finally hoisted from the depths, he appeared to be in a daze, utterly speechless. "The heavens have turned against us." The chief overseer of Qingyun Sect, incensed, issued an immediate order to confine Qin Ming for 2 months. Qin Ming merely gathered his belongings, secured the iron gate of the storeroom, and willingly made his way to the subterranean prison of Qingyun Sect. From that moment on, he faded from the sight of all. This was precisely the outcome Qin Ming desired. Rather than enduring daily harassment outdoors, he preferred a tranquil space for his cultivation. With the technique of Shengshengju, He could cultivate undisturbed by his surroundings, effectively doubling or tripling the value of a day's efforts, an advantage unattainable by his fellow disciples. In the darkness of his cell, Qin Ming cast aside all distractions and immersed himself wholly in his training. He diligently practiced the Zidian Leishi and the Shanhe Zhongjian, as well as the Jingganjian, pushing himself to the limits in an attempt to breach the barriers of the seventh realm. However, after more than 10 days, Qin Ming encountered a dilemma. The breakthrough to the seventh realm proved more arduous than anticipated. By the conclusion of the hunting tournament, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the seventh realm. Yet, following 20 days of relentless training, his progress remained stagnant, devoid of any indications of a forthcoming breakthrough. At this rate, it would be exceedingly challenging to advance in the near future. Concealed within him were 5 spirit stones. Should he forcibly push through? It is improbable. Unless one possesses an extraordinarily rare spiritual artifact, akin to the purple jade spirit ginseng. Otherwise, achieving a breakthrough in one's realm is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, relying on spiritual artifacts for consecutive breakthroughs may result in an unstable foundation, adversely affecting future growth potential. With merely 18 days remaining until the 8 sects tea gathering, Qin Ming sat in the shadows, deep in contemplation. Even if he were to stretch these 18 days to feel like over a month, accomplishing a breakthrough would still be arduous. What should he do? Qin Ming had contemplated cultivating the second form of the Dayan sword classic. Yet after 3 days of diligent study, he could scarcely decipher a few characters. The second form was simply not a martial art he could master at this stage. What other options do I have? After much reflection, Qin Ming suddenly recalled the Shura blade. The elder had previously cautioned him against its cultivation before reaching the Xuanwu realm. Yet Qin Ming desperately needed strength now, requiring more life-saving techniques. He not only sought a breakthrough in his realm, but also the enhancement of his power. Only then could he hope to achieve success at the 8 sects tea gathering. The Shura blade. You shall be my choice. Chapter 60. The Shura killing realm. Qin Ming's consciousness delved into his Dantian sea of qi, attempting to awaken the Shura blade. However, despite numerous attempts, the Shura blade remained quietly suspended, offering no response. How much do you truly understand about the Shura blade? Qin Ming endeavored to communicate with the remnant soul. Do you not wish to know who your elder is? The remnant soul did not keep Qin Ming waiting long, responding in a languid tone. When the time comes to know, you shall know. Qin Ming was indeed curious about the elder's identity, yet he deemed it unnecessary to learn from the remnant soul. The Shura blade was his emblem, accompanying him through the blood-stained path of his earlier life. I am indifferent to his identity, nor do I concern myself with his past. He is merely a companion who has shared my journey for 8 years. Are you not here to assist me? Let us set aside the matters of the ancient realm. I yearn solely to awaken the Azura blade. Your current strength is insufficient to rouse the Azura blade, and do not even entertain the thought of mastering it. Is there truly no way? The lingering soul fell silent for a moment. Every situation has a solution. It merely depends on whether you can bear the cost that accompanies it. Pray, enlighten me. How much pain can you endure? As long as I do not perish. It suffices. What if life becomes worse than death? The suffering I have borne over these 8 years surpasses your imagination. I seek only the outcome, indifferent to the journey. Qin Ming is indeed unperturbed by suffering. His loved ones endure torment, and the 200,000 citizens of the ancient city suffer as well. Should he possess the opportunity to rescue them, he would go to any lengths. The words of the sect leader often echo in his mind, urging him to reveal a capability that would command respect, offering him a reason to liberate his servitude. Well, there lies a spark of masculine valor. I can assist you in activating the Azura blade, but the extent to which you can wield its power will depend on your own capacity for endurance. Qin Ming steeled himself. Let it come. Feel the might of the Azura blade. It has once stained the heavens with blood and compelled 1,000 heroes to bow before it. The lingering soul whispered softly, its murmurs imbued with a sense of sacred pilgrimage. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, fully alert. Above the tranquil sea of his Dantian, his once closed eyes suddenly opened, a vast soul power emanating forth. Clang. The Shura blade resonated with intense vibrations, unlike its previous tremors or the miasma it exuded. Instead, it emitted a piercing, bone-shattering trill that reverberated through Qin Ming's Dantian and his entire being. His eardrums were instantly rendered deaf, and his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. Within his Dantian, a tempestuous upheaval ensued as boundless spiritual energy surged forth, inundating his body. Convulsing violently, Qin Ming emitted a harrowing, spectral wail as blood trickled from his orifices. Like a sable heart, the Shura blade throbbed vigorously above his sea of qi, each pulsation unleashing terrifying tendrils of darkness. These ebony torrents inundated his Dantian and coursed through his body, relentlessly surging like a rogue flood. The all-encompassing darkness writhed within him, permeating his flesh and bones, and lacerating his meridians like a myriad of obsidian blades, inflicting excruciating agony. Despite his formidable resilience, Qin Ming could not suppress his tormented cries. Yet, the physical torment paled in comparison to the disorienting vortex that threatened to consume his consciousness, plunging him into an abyss of despair before abruptly transporting him to the nightmarish tableau of that fateful evening. An endless battlefield of carnage unfolded before him, a scene of cataclysmic horror where the very earth trembled and the heavens wept. Cyclones raged, torrential rain cascaded, and the ground split asunder, spewing forth molten lava. Countless beings engaged in a frenzied struggle for survival. A colossal behemoth roared skyward, its voice shaking the firmament. Like a towering titan, it brandished its massive limbs, its entire being radiating with fiery intensity. Standing amidst the vast necropolis, it unleashed its unbridled fury, vying for supremacy and leaving a trail of blood stretching for miles. A golden pathway stretches across the vast expanse, resembling an unceasing torrent of shimmering gold, casting radiant brilliance upon the earth and sky. Deep within this luminous river, a valiant warrior engages in fierce combat with a formidable foe, a dragon, a resplendent golden dragon, whose roar reverberates through the heavens and stirs the very mountains. Amidst the battlefield descends a woman clad in white, akin to a celestial being from the ninth heaven, her beauty unparalleled, standing out in a world drenched in relentless carnage. Yet, with a mere wave of her hand, the landscape shifts, the stars realign, and a full moon unfurls behind her, emanating a terrifying roar that sends chills down the spines of countless mighty warriors. From this moon, 3 grotesque monsters emerge, as if descending from another dimension, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter upon the battlefield. "Kill," commands the woman, her delicate finger pointing forth, her voice melodious yet laden with an inexorable will to slay. The 3 beasts howl hoarsely, rampaging through the air as if to shatter the very fabric of space. In the forefront of the fray, a youthful figure strides through the heavens, his hair as white as snow, his visage youthful, yet his eyes bear an uncanny depth, reminiscent of unfathomable black holes. With each step, he covers 1,000 meters, moving with the swiftness of lightning, charging towards the 3 monstrous entities with astonishing ferocity. At the edge of the battlefield, thousands of cloaked figures beat drums with fervent intensity, their bodies adorned with chains, as they drag forth a colossal stone coffin from the depths below. With a thunderous roar, the coffin quakes, as if a world-shattering beast within is poised to re-emerge into existence. This realm is a veritable tableau of slaughter, rivers stained with blood, echoes of chaos resonating for miles. Carnage, madness, calamity, horrific scenes collide in overwhelming abundance. All of this saturates Qin Ming's consciousness, as though it were transpiring in his immediate vicinity, threatening to engulf him. Agony, an ineffable torment, consumes his very soul. Suddenly, deep within the battlefield, a flash of dark light emerged. It appeared unremarkable at first, yet in that fleeting moment, it stirred an overwhelming tide of darkness, plunging the world into an abyss of shadow. Everything shattered in an instant. Qin Ming jolted awake, half kneeling on the ground, disheveled and panting heavily. Drenched in sweat, his gaze slightly unfocused. The nightmarish scene felt strikingly real, yet hauntingly ephemeral. It seemed to stretch on for ages, yet vanished in the blink of an eye. This was the Azura killing field. To cultivate the Azura blade, one must first endure the murderous intent and madness within the killing field. Each attempt was a torment that rendered one's existence a living hell. "Do you dare to continue?" The voice of a lingering soul echoed, momentarily rousing the dazed Qin Ming. At that moment, Yu Qing and Kai entered the dungeon to visit him, only to be met with the heartrending wails of despair emanating from deep below. The faces of the 2 women changed slightly. "Is it Qin Ming? We have done nothing." The guardians hastily waved their hands, clarifying that apart from restricting Qin Ming's food, they had not sought to torment him. "If anything were to happen to him, I shall hold you accountable," Kai scolded, swiftly following Yu Qing towards the depths. The guardians intended to obstruct them, as it was clearly stated that no one was permitted to visit during the confinement period. Yet, who would dare to stop Yu Qing? Qin Ming was imprisoned on the 5th underground level, alone in a spacious cage. The atmosphere was dim and damp, filled with a foul stench, while 2 torches flickered at the door, casting trembling shadows. As they descended, they found Qin Ming half kneeling there, in a state of disarray and terror, struggling to control the excruciating pain in his mind and body. "What has happened to you?" Both Yu Qing and Kai were taken aback by his appearance. Qin Ming raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, the murderous intent still lingering. Young Master Qin, you. Kai covered her mouth in shock. Qin Ming shook his head vigorously, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. Once he managed to steady his consciousness and discern the two women before him, he forced a faint smile. I encountered a minor setback in my cultivation. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine soon. What are you cultivating? Yu Qing sensed something was amiss. What kind of martial arts could torment Qin Ming to such a degree? It appeared as though he was on the brink of losing control. She attempted to unlock the prison door, but the guards had not followed and she lacked the key. It's truly nothing, just a sword manual. I sustained some injuries from the impact, but I will recover swiftly. Yu Qing, filled with concern, reproached him gently. Did you have to provoke Zhangdong? Is it worth putting yourself through such torment for the sake of a mere task? I simply sought a tranquil place to cultivate. This location seemed quite suitable, Qin Ming replied, striving to maintain his smile. Are you really all right? Kai observed Qin Ming's demeanor, feeling both distressed and slightly fearful. It's nothing. I'm resilient, Qin Ming assured, standing up and brushing off the debris from his clothes. What brings you here? Yu Qing remained silent, gazing at Qin Ming. He shrugged and stretched his body. It's truly nothing. Every cultivator encounters unexpected incidents. There's no need to worry about me. Yu Qing sighed in exasperation. I must accompany my master for training. Oh, right. It's about time, Qin Ming said, retrieving a high-grade spirit stone from his pocket. He whispered, what about this? I still have more. Yu Qing chuckled at his jest, though her expression dimmed slightly as she hesitated for a moment. The spots for the 8 Sects tea party have been secured. What? So soon? Yu Qing dared not meet the gaze of Qin Ming, which was filled with disappointment. The age limit for participants in the 8 Sects tea conference is under 18. Do not be disheartened. Strive for the next opportunity. Who are the competitors? For disciples of the Golden Feather, Taishan, Ling Xue, Xiangtian, Han Xinya, Ding Dian, and Zhou Yao. These 6 are the strongest among the direct disciples. This allocation was proposed by the sect master and unanimously approved by the elders. Sai glanced at Qin Ming's expression, hesitating before saying. Mu Qing advanced to the Xuanwu realm 10 days ago and is currently undergoing special training with the elders. He is our Qingyun Sect's most promising contender for a commendable rank. Yu Qing consoled Qin Ming, do not rush your breakthrough to the 8th heaven. Focus on solidifying your foundation in the spirit martial realm first. Your rapid advancement over the past 6 months has been overwhelming. Do not worry too much about Dakingshan. My master has already begun to devise ways to improve the environment there. Qin Ming smiled. There is no need for concern on my behalf. This minor setback will not crush me. You should focus on your cultivation without worrying about me. Chapter 61. Painful transformation after the announcement of the 8 Sects tea conference quotas. Excitement surged throughout the Qingyun Sect. Unbeknownst to them, the day of the conference had arrived once more. The Qingyun Sect had not secured a commendable rank for 3 consecutive conferences, creating pressure not only among the elders but also leaving the younger generation feeling disgraced. However, this time seemed different. The lineup was unprecedentedly formidable, even without Yue Qing's participation. The strength of the 4 Golden Feather disciples and Taishan was still exceptionally robust, far surpassing previous years. The elders of the sect were filled with confidence, and the disciples engaged in fervent discussions. What rank could Mu Qing achieve? Can they break into the top 5? Will the performances of Taishan and Ling Xue surpass those of the other 3 disciples of the Golden Feather? Who will emerge as the dark horse of this year's 8 Clans tea gathering? Why is Yue Qing not participating? If she were to compete, securing a place among the top 3 would be a certainty. What kind of lineup will the other 7 clans deploy? The 8 Clans tea gathering. How I long to participate, even just to witness it. The elders permit the disciples to discuss among themselves, hoping that the lively atmosphere of the entire sect will inspire Mu Qing and the others who are about to compete. The sect leader personally met with Mu Qing, Ling Xue, and the 10 participating disciples, distributing ample amounts of spiritual herbs and precious medicines to ensure they can showcase their strongest selves and demonstrate the might of the Qingyun Sect during the competition. The atmosphere within the sect is vibrant and filled with encouragement for Mu Qing and his peers, yet they have entirely forgotten about Qin Ming. Qin Ming has not given up. He remains unfazed. While the excitement above reaches a fever pitch, he is laboring in the dark, damp confines of a subterranean prison, diligently honing the Shura blade, enduring the most brutal transformation of his life thus far. The remnants of his soul awaken the Shura blade time and again, and Qin Ming experiences the Shura killing domain repeatedly. The chilling wails and agonizing murmurs echo endlessly in the dungeon, both day and night. Even the guarding disciples feel an unsettling dread, pondering what could possibly be happening below, yet they dare not investigate, fearing that the young man might become unhinged. Each time, Qin Ming endures excruciating pain, The dark energy of the Shura blade seems intent on tearing his body apart, while the murderous intent of the Shura killing domain threatens to consume his very soul. Time and again, he experiences suffering more unbearable than death, coupled with heart-wrenching cries. In his despair, he has fainted several times while curled up in agony, and eventually, his voice has grown hoarse. Qin Ming was on the brink of collapse. Yet each time he felt himself falter, the faces of his loved ones would emerge in his mind, their voices, their smiles, the sweetness and warmth of days gone by. Each time he fell, the admonition of his father echoed in his ears. The weak meet a grim fate. The strong must endure. You must be strong. An eternal strongman. Qin Ming possessed the life and death technique, his greatest reliance, allowing him to recover swiftly after each downfall. While the remnant spirit suggested enduring 10 trials a day for gradual assimilation, Qin Ming obstinately pushed himself to 50, tirelessly attempting, nearly to the brink of madness. Gradually, he began to endure, to guide, to control. The Azura blade, Qi was honing him through relentless trials. After 5 days of this hellish tempering, Qin Ming ascended to the 8th heaven. Though this crucible was akin to a living death, its brutal nature was nearly unbearable. The transformation it wrought upon Qin Ming was nothing short of a rebirth. Previously, he had merely possessed a resilient physique. Now, a power surged from within. An extraordinary gift birth from the repeated cycles of destruction and restoration inherent in the Azura blade Qi and the life and death technique. Another 5 days passed, and when Mu Cheng and the others set out for the 8 sects tea gathering, Qingyun Sect finally arrived at the subterranean prison. Without preamble, he inquired directly, "What is your realm?" "8th heaven." "Stable." Qin Ming, with his back to the cell door, was shrouded in a dark aura, his head bowed. His voice raspy. In his palm, he cradled a small black dagger, not the true Azura blade, but a manifestation formed from the blade Qi extracted from his dantian. A physical embodiment of the Azura blade outside his body. It radiated a chilling, bone-piercing coldness, a palpable aura of death, as if he were cradling a tiny grim reaper. "My father has already arrived at the Qingyun Sect." Qingyun Sect, with a hearty smile and a jingling key in hand, cheerfully proclaims, "I wish you great renown among the 8 sects in advance." As Qin Ming slowly rises, he inquires, "Do you have any further requests?" Once Qingyun Sect has made a decision, he commits wholeheartedly, for that is his nature. "You shall not regret your choice today." Qin Ming clenches his right hand, the aura of the Shura blade subtly dissipating. Within the depths of his dantian, his eyes gently close as a deep voice reverberates, "Go forth. Unleash your full potential in your first battle for glory." A single Shura blade is sufficient to sweep across the 8 sects of the northern region. The first martial arts arena, the largest and most magnificent of the Qingyun Sect, is typically not open to the public, reserved solely for the disciples of the Golden Feather and a select few middle-aged practitioners. Yet today, it is a sea of humanity, with thousands of disciples gathered to bid farewell to their hero. At the forefront stand 4 Golden Feather disciples: Golden Sword Mu Cheng, Ghost Fire Zhang Lan, Plain Garment Lin Yin, and Illusory Si Murong Chong. They represent the strongest of the new generation, possessing not only exceptional strength, but also remarkable talent and an imposing aura that has made them renowned within the Qingyun Sect for years. Behind them stand Taishanha, Ling Shui, He Xiangtian, Han Qianye, Ding Dian, and Zhou Yao, the 6 most formidable figures of the new generation, all direct disciples with formidable overall strength, ready to represent the Qingyun Sect at the gathering of the 8 sections. Particularly, Taishanha and Ling Shui boast reputations and prowess that rival those of the Golden Feather disciples. This lineup faces no dissent. 5 elders, accompanied by over 30 middle-aged disciples, approach the martial stage, as they too will partake in the gathering of the 8 sects, accompanying the sect master to meet the leaders of the other sections. "Greetings, elders." Mu Cheng and others nodded, their spirits appearing commendable. The 5 elders responded with smiles, moving forward to discuss the itinerary with the middle-aged disciples. "Why hasn't he, the sect leader, arrived?" Ding Dian murmured. Despite his unattractive visage and an air of roguishness, he maintained a good rapport with the handsome Han Qianye. "Let us hand over the sect affairs," Han Qianye remarked coolly, standing somewhat uncomfortably amidst the throng of thousands of disciples observing him. Ding Dian twisted his neck, producing a crisp crack. "I can hardly wait. The sect has high expectations for us this time. Let us not be eliminated right after our debut. We should be able to endure several rounds, but I fear certain individuals may hinder our progress." Han Qianye's words floated lightly, neither heavy nor light. Yet they resonated within their small group. He Xiangtian, wearing a broad smile as he basked in the disciples' admiration, immediately darkened upon hearing the remark. "Han Qianye, who are you referring to?" "It's merely a reminder for everyone, not aimed at anyone in particular. There's no need for you to leap to conclusions, replied Han Qianya, who had always been at odds with He Xiangtian and held little regard for his abilities. He Xiangtian sneered, "You, of all people, are the least qualified among the 6 direct disciples to boast here." Zhou Yao stepped forward to stand beside He Xiangtian, smirking, "We are not merely competing. We represent the image of Qingyun Sect. What will other sects think of us if a person as ambiguous as you insists on participating?" Zhou Yao, the gifted granddaughter of an elder in Qingyun Sect, shared a close bond with He Xiangtian. Ding Dian's expression turned frosty. "Scoundrels. Is that all you have to say?" Tai Shan and Ling Xue, along with others, wore expressions devoid of emotion, as if they had heard nothing and had no intention of engaging. This group did not exhibit the harmony that the disciples perceived. The elder at the front, unable to tolerate the discord any longer, cleared his throat deliberately, expressing his dissatisfaction with their internal strife. Zhou Yao stepped forward, cheerfully linking her arm with that of an elder. "Elder Helian Chong, why hasn't the sect master arrived yet? We have been waiting for quite some time." Elder Helian replied indifferently, "We shall wait. A distinguished guest has arrived at the sect, and the sect master is in the midst of receiving him." "What esteemed guest carries such significance?" Zhou Yao inquired, puzzled. "We are about to depart. Who could possibly delay the sect master?" The head of the Huyan family came the response. "Oh, what brings him here?" Not only was Zhou Yao perplexed, but Ding Dian and the others shared her curiosity. In recent years, the Huyan family had grown increasingly powerful, with their commercial ventures sprawling across the northern domain and an ever-growing number of strong members in the sect, fostering a closer relationship with Qingyun Sect. Yet, to visit at such a critical juncture, was there some pressing matter at hand? The elders remained silent, equally baffled as to why the head of the Huyan family would choose this moment for a visit, especially to have the sect master detained for a private discussion. "Never mind, we shall wait. When the time comes to depart, we shall do so." Han Qianya deliberately distanced himself from He Xiangtian. Qin Ming arrived at the training grounds, making his way to the front of the crowd. He cast a glance at the 10 disciples on the training platform, smiled, and strode directly towards them. Having previously taken a shower in the storeroom and changed into clean clothes, he had tidied up his belongings and carried his bundle as he approached. The nearby disciples found it strange. How had this fellow emerged from the dungeon? Where was he headed with that bundle? Huyan Zhuozhua hastened to greet him with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Young Master Qin, please come this way." Qin Ming followed Huyan Zhuozhua onto the stage, heading directly towards the expedition team. The audience fell into a slight hush, puzzled by the unfolding scene. Mu Cheng and others furrowed their brows, questioning, "What are you doing up here?" With a jovial smile, Huyan Zhuozhua grasped Qin Ming's hand and approached them, nodding and exchanging pleasantries with the 5 elders at the front. "Apologies for our tardiness." Helian Chong raised his hand to halt them, his expression darkening. "Who permitted your ascent? Do not cause a disturbance." "Oh, haven't you received the notice yet?" "What notice?" "A personnel change." "A change of whom?" The elders were perplexed, and Mu Cheng and his companions were even more bewildered. "Qin Ming is participating in the 8 sect tea party." The 5 elders exchanged astonished glances, then laughed in unison. "Enough of this nonsense. Quickly step down." Chapter 62. Counterattack. Zhou Yao deliberately glanced at Han Qianya and scoffed. "This is becoming increasingly amusing. A figure neither male nor female is already quite distressing, and now we have a servant. Does our Qingyun sect have any dignity left?" The disciples surrounding the martial arts platform erupted in laughter. "What is going on? Is the 8 sect tea party now requiring a lackey for chores and cleaning? How considerate of the sect." One elder, with a stern face, reprimanded Qin Ming. "Get down. Do not make a fool of yourself." "Qin Ming, spare yourself the humiliation. Descend." Mu Qing warned coldly. Huyan Zhuozhua tugged at Qin Ming, moving aside. "Young Master Qin, let us wait a moment. Perhaps the sect leader has not yet." "Oh, here they come." At this moment, the master of the Qingyun sect arrived at the martial arts arena. He cast a distant glance at Qin Ming before ascending the platform. "Master." The elders and numerous disciples bowed in unison. The master's gaze towards Qin Ming was somewhat complex. "Master," Qin Ming replied, neither servile nor arrogant, maintaining his composure. "Qin Ming, he has come." An elder was about to speak, but the master raised his hand to halt him. "Zhou Yao, you may return to rest." "What?" Zhou Yao was taken aback. "Qin Ming will participate in the tea gathering of the 8 sects in your stead." "What?" Zhou Yao's voice rose in disbelief as she stared incredulously at the master. Qin Ming, Mu Cheng, Tai Shanha, and even Ling Xue were equally astonished, thinking they had misheard. The 5 elders were also perplexed and hurriedly surrounded the master. "Master, what is happening? How can Qin Ming replace Zhou Yao? This is too much of a disparity. Qin Ming's strength surpasses that of Zhou Yao." allowing him to compete. How could Qin Ming possibly be stronger than Zhou Yao? The five elders were grave, deeming this a farce. The disparity in strength was significant, and status posed a limitation. To send a servant to the tea gathering of the 8 sects? It would be an embarrassment. This concerns the reputation of the Qingyun Sect. It cannot be treated lightly. Qin Ming, what have you done? Zhou Yao suddenly jolted awake, pointing at Qin Ming and screaming. I have been replaced by Qin Ming? How could a mere servant take the place of a direct disciple? Impossible. This is inconceivable. Apologies, Qin Ming shrugged, expressing his desire to compete. While the choice of replacement was beyond his control, He Xiangtian protested loudly, Master, how can Qin Ming possibly qualify to compete? He is merely a servant, a 6th-layer cultivator. How could someone of such caliber represent the Qingyun Sect? Qin Ming reminded, He Xixiao, in public places, be mindful of your emotions. Who the hell is your Xixiao? Protested the sect master. Defeat him. Before the sect master's words could fully resonate, He Xiangtian had already pounced forward like a fierce tiger. Qin Ming, leave the first martial arena. Flame poison palm. He Xiangtian's right hand locked rigidly, resembling an eagle's claw swooping down. Dark mist swirling and coiling around his fingers, poisonous fog. It was a lethal toxin, condensed from spiritual energy, capable of infiltrating the entire meridian system, delivering a fatal blow. Without flinching or retreating, Qin Ming met the attack head-on, unleashing a tempestuous surge of energy that erupted like a hurricane, colliding forcefully with He Xiangtian. Vidra-breaking formation. Though executed with apparent ease, it unleashed a wild force, the gale howling as it forcibly pushed He Xiangtian aside. He Xiangtian stumbled, and Qin Ming swiftly advanced. Brushing past him, with a swift motion, he thrust his palm firmly into He Xiangtian's abdomen, a tremendous force erupting from his arm, converging in his palm. He Xiangtian let out a muffled groan, lifted off the ground, and was propelled over 10 meters amidst the gasps of the crowd, landing and rolling uncontrollably beneath the martial stage. You bastard! Zhou Yao suddenly charged from behind, a sharp blade aimed at Qin Ming's neck, its gleam flashing like lightning. Was this even considered? Qin Ming's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated on Zhou Yao's eyes. In an instant, his body crackled with electricity, channeling into his arm, transforming into a thunderous serpent that lunged at Zhou Yao with a menacing roar, as if poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Zhou Yao's expression shifted dramatically as she desperately attempted to break free from Qin Ming's iron grip, only to be sent flying by the thunderous serpent in the next heartbeat. The rapid succession of attacks left the onlookers in a daze. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, both He Xiangtian and Zhou Yao were hurled away. A profound silence enveloped the arena, the sound of a pin dropping palpable in the stillness. The elders and middle-aged disciples were taken aback, while Mu Cheng and others were visibly stirred. What realm does Qin Ming inhabit to exhibit such formidable explosive power? Although He Xiangtian and Zhou Yao may not have exerted their full strength, it was astonishing that they were so brutally dispatched by Qin Ming. Hu Yinjua's smile deepened as he glanced toward the eastern side of the training ground, where an eye-catching contingent clad in dark armor stood, surrounding a portly nobleman who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Qin Ming's display with a slow nod of approval. He bestowed a satisfied glance upon Hu Yinjua, a smile playing upon his lips. Qin Ming, I shall kill you, He Xiangtian grunted, struggling to rise, pain roiling through his abdomen like a tempest. You should steady yourself first. Qin Ming had indeed shown no mercy to He Xiangtian, delivering a blow with an explosive force of 3,000 pounds. The breakthrough in his realm and the transformation of the Shura blade had elevated his physique dramatically, enabling him to unleash an explosive power exceeding 1,500 pounds with a single strike. The slightest employment of his Vajra strength could yield terrifying breakthrough potential. The 8th heaven of spiritual martial arts. Helian Chong exclaimed suddenly, his astonishment mounting as he recognized that Qin Ming's realm was clearly the 8th heaven. Ding Dian and the others exchanged solemn glances, their expressions shifting as they regarded Qin Ming with newfound respect. The last time he triumphed over Mu Zixio, he was merely at the 5th level of spirit martial realm. In just a few months, he has astonishingly ascended to the 8th level. Moreover, judging by his performance against He Xiangtian and Zhou Yao, it seems his realm has stabilized. Could this young man's growth rate be excessively abnormal? Hu Yinjua gazed at Qin Ming with intense admiration. This is what true genius looks like. With a single Qin Ming, all the direct disciples of Qingyun Sect have been rendered a laughingstock. I was right to place my bets on him. Qin Ming replaced Zhou Yao to participate in the 8 sects tea gathering. The sect master of Qingyun Sect issued another decree, highly satisfied with Qin Ming's recent performance. A simple clash has vindicated him, providing the sect master with a graceful exit. Has Qin Ming allied himself with the Huyan family? Han Xinya murmured softly, casting a deep glance at Hu Yinzhuozhua, who had just entered the crowd. The sudden visit from the head of the Hu Yin family could very well be related to Qin Ming. He might have offered a substantial price to persuade the sect master to change his stance. Yet, it remains unclear what Qin Ming had to sacrifice. No longer willing to remain a servant, Qin Ming is ready to resist. The Hu Yin family is his only choice. Ding Dian nodded slowly. It is highly plausible that Qin Ming has paid some price, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to summon the family head. However, upon reflection, Qin Ming must have compelling reasons to do so. He is not just fed up, he has matured, and, more importantly, he has discovered his own potential. He will no longer willingly serve as a slave, nor will he tolerate being bullied. Tai Shanhe chuckled softly, a prodigy with limitless potential. Unable to receive proper cultivation in Qingyun Sect, has no choice but to seek refuge with a merchant association. Is this Qin Ming's tragedy? Or is it the tragedy of Qingyun Sect? He did not conceal his voice, immediately provoking discontent among the middle-aged disciples and several elders nearby. The atmosphere among the disciples became tumultuous as they finally comprehended the unfolding events. The sect leader intended to replace Zhou Yao with Qin Ming, the 8th level of the spirit martial realm. This young man was becoming increasingly extraordinary. How was he achieving such feats? While others discussed matters of the month, he spoke of the heavens. Could he truly succeed? His realm was evidently inferior. The elite of the 8 sects gathered at the tea conference, all being the foremost disciples of their respective sects, while Qin Ming's cultivation was a full level lower. He and Zhou Yao had recently been caught off guard, falling victim to Qin Ming's sheer strength. This young man certainly had a knack for surprises, directly usurping Zhou Yao's position. A minor incident did not dampen the atmosphere. Rather, it ignited even more fervent discussions. Some began to speculate whether the sect leader's personal selection of Qin Ming signified an acknowledgement of his abilities. Would Qin Ming's status change as a result? After all, participating in the 8 sects tea conference was an honor. The sect leader gazed at Qin Ming and publicly declared, "If you can secure a victory at the 8 sects tea conference, I shall absolve you of your servant status and elevate you to the rank of a top disciple." This was his expectation for Qin Ming, as well as a stimulating tactic. It was imperative not to embarrass oneself at the 8 sects tea conference. Winning even once would be commendable, while grand victories were unlikely. The true honor would still need to be claimed by Mu Cheng and the others. Qin Ming nodded in gratitude, yet his thoughts were elsewhere. His reason for remaining in the Qingyun Sect was to rescue his family from the Great Qing Mountain. Once they were freed from their plight, he would no longer have any reason to stay. This was one of the primary motivations behind his relentless desire to participate in the 8 sects tea conference. He has had enough of this place. Master, please reconsider. He Xiangtian is truly infuriated. Master, the 8 sects tea meeting is not to be trifled with. Mu Cheng publicly contradicted Qin Ming. The master sternly warned, from this day forth, until the conclusion of the 8 sects tea meeting, you 10 must unite and strive for the honor of the Qingyun Sect. Should any internal strife for treachery that undermines our unity be discovered, there will be no leniency. This statement effectively silenced everyone. He Xiangtian glanced back at the unconscious Zhou Yao being carried away, clenched his fists in frustration, and had no choice but to withdraw. Han Xinya chuckled lightly, extending a hand of goodwill towards Qin Ming. Welcome aboard. This team could certainly use some vitality. You. He Xiangtian was seething. Xiangtian. Murong Chong, a disciple of Jin Ling and a favored protege of the Grand Elder, halted He Xiangtian. Although younger than He Xiangtian by half a year, his cultivation level greatly surpassed that of He Xiangtian, having firmly established himself at the 9th layer of spirit martial for over a year, merely awaiting a suitable opportunity. Qin Ming stepped into the group, composed and tranquil. Welcome. Taizhan, he expressed his support. Let us strive together, Ling Shui softly added. Ding Dian, with a hearty demeanor, placed a hand on Qin Ming's shoulder. How did you manage that? Chapter 63. Wuling City in the northern domain, spanning thousands of miles, boundless and vast. They traversed countless mountains and valleys, passed through ancient towns and cities, and after 10 days of travel, arrived at the venue for the 8 sects team meeting, Wuling City. Along the journey, they maintained a low profile, deliberately concealing their whereabouts and identities while opting for secluded routes. Otherwise, given the Qingyun Sect's esteemed position in the northern domain, every city they passed through would have the city lord respectfully welcoming them. The sect master of Qingyun Sect deliberately orchestrated opportunities for them to spend more time together, to experience the world outside their own, and would occasionally lure out spiritual demons along their path for them to hunt and train against. Striving to maintain their enthusiasm so that they might appear on the stage of the 8 sects tea party in peak condition. Wuling City, steeped in history, stood as the most ancient of cities in the Northern Territory, grand and vast, imbued with the vicissitudes of time. Its city walls rose a full 30 meters in height, forged entirely from black mystic stone, solemn and dignified. The gate tower was magnificent, like a towering colossus guarding the ancient city, intimidating the throngs of people coming and going. The moat, 100 meters wide and several tens of meters deep, harbored many formidable river beasts, and the consequences of falling in were unthinkable. Wuling City was exceedingly prosperous, home to 1 million inhabitants, with an enormous volume of travelers passing through. During the 8 Sects Tea Party, countless martial artists would converge here. Ding Dian and the others stood before the city gates, marveling at the imposing grandeur of the ancient city, a sense of heroic ambition welling up within them. 8 Sects Tea Party, we have arrived. Each harbored the heart of a champion. Each yearned to compete against geniuses and formidable opponents. The 8 Sects Tea Party would bring together the strongest elites of the Northern Territory, their ultimate stage for display. Qin Ming, however, was in a daze. The ancient city, the prosperity, the garrison, the drawbridge, this panorama of scenes bore a striking resemblance to the images in his childhood memories. Thunderclap Ancient City, the place of his birth and upbringing, where he had left behind laughter and joy. But 8 years had passed. What was it like there now? Desolate, or seized by bandits? What are you thinking about? Taishan had noticed Qin Ming's odd behavior. Everyone else was filled with anticipation, yet Qin Ming seemed lost in thought. Homesick, Qin Ming replied, snapping back to reality with a gentle smile. Do you harbor resentment? Many have inquired of me. Am I considered human without harboring hatred? Taishan had cast a profound glance at Qin Ming, choosing silence thereafter. The main city gates stood wide open, as a cavalry surged forth, armored and galloping with formidable presence, prompting the gathered citizens to part ways. Masterly, announced a golden-armored general, dismounting with a salute, I am Shan Yensheng, here at your service. He bowed respectfully to the other elders as well. Have the other sects arrived? The master of Qingyun Sect unveiled his cloak, revealing his true visage. The masters of Tiandao Sect, Shura Sect, Xinkong Sect, and Baiwa Sect had already arrived with their disciples. The Tuliang Sect had just reached the vicinity of the city. The Tianshui Sect and Xinghe Sect were still en route, expected to arrive tomorrow or the day after. Please lead the way. Certainly. The city lord awaits your presence at the city lord's mansion. Shan Yensheng was exceedingly courteous, though this gentleman appeared rather unassuming and lacked ostentation. He was nonetheless the master of a sect, a figure of great authority in the northern region, capable of causing tremors across the vast expanse with but a stamp of his foot. The procession parted, and 3 opulent carriages approached from behind. The sect master and the elders ascended the first carriage, while the 10 disciples of Qin Ming entered the second and third carriages respectively. Shan Yensheng and the soldiers observed these 10 individuals. Each disciple eligible for the 8 Sects tea gathering was a hand-picked prodigy from their respective sects, destined to become remarkable figures if they were to flourish in the future. Look, General Shan himself is here to greet them. Which sect could this be? They murmured. So understated, lacking any display of grandeur. They seemed to have approached directly, unlike the other sects that arrived riding spirit beasts. Among the 8 sects, the most low-key are the Qingyun Sect and the Xinghe Sect, both of which happen not to be present. Who could it be? At the city gate, a steady stream of people moved about, and upon seeing the military's reception, it became apparent that a sect had arrived. The crowd gathered to discuss. But before they could discern the identity of the arrivals, the Qingyun Sect had already slipped into their carriages, escorted by the troops into the ancient city. Qin Ming, Tai Shanhe, Han Qianye, Ding Dian, and Ling Shui, the 5 of them sat together in one carriage. Qin Ming lifted the curtain, gazing at the bustling and vibrant streets outside. Which of the 8 sects is the strongest? Ling Shui, rarely speaking, remarked, there is no official ranking among the 8 sects. Yet there exists a discernible disparity. The universally acknowledged leader is the Tiandao Sect, which consistently secures the top 2 positions in the annual 8 Sects tea gathering. It is said that on one occasion, they swept the top 5. The strength of the Tiandao Sect's leader and the elders within is arguably the most formidable among the 8 sects. Following them are the Shura Sect and the Tuliang Sect, whose overall strength ranks just below that of the Tiandao Sect, with their disciples generally exhibiting far superior prowess compared to those of the other sections. The remaining 5 sects possess comparable overall strength, with no significant disparities across the board. With just 3 days until the 8 sects tea gathering, where shall we reside? We will all be accommodated at the city lord's mansion, divided among 8 distinct gardens, as the gathering will also take place there. Han Qianye expressed curiosity towards Qin Ming. What promise did you make to the Huyan family? Merely a friendship, Qin Ming replied, his gaze lost in the splendor outside, reminiscing about the scenes of the Thunder Ancient City. Why must one participate in the Eight Sects tea gathering? Han Qianye acknowledged that Qin Ming possessed both strength and talent, coupled with a fierce determination. However, the gathering at the Eight Sects tea party comprised the most exceptional heirs from various sects, each more formidable than the last. Why then did he resort to making a deal with the Huyen family just to gain entry? What was his true motive? If he were to emerge from the contest without a single victory, he would return only to face ridicule. Even if he were to fortuitously win a match, at most he would be spared the status of a servant. Was that truly worth it? Han Qianye could not comprehend, nor could anyone else. Qin Ming lowered the curtain and remarked, I have heard that the top 5 are bestowed titles, and the sect offers substantial rewards. That is what I am pursuing. Han Qianye was taken aback. Ding Dian raised an eyebrow. Tai Shanha turned his head, and Ling Shui lifted her gaze, creating an inexplicably odd atmosphere within the carriage. Qin Ming smiled. One must have aspirations, after all. What if it actually comes to fruition? The group fell silent, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Ding Dian remarked, I can't shake the feeling that you seem to be plotting something. Qin Ming chuckled lightly. Do not perceive me as overly complicated. I am quite a straightforward individual. The group fell silent once more, incredulous. Him? Straightforward? He was purely a madman. Before the city lord's manor, a crowd had already gathered in anticipation. An elderly man with white hair approached briskly, exclaiming, Master Li, it has been 2 years. Have you missed your old friend? The master of Qingyun Sect lifted the curtain and, accompanied by 5 elders, approached warmly. The old city lord retains his vigor. Though the elder appeared aged, he was spirited and exuded a commanding presence, grasping the sect master's arm with enthusiasm. You rarely come to visit your old friends. Please, come inside. The master of the Earth Spirit Sect had just arrived as well. Please, do come in. The master of the Qingyun Sect wore a smile as he walked hand in hand with the elderly gentleman into the city lord's mansion. Heller and Chong and the 5 elders greeted their old friends among the other honored guests within the mansion, engaging in cheerful conversation as they entered. Was that the city lord of Wuling City? Qin Ming dismounted from the carriage, observing the old man's silhouette, which at a glance appeared akin to that of an ordinary person. However, one should not underestimate him and his chief family. The reason Wuling City maintains its neutrality amidst the 8 sects and 5 kings lies in the profound heritage and strength of the chief family, along with their vast and intricate network of relationships. Taizhan he followed suit, descending from the carriage. An elderly gentleman approached with a smile, leading them toward the mansion. Please follow me. We shall first register at the residence to make necessary arrangements. The city lord's mansion of Wuling City resembled a classical garden, divided into numerous districts, each showcasing a distinct landscape style and occupying an expansive area. There were tranquil old woods, crystal-clear lakes, winding pavilion paths, and various exquisite and elegant courtyards, even several spacious training halls. The elder guided them into a meticulously designed area, where verdant trees provided shade, clear streams flowed, and the air was imbued with a refreshing fragrance, inviting one to inhale deeply, calming the spirit. As they entered the garden, a procession approached them. This group was not only robust in stature and striking in appearance, but also exuded a formidable presence, clad in heavy armor, advancing with a majestic bearing. They were the competition team from the Earth Spirit Sect, comprised entirely of male disciples. Among the 8 sects of the northern region, 2 sects are particularly unique, as they recruit disciples and practice martial arts of a singular type, the Earth Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Water Sect. The disciples recruited by the Earth Spirit Sect possess an extraordinary sensitivity to the elemental force of Earth, specializing in martial arts pertaining to soil, rock, and dust. Each disciple is notably robust, exuding a captivating masculine charm and remarkable explosive power. Chapter 64. A duel awaits at the Earth Spirit Sect. Mu Cheng, who was leading the way, halted and furrowed his brow at the approaching group. The Earth Spirit Sect stands as a formidable institution, second only to the Celestial Dao Sect, and their disciples, who consistently exhibit formidable strength, represent a significant challenge for the Qingyun Sect at this tea gathering. Furthermore, such individuals, characterized by their tremendous explosive potential, often transcend the limitations of their realms within the spirit martial domain, allowing them to potentially confront opponents beyond their level with strategic finesse. Like Qin Ming, who, at the 5th level, was capable of overpowering Mu Zixio of the 7th level through sheer brute strength. No sect desires to encounter them in the arena of the tea gathering. Are you from the Qingyun Sect? The Earth Spirit Sect's contingent came to a halt, towering around 2 meters tall, emanating an aura of strength that was imposing. Qingyun Sect, Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng returned the greeting. Who is Yue Qing? The leader of the Earth Spirit Sect, Yang Yi, a formidable figure in the Xuanwu realm, appeared robust yet not cumbersome, resembling a statue carved from rock, both resolute and powerful, exuding an indomitable presence. Do you know Yueqing? Mu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Yueqing is currently away on a training expedition and will not participate in the tea gathering. Afraid to come? Humph, it's rare for the Qingyun Sect to produce a talent, yet you lack the courage to show up. I can be your opponent. Mu Qing stepped forward, his aura blazing fiercely, as the cold light of his golden sword flickered, seemingly responding to its master's intent for battle. You? I've never heard of you, Yang Yi replied with indifference. Disciple of the Golden Wing, Mu Qing of the Golden Sword, in the realm of Xuanwu. I shall challenge you at the tea gathering. Mu Qing boldly declared war, representing the Qingyun Sect, resolute in maintaining his momentum, undeterred even by the formidable Earth Spirit Sect. In this regard, Qin Ming, Tai Shanha, and others stood in solidarity with him, instinctively taking 2 steps forward. Oh, Xuanwu realm? Yang Yi scrutinized him further, while the 9 disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect behind him exhibited a hint of surprise, discovering that there were actually 2 disciples of the Xuanwu realm among the new generation of the Qingyun Sect. The elder leading them chuckled, interrupting. First, go register. There will be plenty of opportunities for sparring in the future. Remember my name, Mu Qing. He passed by Yang Yi, following the elder deeper into the estate. Yang Yi smirked. Interesting, the Qingyun Sect certainly arrives with great fervor. Let us proceed to observe the lineup they have brought. Mu Qing led the group into the assembly hall, which was elegant and steeped in antiquity. In the center stood a table where an elder sat, recording details. The elder glanced at them and began to note. Is this the team from the Qingyun Sect? Please state your realm and the duration of your stability in this realm. Mu Qing, 17 years old, Xuanwu realm, first heaven, time to advancement, 2 months. Zhang Lan, 16 years old, Lingwu realm, 9th heaven. Time to advancement, 1.5 years. Ling Yan, 16 years old, Lingwu realm, 9th heaven, time to advancement, 1.5 years. Morong Chong, 16 years old, Lingwu realm, 9th heaven, time to advancement, 1 year and 3 months. Ling Shui, 16 years old, Lingwu realm, 9th heaven, time to advancement, 8 months. Tai Shanha, 16 years old, Lingwu realm, 9th heaven, time to advancement, 9 months. This was originally a personal secret, yet the competition of the 8 sects tea gathering, on the surface, is merely a friendly exchange of martial skills. Thus, prior to each gathering, disciples from each sect are expected to truthfully disclose their capabilities. Zhang Lan, Lin Yan, and Mu Rongchong, the 3 disciples of the Golden Feather Sect, have firmly established themselves in the 9th layer of the spirit martial realm for over a year, teetering on the brink of entering the profound martial realm. Given their prodigious talents, a suitable opportunity would allow them to break through with ease. And they are all merely 16 years of age. Yang Yi and others stood outside the assembly hall, nodding slowly. Indeed, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect are exceptionally strong this year, and notably, they have not sent any 18-year-olds. The regulations of the 8 sects tea gathering stipulate that participants must be under 18, yet historically, no sect has ever sent an 18-year-old. The eldest has always been 17. This serves to highlight the potential of each sect and reflects the tacit understanding among the 8 sects. Han Qianye and his companions registered in turn, all being newly ascended to the 9th layer of the spirit martial realm, and the elder in charge of recording nodded in approval. The Qingyun Sect's team is indeed formidable, with significant chances of securing a spot in the top 10. If the talented disciple Yueqing of Qingyun Sect were present, it would be even more exhilarating. However, it seems they deliberately chose not to bring her, perhaps for their own reasons. Yet when it was Qin Ming's turn, an unexpected silence enveloped the hall. Qin Ming, 15 years old, with merely 33 days until he turned 16, stands at the 8th layer of the spirit martial realm, having ascended just 20 days prior. He calmly reported his information, gazing at the elderly man, who was momentarily taken aback. Is there a problem? 8th layer? 20 days? The elder responsible for recording presumed he had misheard. Qin Ming accepted the peculiar gazes of the crowd with composure. Haha. The disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect outside the hall erupted in laughter. An 8th layer? The entire Qingyun Sect could scarcely produce a disciple of the 9th layer. If all else fails, they could even summon a 16-year-old 9th layer disciple, or forcibly elevate one if necessary. What is the situation with you? It's one thing for Yueqing not to attend, but to bring forth a mere 8th layer disciple is to set a precedent for the 8 sects tea gathering, significantly lowering the standards of the entire event. Is this young man truly 15? He appears to be at least 18. What is his background? Could he possibly be the illegitimate child of your sect leader, brought along merely for exposure? The disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect were not merely mocking the Qingyun Sect. They were expressing their dissatisfaction. The 8 Sects Tea Gathering is heralded as the premier martial arts event for the new generation in the northern region, traditionally featuring only disciples of the 9th layer or above, and never anyone aged 18 or older. This has always been a point of pride for all participants. Yet the sudden introduction of such a young individual by the Qingyun Sect tarnishes the overall dignity of the gathering. Mu Cheng and the others wore solemn expressions, clearly displeased with the taunts from the Earth Spirit Sect. Yet this time, no one spoke up, not even He Xiangtian. They understood Qin Ming's temperament. He did not require their intervention at this moment. With a slight smile, Qin Ming shook his fist and declared, "How about a wager? You may select any one of your members to withstand my punch. If I win, you will apologize for your earlier remarks. If I lose, I will leave Wuling City with my belongings." It was as straightforward and blunt as that. Not convinced? Then let us engage in a duel. Yang Yi and the others laughed, genuinely amused. You wish to compare fists with us of the Earth Spirit Sect? Victory over you, the most esteemed, shall earn your utmost respect. Qin Ming shook his arms and approached them, declaring, "Who dares to challenge me? Do you truly mean it, young man? Do I appear to be jesting? Haha. Very well. Since you insist so fervently, I shall reluctantly oblige." A robust youth emerged from the ranks, his sinewy muscles resembling coiling ropes, his fierce eyes gleaming with vitality, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled a profound sense of pressure. The 8 Sect Tea Gathering has never witnessed a challenge from the 8th heaven. Shall I clear the path for your Qingyun Sect? Be my guest. Mu Cheng responded indifferently. Earth Spirit Sect, Zhaoque. The youth's body tensed, his fists rotating inward, a surge of formidable energy coursing through him, causing the wooden doors of the assembly hall to tremble slightly. Have I offended you? I may be a bit heavy-handed. You wouldn't mind, would you? Haha. Come at me. Qin Ming, stretching his body, ambled forward unhurriedly. Upon reaching a distance of 5 paces, his gaze sharpened, and with a series of resounding cracks, his joints activated with tremendous force. He rose on tiptoe, launching into a sudden sprint, accelerating in 3 strides, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Zhaoque's face. Yang Yi and the other disciples merely smiled faintly, showing no intention of evasion. Zhaoque casually raised his arms, crossing them in a defensive posture, his cold expression meeting Qin Ming's heavy strike, the fierce energy billowing around his limbs. This lad must have practiced a form of strength martial arts, but so what? Displaying brute force before the disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect is nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. Diamond. Limitless. Qin Ming's heavy punch suddenly surged with explosive power, akin to a thunderclap, crashing into Zhaoque's arms with a 5-fold increase in strength, unleashing an astounding 8,000 Jin of force. Zhaoque's complexion changed dramatically, caught off guard as he slammed his arms against his chest, losing control of his body and staggering backward. What? Yang Yi and the others were equally astonished. Can you withstand this? Qin Ming's voice rose as he strode forward. Before Zhaoque could regain his footing, a flurry of fists rained down upon him, striking him repeatedly, forcing him to retreat. In mere moments, over 30 powerful blows sent Zhaoque staggering back more than 10 meters. You bastard! Zhaoque struggled to steady himself, ready to retaliate. But Qin Ming was relentless, closing in and suddenly delivering a palm strike that landed squarely on his neck and chin. With the force of a mighty force, Zhaoque was propelled off the ground, while Qin Ming executed a swift maneuver, sweeping his leg against Zhaoque's side, akin to a steel whip, sending him flying. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even several elderly figures rose to their feet. Wasn't this supposed to be a single exchange? Yang Yi and the others wore grim expressions, perplexed by the sudden escalation. Was it ever mentioned that this was merely an exchange? Taishana sneered. At that moment, Qin Ming once again sent Zhaoque flying, gripping his ankle with fierce determination. Muscles rippled as he unleashed his power, hurling Zhaoque towards the nearby artificial hill. The ground trembled with a thunderous crash as the hill collapsed, rocks tumbling down. The spectators inhaled sharply, taken aback by the ferocity of the attack. Zhaoque, truly dazed, had initially thought he would only have to endure a single blow, unaware that Qin Ming had come prepared for a fierce battle from the outset, relentlessly pursuing him without allowing a moment's respite. The Earth Spirit Sect is nothing but this. Qin Ming charged forward, wielding Zhaoque like a whip, striking down upon the ground, the artificial hill, stone tables, and even ancient trees. Each time Zhaoque attempted to stabilize himself, he was met with Qin Ming's overwhelming force, driving him back relentlessly. The scene was intensely heated, causing even Mu Cheng and others to frown frequently. Realizing the situation was escalating rapidly, Qin Ming abruptly released his hold, sending Zhaoque flying. The resounding crash reverberated through the vicinity, alerting the guard and elite disciples from other sects. prompting a large number of figures to rush towards the commotion within the city manor. Chapter 65. His name is Qin Ming. A servant Zhao Kuo was ejected from the estate, managing to regain control and land without complete disarray. However, his attire was tattered, his skin lacerated, and his face bruised and swollen, presenting a wretched appearance with severe injuries. Enraged and driven to madness, he emitted bestial howls and screeches, his entire being surging with energy. The ground beneath him fractured, and surrounding rocks shattered, with stones of varying sizes converging from all directions to form a formidable earthen wall before him. Like a bolt of lightning, Qin Ming lowered his stance and darted forward, aggressively closing in with unwavering determination. Vajra! Immeasurable! Qin Ming roared inwardly, his eyes blazing with intensity. Sprinting at full speed, he swung his fist with all his might, colliding head-on with the earthen wall before it could fully materialize. A deafening roar erupted as the earthen wall crumbled, sending tremors throughout a significant portion of the city manor. What? Zhao Kuo's expression shifted once more, questioning the nature of such power. Amidst the rubble and dust, Qin Ming advanced, his raised fist descending upon Zhao Kuo's head. Zhao Kuo's head jolted violently as he was launched into the air, crashing horizontally into a massive tree over 10 meters away. A dull thud echoed as the ancient tree, surrounded by flower beds, nearly toppled over, its roots erupting from the soil, scattering dust and debris. Yang Yi, Mu Cheng, and the others emerged to witness the intense scene. Taken aback by the spectacle, the approaching guards also witnessed Zhao Kuo being forcefully hurled through the air. Zhao Kuo found himself in a daze, leaning against an ancient tree. Unable to regain his composure for quite some time, Qin Ming stood before him, demanding an apology. With great effort, Zhao Kuo lifted his eyelids, his gaze fierce, preparing to strike again. However, he was swiftly seized by the neck and hoisted high by Qin Ming. An apology? Enough. Yang Yi and others rushed forward, but Taishan and his companions blocked their path first. It's time to apologize. What are you doing? Several elder representatives of the sect hurried over, indignantly reprimanding them. The 8 sect's tea gathering had yet to commence, and chaos had already erupted. What a disgrace. Apologize. Qin Ming held Zhao Kuo aloft, his fingers like iron claws deeply embedded in Zhao Kuo's robust neck. I apologize to the Qingyun Sect. Zhao Kuo struggled to articulate the words. Speak louder. Qin Ming's voice rose sharply. Zhao Kuo, apologize for humiliating the Qingyun Sect. As soon as he uttered those words, Qin Ming flung him aside, causing him to tumble and roll over 10 meters upon hitting the ground. Upon hearing this, the disciples and elders who had just arrived grasped the situation. The Tuling sect had provoked the disciples of the Qingyun Sect with their insolence. Yet, the scene was perplexing. It was astonishing that such a fiery disciple from the Qingyun Sect would dare to strike the Tuling sect. What had transpired? Elder Helian Chong stepped forward as a representative of the Qingyun Sect. I was merely sparring with senior brother Zhao Kuo, Qin Ming said, a faint smile gracing his face, his handsome features appearing harmless. I'm fine. Zhao Kuo rejected the support of his fellow disciples, forcing himself to stand. Defeat was defeat. There was no need for excuses. This was the 8 sects tea gathering, attended by prodigious talents. Fabricating excuses would only invite ridicule. Sparring is permissible, but do mind the limits. Qin Ming, your actions have been excessively harsh. You shall be confined for a day. Helian Zhong feigned a stern reprimand, ostensibly to provide an explanation to the Earth Spirit sect. Qin Ming, I have not heard of such a figure from the Qingyun sect. Numerous elders and disciples gathered in the nearby gardens to observe. Those skirmishes are a common occurrence at every tea gathering. The ferocity of today's encounter is indeed rare. It is even more unusual to witness the Earth Spirit sects be rendered utterly powerless. As Qin Ming strode past the ranks of the Earth Spirit sect, he declared, Since I have the audacity to be here, I possess the qualifications to be so. Do not look down upon me. He showed no restraint, fully unleashing his might. Whether it was assertive or provocative, his purpose for being here was to gain renown, to ensure that everyone recognized and acknowledged him. Qin Ming, brash youth, do not be so arrogant. We from the Earth Spirit sect will keep a close watch on you during this tea gathering. Just wait and see. Yang Yi and the others wore displeased expressions. They represented the Earth Spirit sect. And to be bested before the tea gathering had even commenced not only tarnish their own reputation but also that of their sect. We shall see this through to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me to your designated area for rest. 2 attendants approached the respective factions of Qingyun Sect and Earth Spirit Sect, striving to separate them to prevent further disputes. In the first contest of the tea gathering, I shall challenge him, declared a robust disciple, casting a glance at the departing Qin Ming. A companion beside him remarked, Sushi Xiao. There is no need for you to engage personally. I will handle him. Zhao Kuo had been caught off guard and fell into his trap. Such an occurrence would not repeat itself at the tea gathering. Allow me to take this one. That lad is somewhat peculiar. He has ascended to the 8th level of the heavens merely 20 days ago, and his realm may still be unstable. Even if he gains an advantage, it is improbable that he could render Zhao Kuo incapable of retaliation. The disciple surnamed Su sensed that Qin Ming harbored additional secrets. Upon reflection, it seemed implausible that the Qingyun Sect would casually bring an ordinary individual along. There must indeed be an underlying issue. They had been somewhat careless. Yang Yi made a decisive call. Su Hanfeng, you shall take the lead in the first battle. Show no mercy. If you can incapacitate him, do not hesitate. Su Hanfeng smirked. I will ensure that his bones experience the might of the Earth Spirit Sect's fists. That is unwise, Ling Shui cautioned the approaching Qin Ming. You are revealing your strength prematurely before the tea gathering has even commenced. You may very well face retaliation from the Earth Spirit Sect in the first match. A risk not worth taking. Your secrets and your unique strategies should be preserved for the tea gathering, not squandered in such a trivial setting. Ling Shui's words rang true. He ought to reserve this power for the tea gathering. Ding Dian admired Qin Ming's fiery temperament, but lamented, You have miscalculated. I have not yet exerted my full strength. Qin Ming replied with a casual laugh. The onlookers rolled their eyes, remarking that despite his size, he was still panting. How much force can you exert now? Han Xinya inquired, having not witnessed Qin Ming display such formidable strength on their journey, and feeling somewhat taken aback by this sudden transformation. About 1,000 pounds, perhaps. Qin Ming replied nonchalantly. They arrived at a nearby garden, which featured a small lake, pavilions, groves, flower beds, and several independent courtyards, all exquisitely crafted, reflecting the refined taste of the estate's owner. Each person selected a small courtyard. Qin Ming, Tai Shanhe, and others remained in their rooms to cultivate, striving to maintain their optimal condition, while Mu Cheng and the others gathered outside to learn about the circumstances of the various sections. That afternoon, the name of Qin Ming reverberated throughout the vast city, not solely due to his overwhelming defeat of Zhao Kuo from the Earth Spirit Sect, but also because of his remarkable cultivation at the 8th heaven of spirit martial arts. The mere presence of a disciple at the 8th heaven in a tea gathering was unprecedented, particularly given that he had only ascended 20 days prior. Was this not sheer absurdity? In the century-long history of the 8 sects tea gathering, such a phenomenon had never occurred, as articulated by the Earth Spirit Sect. A single Qin Ming had diminished the overall caliber of the gathering. Yet, Qin Ming had decisively vanquished Zhao Kuo, demonstrating his prowess with his fists. Each disciple at the tea gathering was an elite among elites, possessing a luminous standing within their respective sects, far removed from the ordinary martial artists outside. How then? Did Qin Ming, at the 8th heaven, manage to triumph over a 9th heaven opponent? Curiosity blossomed, and many began to remember his name. Upon investigation, however, the revelation was shocking. He was a servant. Indeed, a mere servant, tasked with menial duties for the Qingyun Sect. His rank at the 8th heaven was inconsequential. He was still but a servant, and Qin Ming had once again marred the sacred nature of the tea gathering. What were the Qingyun Sect's intentions? Were they merely jesting? An 8th heaven cultivation alongside a servant status had set a new precedent for the 8 sects tea gathering. Yet, rumors began to circulate that just over a year ago, Qin Ming had been at the spirit refining realm, and in less than a year, he had ascended directly to the 8th heaven. The city of Wuling was abuzz. The situation was utterly ludicrous and bizarre. Many were left wondering how Qin Ming had achieved such a rapid advancement to the 8th heaven within a single year, casting significant doubt on the authenticity of these events. Thus, before the tea gathering had even commenced, Qin Ming's name had become widely known, garnering attention that rivaled that of the prodigies at the profound martial realm within the 8 sects. Chapter 66. The Little Fox upon receiving the news. The elders of various sects relentlessly inquired about the status of the Qingyun Sect's elder, questioning whether Qin Ming was indeed a servant and recalling that he was merely in the spirit refinement realm a year prior. They pressed for the Qingyun Sect's perspective on the matter. Helian Chong and the other elders found themselves in a predicament, feeling both embarrassed and irate, and they resorted to vague explanations to deflect the inquiries. Upon their return, they chastised He Xiangtian and the others for their indiscretions. They had previously discreetly advised against mentioning Qin Ming's servitude, yet before the tea gathering had even commenced, rumors had already begun to circulate. It was clear that He Xiangtian and his companions had intentionally disseminated this information to belittle Qin Ming. However, Qin Ming was unperturbed the moment he entered the city. He had resolved not to conceal his true self any longer. His purpose was to gain renown, and he intended to do so with great fanfare. The louder his name rang, the greater his chances of securing freedom for his family in the future. Is Qin Ming present? I am a disciple of the Baiwa sect. My senior sisters are hosting a banquet at the Sihai Tower in the inner city and would like to extend an invitation to him. Is Mu Qing here? I am a disciple of the Tiandao sect. Would you care to join us for a gathering? Does anyone know who Ling Shui is? Haha. I am Qin Shun from the Qin Sect. Might I have the honor of accompanying you for a stroll? That evening, disciples from various sects came to invite Qin Ming and Ling Shui to the banquet. Such gatherings typically precede team meetings, allowing sects to meet, become acquainted, and subtly probe one another's strengths and weaknesses. Today, particularly numerous were the invitations directed towards the Qingyun Sect, largely due to their interest in the servant of the eighth heaven, Qin Ming. Many invitations were extended to him, all of which he graciously declined under the pretense of being in confinement. As night enveloped the world in tranquility, Qin Ming sat cross-legged in his chamber, cultivating the Shengxing, absorbing the life essence from the heavens and the earth. The Lord's Manor in Wuling City is a treasure trove, suffused with spiritual energy and brimming with vitality, rivaling even the esteemed Qingyun Sect. This serendipitous fortune befalls Qin Ming. As his aura ebbs and flows, pulsating with an inexhaustible life force that radiates from his being, drawing the essence of life towards him in a grand embrace. This life energy circulates throughout his body, nurturing his spirit and refining his physique. The surging vitality dances within each cell, a symphony of exquisite delight. Qin Ming revels in the nourishing effects of the birth and growth technique, feeling an indescribable refreshment each time. Suddenly, his dark brows twitch, and he glances toward the window. The moonlight is bright and clear, as pure as water, streaming through the window into the room. To his astonishment, a fluffy little fox perches on the windowsill. Delicate and youthful, its entire body a pristine white, resembling a pure snowball. Its eyes, of vibrant crimson, glisten like two rubies, fixated intently on Qin Ming, while its small ears twitch with curiosity. A spirit creature? Qin Ming senses the extraordinary nature of this little fox. Its gaze is imbued with remarkable intelligence. The little fox tilts its head, observing Qin Ming, and after a moment, it leaps into the room, cautiously approaching him before nimbly bounding onto his bed. Circling around him and gazing up with its small head held high. It is lively and adorable, unafraid. Qin Ming smiles, enchanted by the beauty of this little creature. He had never imagined an animal could be so captivating. The little fox gently nudges him, as if urging him for something. What could it be? Qin Ming wonders. Intrigued by this little being's intentions, the fox exhales a puff of white breath, its tiny paws tugging at the hem of his garment. What is this? The essence of life? Qin Ming was taken aback. The white mist exhaled by the little fox was surprisingly a rich and pure essence of life. Was it drawn here by the Shengxing? The little fox actually tugged at the corners of its mouth and smiled. Qin Ming was astonished. It smiled? Though it appeared enchanting, there was something peculiar about it. The little fox leaped onto Qin Ming's lap, curling up in a comfortable position and gently closing its eyes. Qin Ming attempted to circulate the Shengxing, and the essence of life became vibrant once more, converging from various corners of the garden and spiraling within his room. The little fox breathed evenly, its eyes squinting with joy, seemingly relishing the moment. Qin Ming found it both curious and amusing that this little creature could perceive the essence of life. Whose little fox could it be? Was it raised in the Lord's mansion or brought by some disciple from the eight sects? Qin Ming gently prodded it. Its fur was fluffy, soft, and warm. The little creature wriggled comfortably, deliberately brushing against his fingertips. Ah, this little one is not shy of strangers? Qin Ming tapped its moist little nose, only for the little fox to emit a soft grunt of discontent and give him a disdainful glance, displaying a remarkable intelligence. Qin Ming stroked its soft fur, allowing it to nestle on his lap, and continued to circulate the Shengxing. It was simply too adorable, seemingly harmless. However, not long after, Qin Ming opened his eyes again and gazed out the window. There stood a young woman, her figure graceful and curves mesmerizing. Qin Ming was both astonished and captivated. This woman was undeniably alluring. The garments she wore were not merely thin, they were scant to the extreme, exposing her delicate arms and flat abdomen, while her bosom was enticingly enveloped in a sheer veil. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded freely, and her smooth skin gleamed like fine jade, her enchanting visage exuding a bewitching charm. She was utterly unreserved in displaying her youthful and captivating physique, so alluring that it could make one faint. Anyone witnessing such a sight from their window would find it hard to remain composed. However, her eyes were a striking crimson hue, transforming her otherwise fiery and enchanting appearance into something otherworldly. Qin Ming instinctively felt a sense of caution. He sensed danger emanating from the young woman, a palpable and unmistakable threat. Who are you? Her rosy lips curled into a subtle smile, a teasing expression as she appraised Qin Ming. "Are you a disciple of the 8 sects?" Qin Ming furrowed his brows. The girl let out a light, melodic whistle, rousing the little fox resting on Qin Ming's lap. The tiny creature seemed reluctant, tilting its head to gaze at the girl outside the window. The girl chuckled softly, playfully waving her delicate fingers. The little fox, albeit reluctantly, rose and leaped onto the windowsill, casting a glance back at Qin Ming before perching upon the girl's shoulder. She gently tapped the little fox's rosy nose and led it into the moonlit night. Ling Shui resided in the adjacent courtyard to Qin Ming, separated by a simple fence. As she was about to close her window, she unexpectedly caught sight of a strikingly tall figure emerging from Qin Ming's courtyard. The long, snow-white legs were tantalizingly visible beneath the almost transparent fabric of her dress, while her slender, fair arms shimmered under the moonlight, radiating an enchanting glow. The girl paused at the gate, turning to glance at Ling Shui's room, a playful smile gracing her lips as her left eye winked mischievously. With a graceful twist of her supple waist, she departed, her lotus-like steps captivating. Ling Shui watched her retreating figure before turning her gaze back to Qin Ming's courtyard, where he was leaning at the window, deep in thought with his chin resting on his hand. Who was this girl? Her blood-red eyes were certainly memorable. Could she be a disciple of the sect? If faced with such an opponent, Qin Ming had little confidence in his victory. "You seem to have a penchant for provoking women," a voice, cool and distant, floated over from the adjacent courtyard. Qin Ming leaned out to catch a glimpse. "Didn't he, the disciple of Xuanzong, invite you out? Why didn't you go?" "Do not provoke that woman," Ling Shui admonished as she shut the window. "Hey," Qin Ming called out. "Do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry." After a prolonged silence, a soft voice emerged from Ling Shui's room. "Come and take it." Qin Ming crossed into her courtyard and was about to knock on the window when a handkerchief was extended, holding several pastries. "Do all girls enjoy making pastries?" Qin Ming inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of floral fragrance. "Why did you come to the tea gathering of the 8 sects?" Ling Shui's voice, icy and detached, resonated from within. Many had inquired about this on the road, yet Qin Ming had never given a direct answer. Sitting on the stone bench in her courtyard, savoring the pastries, he casually remarked, "Our purposes for being here differ. You seek fame, while I seek survival. For the sake of Thunder Ancient City? Indeed. It has been 8 years, nearly 8.5. It is time for closure. Cannot you endure for another 2 years? With your potential, you might ascend to the Xuanwu realm and return to the gathering with greater odds. 2 years, 2 years. Qin Ming continued to nibble on the pastries, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do you genuinely believe I can survive another 2 years in Qingyun Sect? Can they tolerate my continued growth?" Ling Shui fell silent. His understated words stirred a flicker of pain within her, yet she swiftly regained her composure. "There will always be a way to survive, which is far better than your hasty participation in the tea gathering now. How can you be so certain that I will not secure a ranking? Wake up. The disciples of the 8 sects are formidable, and you have garnered attention. It's unlikely you will pass through merely 2 rounds. Perhaps not." Qin Ming finished his pastry in a few bites. It was rather delightful. "Is there more?" Qin Ming wiped his mouth and returned the handkerchief, saying, "Thank you. You've used it, so please keep it." Ling Shui had a penchant for cleanliness. "Very well." Qin Ming casually tucked it into his pocket and prepared to leave. If one day you fought for your freedom, would you depart from the Qingyun Sect?" Qin Ming smiled faintly, remaining silent as he turned back to his courtyard. Chapter 67. The Demon Child. The following day, the Tianshui Sect and the Xinghe Sect arrived successively in Wuling City. That very night, the leaders of the 8 sects convened, the atmosphere gravely serious. The elders of the 8 sects were stationed outside the assembly hall, maintaining a vigilant watch. The true purpose of the gathering was, in fact, a high-level meeting among the leaders, who would deliberate on the interests and development of the 8 sects to ensure their standing in the northern region and to establish a counterbalance against the 5 kings of the north. In recent years, the 5 kings' stance had grown increasingly aggressive, frequently suppressing the 8 sects and compelling them to forge closer ties. The leader of the Qingyun Sect even broached the topic of a marriage alliance with the Python King's manor, cautioning the sects that the 5 kings might employ various tactics to sow discord among the 8 sects, urging them to be prepared. As the leaders held their clandestine discussions, an official list of participants from the 8 sects was released, revealing an astonishing 11 disciples at the Xuanwu realm. The Tiandao Sect claimed 3. The Blood Evil Sect secured 2, while each of the remaining sects had 1 disciple at the Xuanwu realm. The formidable lineup instilled a palpable sense of pressure among all disciples of the 8 sects. This year's tea gathering appears to boast an unprecedented strength. The disciples began to meet frequently, eager to ascertain one another's capabilities, each harboring a degree of preparation. After all, Each disciple present was driven by the desire for renown, seeking to showcase their talents at the tea event. A preliminary ranking of the 80 disciples was released, with Qin Ming, unsurprisingly, positioned at the 80th place. At the pinnacle stood Xingya, the foremost genius of the Tiandao sect, a legendary figure already celebrated throughout the northern domain. Prominent figures also included the enchanting prodigy of the Blood Evil sect and Yang Yi of the Earth Spirit sect, among others. In the rankings of the spiritual martial realm, the likes of Qin Ge from the Tiandao sect and Qing Xie from the Blood Evil sect claimed leading positions. Although the Qingyun Sect's lineup was impressive, they did not shine in the initial rankings among the 8 sects. Mu Cheng and his companions felt a profound sense of pressure. This seemingly simple public list served as a harbinger of predictions. Throughout this time, Qin Ming remained concealed within his chamber, diligently honing his skills. He neither underestimated the disciples of the 8 sects nor assumed he could effortlessly breach the top 10. His strategy lay in achieving unexpected victories, leveraging his unique advantages. He aimed not only for the recognition of the Qingyun Sect, but also for acknowledgement from all 8 sects, laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors. On the morning of the 3rd day, the martial event of the 8 sects tea gathering commenced as scheduled, held within the depths of the city at the martial arena. Though it was the tea gathering of the 8 sects, it was customary to invite numerous esteemed families from Wuling City to witness the spectacle alongside them. As dawn broke, the young lords and ladies of the city arrived in splendid attire, bubbling with excitement as they filled the stands. Typically, these individuals exuded an air of arrogance. Yet within the confines of the 8 sects tea gathering, they exhibited a remarkable restraint, with none daring to act overly presumptuously. In the northern realm, the 8 sects hold a position of immense prestige, standing equally alongside the 5 kings. The disciples who emerge from these sects are elite prodigies, possessing vast potential for growth, making them beyond reproach. As dawn breaks, the chime of bells resonates, heralding the arrival of the sect leaders, who personally escort their disciples to the martial arena. Entering from 8 distinct directions, the audience rises in unison, the atmosphere charged with fervor, as cheers and exclamations fill the air, all eager to catch a glimpse of the formidable 8 sects and discern their appearances. Dear friends, please. The old city lord warmly invites the sect leaders to ascend the elevated platform, where they take their places on either side. 100 fully armed guards stand sentinel around the main stage, creating a barrier between the sect leaders and the spectators. The 8 leaders were smiles, indicative of fruitful discussions over the past few days, engaging in amiable conversation while generously praising their competing disciples. The ambience is notably harmonious. The participating disciples of the 8 sects cluster at the 8 corners of the demonstration platform, eyeing each other with keen interest, each exuding a formidable fighting spirit. The stands are filled with hundreds, even thousands, of spectators, animatedly debating and pointing. Through their own channels, they have already learned of this year's impressive lineup of the 8 sects, which surpasses previous years significantly. Notably, the Heavenly Dao sect boasts 3 formidable Xuanwu realm experts, displaying a vigorous ambition to dominate the top 3 positions, while disciples from other sects also join the competition. With over 30 having surpassed the 9th heaven threshold for more than a year, such a robust assembly has been rare in past gatherings, promising an extraordinary spectacle for the upcoming tea gathering of the 8 sects. Of course, Qin Ming stands as a unique exception. Look, the one clad in black is Qin Ming, the 8th level of the spirit martial realm from the Qingyun Sect. Quite handsome, isn't he? Is he truly a mere servant? His demeanor suggests otherwise. It is said that upon arriving in the city, he brutally subdued a disciple of the Earth Spirit sect, showcasing immense raw power. Look, Xingyi, the most formidable of the 8 sects, rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level of the Black Tortoise realm. The competition is about to commence. The excitement is palpable. Teeming with prodigies from various sects, one can scarcely count them all. Such contests are truly worthy of admiration. Excuse me, does anyone know if there will be battles among Black Tortoise realm practitioners today? A young gentleman inquired anxiously. Are you not familiar with the competition rules? A young man in resplendent attire, fanning himself, glanced over. Master Qing, do enlighten us. The nearby gentlemen and ladies urged, having a general understanding of the rules but lacking in finer details. Master Qing cleared his throat. The tea gathering of the 8 sects is divided into 4 rounds. Today marks the first round, featuring contests among practitioners of the spirit martial realm in one-on-one duels. The defeated will be officially eliminated, with no chance to participate in the subsequent rounds. Tomorrow, the 2nd round will take place, where the victors from the 1st round will face each other again, leading to further eliminations. and the winners advancing to the third round to contend for a place among the top 10. Practitioners of the Black Tortoise realm will compete in the second round. Those who emerge victorious will bypass the third round and secure their spots among the top 10. The top 10 consists of two categories, one for practitioners of the Black Tortoise realm and the other for those of the Spirit Martial realm. Typically, this comprises 6 from the Black Tortoise realm and 4 from the Spirit Martial realm. The fourth round will see a competition to determine the top 5, with 6 Black Tortoise realm practitioners engaging in one-on-one matches, alongside 4 Spirit Martial realm practitioners in similar contests. Ultimately, among the final 5, there will be 3 from the Black Tortoise realm and 2 from the Spirit Martial realm. The crowd suddenly came to a realization: it was only fair. Otherwise, there would be no need for competition in the Spirit Martial realm, as it would simply be a contest among those of the Profound Martial realm. The annual martial arts competition at the tea gathering is always exhilarating, a spectacle that demands our utmost attention, offering great inspiration. These talented disciples each possess unique methodologies in the application of martial arts and the execution of spiritual techniques, making this an invaluable opportunity to learn. The atmosphere in the stands was vibrant with anticipation for the match to commence. Some could hardly contain their eagerness, frequently glancing towards the main stage, whispering about what the old-timers might be discussing, and wondering why the event had yet to begin. The disciples from the 8 sects were brimming with confidence, their combat spirits soaring high. Their gazes were sharp and their demeanor haughty as they began to select their opponents in silence. This year, the teams from each sect appeared formidable, and everyone was prepared to unleash their full strength upon entering the arena, leaving no reservations. Mu Cheng, bearing the golden sword, stood at the forefront of the Qingyun Sect's team, reminding others of their purpose. As the captain of Qingyun Sect and a practitioner of the Profound Martial realm, he had already drawn the attention of the top disciples from other sections. Before arriving in Wuling City, he had been confident in his ability to secure a place among the top 5, but now the pressure was mounting. Qin Ming observed the various disciples, scrutinizing the distinct styles of different teams. However, his gaze was drawn to the Blood Evil Sect, where 9 male and female disciples surrounded an extraordinary young woman. With her alluring figure, porcelain skin, captivating attire, and casually cascading waist-length hair, she was undeniably striking. Many eyes in the audience frequently drifted towards her, though there was a palpable sense of apprehension as onlookers hesitated to gaze too directly. Is it her? Qin Ming recognized the young woman. She was the one who had appeared by his bedside just the night before. She is from the Blood Evil Sect? The young girl was playfully teasing the little fox in her arms. Noticing Qin Ming's gaze, she slowly lifted her eyelids, revealing a pair of crimson eyes, enchanting and sinister, making it difficult for one to gaze directly at them. Intrigued, Qin Ming stole a few more glances. The girl chuckled softly, returning his gaze. The other disciples of the Blood Evil Sect followed her line of sight towards Qin Ming. Don't stare. Ding Dian suddenly nudged Qin Ming, his tone stern. You've already drawn the ire of the Earth Spirit Sect. Do you wish to provoke them further? Who is she? Qin Ming diverted his gaze. She is the granddaughter of the Blood Evil Sect's leader, the Enchantress. Ding Dian positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Ming, warning him not to gawk. The Blood Evil Sect was composed of extreme individuals, with personalities and martial arts that were excessively intense, proving to be more formidable than the Earth Spirit Sect. The most powerful enchantress of the Blood Evil Sect? Why haven't you taken the time to inquire about her identity these past few days? Qin Ming ceased his observations. Yet the disciples of the Blood Evil Sect continued to fixate on this spot, their expressions devoid of emotion and their gazes somewhat icy. Their attire and demeanor were distinctly mismatched with the other sects, and now, with their collective attention directed towards a single point, they became even more conspicuous. The other sects also instinctively turned their gazes towards the Qingyun Sect. Had the Qingyun Sect once again offended the Blood Evil Sect? How amusing. It seemed that this year, the Qingyun Sect had become particularly audacious, having recently incurred the wrath of the Earth Spirit Sect, and now seemingly provoking the Blood Evil Sect. Qin Ming. Mu Cheng snapped back. Are you ever going to stop? Qin Ming shrugged. What is it to me? You need to behave yourself. Don't drag the Qingyun Sect into your troubles, remarked Lin Yan, a disciple of the Golden Feather Sect, with evident dissatisfaction. We shouldn't have brought you along. Zhanglan huffed. You always stir up trouble at critical moments. Chapter 68. The Power of One Battle. The young girl, with a playful smile that seemed to dance at the corners of her lips, regarded Qin Ming, deliberately blinking her eyes. Observing this, the other disciples of the Blood Evil Sect turned their attention to Qin Ming, with several of them gradually revealing their intrigue. They had yet to decide which sect to challenge at this tea gathering. Perhaps the Qingyun Sect? Their smiles only served to heighten the unease among the Qingyun Sect. while the other sects found joy in the situation. With the Blood Evil sect preoccupied with Qingyun, their own teams felt less pressure. The 5 elders of the Qingyun sect shared puzzled glances, wondering what had transpired. It appeared the Blood Evil sect had set its sights on them. One trouble from the Earth Spirit sect was already enough. The addition of the Blood Evil sect made the prospect of competition daunting. At that moment, a small fox, nestled in the girl's arms, suddenly leaped away, agilely weaving through the crowd until it reached the Qingyun sect's group. Its movements were light and ethereal, resembling a fluffy little cloud. Unfazed, the creature hopped onto Qin Ming's shoulder, its damp little nose sniffing curiously at him, revealing a smile that suggested it was quite fond of his essence. Qin Ming gently tapped the tip of the little creature's nose with his fingertip, but it responded by playfully scratching him with its tiny paw, seemingly urging him for more of that life energy. Little demon, what is going on? The disciples of the Blood Evil sect were taken aback. How had the young lady's familiar made its way to Qin Ming? It seemed quite affectionate towards him. The other sects were equally puzzled. How had that little fox, seemingly belonging to the Blood Evil sect, ended up with Qin Ming? Mu Cheng and the others were even more bewildered, questioning the unfolding situation. The little demon let out a whistle, beckoning the fox with a wave of its hand. Yet, the fox ignored the call, remaining on Qin Ming's shoulder, persistently urging him on with its bright, sparkling eyes. People have become increasingly peculiar within the vast martial arena. Many gazes began to drift towards this spot. Sect leader Chio, does your precious granddaughter know that young man? A sect leader inquired of the elderly man beside him. The leader of the Blood Evil sect was perplexed. That little fox was a 9 young celestial fox, imbued with a profound spirit and a hint of pride. She never allowed anyone but the demon children to approach her. So how could she have wandered over to a stranger? Fearing further complications, the leader of the Qingyun sect suggested mildly, Lord Qi, it may be time to commence. Very well. The old city lord of Wuling rose, exchanging a few warm pleasantries before proclaiming loudly, the Tea Party martial exhibition begins now. With that commanding shout, the atmosphere in the arena ignited, with thousands of eyes converging on the martial stage, ready for the spectacle to unfold. Qin Ming. A thunderous roar erupted as Su Hanfeng, a disciple of the Earth Spirit sect, leaped onto the martial stage, pointing at Qin Ming from a distance. He could hardly contain his eagerness. He yearned to crush Qin Ming in this first battle. Qin Ming gently nudged the little fox, who reluctantly returned to the ranks of the Blood Evil sect. He is Su Hanfeng, far stronger than Zhao Qua, whom you faced that day. Taizhan, he cautioned Qin Ming. He Xiang Tian, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, added, the Earth Spirit sect has already discerned your capabilities and has declared their intent to double the retribution for the injuries you inflicted upon Zhao Qua. You would do well to prepare yourself. Try to endure as long as possible and avoid a crushing defeat. Remember, you represent the Qingyun sect. Mu Cheng also reminded Qin Ming, urging him not to be entirely vanquished, but to at least put up some resistance. Qin Ming said nothing as he ascended the steps to the martial stage. This first battle of the session promised to be intriguing. In the past, very few dared to provoke the Earth Spirit sect before a match, yet this young man has stirred up trouble for the Azure Cloud sect. Without allowing them to unleash their full fury, the Earth Spirit sect will not easily forgive the Azure Cloud sect. Qin Ming, a servant, stands at the 8th level of heaven, and the Azure Cloud sect has unwittingly provided entertainment for this gathering. I sense there is something amiss. Do you think he might surprise us? Su Hanfeng is formidable. The Earth Spirit sect has sent him into battle with absolute confidence, making it exceedingly difficult for Qin Ming to succeed, regardless of the tricks he might employ. The disciples from various sects regard Qin Ming with keen interest, as most are seeing him for the first time. The atmosphere in the stands is fervent, with many having heard of the events from 3 days prior. The focus is on sparring, and it is imperative that no lives are lost. A middle-aged martial general oversees the arena, sternly reminding Su Hanfeng and Qin Ming. Earth Spirit sect, Su Hanfeng. Su Hanfeng raises his fist from a distance, challenging Qin Ming. Azure Cloud sect, Qin Ming. Qin Ming stands at the edge of the arena, not venturing far inside. Are you prepared? Su Hanfeng inquires eagerly. Please, Qin Ming replies simply, moving his body slightly, taking a deep breath, and slowly exhaling. To the astonishment of all, he closes his eyes and tightly clenches his right hand. What is he doing? Praying? Is he too afraid to step forward? Lingering at the edge? The disciples below find it both strange and amusing, with some urging Su Hanfeng to resolve the matter swiftly. The martial general raises his right hand high and firmly clenches it in the air. The match begins. With a thunderous shout, Su Hanfeng gritted his teeth and glared fiercely. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, sweeping across most of the martial arts stage. his entire being radiated with a fierce, burning energy, akin to flames engulfing him. His long hair danced wildly, seemingly animated by an invisible force, and his tiger-like eyes glinted with intensity as he focused intently on Qin Ming from 100 meters away. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly ignited with fervor, and many voices rose in unison, calling out his name. Qin Ming, prepare to receive my strike. Su Hanfeng charged forward, resembling a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. He was tall and imposing, his shoulders broad, and his heavy footsteps resonated ominously on the martial arts platform. Qin Ming remained unperturbed, standing at the edge of the ring with his eyes closed, his right fist clenched. Aside from the slow yet powerful tension in his right arm, he exhibited no signs of preparation for battle. Qin Ming, what are you dawdling for? Ding Dian shouted from below the stage, growing anxious. Qin Ming, evade Su Hanfeng and first assess his strengths and weaknesses. Han Qinya expressed her concern, bewildered by his apparent hesitance. Su Hanfeng surged forward with an overwhelming force, his energy boiling with astonishing intensity, causing his hair and attire to flutter violently around him. The sheer magnitude of power radiating from his being was terrifying, coalescing into his right arm and fist. With a resounding roar that reverberated with martial prowess, he swung his fist forward, devoid of any flamboyance. Yet every observer could feel the explosive force behind it. Bravo! Many were ignited by his formidable presence. Get out of the way. Ling Xuelio furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. No, wait. Tai Shanha suddenly murmured, detecting an extraordinary energy emanating from Qin Ming. Where was it? The fist. Qin Ming could already sense the impending wave of energy rushing towards him. In a critical moment, his eyes snapped open, and his taut right arm surged forth with precision, meeting the oncoming strike with a forceful clash. Bang! The clash of fists resonated like two colossal stones colliding, the sound a profound thud, a powerful shockwave erupting from the point of impact. To an outsider, the outcome of this blow seemed inevitable. Qin Ming would undoubtedly be sent flying, perhaps even left with a crippled right arm. However, at the moment of collision, as the force of Su Hanfeng's energy engulfed Qin Ming, a surge of dark energy emanated from Qin Ming's right fist, resembling a shadowy dagger that darted forth and deeply pierced Su Hanfeng's knuckles. Su Hanfeng's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils dilating as he became acutely aware of the frantic beating of his own heart. Thump, thump, a thunderous echo in his ears. In the next instant, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His right arm was violently repelled, and the sheer force of their clash rendered him entirely out of control. He was flung backward, crashing heavily onto the martial arts stage, rolling for over 10 meters. A sudden silence enveloped the arena, the fervent atmosphere frozen. All present wore expressions of disbelief, their consciousness and perception seemingly misaligned. Even the stoic and formidable sect leaders on the stage were taken aback. Su Hanfeng lay prostrate on the ground, his right arm trembling uncontrollably, the skin a dark crimson, a consequence of extensive rupturing of subcutaneous cells from the intense impact, resulting in severe bruising. As he lay there, his mind in a haze, he felt an icy numbness enveloping him. The scene around him shifted, the martial arena vanished. The spectators faded away, and the world around him descended into darkness, as if he had plunged into a vortex. His ears filled with the cacophony of violence, the sounds of screams and roars. Struggling to rise, he found his mind in utter disarray. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's right arm was tingling and numb. His hand alternated between clenching tightly and releasing, a slow rhythm as he gradually approached Su Hanfeng amidst the profound silence. Su Hanfeng lay there, shaking his head vigorously as his consciousness gradually returned to clarity. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet, the force of his aura once again dispersing. However, in the next instant, Qin Ming surged forward, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. The impact, a staggering 8,000 pounds of force, shattered the aura and struck him squarely, accompanied by the sharp sound of cracking bones, sending Su Hanfeng flying. This time, the force was even more potent, lifting him off the ground and propelling him beyond the martial arts platform, crashing into the ranks of the Earth Spirit Sect. Senior Brother Su. The crowd was jolted into awareness, with one individual leaping into the air to intercept him. Despite managing to catch him mid-flight, the sheer force was overwhelming, nearly causing them to topple upon landing. A hush fell over the arena as spectators glanced between the Earth Spirit Sect's formation and the figure of Qin Ming on the stage, many gasping in astonishment. What had transpired? This question echoed in the minds of all present, their mouths agape in disbelief. The 8 sect leaders in the stands furrowed their brows slightly. Even their keen eyes could not discern what had occurred, not due to a lack of vision, but rather a failure to pay close attention. No one believed that Qin Ming could survive under Su Hanfeng's fists, for even the most cunning of tactics would be rendered futile. Chapter 69. Invincible, Qin Ming's Deceit. The disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect encircled Su Hanfeng, their emotions running high. There was certainly something amiss. Su Hanfeng's strength was undeniably superior to that of Qin Ming, making it implausible for him to be repelled by just 2 punches. Su Hanfeng gasped for breath. His face pale, suffering significant injuries to his right arm and chest, beads of cold sweat forming as he appeared somewhat dazed, as if overwhelmed by fear. The atmosphere in the stands grew lively, with disciples from various sects beginning to speculate. None could grasp the events that had unfolded. Yet it was clear that Qin Ming had employed some underhanded tactics. However, what means could lead to the instantaneous downfall of Su Hanfeng? On the main stage, Lord Qi suddenly inquired, "May I ask, Master Li, what martial arts does your sect's Qin Ming practice?" The master of the 100 Flowers sect softly replied. What has Lord Qi perceived? His fist. It exudes a dark aura. Lord Qi pondered earnestly. The master of the Blood Evil sect, Qiu, nodded slowly. That embodies a lethal intent, manifesting as a tangible killing aura. In my estimation, the disciples of the Earth Spirit sect were overwhelmed by this murderous energy, stimulating their souls. Oh? The sect leaders expressed their astonishment, having scarcely paid heed moments ago. At such a tender age, how could one harbor such a ferocity? And how could that killing intent materialize? The master of the Qingyun Sect possessed little knowledge of Qin Ming. Yet given that his disciple had triumphed in such a stunning and impactful manner, he had no reason to undermine his own position. With a slight smile, he remarked, I brought Qin Ming here for a reason. I believe he shall astonish you all. As for the martial arts, allow me to keep you in suspense. He felt a tinge of embarrassment at his own words. The other sect leaders did not dwell on it too long and began to pay a bit more attention to Qin Ming. The master of the Earth Spirit sect remained composed, accepting the outcomes of several matches with equanimity. On the martial stage, the middle-aged warrior felt quite awkward. Having failed to discern the events clearly, unsure of who had emerged victorious or whether there had been any deceit involved. Fortunately, the elder city lord on the main stage nodded slowly at him, signaling him to make the announcement. The warrior solemnly approached Qin Ming and declared loudly, in this year's tea gathering, for the first round of competition, the victor of the first battle is Qin Ming of the Qingyun Sect. Why? Provide an explanation. The disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect vehemently protested. They were utterly bewildered, not even understanding how they had been defeated, yet still had the audacity to raise an outcry. The martial general proved to be a formidable opponent, his cold reprimand effectively silencing the disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect, their faces flushed and rendered speechless. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience as the martial general took on the role of judge, and the sect leaders acquiesced. Was it possible that Qin Ming had not resorted to trickery? Or had he employed legitimate tactics? In the first round, the initial battle brought forth unexpected delight. Who exactly is this young man? If his previous triumph over the Earth Spirit Sect was mere luck, what about today's victory? What methods did he employ to secure his win? I can't shake the feeling that this youth is shrouded in mystery. No wonder the Qingyun Sect made an exception to bring along an eighth heaven disciple. They must have had confidence in him. The atmosphere grew fervent. With the sect leader's approval, there was no cause for concern. Although it felt peculiar, such a contest was indeed thrilling, as no one could predict the outcome. The moments of reversal, or the surprises that lay ahead. As Qin Ming descended from the martial platform, he smiled and nodded at He Xiangtian and the others, signaling, I am finished, it is your turn now. He Xiangtian and his companions were momentarily mute, gazing at Qin Ming in disbelief. He won, so decisively and effortlessly. What did you do to him? Han Qianye could not help but inquire further. Just helped him extinguish some flames. Qin Ming continued to shake his arms, feeling the soreness. The sect leaders had guaranteed that once a match was won, he would no longer be a servant, and thus he preemptively congratulated them. Let us celebrate tonight with a drink. Taishanhe clapped him on the shoulder with vigor and strode confidently back onto the martial platform. With a clang, the iron blade soared into the air, suspended 5 meters above, emanating a chilling aura as it resonated throughout the venue. Qingyun Sect, Taishanhe, I seek battle. Taishan called out for battle with a commanding voice, his slender eyes glimmering with intensity, and his long hair defying the wind, rising as if by its own accord. His demeanor was aloof, exuding a unique aura akin to an iron blade suspended in midair, its sharpness unmistakable. I have arrived. Qingyun Sect, our conflict is far from over. As the disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect prepared to engage, a disciple from the Qingyun Sect leaped onto the martial arena ahead of them. Qingyun Sect. I am Wei Qibin. I shall take on the challenge. In a flash of brilliance, the iron blade surged forth like a ferocious dragon, twisting violently in the air. Its tip aimed at Wei Qibin. Taishan made the first move without hesitation. The atmosphere was electrifying. This individual could command the battle blade without even lifting a finger? I recognize you. You are Taishan, heir of the Tai family. Wei Qi Bin, seemingly assured of his victory, raised his arms high. A wave of azure energy erupting from his being, twisting violently like a tempest, soaring skyward. The resonant hum of energy surged continuously, akin to the roaring tides of a mighty river, emanating from Wei Qi Bin and forming a mass of azure clouds that churned violently in the sky, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Energy that permeates the universe. Restrain. Wei Qi Bin proclaimed with confidence, the fierce azure winds creating an imposing spectacle. The intricate martial technique displayed an astonishing power, truly unimaginable for a disciple of the spirit martial realm. The swirling clouds, as if weighed down by the mountains and rivers, firmly enveloped the iron blade, pinning it in midair. The vortex of clouds whirled violently, advancing toward the iron blade. The battle commenced with such grandeur that many spectators were thrilled. Indeed, this was a contest worthy of the 8 sects tea gathering, far surpassing the usual trivial skirmishes and excitement. Astonishingly, Taishan remained expressionless and unmoved, while the iron blade stood resolutely under immense pressure. As the swirling dark clouds loomed closer, the iron blade surged with renewed vigor, soaring like a magnificent rainbow, shattering the tumultuous clouds above. Humph! Wei Qi Bin let out a cold snort, his power resonating throughout the cosmos, unfathomable in its might. I shall claim your blade. The azure winds and dark clouds swiftly unfurled, colossal as a mountain, roiling in the skies, echoing with rumbling thunder. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of energy engulfed the iron blade. Splendid. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect cheered. With your blade in our possession, let us see how you will proceed. Haha, Brother Tai, your blade now belongs to me. What? Wei Qi Bin's laughter abruptly ceased as a streak of black light cleaved through the void, slicing forth from the immense dark clouds. The killing intent of the iron blade was astonishing, unleashing a tempest of blade energy that shattered the clouds to smithereens. The blade's momentum surged like a rainbow, transforming into a black ray aimed directly at Wei Qi Bin. His expression changed dramatically, despite his formidable strength, which relied on the powerful martial arts of the cosmos. He found himself in a state of panic, repeatedly unleashing azure waves of energy in an attempt to fend off the onslaught. However, the iron blade was unmatched, its lethal force unimpeded, cleaving through all azure energy with thunderous echoes that reverberated, stirring the blood of the spectators below. Many in the stands grew anxious, for Taishan remained utterly still, never taking a single step forward. It seemed effortless. Wei Qi Bin, hold your ground. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect urged, reminding him that this was the first battle of their sect, and defeat was not an option. Yet, the iron blade was overwhelmingly powerful, shattering all azure light as it descended upon Wei Qi Bin. Puff! With a violent cough, Wei Qi Bin spat blood, staggered back, and cried out in defiance. His entire body surged with energy, coalescing into a tempest that enveloped him. However, in a mere instant, the iron blade pierced through the whirlwind, striking directly at Wei Qi Bin. A scream echoed as the tempest dissipated. He was violently cleaved by the overwhelming blade aura, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Thud! Wei Qi Bin crashed onto the martial stage. Clang! The iron blade soared again, unleashing a fierce and turbulent aura as thick as a water barrel, descending upon Wei Qi Bin on the stage. No! Wei Qi Bin shrieked. Stop! A disciple from the Qingyun Sect nearly charged forward. Boom! The iron blade struck heavily beside Wei Qi Bin, mere half a meter away, sending a flurry of shattered stones hurtling towards him. Cold sweat broke out on Wei Qi Bin's brow, his chest heaving violently. A hush fell over the crowd, soon replaced by a wave of thunderous applause. Incredible! This wild-haired youth is extraordinarily powerful, wielding an iron blade that renders him invincible. Sealing off the arena, Taishan sheathed his blade and strode down the stage without waiting for an announcement. The commanding general's eye twitched in frustration at the lack of respect. He proclaimed loudly, Qingyun Sect, Taishan, victory. Wei Qi Bin gazed at Taishan's retreating figure, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Was the gap truly this vast? Why? The disciples from various sects wore solemn expressions. The Qingyun Sect's current disciples were notably formidable, with Qin Ming already a surprise, and Taishan seemed even more formidable. He Xiangtian and the others gasped slightly, astonished by this iron lunatic, the heir of the Tai family. On the main platform, the sect leaders recalled that the Qingyun Sect had fortuitously enrolled a descendant of the Tai family many years ago. This must be him. The master of the Qingyun Sect wore a smile as he nodded slowly, acknowledging, indeed, the child of the Tai family has grown up. Masterly. Your disciples this generation are quite exceptional. The master of the Qingyun Sect chimed in with a congratulatory smile. Oh, not at all. This is merely the beginning. The master of Qingyun Sect replied, unable to conceal his delight, as it seemed that Qingyun had not shone so brightly in many years. Although it was merely a competition among the new generation of disciples, it was nonetheless a source of pride. Haha. Chapter 70. Your Qingyun Sect, He Xiangtian, challenges. He Xiangtian boldly stepped onto the stage, eager to capitalize on their momentum and secure a third victory for Qingyun Sect. However, as soon as he ascended, Han Qinya scoffed from below. Fool. Ding Dian chuckled lightly, indeed, a bit foolish. What do you both mean by that? He Xiangtian turned around, his expression darkening. Just take a look. Ding Dian pointed to the opposite side of the martial stage, where a disciple from the Tiandao sect had made their entrance, a young girl clad in green, exuding a formidable aura. Tiandao sect, Lung Wenqing, ready for battle. Mu Qing and the others exchanged glances at He Xiangtian, exasperated. Can he think for himself? Qingyun Sect has just achieved 2 consecutive victories and is riding high. Would the other sects simply stand by? For the third match, they will undoubtedly send out their top disciples. It would be wise for us to hold back for now, or at least send out a disciple from the Jinling lineage. Yet here you are, showing off. The 5 elders of Qingyun Sect furrowed their brows, questioning why He Xiangtian had been sent out. Even if they weren't dispatching a Jinling disciple, they should have arranged for Ling Shui. Upon seeing the newcomer, He Xiangtian's expression shifted. For he recognized Tiandao Sect, and knew that Lung Wenqing held a status within her sect akin to that of a Jinling disciple in Qingyun Sect. But now that she had stepped forward, could he possibly retreat? Engage. He Xiangtian took the initiative to charge towards Lung Wenqing, declaring, my martial art is poison. I have a chance of victory. However, in a mere span of a dozen exchanges, He Xiangtian was forcefully hurled off the martial arts stage, plunging into unconsciousness. The defeat was utterly devastating and strikingly direct. The elders of Qingyun Sect could barely bear to witness it, their expressions grave and their silence prolonged. In the third match, Tiandao Sect's Lung Wenqing emerged victorious. The commanding martial general announced with great fanfare, who will step up? Mu Qing maintained a composed demeanor. Stay steady, there is no rush. Zhang Lan and others remained remarkably calm. The atmosphere in the martial arena continued to ignite with fervor, fueled by successive displays of prowess. Disciples from various sects took turns showcasing their skills, engaging in martial arts confrontations and tests of will, striving to present their finest. Some battles determined clear victors, while others ended in voluntary concessions after thrilling contests, and some resulted in fierce clashes until both sides were left severely wounded. The disciples were ablaze with passion, neither retreating nor bringing shame upon their sections. One match followed another, 7 matches, 10 matches. Each bore its own brilliance and unique characteristics, with the sect leaders and elders frequently nodding in approval, satisfied with the performances of their disciples, occasionally sharing private remarks about the captivating encounters. These disciples stood as the pride of their sects and the hope for their futures. The disciples of Qingyun Sect assessed the situation and took turns ascending the stage. In the 10th match, Ling Shui took the stage, triumphing against a disciple from Baiwa Sect. In the 13th match, Han Qinya faced a disciple from Qingyun Sect in a fierce battle that lasted nearly half an hour. He barely secured victory, albeit sustaining grave injuries. In the 15th match, Ding Dian ascended, only to face a disastrous defeat against a disciple from Shuexia Sect. The gilded disciples, Zhang Lan, known as Netherflame, Lin Yin, the White-Robed, and Murong Chong, the Phantom Tide, each took their turn on the stage, extending invitations to spar with the elite successors of the various sections. As fate would have it, Murong Chong was met with a fierce and fiery assault from the Earth Sect. Their protracted and intense clash lasted the better part of 2 incense sticks, igniting the arena with fervent energy and drawing thunderous applause from the assembled crowd. Ultimately, Murong Chong succumbed to the depletion of his spiritual energy and was forcefully ejected from the platform by the Earth Sect's formidable physical prowess. Lin Yin ascended the stage to issue her challenge, only to encounter the legendary prodigy of the 100 Flower Sect, Fan Xin. Despite her tender age of 15, she had already lingered in the 9th heaven realm for a year, making her the youngest disciple in the current assembly. In the end, Fan Xin emerged victorious, prompting Lin Yin to concede defeat and withdraw from the arena. Of the 3 gilded disciples, only Zhang Lan managed to vanquish Ning Long, a disciple of the Celestial Waters Sect. It was not that the 3 were lacking in strength, but rather, their reputations preceded them, drawing the attention of formidable opponents from various sections. The disciples they faced were all exceptional individuals in their own right. The fierce confrontations raged from morning until dusk, encompassing a total of 34 duels. 34 individuals emerged triumphant, while one was fortunate enough to receive a bye. However, 8 others sustained injuries so severe that they were rendered incapable of participating in the following day's challenges. As evening descended, the city magistrate's office unveiled the list of those deemed eligible to compete in the morrow's events: 27 disciples of the spiritual martial realm and 11 of the profound martial realm, amounting to a total of 38 individuals. Thus, the inaugural day of the 8 sects tea gatherings martial sparring officially drew to a close. Yet, the vibrant atmosphere within the city lord's manor lingered on, refusing to dissipate. The day's martial performances had left no one disappointed, living up to its reputation as a showcase of the highest caliber of the Northern Domain's new generation. The remarkable displays of skill and prowess by the disciples of the various sects evoked a mixture of awe and admiration among the city lord's guards, while simultaneously causing the young masters and ladies of the city's influential families to feel a sense of inadequacy. Truly, they were worthy of the title of genius successors of the 8 sects. Compared to this cohort of prodigies, the disparity in ability was simply too vast to ignore. After the match, the scions of Wuling City departed from the city hall, their spirits exuberant and their conversations fervent. As they left, news of the day's tea ceremony competition swiftly spread throughout the city. That very evening, a grand banquet was hosted at the city hall to honor the disciples of the 8 sects. The tea ceremony, after all, was a friendly competition. While fierce battles occurred on stage, harmony was expected off stage, at least in appearance. All the elders from the various sects were present, ostensibly to bond with their disciples. Yet in reality, they were there to keep a watchful eye, fearing any disruptions. These young individuals were brimming with energy, and the hope was that no conflicts would arise that night. Qin Ming was reluctant to attend, but felt compelled to do so due to a strict order from the sect. Unless a disciple had sustained serious injuries during the competition, attendance was mandatory. Thus, Qin Ming and Tai Shanha, both ill at ease in social situations, retreated to a corner to enjoy some food and sip on a modest amount of wine. Ling Shui, naturally proud and disinclined towards gatherings, surprisingly joined their small circle. The three exchanged no words. Qin Ming savored his meal. Tai Shanha indulged in his drink, occasionally clinking their wine vessels together. Ling Shui sat behind them, eyes closed in contemplation, her veil shrouding her features. How should they approach the next day's battle? Tai Shanha lifted his head and downed a bowl of strong liquor. Qin Ming took a small sip, the fiery taste igniting his senses. I was just pondering that. Should we play it tough? Tai Shanha inquired, tilting his head back for another gulp of spirits. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the Earth Spirit sect, silently strategizing. To prove oneself, a conventional approach would be inadequate. If they were to fight, it must be with fervor, catching everyone off guard, ensuring that no one could discern his tactics. Young Master Qin, congratulations on successfully passing the first round. Several handsome youths approached, taking the initiative to greet him. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. Qin Ming replied with a faint smile and a nod. How confident are you about tomorrow's martial arts competition? They scrutinized Qin Ming with keen curiosity. It was unprecedented for an 8th heaven disciple to triumph over a 9th heaven disciple. Such occurrences had never been witnessed at past tea gatherings, as no 8th heaven disciples had ever attended. Today he emerged victorious. What surprises might tomorrow hold? I aspire to win, Qin Ming expressed with subtle eloquence. Whom do you wish to challenge? I am the one with the lowest realm. I have no choice in the matter. I shall accept any challenger who ascends the stage. I have heard that someone is quite interested in you. Qin Ming chuckled. There must be quite a few people intrigued by me. From the 100 Flowers sect. It's Fan Xin. She is the youngest participant in this tea gathering. A girl? I prefer not to duel with women, Qin Ming replied, shaking his head. Heh, I fear you may have no choice. One youth pointed towards a distant throng, where many handsome young men were happily engaging with a group of youthful maidens. They are disciples of the 100 Flowers sect, all female. Perhaps due to their cultivation practices, each one possesses a delicate beauty that is captivating. However, after today's first round of martial arts, few would dare to underestimate them. Of the 9 contestants, 5 emerged victorious, boasting an astonishing win rate. Among the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect, a young girl, appearing more innocent than her older companions, was glancing sideways in their direction. Fan Xin, the legendary figure of the 100 Flowers sect, she was defeated today by Lin Yan, a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Her movement and swordsmanship defy convention. She likely did not even exert 80% of her true power today. Be cautious tomorrow. Taishan reclined languidly to the side, slightly inebriated, reminding Qin Ming with a lazy gesture. Qin Ming clinked his cup with Taishan's, proclaiming, I haven't even used 30% of my capacity. Do you believe me? Very well. I believe you, Taishan replied, letting out a belch. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man approached them, offering a slight smile as he bowed to Ling Shui. Miss Ling Shui, I am Yi Juefeng from Tiandao Sect. Might I have the honor of inviting you to our side for a conversation? Yi Juefeng, one of the 3 Xuanwu disciples of Tiandao Sect, was a figure of great renown and charm, particularly intrigued by the icy allure of beauties like Ling Shui, which stirred his desire for conquest. Ling Shui raised her gaze with a subtle elegance, her eyes shimmering like cool, flowing water, beautiful yet distant. Yi Juefeng bowed courteously, his demeanor warm and polite, extending his hand towards Ling Shui. Qin Ming shifted aside, granting them room. He preferred to avoid trouble, let them enjoy their encounter. However, Ling Shui merely pointed at Qin Ming, disregarding Yi Juefeng, and resumed her meditation with closed eyes. Yi Juefeng, puzzled, glanced at Qin Ming. Qin Ming shrugged, conveying his bewilderment and innocence. Miss Ling Shui's implication is, he began, but Ling Shui's lips parted slightly, her tone frosty. Yi Juefeng's gaze shifted, realization dawning upon him. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Junior brother Qin, you are indeed fortunate. What does that mean? Qin Ming nudged Taishan. She is yours, Taishan squinted, caught between wakefulness and slumber. Chapter 71. Unmatched swordsmanship. The next day, the grandstand was bustling with eager spectators who had arrived early to secure their places. Not only were there the illustrious sons and daughters of noble families from yesterday, but also numerous wealthy merchants seeking to gain entry, bringing their children to broaden their horizons. The city guards gathered as well, eager to witness the rare and thrilling contests. Today featured not only the competitions among the victorious disciples from the first round, but also the formidable duels between those of the Xuanwu realm, which were particularly noteworthy. The heads and elders of the 8 sects arrived early, for today's battles were crucial, especially with the participation of the Xuanwu realm disciples. The disciples of the 8 sects assembled at the 8 corners of the martial platform, brimming with anticipation, fully aware of the significance of the second round. A victory would grant them a chance to advance to the top 10, whereas a defeat would seal their fate. If many disciples had fought with ease and nonchalance the previous day, today would surely demand their utmost focus and effort. Do you think Qin Ming will emerge victorious today? The enchanting Yaoer cradled a small fox, her enigmatic crimson eyes fixed on Qin Ming with a knowing smile. Are you intrigued by him? Wondered a disciple of the Blood Evil sect. Do you truly perceive him as a mere servant? I suspect the Qingyun Sect has not spoken the truth, another remarked. Who among you will compete today? Asked Yang Yi of the Earth Spirit Sect, glancing between Qin Ming and Mu Cheng. I leave the task to my junior disciples. Mu Cheng is mine. Mu Cheng sensed Yang Yi's intense gaze and felt a twinge of apprehension. Was he truly being scrutinized by that beast? Are you afraid? Inquired Taishan He with an indifferent tone. Are you jesting? Mu Cheng retorted. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged as disciples from various sects prepared themselves, their collective gaze shifting toward the main stage. Was it about to commence? Without any elaborate proceedings, the old city lord proclaimed the official start of the second round of martial arts contests. Qin Ming was the first to step onto the stage. Qingyun Sect, Qin Ming. Ready for battle. Since we are to engage in battle, there is no need for hesitation. I shall take the first strike. A bold lad indeed, showing great resolve. Very well, it takes courage to volunteer for the initial confrontation. Silence, everyone. Pay close attention. This time, we must thoroughly discern his techniques. I refuse to believe that he, an 8th heaven disciple, can repeatedly vanquish those of the 9th heaven. The audience has fallen strangely silent. Many were bewildered yesterday. Today, we must clearly observe Qin Ming's martial arts and his methods of attack. I shall step forward. A disciple from the Earth Spirit Sect is about to ascend the stage. But from the 100 Flowers Sect, Fan Xian gracefully leaps onto the martial platform. From the 100 Flowers Sect, I am Fan Xian, ready for battle. Fan Xian, step back. Qin Ming belongs to our Earth Spirit Sect, protested the disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect, displeased. Undeterred, Fan Xian strides towards Qin Ming, sword raised, pointing directly at him. I can hardly bear the sight of arrogance in others. Qin Ming, at a loss for words, responds to the audience's smiles. The youngest contender, and the one with the least experience. This duel seems quite equitable. Is Qin Ming not also around 15? Rumor has it he will turn 16 in a month's time. Fairness. Though young, Fan Xian's prowess is formidable, ranking among the top 3 in the 100 Flowers Sect's team. Qin Ming glances at Fan Xian. Feeling exasperated, I do not engage in combat with girls. Are you afraid you cannot even defeat a girl? Fan Xian, with her youthful and delicate appearance, emanates a powerful aura. Without further ado, She charges toward Qin Ming. Her movements are graceful and ethereal as she unleashes a stunning strike, an exquisite sword technique. A brilliant arc cutting through the air, leaving behind a sharp and bewildering trail as it descends upon Qin Ming, commencing with a formidable assault. My apologies. Suddenly, Qin Ming's arms surged with vigor, and with the deftness of his fingers, he conjured 4 flying daggers, their blades glistening with a sharp brilliance. In a breathtaking display, 8 daggers soared forth simultaneously, their trajectories nearly indistinguishable in their fervent assault. The air was filled with the whistling of the daggers, spinning rapidly, each carving a distinct vortex of energy, all aimed squarely at Fan Xian. What? Flying daggers? Is this not a form of cheating? Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. The daggers shifted their paths with ferocity, executing a technique akin to martial arts. Mu Cheng and the others were momentarily taken aback. Where could Qin Ming have learned the art of flying daggers? Yet, Fan Xian remained composed and agile, deftly evading the onslaught of 8 daggers with grace. With a series of resounding thuds, the daggers struck the ground, sending a shower of fine debris into the air, embedding themselves deeply into the martial arts platform. The stage, constructed from a specially forged material, was resilient. It was not merely a matter of cracking, but rather an indication of the formidable power behind the daggers. Qin Ming pursued the daggers, launching himself forward, arriving first to unleash a powerful punch aimed squarely at Fan Xian's face, his momentum formidable and overwhelming. I apologize for the offense, he bellowed once more. Fan Xian's gaze sharpened, and a wave of energy radiated from her being. In an astonishing display, she ascended gracefully into the air, akin to a startled swan. Her movements reminiscent of a butterfly dancing in the wind, effortlessly evading Qin Ming's mighty blow. This exquisite elegance stood in stark contrast to the explosive force of his strike, a true feast for the eyes. Around Fan Xian, a gentle breeze swirled, cradling her in midair like a mesmerizing sprite. She hovered with an air of superiority, a soft exhalation escaping her lips as she gazed down upon Qin Ming. Her intent lethal, her sword aura piercing the heavens. Qin Ming, taken aback, was astonished by her ability to fly. In an instant, Fan Xian darted towards him, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows. Though she appeared youthful, her assault was fierce and astonishing, compelling Qin Ming to retreat repeatedly. The onslaught was nearly one-sided, and in the blink of an eye, after a dozen exchanges, Fan Xian had forcefully pushed Qin Ming back. Is this all you are capable of? I am profoundly disappointed. As Fan Xian unleashed a tempest of sword energy, it surged forth like a boiling tide, engulfing Qin Ming in a blinding radiance. Despite Qin Ming's desperate retreats, Fan Xian soared through the air, relentlessly pursuing him. Just as the sword energy was about to overwhelm Qin Ming, a genuine silver long sword erupted from the depths of the sword storm, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, aiming straight for his brow. At that moment, the chaotic sword energy erupted with a deafening roar. The astonishing swordsmanship and terrifying techniques left the onlookers breathless with anticipation. This young girl possesses an alarming strength. With nowhere left to evade, Qin Ming found himself at the precipice of the martial platform. In a swift motion, he grasped the Defiant ancient sword, its surface leather shattering as the sword's brilliance ignited. The ancient sword, imbued with the ferocity of a lightning bolt, pierced through the tumultuous sword energy, clashing with the silver longsword midair. Sword point met sword point. The Defiant ancient sword unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy, shattering Fan Xian's onslaught and firmly blocking the silver blade. In the next instant, Qin Ming forcefully withdrew his sword, executing a graceful spin, his right leg sweeping like an iron whip toward Fan Xian. Caught off guard, she hastily attempted to defend herself, but Qin Ming's foot struck her shoulder, eliciting a startled cry as she was forcefully pushed back, nearly losing her balance upon landing. The sudden turn of events astonished the entire assembly. Standing proudly on the martial platform with sword in hand, Qin Ming harmonized with the energy of the blade, dispelling any semblance of dullness, his presence now sharp and formidable. The Defiant ancient sword trembled gently in his grip, as if sensing its master's battle intent, eager for another strike. Iron Shanha and the others exchanged glances. Qin Ming wielding a sword? How was I unaware of this? A fine sword indeed. The sect leaders on the main stage nodded in unison, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the ancient sword in Qin Ming's possession. However, this does not constitute a violation. As long as the weapons are not of an exceptionally perverse nature, they are permissible here. Naturally, warriors of the spirit martial realm cannot wield weapons that are excessively powerful. Moreover, the silver longsword wielded by Fan Qin is far from an ordinary item. Who dares to claim that he relies solely on brute strength? Discontent murmurs from the spectators arise. Which source of intelligence suggested that Qin Ming's extraordinary performance was merely due to his physical prowess? His swordsmanship is evidently formidable. I shall defeat you, and the sword shall belong to me. Fan Qin felt no sense of defeat. Instead, her combat spirit was ignited, and before Qin Ming could respond, she lunged forward with her sword. Qin Ming held nothing back and met her head-on. The resounding clash of swords reverberated throughout the arena as the two engaged in an increasingly fierce battle. Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying, and the overwhelming sword energy wreaked havoc across the martial stage, darting about like errant lightning. The confrontation of titans was nothing short of spectacular. Fan Qin's swordsmanship was exceptional, and her ability to soar through the air granted her a decisive advantage. Yet, Qin Ming's movements exuded a wild ferocity. He did not flinch or evade, launching relentless assaults with a fluidity and swiftness that effectively stifled Fan Qin's offensive, establishing a stalemate between them. But who was Fan Qin? A prodigy cultivated by the Hundred Flowers sect, standing at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the spirit martial realm. That Qin Ming could contend with her on equal footing? This scene was even more astonishing than yesterday. As their battle intensified, sword energies soared to the heavens, their brilliance piercing the air with unparalleled ferocity. You are worthy to be my opponent. Jingling sword art, fifth form, moonlight in the forest. Fan Qin let out a light cry, twisting midair to evade Qin Ming's onslaught. And in the very next moment, she launched a swift counterattack. A fierce gale surged around her, and her long sword traced arcs of white light, the sword's momentum surging dramatically. Crashing forth like an unstoppable tidal wave, Qin Ming galloped forward with his sword, charging directly into the fray. Yet, amidst his fervent rush, his entire being suddenly erupted with an intricate web of lightning, dazzling and wild, swiftly coalescing into a 1-meter-long thunderous serpent that coiled around him, howling upwards. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, many rising in astonishment. The thunder serpent roared, robust and powerful, almost lifelike, emitting a piercing shriek. Fan Xian was taken aback, pondering the myriad secrets this man possessed. In Chapter 72, Frenzied Battle 1, the thunder serpent broke free from Qin Ming, racing wildly ahead to intercept Fan Xian's sword technique. Its speed was astonishing, leaving no room for evasion. A thunderous blast resonated throughout the martial arena as the serpent shattered, forcefully dispersing the white radiance and startling Fan Xian, whose control faltered under the onslaught of surging electricity that nearly engulfed her. With a grave expression, Fan Xian retreated repeatedly. Meanwhile, Qin Ming plunged through the tumultuous storm of lightning, swiftly advancing. Clang, clang, clang. The fervent clashes resumed as Qin Ming decisively turned the tide of battle. His form was enveloped in lightning, which surged into the ancient Defiant sword, its power escalating with each moment, compelling Fan Xian to retreat further. The atmosphere in the arena ignited once more, with many spectators vocally expressing their excitement. The sect leader of Qingyun Sect discreetly paled. Could this truly be Qin Ming? The 5 elders, including He Lianchong, were left incredulous, awkwardly smiling in response to the praises from their fellow sect leaders. Fan Xian, break free from him. Do not engage any longer, urged the female disciples of Baihua Zong, their palms clammy with anxiety. Yao Er watched Qin Ming on the martial stage with keen interest, exhilarated by the unfolding spectacle. The top disciples from various sects exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual astonishment. You, a formidable man, entangle yourself with a delicate woman. Does this grant you a sense of accomplishment? Step aside. Fan Xian's voice rang out sharply, her offensive suddenly turning fierce, forcing Qin Ming back as a refreshing breeze enveloped her, propelling her toward the heavens. Yet, the mountains and rivers, the heavy sword. Qin Ming stomped and leapt into the air, the momentum of his sword becoming unexpectedly weighty, an overwhelming aura radiating from the ancient sword at the center, inundating the martial stage and enveloping Fan Xian, causing many spectators around to feel the oppressive and fierce energy, instinctively retreating. Fan Xian was forcefully pushed back to the ground, her steps faltering, her complexion paling. Just as she prepared to counterattack, the ancient sword of Defiant had already descended upon her brow. Qin Ming's presence sharp as the edge of the blade, his gaze even more piercing. Surrender? Or shall we continue? The fierce battle abruptly ceased. From a fiery clash to an unexpected stillness, many found it difficult to adjust. Fan Xian stood frozen, her silver sword raised halfway, ready to unleash a more potent technique. Yet, the opportunity had slipped away. She hesitated, instinctively attempting to lift her sword once more. Qin Ming advanced his blade, the cold tip pressing against her brow. Do not move, or I shall truly harm you. The disciples of the 100 Flower sect covered their mouths in disbelief, staring at the stage. Had Fan Exine truly been defeated? The disciples of the Qingyun Sect were equally astonished. He has triumphed again. Qin Ming's sword pointed at Fan Exine's brow, questioning once more. Shall we continue? Fan Exine's lips pursed, her eyes reddening, tears welling up as she gazed at Qin Ming, seemingly unwilling to accept defeat. I have yet to unleash my full strength. Qin Ming's formidable aura faltered instantaneously, leaving him both amused and exasperated. What is this? Step back, and we shall resume. With a clenched jaw, Fan Exine pondered. I can still fight. Must it end like this? Absolutely not. Apologies escaped her lips. It is truly uninteresting to contend with you. Qin Ming's expression remained stoic as he thrust his sword forward once more. You, despicable, Fan Exine retorted. Qin Ming shrugged indifferently. Junior sister Fan Exine. The disciples of the Hundred Flowers sect hurried onto the stage, escorting Fan Exine away from the martial arena. Before departing, they cast Qin Ming a disdainful glare, clearly unimpressed by his apparent disregard for chivalry. The atmosphere was electric, the audience ablaze with excitement. Nothing is more exhilarating than a reversal of fortunes. Qin Ming once again astonished them, showcasing both his swordsmanship and lightning techniques, allowing them to witness a more genuine and comprehensive version of himself. His victory was resplendent, his performance exceptional. Among the assembly of prodigies at the Eight Sects tea gathering, it was astonishing for a disciple of the Eighth Heaven to display such prowess. Yet, the conclusion left them yearning for more, as it felt abrupt. The disciples from various sects began to speculate whether Qin Ming truly belonged to the Eighth Heaven. Masterly. This one is a promising talent, the old city lord remarked with a smile. The master of the Blood Evil sect, however, provocatively inquired. Is it true that Qin Ming is merely a servant of your sect? Why would such a disciple serve as a servant? If you do not value him, send him to our sect. I shall offer you 10 servants in exchange. The master of the Qingyun Sect chuckled lightly, remaining silent, uncertain of what to say. He found himself questioning the origin of that sword. Where did the swordsmanship come from? It was evident that it was not from the Qingyun Sect. I hereby declare the victor. The martial official was about to announce the outcome when Qin Ming suddenly raised his voice, requesting another challenge. From the Qingyun Sect. I, Qin Ming, challenge the Earth Spirit Sect. What are you up to? The martial official inquired, puzzled by Qin Ming's apparent insatiability for battle. I aspire to enter the top 10. Qin Ming spoke candidly, asserting that since he had come to make a name for himself, he might as well engage in something audacious. His voice resonated clearly among the disciples of the 8 sects, reaching even those seated in the stands. With over 1,000 pairs of eyes exchanging glances, they pondered whether defeating Fan Exine was insufficient. After all, he was merely at the 8th heaven. Having come this far was already commendable, yet he sought to pursue more. Qin Ming, you are overstepping. Fan Exine was incensed. What did he mean by merely warming up against her? Was the real performance to be with the Earth Spirit Sect? The other female disciples of the Hundred Flowers sect were also infuriated. This was utterly excessive. Below the stage, Lin Yin felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Having been defeated by Fan Exine just yesterday, how could Qin Ming use her as a warm-up today? Was this not an indirect humiliation? Tai Shanhe narrowed his gaze slightly. Was this the madness you spoke of last night? Qin Ming, are you truly challenging us from the Earth Spirit Sect? Yang Yi from the Earth Spirit Sect's expression darkened. Sparring and martial displays held no animosity. He merely desired a spirited contest. Who among you is interested? Qin Ming remained unfazed. I shall take on the challenge. A disciple from the Earth Spirit Sect stepped confidently onto the stage. Let another come. The disciples from all sects were taken aback. What did he mean by asking for another? Did he intend to take on 2 opponents? What was his true intention? The martial general expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "This is my arena. I am the one in charge. How dare you disrupt it consecutively? I shall take on 2. If I win, I will secure a place in the top 10. If I lose, I shall formally withdraw." Qin Ming directed his words towards the main platform, intending for the 8 sect leaders to hear. The leaders remained silent, merely observing Qin Ming with quiet contemplation. Taking on 2 opponents? Such a precedent had never occurred at the 8 sects tea gathering. Moreover, having just been defeated by Fan Exine, he now sought to challenge 2 disciples? Battling one after another was one thing, but directly challenging 2 was an entirely different matter. Do you, Qin Ming, genuinely wish to engage in a contest? Or do you harbor disdain for the disciples of the 8 sects? The Earth Spirit Sect welcomes the challenge. The sect leader of the Earth Spirit Sect was the first to express his stance, asserting that with the adversary already at their doorstep, there was no reason to retreat. The leader of the Blood Evil Sect suddenly chuckled. This lad possesses a fierce determination, which I admire. If he desires a challenge, let him have it. The leaders of the various sects voiced their approval, tacitly endorsing Qin Ming's request. Should he truly emerge victorious, he would undoubtedly earn his place among the top 10. However, the question remains, can he succeed? Yang Yi furrowed his brow as he regarded Qin Ming, signaling his disciples to take the stage. Qin Ming, if you can indeed defeat both of my sect's disciples, we shall publicly concede, and all grievances between us will be resolved, never to be revisited. Earth Spirit Sect, Guishantong, Martial Technique, Tiger Roar Imperial Fist. Earth Spirit Sect, Xiaxinghua, Martial Technique, Overlord's Axe. The two disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect stood upon the martial platform, their robust physiques imposing a formidable presence. One donned black iron gauntlets, glistening with a dark metallic sheen from his fists to his forearms, while the other wielded a colossal axe, its handle an astonishing 2 meters long and the blade half a meter, radiating a chilling sharpness that instilled fear. Both were fierce warriors of the Earth Spirit Sect, willingly proclaiming their martial techniques. Should they fail to vanquish Qin Ming even in tandem, they would willingly concede. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Who exactly was this Qin Ming? Regardless of the outcome, his audacity commanded respect. The disciples of the 8 sects observed the arena intently. This battle was indeed worthy of their attention. Qin Ming tore open his shirt, revealing his robust and muscular physique. He gradually spread his legs apart, placing his left hand down while extending his right hand forward in a standard stance of the Vajra Fist. Qingyun Sect, Qin Ming, Martial Arts, Vajra Fist, Shura's Wrath. Shura's Wrath? The Qingyun Sect's team seemed peculiar. Where did their martial arts come from? I have never heard of such a thing. Ling Shui furrowed her brows, pondering if that lingering soul had imparted guidance to Qin Ming. Earth Spirit Sect, Guishantong, Xiaxinghua, I challenge you. Two formidable men bellowed, their voices akin to thunder, reverberating throughout the arena. An intense wave of energy surged around them, their long hair dancing wildly in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. I shall emerge victorious today. Unless one party falls, the battle shall persist. Qin Ming's muscles tightened, fiery strength coursing through his joints. The trio's aura continued to escalate, an invisible wave of energy enveloping the martial arena. Guishantong and Xiaxinghua were covered in bulging veins, gritting their teeth, resembling wild beasts. Qin Ming's skin flushed slightly, steam rising from him as a fierce power boiled within. Fight! The three shouted in unison, charging forward at an accelerated pace, colliding head-on from 3 directions. The atmosphere surged with intensity, akin to a dam bursting, creating a tumultuous uproar in the martial arena, echoing into the heavens. Chapter 73, Frenzied Battle, 2, Tiger's Roar Imperial Fist. A single roar startled the mundane world. Guishantong was the first to reach the fray, his right fist swinging fiercely, generating an intense energy field. At the moment of impact, he roared again, another roar, and the lakes and seas shall churn. Vajra boundless. Qin Ming unleashed his most powerful assault. He could not afford to tire himself against these opponents, so he opted for a direct confrontation. Buzz. Fists collided with wild ferocity. 2 surges of airflow followed the impact, transforming the atmosphere into a boiling cauldron, causing the surrounding space to convulse violently. The immense energy and savage collision forcefully hurled Qin Ming and Guishantong aside. The Overlord's Axe, a celestial cleave, Xiaxinghua, like a tempest, descended with deadly intent. His formidable form spun through the air, wielding the colossal axe in a grand arc, exuding an overwhelming presence and murderous aura. The 2-meter-long axe glinted ominously, sharp and resilient, imbued with surging dominion. In midair, Qin Ming executed a forced rotation, channeling strength through his waist. With a fierce strike of his right palm against the ground, he propelled himself outward. Boom! The giant axe cleaved through the platform, sending shards of stone flying as the towering structure swayed violently. Xiaxinghua advanced with the axe once more, akin to a wild beast leaping forth, striding powerfully as he pursued Qin Ming. His arms surged with power, the massive axe swirling like a tempest, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. The axe descended like a rain of meteors, relentless and fierce, stirring up a violent gale that shattered the platform, leaving behind deep craters. Qin Ming narrowly evaded the onslaught, twisting and turning in a series of perilous maneuvers. He propelled himself upward, akin to a hunting falcon, astonishingly stepping onto the blade of the axe, using its momentum to soar once more. Executing a grand pirouette to bypass Xiaxinghua and charge towards the oncoming Guishantong, with a series of evasive strikes. His movements were fluid yet imbued with an indomitable force. The Tiger's Roar Imperial Fist, 3 roars to vanquish the spirits. Guishantong, more frenzied and ferocious, met Qin Ming with a sweeping punch, the force howling with a piercing energy akin to a fierce whirlwind ascending into the sky. Qin Ming, In the midst of his somersault, spread his limbs wide, his body taut, channeling the essence of the diamond. Shattering the formation, a tempestuous whirlwind erupted from Qin Ming's entire being, a manifestation of raw power, the gale as formidable as a hammer unleashed. With a thunderous roar, two fierce winds erupted, unleashing a violent wave of energy that surged across the 200-meter arena, sweeping towards the disciples of the 8 sections. Dozens of disciples staggered back, their expressions grave. Qin Ming descended like an unstoppable force from the heavens, landing with a powerful leap, akin to a compressed spring, soaring into the air as he unleashed a barrage of punches like raindrops. Good. Excellent. Bring it on. Guoshantong displayed remarkable valor, enduring Qin Ming's onslaught, managing to entangle him in a fierce grapple. The two engaged in a tumultuous dance of combat, exchanging powerful blows, flesh against iron. A pure contest of strength where sweat flew in torrents. The battle ignited a fervor, the thrill of combat intoxicating. Overlord's axe, sweeping through armies. Xia Xinglua swung his axe with an intensity that mirrored the surge of a raging tide, crashing down with an indomitable force that threatened to engulf Qin Ming. Blood sprayed as two intersecting wounds carved into Qin Ming's back, deep enough to reveal bone, the crimson hue stark against his skin. Gasps erupted from the stands, with many delicate ladies covering their mouths in shock. Yet, in that very moment, Qin Ming's heavy fist struck Guoshantong's chest, forcefully pushing him back 30 meters. The sheer impact nearly shattering his heart. As for the wounds, Qin Ming seemed utterly unaffected, not even blinking an eye. Another strike. Devoid of elaborate martial techniques or resplendent displays of energy, Qin Ming, eschewing even his command over lightning and swordsmanship, engaged in a contest of sheer brute force. His advance was relentless, the clash reaching a fever pitch, evoking the ferocity of 3 spiritual demons locked in mortal combat. With a sickening tear, the axe rent Qin Ming's shoulder, a crimson spray mingling with his sweat. He ascended, using the axe as a fulcrum, his foot delivering a shattering blow to Xia Xinglua's jaw, the sound of fracturing bone echoing across the training grounds. Guoshantong's strike sent Qin Ming hurtling, a torrent of stomach fluids erupting from his lips mid-air. Using his very life as bait, Qin Ming orchestrated a collision between his two adversaries. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he unleashed a Vidra formation breaker, sending them staggering. Seizing Guoshantong's ankle, he wielded him as a bludgeon, hammering Xia Xinglua. A relentless sequence of ambushes and counterattacks, a litany of wounds and roars. The visceral impact of flesh against flesh, a ballet of blood and sweat. The men were inflamed with fervor, the maidens shrieking with exhilaration. This was the essence of combat, the true definition of battle. The ferocity and valor displayed by Qin Ming astonished the Earth Spirit Sect's patriarch. Rarely had he witnessed such sanguinity in disciples from other sections. His initial displeasure at Qin Ming's arrogance had now given way to tacit approval. The arena was a cacophony of screams and cheers. The spectacle of the battle, a visceral assault on the senses. Qin Ming, his body a canvas of crimson, bore no less than 10 wounds, and had been repeatedly pummeled by Guoshantong. Yet his resolve only intensified. This indomitable spirit, this sheer courage, swayed the opinions of many from the 8 sects, who now perceived him as a warrior staking his life for victory. The grueling melee persisted for the duration of an incense stick burning. A furious exchange that stirred the 8 sects. Astonishingly, Guoshantong and Xia Xinglua had failed to bring Qin Ming to his knees, despite being battered and bloodied. With numerous fractures coursing through his bones, Qin Ming resolutely stood his ground, gritting his teeth and focusing intently, growing fiercer with each exchange. Meanwhile, Guoshantong and Xia Xinglua were gravely injured, their bodies drenched in crimson. Yang Yi furrowed his brow and shouted, "You have delayed for far too long. Channel all your strength and bring this battle to a close." With a thunderous roar, the tiger roar imperial fist shook the heavens, while the overlord's axe shattered mountains and rivers. Guoshantong and Xia Xinglua surged towards Qin Ming from either side, unleashing their most formidable martial arts in a breathtaking display. Guoshantong's fists radiated a torrent of energy, creating a resonance akin to earth-shattering tremors, while Xia Xinglua seemed to merge with his colossal axe. Moving with astonishing speed and overwhelming force, a tempest of destruction crashing towards him. Qin Ming knelt on the ground, panting heavily, sweat mingling with blood. His wounds a stark reminder of his plight, evoking deep sympathy as he appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Yet, in that very moment, tendrils of dark energy surged from his fists, swiftly enveloping his arms, the darkness thick as ink and chilling to the bone. The air seemed to fill with ancient murmurs, a haunting echo reminiscent of distant cries, as if one voice melded with many. The sound reverberated, both tangible and illusory. Many instinctively looked up, seeking the source of the sound, only to collectively gaze upon Qin Ming. Xia Xinglua was the first to reach him, disregarding any notion of demonic wrath. Unleashing his most potent strike, a furious cleave that threatened to rend the very fabric of the earth, the colossal axe descended from above. An overwhelming wave of force flooding the arena with martial might. In a moment of dire urgency, Qin Ming's eyes suddenly widened, blood vessels bursting in the whites of his eyes, his expression transforming into one of ferocity. A surge of fine black energy enveloped his entire being as he sprang to his feet, ready to counter with a devastating strike. With a swift motion, the left hand deftly evaded the descending axe, producing a sharp crack as it grasped the axe handle. In one fluid motion, it was forcefully pushed aside, leveraging the entire body to pivot, while the right palm struck the abdomen of Xia Xinglua. The sudden and violent counterattack was as rapid as a flash of lightning. The massive axe cleaved through Qin Ming's left hand, nearly shattering his left arm. However, his right hand connected with Xia Xinglua, forcing dense black energy into his body. An icy wave of murderous intent assailing his spirit. Xia Xinglua's consciousness and momentum underwent a stark transformation, his offensive power diminishing significantly. In the next instant, he trembled violently, forcibly repelled by Qin Ming's right palm, akin to a withered leaf caught in a tempest, flying through the air. Just as Xia Xinglua retreated, Gua Shantong surged forward with unyielding force, his fists unleashing a tempest of energy akin to thunder, deafeningly loud. Though grievously injured, Qin Ming gritted his teeth and advanced to meet him. Diamond-like, boundless, Gua Shantong possessed a strength of 10,000 pounds, while Qin Ming wielded 8,000 pounds. The collision of these two formidable forces resonated like a thunderclap in a clear sky, causing Qin Ming's right arm to tremble unnaturally as he was violently hurled back. Yet, the murderous aura within his fist penetrated through the black iron gauntlet, invading Gua Shantong's body and pricking his very soul, subconsciously intending to press the advantage. Gua Shantong was momentarily stunned by the sudden surge of killing intent, taking a few steps before coming to an abrupt halt. A profound silence enveloped the arena. No one dared to utter a word, each person intently focused on the battle unfolding before them. It became increasingly clear how Su Hanfeng had fallen. It was indeed the black aura emanating from Qin Ming's arm, an embodiment of martial rage and resentment. Was its effect truly this palpable? The leaders of the 8 sects wore solemn expressions. Having learned from yesterday's experience, they observed with heightened scrutiny. Indeed, it was the murderous aura, authentic and intensely powerful. What an intense murderous aura must one possess to condense into a palpable killing intent? It cannot merely be the simplicity of martial arts. Does this lad harbor resentment? Indeed, there is more than mere grievance, there is hatred. The several sect leaders exchanged subtle glances at the head of the Qingyun Sect, their gazes tinged with an unusual intensity. Chapter 74, Frenzied Battle, 3. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew slightly tense. Qin Ming, battered and bruised, rose once more. His fighting spirit blazed fiercely, relentless, and unyielding. His eyes, bloodshot, radiated a chilling ferocity. Meanwhile, Gua Shantong and Xia Xinglua quickly regained their senses, one rending his chest with an axe, the other striking his shoulder with his fist. They employed pain to stimulate their spirits, forcibly restoring their awareness. After yesterday, every member of the Earth Spirit Sect had inquired into Su Hanfeng's condition, deliberating strategies, all in preparation for their encounter with Qin Ming. Little did they expect to put such plans into action. Is this your reliance? Then you may bid farewell to this martial platform. Gua Shantong and Xia Xinglua vigorously shook their heads, drawing in their energy, charging towards Qin Ming with unwavering resolve. Qin Ming remained silent, gritting his teeth, enduring excruciating pain, brimming with murderous intent, advancing fearlessly. His unruly hair danced wildly as he struck with the swiftness of lightning. The three of them were engulfed in a frenzied state, retreating and advancing in a chaotic dance of blows and collisions, each move accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Their combat diverged from that of other spiritual warriors, who required ample spiritual energy to sustain their prowess. Once their energy was depleted, they were rendered powerless. Instead, they relied more on the raw collision of flesh, a spectacle of blood and sweat that appeared far more exhilarating. The young lords and ladies in the stand Fangxin covered her mouth, unable to bear witnessing the fierce battle unfolding before her. Today's clash was sufficient to elevate Qin Ming's name to prominence. Many disciples began to acknowledge him. Though he was somewhat reckless, he possessed an undeniable tenacity and a fierce spirit. At that moment, the tide of battle suddenly shifted, and an eerie silence enveloped the arena. On the martial stage, a scene seemed to freeze in time as Qin Ming lay on his back, clutching the descending massive axe. His body arched backward, arms raised skyward. straining against the weight of the formidable weapon. The blade halted perilously close to his nose, had he failed to block it, or if the axe had exerted further force. It could have cleaved his head in two. Yet he succeeded. Was it sheer luck or genuine confidence? The audience, both men and women, gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing with cold sweat. Who would dare to confront the axe of the Earth Spirit Sect? Just as the spectators gasped in disbelief, in the very next instant, Qin Ming forcefully shoved the axe aside, his body twisting and soaring like a whirlwind. His feet struck with lightning speed, landing fiercely beneath Xia Xingluo's armpit. Xia Xingluo, still reeling from the previous onslaught of Qin Ming's murderous aura, was caught off guard and struck with tremendous force. Qin Ming's ferocity shattered Xia Xingluo's rib beneath his arm, sending him soaring through the air. While he deftly seized the 2-meter, the disciples of the 8 sects were profoundly astonished. This was no mere martial exhibition, but rather a deadly arena of combat. Passion, dominance, savagery, and tragedy permeated the atmosphere. They beheld the formidable strength of Qin Ming and sensed the overwhelming aura of slaughter. Could this truly be a disciple nurtured by the Qingyun Sect? Such madness and bloodthirst were reminiscent of the disciples from the Blood Evil Sect, while the ferocity and barbarism echoed that of the Earth Spirit Sect. Yang Yi from the Earth Spirit Sect furrowed his brow, falling silent as his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. He suddenly found himself no longer averse to Qin Ming. Instead, an impulse to personally engage in the fray began to stir within him, yearning for a thrilling confrontation. To not die is to be crippled. Why endure such suffering? Zhang Lan murmured. Guo Shantong and Xia Xingluo, both heirs of the Earth Spirit Sect, were unable to subdue Qin Ming despite their combined efforts. Murong Chang's expression was complex. Were he in the same situation against either Guo Shantong or Xia Xingluo, victory would be uncertain. The fact that Qin Ming single-handedly contended against both was unimaginable. Ding Dian observed from the sidelines. Guo Shantong and Xia Xingluo were well prepared, unlike Su Hanfeng, who was easier to deal with. It would be a challenge for Qin Ming to triumph over them. What was it that Qin Ming truly sought? Was a single victory of such paramount importance? Lin Yin was perplexed. The battle on stage had clearly taken a sinister turn, transcending mere martial arts into a life-and-death struggle. Qin Ming was wagering not only his strength, but his very life. Each move was perilously dangerous, with any misstep potentially costing him his existence. On the main stage, the tightly furrowed brow of the Earth Spirit Sect's leader gradually relaxed, as he suddenly inquired of the Qingyun Sect's leader beside him, Leader Li. Is Qin Ming truly your servant? The leader of the Qingyun Sect chuckled lightly, offering no response, as if to say they had been asked this question countless times already. He was equally astonished by Qin Ming's performance and began to comprehend the fervor behind Qin Ming's desperate struggle. After all, as a servant, his significance was diminished. What did it matter if he relinquished his position? Upon the pronouncement of the leader of the Earth Spirit Sect, a moment of silence enveloped the assembly of sect leaders. Was this a display of favoritism? Once a servant, he was no longer bound by that title. The leader of the Qingyun Sect smiled gently, acknowledging the truth in those words. According to the agreement with Qin Ming, should he secure a victory, his servitude would be absolved. Thus, today, Qin Ming was no longer a servant of the Qingyun Sect. What led to his servitude? The leader of the Blood Evil Sect interjected, seemingly intrigued. An unfortunate incident. The leader of the Qingyun Sect responded, reluctant to elaborate further. Not only were the sect leaders intrigued, but also the disciples from various sects sensed a peculiar atmosphere. Qin Ming was either utterly deranged or genuinely entangled in extraordinary circumstances. Why did Qin Ming become a servant? A disciple from the Xuanqin sect inquired, edging closer to the Qingyun sect's ranks. Is it related to you? Mu Cheng and others replied with furrowed brows. What is there to discuss? Is there anything that cannot be revealed? Indeed, there was nothing that could not be disclosed. Tai Shanha, gripping his iron blade, observed the fierce battleground of the arena. Qin Ming was once the young master of a city, but 8 years ago, an unforeseen calamity befell him when the Qingyun sect annihilated his entire city. His parents were lost to him, and 200,000 souls were enslaved in the mines, while he was captured and rendered a servant to the Qingyun sect. The Xuanqin sect was taken aback, believing they had misheard. Did Qin Ming harbor a grudge against the Qingyun sect? Qin Ming had sold himself to a merchant guild in exchange for a chance to compete in this 8 sects tea conference, while others contended for ranks. He fought for his very life, striving to rescue his loved ones. Taishana, your words are excessive. Mu Cheng sternly cautioned that the meanings of those words were ambiguous, and if they were to circulate, they would undoubtedly be severely misinterpreted. You are a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and as for framing the Qingyun sect, it became clear that there indeed existed an underlying conspiracy. The disciple of the Qin sect chuckled softly and discreetly withdrew. Before long, the tale of the enmity between Qin Ming and the Qingyun Sect spread among the disciples of various sects, eventually reaching the stands. The words of Tai Shanhe were inherently ambiguous, and as they were passed along, they transformed, even becoming a narrative that the Qingyun Sect had massacred Qin Ming throughout the city. The 8 sect leaders, possessing profound realms and formidable strength, with their extensive spiritual awareness, naturally caught wind of the discussions below. The countenance of the Qingyun Sect leader darkened, who had spread such rumors, distorting the truth. At this very moment, the battle on the martial stage took a drastic turn. Qin Ming wielded his giant axe, forcing back Xiaxing Luo, and unleashed a tempestuous assault on Guoshantong. His arms enveloped in swirling black energy, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. He relentlessly clashed with Guoshantong, pressing him from the center of the stage to the edge. The heavens trembled with his fierce roar. Guoshantong, disregarding all, launched a counterattack with his fists, creating turbulent shockwaves that made the surrounding air boil with sound. However, his consciousness had already blurred. He could not discern Qin Ming's direction, allowing Qin Ming to deftly evade his onslaught, striking him fiercely from the side, thereby disrupting his assault. Subsequently, a powerful punch landed squarely on his head. This is bad. The disciples collectively paled. Guoshantong was struck as if by lightning, his consciousness spinning, and his robust form toppled from the martial stage. 100 meters away, Xiaxing Luo shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to regain focus. He took a deep breath, gripped the giant axe tightly, and let out a thunderous roar, preparing to retaliate. However, Qin Ming had already assailed from behind. Before Xiaxing Luo could raise his axe in turn, Qin Ming leaped forth, his fist clenched tightly, and struck Xiaxing Luo's nape with a decisive blow. The force both vigorous and imbued with a dark energy. Xiaxing Luo shuddered, staggered, and then collapsed heavily to his knees. His tenacious will finally succumbing to the onslaught of brutal murderous intent, his head striking the arena stage. Chapter 75. Manor Conspiracy. Qin Ming stood in the arena, panting, his body drenched in blood, dozens of wounds a grim spectacle. His head was bowed, his consciousness fading, as if he might collapse at any moment. He had reached his limit. The arena was initially silent, followed by scattered applause. Soon, the applause grew louder, with even disciples from the 8 sects applauding him, including Yang Yi. The garrison general looked toward the main platform and, upon receiving a signal from the old city lord, strode toward Qin Ming and raised his right hand. In the second round, first battle, Qingyun Sect's Qin Ming is victorious and is granted entry into the top 10 of this year's 8 sects tea party. No one dissented, no one objected. Although his cultivation realm was somewhat lacking, his strength was undeniable and worthy of a place among the top 10. Congratulations, sect leader Li. Qingyun Sect has produced a top 10 contender ahead of schedule. The old city lord congratulated him with a smile. The Qingyun Sect leader forced a smile and nodded in thanks. None of the other 7 sects offered congratulations, remaining rather indifferent. It wasn't out of jealousy, but rather because they were still contemplating the rumors they had just heard. Qingyun Sect slaughtered Qin Ming's entire family and city, enslaved him for 8 years. He sold himself to gain a spot, solely to save the enslaved city. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Perhaps the Qingyun Sect leader was unaware that Qin Ming would exhibit such a remarkable performance. Otherwise, he would never have brought him here. As Qin Ming's performance became increasingly striking, the Qingyun Sect found itself increasingly embarrassed. Just as Qin Ming descended from the high platform, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed forward. Having reached his limit, Ling Shui was quick to support him, disregarding the blood that stained his body, and helped him to the side to assess his injuries. Though Qin Ming had lost consciousness, a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. The thrill and excitement of battle had rendered him utterly exhilarated. He had even forgotten his mission, completely immersed in the joy of combat, challenging the boundaries of his own limits. Continue with the competition. We shall escort Qin Ming back, Ding Dian announced as he approached. Here are some medicinal herbs. Ling Shui handed him a jade vial. Ding Dian cast a lingering glance at Ling Shui, but said nothing as he accepted the vial and helped Qin Ming to leave. The applause from the audience echoed for a long time, bidding farewell to Qin Ming. The first of the top 10 had emerged, truly deserving of the honor. However, given the severity of his injuries, it seemed unlikely he would participate in the upcoming contest for the top 5, thus stopping at the top 10. For a disciple of the Eightfold Heaven, achieving such a feat was already a source of great pride, sufficient to make his name resonate through the 8 sects. An elder of the Qingyun Sect furrowed his brow, his expression cold. After watching Qin Ming depart, he discreetly averted the gaze of the crowd and exited the venue. In the estate belonging to the Qingyun Sect, Xiangtian lay on his bed in a daze. The injuries he sustained yesterday were not severe, and he had awakened that morning. Yet he had chosen not to attend the martial arena to witness the competition. He was devoid of the spirit to do so, and lacked the face to show up. Arriving in Wuling City with great confidence, he had hoped to showcase his skills, redeem his name, and bring glory to his master. But who could have anticipated that he would not even survive the first round, being carried back instead? How would he explain this upon returning? What would the other disciples think of him? Dreaded Qin Ming. If it weren't for his ostentatious display, would I have encountered that perverse Long Wenqing? He gazed vacantly at the beam above, his expression hollow, as if an emptiness engulfed him, rendering him devoid of any inclination. Having joined the Qingyun Sect at the tender age of 10, he was taken under the wing of the Grand Elder as a direct disciple by 12, and ascended to the 8th heaven by the age of 15, consistently regarded as a prodigy among his peers. Many envied him, viewing him as a paragon. He had long anticipated the 8 sects tea gathering, eager to establish his name and etch it into the memories of all 8 sections. Yet, alas, I should not have acted impulsively. Why did I feel compelled to be the third to ascend? Frustration, irritation. The door creaked open, and an elder from the Qingyun Sect entered, Elder Wu. He remained seated, feigning severe injury, unwilling to engage. Why did you not attend the match? Elder Wu, a member of the Grand Elder's faction, had just returned from the martial arena. I wish to recuperate. The first round of the first match has concluded. Has it truly been so long? Though he had not witnessed the events, he was mentally reckoning the passage of time. Initially believing that 4 or 5 matches had already come to a close, Qin Ming was the first to take the stage. Facing the challenge from Fan Xin of the 100 Flowers sect, was she not the little girl who had previously been defeated by Sister Lin Yan? How many rounds did Qin Ming endure? Approximately 10 rounds. I knew it. His tricks are only effective against the simpleton from the Earth Spirit sect. Fan Xin was the victor. What? Qin Ming was defeated by Fan Xin and then challenged the Earth Spirit sect, taking on 2 opponents simultaneously. He stared blankly at Elder Wu, convinced he must have misheard. Guo Shantong and Xiaoxing Luo, both esteemed disciples of the Earth Spirit sect, second only to Yang Yi, united their efforts to challenge Qin Ming. The outcome, albeit a Pyrrhic victory, affirmed Qin Ming's triumph. The joint decision of the 8 sect leaders granted him an early entry into the top 10 of the current tea gathering. How is this possible? Xiangtian rose in disbelief. Taishan had disseminated all the events concerning Qin Ming at the Qingyun Sect, stirring a considerable uproar. Elder Wu's countenance darkened. Initially, he believed Taishan was merely advocating for Qin Ming, but upon deeper reflection, it was evident that the matter was more intricate. Taishan had ulterior motives, strategically positioning Qin Ming to garner influence. With Qin Ming now among the top 10, his reputation had soared, and his potential was evident. Several sect leaders had begun to take an interest in him. By publicizing Qin Ming's circumstances, it effectively exerted pressure on the Qingyun Sect, while simultaneously enhancing Qin Ming's value. Such a disciple, if overlooked by the Qingyun Sect, would surely be claimed by others. After 8 years of suppression, was it not sufficient? In the future, they must treat him with respect. The Qingyun Sect's oppression of the 200,000 citizens in the city was utterly disgraceful. Qin Ming had brought glory to the Qingyun Sect. Would they continue to bully him thereafter? This was the essence of Taishan's ambition. Elder Wu never anticipated that Taishan, typically reticent, would act so decisively, disregarding the dignity of the Qingyun Sect. The tumultuous events in the Thunder Ancient City were indeed significant, yet not entirely unique, as each sect had faced similar predicaments. However, the distinction lay in the fact that Qin Ming's situation had changed, altering the nature of the incident. Elder Wu could now envision the sect leader's sentiments. It was akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot. Exposing the sect's internal strife to the 8 sects of the northern domain and acquiring a notorious reputation for bullying a talented disciple. Xiangtian sat in a daze for a moment, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Ultimately, he has managed to turn the tables. By the time Qin Ming returns to the Qingyun Sect, he will likely be elevated to the status of a golden feather disciple. Such an elevation is only just. Even if the sect master is reluctant, it is a necessity. My master will undoubtedly be displeased. Alas, as a disciple, it would be best if he never returns to Qingyun Sect. Elder Wu lowered his voice. Xiangtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Elder Wu. Are you implying? Mu Cheng has been targeted by disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect. I suspect he will most likely be defeated at the martial arena today. In the end, the only achievement for our Qingyun Sect at this gathering might be Qin Ming's top 10 placement. Returning to the sect under such circumstances, would you have any pride? The Grand Elder would never consent to that. Qin Ming possesses great ambition and a fierce determination. Once he is promoted to a golden feather disciple, With the connections he has through Yueqing, there will be no one in the Qingyun Sect able to challenge him. Let us not forget, Qin Ming has allied himself with the Huyin family. With their backing, his position within the Qingyun Sect will become increasingly secure. It won't be long before even the Qin family members within Daqingshan will be rescued. Initially, Elder Wu regarded Qin Ming's participation in the gathering as a joke. But it now appears that this step taken by Qin Ming is nothing short of brilliant, completely reversing his standing in the Qingyun Sect. Surely, this cannot be so grave. Is it really that serious? This is the worst-case scenario. He Xiangtian, being astute, grasped Elder Wu's meaning and pondered seriously for a while. Is Qin Ming's injury severe? He is left with barely half his life. Currently, he is unconscious, and Ding Dian is keeping watch. Is there no one else in the estate at present? I am returning to the martial arena. The passage of time has sown doubt. Remember, you have already disappointed your master. Do not let him down a second time. The troubles surrounding Qin Ming cannot be resolved back at the Qingyun Sect. Elder Wu's words lingered as he departed the room. He Xiangtian bowed his head in silence for an extended period, a fierce determination slowly curving the corners of his mouth as he tightened his grip on the dagger beside him. Chapter 76. Decapitation. He Xiangtian stepped out of the courtyard and meticulously surveyed the estate, ensuring there were no extraneous onlookers. He then stealthily approached Han Xinye's small courtyard, peering through a crack in the window for a moment. Han Xinye was gravely injured, having refrained from attending the competition to recuperate in his chamber. Han Xinye? He Xiangtian tentatively called out. Is there an ailment? Han Xinye's voice was faint, his eyes shut, disinterested in responding. A cold snort escaped He Xiangtian's lips. It was only a matter of time before he would eliminate him as well. A trail of crimson blood marked the path from the martial arena, extending all the way to Qin Ming's room, droplets of blood that had fallen from his body. He Xiangtian stood at the entrance of the courtyard, hesitating on how to deceive Ding Dian into leaving. He wished to keep his visit a secret, for any suspicion cast upon him would be undesirable. Yet, another thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the Ding Dian gently closed the door behind him and swiftly made his way towards the martial arts arena. Where could he be going? Off to watch the match, perhaps? He Xiangtian mused, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He had anticipated that Ding Dian would not exhibit kindness towards Qin Ming. The battle fanatic simply could not resist the urge to return and witness the contest. However, for the sake of safety, he patiently lingered for a moment longer, ensuring that Ding Dian had indeed departed without any intention of returning, before stealthily re-entering the courtyard. With Ding Dian's abrupt exit, could this not be an opportunity to cast suspicion upon him? Approaching the door to Qin Ming's chamber, He Xiangtian hesitated briefly before finally pushing it open and stepping inside with a sly grin. Qin Ming lay upon the bed, his body swathed in bandages, meticulously wrapped, his complexion as pale as parchment and his breathing faint. The severity of his injuries was apparent, with numerous bandages stained with blood seeping through. TSK, what a dreadful sight. He Xiangtian closed the door behind him, gripping his dagger tightly as he advanced towards Qin Ming. If he could merely unwrap the bandages and reopen the wounds, letting blood flow and bones fracture, it would not be long before Qin Ming would succumb to his injuries. As he envisioned the cruel methods he could employ to harm Qin Ming, he carefully drew nearer. Despite Qin Ming's weak breaths, the plump young man was none other than Huyin Zhuozhua, heir to the Huyin family. His smile had vanished, and his gaze was now fixed upon He Xiangtian with an unkind intensity. Why shouldn't I be here? I have come to participate in the competition. Of course I am here. He Xiangtian feigned composure, discreetly concealing his dagger. But you, how did you gain entry into the city? What is your purpose here? Huyin Zhuozhua regarded him with a cold stare and let out a derisive snort. He had come at his father's behest, delayed by unforeseen circumstances on the way, and had just arrived today. The family had sacrificed half of a mining field to secure a spot for Qin Ming at the tea gathering. They needed to ascertain whether Qin Ming was worth such an investment, hence his assignment to observe Qin Ming's performance. He had just witnessed Qin Ming's match that morning and returned here with Ding Dian afterward. As he marveled at Qin Ming's potential and reveled in the promise of his investment, he was taken aback by He Xiangtian's furtive entrance, seemingly intent on assassination. You shameless scoundrel, He Xiangtian declared sternly, I ask you to leave. I cannot ascertain how you entered, but you may pose a threat to Qin Ming. Huyin Zhuozhua studied him for a moment, then gradually rose, a smile returning to his round, cherubic face. Are you afraid? What do you mean? The 8 years of Qin Ming's servitude were finally at an end. A tea gathering that would reverberate through the 8 sects was approaching. It was no longer a question of whether Qingyun Sect would bestow any status upon him. The real concern was how to retain Qin Ming. I believe that even if Qin Ming were to leave Qingyun Sect now, Other sects would eagerly welcome him and invest in his development. Qin Ming had achieved fame. He was on the verge of a turnaround, and you were anxious. Hu Yinzhuozhua chuckled softly. Hu Yinzhuozhua, before you speak, be certain of your position as a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. My mission has been accomplished. Hu Yinzhuozhua beamed brightly. Over the years, he had recruited hundreds of disciples into the Qingyun Sect, all brimming with potential. The only regret was the failure to discover a particularly gifted disciple, a notion that left him somewhat dissatisfied. Now, with Qin Ming achieving fame in a single day and possessing limitless potential, he could confidently declare his task a resounding success. He was just contemplating the future and how to invest heavily in Qin Ming's development. Believing that his family would also offer robust support upon learning of Qin Ming's performance at the 8 sects tea gathering. Since you wish to leave, then go, He Xiangtian said, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. As long as I am here, you will not harm Qin Ming. The schemer was you, wasn't it? He Xiangtian advanced toward Qin Ming. What are you doing? Halt. I intend to protect Qin Ming. He Xiangtian tightened his grip on the dagger. Do not do anything foolish. Step aside. Hu Yinzhuozhua interposed himself before He Xiangtian. Are we to engage in a fight? He Xiangtian's right hand quivered slightly as he lunged forward with the blade aimed at Hu Yinzhuozhua. Should a brawl ensue, chaos would undoubtedly follow, and within that turmoil, there would be the perfect opportunity to accidentally injure Qin Ming, allowing He Xiangtian to conveniently frame Hu Yinzhuozhua for the act. You refuse to acknowledge it? That is of no consequence. Should Qin Ming perish, there will be no witnesses to contradict. What audacity! Hu Yinzhuozhua was taken aback by He Xiangtian's brazen attempt at assassination. Suddenly, the door was smashed open, a wave of sanguine energy flooding the room. Who goes there? Both men jumped in surprise. Iron Mountain River, drenched in blood, strode into the chamber, wielding a dark battle knife, emanating a fierce aura as he cast a cold gaze upon He Xiangtian. How has he returned? He Xiangtian's heart clenched. Tai Shanha, your arrival is opportune. This corpulent fool intends to. Begone. Tai Shanha, fresh from the martial arena, exuded a terrifying aura, his body stained with blood and brimming with murderous intent. I said, begone. Tai Shanha reiterated coldly. He Xiangtian's lips twitched. He gritted his teeth and slowly sheathed his dagger. Damn it, I admit defeat. At once. Humph. He Xiangtian scoffed, striding away. Yet, as he passed Tai Shanha, the black blade flashed with a chilling glint, arcing towards He Xiangtian's head. He Xiangtian, seized by mortal terror, dodged frantically, but the black blade still struck his back, cleaving a deep wound from the nape of his neck to his lower back. He crashed onto the tea table with a miserable cry, both terrified and enraged. Tai Shanha, have you lost your mind? Clang. The black blade, released from its wielder's grasp, resonated with a sharp clang as it spun in the air, its tip aimed at He Xiangtian. He Xiangtian scrambled away, desperately fleeing the room, only to be struck again by the black blade on his back. The potent force propelled him over 10 meters, sending him tumbling out of the courtyard, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Startled, Han Qinya emerged from his room, sword in hand, just as the black blade descended once more, poised to sever He Xiangtian's head. No! He Xiangtian shrieked in terror, a chilling dread washing over him. At the last moment, the black blade halted. Its lethal edge pressed against his right eyeball, its keenness threatening to pierce his skull. He Xiangtian, hands braced against the ground, dared not move, beads of sweat clinging to his forehead. Tai Shanha stood outside the doorway, radiating murderous intent, controlling the black blade from afar. Han Qinya frowned, cautioning, Tai Shanha, we are all fellow disciples, do not act rashly. Though he is reprehensible, it does not warrant killing him within Martial Tomb City. Tai Shanha, remain calm. Remain calm. I have done nothing. He Xiangtian trembled in plea, fixated on the ominous black blade, feeling for the first time how closely death loomed. Chapter 77, Transformation. The battle blade hummed, its edge chillingly fierce, only retracting after a prolonged struggle under Tai Shanha's control. He Xiangtian exhaled deeply. Already injured and having been struck twice, this moment of respite nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Get lost. Tai Shanha detested such despicable tactics, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, disinterested in him. How infuriating. He Xiangtian's face contorted with rage, fists pounding the ground in frustration. What a disgrace. Han Qinya huffed, retreating to her room. Hu Yinzhuo watched as Tai Shanha returned, his small eyes darting curiously. Hey, what's going on? Has Tai Shanha befriended Qin Ming? Otherwise, why such a display? Senior brother Tai, you just came back from the martial arena? What brings you here? Tai Shanha glanced at him indifferently, approaching the bed to check on Qin Ming's condition. I just arrived today, here to cheer for you all. Senior brother Tai, did you win? Hu Yinzhuo inquired tentatively. Yes, I defeated 3. Tai Shanha replied casually. Wow. Hu Yinjua's eyes twitched. 3. What a formidable person. Look at him. After confirming that Qin Ming was out of danger, Tai Shanha sat down beside him to recuperate, tearing open his shirt to reveal a shocking injury. The atmosphere in the martial arena had reached a fever pitch, having just emerged from a fierce battle. Qin Ming stepped aside to allow Tai Shanha to challenge the Qingyun Sect, boldly facing 3 opponents and advancing powerfully into the top 10. Together, Qin Ming and Tai Shanha ignited the venue, bringing immense pride to the Qingyun Sect. After a 3-year hiatus, the Qingyun Sect once again demonstrated its prowess at the tea gathering. However, the sect master found little joy in this resurgence, as both Qin Ming and Tai Shanha could hardly be deemed true disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Furthermore, the disciple Jin Ling, upon whom he had placed great hopes, had already been eliminated twice, leaving only Mu Cheng and Zhang Lan in contention. The second round of competition commenced with fervor, and due to the striking performances of Qin Ming and Tai Shanha, challengers emerged in succession, daring to take on 2 opponents at once in hopes of securing a place among the top 10. Unfortunately, they faced consecutive defeats, serving as a brutal lesson that quelled this aberrant trend. From the 6th bout onward, the competition reverted to its rightful course, embracing one-on-one challenges. In the 7th bout, Ling Shui took the stage against a disciple of the Baihua sect, emerging victorious. Following her, Zhang Lan faced a disciple from the Blood Evil sect in the 10th bout, also achieving victory. Both of them, as legitimate disciples of the Qingyun Sect, once again brought honor to their sect. The Lingwu realm competition continued until noon, its intensity rivaling that of the first round, with a total of 27 participants, of which only 10 emerged triumphant, including Qin Ming and Tai Shanha, while the others either faced defeat or suffered mutual injuries. In the afternoon, the eagerly anticipated Xuanwu realm competition began. Mu Cheng was the first to take the stage, facing off against Yang Yi, the captain of the Earth Spirit sect. Their clash marked the inaugural Xuanwu-level duel of the 8 sects at the tea gathering. Ultimately, Yang Yi restored the Earth Spirit sect's honor, reclaiming the accolades lost to Qin Ming by decisively defeating Mu Cheng, sending him crashing from the platform within the span of merely a fragrant stick of incense, thereby solidifying his victory. Following this, 2 disciples from the Blood Evil sect challenged those from the Baihua sect and the Tiandao sect, respectively. In the 4th match, the extraordinary talent of the Tiandao sect, Xingya, ascended to the stage, only to be unanimously granted a bye by the leaders of the 8 sects, advancing directly to the next round. His reputation had long been established among the 8 sects, earning him the title of the foremost champion. In the 5th match, the captain of the Xinghe sect challenged the captain of the Qingyun sect. The 6th match saw another disciple from the Tiandao sect, a practitioner of the Xuanwu realm, confront a disciple from the Tianshui sect. The duel among the Xuanwu realm was devoid of suspense, yielding results that aligned closely with expectations. Out of 11 Xuanwu disciples, 5 were eliminated, leaving 6 to continue. According to the regulations, the victors of the Xuanwu realm would advance to the top 10, competing in the 4th round for the 3 coveted spots in the top 5. Conversely, the victorious disciples from the Lingwu realm were scheduled to participate in the 3rd round of combat the following day to determine 4 winners who would secure a place among the top 10 of the current session. With Qin Ming and Tai Shanha already assured of their spots in the top 10, the rules were amended to have 8 Lingwu disciples vie for 2 available positions. Despite being gravely injured, Qin Ming's unique constitution allowed him to awaken by evening. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find 3 individuals in his room: Hu Yinjuazhua, Tai Shanha, and Ling Shui. What brings you here? Qin Ming inquired, surprised to see Hu Yinjuazhua. I came to cheer you on, she replied, a broad smile illuminating her cherubic face, rendering her eyes nearly invisible. There's no doubt about my placement in the top 10, is there? Qin Ming propped himself up, concerned that someone might later contest his qualification. Who would dare question it? It's already settled. She beamed, her joy akin to that of a blooming flower, her heart swelling with delight as she gazed at Qin Ming. The Huyan family had indeed invested in a disciple poised to rank among the top 10 of the 8 sects tea conference, arguably the most promising candidate. With diligent cultivation, his future potential was boundless. She could almost envision her father's exuberant laughter upon receiving the news. There was no need for you to exert yourself so strenuously, Ling Shui observed Qin Ming, meticulously reflecting on his battles. He could have employed the enigmatic martial art Shura grievance right from the outset, rather than resorting to it as a last-ditch effort. I wish to test my limits, Qin Ming declared. His ambition extended beyond merely winning the competition. He yearned to push his own boundaries in the hope of discovering an opportunity for a breakthrough. With only the 8th layer of spirit martial arts, he was likely to reach a standstill within the top 10. It was only by ascending to the 9th layer that he could aspire to penetrate the top 5. This was a realization he harbored within. The 8 Sect's tea gathering was a martial event, not a battleground for life and death. Ling Shui found herself at a loss for words. Hu Yinzhuo discreetly glanced at Ling Shui, puzzled. Was there a connection between this icy, beautiful senior sister and Qin Ming? Not only had she spent considerable time here, but she had also taken the initiative to converse with him, which was quite rare. How did you fare? Qin Ming inquired about Ling Shui and Tai Shanhe, noting that Tai Shanhe appeared to be more gravely injured. Hu Yinzhuo interjected with a smile. Senior sister Ling Shui triumphed and will compete in the 3rd round tomorrow for a spot in the top 10. Senior brother Tai single-handedly faced 3 disciples from the Heavenly Dao sect, securing his place in the top 10 ahead of time. Oh, Qin Ming expressed surprise. Tai Shanhe faced 3 opponents? All from the Heavenly Dao sect? Regrettably, you cannot participate in the final match. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to face you in battle. Tai Shanhe rose and exited the room. Rest well, you have already secured your position in the top 10. Your objective has been achieved, and there is no need for further exertion, Ling Shui remarked before also departing. As night fell, the city hosted another banquet, inviting disciples from various sects to attend. Qin Ming, citing his severe injuries as an excuse, opted not to participate, secluding himself in his room to absorb the life force from the heavens and the earth. Healing his wounds. His injuries appeared grave, seemingly rendering him incapable of participating in the final competition among the top 5. Yet, he harbored a firm belief that he would recover by tonight. He was determined to partake in the ultimate battle. In the stillness of the midnight hour, within a serene chamber, Qin Ming opened his senses fully, clearing his mind of distractions, as he summoned the vital energy of life toward the city lord's mansion. Creak. The window was gently pushed open, and the little fox returned, inhaling deeply, intoxicated by the abundant life force that filled the room, revealing a charming, human-like smile. It tiptoed onto the bed, nestled upon Qin Ming's legs, and comfortably drifted into slumber, its fur soft and fluffy like a snowball. Qin Ming, fond of the little fox, did not shoo it away but continued his practice of the vitality technique. He tore away all the bandages, exposing horrific wounds, many of which were still bleeding. However, under the nurturing effects of the vitality technique, a rich life energy coursed through his body, accumulating at the wounds. One could distinctly observe the flesh and blood regenerating. As the wounds healed and the protruding flesh gradually closed, what was initially a frightening sight transformed into a marvel. His heartbeat gradually grew strong and vigorous. As the surging vitality of life began to revive, the demon child of the blood evil sect appeared again outside the window. Curiously observing the unfold, it turns out that Qin Ming endured relentless exploitation within the Qingyun Sect, yet he remained resolutely defiant and proud. Various anecdotes about him circulated, their origins unknown and the source of their compilation a mystery. The demon child stood outside the window, curiously observing Qin Ming. What a formidable spirit he possessed to withstand 8 years of hardship. What an indomitable character to never yield. What astonishing talent to break through 8 realms within a single year. What intrigued her most was that the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect seemed oblivious to Qin Ming's martial arts prowess, and she could assert with certainty that he had never showcased his swordsmanship or Shura's wrath within the sect prior to this. Moreover, he managed to attract life energy and win the favor of the 9-yang celestial fox. The demon child smiled radiantly, gently leaning against the windowsill, studying Qin Ming within. Chapter 78. The traces of millennia. Qin Ming practiced throughout the night, his wounds fully healed, leaving no scars, and his internal injuries nearly recovered. The miraculous effects of the Shengxing decision were vividly displayed. It was time to attempt a breakthrough. Whether he could enter the top 5 would depend on the success of this endeavor. The Dian Sword Classic, second form. The traces of millennia. Qin Ming retrieved the Dian Sword Classic, furrowing his brow in concentration. This time he finally discerned the second form clearly. The second form, the traces of millennia, spoke of the heavenly winds that do not disturb the dust, and a myriad of swords breaking through the void, painting the river red. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. When he had just broken through to the 8th realm, he could only vaguely perceive the words, initially believing that the 8th realm was unsuitable for cultivation. Yet now he could see it clearly. The traces of millennia assist me in breaking into the 9th realm. Qin Ming murmured confidently as he grasped the ancient sword. Young Master Qin, I have brought you some healing medicine. Hu Yinzhuo entered with a cheerful demeanor, only to be taken aback upon seeing Qin Ming bare-chested and resplendent, a stark contrast to his previous near-death state. Even his wounds had vanished. There's no need for medicine. Today, you must keep watch for me. No one is allowed to enter. Qin Ming brandished his ancient sword, preparing for seclusion. Really? You've recovered? Will you be able to compete tomorrow? Are you aiming for the top 5? Qingyun Sect exclaimed with delight. This is going to be exhilarating. Don't mention it. Why so polite? We're friends. Qingyun Sect promptly closed the door and plopped down on a stone stool in the courtyard, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner, ready to guard the entrance. At this moment, he was willing to do anything for Qin Ming. What are you doing here? Ling Shui queried as she pushed open the window, only to find Qingyun Sect was squatting like a meatball in Qin Ming's courtyard. His already round figure appeared even more comical perched upon the circular stone stool, prompting even the aloof and proud Ling Shui to inquire. I'm here to guard young Master Qin. I fear someone might come to harm him again. Qingyun Sect chuckled, his heart brimming with joy. Oh dear, how many secrets does Qin Ming possess? Even I find him somewhat inscrutable. Suddenly, Ling Shui asked, what kind of deal did you strike with Qin Ming? Sister Ling Shui, please don't misunderstand. I am not that kind of master. I merely made a friend in young Master Qin. Is that so? Ling Shui expressed her skepticism. By the way, are you competing today? I wish you success in advance. Qin Ming locked himself in his room, wholly absorbed in his cultivation. Although the space was constricted, it did not hinder his practice. Every word is meticulously studied, and every move is thoroughly practiced. To master the second form and transcend the ninth heaven before dawn is a formidable challenge for Qin Ming. The martial arena is alive with anticipation. The third round of the competition has commenced. 8 disciples of the spirit martial realm ascend the stage to face formidable challenges. Securing a spot among the top 10 signifies the pinnacle of honor, a validation of their efforts before the age of 18. And it heralds a future replete with better treatment and abundant resources within the sect. No one is willing to forfeit this opportunity. The sect leaders are on edge, acutely aware that if their disciple fails to break into the top 10, it would be a significant blow to their reputation. The leader of the Qingyun Sect is particularly anxious. Although Qin Ming and Tai Shanha have already secured places in the top 10, their chances of contending for the top 5 seem bleak. It would indeed be a consolation if a few more could ascend into the top 10. In the inaugural match, a strikingly beautiful female disciple from the Blood Evil Sect steps forward, specifically challenging Ling Shui. The duel between the two women unfolds with unexpected brilliance. A contest of dual beauties vying for acclaim, yet it concludes with both sustaining grievous injuries, leaving them equally matched and without a place in the top 10. The brutality of the first match instills a quiet tension among the remaining disciples. The subsequent matches, the second, third, and fourth, are equally thrilling and fierce. From the early morning until noon, 4 matches have transpired, yielding 2 additional slots in the top 10. The victors are Qin Gu from the Tiandao Sect and Yi Luozhan from the Blood Evil Sect, both demonstrating commendable prowess. Ling Shui and Zhang Lan from the Qingyun Sect find themselves bereft of a place in the top 10. Ling Shui achieves a draw, while Zhang Lan suffers a devastating defeat. The former city lord, representing the 8 sects, announces the events for the following day. Outside the city, a golden list is displayed, enumerating the top 10 disciples from the 8 sections. Tomorrow, the 5 sects will compete fiercely for supremacy at the tea gathering. The venue is set at the small stone ridge just outside the city. A warm invitation is extended to all of the city to gather and witness the grand spectacle. The ultimate showdown of each tea gathering does not occur within the city's confines, but rather at a location beyond its borders, open to the entire populace. This allows the citizens to behold the prowess of the top 10 competitors firsthand, thereby showcasing the potential of the 8 clans to the outside world. Is Qin Ming present? Yang Yi from the Earth Spirit clan knocked on the gate of Qin Ming's courtyard. He is resting and cannot meet with visitors at this time. Qingyun Sect, with a cheerful demeanor, rose to his feet. His round head and rotund figure, coupled with his plump limbs and flowing white robe, rendered him quite comical. Yang Yi seemed taken aback by the unexpected presence in the courtyard, momentarily stunned. Who are you? A friend, a very amicable one. I have matters to discuss with Qin Ming. Yang Yi strode confidently into the courtyard. I sincerely apologize, but young Master Qin truly cannot receive guests today. Perhaps you could wait until tomorrow? Qingyun Sect's amusing appearance and endearing demeanor elicited a smile from those who beheld him. Truly cannot meet? You must be Yang Yi from the Earth Spirit clan. What a pleasure it is to meet you. How about this? You may leave a message, and I shall convey it to him later? No need. I shall return tomorrow. Yang Yi departed. Shortly thereafter, Fan Xian from the 100 Flowers clan arrived. Is Qin Ming here? And you are? From the 100 Flowers clan, I am Fan Xian. Oh, greetings. Are you here to see young Master Qin? I came to check on his condition. Has he recovered? You jest. He is quite well. Then why are you dressed in mourning attire? Isn't that rather unlucky? Qingyun was left speechless, I assure you. This is fine fabric made from exquisite white jade silk, quite expensive indeed. Step aside, I have matters to discuss with him. It is not convenient to receive guests. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? Still not awake? Awake, yet fell asleep again. The injury is too grave, I beg your understanding. After much effort in sending Fangxin away, 3 disciples from the Tiandao sect have arrived, eager to see Qin Ming. Qingyun, with a cheerful demeanor, bid each farewell and return to the stone bench. Smiling with delight, Yang Yi's arrival suggests he may have intentions of recruiting Qin Ming, while Fangxin seems to harbor a fondness for him. The presence of the Tiandao sect could also indicate a desire for camaraderie. It appears that Qin Ming's resolute decision to attend the tea gathering of the 8 sects was indeed wise, though disregarded in Qingyun Sect. He is a treasure out here. Flying dragons leave the heavens, drifting into the abyss. Lurking dragons dwell in the depths, ascending with the clouds. He chuckled. His legs crossed comfortably, exuding an air of leisure and joy. As evening approached, more guests arrived, and this time, Qingyun could not prevent their entry. Does Qin Ming reside here? An elderly man with graying hair, exuding an intimidating presence without ire, emanated faint wisps of crimson mist from his body, a manifestation of his blood energy. It was the leader of the blood evil sect, Qiu Lin. Accompanying him was a tall, alluring young woman, a bewitching creature. Clad in a short top and skirt, she unabashedly displayed her exquisite figure, her skin radiantly youthful, evoking an irresistible aura of vitality. Her neck, as white and smooth as a swan's, complemented a face as beautiful as a flower, yet her blood-red eyes marred this aesthetic, imparting a hint of malevolence. A touch of enchantment. Qingyun, well informed, recognized the two before him. With a clever smile, he raised his hand in invitation. Please, come in. These two could not be deterred. Moreover, the sect master's personal visit is an honor of such distinction. Who would dare to refuse? Chapter 79. The judgment. Qin Ming was immersed in meditative contemplation. Had he achieved a breakthrough? Indeed, he had. It had just occurred. The electrical currents enveloping his body were gradually subsiding. The 9th level of the spirit martial realm, a state he had yearned for so long. A profound transformation was palpably evident throughout his being. His spirit, meridians, qi, physique, all were comprehensively enhanced. As if in preparation for ascension into the profound martial realm, he could now distinctly perceive the alterations within himself, an ethereal sensation of sublimation, a feeling of potency pervading his entire form, and, furthermore, the surging spiritual energy within his qi and meridians. He had broken through. Qin Ming was elated, filled with emotion, and even eager to find someone to test his newfound strength. As the blood evil sect's master and Yaoer entered through the doorway, he was in the process of regulating the cyclical flow of spiritual energy within his meridians, dispersing the final vestiges of electrical discharge. They were slightly taken aback. Was he in secluded cultivation, undergoing a breakthrough? The blood evil sect's master cast a profound gaze upon Qin Ming, seemingly confirming that he had indeed broken through. The young fellow possessed some potential. Surpassing the 8th level within a year was already quite remarkable. Yet he had managed to achieve another breakthrough during the 8th sect tea party. Sect Master Qiu, greetings. Qin Ming composed his qi and blood, regarding them with curiosity. Congratulations. 9th level. Yaoer moistened her crimson lips, exuding allure. The little fox, once again, leaped into Qin Ming's arms, nuzzling against him affectionately, inhaling the vital energy surrounding him with contentment. It has taken a liking to you. Shall I gift it to you? Absolutely not. Do you know what species it is? It must be quite precious, but I cannot accept such a gift. Yaoer approached Qin Ming, reaching out to retrieve the little fox into her arms, and smiled enchantingly. My grandfather nearly lost his life in acquiring it. Qin Ming adjusted his posture slightly, for this woman was exceedingly alluring, not merely in her attire, but in the innate, sinister charm that radiated from within, captivating his very spirit. There was no need for any deliberate seduction. Her every smile and frown exuded an astonishing magnetism. Who is your master? Qiu Lin inquired, skeptical that one could achieve such a remarkable transformation without reason. Some spoke of gradual accumulation leading to a sudden outburst, while others referred to it as the emergence of a dragon from the storm. However, he leaned more towards the notion that Qin Ming had encountered some fortuitous opportunity. This opportunity appeared to be linked to the Shura's grievance that Qin Ming had mentioned, along with the ancient sword that even the leader of the Qingyun Sect had never laid eyes upon. I have no master, Qin Ming replied. What are the one within you? Qiu Lin chuckled softly. His doubts from afar had only solidified upon closer inspection. There was an energy concealed within Qin Ming, a a force that undeniably did not belong to him. I do not comprehend your meaning, Qin Ming said, on guard. Do not be anxious. Others cannot perceive it. What resides within him? The demoness was increasingly intrigued by Qin Ming. It is inscrutable, deeply hidden. Xiao Lin felt an impulse to investigate further, but restrained himself. Why have you come here? If I were to invite you to join the Blood Evil Sect, would you consider it? The personal invitation from a sect leader was an honor that would stir excitement and pride in anyone. Yet, Qin Ming did not deliberate long. Politely declining, I appreciate your kindness, but I am already affiliated with the sect. What if I could assist you in resolving the troubles of the Great Qing Mountain? Qin Ming regarded Xiao Lin with seriousness. Have you been investigating me? The enchanting maiden blinked and smiled, exuding both beauty and allure. A true temptress, join the Blood Evil Sect, and we shall assist you in resolving your grievances with the Thunder Ancient City. Join the Blood Evil Sect, and my grandfather will accept you as his personal disciple. Join the Blood Evil Sect, and you may set any terms you desire. Qin Ming shook his head resolutely. I appreciate your goodwill, but I, Qin Ming, am not worthy of such solicitation. Are you unaware of your own value? I have already made promises to the Huyan family. The Blood Evil Sect can certainly resolve your issues. I only desire you as an individual. The leader of the Blood Evil Sect rarely expressed such profound interest in a single person. The Huyan family has assisted me greatly. I must repay that kindness. Qin Ming politely declined. Are you truly not reconsidering? It is my honor. Qin Ming reiterated his polite refusal. He remained uncertain of the true intentions of the Blood Evil Sect's leader. What if it was merely curiosity, a desire to study the energy within him? Furthermore, he had to consider the well-being of his family and the citizens of the city. If he were to sever ties with the Qingyun Sect and join the Blood Evil Sect, he would likely be branded a traitor. Even if the Qingyun Sect lifted their sanctions on the Thunder Ancient City, they would not easily let him go, potentially resorting to heinous actions. He needed to protect the Thunder Ancient City, ensuring it would not descend into a battleground. That place represented the toil of his parents and the debt he owed to the 200,000 citizens. The leader of the Blood Evil Sect expressed his regret, but did not press further. Should you find the opportunity to visit the Blood Evil Sect, mention my name. The enchanting maiden accompanied the sect leader as they departed. Thank you, but I shall not see you off. Do you not fancy women? The maiden suddenly turned back. What? The enchanting maiden playfully wiggled her fingers and remarked, do you see how my gaze differs from that of other men? I am still young and naive. Startled, she burst into a melodious laughter, radiant and captivating. Soon thereafter, news of the Blood Evil Sect's leader personally visiting Qin Ming reached the ears of the Qingyun Sect's master. The 5 elders of Qingyun Sect were deeply displeased. Master, Qin Ming is utterly ungrateful to take advantage of the 8 sects' tea gathering to clandestinely communicate with the Blood Evil Sect. Is he attempting to sell himself? This is nothing short of treachery against our sect. Indeed, Master, this matter cannot be overlooked. You are well aware of the nature of the individuals within the Blood Evil Sect. Their temperament mirrors that of Qin Ming, ruthless and unpredictable. Should he integrate himself into their ranks and gain influence, it is inevitable that he would oppose us at every turn. I suspect he may have ensnared the granddaughter of the Blood Evil Sect's leader. Alas, Qin Ming harbors animosity towards Qingyun Sect. The departure of an ordinary disciple is one thing, but the potential he currently exhibits, if he were to truly mature, he might very well become a second Cold Mountain. Presently, all sects are observing the discord between Qin Ming and our Qingyun Sect. Luring away Qin Ming would not only mean losing a promising disciple but also acquiring a weapon against our sect. Although the 8 sects maintain an alliance, the competition has never ceased, especially between the 2 most formidable factions, the Tiandao Sect and the Blood Evil Sect, each vying to dominate the others and emerge as the supreme leader. A situation like Qin Ming's must not be permitted to sever ties with Qingyun Sect. Elder Wu, noticing the master's indifference, murmured, Master, Qin Ming's propensity for violence is more severe than we had anticipated. Zhao Min, the esteemed disciple of Elder Chu Hua, and Xiao Chen, a disciple from Yushan, are both likely victims of Qin Ming's ruthless actions. Furthermore, it is nearly certain that Tang Baonan, the personal disciple of the Grand Elder, met his demise at the hands of Qin Ming. Is there any evidence to substantiate these claims? The remaining 4 elders were visibly shaken. The incident in which Qin Ming ventured out to gather herbs was, in fact, orchestrated by Zhao Min. It is rumored that she harbored a grudge against Qin Ming and conspired with Qiao Chun to eliminate him. However, when Qin Ming returned, neither Qiao Chun nor Zhao Min did. Although there is no concrete evidence to prove this theory, had there been, Elder Chu Hua would have ensured Qin Ming's punishment. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that these events are intertwined with him. As for Tang Baonan, there is a 90% certainty that Qin Ming was responsible for his death. At that time, A mysterious figure donned a mask and wielded a sword, relentlessly pursuing Tang Baonan through the forest, leading to the emergence of underground caverns. If not Qin Ming, then who could it be? I speculate that at least 10 disciples of the Qingyun Sect have perished at his hands. This is intolerable. Elder Helian Chong slammed his leg in frustration. If such bloodshed begins before leaving the Qingyun Sect, what will become of us in the future? The sect master stood with his back to them, eyes closed, remaining silent throughout the discourse. Elder Wu approached the sect master and proposed, "We could preemptively relocate Qin Ming back to the Qingyun Sect under the pretense of his worsened injuries. We might find an opportunity on the journey to eliminate him, presenting it as an unfortunate case of his injuries proved too severe to save. Is such a course of action truly necessary?" Question one elder. Wouldn't executing him in secret be excessive? Qin Ming is far too cunning. He may have seized a certain opportunity, quietly growing in strength while concealing his true intentions behind the guise of servitude, secretly eliminating his peers. Now, he has allied himself with the Huyan family to participate in the tea gathering of the 8 clans, striving to showcase himself and garner fame, thereby attracting the interest of other sections. Such a person possesses excessive cunning. One must not grant him the chance to rise, lest he become a significant threat. Elder Wu has lost hope in Yixiangtian and must personally intervene with a suggestion. An elder continues to question, we could punish Qin Ming, imprison him, or even strip him of his status. But, if we were to kill him, what would the other sects think? Elder Wu scoffs. Does the Qingyun Sect truly need to concern itself with their opinions? Another elder speaks gravely, sect leader. If it is indeed Qin Ming who has slain Zhao Min and Tang Baonan's disciples, according to sect rules, he must face the utmost penalty. Helian Chong states solemnly, I request that we apprehend Qin Ming first for rigorous interrogation. If he harbors ill intentions and has harmed his fellow disciples in secret, he must not be shown leniency. No need to continue. The sect leader of Qingyun interrupts them. I implore you to think carefully. The elders lower their heads in unison. Depart, I shall handle this. The sect leader stands alone in the room, eyes closed, contemplating for a long time. Chapter 80. The agreement have you recovered? The sect leader of Qingyun visits Qin Ming's chamber, observing him practice swordplay with mild surprise. Qin Ming appears invigorated, drenched in sweat, with no visible injuries. And it seems he has broken through to a new realm. You have come personally, sect leader. Qin Ming sheathes his sword and regulates his breath, displaying no astonishment. Are you preparing to participate in tomorrow's competition for the top 5? The leader of the Qingyun Sect wore a complex expression. Given the opportunity, it was only natural to seize it. Qin Ming smiled gently, meeting the leader's gaze. It is my duty as a disciple to bring honor to the Qingyun Sect. Is it not? Your sentiments are appreciated, the leader replied with a faint nod, taking a seat on the wooden chair by the window. His fingertips lightly tapped on the table as he observed Qin Ming's handsome visage, his clear and resolute eyes. The room fell into silence, with neither party uttering a word, simply gazing at one another. After a considerable pause, the leader of the Qingyun Sect remarked, It has been 8 years. You have matured, resembling your father in his youth. Indeed, it has been 8 years. A subtle smile lingered on Qin Ming's face, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Do you still remember that I am half a disciple of your father? I have always remembered. I just wonder if you recall. Qin Ming continued to smile, maintaining his gaze locked with the leader's. Yet, within his heart, turmoil brewed. There are matters you do not comprehend. The grievances of the past involve many. The Grand Elder, the secrets of the Qingyun Sect, and numerous others. As the sect leader, I cannot sacrifice more lives for the sake of a few dead. A few dead. Qin Ming chuckled lightly. I admire your magnanimity. The leader of the Qingyun Sect, wishing to avoid further elaboration, deemed it futile. Do you harbor resentment towards the Qingyun Sect? In truth, I feel fortunate that after 8 years, I remain unchanged, not turned into a mad dog. The leader averted his gaze from Qin Ming's eyes and stated plainly, I have come today to remind you of something. For the sake of the Qingyun Sect's reputation, I cannot allow you to sever ties with the sect. Rest assured, I have already declined the Blood Evil Sect's offer. Oh, may I inquire why? I wish to make an agreement with you. If I manage to break into the top 5, you shall absolve all the citizens of Thunder Ancient City and grant clemency to everyone in the Qin family. The grievances of the past shall be erased. Conversely, should you enter the top 5, I will elevate your status from servant to a disciple of the Golden Feather, recommending you to Elder Yaoshan as a direct disciple. However, the matter of Thunder Ancient City cannot be resolved at this moment. For 8 years, you have turned a blind eye. Are you still unwilling to relent? The master of Qingyun Sect remained silent for a while. Unless you can prove your parents are deceased. What does that mean? Suddenly, Hu Yanjua knocked and entered, greeting cheerfully, Master. My Huyan family can provide additional resources to assist Qin Ming in redeeming Thunder Ancient City. The master of Qingyun Sect waved his hand. You may withdraw. If Qin Ming truly manages to secure a place in the top 5, I believe I can represent my father's wishes in making a decision. Regardless of the cost or who we must summon, we will redeem Thunder Ancient City. In my humble opinion, you need not be concerned about the Grand Elder any longer. Qin Ming is no longer alone. Hu Yanzhua, with a smile yet a firm stance, nodded at Qin Ming before exiting the room. If assistance is to be given, it shall be thorough. If a good relationship is to be forged, it shall be pursued with utmost effort. A warmth spread through Qin Ming's heart as he cast a grateful glance at Hu Yanzhua, awaiting the decision of the master of Qingyun Sect. The master, with his eyes cast down, pondered for a long time. There is one condition. Please proceed. Upon returning to Qingyun Sect, I shall appoint you as a disciple of the Golden Feather, and you must not refuse. You cannot leave the sect for 5 years. What then of my punishment concerning Thunder Ancient City? Once you truly enter the top 5, I shall reconsider. The leader of the Qingyun Sect departed the chamber, having merely stated the need for contemplation without arriving at a decision. The following morning, disciples from the 8 sects gathered at the city hall. This time, all disciples would be present to witness the competition, collectively anticipating the emergence of the top 5. The title of top 5 disciples is not only a supreme honor. Its renown resonates throughout the northern region, but it also bestows upon its holders exclusive titles and invaluable rewards. Over the years, each cohort of top 5 disciples has generally flourished. Aside from a few unfortunate casualties, most have ascended to the position of sect elders or ventured beyond the northern region, reaching the imperial city, the empire, and the vast expanse of the world, achieving remarkable feats. To partake in and witness this event is indeed a source of great anticipation. With 6 in the Xuanwu realm and 4 at the pinnacle of the Lingwu realm, there is much to look forward to. However, Qin Ming will not have the opportunity to participate. The competition in the Lingwu realm has been reduced to 3 individuals. How will the contest be conducted? Have the sect leaders not reached a decision? Will they allow the 3 to engage in a free-for-all, or will there be another arrangement? According to the regulations, the top 5 comprise 3 slots for the Xuanwu realm and 2 for the Lingwu realm. Who shall be selected this time? Tai Shanhe and his companions are all formidable. They appear to be evenly matched. In truth, I rather hope Qin Ming can make an appearance once more. He should be quite close. His realm positions him precariously, and entering the top 10 seems a stroke of luck. He may not yet possess the strength to contend with Tai Shanhe and his fellows, and to step onto the stage would likely result in defeat. But let us not concern ourselves. The sect leaders will surely make appropriate arrangements. We shall await their decisions. The entire city is now abuzz with predictions, and the anticipation is palpable. As the Qingyun Sect's team arrived at the assembly ground, Master Li nodded to the other 7 sect leaders, who all turned their gazes toward Qin Ming within the ranks. The news of Qin Ming's breakthrough had already circulated the night before, and it was only natural for him to participate in the contest for the top 5 today. Qin Ming? He actually came. A voice exclaimed in astonishment as the Qingyun Sect team approached, with Qin Ming and Tai Shanhe, both formidable competitors, leading the way. Their expressions surprisingly composed. Is he fully healed? The incredulous murmurs followed. Just 2 days prior, he had been carried off in a near-death state. Was his recovery truly so rapid? What kind of elixir had the Qingyun Sect administered to him? Suddenly, a light laughter echoed from the Blood Evil Sect's ranks. He is not merely healed, he has transcended. The news of his ascension to the 9th level of spirit martial arts spread like wildfire, evoking reactions from disciples across the sections. What was happening? A rebirth after destruction? The 9th level. He aimed a contest for a place among the top 5? Qin Ge, a disciple of the Tiandao sect, furrowed his brow. As one of the top 10, he was slated to compete today, yet he sincerely wished to avoid facing someone as reckless as Qin Ming. That would not be a competition, but rather a battle for survival. If he was already so wild at the 8th level, what madness would ensue now that he had broken through? Many soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Qin Ming was vying for a position among the top 5. It seemed increasingly plausible. But who would he face? Qin Ge from the Tiandao sect? Or Yi Luozhan from the Blood Evil sect? A collective gaze turned toward the two, accompanied by gleeful banter. Who dares to confront him? Yi Luozhan's expression darkened. Do you think Tai Shanhe is easy to handle? 2 lunatics, one more insane than the other. The demonists of the Blood Evil sect and Xingye from the Tiandao sect both cautioned Yi Luozhan and Qin Ge. Strive to select Taishan. In contrast to Taishan's ferocity, Qin Ming embodies a more perilous essence, particularly with the Shura's resentment that proves arduous to resist. Moreover, Taishan exudes madness and pride, whereas Qin Ming is utterly reckless. In comparison, they would prefer their fellow disciples to confront Taishan, as there exists at least a semblance of hope for victory. Masterly, allow me to extend my early congratulations. The prospects for this year's top 5 are exceedingly promising. The former city lord welcomed the master of Qingyun Sect, smiling in celebration. Not at all. Both Qinggu and Yu Luozhan are remarkably capable. Until the conclusion, everything remains uncertain. Whom do you choose? Qin Ming inquired of Taishan, personally leaning towards Qinggu of the Tiandao sect. I choose you, Taishan replied impassively. What? I have stated my intent to challenge you. Ding Dian cleared his throat behind him. Remain calm. Do not act impulsively. At this moment, the disciples of the 8 sects gathered, and the former city lord proclaimed in a loud voice, "Let us depart." Chapter 81. Shock Little Stone Ridge was already bustling with throngs of people, with thousands of citizens congregating amidst the hills. Some noble families occupied their designated spaces, while groups of ordinary folk gathered in clusters, along with numerous formidable warriors who came to spectate. This expanse of Little Stone Ridge spans over 100 miles, with undulating hills and rugged terrain, devoid of lush trees and flowing streams. Due to its unique environment, it is frequently chosen as the battleground for the final showdown of tea gatherings. The air buzzed with excitement as various discussions rose and fell, and many could scarcely contain their anticipation. Deep within the crowd, spies from the 5 great royal houses were present, tasked with a mission. They were to meticulously assess the strength and potential of the top 10 disciples and document the final 5 with precision, ensuring immediate reports back to the royal houses. As the 8 sects descended upon the land, joyous cheers echoed through the mountains and valleys, rising and falling in a harmonious chorus. Thousands of eager onlookers strained their eyes to discern the appearances of the esteemed participants. The elder lord of the city personally introduced the top 10 disciples of the 8 sects tea gathering. Without unnecessary preamble, he proclaimed, for the first event, disciples of the spirit and martial realm will engage in combat. Qin Ming was the first to stride towards the towering stone mountain, declaring, Qingyun Sect, Qin Ming, I challenge you. Once again, he took the stage first. This young man possessed remarkable courage. With his ascension to the 9th heaven, he had a chance to vie for a position among the top 5. Undoubtedly, he was the most notable contender of this gathering. Qinggu, go forth. Qin Ming, newly ascended to the 9th heaven, was still grappling with the instability of his realm. Yi Luozhan, do not bring disgrace to the blood evil sect. Defeat Qin Ming. Some disciples were engaged in discussions, while others urged Qinggu and Yi Luozhan forward with laughter. Both were reluctant to confront Qin Ming. Yet the fervent atmosphere compelled them, and with a determined resolve, they prepared to take the stage. Wait, the disciples from both sects simultaneously restrained them. What is happening? Look over there. From the ranks of the Qingyun Sect, Tai Shanha boldly stepped forward, ascending the stone mountain. Qingyun Sect, Tai Shanha, I accept the challenge. The 5 elders of the Qingyun Sect were momentarily taken aback. How did Tai Shanha come to be in the arena? The disciples of the 8 sects were equally astonished. Why were these two about to clash? Was it a strategy of the Qingyun Sect to ensure at least one disciple secured a position in the top 5? It seemed unlikely, as both Qin Ming and Tai Shanha were not of such temperament, and the Qingyun Sect would not resort to such questionable tactics. I mentioned at the martial sect pavilion that I would test the strength of your fists. Standing atop the mountain, Tai Shanha's gaze burned with fervor, brimming with a fierce combat spirit. He tore open his garment, revealing muscles as formidable as iron. His presence at the tea gathering was not to seek fame, but to challenge the mightiest of the sections. And Qin Ming ignited a long-buried fighting spirit within him. Was he truly serious? Ding Dian was momentarily taken aback, having thought it was merely a jest, yet it appeared he was earnest. Zhang Lan and the others exchanged uneasy glances, muttering in unison, 2 madmen. Qin Ming gazed deeply at Tai Shanha, feeling his own fierce battle instinct surging forth. As you wish. If I cannot die, I shall fight to the bitter end. Qin Ming, do not let me down, Tai Shanha bellowed, his raven hair standing on end, his eyes gleaming like bolts of lightning. With a clang, the iron blade seemed poised to shatter the void, enveloping the 100-meter stone mountain in a mysterious aura, causing the very earth to tremble. What an overwhelming force of the blade! The disciples of the 8 sects were taken aback. Was this truly Tai Shanha's authentic strength? The blade's soul awakened, unleashing a deadly intent. Tai Shanha regained his former cold and handsome demeanor, his icy words reverberating through the air above the stone mountain. His eyes gradually transformed into an abyssal black, devoid of whites, yet his entire being radiated a fierce battle spirit akin to a true inferno. In a low voice, he uttered a peculiar phrase, Qin Ming, stop me. The black blade, initially unadorned, suddenly emanated a dark mist, writhing like serpents in chaotic motion around the blade. Qin Ming's eyes ignited with a chilling light as he grasped the Defiant ancient sword, bracing himself for the impending clash. The spirited blade whirled violently in the sky, slicing towards Qin Ming with ferocity. The blade's aura surged like thunder, violently vibrating, as if dark lightning struck the heavens, instilling a sense of dread. The piercing glint of the sword wove a net of death, a spectacle of immense grandeur. The audience was moved, gasping in astonishment. Was the fight commencing so fiercely? Did they unleash their full power right from the start? Qin Ming's eyes radiated a chilling light as he raised his sword to engage. In an instant, he unleashed 18 streams of sword energy, dazzling and radiant like meteors soaring against the heavens, illuminating the world around him. The clash of darkness and brilliance erupted above. The resounding echoes of metal colliding filled the air, as the iron blade and ancient sword met in a relentless exchange, showering sparks like a cascade of stars. In this confrontation, both combatants staggered back. The iron blade trembled and soared once more, diving down again, while Qin Ming tumbled to the ground, charging forward with ferocity. Engaging with Tai Shanha, there was no room for distraction. Only one thought prevailed: battle. Relentless and unwavering. This fight was perilous, yet it was equally exhilarating. Qin Ming unleashed his full strength without reservation, shouting, "Eternity without trace." A myriad of swords pierced the void. The ancient sword suddenly erupted with a brilliance that illuminated the heavens, engulfing Qin Ming entirely. No one could discern what transpired. They merely beheld a colossal waterfall cascading upwards. It was the sword's radiance. Phoenixes danced in the sky. The momentum was overwhelming, its power immeasurable. The ground shattered, mountains trembled. The crowd was incensed. How could such scale and might in swordsmanship manifest in the spirit martial realm? It seemed to be earth-level martial arts. Yet, was it not forbidden to cultivate earth-level techniques in the spirit martial realm? The leaders of the 8 sects were once again taken aback. Even the leader of the Qingyun Sect turned pale. Was this truly earth-level martial arts? Had Qin Ming mastered earth-level techniques? The leader of the Blood Evil Sect openly gazed at the leader of the Qingyun Sect, not out of suspicion of deceit, but in awe that Qin Ming had indeed achieved mastery over earth-level martial arts. Baiwa Sect's Fanxing gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the cascade of sword energy pouring down from the mountaintop. Had this been utilized in the arena 2 days prior, she would have undoubtedly faced defeat with a single strike. The demon child's eyes sparkled with a myriad of colors, once again taken aback, or rather, captivated. An astonishing wave of energy erupted in the sky, as sword aura surged and blade energy shattered. The iron blade whistled and spun, returning to Taishan's grasp with a resounding clap. The fierce impact forced Taishan to stagger back 5 steps, each step leaving deep craters in the ground. Yet, upon seizing the iron blade, Taishan appeared to have infused himself with a second soul, his stature seemingly magnified several times, exuding an eerily formidable presence. He resembled a giant suddenly materializing in the midst, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. In the blink of an eye, a cold light erupted as Taishan advanced, charging towards Qin Ming. The iron blade emitted a piercing howl as he swung it, a testament to its velocity, the sound of slicing air akin to a ghostly wail. The thick blade's radiance surged forth like a roaring river, unstoppable in its ferocity. Such was the aura exclusive to the Xuanwu realm. Yang Yi, Xingya, and the other disciples of the Xuanwu realm unanimously asserted that Taishan's presence was escalating. Though the cause remained unclear, it certainly rivaled the strength of the Xuanwu realm, far beyond that of an ordinary spirit martial realm disciple. What kind of monsters had the Qingyun Sect nurtured? The disciples from various sects were profoundly moved. Although this was merely the beginning, they had already discerned the terrifying prowess of both individuals. Qin Ming pressed forward fearlessly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he wielded his sword with unwavering resolve. Clash. The clash of sword radiance and blade brilliance ignited a dazzling explosion atop the mountain, blindingly bright and overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. The violent energy swept across the landscape like a tumultuous tide, causing the solid mountaintop to fracture, with thunderous roars echoing continuously and debris mingling with dust in chaotic turmoil. Qin Ming soared through the air, his ancient sword repelling the iron blade as he confronted Iron Mountain River head-on, swinging his fist towards its midsection. He held confidence in his strength, believing that a single blow could shatter Iron Mountain River, allowing the Defiant ancient sword to follow suit and secure him a victory. However, boom, a muffled thud reverberated, and Qin Ming's expression shifted dramatically. His fist seemed to collide with an iron pillar, cold and extraordinarily unyielding. Iron Mountain River, amidst its fierce assault, remained steadfast, showing no signs of being shaken. In that moment, Qin Ming gazed closely into the pitch-black eyes of Iron Mountain River, devoid of emotion, radiating an overwhelming battle intent that seemed ready to explode. With a swift motion, the iron blade swept down like a rainbow, dark energy swirling, striking Qin Ming with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air, crimson streaks of blood trailing behind him. Thud, 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 upon landing. Qin Ming rolled repeatedly before finally stabilizing himself before the towering Qin Ming pursued relentlessly, wielding his ancient sword with precision as it forcefully struck against the iron blade, unleashing an overwhelming spiral of power. The iron sword in Tai Shanha's grasp trembled violently, propelled away in an instant. With a swift thrust, the sword's brilliance cleaved through Tai Shanha's chest, blood erupting forth. Yet, Tai Shanha appeared utterly unfazed, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed directly at Qin Ming's face. Simultaneously, the iron blade, having regained its balance from the shock, plunged down with a radiant arc, a tumultuous wave of black energy cascading down like a torrential flood. The air was thick with blade light, a spectacle of astonishing force. The mountaintop crumbled under the impact, debris scattering and dust rising, as a resounding rumble echoed through the air. Chapter 82. The Blade of Azura. In an instant, a myriad of swords pierced through the sky. Qin Ming faced the ferocious blade energy, resolutely raising his ancient sword, a tempest of sword aura surging upwards. It was a breathtaking display, awe-inspiring and heart-stirring. The sword energy, unmatched in its ferocity, obliterated the surrounding blade energy, dispersing the black tide and further disrupting the iron sword. Yet, Tai Shanha remained undeterred, growing increasingly ferocious in battle. Grasping the iron sword amidst the chaos, he embodied the unity of man and blade, charging once more at Qin Ming. His speed escalated, the momentum of his strikes intensified, his pitch-black eyes fixating on Qin Ming, expressionless as he launched relentless assaults, shadows of cold light flitting about, the only visible presence being the blazing sword radiance and tumult. Qin Ming, undaunted and fervent, felt his blood boil with the thrill of combat, raising his sword to cleave through the air, resonating with the sounds of ringing steel and shattering force. The battle raged on, unyielding and forward-moving. This was the very conflict he yearned for. The mountaintop continued to crumble, as waves of sword energy and torrents of blade energy severed the summit completely. The soaring brilliance was painfully blinding, while the fierce black mist chilled to the bone. In the midst of fierce confrontations and ruthless assaults, not only were Qin Ming and Tai Shanha locked in a frenzied struggle, but the spectators from various factions were also engulfed in fervor, their cheers rising and falling like a tempest. This was the Battle of the Eight Sects tea gathering, a demonstration of the formidable prowess of the new generation of the Eight Sects from the northern region. Truly remarkable, exquisite beyond compare. Even numerous martial artists in the spirit martial realm felt dwarfed in comparison, and many formidable warriors in the profound martial realm were profoundly moved. It was no surprise that such geniuses, nurtured by the Eight Sects, displayed such overwhelming strength. The spies from the royal houses were busily documenting the spectacle, acutely aware that these disciples were exceptionally powerful and would require close monitoring in the future. Qin Ge and Yi Luozhan exchanged solemn glances, their brows furrowed as they intently observed the battlefield atop the mountain. Both were prodigies meticulously cultivated by their respective sects, possessing undeniable prowess and the confidence to emulate such momentum. Yet, as they beheld the unkempt and fervently battling Qin Ming and Tai Shanha, they could not help but feel a certain inadequacy, an absence of resolute madness, an absence of wild confidence, a lack of tenacity devoted to the art of combat itself. Amidst the swirling black mist and the myriad of blade auras, Qin Ming once again unleashed the heavy sword of mountains and rivers. The ancient sword descended like a colossal mountain, crashing down with a thunderous roar, causing the battered mountaintop to tremble and sink. However, Tai Shanha did not evade. He became one with his blade, eschewing any extravagant maneuvers, yet exuding an aura of boundless profundity. His assault was both expansive and intricate, concealing a myriad of lethal intentions. The clash of blade and sword was a fleeting moment of electric confrontation. It appeared unremarkable at first, yet in that instant, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the air. The radiance of the blades soared into the heavens before becoming chaotic and fracturing, creating a mesmerizing and magnificent spectacle as the brilliance intertwined with the dark tide. Both Qin Ming and Tai Shanha were thrown into the air, incessantly coughing up blood like withered leaves drifting to the ground, landing and then rolling down the mountain peak. However, their eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. In midair, they twisted their waists in unison, landing steadily on the mountainside, and then surged forward at full speed, leaping into the air as they approached the summit. The clash of iron against ancient sword echoed fiercely. Qin Ming faced off against Taishanha. The resounding clang of metal was relentless, as the two engaged in an explosive battle. The dark blade radiated a piercing light that shattered the heavens, while fierce black energy surged like an unstoppable river, wreaking havoc across the sky. Unwilling to yield, Qin Ming unleashed a flurry of sword techniques. The brilliance of his sword dazzling and blinding, 1,000 rays of light, magnificent yet terrifying, each sweep capable of shattering any obstruction. The fierce confrontation raged on. Amidst the tide of blades and the glow of swords, Qin Ming and Taishanha clashed for over 100 rounds, neither able to claim victory. They were evenly matched. The excitement was palpable. This intense battle not only incited fervor among the onlookers, but for Qin Ming and Taishanha, it was a perilous and exhilarating struggle. The disciples of the 8 sects observed intently, their hearts racing, acutely aware of the unfolding battle. They understood that Qin Ming possessed a lethal move, the dreaded Shura's resentment, and they firmly believed that Taishanha had secret techniques of his own. Both combatants were on the lookout for the opportune moment, seeking subtle flaws in each other's defenses amidst the fierce melee. Mu Cheng clenched his fists in silence, his expression darkening. He found it hard to accept that the Qin Ming he had scorned a month ago had emerged as such a formidable force at the 8 sects tea gathering, earning accolades from all sects and etching his name into the memory of the entire city. Was this truly Qin Ming? Ling Nian and other disciples were equally stunned, grappling with the realization of Qin Ming's astonishing strength. Within the Qingyun Sect, the entire congregation mocked, while in Wuling City, the 8 sects gazed with rapt attention. Such an extreme contrast was indeed difficult to accept. Those who were once scorned have now become an insurmountable force. One Qin Ming has turned thousands of disciples of the new generation in Qingyun Sect into a mere jest. Ling Shui and the others suddenly recalled the words Qin Ming had uttered upon entering Wuling City. I aspire to be among the top 5. At the time, it seemed laughable, a mere quip. Yet, in hindsight, he had already resolved to make that ambition a reality. The fierce battle atop the mountain raged for nearly half an hour. Both Qin Ming and Taishanha were drenched in blood. As their blades clashed, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their strikes and the swirling sword energies, creating an enormous pressure that caused the capillaries in their skin to rupture, resulting in an unknown quantity of blood spewing from their mouths. However, both warriors possessed such tenacity that neither could be swayed, locked in a relentless struggle to the bitter end. To the uninformed, it might appear as if they harbored deep-seated animosity. Yet, for Qin Ming and Taishanha, the utmost respect lay in overcoming one another. As their weapons met, the iron blade and ancient sword were simultaneously sent flying, not due to the ferocity of their assaults, but because both warriors' bones fractured under the strain, blood flowing freely. The Defiant ancient sword whistled as it soared from the mountaintop, embedding itself at the foot of the hill. Ling Shui was the first to advance, taking her position beside the ancient sword, her brow furrowed as she gazed upward toward the summit. Meanwhile, Taishanha's iron blade was forcibly maneuvered in midair, tumbling back and hovering ominously above his head. The throngs of spectators scattered across the mountains fell into a hushed silence, their tension palpable as they awaited the resolution of this fierce contest. The blade of Taishanha cannot be countered by mere flesh. Opposing Taishanha is akin to confronting both him and his iron sword. With the loss of the ancient sword, Qin Ming finds himself at a distinct disadvantage. Unless he possesses an alternate secret technique, defeat seems inevitable. Yang Yi and the other disciples of the Earth Spirit sect furrow their brows in concern, though Qin Ming triumphed over his 2 disciples with the power of Shura's resentment. It does not guarantee victory against Taishanha. Standing on opposite sides of the mountain summit, both men heaved ragged breaths, their bodies battered and bloodied, resembling ferocious beasts, exuding an aura of untamed ferocity. I am the soul of the sword. My body is the embodiment of the blade. I am the sword, and the sword is me. All things in heaven and earth serve as my weapons of war. Taishanha's voice was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of whispers from the depths of hell. At that moment, the blood from his wounds and the grime covering him began to levitate mysteriously, coalescing into a thin mist of blood that surged toward the floating battle sword in the sky. In an instant, an invisible aura enveloped the mountaintop. Fragments of shattered ruins and clouds of dust all floated in the air, radiating a murderous intent as if they were about to transform into countless blades. The leaders of the 8 sects observed intently. This was surely not the martial arts of the Qingyun Sect, but rather the supreme secret technique passed down through the Tai family. How would Qin Ming respond? The outcome was on the verge of being determined. With heavy breaths, he felt the overwhelming pressure of the sword's might. Far from retreating, he instead exuded an even greater fighting spirit. Flash! Qin Ming's entire body crackled with electric sparks, darting chaotically across his form. Yet, from the depths of the lightning, tendrils of dark mist began to swirl, drifting recklessly amidst the fierce electric glow, growing ever more abundant until they nearly enveloped him entirely. The interplay of lightning and shadow created a cacophony of blinding light and engulfing darkness. As a chilling aura permeated the mountaintop, his hands, rigidly clenched like the talons of an eagle, slowly cradled before his chest, where wisps of black mist surged forth, converging in the center to form a miniature whirlwind, spinning with fervor. The battlefield seemed to fall into a profound silence, a cold and lethal aura spreading silently, causing the disciples of the 8 clans at the mountain's base to shudder in bone-deep chill, their hair standing on end. Such a formidable killing intent. Wu Shantong and Xia Xinglua paled, recalling their past experiences, yet certain that the terror of this moment far surpassed anything they had previously encountered. A faint sound, reminiscent of distant waves, echoed through the air, akin to the whisper of wind or the distant cries of battle. Kill! Taizhan, he suddenly roared, launching himself into action with uncanny swiftness, his body moving with an incredible velocity in an instant. His hands came together as he charged toward Qin Ming. The spectators were left in astonishment, perceiving a mirage as Taizhan he transformed into a radiant battle blade, its divine light gleaming as it cleaved toward Qin Ming. Of course, he could not truly metamorphose into a weapon. This was a wondrous manifestation, a nascent form of future divine power, creating a certain illusion that underscored the moment's terror. High above, the battle blade emitted a fierce clang, exuding a mountain-like pressure, trailing a long swathe of darkness as it descended upon Qin Ming. Meanwhile, thousands of shattered stones at the mountain's summit erupted, densely converging into a torrent of blade energy. It was as if a single stone had sent forth 1,000 waves, causing the entire mountaintop to boil with tumult. On the precipice of chaos, at the brink of death, Qin Ming stood unflinching, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Suddenly, he raised his hands high, and a fierce vortex of dark wind swirled violently, revealing a small knife, both real and ethereal, imbued with an unsettling aura of danger, as if it harbored the seed of death itself, sending shivers down the spines of many. What could this be? The disciples of the 8 sects were visibly stirred, feeling its chilling presence and murderous intent even from a close distance. The sect masters frowned, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this knife. Once more, Qin Ming astonished them. The blade was named Shura. With a thunderous roar, Qin Ming unleashed the black knife, as if it had sliced through the fabric of time and space. Its icy aura sending tremors through the very souls of onlookers, the bone-chilling killing intent sweeping over Taishan's entire being. The final strike would determine victory or defeat. A profound silence enveloped the arena. One could hear a pin drop, as countless eyes widened in rapt attention. Even many warriors furrowed their brows, fists clenched in anticipation. In Chapter 83, titled Child of Azura, the battlefield atop the mountain seemed to freeze in time, everything appearing so wondrously surreal. Movements were as slow as if mired in mud, inching forward, yet at moments, they also resembled the ferocity of a tempest, flashing with lightning and thunder. Too swift to perceive. The tension of the confrontation felt like it stretched into eternity, yet also passed in an instant. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the iron blade struck with the speed of thunder, piercing through Qin Ming's abdomen and exiting through his lower back. The resounding impact carving a deep ravine into the mountaintop. Qin Ming staggered as though struck by lightning, trembling violently, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face ashen, uncertain whether it was agony or the culmination of his limits. Taishan transformed into a war blade, advancing with formidable force, poised to cleave Qin Ming in two, only to be intercepted by the Azura knife. The blade, though formless, possesses a terrifying impact, as if Iron Mountain River's body were struck by a heavy hammer while racing forward. In an instant, he is stifled, only to be violently hurled backwards the next moment, accompanied by a deafening roar. His entire being violently recoils, tumbling backward for 6 or 7 dozen meters before crashing heavily on the opposite side of the mountaintop. His sudden retreat causes both the iron blade and the pervasive aura of blades throughout the mountains to dissipate, losing their edge just before engulfing Qin Ming, cascading down like a waterfall. The arena falls into a profound silence, with even the sound of breathing rendered inaudible. A mutual destruction? Qin Ming, Iron Mountain River. Is this still a martial contest? This surely reeks of enmity. Why such brutality? Are they unafraid of death? Their reckless approach seems entirely aimed at mutual annihilation. What is the outcome? Who can discern it clearly? Speak up, for heaven's sake. It is driving me mad. Many disciples draw deep breaths, their expressions peculiar. They are esteemed disciples of a noble sect, seldom encountering battles of this nature. This is not a martial contest. It is undeniably a barbaric struggle for survival. Yet, alongside their trepidation lies a profound admiration, for they must concede that the two have presented a spectacular duel. This is not madness, it is their path of martial arts. Some watch in awe as Qin Ming stands resolutely, his entire being drenched in blood. In this exhilarating clash, amidst a reckless release of power, he harbors no regrets. Yet, if he can stand until the end, he will never yield. He is not merely here to fight. He bears a sense of mission and responsibility. Iron Mountain River struggles to rise, his expression one of immense pain, yet clearly dazed. The Azura blade did not inflict physical wounds upon him, yet it severely damaged his soul, instilling the murderous intent of the Azura killing realm deep within his mind. He lifted his gaze towards Qin Ming, his once pitch-black eyes having returned to their normal state, though it was unclear when this transformation occurred. Qin Ming met Taishan's gaze, and a silent confrontation ensued, marked by a complex tension. Ultimately, you have triumphed. Taishan rasped, his body leaning heavily as he collapsed to the ground. Consciousness plunging into darkness. Qin Ming exhaled in relief, only to feel the world spin around him, nearly causing him to fall, yet he resolutely steadied himself. The arena fell into an extended silence, until, unexpectedly, someone began to applaud. The clapping grew louder, echoing across the mountains and valleys. Each session of the 8 Sect tea gathering surpassed the last in brilliance. The first round was nothing short of spectacular. What would the subsequent 4 rounds hold? All spectators were filled with eager anticipation. At the 8 Sect tea gathering, the first of the top 5 was born, Qingyun Sect. Qin Ming, the old city lord, ascended to the mountain peak, proclaiming loudly, though his eyes betrayed no calm, only a profound complexity. The sect leaders nodded in unison, fully acknowledging Qin Ming's title among the top 5. Sect leaderly, such a disciple deserves your benevolence. If you truly do not wish to keep him, do not squander his talent. My blood evil sect welcomes him at any time. The greatest surprise of this tea gathering was undoubtedly Qin Ming. The blade, known as Azura. What other secrets does he harbor? If sect leader Li truly relinquishes him, my heavenly Dao sect would also be interested in accepting him. Given Qin Ming's disposition, he would be better suited for my Earth Spirit sect. Each sect leader now harbored an appreciation for talent. The leader of Qingyun Sect remarked calmly, from this day forth, Qin Ming shall be a disciple of our Qingyun Sect, and there is no need for any of you to worry further. The old city lord cautioned, esteemed leaders. According to tradition, please bestow a name upon our first disciple among the top 5. Shura, chuckled the blood evil sect, deeming it quite fitting. The leader of the 100 Flowers sect interjected, Lord Xiao, do not take this lightly. The act of naming carries profound significance. It reflects the assessment of the 8 sects regarding him and serves as a forecast of his future. The term Shura is laden with connotations of violence, which may inadvertently hinder his growth. The leader of the Star River sect added, Qin Ming is merely ambitious and eager to secure his position. This is not a fault, and he should not bear the name of Shura. The leader of the Xuanqin sect expressed his concerns. It is premature to judge Qin Ming's character. His performances in these past 2 contests reveal complexities that transcend mere ambition. The martial arts he practices and the ferocity he exhibits harbor potential dangers, possibly distorting his soul in the future. Naming him Shura, with the addition of Z, serves as a cautionary reminder to him and the sects of the northern domain. I concur with the sentiments of the Xuanqin sect leader. After 8 years of servitude, resentment is inevitable. His ability to endure for 8 years before this outburst raises alarm. What is the true nature of his character? What secrets does he harbor that remain unknown? Even Lord Li feels a sense of unfamiliarity towards Qin Ming, does he not? The leader of the Tianshui sect echoed this sentiment. The martial assembly of the 8 sects is remarkably equitable. Reaching the top 5 relies not solely on strength, but on a multitude of factors. Any disciple within the top 10 could potentially rise to prominence in the northern domain. A disciple with excessive bloodlust inevitably stirs concerns. The recent martial arts contests featuring Qin Ming have been nothing short of spectacular, leaving us with a plethora of surprises. I concede that he possesses remarkable potential, yet I remain skeptical about his future. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, the name Azura seems quite fitting. In a vote of 7, 4 were in favor, while 3 opposed. The leaders of the 7 sects turned their gaze towards the leader of the Qingyun Sect. After all, he held the equivalent weight of 2 votes as the mentor of the disciple in question. The leader of the Qingyun Sect surveyed Qin Ming atop the mountain for a considerable duration before gradually nodding. He shall be named Shura. The leaders of the Baihua sect and the Qingyun Sect exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disappointment. Is this confirmed? The elder city lord, who typically refrained from speaking out, could not resist inquiring further. The term Shura carries a heavy connotation of bloodshed and may indeed influence his future adversely. Confirmed, noddedly, the leader of the Qingyun Sect. The elder city lord ceased his inquiries and returned to the summit, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "The 8 sects have reached a resolution. He shall be named Shura." Shura? What a peculiar name. Many disciples furrowed their brows, casting glances toward their sect leader. It is rare for the 8 sects gatherings to bestow such a lethal moniker upon one of the top 5. This is not merely a matter of nomenclature. It reflects the sect leader's assessment of Qin Ming and predicts the trajectory of his future. Shura, I find this name quite appealing, remarked the enchanting demoness, licking her crimson lips with a beguiling smile. The 5 elders of the Qingyun Sect wore expressions of complexity. Having finally validated their strength at the 8 sects gathering after many years, they had seized the title of one of the top 5. Yet, why must it be Qin Ming? They found it hard to fathom the upheaval and chaos that would ensue upon his return to the Qingyun Sect, especially since the sect leader had explicitly stated intentions to absolve him of all transgressions and nominate him as a disciple of the Golden Feather. Sigh. Once he returns, the Qingyun Sect shall be bustling with activity. The Shura Child, the 5 strong. I have achieved it. Qin Ming murmured softly, his injuries severe, swaying precariously as if on the verge of fainting. Ling Shui, Ding Dian, Han Qinya, and Hu Yin Zhuozhuo rushed to the summit, each supporting Qin Ming and Tai Shanhe. Bring them back to the city for rest, commanded the old city lord, personally organizing a team to escort them. The audience erupted in applause once more, honoring Qin Ming and Tai Shanhe. Their spectacular duel was nothing short of a pinnacle in the spirit martial realm, even garnering secret admiration from practitioners of the Xuanwu realm. The second match commenced. Tiandao Sect's Qin Gu faced off against Shura Sect's Yi Luozhan. The old city lord announced the beginning of the next bout. Tiandao Sect, the strongest among the 8 sections. Shura Sect, ranked among the top 3, yet a nefarious sect. Both Qin Gu and Yi Luozhan held formidable reputations within their respective sects, living up to the expectations placed upon them thus far. With the absence of the madmen Qin Ming and Tai Shanhe, they felt at ease, free to unleash their martial prowess. Their spirits ignited by the fierce combat displayed by Qin Ming and his companion, eager to present their own brilliance. Though Ding Dian and Han Qinya longed to remain and relish the contest, their loyalty compelled them to accompany Ling Shui onto the carriage back to the city. They harbored concerns about potential ambushes or other malicious acts along the way. Chapter 84, Borrowing Forces. At Little Stone Ridge, the contest for the 5 strong continued unabated. Neither Qin Ming's departure nor their grievous injuries disrupted the proceedings, as Qin Gu and Yi Luozhan found their rhythm, reigniting the audience's fervor with their dazzling displays of combat. Although their strikes lacked the ferocity of Qin Ming and Tai Shanhe, they possessed their own brilliance and uniqueness. The mountains echoed with cheers, celebrating their prowess. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, Qin Gu narrowly triumphed over Yi Luozhan, securing the second spot among the top 5 of this tea gathering. In the second match, the announcement of Tiandao Sect, Qin Gu, emerged victorious. The old city lord proclaimed with great fanfare, following deliberations among the 8 sect leaders. The title Purple Rainbow Saint Hand was officially bestowed. Xingya made his entrance. Tiandao Sect, Xingya, requests to battle. Following Qin Ming's competition, a series of 4 exhilarating matches commenced, each more spectacular than the last. Thousands of spectators were captivated, their cheers and gasps echoing through the air. Such a level of combat is a rare spectacle. The 8 sect leaders nodded in approval, acknowledging the brilliance of today's martial arts gathering. Each disciple exhibited their utmost prowess. The disciples from various sects watched, breathless yet convinced, recognizing Xingya and his companions as formidable representatives of the new generation of the 8 sects of the northern domain. Ultimately, amidst the fervent shouts, the 5th match drew to a close. The stone mountain lay completely collapsed, reduced to ruins, with debris scattered across the ground. A testament to the fierce battles fought within 1,000 meters. Bali Yi, the disciple of the Qingyun Sect, knelt partially on the ground. His long hair cascading around him, his complexion pale, and his chest heaving violently. His left arm hung limply, as if rendered useless. As the captain of the Qingyun Sect, a prodigy revered by his entire clan, he had never tasted defeat, let alone such a devastating one. Trembling, he lifted his head, his dazed gaze piercing through his disheveled hair, fixating on the enchanting figure approaching him. The alluring maiden moved gracefully, exuding charm and elegance, her snow-white skin and alluring curves rendering her a true beauty of her era. Yet, within Bai Lie's dazed gaze, there was no longing, only a sense of defeat and dread. The enchanting demoness, with her alluring figure, approached Bai Lie, her mesmerizing curves captivating the soul. Her smile revealed teeth as white as jade, and though she spoke not a word, her gaze lingered upon him with an entrancing smile. However, those eyes, blood-red and otherworldly, instilled a chilling terror. The disciples of the 8 sects fell into a collective silence, staring in disbelief at the demoness among the ruins, their minds echoing the horrifying scene they had just witnessed. Is this truly the extent of her power? Xingya's expression turned grave. If I were to face her, what would be the outcome? He glanced at the master of the blood evil sect, questioning whether they had raised the demoness as a spirit demon. I concede. Bai Lie bowed his head in despair. It is over. The sect masters exchanged complex glances, all turning towards the master of the blood evil sect. You old fiend, you truly passed your martial arts to the demoness, your own granddaughter. How could you be so ruthless? What? The master of the blood evil sect disregarded their stares. You allowed your granddaughter to cultivate the blood spirit? Her physique is perfectly suited for it. Alas, you. The sect masters shook their heads. The martial arts of the blood spirit are treacherous and sinister, fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead one to madness, becoming an evil entity. Demoness, it is over, return. The master of the blood evil sect called out. Bai Lie hung his head in despair, sighing, it is over. Yet, the demoness shifted behind Bai Lie, her waist supple, legs long and alluring, every movement tantalizingly seductive. She slowly raised her delicate hand, gently resting it atop Bai Lie's head. No, stop. The entire audience was moved, and several elders could not help but rush towards the battlefield. I concede. Bailey suddenly became aware, awakening with a scream. The enchanting laughter of the demoness echoed lightly. A melodious sound that, in an instant, unleashed a peculiar force from her right hand into Bailey's mind. In the next moment, Bailey became rigid, his skeletal structure dislocating with a horrifying crackle that reverberated throughout the venue. A piercing scream escaped his lips, his eyes wide with terror. His body contorted as if he were enduring immense agony. Several elders rushed onto the battlefield, yet the demoness raised her delicate hand. A charming smile gracing her lips, the 5th match is concluded. With a thud, Bailey collapsed heavily to the ground, his visage twisted, his entire form unnaturally stiff. Every joint had been dislocated. He was in excruciating pain, his voice reduced to a hoarse whisper. The disciples of the 8 sects gasped in disbelief at the brutality. The demoness maintained her smile as she sauntered past Bailey. You won't die. It will only hurt for a while. Consider this a lesson to temper your arrogance. The elders of the Qingyun Sect encircled Bailey, hastily attending to his injuries, while keeping a wary eye on the demoness. The sect leader's expression was grim, yet he refrained from direct confrontation, clearing his throat to signal the old city lord to announce the outcome. The old city lord stepped into the ruins and proclaimed loudly, in the 5th match, the blood evil sect's demoness has emerged victorious. The disciples of the various sects silently shook their heads, recognizing the woman's formidable reputation as the blood evil sect's heir. Though breathtakingly beautiful, her methods were excessively ruthless. Who would dare to harbor feelings for her? Guo Shantong suddenly murmured, why do I feel this woman resembles Qin Ming so much? Xia Xinglua sighed. They are truly cut from the same cloth. Meanwhile, the distant onlookers remained enthralled by the spectacle, cheering with fervor, eager for more. After a thorough discussion among the leaders of the various sects, the name Blood Elves was bestowed. Thus, the martial competition of the 8 sects tea gathering came to a grand conclusion, with the emergence of the 5 strongest disciples officially designated. From the Tiandao sect, we have Qinshan Shadow Xingya. From the Blood Evil sect, Blood Elf Yao Er. From the Earth Spirit sect, Battle Beast Yang Yi. From the Tiandao sect again, Purple Rainbow Saint Han Qinggu. And from the Qingyun Sect, a Shura Child Qin Ming. The naming of the 5 champions is now declared to the northern region. Some disciples applauded, others cheered, yet many remained in silence. Is it truly over? The tumultuous 4 days have concluded just like that. The tea gathering, filled with over 70 exhilarating matches, felt as fleeting as a gust of wind. In the roaring winds, competitors fell one after another, showing no mercy and granting no opportunities. Defeat was simply defeat. Such is the ruthless nature of the 8 sects tea gathering, to teach these self-proclaimed geniuses that while they may reign supreme in their own sects, their fame does not necessarily extend to the 8 sects. It serves to humble them, allowing them to recognize their own limitations, and upon returning to their sects, they must focus on diligent cultivation and personal growth. It is over. Mu Cheng's feelings were complex. The long-awaited opportunity for recognition had come to an abrupt end. He felt akin to an accessory, having garnered attention only before the competition, yet failing to shine during the matches. I am a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, a talented heir renowned alongside Yu Qing, and I am also the captain of this Qingyun Sect team. Why has it come to this? Is it that the disciples of the other sects are overwhelmingly strong, or is it that I, Mu Cheng, am simply too weak? Lin Yan, Zhang Lan, and the other disciples shared a similarly mixed sentiment. Gazing at the four champions atop the mountain and reflecting on the departing Qin Ming, they fell into a contemplative silence. Do they harbor resentment? To be honest, there is indeed a hint of it. It is not a matter of discontent with the four, but rather with Qin Ming. Why must it be Qin Ming? Others could suffice, so why him? Within the confines of the Chengfu Manor, Ding Dian and Huyan Zhuozhua attended to Qin Ming and Tai Shan's wounds, lingering without haste. Huyan Zhuozhua sat in a rattan chair, contemplating the passage of time. Surely, it must be nearing completion? She pondered who the 5 champions would be this year. Ling Shui quietly observed the slumbering Qin Ming, remaining silent. Ling Shui, you should return to rest. I shall remain here, Huyan Zhuozhua exclaimed, her face adorned with joy, perpetually cheerful. Did the sect leader visit yesterday? Indeed. He came to see Qin Ming. What was discussed? How could I eavesdrop on the sect leader's conversation? Hee, I wouldn't dare. How will the Huyan clan regard Qin Ming in the future? Ling Shui had never anticipated such accomplishments from Qin Ming, yet now that the 5 champions have been determined, he is destined to gain renown across the northern domain, his name resonating through the 8 sects, even reaching the ears of the 5 kings. How will the Qingyun Sect treat Qin Ming? What significance will the Huyan clan attribute to him? May I inquire, Ling Shui? It seems you hold a great concern for Qin Ming? I mean no offense, merely curious. He harbors secrets of the Qingyun Sect. Ling Shui now surmised with certainty that Qin Ming had forged some form of agreement with the restless souls. Otherwise, such an astonishing breakthrough and display of ferocity would be inconceivable. She feared that in his haste to grow, Qin Ming might lose himself, falling under the control of the lingering spirits. Alternatively, it could be that Qin Ming harbors resentment towards the Qingyun Sect, while the restless souls bear animosity towards it, leading them to reach a mutual accord. She once assured her master that she would ensure the safety of the lingering souls, preventing any harm to the Qingyun Sect. However, she never anticipated that Qin Ming's growth would accelerate at such an astonishing pace, to the point where he could escape the sect's control. This left her unprepared and uncertain about how to report to her master. Should she notify him immediately, or continue to conceal the truth? Huyan Zhuozhua, with her adorable demeanor and charming smile, remarked, "Since it is a secret, I shall not pry. But rest assured, sister, Qin Ming and I are friends, purely friends. Here is a piece of advice. While the Huyan family's investment in martial artists is sound, it is best to avoid entanglements with sect disputes. You cannot afford the consequences. Thank you for your counsel, sister. I shall remember it. Please take good care of Qin Ming. Sister, take your time. I will be here, so do not worry." Huyan Zhuozhua bid farewell to Ling Shui and gently closed the door. Qin Ming opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Do you need medicine?" Huyan Zhuozhua inquired, producing a jade vial containing several precious medicinal herbs. "Thank you," Qin Ming whispered. Huyan Zhuozhua chuckled. "What is the need for formality among friends? I merely assisted you in reaching the tea gathering. All the accolades are yours to claim. Am I now worthy of the Huyan family's attention? Of course. Now, could you do me a favor? Say it, and I will do my utmost." Qin Ming's gaze sharpened. "Lend me 500 assassins." Huh. Huyan Zhuozhua's mouth fell slightly agape. Chapter 85. Destined. All 8 sect teams returned to the city. Although the tea gathering had concluded, the leaders of the 8 sects would remain for a few more days, allowing their disciples to recover from their injuries before continuing their journey. The journey from Wuling City to their respective sects is long and inevitably fraught with dangers. It is prudent to recuperate before embarking on the road. The former city lord extends a warm welcome, visiting the masters of the 8 sects in turn. Generous gifts have been prepared, including special rewards for the top 5 disciples. Some disciples attend to their injuries, while others socialize and make new friends, and some wander through the ancient city. With the conclusion of events, there is no need to linger over past concerns. After so many tense days, relaxation is in order. Many young nobles from the city also invite these disciples of the 8 sects, hoping to forge connections. In a room, Qin Ming lies on the bed practicing the life-generating technique, restoring his injuries. Suddenly, he is enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance, sensing someone nearby. Upon opening his eyes, he is taken aback to find the enchanting Yao heir sitting on his bed. Her perfect curves, smooth, fair skin, and long, graceful legs are vividly etched in his mind. Qin Ming nearly has a nosebleed, feeling a rush of warmth. This girl is simply mesmerizing. How did you get in here? He asks. The window was left open. She replies casually, her legs draped over the bed. Qin Ming is at a loss for words. Couldn't you have used the front door? The tea gathering of the 8 sects has officially concluded, and the top 5 have been named. Yao Er gazes at Qin Ming with a playful smile, examining his handsome features up close. Who else is there? Xingya, Yang Yi, Qingge. And who else? Me, of course, she declares, with a playful kick. She removes her delicate little shoes, revealing her smooth and dainty feet, which she swings playfully. Yao Er, this seems rather inappropriate, Qin Ming protests, shifting awkwardly to the side. Yao Er giggles. You've been injured, and you can still move? Injury to flesh is of little consequence. Let us discuss a matter. Speak. Reveal to me the secret technique for absorbing life energy. That is a personal secret. As a man, you ought to be magnanimous. Is this a matter of magnanimity? Do not jest. We are not well acquainted. Familiarity will come in time. Relationships can be nurtured. Spare me. Are you not afraid that I might employ seduction? The enchanting maiden tilted her head, exhaling a tempting fragrance. Are you not concerned I might wield resentment against you? Hee hee. How could I bear to do that? The maiden playfully caressed Qin Ming's chin. I must ask, dear lady, what exactly do you wish to achieve? Qin Ming, overwhelmed, shifted further inside. Had he not been gravely injured, he would have fled. Creak. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Ling Shui entered the room, holding a set of ancient martial scrolls. A reward from the city for the 5 strongest disciples. However, the scene within the room was quite unsightly. Miss Ling Shui, do you require something? The maiden swayed her feet, casting a glance, yet paid little heed. Please, continue. Ling Shui tossed the scrolls onto the table, her expression icy as she exited, slamming the door behind her. Do you share a connection with her? The maiden inquired of Qin Ming. You are overthinking it. Before my arrival here, I was merely a servant. That may be true. What did she throw? The reward from the chief family, the minor chaos true thunder technique, an earth-level martial art. Oh? Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with interest. An earth-level martial art? Bring it to me. You are gravely injured. Rest first, and train later. I shall not practice. Then what will you do? I conceal myself. This treasure is not safe here. The enchanting girl takes the ancient scroll and places it upon him. Qin Ming hides it close to his heart, feeling satisfied as he reclines. Indeed, there is a reward. The girl gazes at him, suppressing a laugh. I will ask you earnestly once more, do you wish to join the Blood Evil Sect? No, Qin Ming replies succinctly. But why not? The Blood Evil Sect is far superior to the Qingyun Sect, and my grandfather will personally mentor you. I fear you might consume me, he retorts. The girl giggles playfully. I genuinely wish to devour you. Let us negotiate something else. Consider me your little love interest, would you? What? I have developed feelings for you. Pray, do not jest. We have known each other for merely a few days. No, in fact, we are not truly acquainted. Precisely because of that, my affection for you is all the more genuine. Relationships can be nurtured over time, while love is often faded. You must be jesting. She swings her feet playfully, beaming. Love is that exhilarating moment when 2 unfamiliar souls meet, regardless of how unknown they may be to one another, or even without the opportunity to ponder how they might spend their lives together. In that fleeting moment of shared glances, they inherently grasp the meaning of fate. That is love. You are remarkably optimistic. I still believe in enduring connections. As Qin Ming speaks, he falls silent, pondering why he engages in such discussions with her. Hey, do you truly not have any affection for women? I am right here beside you. Do you not feel the urge to leap towards me? Qin Ming finds it challenging to withstand her charm, though he does not truly believe she is teasing him. Please, do not attempt to seduce me again. I must return to the Qingyun Sect, to my Thunder Ancient City. I am profoundly grateful for the invitation extended by the Blood Evil Sect. It is indeed an honor. Yet I must express my sincere regret. Are you flustered? I am a woman, not a fairy. The young lady's smile radiates even more brilliantly. Might we alter our mode of conversation? Perhaps I could recline upon the bed while you take a seat in the wicker chair? Qin Ming found himself unaccustomed to the youthful lady's exuberance. This is the first time I have taken an interest in a man. You truly lack a sense of romance. The young lady rose and donned her floral shoes. You are most welcome to visit my Thunder Ancient City in the future. I shall ensure you are treated with utmost hospitality. Do you desire independence? The young lady discerned an underlying nuance in Qin Ming's words. You are overthinking matters. I extend a genuine invitation to you to join the Blood Evil Sect. Ponder it further. I shall await your response. The young lady settled into the wicker chair, resembling a captivating flower that illuminated the entire room. You are not departing? The vitality in your room is quite abundant. I shall remain to recuperate. Are you not concerned about misunderstandings? I harbor no objections. I fear not the misunderstandings. Rather, I dread the absence of them. Qin Ming fell silent, choosing to close his lips and refrain from further discourse. His injuries were grave, and he needed to focus on recuperation. Soon, a formless vortex began to form throughout his body, drawing in the life essence from the heavens and the earth, which flowed ceaselessly into the room, flooding his battered form. The life essence resembled a gentle, soothing stream, traversing through his muscles and bones, settling in his wounds. The life-giving technique was capable of aiding Qin Ming in the optimal utilization of this vitality, surpassing the efficacy of numerous precious medicines and spiritual fruits. The young lady quietly observed him, her enchanting eyes rippling with emotion. After a prolonged moment, she offered a gentle smile and gracefully exited the room. Qingyun, blissfully reclining on a lounge chair in the courtyard, cheerfully beckoned, "Fair maiden, do visit again." "Are you one of the Huyin family?" she inquired. "I am Qingyun. What is your connection to Qin Ming?" "A friend," came the reply. "Did Qin Ming sell himself to you?" A bead of sweat formed. The girl's words were rather blunt. Qingyun maintained his smile. "That is merely a misunderstanding. Do I appear to you as a slave master?" "Indeed, your words do suggest that," she retorted. With a wave, Yaoer departed the small courtyard. Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for Qin Ming? Qingyun pondered, settling into a comfortable position with his legs crossed. He gazed at the darkening sky, a glimmer of intelligence flickering in his small eyes. The news had already been dispatched to his family, yet he harbored no assurance of their acquiescence to Qin Ming's demands, for the implications were extensive. Should the situation be mishandled and information leak, it would pose a significant blow to the Huyin family. Now, it was contingent upon his father's perception of Qin Ming's worth. 500 assassins. How audacious of Qin Ming. He relished the spirit of bloodshed, yet upon reflection, it seemed likely that Qin Ming was also testing the mettle of the Huyin family. Should the endeavor succeed, they might forge a friendship. If rebuffed, their future interactions would likely be reduced to mere collaboration. Chapter 86. The hot spring paradise. Qin Ming would not be able to rise until the following evening. Externally, it appeared as though his wounds had healed, yet internally, the injuries remained grievous. The strike from Taishanhe had nearly cost him his life. After a brief period of gentle movement within his chamber, he left the courtyard to seek out Taishanhe. Taishan's injuries were quite severe, primarily affecting his soul. Having been provoked by the realm of Azurus, his physical wounds, however, were not of great concern, and his gaze remained piercing. "Shall we take a stroll in the city?" Qin Ming proposed. "Let's drink. If you win, you treat." Taishan was just about to step out to stretch his limbs. They sought a tavern. After taking only a few steps, Qin Ming suddenly inquired, "Do you have any money on you?" "None," came the reply. "What shall we do then?" "We can exchange spirit fruits. Let us proceed." "Hey, where are you two heading?" Qingyun returned, carrying a lunchbox. "We're dining out today. Have you both recovered from your injuries?" "Not seriously." "Very well, let us go." "Who is treating today?" "You." Qin Ming and Taishan replied in unison. "Let me check if I have any money." Qingyun rummaged through his belongings for a moment, then scampered back to his room. Shortly after, he returned, beaming with joy, holding a bag of gold coins. "I shall take you to a splendid place, abundant with wine, meat, and women." "Where's this place?" "A locale that will leave you enchanted. The Medicine Spring Wonderland, a renowned retreat within Wuling City, is nestled in the eastern corner of the ancient city. Surrounded by gentle hills and lush greenery, it boasts numerous spring pools, each containing meticulously crafted medicinal waters, capable of nourishing the skin, healing injuries, and promoting longevity. These benefits are indeed genuine. It is said that many formidable warriors frequently visit this haven to recuperate and restore their vitality. This establishment is also a significant asset of the Qi family, the ruling house of the city, and is heavily guarded with a formidable presence both inside and out. Although no one dares to cause trouble here, the occupants are all affluent or noble, so they dare not be negligent and strive to maintain security. "This is the place. I've heard of it before, and it's quite renowned throughout the Northern Territory." Qingyun led them here, his round face beaming as he gazed at the imposing gate before them. "Oh, it's young Master Qin and young Master Tai. Please come in." The guard captain recognized Qin Ming and Taishanhe and greeted them warmly. "Are there any superior medicinal springs available?" "Price is no object. We want the best, and we can afford it. There is a medicinal spring in the innermost area, with a premium price of 3,000 gold coins per night." "Highway robbery," Qingyun exclaimed, but still followed them in with a grin. Verdant trees and crisscrossing streams adorned the landscape. Pavilions and towers were scattered among the rolling hills, with mist lingering in the air, creating a dreamlike illusion. The scenery was beautiful, like a poem or painting, possessing a sense of ethereal beauty that the city manor lacked. They followed the winding path into the medicinal spring area. Clouds rose and flowers bloomed. The forest flourished, and each medicinal spring was a separate chamber, filled with white mist and the fragrance of herbs, with the faint sound of women's laughter. Along the way, they saw many wealthy young men emerging from the medicinal springs, each accompanied by a beautiful maiden, their laughter and flirtatious gestures creating an atmosphere of ambiguity. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might think they had stumbled into a peculiar establishment. Qin Ming, you're here at a place like this too? The door next to them opened, and a sect disciple emerged, holding a voluptuous beauty in his arms. Just taking a soak, relaxing a bit. Qin Ming chuckled. Understood. Aha. Understood. The disciple cast an I understand glance at him, hastily shut the door, and hurried inside, whispering. Qin Ming has come to soak in the medicinal springs. Who else is here? Taishan. Humph. Appearances can be deceiving. He looks honest enough, but his body has other ideas. Haha. Qin Ming overheard everything and urged the guard captain to lead the way with a sense of exasperation. However, as the medicinal spring paradise was one of the most distinctive attractions in Wuling City, there were quite a few disciples from various sects relaxing here. They had barely turned a few corners when a group of young women, clad in bathrobes, their fair arms exposed, appeared before them, a dazzling sight. Qin Ming? The cheerful young women recognized them at once. Miss Fanqin, you've come to bathe as well. Qin Ming recognized them too, the beautiful disciples of the 100 Flowers sect. You're not even 16 yet. Is this an appropriate place for you to be? Fanqin's words sent her senior sisters into fits of laughter, their mirth blossoming like flowers. Each adorned in a bathrobe, their jade-like limbs revealed, a truly captivating sight. You don't seem to be 16 either. I'm a girl. Is there a difference? Fanqin wriggled her newly developing body. Is the difference not obvious? You little rascal. Several senior sisters playfully shoved her into a room, and as soon as the door closed, peals of laughter erupted from within. There are quite a few people here. Now that the martial arts competition is over, everyone's come to relax. Huyan Zhuozhuo chuckled as he watched them turn into a room. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Lead the way, quickly, quickly. Qin Ming urged, feeling awkward. Almost there. The captain of the guards led them through a series of turns into the so-called VIP area. Entering a mist-filled chamber that housed a medicinal spring capable of accommodating over a dozen individuals, constructed from smooth stones. Bring forth the finest wine and delicacies, promptly, commanded Huyan Zhuozhuo, slipping a few gold coins into the captain's hand, primarily for the wine. Please wait a moment. The dishes will be served shortly. The captain smiled and gracefully withdrew, gently closing the door behind him. Indeed, before long, the three of them donned bathrobes and comfortably immersed themselves in the spring, while beautiful maidens presented an array of exquisite food and wine, delicately placing them around the pool. These young women, radiant and with fair, luminescent skin, wore only thin garments that subtly hinted at their alluring figures, creating an enticing atmosphere. Young master, do you require any additional services? Inquired a charming maiden who knelt by the spring, her cheeks flushed and her voice soft and gentle. Qin Ming was taken aback. But upon meeting the maiden's sparkling eyes, he quickly regained his composure, feeling even more embarrassed. No, thank you. Young master, do you need assistance? The other two maidens also knelt beside the spring, gently pouring fine wine for Taishan He and Huyan Zhuozhuo. That's unnecessary. You may all leave. Huyan Zhuozhuo hastily waved her hand, knowing that these two were rather unrefined and lacked an appreciation for ambience. We shall remain outside, should you require anything. You may pull this bell rope. The master has expressly instructed that any request will be fulfilled. The maidens swayed their waists as they retreated. The young woman beside Qin Ming shyly whispered, the maid is quite clean. Qin Ming could only laugh in exasperation, casting an incredulous glance at Huyan Zhuozhuo. Is this place truly offering such specialized services? Well, it's business, one must understand. Services are undoubtedly available, but the choice is entirely personal. Come, let us indulge in some wine and disregard everything else. Huyan Zhuozhuo, with a pleasantly plump figure, nearly floats within the pool. The mist envelopes the surroundings, fragrant and inviting. Unbothered by anyone, they stretch their limbs, relishing the comforting warmth of the bath. Qin Ming reclines against the pool's edge, inhaling the delightful floral aroma. Sipping from a tray in the water, feeling utterly relaxed, a true indulgence. Not only is the spring water specially crafted, but the wine is also medicinal, both refreshing and healing. What is the true origin of the Qi family? Qin Ming squints his eyes, savoring the moment. Huyan Zhuozhuo pats her chubby belly, creating ripples in the water. The ancestor of the Qi family was once a significant figure renowned throughout the dynasty, yet led a life of humility, preferring to cultivate friendships. Before his passing, he established Wuling City in the northern region, solidifying the Qi family status. Since then, the Qi family has never fallen into decline. Many remarkable talents have emerged from their lineage, all maintaining a low profile, traversing various lands, and forging connections. A critical factor in the Qi family's enduring presence in the northern region is their close relationship with the 8 clans, engaging intimately with each sect. With the support of the 8 clans, who would dare to provoke them in the northern region, he gifted me a set of earth-level martial arts techniques, and upon inspection, their potency is remarkable. Qin Ming has perused them, and they are not merely impressive. They are utterly formidable, their lethality astonishing, igniting a fervor within him. Each year, they generously present gifts to the top 5 disciples, never hesitating in their generosity. Consider this, the top 5 disciples possess great potential, and offering a gift is akin to forging a friendship, beneficial in every way. What are your plans upon returning to Qingyun Sect? Taishan savors the fine wine. First, let us resolve the issues surrounding the Grand Green Mountain. It is quite troublesome. Indeed, some individuals will not easily permit my success. We shall proceed one step at a time. Qin Ming is seldom afforded such a leisurely opportunity. His every pore is relaxed, and he feels utterly at ease. In Chapter 87, titled Young Master of Boundless Aspirations, the opulent chamber they were diagonally opposite contained the largest spring pool in the VIP area of the Medicine Spring Paradise. A group of young masters gathered within, luxuriating in the warm waters, savoring exquisite wines and delicacies, and engaging in light-hearted discussions about the current tea gathering. This year's event surpassed the previous 2 in splendor, particularly due to Qin Ming, who astonished everyone. Indeed, news of Qin Ming's identity has spread throughout Wuling City. Prior to this, he seemed merely a servant. This lad is remarkable. He possesses great patience. The head of the Qingyun Sect must now have a complex relationship with Qin Ming, feeling both admiration and resentment, as he has brought them considerable fame while simultaneously causing them embarrassment. I wonder what treatment Qin Ming will receive upon returning to the Qingyun Sect. Will they truly nurture him? Surprisingly, perhaps not. I have heard that the Blood Evil Sect has taken an interest in him. Even the sect leader personally extended an invitation. Several young masters, enjoying fine wine and spiritual fruits, laughed and chatted leisurely. At the innermost part of the spring, steam rose, shrouding the area in mist, where a robust young man reclined in the warm water, curling his lips with a scoff. Qin Ming's success is but a fleeting moment. He cannot remain arrogant for long. Let us not forget whom he has offended, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect. He is a formidable figure. He cannot afford to leave, otherwise, he would be betraying the Qingyun Sect and the over 200,000 citizens of the city. Oh, young Master Wujing, are you aware of any further insider information? The other young masters turned their gazes towards him. The robust youth raised his wine cup, swirling the medicinal liquor within. Although Qin Ming has gained a reputation, he has also brought disgrace to the Qingyun Sect. The others may be indifferent, but what of him, Qin Ming? He possesses no background, lacks a patron, harbors animosity towards the sect, and displays an arrogant demeanor. Initially, the Qingyun Sect may overlook him, but in due course, someone will put him in his place. Young Master Wujing, what enmity exists between Qin Ming and the esteemed elder of the Qingyun Sect? The young masters were keenly inquisitive. When the time is right, all will be revealed. You may continue your discussions. I shall take a bath, for I must return tonight. Will young Master Wujing not stay a few more days? Rest assured, the 8 sects will remain unaware of your presence in Wuling City. Moreover, even if they were to find out, what could they possibly do? I have been away for half a month. It is time for me to return. Young Master Wujing. Chao Wujing of the Python King Manor arrived in Wuling City long before the tea gathering commenced, under the cloak of secrecy. The 8 sects tea gathering is an internal affair of the 8 sects of the northern region, strictly prohibiting the participation of the 5 kings. At each gathering, the 5 kings deliberately maintain their distance, only sending necessary informants to infiltrate, avoiding any significant figures. If discovered, it could lead to their silent eradication. Chao Wujing ventured here clandestinely, leveraging the connections of the Python King Manor in Wuling City, daring to remain hidden until now. He came to witness the Moonshine Martial Gathering, eager to see the splendid performances of the women he might one day court, while also desiring to observe the legendary figures among this generation of disciples from the 8 sects. Regrettably, Yueqing did not arrive, seemingly having embarked on a journey of self-discovery ahead of time. It was astonishing that Qin Ming, that arrogant servant, shone brilliantly at the 8 clans tea gathering, remarkably securing a spot among the top 5. Qin Ming, Chao Wuzhang murmured to himself, silently chuckling. What is young Master Wuzhang laughing at? Who has garnered the most attention at this tea gathering? It is undoubtedly Qin Ming. Currently, the name that circulates through the city most fervently is Qin Ming. A mere servant has overshadowed all the talented heirs of the 8 clans. Does that not strike you as amusing? Yet, paradoxically, it has won the admiration of the disciples of the 8 clans. Should he truly develop further, his name will surely echo throughout the northern domain in the future. Rest assured, he will not live to see that day. The young masters exchanged glances, as Chao Wujiang seemed quite disdainful of Qin Ming. Let us change the subject. Since young Master Wujiang is departing tonight, shall we prepare a farewell gift? A sturdy youth grinned mischievously. Young Master Wujiang, are you interested? The other young masters revealed smug smiles. Chao Wujiang set down his wine cup, saying, very well. I have been here for several days and have yet to savor the flavors of Wuling City. Haha, wait here, I shall place the order. The robust youth laughed heartily as he exited the spring pool, standing nearly 2 meters tall, his body adorned with thick hair, his thighs, arms, and chest were all covered in a dense, dark fur, resembling a veritable gorilla, exuding an intimidating presence. Order a few more, and prepare 2 for young Master Wujiang. The young masters in the spring pool cheered. 2 for each of us. Tonight, it is my treat. The sturdy youth boldly pushed open the door and called out. Where is everyone? Come here. The corridor exuded an air of tranquility, as it was indeed a VIP area where disturbances were unwelcome, preserving the sanctity of privacy. He called out twice, but received no response, only to notice 3 enchanting maidens waiting outside the room diagonally across. They were the handmaidens attending Qin Ming, personally selected by the head of the guards for their exquisite beauty, grace, and figure, truly the epitome of allure, captivating at first glance. You 3. 2 of you come in at once. You, go attend to your master, and summon me 10 more girls, the finest you have. The maidens recognized the robust youth and bowed in deference. Young Master Ji, forgive us. Captain Qi has instructed us to remain here and cannot leave at will. I did not summon you for idle chatter, he retorted with irritation. Young Master Ji, we beg your pardon. The 3 maidens bowed their heads. The rules here were exceptionally strict. They dared not defy the orders, lest they faced severe punishment. You possess quite the audacity. This is your final warning. Come here. Do you hear me? Laughter erupted from the room behind him. Is it truly this troublesome to call a few girls? Can you even manage? Young Master Ji, we. The 3 maidens hesitated. You seek to challenge me? Today, you 3 are under my command. If I do not render you incapable of rising from your beds, I shall not be called Ji Yuanhu. The robust youth strode forth, disregarding all else, seizing the 3 maidens by their necks and dragging them inside. Pale with fright, their beauty turned to dread. They gasped and pleaded for forgiveness. Meanwhile, several guards hurried down the corridor. Ji Yuanhu, halt. What are you doing? Do you not understand the rules here? The rules here, after all, were simple, to indulge in pleasure for a price. Find me 10 more, immediately. Right now? Ji Yuanhu glared, exuding a menacing aura as he roughly shoved the 3 young maidens into the room. The maidens collapsed onto the ground, trembling in fear, too frightened to rise. What is the matter? The guards furrowed their brows, observing the girls, and then glancing at the mist-laden spring pool within. Recognizing a few of them, prodigal offspring from Wuling City, known for their frequent indulgences here, possessing status and connections that made them troublesome to provoke. We were assigned by Captain Qi to that room. One maiden timidly raised her hand, pointing to the diagonally opposite chamber. We were specifically instructed not to leave without permission. Who is inside? We do not know. Ji Yuanhu's irritation flared. Enough with the nonsense. Find me 10, and do not make me repeat myself a 3rd time. Close the door. The young gentleman within urged for the door to be shut. Should Chao Wujing be seen, the situation would turn troublesome. Humph. Ji Yuanhu shot a glare at the guards, about to slam the door shut. Just then, the door across the hall creaked open, and Qin Ming peered outside. What ruckus is this? Fighting over women? Ji Yuanhu instinctively paused, curious to see who was inside that they would leave 3 delicate women waiting outside. Such a waste. Was he not a man? The guards in the corridor turned as well. Is there something amiss? Qin Ming frowned, scrutinizing the scene outside. Qin Ming? Ji Yuanhu instinctively called out. Having witnessed Qin Ming's prowess at the 8 clans tea gathering, he certainly recognized him. Qin Ming? Behind in the room. The group of young gentlemen all raised their heads. Young Master Qin? These bodyguards did not recognize him, but were aware of his name. From the crack of the door across the room, Qin Ming caught sight of the trembling girl on her knees. Have they angered you? Why are they kneeling? They. Ji Yuanhu's fierce demeanor immediately diminished. He had witnessed Qin Ming's madness firsthand. He was a formidable character. Close the door. The young gentleman inside hastily urged. Eager to avoid any confrontation with Qin Ming, fearing it would adversely affect Chao Wujiang. Chao Wujiang frowned. clearly displeased by the anxious behavior of the young masters. Yet he understood it was not the right moment for him to reveal himself. Chapter 88. The Madman. 1. All is well. You may continue your bath. Ji Yuanhu slammed the door shut. Is it truly Qin Ming? Am I mistaken? Someone in the hot springs expressed confusion. That cannot be right. Qin Ming was gravely injured the day before, pierced through by a blade. He should be struggling to even rise from his bed. How could he possibly be here? I cannot be mistaken. It is indeed Qin Ming. Ji Yuanhu suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Was I truly frightened just now? How could I be afraid? Who else is there? Chao Wujiang inquired. I did not see anyone. He came out alone. Do not fear. He dares to act recklessly on the martial stage, but would not dare to cause trouble in Wuling City. Am I afraid? Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing Qin Ming standing at the threshold, frowning as he regarded the interior. What do you intend to do? Ji Yuanhu's earlier bravado had once again diminished. Spare them. Qin Ming gestured towards the three girls still kneeling on the ground. Get out. Get out. Ji Yuanhu had completely forgotten about them and hurriedly urged them to leave. Thank you. The three young women hastily exited the room, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to Qin Ming. We apologize for the intrusion. We shall send you a flagon of wine later, they offered. Qin Ming, however, desired no involvement with these young masters. No need, Ji Yuanhu exclaimed, not daring to accept his gift. Creak. The door closed, and Ji Yuanhu breathed a slight sigh of relief before shouting outwards, Tell your Captain Qi to send 12. Immediately. Young Master Ji, please wait a moment. The voices of the guards responded from outside. The young masters in the spring pool forced smiles, pay him no mind. Let us continue our revelry with fine wine and beautiful women. Tonight, we indulge. Chao Wuji glanced at the door, but paid it no further attention. Raising his glass in a gesture, drink. Splash. Ji Yuanhu leaped into the spring pool, raising his wine glass as he loudly urged, drink, drink, drink. However, creak. The door opened once more, and Qin Ming peered inside. Are you not finished? Ji Yuanhu's temper flared. Qin Ming silently observed the misty spring pool for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. With a bang, he pushed the door open and entered. What are you doing? The young masters inside demanded, all rising to their feet. Young Master Qin, what is the meaning of this? The guards echoed as they followed him in. The immortal medicine spring does not permit disturbances. No one is exempt. Qin Ming slowly approached the spring pool, prompting the young masters inside to immediately form a line, blocking his path. Qin Ming, this is not your Azure Cloud sect. Do not seek trouble. We shall say this only once. We ask you to leave. Young Master Qin, perhaps you should reconsider. Shall I arrange more ladies for you? The guards began to implore. Relax, I believe I have spotted a familiar face, Qin Ming replied. Qin Ming gazed into the depths of the spring pool, suddenly chuckling. Chao Wujiang? It has been quite some time. Did Qin Ming actually know Chao Wujiang? The young gentlemen exchanged bewildered glances, all turning their attention towards Chao Wujiang. Chao Wujiang, the esteemed young master of the Python King's mansion? The expressions of the guards shifted dramatically as they stepped forward, staring intently at Chao Wujiang in the pool. It truly was him. How did this young master manage to infiltrate here? Wait, how could he possibly be in Wuling City? Was the Python King's mansion openly challenging the 8 sects tea gathering? Chao Wujiang's gaze turned slightly frigid. You actually managed to see me. Not bad. Qin Ming smiled, confirming it was indeed him. Even from across the room, a scent of filth was detectable, and I initially wondered who it might be. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted palpably as everyone stared at Qin Ming in shock. Even the guards who had entered behind appeared dumbfounded. Chao Wujiang furrowed his brow, slowly rising to his feet, his expression darkening. Dare you repeat that? With a stench like yours, not even the strongest fragrance can mask it. You possess quite the audacity. Daring to step foot in Wuling City without fear of being killed? The young gentleman gasped in response. This was no mere acquaintance, but rather a clear enmity. Yet, something did not add up. Was Qin Ming not a mere servant of the Qingyun Sect? How could he possibly have any connection with the noble young master of the royal mansion? The guards, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly dispatched one to inform their captain. Chao Wujiang's status was exceptional, beyond their capacity to handle, and with Qin Ming currently in the spotlight. They dared not provoke him. You insolent wretch. What makes you think you can challenge me? Chao Wujiang seethed with rage. I haven't even sought trouble with you, yet you dare to provoke me? What is it going to be? Shall I entertain you with a spar? With a forceful hand. Qin Ming shoved Ji Yuanhu's head aside and strode into the spring, his gaze fixed on Chao Wujiang, a palpable aura of intimidation emanating from him. Ji Yuanhu, rubbing his head in disbelief at the audacity, glared at Qin Ming, only to be met with indifference, his anger quickly dissipating. Qin Ming sneered. dismissing Chao Wujiang's title with contempt, questioning his worthiness to court Yu Qing, and condemning his attempt to leverage the secrets of the Medicine Mountain. He declared his intent to make Chao Wujiang pay for his past transgressions. Chao Wujiang retorted with a sneer, questioning Qin Ming's self-importance, only to be interrupted by a sharp slap across the face. The resounding crack echoed through the spring. Staggering backward, Chao Wujiang nearly lost his footing, his mouth bleeding, a crimson handprint blooming on his cheek. The other young masters recoiled, their mouths agape in shock. Chao Wujiang was stunned, utterly bewildered by the assault. Qin Gongzi, please don't be impulsive. Let's talk this over. The guards were on edge, struggling to comprehend the sudden eruption of violence. Chao Wujiang slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot with fury, and glared at Qin Ming. Before he could finish his indignant declaration, another ear-splitting slap landed, sending him reeling backward into the spring with a splash. You're courting death. Enraged, Chao Wujiang erupted with a surge of imposing energy, causing the spring to thunder and the wooden walls of the room to shudder. Yet, Qin Ming anticipated him, striding forward with a frenzied aura that reverberated through the space. A formidable serpent of lightning materialized with a piercing hiss, crackling with chaotic sparks. The electric serpent writhed before him, coalescing upon his arm before lunging toward Chao Wujiang. The thunderous serpent, with its overwhelming force, once more sent Chao Wujiang hurtling backward. The savage electricity tore at his flesh, and the potent force propelled him violently through the air. Qin Ming seized his ankle, his torso quivering as he unleashed his full strength, flinging Chao Wujiang away with tremendous force. With a series of resounding crashes, Chao Wujiang tumbled head over heels, bursting out of the room and into the one opposite, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Ji Yuanhu and the others gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was madness. Things were about to escalate. Tai Shanhe and Hu Yinzhua rushed out, bewildered by the commotion. Doors along the corridor creaked open as occupants peered out, inquiring about the disturbance. What had begun as a mere argument had devolved into a physical altercation. Young Master Qin, what is the meaning of this? Guards hastily intervened, attempting to restrain Qin Ming. Realizing the fight had to be stopped. Qin Ming, let's resolve this with words, not violence, Ji Yuanhu and the others implored, aghast at Qin Ming's volatile nature. He was not only unhinged in the arena, but even more so in private. Chao Wujiang was at the 8th level of spiritual martial stage, whereas Qin Ming was at the 9th, a former top 5 contender at the 8 Sect's tea party. In a genuine confrontation, even 5 Chao Wujiangs would be no match for him. Qin Ming, you have a death wish. Chao Wujiang groaned as he struggled to his feet, his body throbbing with the agonizing sting of the lightning assault. What's this? Is young Master Wujiang looking disheveled? Without his guards, he can barely stand? Qin Ming shoved the guards aside, advancing toward Chao Wujiang. Chapter 89. The Madman, 2. Young Master Qin, please show mercy. The crowd exclaimed, hastily intervening. In an instant, Qin Ming surged forward, leaving only an afterimage, and collided head-on with Chao Wujiang. Chao Wujiang's expression changed dramatically as he narrowly evaded. Yet Qin Ming closed the distance in a heartbeat, delivering a powerful punch to Chao Wujiang's abdomen. With a gasp, Chao Wujiang's body arched as he was forcefully propelled backward, his form spiraling through the air like leaves caught in a tempest. A thunderous crash resounded as he slammed against the stone wall 10 meters away, leaving a web of deep cracks in his wake. The force of that punch was no trifling matter. Chao Wujiang lay crumpled on the ground, tightly curled, his body tense. Mouth agape, drooling, his mind a blank slate consumed by excruciating pain. Young Master Qin, you must cease at once, the guards implored, positioning themselves before Qin Ming, their voices laced with urgency. If this escalates further, who will take responsibility? Qin Ming, do exercise restraint. Did young Master Wujiang provoke you? Ji Yuanhu and his companions rushed in, standing protectively before Qin Ming, while others scrambled to assist Chao Wujiang. Provoked? No, Qin Ming retorted, his intent to deliver another 2 blows to Chao Wujiang thwarted by the guards encircling him. No? Then why did you strike him? Because I desired to. Qin Ming shot a glance at Chao Wujiang. You Qin Ming, I have captured a spy from the Python King's residence who seems to be gathering intelligence. Who? I do not recognize him, Qin Ming shrugged. You don't recognize him? Inside, Ji Yuanhu and the others grimaced. You simply dismiss responsibility with an I don't know? A guard approached, his face drenched in cold sweat, whispering, Captain, it is Chao Wujiang, the young master of the Python King's residence, who was beaten by Qin Ming. Chao Wujiang, how did he end up in our hot springs? Who let him in? Captain Qi's heart sank. If the 8 sects misunderstood, it would be challenging to explain to the city lord. We are unclear, we just found out ourselves. Why did Qin Ming beat him? Perhaps, There is a grudge? The guards exchanged bitter smiles and shook their heads, utterly perplexed after observing the situation for a while. Qin Ming struck without any apparent reason. The only explanation seemed to be a prior conflict between the two. Captain Qi, what are the guards at your hot springs doing? Standing idly by while a guest is assaulted? Why don't you raise an alarm? Ji Yuanhu and the others dared not yell at Qin Ming, directing all their anger towards Captain Qi instead. Captain Qi was not to be trifled with either. Young Master Ji, your tastes have become rather peculiar lately. Do you enjoy the sin of flatulence? You. Ji Yuanhu fumed. The young masters outside laughed uproariously, whistling without restraint, reveling in the chaos. Young Master Wujing. May I inquire how you Ji Yuanhu and his companions were not pleased? What do you mean by that? Does the sign at the hot spring paradise state that Lord Wujing is not allowed entry? Captain Qi waved his hand, issuing orders, declaring that this matter should not be meddled with and should be left to the authorities to handle. Yes, the guards surged forward. What are you doing? Ji Yuanhu and his companions attempted to intervene, but were roughly pushed aside. Two valiant guards seized Chao Wujing, one on each side, forcibly restraining him. Let me go? Chao Wujing, now enraged, protested. We invite Lord Wujing to our residence as a guest. Captain Qi deliberately raised his voice to clarify that this was not an arrest, but an invitation. Do not give others the opportunity to gossip and bring more trouble to the city. Lord Wujing, please. The guards, disregarding Chao Wujing's struggles, dragged him away. How could you strike Chao Wujing? Huyan Zhuozhua felt inexplicably alarmed. This gentleman was not someone to be trifled with. He will eventually come back to settle the score with me, but I will indulge myself first. What do you mean? Do you hold a grudge against each other? We'll explain later. The two guards continued to drag Chao Wujing past him. Having never endured such humiliation, Chao Wujing thrashed violently. Turning his head, he caught sight of Qin Ming and shouted furiously, "You insolent fool! I refrained from dealing with you, yet you dare to provoke me. Qin Ming, you are but a se by Jove. I shall have my revenge. Thump! You scoundrel! I'll make you! Thump! Thump! Thump!" Grasping his head, slammed it against the floor a total of 5 times. Twitched spasmodically, then lay still. The corridor fell into utter silence, everyone gaping at the scene unfolding before them. A madman is a madman, be it on or off the stage. Is he dead? Captain Qi, jolted into action, pushed through the crowd and rushed to his side. After a thorough examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, he's alive. Young Master Qin, what is the meaning of this? The guards, eyeing, were hesitant to vent their anger. Feigned innocence, wiping blood from his hands. What's wrong with you all? When you catch a thief, you must punish them severely. Showing no leniency. Who is this man? Investigate his identity immediately and uncover the mastermind behind him. Daring to wreak havoc at the tea party, he has a death wish. Captain Qi was rendered speechless by his brazenness. You are ruthless and cunning. And the others stared blankly at, motionless on the floor, then at, a shiver of dread running down their spines. They hastily retreated into the room, not daring to show their faces again. But even as they sought to withdraw, had no intention of letting them off the hook. Pointing to their room, he reminded, there are several accomplices in there. Aren't you going to apprehend them as well? Seize them, Captain Qi commanded. A group of guards stormed into the room, followed by a series of loud thuds, and dragged the young masters out in restraints. And his companions gnashed their teeth in resentment, cursing in their hearts, but they dared not utter a word of defiance, lest they too be slammed to the ground. Farewell, then, chuckled softly and returned to his room. I apologize for the spectacle. Huyan Zhuozhua chuckled softly before retreating to her room, firmly shutting the door behind her. The corridor was teeming with people, and among them were disciples from the 8 sects. Who dares to challenge the formidable? The enmity between the Python King Manor and the Qingyun Sect is well known, marked by both overt and covert conflicts. The Python King Manor has even gone so far as to eliminate elders of the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, upon Qin Ming's return, he is recognized as a disciple of the Golden Wings, holding a status not much inferior to that of Chao Wujing. Should the Python King Manor seek to deal with Qin Ming, it must first consider whether the Qingyun Sect would acquiesce. Although this is the case, who would dare to strike a son of the manor? The two undoubtedly harbor animosity. Just moments ago, Chao Wujing shouted something about Yueqing. How intriguing that the young master of the Python King Manor has made an appearance at the 8 sects tea gathering. Such news would surely stir a commotion, and Wuling City would soon be abuzz with excitement. Chapter 90. Nipped in the bud upon returning to their room, Qin Ming and the others resumed their soothing baths. The medicinal spring indeed possessed healing properties. Immersed within, they felt a warmth enveloping their bodies, as if a gentle current flowed through their veins, offering an indescribable comfort, while the wounds radiated a pleasant warmth and tingling sensation. An alliance? Hu Yanzhuozhua pondered, suddenly comprehending the earlier aggression. What secrets lie within the medicine mountain? Tai Shanha raised his cup and downed its contents in a single gulp. Unfathomable. Qin Ming merely mumbled evasively. Your confrontation with Chao Wujing was intended to. Hu Yanzhuozhua cast a penetrating gaze at Qin Ming, leaving her subsequent thoughts unvoiced. Having witnessed the competition, he must perceive me as a threat. With his domineering disposition, it is only a matter of time before he seeks to eliminate me. Thus my suggestion is to act preemptively rather than waiting for an inevitable confrontation. What do you think? Qin Ming turned his gaze toward Hu Yanzhuozhua. The torment of Chao Wujing was not merely an act of venting anger. It was a calculated move to escalate the situation, ensuring that the entire city became aware of Chao Wujing's intrusion into the tea gathering of the 8 sects. Such actions would compel the 8 sects to pursue Chao Wujing relentlessly, hunting down the guards he had brought with him to capture them all in one fell swoop. Taizhan, he remarked that the 8 sects would not execute Chao Wujing. Instead, they would either negotiate with the Python King's mansion to have him returned or personally escort him back. Hu Yanzhuozhua reclined in the warm water, declaring, "Leave it to me. I will ensure he cannot return to the Python King's mansion." Qin Ming chuckled softly, for this was precisely his intention. A sudden ambush to eliminate Chao Wujing would not only resolve his future troubles but also incite the Python King's mansion, igniting a conflict with the 8 sects. As tensions escalated between the two parties, they would be preoccupied with their own strife, leaving him unbothered and extinguishing any notions of alliances. It was a move with multifaceted benefits. He had never been one to embody virtue. He believed in eradicating threats in their infancy to avoid future suffering. Taizhan, he cast a lingering glance at Hu Yanzhuozhua, recognizing Qin Ming's resolute nature. His heart was hard, his hand ruthless, and his decisions decisive. Yet, he was intrigued that Hu Yanzhuozhua would align with him. This plump individual was not one to be underestimated either. Outside, the corridor had returned to tranquility, as Captain Qi personally calmed the guests in each room. However, after only a brief respite, Qin Ming's door was unceremoniously pushed open, and Fan Xin of the 100 Flowers sect entered, clad in a bathrobe. "Qin Ming, do you harbor a grudge against Chao Wujing?" Her damp hair cascaded loosely, her fair and delicate skin exposed, revealing her alluring arms and legs, a vision of beauty emerging from the water. Though merely 15, she possesses a remarkable physique, with alluring curves and an enchanting presence that contrasts sharply with her previous formidable demeanor on the battlefield. Draped in a bathrobe, she meanders about without fear of misunderstandings. Qin Ming reclines lazily in the hot spring, seemingly indifferent. "I am addressing you," I remark, as Fan Xin exhibits a hint of playful defiance. "Are you friends with Chao Wujing?" "Not at all." "Then why do you care? Why did you strike him? Are you not concerned about potential retribution from the Python King's residence?" "Such fears are trivial." Fan Xin scrutinizes Qin Ming intently before suddenly exclaiming, "People are saying things about you." "What are they saying?" "Distorted. In terms of psychology." Qin Ming is left speechless. Hu Yanzhuozhua, suppressing a laugh, steals a glance at Fan Xin, while Taizhan, he rarely raises his gaze. "You must have cursed the Qingyun Sect countless times from the shadows over these past 8 years. Do not perceive me as so dark-hearted." "Miss Fan Xin, are you merely seeking conversation? Shall we not enter and soak together? Let us sit and chat leisurely." Initially, Qin Ming hoped to provoke her into leaving, yet Fan Xin nods. "Allow me a seat." Stop, I concede. 3 grown men bathing with a girl. What kind of affair is this?" "Humph, brave in thought yet timid in action." Fan Xin exudes a youthful fragrance, a delightful essence unique to her age. "I am curious about one thing. Answer me, and I shall take my leave." "I am listening." Qin Ming sips the medicinal liquor, feeling a warm wave surge through him, enveloping his entire being in a comforting heat. "Your previous grave injuries mended within a mere 3 days. Now, with even more severe wounds, you're already recovering in just a couple of days. How do you accomplish this? Don't insult my intelligence with tales of miraculous elixirs. Given the Qingyun Sect's disposition, it's implausible they bestow such potent remedies upon you." Fan Xin, unaccustomed to defeat, finds herself bested only by Qin Ming. Her resentment simmers. Yet she is more intrigued by Qin Ming's uncanny resilience. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, he rebounds with vigor in a matter of days. "There's undoubtedly something amiss here, a secret. Reveal it to me, and I shall offer a trade." "What do you possess of value?" "My senior sister." "What was that?" "My senior sister. I shall introduce you to her, and even assist in fostering a connection." "How does that appeal to you?" Fan Xion's large eyes fluttered with anticipation. "Are you so casually bartering away your senior sister?" "Let's not phrase it so harshly. I'm merely facilitating an introduction. The outcome rests with you, and if it proves unsuccessful, I'm left with nothing. Have faith in yourself." You do possess certain merits. While your appearance may be somewhat lacking, your physique is admirable. Though you may not be universally liked, your talent is undeniable. Despite your brooding nature, you possess a resilient constitution. And while you may exhibit violent tendencies, you're capable of protecting others when the occasion demands it. In essence, you're quite remarkable. I believe my senior sister would find you appealing. To paraphrase her evaluation of you during the martial assembly, a virile man indeed. Are you attempting to compliment me? Qin Ming remarked. Speechless, Hu Yanjua and Tai Shan he shook their heads in disbelief at the girl's audacity. Hu Yanjua teased her, Miss Fan Exine, what about me? Could you perhaps introduce me to a senior sister as well? You? Unsuitable. My senior sisters are delicate and refined. You'd likely overwhelm them. Laughter erupted. Qin Ming could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Hu Yanjua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and admitted, I may have gained a bit of weight. But it's not excessive. Come on, tell me your secret. Fan Xin was genuinely curious. If she could acquire that secret, it would be tantamount to possessing a life-saving technique. You came from where you should return, no need for farewells. Don't be like that. I can introduce you to a couple of senior sisters. 3 would also suffice, depending on your fortune. At that moment, a group of enchanting maidens graced the corridor, their laughter and chatter resonating like the sweet songs of orioles. They soon located Fan Xin at Qin Ming's door. What brings you here? We've been looking for you. Draped in bathrobes that subtly concealed their forms, their graceful silhouettes were captivating, with delicate arms and slender legs partially revealed, exuding an ethereal allure. Having likely just emerged from the hot springs, their skin glistened with a youthful radiance that stirred the senses. Qin Ming and his companions found themselves utterly spellbound. These women were remarkably audacious, entering without a hint of reservation. I'm here to discuss some matters with Qin Ming. Fan Xin winked at him, discreetly pointing toward the most stunning of the group, a woman of striking height, at least 8 meters, with long, perfectly sculpted legs. Her demeanor was serene, her beauty exquisite, and glimpses of her snow-white skin peeked through her robe, marking her as the kind of beauty one could never forget at first glance. To their astonishment, she was Zimo, a disciple of the Xuanwu realm from the 100 Flowers sect and the leader of this delegation. Qin Ming was at a loss for words and hurriedly gestured for her to leave. Think it over. I'll be waiting for you in the city. This is a rare opportunity. Do not squander it. Fan Xin urged her companions to step back. Young Master Qin, do visit the 100 Flowers sect when you have the chance. The sisters chimed in cheerfully. Hu Yanjua took a sip of wine and chuckled. I've noticed you have quite the charm with women. Have you ever considered capturing a few hearts? Not interested, Qin Ming replied, as he luxuriated in the medicinal spring, quietly circulating his life essence, drawing vitality from the fragrant waters of the medicinal spring paradise into their chamber. The intrigue surrounding Chao Wujiang caused quite a stir, even rousing the 8 sect masters from their slumber. The annual tea gathering of the 8 sects was invariably monitored by the 5 kings, a reality they could not evade, leaving them with no choice but to manage the situation as best they could. As long as the 5 kings remained within reasonable bounds, the sects turned a blind eye. Over the years, the 5 noble houses have maintained a semblance of decorum, typically dispatching informants to observe discreetly, refraining from overt provocations against the 8 sects, and never daring to send significant figures. However, this time, the Python King's house displayed an audacious spirit by directly sending their young master. Might there be even more formidable guardians lurking in the shadows? Search. With that command, all the middle-aged disciples accompanying the 8 sects charged into the night-shrouded Wuling city. These disciples were formidable and ruthless, striking without mercy. Ignoring the pleas from the chief family, they commenced a sweeping search of the clans and merchant associations in the city that had shown favor to the Python King's house. The sect leaders convened to deliberate on how to handle Chao Wujiang. Execution was out of the question, yet letting him go was equally untenable. They even harbored suspicions that the Python King's house might have more forces lying in wait on the road, poised to ambush a sect's entourage. This possibility was not unfounded, as past ambush incidents were not mere myths, compelling them to proceed with utmost caution. As for Qin Ming, no one pursued him for accountability, however. The elders of the Qingyun Sect were quite displeased and caused us further trouble. 3 days later, the teams from the Xinghe Sect, the Tianshui Sect, and the Xuanqin Sect departed from Wuling City, while other sects began their preparations as well. With the exception of the Tiandao Sect, the Shuexia Sect, and the Tuliang Sect, the remaining sects planned to depart discreetly, concealing their whereabouts and returning in secrecy. This was prompted by the raucous proclamations of Chao Wujiang from the prison, who boisterously claimed that the forces of the Mang King were nearby Wuling City, intending to teach the 8 sects a lesson, regardless of the veracity of his claims. Caution was prudent. Qin Ming, I shall visit the Yunluo forest in due time. How will you entertain me? The enchanting Yaoer had arrived at Qin Ming's small courtyard, standing just outside the fence. If I am still alive then, I shall treat you to some game. Qin Ming responded, eliciting a collective silence from Yishangtian, Ding Dian, and others in the adjacent courtyard. His words implied that the Qingyun Sect intended to do him harm. Speak appropriately, Qin Ming, admonished an elder passing by, his expression stern. Yaoer smiled sweetly at Qin Ming, winking flirtatiously, if you perish, I shall follow you in death. Qin Ming gave a thumbs up, acknowledging her audacity. Yaoer leaned against the verdant fence, gazing at Qin Ming with a playful demeanor. Have you thought it through? What? To accompany me to the Shura Sect? My grandfather will accept you as his personal disciple, and I shall take you as my little paramour, accompanied by 6 lovely maidens. Yaoer cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ming, her gaze enchanting and filled with allure. Any ordinary person might have already succumbed to the bewitching sway of her charm. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect in various courtyards were collectively astonished. Personal disciple of the sect master? Yaoer's lover? The Shura Sect was astonishingly offering such remarkable terms to Qin Ming. Wait, my dear, has the enchanting girl developed feelings for Qin Ming? The expressions of those present shifted to one of peculiarity, considering the lethal prowess displayed by the enchanting girl during the top 5 competitions. It seemed these two lunatics were indeed a fitting match. Ling Shui, in her chamber, was slightly taken aback by the remark and instinctively glanced outside. I have no interest in my direct disciples. What about me? The enchanting girl slightly turned, presenting her flawless, alluring figure to Qin Ming, her silhouette partially visible through the gaps in the fence. Her voluptuous form adhered perfectly to the golden ratio, with curves that provoked enticing thoughts, particularly that delicate, slender waist, which was so tender and soft that it would evoke envy in many women and leave countless men utterly entranced. Qin Ming offered no glance in her direction, retorting, You are still young. Wait a couple of years and see how things unfold. Xiangtian and the others could no longer bear to listen and retreated to their rooms, slamming doors behind them. This couple was brazenly flirting, a blatant breach of decorum. Ling Shui could no longer endure the scene, shutting her windows and doors. Out of sight, out of mind. Your standards are rather high, she mused. The enchanting girl giggled dreamily. When does the blood evil sect set off? Qin Ming was busy packing his belongings. The Qingyun Sect intended to depart late tonight. Should the Python King's mansion indeed have an ambush team, the Qingyun Sect would be the most likely target for an attack. Thus, the sect master decided to leave as early as possible to conceal their movements. It was not out of fear, with the sect master's strength. Even if the Python King himself were to confront him, he could withstand the encounter. His concern lay with Qin Ming and the other disciples. Should a confrontation at the holy martial realm occur, even the residual force could obliterate them in an instant. For safety's sake, they would act discreetly. Tomorrow morning. Are you not afraid that the Python King's mansion will keep watch over you? They must possess the audacity. The demon child fears not the Python King's manner. And neither does the sect master Qiu Lin. By the way, how will the 8 sects deal with Chao Wujiang? He shall be detained in the Wuling city government. And after the departure of the 8 sects, he will be escorted back to the Python King's manor by the Qi family. Do you harbor any animosity towards him? I can assist you in dealing with him. No need, I can manage it myself. Qin Ming glanced back at Huyen Zhuozhua, who nodded in affirmation. Arrangements had already been made. Truly unnecessary? There is no charge. Consider it a gift from me. Do not overthink it. I am not one to seek conflict. And my heart is inclined towards benevolence, never holding grudges. Neither am I. I have never taken a life. Huyen Zhuozhua rolled her eyes, astonished that the two of them could utter such words. The demon child gave Qin Ming a playful wink. I hope we meet again soon. I shall miss you. That very night, the Qingyun Sect's entourage departed from Wuling City, returning to the Qingyun Sect after more than 20 days of absence. Their chosen route was rather secluded. Yet there were scarcely any delays along the way. Traveling ceaselessly day and night, they entered the vast expanse of the Yunluo forest within a mere 8 days. It was only at this juncture that the sect master of Qingyun Sect began to ease his mind, reducing their pace. The journey had been cautious and somber. The 5 elders and the middle-aged disciples remained vigilant throughout, while Qin Ming and the other disciples maintained a solemn silence, with few uttering a word. Mu Cheng, Lin Yan, Xiangtian, and others had shed their previous arrogance. As they were on the brink of returning to Qingyun Sect, they were uncertain how to confront those disciples who idolized them and how to face the elders who awaited them with anticipation. Pay attention to the left ahead. A middle-aged disciple suddenly cautioned. A gaunt figure stood upon a low hill, a kilometer away to their left. Though the distance was considerable, their keen eyesight discerned that it was a raggedly dressed individual with disheveled hair, swaying gently in the mountain breeze, as if easily toppled. I have seen him 3 times. Once when we first entered the forest, again last night, and now once more. It appears he is shadowing us, the middle-aged disciple cautioned in a low voice. Elder Wu commanded, watch him closely. Should he dare to approach again, apprehend him. Now that they had entered the confines of the sect, none would dare act recklessly. Provided the man did not provoke trouble, there was no need to engage him. Qin Ming also cast his gaze in that direction, initially indifferent. However, after walking a short distance, a thought struck him, and he furrowed his brow, peering into the distance at the low hill. Atop it, the ragged youth slowly lifted his head, and beneath his reddened eyes, ripples of emotion surfaced, his gaze piercing through his tangled hair, fixating on Qin Ming, who was several miles away. His complexion was pallid, as devoid of color as if blood had drained from him. His emaciated face bore no trace of human sentiment, exuding a chilling and lifeless aura. Qin Ming distinctly felt the weight of that gaze upon him. I have noticed him twice as well. What could he possibly want? Ding Dian murmured, casting a few more glances. There are many peculiar individuals in Yunluo Forest. It is best to ignore them, Han Xinya replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Qin Ming recalled something, feeling a twinge of familiarity. Could it be the youth he had rescued in the forest? More than half a year had passed since that day, and he had nearly forgotten. Qin Ming waved his hand towards the distance. What are you doing? Do you recognize him? Huyan Zhuozhua was also gazing in that direction. I do not recognize him. I am merely curious. Do not stir trouble. Maintain a low profile. Huyan Zhuozhua grasped him, urging a swift return to the sect, imploring him not to incite further troubles. Your father sighed. Qin Ming murmured softly. Soon, they would receive the answer upon their arrival at the sect. When Qin Ming lifted his gaze once more, the figure atop the distant peak had vanished from sight. At Qingyun Sect, a throng of disciples had gathered outside the mountain gate, accompanied by several elders. Why haven't they returned yet? Considering the timeline, the sect master should have arrived 2 days prior. Could something have happened along the way? It was also possible that an incident at the tea gathering had caused the delay. The elders harbored silent anxieties, concerned about potential mishaps during the journey. The sect master was a meticulous individual, consistently returning punctually from each tea event, and such a delay was a rarity. The disciples, however, were not overly anxious. In their minds, the sect master was a figure of unparalleled prowess in the northern domain, safeguarded by 5 elders and numerous seasoned disciples. Surely, no calamity could befall him. Their curiosity instead gravitated towards the tea gathering's outcome. They wondered if Qingyun Sect had made a remarkable impression this year and what achievements had been attained. Many had already begun to wager. Would Mu Cheng break into the top 5? Had Zhang Lan and the other Jinling disciples endured through several rounds? What of Tai Shanha's performance, and so forth? Speculation also arose regarding the title Mu Cheng might receive and what evaluation the 8 sects would bestow upon him. Apart from Qin Ming, the other 9 disciples were revered figures of talent in their hearts, and they believed they would not be disappointed. He is back. The sect master has returned. A disciple rushed down the path, shouting from afar. Cheers erupted. He is here. Finally. Smiles graced the faces of the elders as they hurriedly descended the stone steps. Thousands of disciples surged forth, eagerly following the elders to extend their welcome, animatedly discussing and gazing expectantly. Chapter 92, The Sensation. Elder Helion gazed upon the grand procession of welcoming figures, exhaling deeply and revealing a smile. They have finally returned. Such a multitude. However, He Xiangtian's countenance dimmed slightly. He found it difficult to share in the joy. They averted their gazes, slowing their pace deliberately, allowing themselves to linger at the rear. On the surface, Mu Cheng appeared calm as he accompanied the elders toward the welcoming throng. Yet, internally, he was rife with trepidation at the sight of the disciples' and elders' fervent gazes, forcing himself to maintain an air of composure. Master, you have returned. The elders exclaimed as they approached. There were minor issues that delayed our journey. We returned to the sect first. The elders swiftly gestured for the disciples behind them to make way, inquiring with a smile, how were the results? Surely, Mu Cheng and the others have brought honor to our Qingyun Sect? The throng of excited disciples clamored. Who made it into the top 5? Which of us reached the top 10? Senior brother Mu Cheng must surely be in the top 5. I am proud of you. Sister Lin Yan, what about you? Share your thoughts. Why the silence? Don't keep us in suspense. We can't wait any longer. Who made the top 5? Who is our Qingyun Sect's hero? The sect master of Qingyun Sect smiled faintly, responding as he walked. This year, many exceptional disciples emerged from various sects. There are 11 in the Xuanwu realm alone. 11? The crowd gasped, exchanging incredulous glances. The disciples at the periphery anxiously inquired, what did he say? What did he say? Hurry and pass it back. We cannot hear. Sect master, what about us? The elders pressed on, eager for answers. Our esteemed Qingyun Sect has excelled, securing a spot in the top 5 and another in the top 10, showcasing a splendid display of martial prowess. A resounding cheer erupted from the thousands of disciples present. Top 5. Top 10? Huh. What a remarkable achievement. It has been 3 consecutive sessions since anyone from our sect made it into the top 10, and this time, we have finally taken a stand. This accomplishment invigorates all the new generation disciples of Qingyun Sect, who would dare to claim our generation inferior. Even without participating, Yue Qing has attained a top 5 position. If she had competed, she could have claimed 2 of those coveted spots. The atmosphere is electric. Excitement fills the air as Mu Qing and the others, flushed with emotion, find it difficult to meet the gaze of their peers. Suddenly, voices from outside call out, "Come. Come, let us lift Senior Brother Mu Cheng. Senior Brother Mu Cheng. Senior Brother Mu Cheng." The crowd is in a frenzy, collectively cheering. "Mu Cheng, your master would be immensely proud of you." The welcoming elders nod in acknowledgement. This honor surpasses that of being a golden feather disciple and will bring renown to the northern region, ensuring a bright future ahead. Their efforts in nurturing and harboring high hopes for Mu Cheng have not been in vain. One elder, in particularly high spirits, turns to the sect leader and asks, "How shall we celebrate?" Indeed, a celebration is in order. The sect leader turns and beckons to Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, do not linger in the back." The elders who are welcoming glance at one another in confusion. Qin Ming steps forward, "Sect leader." The sect leader nods. "Rest well. And tonight at the main peak, Qingyun Hall, we shall discuss your status as a golden feather disciple and matters concerning the Great Qing Mountain." "Thank you, sect leader." Qin Ming expresses his gratitude. The sect leader then introduces to those around him this year's top 5 from the 8 sects tea gathering, Qin Ming. Bestowed with the name by the sect leaders, Shura Child. The once fervent atmosphere was abruptly replaced by silence as anxious disciples pressed from behind, whispering urgently, "Who? Who? What did the sect leader just say?" The elders who had come to greet were left in disbelief. Qin Ming, top 5. Taishanha, top 10. They have brought honor to the Qingyun Sect, and we take pride in them. The sect leader left a remark as he ascended the stone steps and entered the mountain gate. Qin Ming, Taishanha, Ling Shui, and Huyan Zhuozhua, among others, followed with their burdens into the sect. Mu Cheng, unwilling to linger any longer, quickened his pace, maintaining a sullen silence. Elder Wu Qin Ming, top 5. The elders still struggled to comprehend, repeating the words in disbelief. Elder Wu, with a solemn demeanor, stated, "Is the sect leader's message not clear enough?" In this tea gathering, Qin Ming ranks among the top 5, and Tai Shanha among the top 10. The leaders of the 8 sects have conferred upon Qin Ming the title of Shura Child. In that moment, the area outside the mountain gate fell completely silent. Everyone halted, mouths agape, exchanging bewildered glances. "Qin Ming, did I truly hear that correctly?" Shortly after their return to the sect, Qingyun Sect erupted in a frenzy. Qin Ming had shown brilliantly at the 8 sects tea gathering, fighting valiantly through 2 rounds to secure a place in the top 10. Taishan had triumphed over 3 disciples from the Tiandao sect, defeating them single-handedly to break into the top 10. Qin Ming bested Taishanha, advancing into the top 5. Qin Ming, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of spiritual martial arts, was bestowed the title of Shura Child by the 8 sects. Qin Ming received fervent invitations from the Blood Evil Sect and the Earth Spirit Sect, with the leader of the Blood Evil Sect wishing to take him as a personal disciple. It was undeniable that Qin Ming was the most illustrious figure of this tea gathering. This news spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout the sect, leaving both elders and disciples in shock, struggling to accept the reality. Qin Ming, how could this be possible? It is utterly absurd. How has the 8 sect tea gathering descended to the point where even a mere servant can break into the top 5? However, regardless of how difficult it is to accept or how shocking it may be, the reality has been established. Mu Cheng, Zhang Lan, Lin Yan, and others have all met with defeat, and it is rumored that their losses were quite severe. When Mu Zixio heard the news, he was left in a daze in his room. Zhao Lai, upon receiving the information, remained in a state of bewilderment for an extended period. He had intended to gather people to humiliate Qin Ming. Yet how could this have happened? All those who had oppressed or looked down upon Qin Ming fell silent today. Qin Ming? Among the top 5 of the 8 sects, Qin Ming, bestowed the title of Azura Son by the 8 sects. Despite enduring oppression and humiliation within the Qingyun Sect and being held in low regard, he has now triumphed over his peers at the 8 sect tea gathering, seizing a spot in the top 5. Such a stark contrast is hard for anyone who knows Qin Ming to accept, as the entire sect buzzed with excitement. The sect leader personally announced that an elder meeting would be convened tonight at the main peak to grant Qin Ming a pardon from his servant status. elevating him from a low-ranking disciple to a golden feather disciple. Yet another sensational piece of news. A golden feather disciple, Qin Ming. It is akin to ascending to the heavens in a single leap. The disciples were fervently eager to learn the details of the tea gathering, all wishing to uncover what had transpired. However, Mu Cheng directly entered seclusion, and Lin Yin and others refused to meet anyone. Qin Ming, too, bolted his iron door, leaving only Ding Dian to share a rough outline of the events with close friends, recounting Qin Ming's astonishing performance. As for the inheritance Qin Ming received and the origins of his mysterious martial arts, no one bothered to investigate further, nor was there a need to do so. Qin Ming is now not merely a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, he is also one of the top 5 among the 8 sects of the northern region. Should the Qingyun Sect forsake him, other sects would be more than willing to welcome him with open arms. In the depths of the Qingyun Sect, the Grand Elder arrived at the chamber of the sect leader. He was refined and handsome, with a fair complexion and a clear, bright demeanor, appearing to be in his 40s. Sect leader, you summoned me? Have you heard about Qin Ming? The sect leader remained with his back turned. I have just learned of it. The 5 strongest disciples, renowned across the 8 sects, the young lad has indeed made a name for himself. The Grand Elder smiled faintly, his eyes deep and inscrutable, revealing no sign of turmoil. Qin Ming may have obtained a rare opportunity, but since he has not disclosed it, there is no need for us to pry. Destiny unfolds as it should. Let it be. I am contemplating the revocation of Qin Ming's servant status, elevating him to that of a golden feather disciple. He is worthy of the golden feather status. I have no objections. The sect leader nodded. It is good that you understand. There is another matter I wish to inform you of. Please, sect leader, go on. The Qin family has endured hardship on the Great Qing Mountain for 8 years. It is nearly time for it to come to an end. The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened slightly. Have you made up your mind? His parents are still unaccounted for. After a moment of silence, the sect leader sighed softly. Deep down, we both know they have perished. That is also a sin, and it should be forgiven. The smile vanished from the Grand Elder's face. I have no objections regarding the golden feather disciple. Qin Ming is currently the focus of attention from various sections. If Qingyun Sect fails to take any action, it may seem petty. However, is it truly necessary to pardon the Qin family? The sect leader urged. They are not to blame. Do not hold on to this any longer. Listen to my words, and let it go. The Grand Elder lowered his gaze, his expression darkening. After a long pause, he murmured, when shall this occur? Inquire about Qin Ming's wishes. He may return whenever he desires. Since you have made your decision, I have no objections. The elder bids farewell. Please do not disturb him any further. The matter is concluded. The sect leader reminds. Elder Yao Shan stands at the summit. Are you referring to Qin Ming with your mention of a safe transfer? Ling Shui stands respectfully by his side. The remnant soul may reside within his body. Perhaps, you still have not fully confirmed this. Elder Yao Shan's tone becomes slightly stern. Upon hearing the news of Qin Ming entering the top 5, he immediately associated it with the remnant soul. It is impossible for Qin Ming to have suddenly experienced a surge in strength and defeated the elite of the 8 sects without some fortuitous opportunity. Looking at the Qingyun Sect, what opportunity could allow Qin Ming to attain such heights? It must be the missing remnant soul. I have genuinely begun to suspect Qin Ming and believe he has made a pact with the remnant soul. However, upon reflection on the way back, I realized there might be more to the story. Speak. The remnant soul could at most offer him guidance. It could not provide him with weapons. Where did his ancient sword come from? Why would the remnant soul summon Qin Ming? Does he harbor other secrets? Chapter 93. Secret Order, Young Master Qin. Where do you intend to relocate? Kai playfully twirls about in the warehouse with her hands behind her back. The disciples of the Golden Feather should have their own villa. Perhaps we could build another one beside the senior sister? I have grown accustomed to living here. I do not wish to move. After returning, Qin Ming did little else but gather some wild vegetables and prepare a meal for himself. That will not do. Disciples of the Golden Feather deserve the treatment befitting their status. We are no less than anyone else, so how can we reside in a warehouse? Kai is thrilled for Qin Ming, her eyes brimming with warmth. 8 years, and he has finally turned the tide. For the past 8 years, she has witnessed Qin Ming's struggles. His unwavering perseverance has not escaped her notice either. Qin Ming has never uttered a word of complaint, nor has he ever surrendered or bent his will to others. Such indomitable spirit is unmatched by anyone. While others mock him, he steadfastly holds his ground. Today, he has once again silenced all his detractors with this very determination. It is no wonder that his senior sister has waited for him, never losing hope. As a disciple of Jinling, he can freely enter and exit the Qingyun Sect. He may not return often, as long as he has a place to rest. He does not require much. Qin Ming gazed through the window at the solitary grave in the courtyard, a reminder of the old master's enduring concern. and he could not allow others to disturb it. Where are you going? Off to train? Qin Ming paused for a moment and smiled knowingly. Home. Home? Kai exclaimed in surprise, swiftly approaching Qin Ming. Did the sect master agree to pardon the Qin family? Not yet confirmed. What are the odds? Kai asked excitedly. Linking her arm with Qin Ming, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. About 70 to 80%. Did the sect master personally say so? Has he relented? Yes. Now it depends on whether he can persuade the Grand Elder. It would be great if Master were here. He could speak on our behalf and is never intimidated by the Grand Elder. By the way, you should also seek out Ling Shui. Qin Ming asked curiously, what for? To ask Elder Yaoshan for assistance. He is the only one within the sect who can influence the sect master's decisions. He is the biological son of the former sect master, and the position should have been passed down to him. However, disinterested in power and fame, he relinquished the title to the current sect master. The sovereign has always held him in great esteem. If he were to speak on your behalf, the matter would be virtually settled. The previous sovereign was the father of Elder Yaoshan. This was the first time Qin Ming had heard such news. While it is not exactly a secret, over the years, few have mentioned it. Sai leaned close to Qin Ming, a playful smile gracing her lips. I've heard that you share a close bond with Ling Shui. Why not ask her for assistance? Qin Ming shot her a glare. Where did you hear that? Ding Dian mentioned it. He said Ling Shui took great care of you at the tea gathering. Do you believe that? I do. Sai's charming face grew serious for a moment before she burst into laughter, her joy radiating like blooming flowers. You. Qin Ming chuckled. Shaking his head, Sai's exuberance always brought him an indescribable sense of ease. After we finish our meal, I'll take you out for a stroll. Where to? We shall visit every training ground, so they can see who has returned. Sai proudly lifted her chin. I think I'll pass. I'm a bit tired. At that moment, Huyan Zhuo entered the storage room. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the joyful and affectionate Sai, and his words transformed into light-hearted banter. Ah, Miss Sai is here. Shall I come back later? Is there something you need? Just chatting with young Master Qin. You two carry on. Sai graciously released Qin Ming, adding firewood to the stove. Huyan Zhuo pulled Qin Ming outside and whispered, I have both bad news and good news. Let us start with the bad news. Chao Wujing has been taken away. The Python King personally arrived in Wuling City to escort Chao Wujing, and the people I hired didn't even get a chance to act. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, sensing trouble ahead. Shall we set this matter aside for now? You are now a disciple of the Golden Feather, holding a status akin to that of a semi-elder within the Qingyun Sect. Unless the Qingyun Sect chooses to forsake you, the Mongwang Manor dares not act against you. There is no need for haste. Let us bide our time and devise a plan later. Huyan Zhuozhua has engaged some covert assassins through intermediaries, offering a substantial sum to ambush Chao Wujing en route. These are desperate men of formidable strength, and with members of the Huyan clan accompanying them, the task should be executed with great efficiency. However, who could have anticipated that the Mongwang himself would intervene, thus throwing the entire scheme into disarray? Qin Ming pondered for a moment. I have underestimated the situation. Let us set him aside for now. What are the good news? My father has already given his consent. The team set forth 5 days ago, comprising 500 assassins, a unit secretly cultivated by our family. Known as the Shadow Blades. A weight lifted from Qin Ming's heart as he patted Huyan Zhuozhua on the shoulder. I shall remember this favor. Rest assured, whatever the matter. The Huyan clan stands with us. Huyan Zhuozhua now felt emboldened, for a line in the letter from his father stated to act freely and boldly. The Huyan clan has resolved to support Qin Ming. Can you establish contact with the team? Where are they now? The specifics remain unclear. I have only just received the news. Fear not. I shall descend the mountain and rendezvous with them at once. Please be swift. I fear that the Grand Elder may act before us. In the evening, a cloaked figure entered the secluded realm where the Grand Elder was in seclusion. Master, did you summon me? The Grand Elder sat in the shadows, his expression obscured. What news from Dakingshan? Elder Lung Jibai has performed admirably, having essentially taken charge of the various affairs of the mine and begun to oversee the Qin family's guard. However, the resources of that mine are nearly depleting much sooner than we anticipated. Elder Ling Jibai is preparing to evacuate Dakingshan ahead of schedule, relocating to the new mining area in Donggu Stone Forest. Yet, the distance between the two mining areas spans several hundred kilometers, and the scale of relocating over 200,000 people is daunting. It is inevitable that they will fall prey to the spirit demons. Elder Lung Jibai cannot manage this alone. We must dispatch more elders and disciples to ensure their safety. Otherwise, by the time they reach the Donggu mining area, it is likely that fewer than half of them will remain. Inform Elder Lung Jibai to initiate the relocation early, gathering all the mine slaves under the pretext of moving them into Yunluo Forest. With Elder Lung Jibai spread thin, how can he oversee them? If they enter the forest, will they not become fodder for the spirit demons? The sect leader must grant amnesty to the Qin family. What? The shadowy figure suddenly raised his head, cold light flashing in his eyes, instantly grasping the Grand Elder's intention. Another task is at hand. Assemble 300 disciples to depart tonight for the Deqingshan mining area. On the eve of the mine slave's relocation, we shall infiltrate the mine. The Grand Elder paused momenta. Furthermore, do not exclusively target the Qin family, lest our scheme be discovered. At daybreak, drive all those 200,000+ individuals into the clouded mist forest and leave them to their own devices. Rest assured, Master. I shall personally oversee this and ensure it is executed flawlessly. As the man in black was about to depart, he inquired, I have heard of Qin Ming's affairs. Shall I dispose of him? Given his volatile nature, he will not let this go unavenged. If he discovers the Qin family has been slaughtered, I shall make separate arrangements.